I just casually said while traversing the immortal realm. At the pinnacle of immortals, towering over the world, with Su Huai here, there is heaven, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by the heavenly Tao and thrust into an endless cycle of reincarnation, each life ending in bitter, tragic deaths through various bizarre calamities. In my first life, facing my fiancé's forceful annulment of our engagement, I shouted that classic line, "Don't bully the young for being poor," and resolutely embarked on my own path to becoming a powerhouse. Who would have thought that just 100 miles from home, I was swallowed whole by a giant snake in some cave? In my second life, I avoided that snake brother and chose to travel westward, only to end up dying in the jaws of a tiger. After dying and being reborn several times, each life was plagued by disasters, whether it was being tricked by a shady merchant guild into mining, captured by a dark cultivator to be used as alchemy material, or even getting caught in the aftermath of a battle between powerful cultivators while just trying to sleep. It wasn't until my 8th life that I finally seized an opportunity, rising to the heavens in a single step, ultimately breaking through to the 9th rank of the Venerable Realm and becoming one of the world's peak powerhouses. Unexpectedly, during a battle with an assassin from a mysterious faction, I accidentally set fire to the bamboo forest where the female emperor of the immortal dynasty was in seclusion. Then, that woman with cultivation as high as the 10th rank martial emperor emerged from the flames, wielding 2 ice blades, and in just a few strikes, she sliced off my kidneys. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back in the familiar Su family residence, though a few drops of cold sweat still clung to my forehead, a lingering fear from the shock. I had actually become the first 9th rank venerable in history to die from having his kidneys sliced off. This time, I had managed to survive until the very end. But just then, the maid Xiaohe appeared at the courtyard gate, looking nervous and panting heavily as she said, "Young master, the clan leader has summoned you to the council hall." Hearing this, I glanced up at the blazing sun high in the sky. Noon was approaching, and it was time for the much-anticipated annulment of the engagement. Xiaohe, who was about to turn and leave, froze in place upon hearing these words, his face filled with shock and confusion. I continued speaking on my own. "You know about that childhood engagement, right? That wicked woman thinks she's not good enough for me and took the initiative to break off the engagement. Young master is truly amazing." The little maid dutifully clapped her hands, though her delicate face was clearly plastered with the word perfunctory. "Are you just humoring me?" With that, I raised my hand and pointed at the pillar beside me. "All right, let's make a bet. If I can break this pillar with a single strike, you'll have to warm my bed tonight." Xiaohe shook her head frantically. "No way." Seeing this, I raised an eyebrow and continued, "If I fail to break it, I'll pay you 10 times your monthly allowance starting next month." Xiaohe trembled slightly and exclaimed, "10 times? Then I'll take the bet." At the same time, her mind was racing with calculations. There's no way the young master could succeed anyway. The entire Su family knows the eldest young master is physically weak. He can't even carry a single load of water, let alone split a stone pillar thicker than his waist barehanded. Meanwhile, on my side, I had already raised my palm. With a muffled boom, the entire room, along with the bamboo chair that had accompanied me for 9 lifetimes, was instantly torn apart by the shockwave, reduced to scattered debris on the ground. Xiaohe, witnessing this, instantly froze in place, her face turning deathly pale. "It's over. I'm going to be defiled." As for me, my eyes widened in astonishment as I felt the surging energy within my body. I was overwhelmed with excitement. This time, I had actually retained my cultivation upon rebirth. Then, with a smirk, I reached out and patted Xiaohe's head. "All right, your task is considered complete. I'll go by myself from here. Be a good girl and wash up, waiting for your young master's favor." Feeling as if the sky had fallen, Cheng Xiaohe let out a weak, "Oh," then lowered her head and slowly disappeared around the corner of the mansion. This was the darkest day of her life. She never expected that her first time playing such an exciting game would result in losing herself to the notorious young master of the Su family. Watching Cheng Xiaohe walk away, I softly exhaled a sigh and stepped onto the bluestone path that symbolized a turning point in fate. The Su family's meeting hall shared the same ancient history as the ancestral temple. The old wooden door, weathered by centuries of trials, still endured suffering it shouldn't have to bear at its age. The first thing that caught my eye was a long-haired girl in a red dress, followed by a young man standing tall and straight. After scanning the room, my gaze finally settled on the middle-aged man at the head of the council hall who was staring at me, Su Zhengheng, the current head of the Su family and my nominal father. At this moment, seeing the newcomers, Su Zhengheng's forehead slowly bulged with veins. "You rebellious son, kneel down before me." In response, I curled my lips and remained standing straight, completely unfazed by his words. The second elder of the Su family beside the main seat sighed upon seeing this and pressed down on Su Zhengheng, who was about to rise in fury, saying, "Zhengheng, let's discuss other matters privately. Don't let outsiders see our Su family become a laughingstock. The Su family's dignity has long been ruined by this disgrace. What more is there to fear?" Su Zhengheng said coldly, simply closing his eyes to avoid the irritation. The second elder felt somewhat weary at heart and could only turn to look at the eldest young master, who appeared utterly nonchalant. "Su Huai, let me introduce you. The three over there, they are guests from the Situ family. As for where they're coming from," Situ Jiruo, who had been sitting quietly, stood up and first bowed in the direction of Su Zhengheng and the second elder before turning back to look at Su Huai. "My visit to the Su family today is for the purpose of discussing the marriage contract my grandfather made with old master Su 17 years ago." Su Huai glanced at those Su family elders sitting in high positions and sighed unnoticeably. Even though it wasn't the first time, but being directly forced to withdraw from the marriage by a younger generation and suffering this kind of behavior that could be considered humiliating to the family, these old things couldn't see a trace of anger in the bottom of their eyes. To say that they had confiscated any benefits, Samuel Su was absolutely unconvinced. Such a family has long since lost the unity and cohesion it had during its heyday. Su Huai's mother died early. Nowadays the Su family really treats him as the young master of the Su family, afraid that only the Su family's old master and some subordinates who work in the house. As for this withdrawal farce, as a party he was never given a consultation, but a notice that a decision had been made. Marriage is not impossible to withdraw. The Situ family to give those compensation he can also shut up, but at least should give him as a party to the basic respect. There really isn't much left of this so-called home worth keeping. He withdrew his gaze and looked into Situ Jiruo's cool eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly raising a teasing arc. "Oh, a marriage contract. Can't wait to marry me? Or is it? You finally realized you don't deserve me?" The moment these words came out, the entire council chamber was instantly quiet, and a needle could be heard. A few moments later, the Su family juniors in the corner of the council chamber began to whisper, "How dare he? I guess he really thinks of himself as the Su family's great young man, right? But it's normal to have anger in your heart. After all, there is indeed something insulting about waiting for your fiancé for more than a decade, suddenly wanting to back out a year before the consummation of your marriage, and being the last to know about it yourself. It makes sense. I kinda looked down on him before, but it's done manly enough. A man is a man, but unfortunately the arm can't twist the leg as hard as it wants to in the end. So-called youthful indiscretions. Compared to the elders who have experienced the world and put their personal interests first, these Su family teenagers who haven't experienced poisonous beatings are obviously more naive and simple, but their whispers affect nothing. Situ Jiruo raised her hand to stop the Situ family elder behind her who wanted to open his mouth to berate Su Huai, facing Su Huai from a distance across half the hall. "Young Master Su, before I came here, I had already sent out my obeisance beforehand, and the Situ family had also paid enough sincerity to obtain the consent of Patriarch Su and the elders. Ji Ruo thinks that this trip's etiquette is sufficiently thorough. Paid enough to be sincere. Sure enough." Su Huai twisted his head, his gaze sweeping over those elders sitting in high positions one by one, the bottom of his eyes gradually returning to indifference. "What do I care if you ask their permission or not? Or is it their marriage you're withdrawing from?" Situ Jiruo frowned slightly. Young Master Su, Jiruo was lucky enough to pass the Heavenly Cold Palace's entrance examination earlier, and will be heading to the Immortal Sect to cultivate in the near future. You should know exactly what that means. The meaning of this statement is indeed stated quite bluntly. I didn't mean to dump you, but I'm going to a big clan to practice, so I won't be in the same world as you from now on, so let's just get along. Su Huai raised an eyebrow, indeed feeling a little surprised. The main reason was that he felt humiliated by the withdrawal in the previous lives, and ran away after pretending, and didn't have the patience to listen to Situ Jiruo revealing this information. When you think about it, Situ Jiruo's behavior is really understandable. The mountain village girl has the opportunity to go to the big city to live, who still cares about the old family fixed-all marriage. Not even if the subject is the son of the mayor of the neighboring village. But understanding is understanding. As a bitter victim of withdrawal, It's another matter whether you can accept it or not. As for why Su Huai cultivated to such a high realm in his previous life, why he still hadn't heard Situ Jiruo's name in the immortal region. Su Huai could only say that the immortal region was too big. Not to mention the immortal region, the heavenly cold palace that Situ Jiruo was about to head to alone was far beyond the imagination of people from a small place like theirs. The heavenly cold emperor sitting within the heavenly cold had once been ranked fourth on the heavenly ranking of the heavenly chance pavilion, and the demons under his seat were all over the place, and each one of them dared to pull out their voices and embarrassingly call out that they had the qualifications of a great emperor. As for Situ Jiruo, the talent was there, but at best she was only famous within the great Yen Empire, which lived in a remote area. If one were to look at the entire immortal realm, one would only be able to make a generalization. Who are you? Besides, Heavenly Cold Palace, hey, this clan, it does have so much meaning. Chapter 3, The Elder of the Su Family. Why did the Heavenly Cold Emperor add the word Zhang in front of his ranking of fourth on the heavenly ranking? That would have to start with those inner disciples who go missing from time to time in the Heavenly Cold Palace, as well as that big elder who is anti-bone and rebellious and likes to take the blood and flesh of cultivators to make pills. In Su Huai's previous life, after the matter of the Tianhan Palace's Grand Elder taking a cultivator's blood, flesh, and soul to make pills was exploded, the Tianhan Palace was besieged by a large number of righteous forces. When the Heavenly Cold Emperor learned that his old brother had gone astray, he called that Grand Elder into the room for counseling. He said, "Oh, old fellow, why have you done so much? You can't do this." Great Elder Snotty. "I'm sorry, big brother. I'm also a momentary ghost. The main thing is that using this method to raise cultivation is too fast. I didn't hold back. Heavenly Cold Emperor. Alas, it's too late to say anything now. I'll try to find a way to save your life, but your cultivation definitely won't be saved." Great Elder. "Thank you, big brother. Big brother is so nice." The Heavenly Cold Emperor helped up his old brother who was kneeling in front of him, and the two of them hugged each other in nostalgia for the past and wept bitterly. Who knew that, as soon as he turned around, that eldest elder stabbed his good brother through the heart and cried as he did so, "Don't worry, big brother. I'll definitely refine you into the best pills in the world and we'll be together forever." Ahem, of course, those scenarios above were all imagined by Samuel Su himself. It was certainly impossible for an Emperor Realm powerhouse to be stabbed to death with a sword. Even if he was backstabbed, he must have laid down a large formation and supplemented it with many hidden means to completely kill a great emperor. However, the Heavenly Cold Great Emperor did fall by the backstabbing of the Great Elder, and his body was indeed taken away to be refined into an elixir. A few righteous giants attacked the Heavenly Cold Palace. The place has long been empty, leaving only a secret room, rows and rows of humanoid, medicinal herbs, soaked in spiritual liquid. There were both men and women among them, and it was not known whether Sito Jiru had later become one of them. If so, Su Huai couldn't help but glance at Situ Jiro again. Herbs in human form? So weird. Take another look. His own previous lives were indeed miserable, but if this woman really ended up going to the Heavenly Cold Palace to cultivate according to what she said, her fate would definitely not be any better. Thinking of this, the little bit of resentment Su Huai's heart had towards her dissipated. What's that saying? From now on, I'll walk my sunny path, you drill your alchemy furnace, and if nothing happens, we won't see each other again in this life. As for reminding her, reminding is impossible to remind. Even if you say it, the other person is 100% unlikely to believe it, so why go through the trouble of being disagreeable? It's hard for people to get into a foreign university, but you, a country bumpkin, have to say that it's a pheasant university, and then when people say you're sour, you still have to fight with them, so you're cheap, aren't you? It's a dream that people go out of their way to chase. So why be so cruel and denigrate someone else's dream? I, Samuel So, wouldn't be that cruel. The previous kind of tit-for-tat aura turned into gentleness and innocence in an instant, and Su Hui even smiled and gave a thumbs up to Situ Jiruo. The Heavenly Cold Palace is a great place. Every one of them is human and medicinal inside. Miss Situ, you're right, we're not in the same world from now on. It's time to get together. I'm sorry, I spoke too loudly just now. Don't you want to back out of the marriage? Retreat it. I wish Miss Situ to enter the green cloud straight away, and preferably become an inner disciple as soon as she enters the sect, and be proud of the crowd. Situ Jiruo raised an eyebrow. She was a little surprised by Su Huai's sudden change in attitude, but after a little thought, she just thought that he was scared by the name of Tianhan Palace. After all, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. In the future, she would be the existence he needed to look up to, and when he turned into yellow earth 100 years later, she would still be in her prime. He must have felt very hard in his heart, right? And the calmness and relief he shows now must be due to pride and bravado, right? Situ Jirua pursed her lips, her eyes like autumn water gazing into Su Huai's eyes. Young Master Su, it's good that you can understand Jirua. Su Samuel nodded heavily. Understood. Definitely understand. Situ Jirua said again. Jirua knows that this trip to withdraw from the marriage has caused psychological harm to young Master Su. You and I should have married a year later and spent the rest of our lives together. But the love of children and immortality longevity compared to just a moment of pleasure, and is not what Jirua seeks between you and me, is ultimately Jirua failed you. What? You're talking about gods and demons. Doubt was written all over Su Huai's face until Situ Jirua took a letter from that accompanying elder and then shoved it into Su Huai's hand. On this basis, if you are willing, you can wait for me for 10 years, and if there is no hope for Jirua's immortal path after 10 years, young Master Su can come back to the Situ family to look for me. At that time, I would like to follow the marriage contract when I was young and marry you as my wife for the rest of my life. Su Huai's small hand trembled, and she almost smushed the envelope in her hand onto Situ Jirua's face with a slap. Waiting for you for 10 years. You quit the marriage, and then you want me to be the oldest spare tire in the world? You'll marry me in 10 years when there's no hope for immortality. So what if you've made a name for yourself? I'll have to wait 10 years for nothing? No, it's not a waste of time to wait. After all, maybe in 10 years she'll be an elixir to take a tonic. But, holy, this woman actually wants to use a vain promise to bolt the man who has the whole world's life at heart. There's too little pussy in your heart. Su Huai blinked. Miss Situ, as we part, I'll send you a message. Situ Jirua gently nodded. Jirua is all ears. Pushing girl, steamed shrimp head. After dropping such words, Su Huai didn't pay any more attention to the dumbfounded Situ Jirua in the council chamber. Nor did he look at those Su family elders with ugly faces. Humming a little tune from home, he left this heartbreaking place without looking back. As an old man who had lived for hundreds of years in his previous life, this child's play withdrawal did not create too many waves in Su Huai's heart. The peaceful termination of his contract with Situ Jirua also meant that he finally said goodbye completely to those teenage indignations and obsessions when he first crossed over, and from then on stepped into a life that truly belonged to him. It's the 9th generation. Su Huai stood by the small lake, and for the first time he took a moment to survey the place where he grew up. The Su family, as the only hegemon within this small city called Black Iron City, owned a huge manor that occupied nearly 10% of the land of the entire city. There are not only mountains and lakes in it, but also a street. Every full-fledged member of the Su family whose bloodline flowed through their bodies had a small courtyard of their own in it. At the moment, Su Huai was like a dude with nothing to do, walking along the mossy path, going further and further off course. Half a quarter of an hour later, he stood in front of a small, old courtyard, quietly looking at the ancient wooden door filled with signs of age for a long time before lifting his hand and knocking lightly. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Don't knock. Just come right in. Little brat, when did you become so polite? The wooden door just opened a crack. Su Huai then wrinkled his nose and sniffed lightly for a few moments. His eyes suddenly lit up, grinning as he looked towards the stone table in the courtyard with a set of alabaster wine set. Yo. Drinking, old man. The old man in Su Huai's mouth was named Su Chang'e, the former top pillar of the Su family and the current pinnacle of the sea. After the death of his wife decades ago, Su Chang'e left this small town alone to travel, and it wasn't until Su Huai was 11 years old that he dragged himself back to the Su family. No one knows what happened during that time. Only know that the Su old man went home without saying a word, will be in the secret room closed for 3 days and 3 nights. During the period of time, no matter who went to visit and persuade cannot be ignored. Until the young Su Huai instructed his stupid younger brother to steal his father's treasured old wine, and when he was chased and beaten by Su Zhengheng, he inadvertently broke into the back of the mountain where Elder Su was in seclusion. The scene was spectacular. He fled, he chased, he winged it. Even if Su Zhengheng hated this child as much as he did, it was impossible for him to really beat him to death alive just because of a single jar of wine. But the mournful wails and pleas for help eventually cut through the layers of stone walls and disturbed Master Su in his self-imposed isolation. A word for wanton, a word for sinful animal, plus a word for role. Su Zhengheng's tiger body trembled, leaving behind a few harsh words before being driven out of the back of the mountain with a stalked neck. But Su Huai, however, had the cheek to stay, and even followed the old man to sneak into the secret room where he was in seclusion. I can't go, my father doesn't like me. He'll beat me to death if I go out. I'll buy you a drink, and don't be bitter. From now on you cover me. I'll let my brother steal my father's wine to support you. What do you think? Before Suchanga could say anything, the young Su Huai found himself a reason to stay. Suchanga asked him, as an elder brother, why did you victimize your own brother? Su Huai, holding the wine altar, pulled the corner of his mouth. Not counting the pit, he is my father's treasure. Holding in the hands are afraid of melting. Simply cannot afford to hit. This altar of wine, in my father's eyes, my brother to take it is to take it. Change me to take it is to steal it. He drank it all right, I drank it as a sinful animal, you understand, right? The old man was silent for a long time as he gazed at the teenager in front of him. What's your name? The teenager tilted his head as if he could see the vast starry sky outside the chamber through the thick lapis lazuli. A long dream in the south of the city. A pillow of acacia. Samuel So. Maybe it was because blood was thicker than water, maybe it was because he was convinced by the teenager's shamelessness, or maybe it was because he was touched by his clear eyes. Later, Suchanga, who was full of hostility, had somehow accepted this dear grandson whom he had never met, and has literally been covering him ever since he drank from him that night. Chapter 4: The Alchemist. Only when the wooden door was completely pushed open did Su Huai see the full picture in the small courtyard at this moment. Suchanga was indeed drinking, and wasn't alone under the tree drinking alone. Opposite him sat an old man with white hair and wearing a gray cloud robe, and in front of the old man was a 7-foot-high fiery red furnace, with countless demons and devils engraved on the walls, and a celestial green spiritual fire roiling inside. Alchemist. Su Huai relaxed his footsteps and walked silently to Suchanga's side, his eyes looking straight into the Dan furnace. Suchanga looked at his eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and when she raised her hand and stroked the brown wrench on her thumb, a wine glass carved out of white jade appeared in her hand. Little bugger, join us for a drink? Seeing that Suchanga was about to reach for the wine jug on the table, Su Huaiwa had a jolt and hurriedly blocked him, taking the empty wine glass in his hand. Ahem. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Grandson will do just fine on his own. How dare I bother the old master to pour wine for me personally? It will break my life. Suchanga smiled as he looked at the 3 wine glasses Su Huai filled on the table and raised his hand to point at the old man who was refining pills. This old man is an old friend of mine called Lu Qingmu. His talent in the cultivation path isn't too good, but he's quite a bit of an expert in the Dan Dao. How about it? Are you interested in alchemy? Su Samuel, slightly stunned, then bitterly smiled and shook his head, said, No, grandchildren are not that piece of material. Huh? You're kinda self-aware. Gramps, if you say so, this is a day to talk. Suchanga smiled cheerfully at his words. Haha. Didn't you used to nag every day that you were the chosen one, the man of destiny, what, being returned from a marriage? Even the ambition in your heart has been rubbed out? Ahem. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. Su Huai took the wine cup and gently took a sip. The spicy flavor instantly surged into his mouth, making his throat a little itchy. So he silently put down the glass in his hand. Just smelled so rich wine aroma. I thought that the old master used to entertain old friends will be what the jelly. The result is just a few dollars of silver, a altar of fire bamboo brew on the market. Stingy old man. Fire bamboo brewing, this thing is similar to the original world of burning knives, too strong, so Samuel cannot drink, he cannot drink. As for using cultivation to get rid of drunkenness, that was not only a waste of wine, but also an extremely disrespectful behavior to those who drank together at the same table. Suchanga discovered Su Huai's small action and didn't poke at it, just looked at him with a smile. I had thought that you were aggrieved by the withdrawal and wanted to come to a bad old man like me to complain. But now I see that you are clearly relaxed and cozy. How do you look like you've just been humiliated? What? Is it looking away from yourself? Su Huai gently nodded. Well, look away. The sky is the limit. The old man smacked his lips and picked up the wine cup on the table. It's good to look away. When you were born, I sat together with that old man Situ in front of the Monument of Enlightenment at Tangyun Mountain and formed a few friendships. When your father summoned the family's recent news to me, that old ghost happened to be around, and when he learned that I had a grandchild, he insisted on shamelessly slipping his half-year-old granddaughter to me as a granddaughter-in-law. Now Situ old ghost died, but did not think that the girl is a masterful, cannot see you, directly chased to the home to withdraw from the marriage. He's a muckraker and he's too unkind. If it weren't for the old man's failing body, he'd have to move around in his situ family anyway. The old man drank the cup of spirits in one gulp, and as the wine surged up, even the withered face became a little redder. Su Huai held the wine pot with both hands and filled it up for the old man, responding with a smile. Old master, take it easy. A great man has no wife. She can't look at me. I still can't look at her. In a few years, my grandson will abduct a fairy back, guaranteed to be thousands and thousands of times stronger than that Situ Jirua. Yo! Suchanga raised his eyebrows. You sound like you have someone in mind? Well, there is indeed a woman who is looking forward to it. Which woman?
Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect.
Yo, you still know the diffractive moon immortal sex girl child? I heard from others that all the fairies there are all beautiful, so I thought, the best-looking one there must be my future daughter-in-law. Su Huai looked again at the alchemy furnace that was burning with a blazing fire, as if he could see a girl who had wrapped herself tightly in that green-colored flame. There is no fear of heat stroke in a hot den. Just as the idea of wanting to go up and pick off that thick garment appeared in Su Huai's mind, the girl suddenly raised her head and looked at him, an innocent and bright smile appearing on her slightly pale face. She opened her hand, revealing a small, light brown pill in her palm that still gave off residual warmth. Samuel, so, look, I did it. Quickly taste it. It's my first time to refine an 8th grade elixir. From now on you won't have to risk going to the secret realm to grab resources from those old men. I'll refine elixirs to support you. Damn rich women. Su Huai raised his hand and touched his heart, where it was aching. Later on, that light brown 8th grade spirit recovery pill was wrapped in spirit crystals by Su Huai and made into a pendant, which had been worn close to his body as a token of love between him and the rich woman. Unfortunately, the pendant was always an out-of-body object, and it didn't come back reborn along with his cultivation. Staying together for hundreds of years, he and the rich woman have long been in the water, daily posting, no one can leave each other. Until the accident at the end, he was reborn back after 2 ribs, and I do not know whether that little ninny learned of his death directly after the collapse. Samuel so? Samuel so? Suchanga's cry pulled Su Huai back to reality. He lowered his eyes, submerging the trace of tenderness under his eyes, and looked at Suchanga with a smile. What's wrong, Gramps? What the hell are you looking at that stupid stove for? Are you possessed?
No.
Suchanga glanced at him and skimmed. Asked you what's next. Returning to his senses, Su Huai once again held up the wine pot and filled the cup that Suchanga had just finished drinking. Grandchildren want to go out and look around. Actually, this visit to see you, Grandpa, is with the intention of saying goodbye. The old man's hand lurched slightly. Saying goodbye? Well, it's not a good idea to stay home all the time. My father was so annoyed with me anyway, so it's just as well I'm gone to fulfill his wishes and give him some peace and quiet. Furthermore, I've heard that the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect will be recruiting new disciples in the royal capital of the Great Yen country in a while, so my grandson would like to hitch a ride to the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. Su Changa sighed and said, Your father, Su Zhengheng, is indeed a sinful animal with a crooked heart. Sooner or later, the old man I will have to find another reason to loosen his muscles. Alas! Now that you've turned 17, it's good to get out there. Just don't be overly ambitious. Since you don't have an innate spiritual root, the path of cultivation is much more difficult. One step at a time, the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, as one of the 4 great transcendent forces of the immortal domain, has rather harsh requirements for its disciples. It's not that easy to enter. You have to be somewhat prepared in your own mind, and if it doesn't work out, don't be spoiled. Grandchildren will certainly keep grandfather's admonition in mind. Suchanga waved his hand. All right, you should have everything in your mind about what I'm going to say. So go back and let the old man have some peace and quiet by himself. Hiss! Grandpa is going to kick out his grandson. Suchanga was filled with disgust. You can't drink? Why are you still staying here? What? This mother's brat. Do you still want me, a bad old man, to give you a traveling allowance for a long trip? Hey! Suchanga's eyes glared. This shameless one actually admitted it. And hey the fart, hey. Off. If you don't give it, just don't give it. What are you cursing? Su Huai shrunk his head, stepped on the fallen leaves in the yard, and muttered as he ran towards the door. Only, just after stepping out of the gate, he heard Suchanga shout his name again. He turned back to find a dark blue finger ring making a graceful parabola in mid-air and landing just inside his arms. Save your money and don't die out there. The old man is still waiting for you to come back and retire me. Samuel Su held the ring. Don't worry, old man, when I come back, I'll ask my brother to steal my father's wine for you again. I told him to steal the best one. Get the hell out of here. You're no good. Hey! Su Huai grinned and suddenly stood up straight, plopped down in front of the main door and kowtowed to the old man before getting up and closing the open wooden door again. The wind blew through the secluded alley, rolled up a few yellow leaves, fell in the lake, swinging out layers of ripples. After a long time, when Su Huai's breath completely disappeared around the small courtyard, Lu Qingmu beside the alchemy furnace suddenly opened his eyes, and the furnace fire slowly went out, leaving a handful of dregs in the furnace. Su Chang'e stretched her head to look at it and was happy. Ouch! Failed. Huh. What's the point of sitting there for so long with your eyes closed when you've failed? The corners of Ryu Aoki's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man in front of him was as weak as a candle in the wind and couldn't withstand too much damage, he would have had to more or less shine a few blows on his head to make him understand what the dignity of an alchemist meant. Lu Qingmu took a deep breath and twisted his head to look at the courtyard door. There was no trace of the teenager there for a long time, and although Lu Qingmu kept his eyes closed, he knew everything that had just happened. He spoke slowly. There's something odd about that kid. Su Chang'e moved a cup of wine in front of Lu Qingmu and scolded with a laugh. You old man, your strength is not strong, but your soul perception is not bad. Worthy of being an alchemist. Old Su, I'm not kidding you. Su Chang'e glanced at him. His tone was unusually calm. I know what you're talking about. The old man, my person, is ruined, but the general perception is still there. 8th Order Zunshi realm beginner. In the entire lower immortal region, there aren't many people who are his rivals anymore. Lu Qingmu suddenly stood up. But you said that he is only 17 years old, and I just quietly probed. He now has empty cultivation, but his physical qualifications are diluted. In case it's some demon taking over. Su Chang'e shook his head. No, he is my grandson. And what if it's the reincarnation of an evil practitioner? Nor will it. Then how are you going to explain his cultivation? Su Chang'e put down the wine glass in her hand, raised her head to look at Lu Qingmu, and said word for word, I'll say it again. He's my grandson. Willow Greenwood hemmed and hawed twice, not daring to speak. Sit down and drink. Oh! Chapter 5 Misunderstandings. All of them. After leaving the old man's small courtyard, Su Huai raised the finger ring and examined it carefully against the sunlight. This was a spatial ring, and it was also a high-grade spatial ring that was warm and cool to the touch, and had some nourishing effects on the body. It was much more advanced than the one Su Samuel had picked up from a certain heaven's pride in his previous life. Looks like the old man had a glorious past too. Huh? It's a pity that nowadays the qi and blood are weak, and the cultivation strength is not much left. With his current cultivation, he could easily see through the cultivation of the two old men in the courtyard. That alchemist was only at the 7th rank. Elder Su was even more mysterious. His body was like a funnel. His spiritual energy reserves were barely up to the standard of the 2nd order, and there was still a bizarre aura remaining at the collapsed sea of qi. I think this should be the reason why the old man returned to the Su family 6 years ago in disillusionment. But for the experiences he once had, the old man had always kept his mouth shut. Even sometimes when Su Huai asked, he just quietly looked at a certain place in a daze without explanation. There was a time when Su Zhengheng had to ask after the old master's past, and after being beaten up severely, he was only rewarded with 4 wordless words, namely, "No grudes, no complaintes, no regretes, no comentem memenkot." See, Su Zhengheng do not believe but also raised his foot and gave him a bit, saying that the enemy is dead, no hatred is not a joke, so that he, the rebellious son, to put down the heart of those unnecessary worries. At that time, only 11-year-old Su Huai was holding a pot of melon seeds squatting under the eaves of the house, and watched with great interest as his own father suffered from the old man's beatings. Retract your thoughts. After Su Huai put the ring on his index finger, which was the easiest to touch, he detached a strand of his soul mark and attached it, officially confirming the new ownership of the ring. As his spiritual sense probed into it, he was taken aback on the spot. The volume of the ring was roughly thousands of cubic meters in size, and half of the space within it was piled with spirit stones as tall as small mountains. In the corner were 2 rows of bookshelves, but on them were only a handful of 10 or so yellowed ancient books. Flipping through it, apart from a basic technique as well as 2 low-ranked martial arts, the rest were some accounts of the continent's creatures, as well as a handful of secret stories. Su Huai gazed fixed in the most corner of the secret class of ancient books, all the books only at cover tattered, a look on the experience of all kinds of wear and tear. I thought that what could be viewed repeatedly by the old man must be a forbidden secret buried deep in a certain continent, right? Su Huai inwardly reverently pulled it out, only to see a line of hot gold letters written on the cover. Review of the Interracial Demonesses. What? The title of this book. Flipping it open for a read, Su Huai was instantly attracted to its contents, and after 10 minutes of savoring it, he tilted his head back to look at the sky in an attempt to get the blood that had been running down the end of his nose back into his nasal passages. Close the ancient books. Su Samuel finally know why other ancient books well preserved. Only this one alone is scarred, the page number are turned blurred. But why did the old man give it to me? Masaka. Could this be a legacy? Repositioning the review in his hand back into the bookshelf, Su Huai sighed. It's hard to tell. The old man is actually a hidden rich man. Well, it's still a sexist. It's really a getaway. The blazing sun was in the sky, lunchtime had already passed, and the aroma of food was wafting everywhere within the Su mansion. Su Huai wandered all the way around, circling around the mansion, easily circling back to his own mansion, only to see a tawdry to the extreme white robe at the gate. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the little follower who followed Situ Jiro quietly. Su Huai did not have a bad impression of him, after all. He was quite polite when he retreated from the marriage, neither scorned him with his eyes nor jumped right out and sneered at him like some brainless villains. You're finally back. The white-robed youth held a sword and leaned against the doorframe of the small courtyard, his sharp eyes resembling that of a lone swordsman who carried his own high-placed buff. Samuel Su raised his hand to greet him. You were waiting for me? That's right. Long awaited. Su Hui's tiger shook. What is your honor's business? I am the third prince of the great Yen dynasty, Yen Ju. Look out, very serious indeed. Don't interrupt. Yen Ju's eyes were slightly cold, and the hand holding the sword was stupidly moving. I didn't want to say more to you, but before I left the mountain, my master said that I must cut off all of Sister Jirua's ties in the secular world. Samuel Su was alarmed. Holy, you karma'd her parents? Don't talk nonsense. Yen Ju's small hand shook, and the 3-foot-long sword in his bosom lit up with a ray of sharpness, as if he was going to seal his throat and see blood in the next moment. Quickly hand over the piece of paper deed given to you by your senior sister. Don't force my hand.
Samuel Su froze.
The so-called deed was nothing more than a certificate of spare tire, which he used to shine his shoes after leaving the doors of the council chamber, and casually threw in the gutter by the door. You want it? Go pick it up in the gutter yourself. Nuts! Su Huai rolled his eyes, bypassed Yen Ju, raised his hand and pushed open the gate of the mansion. With a glance, he saw Chung Xiaoho, who was sitting against the old sycamore tree in the courtyard, without a sound. A sycamore leaf covered her face, and the broom that had been reserved for her was casually tossed aside. He wrinkled his nose as a faint smell of blood surged into the end of his nose, and instantly, boundless killing intent instantly raged away, and the temperature of the entire courtyard dropped dramatically in a split second. You did this. Looking at Su Huai's cold eyes, Yen Ju winced. He felt as if he was being watched by a terrifying, ferocious beast. His hands and feet were cold and he was unable to move the slightest bit. Opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Looking for death. Su Hui raised his hand, choking Yen Shuji's neck, lifting his entire body up, his fingers tightening little by little. The bones between Yen Shuji's neck soon made an unbearable sound. His breathing became rapid, his face reddened, and in a trance he saw his royal grandfather, who had been dead for many years, beckoning to him. Young master. What are you doing? The atmosphere suddenly stagnated. Su Huai twisted his head and found that Xiao He, who should have already cooled off, was currently cowering under a tree, shivering, staring at his own young master committing murder, with a look of fear of being silenced. You're not dead. Ah? Young master, should I die? But I still want to live for a few more years. Can I? She hastily closed her eyes. I didn't see anything. This man didn't take a shot at you? Xiao He gripped his coat corner and gulped. Isn't he the young master's friend? Hiss. Not right, ah. I clearly smell blood. Oh, almost forgot I just had a nosebleed. That's okay. Blame yourself, a term of loose cultivator in his previous life, out and about, encountered an unexpected situation is used to the first time to strike first. to kill all the possible dangers before being qualified to consider the truth of the matter. Otherwise, you might die out there one day. Rather forget now is not in the life as low as grass in the Jianghu. Here is the Su house, and he is the Su house of the great young. Su Huai released his palm, and Yanju fell to the ground with a snap, bracing himself on the ground and breathing frantically and loudly. The culprit's mouth twitched, and he hastily put on an embarrassed but impolite smile, helping him up off the ground, and reaching out to help him pat the dirt and dust off his body. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, brother Yen. If you didn't do it, why didn't you just tell me directly? What do you think you're pretending to be so high and mighty? You said it earlier. If you had said it earlier, how could I have taken a shot at you? Alas, it's all your fault, brother Yen, for making me misunderstand good people. What? Are you the devil? You've given me a chance to talk. Blame me? So I have to apologize for getting beat up for nothing? Su Huai naturally wouldn't understand the aggression in Yenju's heart. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he even enthusiastically helped him pick up the fallen saber. It's not hurt, is it? Brother Yen, tell me where you're not feeling well. I'll help you heal. Here, let me see, is it your neck? You're very red in the face. It looks like you have excess qi and blood. I have a trick for bloodletting therapy. Yenju's head flinched, looking at Su Huai with a face full of horror, and hard to hold a few words from his swollen and painful throat. Don't hurt. No pain? No pain is good. No pain means nothing. So what? Why don't brother Yen stay for a meal? Little go have the kitchen fix a few dishes. Yanju began to struggle. No food. No, I still have something. First, excuse me. Meow, holding the sword and standing in the doorway for a while. I was almost pinched to death. If I ate your food, it would not raise my ashes? Yanju rolled and crawled out of the small courtyard, not even daring to pick up the sword in Su Huai's hand, stumbling and running wildly all the way towards the lounge that the Su family had arranged for them. Go back and order that the scout responsible for gathering information on the Su family be cut down. Damn, he even told him that the young master of the Su family, who was engaged to Situ Zhirua, was a wastrel who couldn't cultivate and had no hands. Have you ever seen a scrap who can make me, a god condensation stage cultivator, unable to move with just his pressure? He's clearly scarier than his dad. On the other side, in Samuel Su's small courtyard, looking at Yenju like seeing a ghost, like crazy to escape, after the realization, to understand the cause and effect of the matter of the small while holding broom, covering the mouth, squatting under the tree snickering. I have to say, after thinking about it, the way the young master gave her a head start just now was indeed a little bit cool. When you think about it, warming his bed doesn't seem out of the question. Shuwa blushed. Who knew that at this time? Su Huai suddenly turned around and glared at her. Laugh. Laugh my ass off. It's your fault. You'll be punished by not having any food for lunch today, and you'll have to move a stool to sit next to me and watch me eat. Bah, the young master is ugly and perverted. Damn it. Warming the dog's bed doesn't even warm him up. Chapter 6. There's always a neglected corner. After lunch, Su Huai really enjoyed some of the treatment that a rich young man should have. The newly purchased bamboo chair kept rocking, emitting a crunching and subtle sound. Su Huai half squinted his eyes, letting the sparse sunlight sprinkle on his body. His whole body was paralyzed, not wanting to move. Young master, is this okay? Harder, it's okay. Don't pity me. I can't, young master. Su Huai grinned, a fierce look on his face. You have to do it even if you can't. Keep moving for me, or I'll deduct all your monthly money and throw you out of the mansion. Woo-hoo. This went on for about another 20 minutes, and Su Samuel slapped Xiao He's hand with a look of disgust. So useless. So good-looking for nothing. Can't even squeeze a shoulder when I ask you to, pussy. I'm supposed to be a pussy. How dare you? Talking back to the young master. I'll deduct your monthly payment for 3 days. Xiao opened her mouth, weak and helpless. Pity her for squeezing the young master's shoulders for the whole afternoon. Her hands are sore and numb, and she has to be scolded. It would be better to just warm the bed. Rich young masters are really all ruthless. We haven't even played yet, and we're already thinking of throwing her out. What if we're really tired of playing? All right. Su Huai stretched and moved his muscles, and pinched Xiao He's watery face again. Young master has left. You remember to clean the courtyard. Oh. The gate closed softly. Su Huai's departure was silent and did not alarm anyone. Dressed in a black robe, he exited the Su mansion and then burrowed into the crowded crowd, slowly and leisurely walking towards the civilian residential area on the other side of Black Iron City. Stop at the entrance to the civilian area, where two of the most lucrative buildings in the mundane world stand. Green Silk Place and Hong Luk Pavilion. The names sound very elegant, but in reality one is a place of wind and dust for the leather business, and the other is a place of gold swallowing that has caused countless people's homes to fall apart. The Green Silk Place hurt their bodies and the Hong Luk Pavilion broke their fortunes, and for the mundane civilians who were running for their lives, both of the stores that opened at the end of the street were not good places to be. Retracting his gaze, Su Huai tucked his hand, squatted down at a street-side fruit stand, bought a large bag of various colors of fruit, thought about it, and then went to the side of the Su family, opened a small snack store to carry a bag of sweets out, and then, wandered into a poor family at the end of the lane. Relying on a huge black iron or vein, Black Iron City, although remote, was not a poor place. It could even be said to be much richer than more than 80% of the ordinary cities in the Immortal region. But even prosperous places have corners forgotten by prosperity. The Chung family is the bottom of the Black Iron City. The backbone of the family had an accident while out hunting with someone, and although he was saved by his companions, he lost his legs forever. The mistress of the house was weak and sickly, barely hanging on to life with some bitter and cheap medicines. Moreover, there are two elderly, often delirious people in the family, and a girl of 6 or 7 years old who can barely help her mother with some of the easy chores of the house. With a family of 6, the burden of life pressed relentlessly on the young maid, who was only 16 or 17 years old by all accounts. Fortunately, Su Zhengheng, as the boss of Black Iron City, although he couldn't stand to see Su Huai, the son of a dog, to the people of Black Iron City, he wasn't a bad city lord. The hired servants of the Su mansion are all highly paid poor people who are on the verge of extinction. Chung Shu-wa, for example, was offered a job by the Su mansion that paid far more than the value of her labor. Just by cleaning the compound of his wasteful young master daily, he could barely feed a large family and still have the balance to buy the cheap herbs his mother needed. Still, warmth is only warmth. My mother's illness is getting worse and worse, and if she wants to be cured, the amount of money needed is astronomical. Chung Xiaowa even thought of selling herself into the Green Silk Workshop to keep her mother alive when she witnessed her coughing up blood. But although she looked down and couldn't see her toes, her face was really nothing of earthly beauty, and she could neither sing nor dance, nor could she do poetry, painting, or chess. The price that the Green Silk Workshop offered her to buy her body was not even comparable to the monthly money that the Su family gave her for 2 months. That's why Chung Shu-wa loves money so much. That's why she thumped her heart when Samuel Su bet her with 10 times the monthly money, and then managed to lose himself to the perverted youngest member of the unmitigated Su family. Doo-doo. Who? The little girl with braided hair looked out through the broken hole in the door and saw Su Huai, who was smiling and carrying 2 large bags in the doorway. Who are you? Amitabha Buddha, poor monk from the eastern land of Datong. Whoa, father, mother, look, there's a bald donkey. Kid, open the door. I'm a friend of your sister's. Yeah, I don't believe it. That's what the bad guys say. You're dressed so black and you're carrying a sack in your hand. You don't look like a good person at all. Good. Kid has a future. Situ Jiroa didn't even make me speechless. You made me speechless twice in 1 minute. Humph. Open the door. I'm really your sister's friend. Eventually, after saying Chung Xiaoho's name and even reporting her height and size accurately, Su Huai finally was let in by that itchy bear. We have a visitor. Chung mother rummaged around the house for half a day and finally washed the fruits Su Huai brought to entertain him with an embarrassed face. 2 wrinkled senior citizens were sitting in the parlor, staring at each other, occasionally taking each other's hands and counting the hand lines. Cheng's father, on the other hand, was a dark man who had lost his legs and was unable to move, so he could only lean on the Kong and smile kindly and bitterly at Su Huai. In this honest man's opinion, Su Huai was probably some rich young master who liked his own daughter. It's just that, in my own family's situation, it's hard to avoid dragging my daughter down, and I'm mostly going to be disliked. As he was sizing up So Hoi was sizing him up, especially noticed a couple of rough scars on his forehead. Those scars were in subtle locations, either knocked out from a fall from a high place or from hitting themselves. It's hard to imagine the despair this middle-aged man felt inside as he stoned his head against the cold wall. The spine of his family was suddenly broken and became a drag. He summoned up the courage to end his life to ease the burden of his family, but after hearing the cries of his little daughter and the pleas of his wife, those courage quietly dissipated. People are such complex creatures. Death is not scary. What's scary is that there are things you can't forget before you die. Big brother, are you really a friend of my sister? But I haven't heard my sister talk about you, ugh? Eat your candy. I don't like talking to you. Snapping a piece of candy into the little girl's mouth, Su Huai pulled her pigtails and looked up to show a smile as warm as sunshine to Cheng's father. Uncle Cheng, this is... It was in the evening, near sunset, that Su Huai came out of that alley and waved goodbye to Cheng's family. He left the Cheng family a sum of money, no more, no less. Although it could not make the Cheng family rich overnight, it was enough to solve all the difficulties they were facing today. Although he took the initiative to borrow rather than give, and even let Cheng's father make an IOU, Cheng's father knew very well in his heart that it was just a handout and mercy. But he didn't have the courage to refuse, he couldn't even say the words to excuse himself. At a time like this, sticking your neck out and yelling that you won't eat food handed out in contempt isn't called pride, much less having a backbone. That's called selfishness. He would rather have his daughter sell her body. He would rather have his wife die of disease. He would rather have his little daughter live in a dark corner for the rest of her life and miss out on her own life in order to serve himself, an invalid, but he is not willing to put his face down and accept the help of others. What's that if not selfishness? In the end, the Cheng family's little girl finally acknowledged Su Huai's handsomeness under the braid-pulling warning plus candy offensive. Father Cheng and Mother Cheng watched him leave until his figure completely disappeared in the crowd. Nightfall. In the small courtyard of the Su family, Cheng Xiaoho washed herself clean and at the same time wrapped up tightly, squatting under the eaves of the house like a kitten that was about to be jerked and was apprehensive. She had been apprehensive for almost 2 hours. She'd been so nervous since sundown that she'd almost fallen asleep now that the moon was on the branches. So why hadn't that perverted young master come back yet? Is this bed still warm or not? Damn it. You're the one who didn't come back. I'm leaving, I'm going home? Shu was stood up and ran all the way to the door. But just as she stepped out the door, her little face fell again. Young master won't be angry if I run away, right? What if he beats me? I've heard that rich young masters are fond of beating people with whips. It hurts. Even if you don't beat me, what if you kick me out of the Su mansion after getting annoyed? Alas, I, Qing Shuwa, am too hard. Cheng Xiaoho sadly hugged herself and squatted down on the side of the gate, staring blankly at the verdant stone path that led to the gate of the Su mansion, not moving a muscle. After about another quarter of an hour or so, the older woman in charge of cleaning up the garbage passed by the door and looked at Cheng Xiaoho for a while. Shuwa, are you pretending to be a stone lion?
No, aún liu, im.
I'm waiting for young master to come back. Huh? Little Nei-san springing to life. Cheng Xiaoho red face and lowered her head. In a sense, whether or not she moved to spring, she seems to be unable to run away tonight. Who knew that Aunt Lu's next words would make her stare in disbelief? Don't wait up, Wa. I just passed by old Master Su's side and heard them say that young Master Su had already left home and gone far away. I'm afraid I won't be back anytime soon. Huh. Don't go home now. The gates of the Su mansion will be closed later. I know, thank you Auntie Lu. Cheng Xiaoho didn't know how he got home. The law and order in Black Iron City was not bad. Those who dared to violate the law were tied up by the Su family's law enforcement team, and their bodies are still hanging in the city. So she muddled her way through the journey without incident, except for a few familiar neighbors who said hello to her. Even when she arrived home, she just crouched at the door, afraid to go inside. Su Huai's departure fills the young Cheng Xiaohua's heart with doubt and sadness, and she suspects that it is because her massage during the daytime has left Su Huai unsatisfied that she has decided not to want her anymore. Maybe tomorrow the steward of the Su mansion will stop her at the door and tell her, Cheng Xiaoho, you don't have to come back. But the job is gone. So what's next? The rich young man is so heartless. Oh, sis, why are you secretly squatting here and crying? The little girl with the twisted braids poked her head out of the doorway, and she raised a hand to pat her sister on the shoulder. Don't cry. I'll buy you candy. A piece of sweetness was suddenly stuffed into her mouth. Cheng Xiaoho wiped her tears and looked at the man-child Cheng Xiaomiao. You, where did you get the candy? From my future husband. Cheng Xiaowa Bungbu lived. You're only 7 years old, and your parents have promised you out? No, it wasn't Daddy who made the promise. That? Hey, it's the Su family's young master. He came to our house today, and father said that young Master Su came for you. But I don't think so, because he likes to pull my pigtails. Zhang Lanlan said that a boy who likes to pull a girl's pigtails is secretly liking her. So it should be me that young Master Su likes. Chang Xiaoho's mind went blank. Now she had one thought in her mind, the perverted young master, running into her house. She lifted her feet and ran towards the house, running halfway back and knocking Chang Xiaomiao hard on the head with a thud. Then realizing one wasn't relieved, he thumped again. By the way, she pulled all the candy out of her hand, her pocket, and slipped it into her own pocket before turning back and running towards the house. There was a loud and clear cry from the main entrance. After Chang Xiaoho listened to her mother in the house and finished everything that happened during the day, mother and daughter couldn't help but hug and cry together. Chang father listened to the low sobs in the house and heard Chang Xiaomiao's loud and clear cries outside the house. He looked out through the window into the darkened street and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in his life. As she cried, Chang Xiaoho cried herself to sleep. She was really too tired. Even more positive and optimistic people suddenly unloaded the heavy burden on the body. The long-suppressed spirit will become exhausted because of the sudden relaxation. Next time the young master comes back, I'll make sure to warm his bed. In the middle of the night, Chang Xiaoho had a dream in a trance. The eldest young master rode a white horse from the Su mansion to her doorstep, carried her on a carriage, and brought her back to the Su mansion. He said he wants Chang Shuwa to warm his bed for the rest of his life. Then the day after warming the bed he got tired of playing with her, and in the cold winter months, threw her out of the gate of the Su mansion and snatched all her pants. So she had to pick up a rotten vegetable leaf. Chang Xiaoho rolled off the bed with a thud, and after sitting up, she covered her bumped head and began to cry. While crying, he also called Samuel Su a pervert. Samuel Su, who was called a pervert, suddenly sneezed. The sneeze woke up the 3-meter-tall spotted demon tiger not far away. He shook his head, since he had been exposed. He simply stopped hiding and pulled out a dagger, facing away from the demonic tiger that had just finished feeding and had been disturbed by Samuel Su. Found you. It is you. The culprit who caused the death of my second body. Roar! The tiger roared up to the sky and then snorted low, a white mist spraying onto the ground and blowing up a small tuft of sand and dust. Su Huai twisted his legs. The spotted tiger in front of him was a third-order demonic beast, and his strength was probably about the same as that Yenju who was scared to tears by himself during the day. And he himself was an immortal dignity strength equivalent to the 9th order. There's no thrill in taking revenge when your strength is crushed. So he decided to play a fancy trick and beat it with the exact same slide shovel as he did in the first place, as a way of consoling his own soul in heaven, so that he could bless. Something doesn't seem right? Forget it, don't care about such details. I'm going on. The dagger danced a beautiful blade flower in his palm. Su Huai stored up his momentum and charged forward, watching the moment when the spotted tiger leaped up and pounced towards him. His upper body leaned back violently, a beautiful sliding shovel. But who knows? That sinful animal actually didn't follow the rules. It actually stiffly stopped its body from lunging forward in mid-air, and then fell down violently, its head pressed against the ground and opened its bloody mouth. Su Samuel shoveled a sliding shovel right into its mouth. With a click, the fangs and sharp teeth violently closed and bit into Su Huai's waist. There were only 3 thoughts in Su Huai's heart at this time. First, the Newton coffin board is going to be too much to hold down. This sandpiper tiger has no ing inertia. Secondly, a certain almost teaching people to kill tigers with a sliding shovel is really damned. I can't even do it as an immortal, an ordinary person can do it. Thirdly, I'm sorry, but you were the one who didn't talk about martial arts in the first place. Boom! Su Hui saved a round of spiritual power burst directly past the face. This witty spotted demon tiger has not yet had time to give himself a nod. The next moment the soul directly appeared in heaven. Su Huai touched his waist and stomach. The clothes at the waist broke a row of large holes, but the inside did not even rub through the skin. The glistening devil tiger this set of operation show just did not hit any substantial damage. Luckily, this life repair is archived. Cursing and kicking the corpse of the demon tiger, Su Huai stooped down and picked up a round demon core, wiped it on the tiger's body, and threw it into the spatial ring on his hand. With that done, he sighed in relief and turned toward the east side of the forest. There, another snake brother was waiting for him. Chapter 7, The Armature. As a matter of fact, the habitats of snake-type demonic beasts were mostly dark and damp bushes and wetlands. Of course, that doesn't exclude certain deviants who like to lie in the desert and sunbathe, or hide in the lava and take a bath. After determining the general direction, Su Huai spent nearly half an hour more before he found the cave that had haunted him at a sunny hillside. He stopped at the entrance of the cave and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the small pale blue flowers that filled the ground. The first life, after all, until death is just an ordinary person, and not much insight, only think this full of wildflowers look good. It was only now that he realized that this was no wildflower, it was clearly an uncountable number of second-order spirit medicine moon dew chrysanthemum. The prices of spiritual medicines were all quite exorbitant, and in the Black Iron City's merchant houses, 5 moon dew chrysanthemums could be exchanged for a broad-minded Chung Ziaho, and one didn't even have to negotiate the price. Adhering to the concept of being diligent and thrifty, he directly mobilized the spiritual energy around him and cut down all the mountainous and rocky land within a 5-meter radius of the cave entrance, and stuffed them into the spatial ring in one go. And then he surveyed the bare entrance to the cave, before he lowered his head contentedly into the hole. The cave was a bit shady and cool, dark green mosses crawled all over the mountain walls, and a faint fishy odor permeated from the depths of the cave, causing Su Huai to subconsciously speed up his steps. Repeatedly dozens of steps, Su Huai finally, with the small fluorescent grass in the cave emitted the faint light, saw the water pool where he was buried in his first life. There was a stone pillar in the pool of water, on which 8 deep marks, one more powerful than the other, had been carved by someone unknown. A purple-striped black pit viper with a body length of more than 20 meters was coiled on a stone pillar, its icy vertical pupils staring deathly at the uninvited guest not far away who had intruded into its lair with a long sword in his hand. Hiss! Hiss! 5th-ranked demonic beasts?
Samuel Sufrouned.
The immortal region had always been a world where immortals and mortals mixed and cultivators seemed to be everywhere, but the number of people who actually possessed the talent to cultivate was actually not very large, accounting for less than 0.5% of the total population. Of this 0.5% of the population, there were still at least half of the cultivators who stayed at the initial body refining realm for the rest of their lives. The 10 realms of cultivation corresponded to body refining, foundation building, god concentration, transformation, immortal ascension, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, and finally immortal emperor. The first 4 of these realms are known as the mortal realm. Only when one reached the 5th realm, the realm of immortal ascension, could one be considered to have truly crossed over to the immortal path and possess the qualifications to start a sect. But how difficult it was to break through to the 5th realm, the explicitly strongest person in the entire Great Yen country. The Great Yen country's Lord Yen Broken Sky was only a late-stage immortal ascension realm cultivator. Like Su Huai Old Man Su Zhenghuang, like the small city Lord of the Circle of the Self-emergence of most of them are just condensation realm, Su Zhenghuang strong on some, but also just broke through to the metamorphosis realm just. Who in their right mind would have thought that a 5th-ranked demonic beast would be living in a small forest just less than 100 miles away from Black Iron City? You say you're so powerful that you don't go to Yen Jitian to make a name for yourself, but you're actually willing to stay here and sleep? And reasonably speaking, the spiritual intelligence of a 5th-order demonic beast was already not much lower than that of a human. After all, when it reached the 6th order, it would be able to take on human form and spit out human words. However, Su Huai realized that the purple-striped black pit viper in front of him was like a retard, and would only look at him in a daze. Could it be that there are imbeciles among the demonic beasts? Su Hui exuded a trace of intensity of only the Dengxian realm's aura, only to see that the purple-striped black viper's huge body trembled. After trembling but remained coiled there motionless, glaring, neither launching an attack nor running away. Holy! What a ing retard! I was eaten by such a thing in my first life? Looking at this stupid snake, Samuel Su suddenly remembered an idiomatic illusion called waiting for a rabbit to stand by. This snake is the same farmer who guarded the stake and waited for the rabbit to run over and run itself over. And he, Samuel So, was that stupid rabbit in his first life. Off the charts. Su Huai draws the corner of his mouth, carrying a knife and walking up step by step. Anyway, come all the way, the revenge of devouring the body, today must be reported. But what he didn't expect was that as he slowly approached the pool of water, the purple-striped black viper suddenly moved. The icy scales glittered with a demonic dark light, and the huge snake's body loomed in the pool of water as it suddenly opened its mouth, biting down on its own tail and swallowing it into its stomach, slowly forming a head-to-tail circle. Articulated snakes? Su Huai's expression froze. A trace of realization surged to his heart, but it passed away in an instant. Before he could think more, the stupid snake suddenly sank into the pool, and at the same time, the clear pool water suddenly surged upwards, outlining a huge transparent snake head in midair. The head of the snake looked at Su Samuel, opened his mouth and swallowed Su Samuel in one mouthful. Su Huai's eyes were dark, but inwardly he was horrified. He, who possessed the strength of an immortal dignity, had actually created an illusion of a mantis, a mole cricket looking at the sky, when facing that transparent snake head just now. Please step forward. When the light returned to his eyes, Su Huai realized that he was no longer in that low cave. At the moment he was facing a heavy metal door, on which was coiled a huge silver sculpture of an articulated serpent, its eyes made of precious stones emitting a scarlet, bloody light. Please, step forward. Who are you? Su Huai stared at the snake eyes on the gate, spiritual energy flowing madly around his body so that he could burst out his strongest strike at any time. After half a day of stalemate, the silver serpent seemed to have finally lost its patience. I'll let you step forward. With a flash of the snake's eyes, Su Samuel suddenly realized that all of his power had been drained in an instant, and he had turned back into the ordinary self he had been in his first life. A large, invisible hand wrapped around him and yanked him forcibly forward a step before snapping his hand against the stone platform in front of the metal gate. Energy level 9.3. Potential level 0. Rating 13. Failure. Grilla Incompetence. Rubbish. Garbage. How come you still have cursing? Who the hell are you, Baron Thin? Come out and fight one-on-one. On the open voice communication, Su Huai has not been afraid of anyone. That silver snake also seems to be his whole speechless, silent for a long time, and then opened his mouth when the voice returned to the beginning of the flat. 5 years, fail, die. UING got it. Grass. The words did not fall. Su Huai suddenly felt that he was pushed by someone. After a stagger and then raised his head, the metal door in front of him had already disappeared. In its place was the cave that had been there at the beginning, the pool of water, and the stupid snake that was coiled in the pool of water, glaring at him. Squeezing his fists, the immortal dignity level power had been restored. However, on the middle finger of his right hand there was an additional silver-colored articulated serpent ring, only that it seemed to have exhausted its power, and its originally scarlet eyes were now dimmed. Su Huai frowned, carefully inputting a trace of aura, and a message instantly appeared in his mind. Energy level 9.3. Potential level 0. Rating 13. Potential enhancement. Tong Yun Mountain Enlightenment Tablet. Question mark. What does that mean? Qualified. Key. Ship. Escape. The key? What key? Escape from what? The metal gate set into the mountain suddenly appeared in Su Huai's mind. Could it be that the key this articulated serpent ring speaks of is used to unlock that door? What's behind the gate? A boat? What does escape mean? Let me escape? Or does it mean I should help what's behind the door escape? Su Huai raised his hand and pinched the finger ring, but found that it seemed to have fused with himself, and he couldn't pull it off no matter how. Never mind. Su Huai sat at the edge of the water pool, his brain organizing everything that had just happened. It seemed that his intuition from his first life was correct. This cave did hide a heavenly chance. This retarded like purple-striped black pit viper was the first tier of the test. So in the first life he ventured in as a commoner and went straight to his knees. Now that he had returned here with his immortal cultivation, the second layer of the test had indeed been opened, but it looked like he still hadn't passed. The potential level corresponds to what should be his physical talent. After all, although this body had inherited the cultivation strength of his previous life, it had not inherited the roots and qualifications that had been so hard to raise up in his previous life. So if you were to say it in a hard way, Su Huai was still just a scrap, an immortal Zune level scrap. If you don't want to find a way to improve your bones and qualifications, you will only be able to stay at the immortal cultivation level in this life, and you won't be able to progress any further, and you won't be able to repay the karma waste revenge from your previous life. The most important thing was to figure out who the assassin was that came to assassinate Samuel Su in his previous life and lured him into that demon girl's territory. Why did he want to victimize an honest man like him? Shaking his head, Samuel Su was too angry and raised his hand to slap the stupid snake beside him. Now that this damn thing has become the key to opening the secret realm where the metal gate is located, it's impossible to kill it, but it's always okay to beat it up, right? So before the stupid snake could come back to its senses, Samuel Su gave it another slap. Snap. Purple vipers. Tong Yun Mountain Also, it just so happens that it's not far from the Great Yen Kingdom's royal capital anyway, so after enlightenment, we'll go to the diffractive moon immortal sect on the way. Ugh. This life got the cool invincible script. Why things are getting more and more instead. Snap.
Purple Black Viper. C.
Life is not easy, Samuel So sighed. Chapter 8. Lock City. The Dayan dynasty, one of the many secular dynasties in the Immortal region, was bordered by the Underworld Sea to the east, the Ice Plains to the north, the Great Martial Dynasty to the south, and the Burial Star Mountain Range, which spanned half of the Immortal region, to the west. As one of the 3 forbidden places in the Immortal domain, the Burial Star Mountain Range buried countless mysterious legends, and deep within the mountain range, demonic beasts were everywhere, with high-level demon kings abounding, making it a paradise for the demon race. Dangerous indeed. However, in contrast to this, there is a superior natural environment, rich heaven and earth spiritual chi, and many precious mineral veins and spiritual plants that have been nurtured for various reasons. Where there is profit, there is bound to be human involvement. As early as before the establishment of the Dayan dynasty, there were countless forefathers who gathered at the edges of mountain ranges, either to hunt demonic beasts for a living or to explore spiritual medicines. Over time, more and more human beings were stationed beside the mountain range, gradually forming different settlements, villages, and then finally, in order to resist the attack of demonic beasts, people began to build city walls. Lock City, the largest city near the Burial Star Mountain Range. Unlike Black Iron City, which was embedded in the mountain range and nearly isolated from the world, Lock City was directly subordinate to the royal family of the Great Yen Kingdom, and it was a major border city set up by the Great Yen Dynasty in the Buried Star Mountain Range. Commerce flourished within it, and countless spiritual plants and demonic beast materials flowed through Lock City to the entire Immortal region every day. At this moment, in the middle of the wilderness less than 50 miles away from Lock City, 2 men and 3 women, 5 young people were sitting around a cluster of blazing bonfires. Not far away, in the open space, lay the corpse of a second-ranked demonic beast, the Mori horned ox, which had already had quite a bit of its flesh and blood sliced away. Brother Yen, you went to the Black Iron City to stay there for half a day on this trip, but why have you been looking so disoriented since you came back? Oh, right. Where's your sword, Brother Yen? The young man who spoke was named Luo Yuanhe, the only son of Luo City's city lord, and his cultivation was infinitely close to the 3rd stage of the God Condensation realm. And the Yen brother in his mouth was none other than the 3rd prince of the Great Yen dynasty, Yen Ju, who had only left from the Black Iron City in the evening. Yen Ju picked up the dry firewood on the ground and tossed it into the fire in a muddled manner, then continued to hug his knees and stare at the campfire, his dark red pupils seemingly never able to focus. I've lost my sword. Lost? Lost? Luo Yuanhe was a bit confused. A 4th grade magic treasure? You just lost it when you said so? Didn't you say a few days ago that it was a coming-of-age gift from your father? Yeah, the gift of adulthood. It's my incompetence. Yen Ju covered his face with his hands, his palms shaking a little. And Situ Jiruo, who was sitting opposite Yen Ju, was also a bit puzzled at the moment. They should have rested for a night in Black Iron City before departing back to the imperial capital, but yesterday noon Yen Ju suddenly disappeared for a period of time, and by the time he returned he was already a bit disoriented. He didn't say anything when asked what happened, but just urged a few people to leave. Dry wood crackles in the flames. Seeing that there was something wrong with the expressions of these 2 guests, Luo Yuanhe hurriedly glared at the other 2 girls besides Situ Jiruo. One of the girls was Luo Yuanhe's younger sister, Luo Xian, who had good talent and was usually a bit bratty and arrogant, but at the moment all of her attention was focused on Yen Ju, who was hiding his face in silence. She felt that a prince was a prince, even the melancholic temperament could be held so deadly. It was really a good match. As for the side of this Situ Jiruo, a small city out of the woman is just only happened to climb the high branches of the royal family. I heard that the former fiancé or a waste. What's the point of pretending to be noble here? Yuck. Another girl is Chao Yi, the daughter of Chao Yang, the head of the Lock City Chamber of Commerce. As the daughter of a businessman, she has been familiar with emotional intelligence since she was a child, and her fetus education is a book entitled Don't Lose by Not Being Able to Express Yourself. Instead of approaching Yen Ju, she sprinkled a small handful of roasted and oiled beef in her hand with spices and pretzels and divided it into 4 portions. 2 copies were handed to Luo Yuanhe, one to his best friend Luo Xian, and the last one was hand-delivered to Situ Jiruo. Sister Situ, eat something? Thanks. Situ Jiruo took the roasted meat in front of her, and the 2 girls quickly found a topic of conversation. Chao Yi chatted very measuredly, skillfully avoiding all the things that might involve Situ Jiruo's privacy, just chatting about some painless cultivation minutiae, as well as life's little tricks. Luo Yuanhe looked at the two daughters whose relationship was rapidly warming up, and glanced at his own sister who was self-consciously gnawing on the beef and taking Yen Shou's little white face for her meal, and couldn't help but sigh. I thought my own sister was pretty cute before. But everything is afraid of comparison. He shook his head and shook the distracting thoughts out of his mind, also following Chao Yi's example of uncovering the unpleasant topic from before, and instead began to recall some of the strange stories that had occurred in Lock City. As it happened, there had been that one incident recently that had been of considerable interest to him personally. Luo Yuanhe distributed a portion of the beef in his hand and handed it to Yen Ju, and spoke, "Brother Yen, you are a senior disciple of the Heavenly Cold Palace. I don't know if there is a method of taming beasts within the sect?" Yen Ju's voice remained a bit dull. "Yes. However, those spells are all rather chickenish and need to be administered from the time the demonic beasts are still cubs. The method of harnessing adult demonic beasts is only available on 10,000 Beasts Island, and it's their untold secret. Brother Yen is modest. Most of the demonic beasts are ferocious and hard to follow. Being able to harness a demonic beast cub is already very good." Luo Yuanhe deliberately lowered his voice and came to Yen Ju's ear. "Brother Yen, come to my tent to look for me at 5 o'clock later, and my humble brother will send you a chance." "How? What chance?" "I have some good cons in my tent. It's not convenient to say here anyway. Brother Yen will know when he comes." There was a sudden tightness somewhere behind Yen Ju, and he glanced at Luo Yuanhe, not moving to the other side. "What can't I say? There are no outsiders here anyway, so just be straight with me. Could it be that you treat Miss Chao Yi as an outsider? Or do you think that Miss Ji Ruo will snatch the chance you're talking about?" Luo Yuanhe looked at Yen Ju, who had suddenly gotten loud, and opened his mouth dumbfounded. He twisted his head and found Situ Jiruo glancing at him indifferently. His own sister also glaring at him with a tight frown, and only Chao Yi looking as usual. "Lu Yuang, ooh, why are you so loud?" He didn't know that Yen Ju had just misunderstood him, and only felt that this pussy's emotional intelligence was simply lower than his own sister's. Thanks to the fact that he is a concubine, but also sent to the Heavenly Cold Palace from childhood to cultivate otherwise on the basis of this emotional intelligence, not early by the two half-brothers secretly get dead. "Forget it. I was going to secretly tell you this secret message and sell you a personal favor so that you could have a wave of solo food. But since you don't treasure it yourself, don't blame me for being ignorant." Ahem. Luo Yuanhe first added a few pieces of dry wood to the fire by hand to ease his embarrassment. And only then did he clear his throat and say with a straight face, "This news was told to me by my father in the morning, and in the entire Lock City, the number of people who know about it won't be more than a handful. This matter involves a demon king of the Burial Star Mountain Range." Beside the bonfire, several people instantly quieted down, their gazes brushing towards Luo Yuanhe, and for a while, the only thing that came out was the subtle sound of wood being burned. Luo Yuanhe was satisfied with their reaction. How scary is the Demon King? One must know that it was only the 8th Order demonic beasts that dared to circle and divide their territories in the depths of the Buried Star Mountain Range, calling themselves Demon Kings, and even if they were as strong as the Heavenly Cold Palace in which Yen Forgiveness resided, there weren't a few strong people who were qualified to fight with the Demon Kings. The corner of Luo Yuanhe's mouth raised a smile, and he no longer sold out, then said, "More than half a month ago, strange movements suddenly came from the depths of the Buried Star Mountain Range. The closest human holy land to this place, Tangyun Mountain, was worried that a strange movement in the depths of the mountain range would trigger the outbreak of a beast tide, and specially dispatched an Earth Immortal Realm powerhouse who is good at stealth to infiltrate the mountain range for exploration. And just last night, my father hosted that powerful man. And from his mouth, he learned that the strange movements in the Burial Star Mountain Range actually originated from the territorial fight between the Red-Eyed Wood Demon King and the Tsunami Wolf King. A brutal population war broke out between the two groups, and just when the war was at its most tragic, the strongest of the Luyun Lame clan took the opportunity to touch the Red-Eyed Demon King's lair, and killed almost all of the Demon King's wives and concubines and heirs, except for the youngest one, a crow cub, who escaped because he was mischievous and playful and was wandering around when it happened. When the Tsunami Wolf King learned of this, he was afraid that the Redwood Demon King would pull it down with him in anger. It even took the initiative to withdraw its troops by hundreds of miles and promised to put aside its conflicts for the time being and join the Wood tribe in crusading against the martial, unsportsmanlike Luyun Liao tribe. Nowadays, the Red-Eyed Demon King is launching a frenzied slaughter of the Luyun Lian clan while sending out a large number of demon clans under his command to work together to search for that final descendant. After saying a large paragraph in one breath, Luo Yunhe's mouth was a bit dry, so he picked up the water pouch on his waist and took a sip. He looked towards Situ Jirua's several people who were shaken by the news, raised his eyebrows, and once again dropped a heavy bomb. Where do you suppose that Akagi urchin cub is? Yenju breathed a little sharply gas. He stared wide-eyed. You don't mean? It's what you think. My father learned of this in the morning and didn't take it seriously. But near lunch he suddenly remembered something that happened not too long ago. Just the evening before last, a group of demon hunters were attacked by unseen demonic beasts, and several people died. According to what the survivors said, the demonic beast that attacked them was a half-human tall ferocious beast with a pitch-black body and blood-red eyes. And although it was small in size, it had a third-order cultivation level. Chapter 9. The Akame Ugina Pups. Small in size, third rank, and with red eyes and black skin. All of this pointed to the identity of that demonic beast as the cub of the red-eyed crow's nest demon king. Chao Yi quietly glanced at Luo Yuanhe and sighed imperceptibly. This was indeed a great opportunity. A cub of an 8th rank demon king, even if its talent was poor, it could still grow to at least 5th rank when it became an adult. If it was carefully bred, it might be able to reach the 6th rank, and even with a little more luck, the possibility of breaking through to the 7th rank was not unheard of. As for the demon king, think about it on the line, want to become an 8th order demon beast bear bloodline and talent does not work. There must also be a large number of chances to support the demon beast world. Great demon heir of the blue is too few examples. In other words, by obtaining this cub, it was a given that after a number of years, having a battle power that was enough to rival the emperor of the Great Yen dynasty would be an inevitable thing. But the Luo city lord who had the most hope of obtaining it did not hesitate to give up this great opportunity. Chao Yi easily saw through the Luo city lord's thoughts. Having determined the general location of the cub, it wasn't hard to find it. It wasn't difficult to conceal the aura on it. The hard part was isolating the guidance of the Demon King's bloodline. Sooner or later, the Redwood Demon King would be able to follow the senses of the underworld to find his child. And at that time, it would be a huge disaster that could not be resisted for the entire Luo city. As for taking the cubs far away, it was even more of a big gamble. No one could guarantee that the Red-Eyed Demon King would not give up on pursuing the heir because of the distance, and no one could guarantee that there would not be any other strong person who could see the potential of the cubs and take them by trickery. The piker is not guilty of a crime. The Lock City Lord was unwilling to give up his existing position and peace today for an uncertain bright future, and he was an extremely rare earthly sobriety in the entire immortal realm. So, he conveyed the news to Yenju through his own son, and in the blink of an eye the hot potato became a huge favor that cost almost nothing. One must know that Yenju was not just the third prince of the Great Yen dynasty, but also the personal heir to a certain elder of the Heavenly Cold Palace. After obtaining the red-eyed crow's eye cub, he could have just departed and brought it back to the Heavenly Cold Palace. Red-eyed Demon King after all is not a Demon Zune, not to mention the Demon Emperor. It again strong also dare not have immortal Zune Township forces wild, and finally can only be forced to swallow this breath, and re-looking for a few wives to regenerate a nest. Luo Wenhe didn't care about the gazes of the others. He just looked at Yenju's slightly reddened eyes and smiled. Brother Yen, how was it? Is this chance still in your favor? Yenju looked at Luo Yuanhe. After all, he was a royal heir, although the person was a bit dull. His IQ was not low. What Chao Yi could think of he could also think of. At this moment, he could only clasp his fists at Luo Yuanhe. I, Yen, will certainly remember the kindness of the Luo family. Where is that cub now? Please guide Brother Locke. Haha. Brother Yen, please follow me. Watching Luo Yuanhe directly get up and walk in one direction, Chao Yi's eyes flickered, becoming more and more certain of her inner suspicions. It seemed that Lord Lock City had not only determined the location of the cub, but had also captured it or trapped it somewhere with some method, just waiting for Yen Shou to go and take it in. No wonder Luo Yuanhe had asked a few of them to camp out in the city late at night. This was clearly a seamless plan. Before that, the Chao family might have been able to break bread with the Luo family with their immense financial power, but since then, with the support of the Great Yen Kingdom's royal family, the Luo family's position was already untouchable. Luo Yuanhe invited her to participate in this party. I'm afraid it's not just a gesture of goodwill, but also a demonstration. The group of several people extinguished the campfire and traveled towards the dark jungle along with Luo Yuanhe. This place was not far from Lock City and belonged to the outermost part of the Burial Star Mountain Range, where even second-order demonic beasts were extremely rare. Yen Shou himself already had a third-stage God Condensation Realm strength, not to mention the fact that several people were secretly followed by the Situ Patriarch, who was also in the god condensation realm, so the possibility of accidents was minimal. After only a few moments of running and skimming through the forest, the group of several people arrived outside a hidden valley. Just as Luo Yuanhe was about to turn back to say a few words to Yen Shuji, a strange fragrance suddenly flooded into his nose. The formation that City Lord Locke had set up at the mouth of the valley beforehand had been artificially damaged. His face changed and he rushed into the valley. The narrow, deep valley abruptly revealed a little firelight, and Luo Yuanhe vaguely saw a dark figure beside it, driving a small, open beast on the fire. Boom! A bolt from the blue. It's over. Luo Yuanhe trembled, and in an instant, his entire body lost all its strength, and he fell to the ground on his butt. Yen Ju behind him seemed to understand something when he saw this scene, and with an angry roar, he rushed towards that fire. Shut up! Let go of my demon pet! Snap! Chao Yi's few people only saw Yen Shou lunging at the figure beside the fire with the momentum of 10,000 pounds. Then they heard a cry of surprise, and then a crisp sound. The white-robed Yen Ju spun around in mid-air and flopped to the ground. What the hell? Scared me. The dark figure picked up a torch and shone it at the white robe flopping on the ground, and suddenly laughed a few times. Agu, so it's you? Brother Yen, it's only been a day since we've seen each other. And you're looking quite chic, aren't you? You! A quarter of an hour later, Chao Yi sat around the fire in the valley with several people with a dumbfounded look on her face. Next to her was Luo Yuanhe, who was also dumbfounded, and Yen Ju, who had half of his face swollen like a pig's head, but managed to keep his head down and shivered. Brother Yenjo, it's fate to meet a friend from another country. Come on, eat meat. It just so happens that I wanted to treat you to dinner at noon to make amends, and at that time you seemed to be in some kind of a hurry and ran off with your legs. But it's not too late to make up for it. Just in time to taste my handiwork. This little beast tastes good, crunchy. Yen Ju dared to be angry, but could only take a pig's hoof handed by Su Huai with a trembling hand and tore into it with a big mouth. His chance? His red-eye demon? His future demon pet? His fifth-order partner. Smells so good? The fall from heaven to hell is much the same. Bean-sized teardrops slid down his cheeks. The young and vigorous third prince of the great Yen kingdom with a bright future was quite sure that he had probably met the enemy of his life. Luo Yuanhe gulped. Although he was annoyed that his father's carefully laid plans had been plucked by someone else, he could nonetheless discern some clues from Yen Ju's attitude. Besides, the scene where Yen Ju of the god condensation realm had just been slapped away was still fresh in his mind, and this black-robed man was obviously at least in the middle to late third stage in terms of strength. What else could he do? A small cultivator at the second stage of late foundation establishment. The situation is stronger than the people. So Luo Yuanhe could only hold his hands on his knees and sit upright like a good boy. Brother Yen, this is... Yen Ju had yet to speak, but Situ Jiro, who had been staring at him ever since she witnessed Su Huai's strike, had already answered his question. He is the eldest young master of the Su family in Black Iron City, Su Huai. Samuel So? Luo Xian, who couldn't figure out the situation, suddenly stood up with glaring eyes and reached out towards Su Huai, who was nibbling on a pig's elbow. He's the loser that you retired, Samuel So? Chapter 10. Isn't this a black pig? Withdrawal, waste. Chao Yi had a hard time correlating these two words with Su Huai, who had just slapped away a certain god condensation realm third prince. Luo Yuanhe covered his face, having a new perception of his sister's brainless attributes. Shivering his lips, he shouted at him, Luo Xian, put your hands down. Oh! Luo Xian shrunk her head and resentfully withdrew her fingers. However, as a brainwashed fan of the white-clothed teenager Yen Ju, she still couldn't like this teenager who had just slapped her own pigeon. What? You're saying Luo Yuanhe wasn't beaten? Luo Yuanhe is just a stupid blood brother, and the pigeon in her mouth is naturally not the smelly one who only pleases others and berates his own sister, but the graceful and handsome-looking third prince Yen Ju. Luo Yuanhe smiled at Su Huaihe with an apology. Sorry, Brother Su. My father is busy with his political affairs and has neglected to discipline my sister. She is used to being bratty at home. Su Huai grinned. No matter what your sister said is actually right. I am indeed a waste of space who has just been retired from marriage. It's not like the main man is still sitting next to you. Luo Yuanhe closed his mouth. Why is this person's IQ so low? How can I answer that? You're going to tell Sito Jiru that she has no eyes? The 3 years are up. You don't want to stay with the Sito family? Sito Jiro didn't feel offended. She had two thoughts in her mind at the moment. One was how Su Huai, the far-famed trash of Black Iron City, suddenly had a strength not weaker than that of her senior brother Yenju. The second is why Su Huai will appear here. Is it that he can never let go of her in his heart? That's why he chased her footprints all the way out of his hometown and came to Lock City. The more I think about it, the more likely it is. What an infatuation. What sincerity. So she spoke directly. Samuel So, hard work. Su Huai Dazzle elbows movements were lurched, and 3 question marks slowly surfaced on his head. And no, it's not exactly hard work. Situ Jirua shook her head, her eyes soft as water. It's okay, Samuel So, you don't have to be embarrassed. Now that you have embarked on the path of cultivation, you might as well join me in worshipping the heavenly cold palace. Master, he is a person who cherishes talent, and after seeing your talent, he will agree to take you in.
Samuel subblinked.
Talent? I got a load of talent. Besides, who is qualified to take me as a disciple? There are only 2 strong men in the heavenly cold palace who can make me look at them squarely. Is your master the heavenly cold immortal emperor or that great elder of the heavenly cold palace? The former is closed for 100 years and has long since stopped accepting disciples, and the latter is keen on alchemy, so I'm not interested in being a medicinal material. Stop it, Ms. Situ. I'm not going to the sky cold palace. Samuel Su, you really don't need to be embarrassed. Hiss. I'm not embarrassed, to tell you the truth. I do have the idea of worshipping a sect, but the target isn't the heavenly cold palace. It's the diffractive moon immortal sect located in the sunken moon valley. Situ Jirua froze slightly. What are you doing in the diffractive moon immortal sect? Pick up girls. Su Huai raised an eyebrow. The diffractive moon immortal sect is the sect with the most female cultivators in the entire immortal domain. And I've heard that each of them has a sunken fish and goose, and a beautiful country. So I was looking for a way to abduct a fairy home to be my wife. Situ Jirua opened her mouth. Obviously the heavenly cold palace is actually not bad. Su Huai glanced at her. I think it's not even close. Situ Jirua did not say anything, although it was wrong of her to withdraw from the marriage, but that was something that could not be helped. At that time you were so wasted, we really are not people of the same world. Fairies are not allowed to fall in love with mortals. But now that you're able to cultivate, I took the initiative to invite you, but you don't want to do it anymore, instead you want to flirt with other fairies. Why can a man change his heart so fast? Ugh, scumbag. A few people were present. Situ Jirua was sullen. Yenju didn't dare to speak. Luo Yuanhe had nothing to say, and Luo Xian was playing a little temper and didn't want to take care of Su Huai. Only Chao Yi, who had taken in the several people's expressions in her eyes, and heard the conversation between Su Huai and Situ Jirua. Her heart was as clear as a mirror at the moment. Mr. Su, my name is Chao Yi.
Oh, hello Miss Gao.
Samuel Su twisted his head to look at Chao Yi. She was wearing a light green plain long dress, and the jewelry on her body was pitifully small compared to Lok Kor next to her. But the pendant hanging around her neck alone was enough to kill all those cloth spirit unspirited metals and gems all over Lok Kor's body, because it was a third-order demon core. It was still an extremely rare ice and fire dual attribute demon core. He had initially seen Chao Yi follow a few people but remained silent, and thought that this was a high-strung, non-verbal woman. I didn't expect to suddenly strike up a conversation with myself. Chao Yi saw Su Huai's gaze glancing over her snow-white neck and collarbone intentionally or unintentionally, and did not feel ashamed. After all, the 3rd book she read was called Analyzing Psychology from the Gaze. As a psychologist, she was pretty sure that there was no excess desire in Samuel Su's gaze, mostly just looking at the pendant hanging around her neck, perhaps glancing at the rest of the place a few times and passing out of instinct. Mr. Su just said that he was interested in joining the diffractive moon immortal sect. Is he going to attend the Imperial Capital event in January? Well, it's the only formal way. And irregular? Of course there are, such as directly grabbing the elder of the diffractive moon immortal sect who is in charge of recruiting disciples, beating him up, and then threatening to hang him from the city wall if he doesn't accept me. Mr. Su is joking. Yeah, I thought it was pretty funny too. Chao Yi realized that although Su Huai was smiling, the smile under her eyes was very thin. Analyzing through her eyes, she came to a terrible conclusion. That sentence just now was clearly not a joke. Inwardly, she was a little appalled, but Chao Yi's face remained motionless. But nowadays, there is still a long period of time before the opening of the event. So does Mr. Su have any other plans before the Imperial Capital event? Su Huai dropped the bones in his hand and wiped his mouth. He glanced at Situ Jirua, fearing that this woman would think he was following her again. so he told her the truth. I have to make a trip to Tangyun Mountain. It's to see the Monument of Enlightenment? Aha! Chow Yi blinked. It looks like my schedule overlaps with Mr. Su's. How about traveling together in company? You're going to Mount Tangyun too? Going to visit a family elder and, by the way, also go to measure my talent and do some irrelevant preparations for the next grand event. So Miss Chow is still Mr. Su's competitor. Chow Yi laughed lightly. Mr. Su is joking. You haven't responded to my invitation just now. This isn't very good, is it? There's nothing wrong with that. Our Chow family happens to have some industries along the way, which can save you from the many trivialities that you'll encounter along the way. So much for that. It is an honor for Chow Yi to travel with you, sir. How unfamiliar to call you sir. Just call me Su Huai. If you don't mind, Samuel, so you can also just call me by my little... Forget it. It's better to call it by name. Okay, Chow Yi. Nima. Luo Yuanhe watched Chow Yi's textbook set of performances from the sidelines, and within a few minutes, she directly made friends with Su Huai, and the Chow family has climbed into a relationship with another potential stock. He took another look at his own sister, who was pinching a piece of hanky trying to wipe that swollen face of the impatient Yenju, and had an urge to spit out blood. Good sister, cultivating immortality is not about fighting and killing, not to mention love. Cultivating immortality is about human emotions. You catch people Yenshu lick, can lick also, even if my Luo family may also be able to later produce a princess or something, but people Yenshu obviously do not see you, lol. His sister couldn't be relied on, so he had to go on his own. Sue. Samuel so. Luo Yuanhe's words were interrupted again, and he twisted his head to look at Situ Jiruo, who was gritting her teeth. All the while he kept spitting in his mind. Why are you so rude? Don't you know it's outrageous to suddenly interrupt when others are talking? No wonder Samuel so didn't want you. You deserve it. Situ Jiruo, however, ignored him and instead stared straight at Su Huai. She's in a weird mental place right now. Obviously she's the one who proposed to back out of the marriage and has never even met this fiancé before yesterday. Can't even talk about him as a friend, and to say how much she likes him is obviously just farting around. But I don't know why. Seeing Su Huai and Chow Yi looking like they were talking to each other. How are you and how am I doing? Her heart was on fire and she was very uncomfortable. This mentality is actually quite normal. Just like two couples, obviously you first cheated on someone else and broke up, but when you find out that your ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend is with someone else, you will still have a hard time in your heart, and you can't do anything about it. In other words, there's a guy who keeps chasing you, and you clearly don't like the other guy, but you realize that you just rejected him, and he turns around and goes straight for your BFF. Damn, so pissed off. To put it bluntly, it's a... Su Huai looked at Situ Jiruo. Something wrong. And what are you yelling so loud for? Nuts, huh? Situ Jiruo clenched her silver teeth. Do you know who this demonic beast is that you're roasting on your shelf? Su Huai was asked and subconsciously blurted out, Isn't this a black pig? What? Its dad is Li Gang. Chapter 11 Pain. Pain to the heart. Who is Li Gang? Li Gang, is a very happy father. Oh. Situ Jiruo subconsciously nodded, but quickly reacted, her eyes once again bulging. Nope. What Li Gang or not? I'm asking if you know the identity of this demonic beast cub. I know, little black piggy crunchy. Situ Jiruo was about to be exasperated. She stood up and pointed at the roasted pig above the fire that was already half-eaten. This is the red-eye demon. It's the scion of an 8th-rank demon king, and it's the last one. You're in big trouble, you know. So, you know you're scared now, don't you? No wonder it tastes so good. You if you want to eat, sit down and eat. If you don't dare to eat, dig some soil on the side by yourself to make do. Don't interrupt my meal with a start. Su Huai skimmed his lips. From the first moment he saw this little black pig, he detected the faint aura of a demon king on the other party. But so what? Even if that demon king really came to the door, so what? The only way it could avenge this little black pig was to use all of its own fine flesh to prop up Su Huai. Besides, the demonic beast clan can be described as indifferent to feelings to the extreme, especially like this kind of demonic beast is also called a dolphin, commonly translated as a pig. A boar will avenge his own piglets? Don't kid yourself, Demon King class can have a dozen or so heirs in a single litter, plus Demon King's lifespan is incomparably long, and there's no such thing as an old man's son. Unless one of the heirs was talented enough to be its right-hand man, it could not be half as distressed even if all of its heirs died. Of course, the average person who runs into someone's lair and kills their heir will indeed be hunted indefinitely. But is that because you killed its heir? That's damn well because you slapped its face and trampled on its dignity as a demon king. By the same token, domesticating someone's heir as a mount is also an insult, and the saying can be killed but not insulted is just that. Situ Giroir was dumbfounded by Sue Samuel's dislike. Even her hair strands were trembling. She really didn't understand why Sue Samuel was able to put on a look of indifference in the face of anything. The Demon King. That's a Demon King. Who, after eating and drinking enough, Su Huai touched his stomach and twisted his head to look at a few people. Which one of you can show me the way? Luo Enhe finally interjected, pointing to what road? Of course it's going to lock. Oh, I know Su brother directly to. Come along, Samuel so. Luo Yuanhe's words were interrupted again. Chao Yi stood up. Tonight she ate a little too much under Su Huai's gracious invitation. The corners of her mouth were still stained with some grease, reflecting a moist luster under the firelight. She stretched, and her reflection in the firelight showed a tantalizing curve. As it happens, I'm also a bit tired, Big Brother Locke, and Core. I wish you a wonderful evening with Mr. Yen and Miss Situ. I'll take Su Huai back to Lock City to rest first. Seeing Yen Shu nodding, Chao Yi turned around and left. Although this established chance had been sabotaged by Su Huai, in any case, the Luo family's favor had been given out when Luo Yuanhe revealed the whereabouts of the demon cubs. With the support of the Dian dynasty, the Luo family's position was already untouchable, and it was impossible for this border city to change its surname to Chao again for the rest of its life. Since this was the case, there was no more need for Chao Yi to continue maintaining her high emotional intelligence. The clay man still has some fire left in him. You Luo Yuanhe called me out to you as a wingman even if, after all, before I came here I thought it was just a matter of everyone getting together and bonding. But who knows you ing play dirty, with a chance on the spot to embrace the royal thighs even if, but also in front of me a Chao family member's face with the great Yen prince love me. What, to stand up to me? Do you think I give a? Since there is no hope of competing for the position of city lord again, why am I still accompanying you here to make false pretenses? It would be better to find a way to deepen my feelings with this fierce man called Su Huai. What if he flies off the handle later? Chao Yi had read many books in her life, and there was no shortage of stories about mortals fantasizing about becoming immortal cultivators. After all, a mysterious teenager like Su Samuel, who came out from a small town in the deep mountains, was previously known as a wastrel, and then suddenly rose to prominence, along with a withdrawal buff on his body. It's a proper great emperor's talent. Seeing that Chao Yi took the man called Su Huai to go in the direction of Luo City, Luo Yuanhe could only sit by the fire gas, shaking, cold. Being one of the two big families in Lock City, the Locke family and the Chao family were not much different in terms of strength in all aspects, and the competition between the two families was almost put in the open. However, this rivalry did not bring about any enmity between the two families. Instead, Lord Lock City and the head of the Chao family were still good friends for many years. Therefore, Luo Yuanhe and Chao Yi can also be said to be half-childhood friends. It was impossible to say that he didn't have some thoughts about this long and beautiful, slender-waisted and thin-legged daughter of the Chao family, who also had a high level of emotional intelligence. Now to hear her smile and say she's tired and wants to take another man home to rest is no different than a girlfriend suddenly calling him in the middle of the night out of breath, and then telling him she's running while eating chili fries. Nima. Ouch. It hurts like hell. Luo Yuanhe reached out and wiped a handful of non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes and turned back to Situ Giroir, who was also staring at the back of the two of them of Su Huai, gnashing her teeth and aching her heart. Miss Sito, I'm sorry for your loss. Situ Giroir, however, ignored him and instead turned her head to look at Yen Ju, who had been silent on the side. Sherfu. Early tomorrow morning. Set sail back to the sect. Yanju nodded softly. Luo Yuanhe faintly froze. Brother Yen, and Miss Situ, 1T you go to Tangyun Mountain to take a look. No need, that enlightenment tablet won't be of much use to us in a short period of time. Besides, there are other ways within the heavenly cold palace that can improve our qualifications. Elder brother is right. Besides, all I want now is to set foot on the road of cultivation as soon as possible, feather my nest, and make him regret it. Situ Giroir slightly lowered her eyes, and Luo Yuanhe and Yen Ju on the side didn't speak again. Luo Yuanhe was bewildered, not understanding why Su Hui regretted it after Situ Giroir feathered his way to immortality. Could it be that when Situ Giroir became powerful in the future, she would still have to find Su Hui and kill him, and then hang the body on a crooked neck tree? Yenju, on the other hand, felt that Situ Jiruo was dreaming. Brother Yenshu, why don't you have an orange for your fruit after dinner? Luo Xian, who had only had Yenshu in her eyes since the beginning, saw that Yenshu had finally stopped turning his grief into appetite. Not knowing where to pull out an orange, she handed it to him. Thanks, but I'm not eating. Ah? Why? Oranges are too cold for my liking. Then I'll warm it up for you before you eat it. Okay? No, hot oranges are too sour. Oh. Then Brother Yenjo won't eat it. Luo Yuanhe, you eat it. Luo Yuanhe looked at the orange that had been thrown into his arms and suddenly reached out to cover his heart. It hurts. It hurts more. My good sister, Don't you know, licking dog, all shall not die? Chapter 12. He died suddenly while walking. The moonlight was obscured by thick dark clouds, and Chowie held a piece of fluorite in her hand, only barely illuminating the path ahead. The place where a few people camped wasn't far from the gates of Lock City, but it was more than 10 miles away. In fact, it was a very unwise behavior to light up a light source in a dense forest in the middle of the night. A large campfire could indeed disperse some wild beasts, but if it was just a torch, it would only lead to greater danger, especially with this moving light source. Nocturnal predators will see sporadic sources of light as a provocation for prey and rely on the shrubs in the forest for sneak attacks. But Chowie didn't have this concern right now, because just the fact that Su Huai could slap Yenju so easily proved that he possessed the strength to kill indiscriminately in this outlying area. But as he walked, Samuel Su suddenly stopped. Chowie cocked her head at him. What's wrong? Look up. Something's blocking the road. Huh. Chowie raised the fluorite in her hand, only to see a white-robed old man standing quietly in the branches of a large tree in front of her, unusually conspicuous in the pitch-black jungle. The old man's hands were gathered in his wide-sleeve robes, and he squinted his eyes slightly, not being able to see his face too well. Only the large mole at the corner of his eye looked unusually comical. Su Family Jr., you've gone too far. Samuel Su sighed. What are you? Old me, the deacon of the heavenly cold palace. Qin Shan. From the sky cold palace? The old man shook his head. Exactly. This trip to the Su clan is the first time in more than 10 years that Yenju, a pro-disciple of the heavenly cold palace's sword-washing peak, has traveled down the mountain. There are many dangers in the immortal realm, and the peak master was not assured of this rash young man's safety, so he specially sent the old man to secretly protect him. Nice guy. Going out with a bodyguard? Call it a bodyguard. But it's true. It's just a shame that I don't seem to be very competent as a bodyguard. Samuel Su didn't panic. Instead, he grinned and chatted with the old man in the tree in a high and low voice. Incompetent? How so? First, before arriving at Black Iron City, due to various reasons, cultivators with a cultivation level higher than the 4th rank are not allowed to enter. So Black Iron City has this kind of rule? But my deadbeat old man is clearly only the 4th order. What qualifications does he have to set up this kind of rules? Could it be that the Su family still has some hidden big brother sitting in the dark? Hee. Otherwise, what do you think makes Black Iron City able to occupy a Mind Vein secret realm and stand close to the middle of the Burial Star Mountain Range, an area filled with 3rd and 4th rank demonic beasts? By virtue of Su Zhengheng, whose cultivation is barely at the 4th rank? Samuel Su cocked his head. So what are you trying to say again? I failed to enter the Black Iron City, but I know that Yen Forgiveness lost his soul after leaving the city and his Taoist heart was damaged. Originally also because of the inability to know the reason and some angry, until the party, see you bully in his... Stop it. I didn't bully him. Heh, that slap. Even the old man heard it from dozens of meters away. It was an accident. Who made him lunge at me out of nowhere, and I hit him in purely instinctive self-defense. The old man, however, stopped arguing. He raised his foot, and with one step, he nodded in the void, and in the next moment, he had appeared behind Su Samuel. The shadowy face carried a hint of a sardonic smile. The dry hand grasped Su Huai's shoulder, and a faint medicinal fragrance quietly permeated out from under the white robe. At this moment, the distance was drawn in, and the old man's face was finally fully presented in front of Su Huai. As pale as a dead man's skin clung to his bones, with pitifully little flesh and blood, and the entire face was inscribed with densely packed blood-colored runes. Even the deep-set eyes in their sockets were a bizarre, ghostly green color, and the ones in the corners of his eyes weren't nevus but rather a dark brown, medicinal fungus. Chowie covered her mouth and screamed. startled by his evil ghost-like face, and fell on her butt on the ground. Su Huai, however, frowned slightly, a hint of surprise in his voice. Medicine man? Oh, that's some insight. TSK. It seems that the problems of the Heavenly Cold Palace are truly not small. At least that sword-cleansing peak master in your mouth is certainly not a good person, of course. The greater possibility is that the entire Heavenly Cold Palace is rotten to the bone. The old man's expression also carried surprise. Su Huai's reaction was somewhat out of his expectation, but in the next instant, he felt his wrist being held by someone.
Katsho.
The bones of the arm were easily snapped like a withered branch. Immediately afterward, a fist the size of a sandbag quickly enlarged in his eyes, and with a rumble, whacked his head into the ground. He finally reacted, and his ghostly green spiritual energy rushed out, converging on his body to form a bizarre plant. The plant was a large flower, with sticky venom flowing from its stamen, and its petals were covered with tiny sharp barbs, like countless teeth, biting towards Su Huai's head. Phew! Bone-eater flower. Su Huai reached out and grabbed the petals of the large flower, and just as he wanted to directly tear it in half, the silver-articulated snake ring on the middle finger of his right hand flickered with a faint scarlet glow. The cool touch traveled through the skin into the brain, and the ring seemed to transform into a real silver snake, leaping down Su Huai's fingertips into the stamen of the large flower. Hiss! The faceplate-sized bone-eater flower suddenly recollected itself into a flower bone and began to twist in mid-air, swaying, struggling, like a lonely boat battered by wind and waves. Finally, suddenly, in a moment of stillness, along with the branches and leaves collapsed limply in the old man's heart, the flower bones slightly undulating, the branches and leaves trembling, pitying. Su Huai's face was shocked. This scene was more or less not very elegant, and inevitably reminded him, an old colorful man, of certain delightful bedtime exercises. Just snakes and flowers is more or less over the top, isn't it? No sooner had his rambling thoughts ended than he saw the little silver serpent come out of the flower's bones again and crawl back into his right middle finger, transforming back into a finger ring. Only the red light under his eyes seemed a little stronger. He subconsciously raised his right hand to fondle the ring, and the snake's eyes on the ring glanced at him, then immediately re-emerged as a small snake, opening its mouth to loosen its own tail to give him a bite instead. Without waiting for him to break into tears, a warm energy surged through the snake's teeth into his fingers and then into his limbs. It's an amazing feeling. The meridians were moisturized by this energy, emitting a faint fluorescent light, and Su Huai felt that even his soul made a soothing and leaping sound. Strength rating 9.3. Potential rating 2. Overall rating 13. I'm tired and I'm going to take a nap. Call me when you get to the Monument of Enlightenment. And don't touch me on my body. The high and cold snake re-emerged as a finger ring, and the scarlet snake's eyes reverted to darkness, as if it were just an ordinary craft ring built by a middle-aged enthusiast. The potential went up by 2 points, from 0 to 2, and Su Huai closed his eyes to feel it for a moment, and found that a colorless spirit root had appeared in his empty dantian. Small, but at least it's there. Spiritual roots represented a person's cultivation talent and were the most important thing for cultivators. Empty spiritual roots with no cultivation would be scorned. Empty cultivation without a spiritual root would be treated as a freak, and once it was seen, it was highly likely that it would attract the attention of the immortal emperor and then be arrested and dissected. Su Huai did not expect his talent in this life to improve so easily. You have to know that in his last life he only succeeded in condensing his spiritual roots when he was 20 years old, and it was still only the most inferior first-grade spiritual root, which was converted into a small snake's evaluation of roughly only score. Later on, he went through a lot of hardships and was several hundred years old before he managed to elevate to the 8th grade under the large amount of pills poured out by his own rich wife, and then with the addition of chance and hard work, he finally broke through to the immortal dignity. Yes, having a high-grade spirit root doesn't necessarily put one on the top of the heap, but those who are on the top of the heap must have a high-grade spirit root. Heavenly rewards are all blind barren bull. The ugly duckling can become a white swan. That's because he was originally a ing swan cub. Similarly, it was impossible for a cultivator's realm to be more than one rank higher than his spiritual root grade. But the fact is that there are 9 days in the heavenly way, and one of them is hidden away. The level of the spiritual root is actually able to be raised. But the truth was, no power would go for such a costly deal. After all, the resources needed to raise a scrap spirit root, if taken to a genius who was already a high spirit root, could theoretically produce at least 5 strong people of the same strength. Su Huai's previous life was an example of this, all kinds of heavenly treasures, massive piles of precious resources, as well as the full support of a ninth-grade alchemist was what allowed Su Huai to make his way to the end step by step. Especially that ninth-grade alchemist. That was a woman who could make Su Huai, an old lecherous man, willingly give up the whole forest in his last life and hang himself on a crooked-necked tree with a rope. And in this life, only just leaving the house in less than a day's time, one has a second-grade spiritual root. It is truly the future is promising, Su Huai lowered his head, skimming over the bone-devouring flower that had been emptied of its body, and looked at the old man lying motionless on the ground. He's dead. The bone-devouring flower will not live long without the soil, and will wither in half an hour at most. Medicine man, an evil, even malevolent secret method. The most common method used by evil cultivators to refine medicine people is to take a baby that has just been born and is still gifted, and plant the seeds of spiritual plants in its body, and as the baby grows up day by day, the seeds of the spiritual plants will also take root and sprout in its body. Eventually the spirit plant matures at some point and the child who is the carrier dies. The second is the kind of old man in front of him. A secret method was used to control the mind of a strong person to make them voluntarily become a slave of the medicine grower, planting spiritual medicine directly at the heart. This method is simple and brutal, quick results, but also do not need to take care of it from time to time. The only disadvantage is the high cost. On average, a flower consumes a fifth-order powerhouse. Samuel Su clasped his hands together and prayed for the dead old man. After all, this selfless old man has just dedicated himself greatly and accomplished Su Huai. If everyone had this selflessness, Su Samuel would have long ago broken through the immortal emperor, shattering the void and dictating. Forget it, it is better not to dictate Vanguard. The high place is too barren and scary, and Su Samuel is afraid of loneliness. After finishing his prayer, Su Samuel dug around in his spatial ring and took out a small shovel and threw it to Chow Yi. Here, Chow Yi, do me a favor. Bury this old man who died suddenly and carelessly and suddenly while walking down the road.
Cao Y Gunpit.
What, walking around and accidentally dying suddenly? Don't think I didn't see you punch someone to death, Can't you be serious about your excuses?
Chapter 13 Ruthless Samuel Su.
The first rays of the morning sun reflected through the window screen in the small attic with its narrow space. All four walls of the small attic were lined with bookshelves, neatly organized with all sorts of carriers used to record knowledge. From jade slips and stone carvings to bamboo and paper, in the very center of the loft was a soft crib. The girl lying on the bed gripped a book in her hand, but a faint dark circle floated around her eyes. This night Chow Yi was in a daze. Her cultivation talent was good, although she couldn't claim to be any kind of heavenly pride. She was still a bit stronger than the geniuses in the general population. It's just that she rarely goes out on weekdays, and she's more fond of nestling in this small attic with the sea of books than fighting and killing. But she did something great last night in a sparse way. With a man he had just met less than an hour ago, he dug a hole in a dark grove and puffed and buried his head in the ground for nearly half an hour. While bending down to shovel the soil, he also looked around for fear of being spotted. After all, it was indecent to do such a thing in the middle of the night. Buried or a fifth-order ascendant immortal realm cultivator, with the current saint of the great Yen kingdom in the same realm of superpower. Well, at least in her opinion, the immortal ascension realm was already very strong, a realm she had never dared to hope for in her life. But it's such a strong man. Only to have his heart blown out by a light punch from the teenager who smiled with a hint of gangliness. Without even last words. No, not even a decent tombstone. There's only one small, low mound. But for some reason, there is still an inexplicable thrill in her heart when she remembers that the little graveyard bag was still built up by her own hands. Shovel by shovel, the girl closed the scroll in her hand. After a night of careful searching, she had come to understand what a medicine man was from a book in the library. And she also knew that the medicine man was from the Sky-Cold Palace, a holy place of immortal cultivation that countless people tend to rush to. Chow Yi tucked the volume that recorded the general message of the forbidden art into the bookshelf in the far corner of the room. She pursed her lips and after much hesitation decided to force away her sleepiness and fight her way downstairs. The attic had 3 floors. The first floor was a living room with a practicing room, while the second floor was a few small rooms used for guests. Samuel So was placed there. As soon as she went downstairs, Chow Yi saw Su Huai lying in front of the table, carefully handling this small bunch of white flowers that she had folded back from the woods last night. What are you tossing these for? It's just a common wildflower. It's not worth anything. Su Huai raised her head and smiled at Chow Yi after realizing that it was her. It is indeed a wildflower that can be found everywhere as far as you're concerned. But for some, it is a surprise that can make them happy all night just by seeing it from afar. Chowie smiled back and didn't retort. She sat across from Su Huai, looking at this teenager who could hammer someone's skull with a single punch, and watched as he carefully dried the stains on the petals and branches with a cotton cloth before inserting them into the vase containing the spirit liquid. The warm sunlight sprinkled on his face, and his eyes were serious and focused, giving him a sense of happiness in the years to come. Gathering up the last small white flower in his hand, Su Huai placed it on the table before he held his knees with both heads and raised his head to look at Chow Yi. Say, what's it to me? Chow Yi froze, then lowered her head and said softly, it's still about last night, about that medicine man. The medicine man, what's the problem? No, it's not him who has a problem, it's the Heavenly Cold Palace. I heard him say that he's a deacon of the Heavenly Cold Palace, instructed by a certain peak master to secretly protect Yen forgiveness. Also, Chow Yi quietly glanced at Su Huai and realized that he was looking at himself with unblinking eyes, so she had to purse her lips and say all the words in her heart. Also heard you mention the name of the Sky Cold Palace. That's why I want to ask why you didn't inform the other immortal cultivation forces when you clearly knew there was a problem with the Sky Cold Palace. Instead, they let the Heavenly Cold Palace maintain its superficial hypocrisy and let it spread its disciples in the immortal region. Samuel Su nodded. So that's the problem, huh? Yes, I don't mean to question you. It's just that you know everything. Yet you didn't even alert Yen Shou and Si Tuji Ruo. I think you must have some plan. You guessed wrong. I have no plans whatsoever.
Cao Y froze.
Samuel Su looked him straight in the eye. Do you think I'm a bit heartless?
No.
There's no need to deny it, you're a normal person, so you're right to think I'm heartless. After all, I know that the Heavenly Cold Palace is a devil's cave. Yet I can still watch as countless young boys and girls with dreams like Situ Jirua's treat it as a holy place, and then with visions of the future in mind, they flock in to suffer death one after another. It does seem like I'm a selfish and heartless person. But Chow Yi, people are powerless in many cases, and no one will believe anything you say or do until you have enough status and fame. People are creatures who are indeed intelligent on an individual basis, but when they are gathered together and their future are involved, they become stupid and stubborn. They will carry a certain paranoia that the dream in their heart, the path they have chosen, is above all else, and regard all who question them as heretics. The girl lowered her head, pondering Su Huai's words. Then he heard Samuel Su continue. I once had a friend who, after learning the secrets of the Heavenly Cold Palace by chance, had exactly the same thoughts as you in his heart. He had a passion to be a savior. He ran to the royal capital of the great Yen kingdom and told others about it, but they looked at him with disgusted looks and warned him that he was not allowed to speak any more nonsense and demonic words, or else they would break his legs with their own hands and hang his body on the gates of the royal city. Knowing that he was a man of few words, he found other elders from other immortal realms of proper strength who had come to take on disciples. That elder is a real good person, did not rashly believe, but also truthfully reported to the clan that righteous force could not tolerate sand in its eyes, and immediately secretly organized manpower to infiltrate the Heavenly Cold Palace to investigate. Things were as far as that friend of mine could go at this point. The results, however, have not been favorable. Su Huai twisted his head to look at the street scene outside the attic. As the rising sun rose in the east, stalls and vendors were the first to flood into the streets, occupying positions with high foot traffic. It was loud and full of life. Su Huai's voice, however, remained even and without waves. The Heavenly Cold Palace was able to deceive the entire immortal region for so many years, so how could it possibly reveal its footsteps and be easily found out? The scouts sent out by the righteous forces found nothing, so this matter could only be left unsettled. They didn't make things difficult for that friend of mine. They just crossed out his name on the clan's test list for new entrant disciples. Then later, my friend was blacklisted by all the sects together and was disheartened. And not long after, a group of vicious bandits led by immortal cultivators suddenly appeared in the immortal region. They ransacked a large number of villages and towns in a certain area, and those villages and towns were unable to resist this plundering. Not a single one of the villages or towns plundered was left alive, and the methods used were extremely cruel. All people, men, women, and children, had their ears and tongues cut out and their eyes plucked out. Even if they die, they can only be a lone person who can't see, hear, or speak. And inside those few slaughtered villages and towns, There happens to be that one that was the place where my friend discovered the secrets of the sky-cold palace in the first place. Chapter 14. My father is the president of the Chow Family Chamber of Commerce. When a light shines into the abyss and the filthy nastiness of the abyss is revealed, then that light is guilty. That friend in Su Huai's mouth was no one else but his sixth world self. At that time, although he had died many times in this world, he still retained a purer sense of justice in his heart. Until his sense of justice killed thousands of innocent mundane mortals in those villages and towns. Until the disillusioned he was finally pulled out by the Tianhan Palace Grand Elder's men, captured that full of human material Dan room chamber, hissed and wailed under the burning fire, blood and bones melted, and finally turned into a potion. When he was reborn in the seventh life, he sat paralyzed for a day and a night on a bamboo chair in the small courtyard of the Su mansion in the heat of the summer, not eating or drinking, and letting the rice served by Chung Xiaoho cool on the table before slowly turning rancid. Cultivating so hard in the eighth life might not be without the idea of killing the heavenly cold palace for revenge after breaking through to a mortal emperor. Chow Yi sat on the sofa with a bleak look on her face. She's not the kind of person who doesn't know better. While familiar with emotional intelligence, she still retains the purest goodness within her, yet has long since left the realm of the brainless Madonna. Like the old man we met last night. Although being made into a medicine man is very tragic, but she did not let Su Samuel spare his life at all. Instead, she also personally planed a pit to bury him. Consequently, that story in Su Samuel's mouth, although it sounds tragic after her own deduction, it is very likely to be true. She sighed. I also thought about joining the heavenly cold palace. Before, after all, Yan Shuji said before that he could help me and Luo Yunhe go through the back door and exempt the examination. So do you still want to go now? Chow Yi raised her head and looked at Su Huai, her face full of shock. Do I look like someone who likes mushrooms on her face? Su Huai grinned. Who knows? Besides, medicine people don't always grow mushrooms. Maybe grass grows on their heads, or flowers grow on their faces. Let's just forget about it. Want to go out shopping together? When I'm in a bad mood, I want to spend money, a lot of money, on a lot of things. I'm poor. It's okay. Today's spending is covered by this young lady. You can put it all on my dad's account. Samuel Su stood up with a jolt. Elbow. We elbow now. Lock City deserved the name of a heavy city. Perhaps the prosperity of this place was not comparable to the imperial capital, but when it came to the market for cultivation materials, it was second to none in the entire Great Yan dynasty. Chow Yi was also different from the average woman. She did not have much interest in cosmetics and clothing, nor was she fond of the so-called auction houses and high-end chambers of commerce. Not much farther out of the attic, the duo drilled into a marketplace that smelled of blood, one after the other. The market is small but quite crowded. Most of the people set up here were retailers who relied on hunting and medicine picking in the buried Star Mountain range to make a living, and a piece of rag that was more than a foot square was the trader's makeshift store. Samuel So stood on one side of the street, holding a box of steaming hot poultry wings doused in an unknown sauce. This box of meat and wings originated from a first-order demonic beast named Wing Chicken, which was the existence of the lowest end of the biosphere, with a docile temperament and a very low IQ, making it extremely easy to capture. Even though they were demonic beasts, their fighting strength might not be comparable to a village bully goose in the countryside. After all, geese still bite, while winged grouse just cluck and cackle at their predators with open wings. Its only characteristic is that its vitality is ridiculously strong, and the demonic beast skill passed down in its bloodline is named Rebirth of Broken Limbs. Su Huai watched as the shopkeeper cooking the meat wings chopped off the wings with a single knife, plucked out the feathers and washed them, and threw its wings into the pot for cooking directly in front of the wailing winged chicken. The winged chicken wailed a few times, and with a poof, immediately launched the talent's severed limb rebirth, which took no more than 2 minutes, inexhaustible, and can be called a perpetual motion chicken. The ingredients, which can no longer be described as generally fresh. Samuel Su made a humanitarian critique of this extreme cruelty and then tearfully ate 3 large bowls in a row. While Chow Yi, who had changed into civilian clothes, squatted in front of a middle-aged man in a straw raincoat and reached out to pick up a half-meter-long crimson fish. Brother, how do I sell this? Hee, this young lady has good eyesight. This fire spirit fish is a purely wild king of fish. Not to mention the delicious meat. It's also highly likely that the body has already condensed a demon core. I don't want more from you. How about 20 taels of gold? Of course, it would be great if the young lady is willing to settle the bill with spirit stones. 5 lower grade spirit stones will take it away. The price is absolutely fair and fair game. Chao Yi put down the fish in her hand. It's a bit expensive, isn't it? Although the fire spirit fish contains a demonic beast bloodline in its body, it is not a true demonic beast after all. A genuine first-rank demon core only costs 7 lower-grade spirit stones, and you dare to ask for 5 for a mere mortal fish. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. What mortal fish? This is a nearly 2-foot-long fish king. Hee hee, uncle. How can it be that easy to encounter a fish king that has metamorphosed into a demonic beast? Didn't you just yell big brother? Why did you change to uncle? I'll call you an old man later if you keep talking out of your ass. The middle-aged man knew that he had met a connoisseur and could only helplessly shrink his head. Then how much do you say? 1 or 2 silvers.
ミドルエイジドマン。同じの。
1 or 2. Or silver. Why don't you go grab it? My name is Chao Yi. My father is the president of the Chao Family Chamber of Commerce. If you don't sell it to me, I'll tell my father later that you just tried to blackmail me, and have him bring someone to set off your stall right away. This nifty. Hardcore robbery. What do you mean the number 1 bandit in the immortal cultivation world? Somali pirates have to kowtow to her before they can leave. Su Huai looked dazedly at Chao Yi beside him, her scalp numb from this operation show. That middle-aged man's scalp was even more numb than Su Huai. After all, he was the one who was robbed, and seeing that Chao Yi was unreasonable, he could only look up at Su Huai, who was obviously a fellow traveler. The corner of Su Huai's mouth twitched, silently turning around and calmly nibbling on a mouthful of chicken wings, ignoring his gaze that was filled with pleading for help. Don't look at me, I'm poor. Seeing Su Huai see death, the boss's body trembled and could only raise his hand to wipe away the tears from his eyes, hissing his voice and showing a sad smile to Chao Yi. Sold. Sold you. Thanks for your patronage. Ms. Chao is really good at cutting prices. Don't do it next time. Ha! Chao Yi in the end, of course, did not really give only 1 or 2 silver. This kind of pitiful thing to damage the reputation of her own chamber of commerce she could not do. 2 taels of gold, 0.1 chung xiaohe, was probably the market price of this fire spirit fish, which was close to the king of fish in size in Luo City. The middle-aged man was making some money, but not much. Noteworthy. He who dared to ask for 20 taels of gold when he opened his mouth ended up being quite grateful to Chao Yi. This means of controlling people's hearts made Su Samuel think highly of Chao Yi, the eldest daughter of the Chao Family Chamber of Commerce, for a few more points. Chapter 15. A piece of paper is 1,000 pieces of gold. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Chao Yi, who had not slept all night, finally tired herself out, and the depression in her heart gradually dissipated with the large amount of money she had squandered. The duo finally ended the trip to Locke. Chao Yi threw the purchased demonic beast ingredients to the chef cooking in the kitchen, and after saying hello to Su Huai, she drilled into the 3rd floor of the attic holding a few old books she had found. Samuel Su could hear the subtle sound of water running from upstairs. The little devil in his heart was stupid, but just before he could open his mouth, he was slapped into the wall by the little angel holding the alchemy furnace and couldn't even gouge it out. He sighed and could only nestle down on the couch, pull out the book, Fey Race Demoness Review, that his old man had given him, and began to dive into the constructs of the Fey race.
Cut Yars. Foxtail. Snake Weist. Nosebled.
Time passes slowly. On the 3rd day of Su Huai's arrival in Luo City, Chao Yi finally knocked on his room door. With a red face, she watched him drum up a few floating goji berries in a thermos cup, and then told him to take care of his body and that it was time for them to leave. Chao Yi has an almost fanatical obsession and love for books. Upon realizing that Su Huai often held a book and read it, and also reached out to wipe his nosebleed from time to time, his heart was filled with curiosity. She had asked Samuel so why she had a nosebleed. Samuel Su told her that what he was holding was a cursed book of the ancient gods, and that all the knowledge inside was forbidden, and that every additional glance would be cursed. Nosebleeds are a negative effect of the curse. If she wants to see it, she can borrow it, but she must have a parent accompany her in case she is cursed to die. Chao Yi believed it, and after successfully borrowing the book, she bathed and dressed, burned incense to purify her hands, and also invited her father to protect her, and reverently turned over the book cover that had been specially wrapped in refined cowhide by Samuel Su. Then, and no more, she felt something was wrong after the first page, but still turned dozens of pages in disbelief. The curse took effect, but a father's love was not enough, and her father bore that curse for her, and the almost 50-year-old man tilted his head up, and 2 deep reds ran down his nose. Then, that book was seized by her father. Even though she repeatedly stated that it was borrowed from a friend, it was held for a full night before being returned to Su Huai. Chao Yi does not know what happened that night. Only know that his father that afternoon suddenly spent a high price in Lock City to find a group of master painters who are good at copying. The journey from Lock City to Tangyun Mountain was not a short one, and if an ordinary person were to walk there, it would probably take at least half a year or more. Therefore, they chose to take flying demonic beasts. The Chao family themselves had bred flying demonic beasts, which were a kind of winged bird with 4 huge feathered wings, with a wingspan of up to 30 meters, and a hut built with lighter wood on its back. Second-ranked demonic beast 4-winged Toho eagle. The Chao family head's name was Chao Yang, an old man who was stuck at the peak of the condensation realm, only 1 step away from the 4th stage of metamorphosis. Unlike Samuel Su's own father, Su Zhengheng, Chao Yang is a good and responsible father who treats his eldest daughter and youngest son equally and gives them equal fatherly love. Even if the Chamber of Commerce had more business, it still found time to personally accompany its daughter to Tangyun Mountain, and then later to the imperial capital to participate in the examination, so that when his daughter passes the test he can be the first to bless and share the joy. If she does not pass, he will be able to comfort her when she suffers a setback and bring her home. Suai envied this kind of fatherly love. After all, he was an orphan in his original world, and after crossing over to the immortal realm, Su Zhengheng favored the younger brother who had superior talent and had been sent to the sword mound for cultivation early on, and never focused too much on him as the good oldest child. But when I say envy, I'm not really that envious. Because just now, Chao Yang had driven Chao Yi into the room, while he himself took out a set of tea utensils, brewed a pot of fine dragon well, and discussed the cursed ancient book with Su Huai. Chao Yang whispered to Su Samuel when he was young and unintelligent. He had secretly raised a second-order white spirit fox behind Chao Yi's mother's back and raised it for many years, dreaming of the day when the spirit fox transformed into a human form. It doesn't matter if he repays or not or anything. The main thing is that he is caring and likes to adopt stray critters. It wasn't until later that he learned that demonic beasts had to be at a minimum of the 6th rank before they could take form. So he grieved for a long time and gave that white fox to Chao Yi's mother. In the end, the fox lady became the biggest regret of his youth. Until yesterday, when Samuel So's book fulfilled all his fantasies about the fox lady. So he planned to go to the imperial capital to ask, where there is nothing that can help demonic beasts to transform into the form of the elixir for sale, even if the dumping, it's still possible to try and sneak one in without breaking the bank. Samuel Su blinked at him frantically. Unfortunately, this middle-aged old man's emotional intelligence is far less than his daughter. Not only can't read Su Huai's hints, but also kindly asked him if the wind was too strong and confused. Su Huai could only show a helpless smile before telling him softly, "Uncle Chao, you turn back." The first moment Chao Yang turned around, he saw his own little cotton-padded jacket standing by the door with a smirk. His tiger's body shook, and he suddenly opened his mouth to loudly reprimand Su Huai. He said that Su Huai is young and does not learn well. Have to think of what the fox lady Catwoman. The end is not for the son of man. Su Huai's smile disappeared little by little. He, the king of flinging pots and pans for his whole life, finally became the object of being flung by others one day. If this man in front of him wasn't Chao Yi's own father, if he was Yenju or that what's his name Luo Yuanhe, he would more or less have to give him 2 big slaps in the face to make him sober up. Damn Yanju, I'll take this revenge. Luckily, Chao Yi was no cutie pie. She stood there and listened to all of her old man's nostalgia for his youth, and took a pen to write it all down. What is the concept of a word for 1,000 words Samuel Su doesn't know. But a paper is 1,000 pieces of gold is what he saw with his own eyes. A record of just a few lines of white paper was Chao Yi sold for 1,000 taels of gold. This money, if you get the Black Iron City, you can buy a full 50 chung Xiaoho, and Su Samuel can find a way to make them into a maid army, get out of the Great Yen country, and dominate the immortal region. Forget it. Chung Shu doesn't even know how to press a shoulder to claim AF King immortal domain. It's better to be honest and keep sweeping with her precious broom. For Wing Toho is only a second-order demonic beast, but can be captured as a mount. The speed of nature will not be too slow, although compared to some of the aerial overlord traveling 2,000 miles a day, but also easy. 2 days passed in a flash. Su Huai and the others were traveling in a low altitude, and there were no air overlords present in the first place. Then again, the route that had been worked out over several generations was also incredibly safe. So there were no accidents until the Toho Hawk gathered its wings and docked at the town at the foot of Tangyun Mountain. Of course, except for Chao Yang, who lost 1,000 taels of gold. Tangyun Mountain. After getting down from the Toho Eagle, Su Huai looked up at this immortal mountain that he had visited countless times in his previous life, and a trace of imperceptible nostalgia flashed in his eyes. For the majority of people with mediocre qualifications and shyness, yet unwilling to settle at the bottom, Tangyun Mountain was the immortal region's #1 holy land. This was not to say how strong Tangyun Mountain was, rather the opposite. Although Tangyun Mountain could barely be called a party of immortal sect, the strongest person within it was only a mere immortal king. It was called the First Holy Land because of the Monument of Enlightenment at the top of Tangyun Mountain. The Enlightenment tablet can improve qualifications. The effect is not strong and varies from person to person, but it is there in the end. This kind of resource was a good thing to hide inside the other great powers of the immortal region, and it was rare for non-disciples of the clan, or even non-insider disciples, to see it in their lifetime. Tangyun Mountain is just the opposite. They open the Enlightenment Monument completely, no matter if it is a man or a woman, no matter if it is a man or a woman, no matter if it is a man or a woman, no matter if it is a man or a woman, no matter if it is a man or a man. As long as they can breathe, all the people in the world can sit in meditation under the Monument of Enlightenment. It was their willingness to give everyone in the entire world a slight chance to change their destiny against all odds that made them known as the First Holy Land by those who stood out from the bottom, as well as those who were still struggling to make ends meet. Su Huai had naturally visited this holy place in his previous lives. Only it didn't work well. I also wondered how much he would be able to improve his qualifications here in this life with the help of that little silver snake. Su Huai gently rubbed the fingertip of the articulated snake ring. The 2 scarlet snake eyes on the ring flashed more than seems to be at any time to change back to a small snake to bite him hard. Chapter 16, Tangyun Mountain. Qualification Assessment. 2nd Grade Inferior Spiritual Root. Attributes: none. At the foot of Tangyun Mountain, Su Huai withdrew his own hand and watched the stone platform for testing talent light up with 2 white lines. 2nd grade spiritual roots, very inferior. If nothing else, a person with this kind of spiritual root would not be able to cross the threshold of the foundation establishment stage and become a God concentration stage cultivator in his or her exhaustive life. Not to mention that it was also the most spicier of the spirit roots, the attribute less waste root. The spirit power cultivated by this kind of spirit root was just the most ordinary spirit power, neither the destructive power of the fire and thunder spirit root, nor the thickness of the earth and water spirit root. One could say that is featureless. Like most of the people converging on Tangyun Mountain, all of them were mediocre, yet unwillingly mediocre mediocrities. Your turn. Su Huai looked back at the shocked Chao Yi behind him and shrugged helplessly. What, disappointed? No, just a little curious. Disappointment is impossible to be disappointed. The man in front of him is strong to bursting. Yenju, kind of 18 years old, to cultivate to the 3rd stage of the pride of heaven in his hands, cannot even top a slap. Chao Yi even suspected many times that her nearly 50-year-old father could not block that slap. Such a ruthless man is already powerful. What's wrong with having a little bit of talent? Does he need it? Do you see Yenju, who possessed a 6th grade metallic spirit root, dare to open his mouth and mock him? You let him try? I'm afraid I'll have to try and pass away. Chao Yi slowly stepped forward and waited for the 2 white lines on the test bench to dissipate before she reached out and pressed her hand on the spot that Su Huai had just pressed. She only felt a gentle force flow into her meridians through her palm, running around her body in a circle before returning to the testing table through her palm. Immediately afterward, aqua-blue ripples appeared on the test bench. Qualification Assessment. 4th Grade Inferior Spiritual Root. Attribute: water. The commotion on the testing platform drew the gazes of some cultivators, envious ones and many jealous ones. 4th grade spiritual root in the cultivation world is already considered 1 in 1,000 kind. Having this kind of talent and still running to Tangyun Mountain to grab the chance with these ordinary people like them? I'm afraid it's not a high school student coming to the elementary school campus to pretend to be a pussy. Is it? Su Huai touched his chin and smiled. Not bad. 4th grade spirit root. Surpassing your father in the future is a foregone conclusion. After all, my father has used so many resources on me. A smile appeared on Chao Yi's face. If I can't surpass him even with this, it would seem like I'm a bit incompetent. What are we going to do next, hike? Of course. What's the point of coming here without hiking? Tangyun Mountain has a total of 99,000 steps, and when you look at it from the foot of the mountain, you can only see the towering clouds at the top of the mountain, as well as the eagles that appear to be hovering in the clouds from time to time. For every 100 steps, a faint force combs the blood veins and meridians of the climber, and for every 1,000 steps, a baptismal quenching of the body's roots and bones can be ushered in. It is said that if you can climb to the top of the mountain, you will be able to change your body and transform from a mortal into a heavenly pride demon with the qualifications of a great emperor, and you can suppress an era with your own strength. Only for thousands of years, the strongest climber only went up to 94,000 steps, and it was also a direct descendant of a great power, as well as the enemy of Su Samuel.
Suord moong gravakapeli si daw.
The same hateful woman who secretly snailed in the bamboo forest in her previous life, had her house lit on fire by Su Huai, and then karmed him with 2 ice blades. Su Huai wasn't sure if Li Sadeo, who had ascended the 94,000 steps, had the ability to suppress an era, but it was irrefutable that she had the qualifications of a great emperor, because she really is an immortal emperor. But after all, those like Li Sadeo who purposely ran to sprint for the Tangyun Mountain record in order to prove themselves were only a minority, and they would leave immediately after sprinting for the record without making any stops. Tangyun Mountain nowadays, most of the climbers are gathered in the first 30,000 steps. After 30,000 steps, the number of people began to show a precipitous fall. Would you like to buy a hiking manual, sir? Shortly after stepping onto the steps, a little boy wearing the Tangyun Mountain Taoist robe ran to Su Huai with a parcel of scrolls and handed him a yellow paper with undried ink. Climbing the mountain is twice as easy with this manual, which reminds you where you can get supplies, where it's good to stop for enlightenment, and where it's good to stop and rest. Just 1 spirit stone. It's a good deal, isn't it? Su Huai knew the young Taoist boy in front of him. He was the young disciple of the Tangyun Mountain master, possessing a strong talent, but he was born with a rebellious bone and did not like to cultivate. Stealing the yellow paper used to draw talismans on the mountain, he drew and scribbled on it, and then ran to the foot of the mountain to cajole them, the hard-pressed poor bastards. Su Huai smiled and nodded, just before he had the time to touch the space ring on his index finger. Chow Yi on the side had already taken out 2 spirit stones from his body first and stuffed them into the little boy's hand. Meeting Su Huai's gaze, she rightfully said, "I said I'd cover all the spending along the way."
Samuel Susaid.
Another hateful rich woman. When the little Taoist boy left with a happy face and ran to another place to look for his next victim, Chow Yi took the 2 mountaineering manuals in her hand and scrutinized them. The Gnosis platforms, supply points, rest stops, and even more relaxed hiking routes are all there and look authoritative. But when she subconsciously went to look at the other one, the smile on her face suddenly stiffened beyond recognition. Busted. Fooled. The 2 manuals, surprisingly, are mostly different. Samuel Su laughed out loud. Chow Yi glared at him and gritted her teeth. "Did you already know that this manual is fake?" "Of course I know. I'm not stupid like you." "Then why didn't you warn me? Instead of acting like you were going to buy it out of your own pocket? It's just 2 spirit stones. Just consider it as paying an entrance fee." Samuel Su tucked in his hand and stepped upward. If he remembers correctly, the holy land of Tangyun Mountain ceased to exist after 5 years. The buried Star Mountain range rioted as a demonic jinn suddenly set off a beast tide without warning, and nearly a quarter of the Great Yen country's territory was flooded with overwhelming demonic beasts in just half a day. The Tangyun Mountain master brought almost all of his disciples down the mountain to decapitate the demons and escort the mundane populace out. That beast tide lasted less than 3 days, and it was only after a giant of the human race on one side personally stepped in and killed 4 demon kings in succession that the havoc initiated by the demon race was finally quelled. Only those disciples of Tangyun Mountain who went down to behead the demons did not return to the mountain gate again, including the master of Tangyun Mountain. The sacred immortal sect, which used to be filled with laughter, only remains with countless spirit tags, as well as the unchanging stone steps of climbing for eternity, and the monument of enlightenment that doesn't speak. Since then, Tangyun Mountain has existed in name only. The mountain master's favorite apprentice no longer carries around a haphazardly scribbled hiking manual to deceive people, but carries a bamboo broom, day after day, year after year, sweeping the stone steps of the hiking. Chapter 17: The Monument of Enlightenment. 25,000 step. Su Huai, who only had a 2nd grade spiritual root, was still able to swim with ease. However, Chow Yi, who possessed a 4th grade spiritual root, was already panting and sweating profusely as she held onto the stone steps. Every step was like taking a huge pressure like a mountain torrent overcoming her body. "Is it still holding?" Su Huai reached out and handed her a brand new cotton towel, which he had gone out to pick up when he was in Luo City, buying a bundle at once. As an old man who had lived for 9 lifetimes, he had long since departed from the lowly taste of stifling and bitter cultivation, and had begun to enjoy life while steadily raising his cultivation. Gadgets like these that could improve the quality of life abounded in his spatial ring. "I can't." Chowie sat on her but on the stone steps, her hair disheveled, burying that pale, beautiful face into the towel, her voice muffled. I specified that I couldn't. Although I have a 4th grade spiritual root, my cultivation is too poor, only late body refining stage strength, and I can't stand the continuously increasing pressure even further up. You go up first. Don't worry about me. I'll just cultivate here by myself for a while. Good thing too. After watching Chow Yi find a block of steps to sit down on her knees, Su Huai accelerated the speed of the climb, completely ignoring the pressure that the steps put on the climber, and walking as if he were flying. 30,000 steps, 40,000 steps, 45,000 steps, 50,000 steps. Until the 60,000th step, there were not many silhouettes to be seen at this height, and there was only one big man with gnarled muscles on the large, empty platform. This big man is 2 meters tall, his arms are thicker than his thighs, and his face is full of beard, which looks like a combination of Grandpa Cow and Cow Warrior. As Su Huai sized him up, he also sized Su Huai up. Good. It's really been a long time since I've seen such an amazing young man. Young man, at your age, your cultivation is thought to be at most 4th grade, but yet you were able to make it all the way here, so I guess your spirit root must be of a not-so-low grade. My human race, is this another 9th grade spirit root supreme pride? Which immortal sex heir are you? Su Huai tucked his hand. A pair of black eyes met the big man, and he peered into the seemingly naive and muddy eyes to see a large mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Such people were either veterans of hundreds of battles or vicious bandits who slaughtered and plundered cities either way. They were people who wore their heads on their pants belts and scorned death. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone a question? The big man froze, then laughed loudly, cupped his fists at Su Huai, and said, My family, Liu Kanglin, is the guardian of the Meteor Devil Cave's great desolate city. Usually, when a man sees me, his eyes are all wandering, but this young man not only dares to look at me, but also dares to ask me a question in return, which is quite suitable for my taste. In the future, if you lack a place to practice, you can come to the great wasteland city to find me, and Sprinkler will lead you to charge the battlefield and cut down the demons. The Cave of the Fallen Devil. Meteor Devil Cave, one of the 3 forbidden places in the Immortal region alongside the Burial Star Mountain Range and the Weeping Ghost Abyss. The Buried Star Mountain Range was the territory of the demon race, and as early as 1,000 years ago, there were rumors that there were demon emperors lurking in the core of the mountain range, and that there was more than one of them. But the demon emperor of the Burial Star Mountain Range was only a legend after all, and no one had actually seen it. On the other hand, the Meteor Devil Cave, which was also one of the forbidden places, had long been proven to have the existence of a devil emperor. The devil of the Meteor Devil Cave was not an adjective, but a noun. The immortal domain was the most brutal and vicious creature. No one knows where the demons came from. 700 years ago, the Meteor Devil Cave was still just a vein of spirit stones. I don't know which day, the vein dried up, dug out the mine hole, suddenly gushed out a large amount of black gas. Immediately after, countless different forms of the devil suddenly appeared from the black fog, destroying everything within their sight immortal domain life. Later, the human race built a defense line in the Meteor Devil Cave and sent a large number of powerful people to guard it. And only then were they able to block the demon race's footsteps and restrict them to the area around the Meteor Devil Cave. Knowing the identity of the big man, Su Huai finally pulled his hand out from his sleeve and bowed back to the big man. Black Iron City, Samuel Su. Black Iron Su family? The big man's body suddenly lurched and his eyes widened. What kind of person is Su Chong-gu? You knew my grandfather? Su Huai realized that the eyes of the big man looking at him changed as quickly as a traffic light, from admiration, to fear, to pity, to rightful. His brow trembled as he realized that things were not simple. Unfortunately, the big man reverted to the silly look he had at the beginning, and refused to say anything else with his mouth closed. Grass. Can the Riddler get the hell out of Fairyland? Can Samuel so spoil him? That inevitably can't. He stepped forward quickly, and the big man seemed to see what he was thinking, but was unimpressed. A heaven's pride is nothing more than that. How much stronger can it be than him? A 6th-ranked powerhouse who has been through hundreds of battles. Is it good for the young man to be too angry? It's not good. As a senior, Liu Kanglin, could just give this teenager a small lesson, letting him understand what it means to respect the old and love the young. Thus, when Su Samuel walked in front of him, he suddenly struck out with a turn of his spiritual energy. A snap tackle, as expected, was taken on the spot easily. The big man was held down on the ground by Su Huai as a whole. The big bearded face was pressed against the ground. The arm that was thicker than Su Huai's thigh was countered behind him, and the muscles of his body couldn't make half a bit of strength. Little fellow, a mere 6th-stage Earth immortal realm, and you still want to make a move against my father? Who gave you the courage? Say, why do you know my grandfather? Abba, Abba. Not saying anything, are you? Then don't blame me for rubbing itching powder on your back. Let you itch for 3 days and 3 nights. The big man's eyes widened. You're a devil from the cave of the fallen, aren't you? I'm all muscle and I can't touch my back, so that's where you're picking? Putting itching powder on the back of a big, muscular man, that's a human thing to do. Dahan finally recanted. People under the roof had to bow down. If facing the demon race, he can naturally brave death. Even if it is the immortal domain 10 torture all to him on once, he is not likely to say anything. Maybe after his death, his name in life will be engraved on the monument of loyalty and righteousness in the great wasteland city. And his name will be remembered for thousands of years. But if one was tickled to death hard for selling in front of the juniors, how would one want to be famous for ages? I'm afraid that it could become the ultimate laughingstock that the great wasteland city guards would use to amuse their grandchildren. After hearing the big man's confession, Samuel Su was not satisfied. Because the big man also knows not much, only No Suchanga was once the commander of the Weeping Ghost Abyss, once only with the Weeping Ghost Abyss of the Ghost's passionate killing, close combat. Until a few years ago, he was ambushed and he was seriously injured. Coughing, he saved an old life and returned to his hometown in his old age. It's just that every year you still have to undergo a certain amount of treatment to get help to get rid of the ghostly energy in your body. Su Huai naturally thought of the alchemist he saw in the old man's courtyard before leaving home. I think that was the one who came to heal the old man's wounds. Only the technique didn't seem to be very good. Far worse than his own rich wife. Su Huai watched him with his own eyes as he operated like a tiger at one time, refining the elixir in the furnace into a black paste. But the alchemist does not seem to want to admit their own failure, but also ing hard to burn, Su Huai thought. Afraid of this pussy does not want to lose face in front of their own a junior, so the emotional intelligence is very high. He did not dismantle. Piping in, to be able to let this kind of unreliable alchemist heal one's injuries, one would think that the old man's cultivation level was not much higher. Listening to the tone of the big man, it was a certainty that the old man was higher than the 6th rank, possibly the 7th rank or the 8th rank. Brace yourself for the peak of the 8th order. After all, there was no old master's name on that immortal list ranking where immortal dignitaries could be on the list. He can't be some hidden immortal emperor. Haha, what a joke. Definitely. Should be. Probably impossible. Chapter 18: The Memory of the Monument of Enlightenment. There is no need to dwell too much on the old man's past. The big deal is to return to the Black Iron City and ask him directly. As the old man's good grandson, can he not tell himself? After figuring this out, Su Huai released the hand holding down Lu Tsonglan with a tasteless face. Lu Kanglin climbed up from the ground, reached out and patted the crushed sand and dust on his face cleanly, then broke the jawbone that was knocked crooked by the ground, and looked at Su Samuel with a look of seeing a ghost. Su's little... Looking at Su Huai's slightly narrowed eyes, Lu Kanglin waved his hand and smiled sarcastically. Samuel Su, what kind of strength is this, mother? I actually can't even resist a bit. There must be at least a 7th stage heavenly immortal realm, right? I don't know what you grew up on. Su Huai skimmed his lips and didn't answer Lu Kanglin's question, but raised his hand to touch the smooth stone wall. The 60,000 step. Any further step up would instantly increase the pressure tenfold. Although Su Huai had a 9th rank cultivation, after all, his current spirit root level was too low, and his newly formed spirit root was too fragile to withstand a greater impact. If it is further up, it is very likely with a long-time sick and weak old man suddenly wildly show 1,000 years of ginseng. The result of the deficiency is not subject to tonic, is directly tonic death. The good thing was that although this place was not considered the top floor, it had been able to touch the bottom of the enlightenment tablet, and it did not have much of an impact on his next plan. Little snake. Samuel Su tapped the ring on his finger. Little snaky snake? Stacked words. Disgusted mind. The finger ring on his hand moved, once again transforming into that small silver snake, coiled between Su Huai's fingers, raising his head and continuously spitting out tiny pink snake letters. Come closer, let me touch the monument. So I'm pressing straight up? Press bar. I really pressed it? You're bored and annoyed without it. Keep talking. Press. The corner of Su Huai's mouth slightly raised. His right hand was placed on the dark brown stone wall, and a cold touch came from his palm. The small snake between his fingers had a red light flashing under its eyes, and opened its mouth, its sharp teeth leaving 2 tiny holes in the stone wall as if it were biting tofu. Immediately afterward, a majestic force seemed to have found a vent, rushing out from the deepest part of the stone tablet and converging through the hole towards where Su Huai was. Grass. Sensible? How do you expect me to be rational? It is said that the deficiency is not supplemented. Su Huai perceived this scene instantly blanched. The small hand trembled and almost pulled his legs to run. Look at you, you're a loser. Don't move. That huge energy did not burst Su Huai's body. The silver-colored snake opened its mouth and blocked the hole, absorbing at least 99% of the energy away. And the remaining drop was just about the limit of what the young spirit root in Su Huai's body could currently withstand. With the energy entering his body, Su Samuel's body trembled, and his soul drifted as if he was sent up to the clouds. At the same time, some intermittent images were poured into his sea of consciousness along with the energy. A lonely island with a small pavilion. For teenagers, 3 men and 1 woman sat around the pavilion and exchanged cups and talked about life. 3 points of drunkenness and 7 points of true love. The 4 agreed in the pavilion that they would meet every 5 years in the future and go to the top of the immortal way. In the first 5 years, all 4 arrive, and one of the men and one of the women have already fallen in love with each other over time and are married, charged and blessed by the remaining 2. The second 5 years, however, only 3 came. Immortal road is against the sky, and people fight with the demon, fight with the devil, fight with all things, fall in the middle of the road, although let friends and family grief, but there is nothing to be done. After the third 5 years, the city where that couple was located was attacked by a powerful demonic creature. The pitch-black fire of the calamity flooded everything, and the weak human race was buried in the fire like ants, and the hissing howl of the demonic creatures resounded in the calamity, and a pair of huge ram's horns dinged the dome of the sky. As one of the few most powerful cultivators in the city, that couple had to step forward with the rest of the several strongest people to face the monster that was as horrible as a god and goddess in order to cover the evacuation of more people. In the fourth 5 years, the snow was heavy, and 4 wine glasses were set up in the pavilion in the center of the lake, but only 1 person was left to drink alone. The former teenager has faded from youthfulness, 20 years of time rushing to make the handsome face full of stubble. Originally full of bookish teenager is now full of scars. A big drunk, he looked at the calm lake and laughed, recounting to the empty seat the anecdotes he had encountered and the secret places he had broken into over the past 5 years. He said he had fallen in love with a woman, but she was only from a mundane family, with a cozy and ordinary home and a carefree smile on her face forever. He couldn't bear to destroy that ordinariness. Cultivators, especially those in the world he lived in, were powerful and respected, but they also carried the duty of sheltering a party. He could die at any time, maybe the next 5 years, maybe tomorrow. The next morning, the pavilion in the lake was empty, and last night's clamor seemed like just a trance-like dream. Only a small line was carved into the small table where the 4 had made a spirited promise to sit around and laugh. You're buried in the mud. I send snow all over the earth. The last person really didn't wait the next 5 years either. It was a magnificent battle. He was bare-chested, his hand holding a pitch-black stone monument stepping in the air, his surroundings constantly flickering with flames and lightning. And on the opposite side of him, the huge demonic creature with goat horns stood in the clouds, the big black hand that could not be seen at a glance, and the hideous body that was nearly 1,000 meters high made people despair. The demonic creature that had decapitated that couple in the past had become a true deity in just 10 years. There were millions of people living in the city behind them, and with the demonic creatures besieging the city and cutting off all paths of life, there was no place for them to evacuate. Despair, rampant and pervasive. One by one, the cultivators inside the city rose up in the air. In front of the demons, they didn't even have any room to surrender or beg for forgiveness. If they couldn't escape, they could only die. In that world, it was a shame for a cultivator to die behind a mortal, and an honor to die sheltering mortal folk. The man holding the stone tablet's beard and hair flared, and lightning constantly soared out from his body, leaving piercing and scorched marks on the goat-horned demonic creature. However, the attack that was enough to destroy mountains and crack the sea was weakened by the layers of armor, and when it struck the demonic creature, it only caused him to pause slightly and let out a hiss at most. The battle goes on for a very, very long time. One cultivator discarded life and death, red-eyed to vent all the power in his body, and when his power was exhausted, he drummed up his body and rushed to the area where the demons were densest, blossoming into a splendid firework. This humongous blocking did slow things down some. The people of the city, brazenly armed with iron tools and weapons from their homes, were going to try to pull one off. Those who feared death prepared their own painless poisons or hid in what they thought were isolated corners, dark cellars, and prayed for an escape. Finally, the physical strength of the cultivators began to overdraw. The man with the stone tablet in his hand gasped for air and suddenly looked back at the flower store in the middle of the city. He didn't see the girl he secretly loved inside. But nothing mattered. The last ounce of strength in his body was mobilized, and the blade of light that coalesced was stabbed not at the demon's eyes, but at his own brow. There, a purple thunder crystal shone with a brilliant light, wrapping his body and rushing towards the embrace of that goat-horned demonic creature. Rumble. The fireworks are bright and the life fades. The stone tablet held in the man's hand also shattered, disappearing into the deep sea and falling into the firmament. Chapter 19. Only a Mercedes-Benz can climb a tree. Su Huai, who was standing still next to the stone wall, opened his eyes as he looked at the dark brown mountain wall in front of him. His eyes still reflected the great battle, with its mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The Monument of Enlightenment on Tangyun Mountain was the stone monument held in the hands of the man in his memory. Even though it was only a corner fragment of that stone monument splattered out, it also contained some of the man's power from his life, constantly nourishing the meridians, bones, and blood of those who came after him. Just that world in the memory is the immortal domain of millions of years ago? Or is it another realm that really exists? If it was the immortal region in ancient times, then why are there no records of those demons left now? That world in his memories seemed to be filled with powerful demons, and the human race seemed so weak that they could only build up a remote city, living on the shelter of sturdy stone walls and cultivators. And immortal domain. Except for the unknown deep sea, most of the area is the world of the human race. The demon race is blocked in the meteor devil cave, the ghost race is suppressed in the weeping ghost abyss, and the demon race. The only happy place for the demon race was the depths of the Funeral Star mountain range. Most of the demonic beasts in the rest of the region were in a weak position and were hunted by the human race as cultivation materials. Not here. What you just saw, it's not here. You know? Su Hui blocked Lu Kanglin's line of sight behind him, using his consciousness to talk to the small silver snake entwined between his fingers. I'm actually leaning more towards that being another world too, and it looks like the human race in that world is miserable. But I feel that the cultivators there are all very powerful. The one holding the stone tablet looks much stronger than me, and it even feels like he's considered top-notch even within the immortal emperors. At least it's a lot better than Lee Sedeo. Could it be a peak immortal emperor? You take it as it is. What do you mean I'll take it as it is? Get it straight. Riddle snake shall not die, you know. Anyone who talks halfway deserves to have their mouth torn off. It's not good for you to know too much. You just need to keep in mind. The owner of the Monument of Enlightenment is not particularly strong. If you settle down and cultivate your talent and potential, you'll soon surpass him. Then you give a standard. How many points does it take to pass? At least 10 points on both. Power and ki. Everything you wanted to know in a boat. Su Huai skimmed his mouth. He would like to do the same as he just dealt with that big man, holding the little snake down and rubbing it on the ground, forcing it to spit out everything it knew. But he couldn't beat this snake. Recalling the feeling of being drained of power in the cave, Su Samuel felt a palpitation. The snake thinner than a finger was most likely on the same level of existence as the goat-horn demon god from that piece of memory just now. He meow, I don't know if this crap snake is male or female. If it's male, when I'm strong I'll grab it and throw it into a wine bottle to make wine. If it's female, hey, you're thinking of something rude again. I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. The little snake's scarlet pupils glared at him, followed by opening its small mouth, and its two sharp teeth dug viciously into the flesh of his middle finger, causing him to grimace in pain. But Samuel Su, who already knew what the little snake was doing, didn't resist. Feeling it carefully, there was indeed a stream of pure energy flowing from the snake's teeth into his limbs. Compared to the raging tidal waterfall in the Monument of Enlightenment, this energy was just a silent stream, continuously feeding Su Samuel's spirit root with a most gentle means. This method ensured that there was no impact on the spirit root, but also maximized the grade of the spirit root. Su Huai silently gave himself a slap in his heart. Damn. The snake that is so good to you, you actually want to take it to make wine. True, Asuai. You'll be punished by not being allowed to eat for a month. Unlike the last time when he absorbed the essence of the medicine man and condensed a second-grade colorless spirit root. This time, Su Samuel's spiritual root was sufficiently elevated from the second-grade inferior to the fourth-grade superior, directly crossing the dividing line between the third grade and the fourth grade. This is a long process. The so-called easy to fight, difficult to keep the mountain is so, as long as there is enough energy out of thin air. Pinch a poor quality spirit root is not difficult. The really hard part is to nourish it with care and to add to it and make it go further. Su Huai stood like this in front of the mountain wall with his eyes tightly closed. Within Tangyun Mountain, there was a formation protecting it. Climbers could not use their spiritual energy to attack each other. So he was not afraid of being disturbed by Lu Tsonglan. Only when the spirit root was nearly saturated and could not hold any more energy did the little snake stop infusing it, and then incorporate the remaining energy into its own body. Su Huai also opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth raised a smile of satisfaction. Now, even if the cultivation is not put aside, Su Huai also sighs can call himself a small genius. You should know that even his father Su Zhengheng, a hot man with high eyes, who can't see Su Hui as his eldest son, his spiritual root grade doesn't dare to reach the middle of the fourth grade. If the next time he went home and Su Zhengheng said that he was a waste again, Su Hui could have shaken his tiger, flashed his fourth grade superior spirit root, and then the corners of his mouth would have been twisted. The 3-year period has come and gone, and my Su family's youngest has returned against all odds. Su Yungheng, you dare to call me a loser? What kind of macabre are you? This Su family has eyes but no eyes, so it's better not to treat them. At that time, the Su family elders must have sucked in a breath of cold air, and then called out horror as, ahem, on second thought let it go. He was not, after all, a flunky, and furthermore he was afraid that the corners of his mouth would be torn by the old man before he had time to crook them. Su Huai raised his hand and stretched. Then the bones around his body made a crackling sound, which proved that the time he had spent in front of the mountain wall was indeed not short. Looking around, Lu Kanglin the brown man full of muscles had already left, and on the ground pressed with a stone was a piece of white paper with a line of address written crookedly, inviting Su Samuel to be a guest in the great wasteland city. Su Samuel casually folded the piece of paper a few times and stuffed it into his spatial ring, and then raised his head to look at the top of the cloudy mountain before he re-collapsed his eyes and walked towards the foot of the mountain. 19 days had passed since several people arrived at Tangyun Mountain. In these 19 days, Chao Yi moved forward a little further with her own efforts, climbing from the 25,000 step to the 28,000 step. Although her talent didn't have any major improvement, her meridians were quenched to be wider and tougher, her strength was also improved. She successfully broke through from the body refining realm to the second stage of foundation building. She was already quite satisfied in her heart for the Tangyun mountain line. Now still stay on the steps have not left, but also just waiting for a higher place has not yet come down Su Huai. Downhill is easy and uphill is hard. From waking up to arriving at the 28,000 step, Su Huai all the way walked as if flying, almost running out of shadows on the mountain path. Even when you hit a corner turn, you don't slow down, you run hard on your own 2 feet AE86, and you're just one drain away from a drain turn. It was only when he stopped not far from Chao Yi that Su Huai suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly threw out of his mind the thought that he had just been driving AE86. Damn, serious people who like to drive that kind of broken car. Anyway, Su Huai does not open. To open is also open Mercedes-Benz. After all, A86 can only go to the mountains, Mercedes can only go to the trees. Samuel, so, I'm here. Chao Yi waved at him and jogged all the way over. You finally came down. A few days later, maybe we'll miss the Imperial Capital Fest. She had long seen this windy man running down from the mountains, not seen for more than half a month. This man's breath became more and more calm and condensed and charming. Cultivation is also becoming more and more unfathomable. Chapter 20. The Imperial Capital. Great Yen Country Imperial Capital. It was said to be the Imperial Capital event, but it was actually just the preliminary selection of new disciples by those immortal sect powers. The conditions for passing were very loose, a spiritual root of the 3rd grade or above, as well as a better heart, plus being able to match the eyes of the assessment elders in charge of the assessment. After the pre-selection, the qualified examiners can only follow their favorite clan elders and return to the clan's premises for the real examination. If they pass, they will be admitted to the clan, but if they don't, they will be repatriated. The event held in the Imperial Capital was actually a reunion activity led by the royal family of the Great Yen Kingdom to allow those geniuses within the country who wished to enter the immortal sex forces to get acquainted with each other, and in the process create a little bit more of a sense of belonging to their hometowns. At least in the future, in case of prosperity, don't forget that you are a Dayan country, and you can step in to give your hometown a hand when Dayan country encounters a disaster. Su Huai and Chao Yi were considered to be the ones who came later, stepping on the night before the immortal sect examination elders descended to arrive at the imperial capital. All the way through the dusty journey, naturally there was little leisure to make acquaintance with those so-called Great Yen Celestial Pride, and directly returned to the room arranged by Chao Yi and collapsed into sleep. The Chao Family Chamber of Commerce is not small in the Great Yen country, and has branches in all the major cities, and when business gets bigger, all kinds of connections become cumbersome and scary. Therefore, Chao Yang, the president, had just arrived at the imperial capital, and was pulled out by some of the city lords of the big cities to drink and party, and Chao Yi, the future successor of the Chamber of Commerce, was not allowed to be free. She needed to familiarize herself with each city first, or at least give those city lords a general impression of her. In this way, in the event that the immortal path does not work in the future, she will be able to inherit the billions of dollars when she returns home in despair. Arrived at the imperial capital only shortly after noon, slept all afternoon Su Huai to the evening, but there is not the slightest drowsiness. So he made a couple of leaps through the window sill, climbed up from the room to the roof, and, not minding the dust on the masonry, lay down directly holding the back of his head. Lying on the roof looking up at the stars. It was his favorite thing to do in his former life. At that time, he did not pass the immortal sex examination because his spiritual root was too inferior and his cultivation level was not high, so he could only build a 2-story hut at the foot of Diffractive Moon Immortal Mountain. The roof of the hut was made into a huge terrace by him, which was filled with all kinds of equipment and materials used for alchemy, with the only exception of a small reclining chair placed in the corner. Sometimes when the rich woman got tired of practicing alchemy or failed, she would run all the way to his arms and beg for comfort, and then she would stay with him on that recliner and look at the stars. The two would argue in whispers about what the stars in the sky foretold, and Su Huai, who had never studied stargazing and divination, would only talk nonsense, coming and going with one sentence. Mars is bright tonight. The rich woman asked him, "What is Mars?" Samuel Su was silent, then replied, "A star that breathes fire." The rich woman was much more knowledgeable and knew far more things than he did, but he won every argument. Nothing else, every time you can't say it, Su Samuel will hoop the waist of the rich woman, and then lie down on her ear and gently huff. Really can't directly up, block her mouth. Shameless, but it works every time. After the kiss, the rich woman would just nestle in his arms and grunt, then agree with all the fallacies he presented. For example, what continents are square? The immortal realm has long been occupied by lizard people, the world is ending in 2012, and little monsters are eating 4 or 5 Ultraman at once. Back then the years were quiet, the dandies, the rocking chairs, the stars, and everything on the roof was a rich woman's. Only rich women are his. It's just that the rich woman seems to be so enamored of his embrace that she can't look at the stars for long before she quietly falls asleep. Crunch. Wooden doors always have one problem or another, and after a long time they come with their own anti-theft system, which makes an ear-splitting buzzing sound no matter who opens it. A slender figure leapt onto the roof from where Su Huai had just climbed, wearing a gorgeous purple gown, and lay down beside Su Huai, looking at the starry sky with him. "How did you know I was here?" Chao Yi's face looked unusually red because of the alcohol, and rolled her eyes at him. "My room is right above yours, and when you just came up you passed by my balcony, leaving footprints that were too obvious. My shoes are so clean and I can still leave footprints. Are all Uran's housekeepers so conscientious that they even wipe the balcony so clean?" Chao Yi skimmed her lips and ignored him. At this moment it was already getting into late fall. The evening breeze carried a hint of chill. She gathered the thin gown on her body and looked at Su Huai's wide black robe. Samuel Su noticed her gaze and blinked. "Are you cold?" "Well, this gown of mine is made of silk, and it's pretty to look at, but it's not very frost-resistant." "Indeed, I'm quite cold too." "This is the time when, as a man of honor, you should take your coat off and give it to me to wear." "Oh, then I have no manners." Chao Yi sighed. "Su Huai, someone like you definitely won't be able to find a girlfriend and will be a bachelor for the rest of your life." Samuel Su raised his voice. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. What makes you so sure?" "Because there is someone who has been waiting for me in the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. You can't even give a girl a piece of clothing. No one will like such a stingy man. I'm cold too." Samuel Su lifted his coat in exasperation. "Come on. Get in here and wear it together if you can." "So I drilled." "You do it." "I really drilled?" "Drill." Chao Yi bit her lip and braced herself to burrow into Su Huai's arms. But what greeted her was not a warm embrace, but an empty robe. Su Huai, who had taken off his jacket, had already stood up and thrown the robe in Chao Yi's face, cursing, "Damn you for letting you drill? Men and women don't understand?" Chao Yi glanced at him. "I knew you would wimp out. Goons? Are you kidding me? I, Samuel Su, would wimp out? I'm super brave, okay? If you're not a wimp, what did you just hide for? I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself and make you wince in pain later. Why do I have to wail? You don't pry into the Lord's business. Damn it, Samuel So. I'm obviously a few months older than you." Chao Yi suddenly paused, seemed to have figured out what Su Huai had just said, and a blush appeared on her face which was covered by the night color. "Bah, you're only good at talking waves, but in fact, your body is so weak that you can't do it, right? Holy, Chao Yi, you're questioning me? That's right, I'm questioning you, and if you want to keep me from questioning you, then prove it." Su Huai gritted his teeth. "Do you believe I'll let your father hold his big fat grandson 9 months from today? All talk and no action. Come if you dare, my room is right down there, don't you dare. Come and make my sheets bloom with plum blossoms. Next time for sure." Samuel So slipped away in a cloud of dust. He has always been a strong-mouthed king, hiding a sultry heart under his handsome exterior. Ever since he was a child, there wasn't a good-looking maid in the Su mansion who hadn't been molested by him verbally, which was why the rumor that the Su family's youngest master was not well endowed or a scum was spreading all over Black Iron City. So much so that his Hall Su family's great young man, the most handsome man in the Black Iron City, in the courtyard, in addition to a Chung Xiaoho who was forced by life, there is no other maid. But heaven forbid, at least in this life, so far he was just a fledgling. The only members of the opposite sex who had ever had physical contact were also Chung Xiaoho, and Chung Xiaomiao, the bare child of her family who owed her a beating. And the most over-the-top behavior they've ever done with each other was just pinching faces. Like most men, Samuel Su has a prodigal heart but not the courage to be prodigal. If he had half of the 10% strength of the scum, Chung Xiaoho would have been coerced by him, eaten dry and then thrown out of the Su house in the cold winter months. I didn't realize that now that the scumbag's mind is not practiced, his mouth is actually not able to wave over others. Damn, how can you be a scumbag in the future like this? How can you be ruthless and dictate to Vanguard? Still have to learn from capitalists with an open mind. Samuel So's departure has made the roof cold again. Chao Yi hugged the dress and sat on the roof shaking her head. The main reason why she was so bold tonight was because she had been a good girl for too long in Lock City. As the daughter of the Chao family, she must pay attention to people, every word and action must pay attention to the proportion, familiar with emotional intelligence from childhood, so that everyone likes may not be a kind of sadness. That's why after coming into contact with Samuel Su, an oddball who was strong and full of mysteries, but had a personality like a city hooligan, he would reveal his true colors without realizing it. Plus I did drink a lot today. Samuel So could definitely smell the alcohol on her. So whatever she does or says can be dismissed as a drunken slip of the tongue and can be reneged on when she wakes up the next day. Only, after burying her face into that black robe, Chao Yi still couldn't help but sigh. She thought that her body can become the biggest part of the chips in her hands later, but did not expect to go out of the division before the first body to die. Damn white to others do not want. Chapter 21. The Immortal Sect. There are roughly 4 types of immortal realm forces. The first type is a transcendent power. There are immortal emperors or 2 or more immortal dignitaries sitting in the clan. It can be called a transcendent power. There are not many of this kind of power. There are only 4 of them in the entire immortal domain. Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, Heavenly Cold Palace, Sword Mound, and the most powerful Zun Tian Divine Dynasty. Under the transcendent forces, there are the first-class forces with 1 immortal emperor or more than 3 immortal kings, which are represented by the Tianji Pavilion, Zen Mountain, and so on. Secondly, there was the ordinary immortal sect represented by Tungyun Mountain, which could be called an immortal sect as long as it possessed an immortal king to sit on it. The rest of the remaining immortal Dao Mountain sects, both large and small, were then uniformly categorized as unimpressive forces. These forces do not have much ability to withstand risks. Casually a beast tide may make the whole army destroyed. In the crisis-ridden immortal domain, similar to this kind of unimpressive forces is the fastest turnover. What? You're talking about the Great Yen Dynasty where the strongest person is only of the 5th rank? The Great Yen Dynasty was just a mundane dynasty, a farting immortal sect power. The reason why dynasties can flourish for a long time is because all dynasties are just tools to maintain the order of the mundane world by the edicts of the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty. Aside from the few forces that were also transcendent forces and had immortal emperors in their corner, No immortal sect force dared to disrupt the order of the mundane dynasties without giving face to the Zun-Tian divine dynasty. Even Su Huai, whose cultivation in his previous life was only at the beginning stage of immortal emperor, but whose true strength was close to being invincible at the immortal emperor realm, did not dare to mess with a true immortal emperor. Otherwise, the end will be only, the end of messing with the immortal emperor. Su Samuel has already experienced it personally. It's all right then. Well, today was another day of trying to bulldoze the sword mound. The imperial capital square, the largest martial arts arena in the entire Great Yen country, was also the largest ring in the entire Great Yen country. But today, there were no army drills or hot-blooded fights here. And gathered here were millions of geniuses from the Great Yen Kingdom's royal family who longed for the immortal Tao. For most teenagers, the Imperial Capital Fest was the only chance in their lives to get up close and personal with those top immortal sects. Because immortal sect forces, especially powerful immortal sect forces, like to settle down in deep mountains and dense forests, or in various special secret territories that are full of crises. For example, the Heavenly Cold Palace was situated on the Great Snowy Mountains in the land of extreme cold, and in order to allow the disciples of the sect to get exercise, they indulged all kinds of demonic beasts and devils to reproduce unchecked at the foot of the snowy mountains, and had long since formed a huge colony. Cultivation low non-Tianhan Palace disciples want to go to Tianhan Palace. Before they can walk to the foot of the mountain is estimated to become the snow demon's rations. Then there was the diffractive moon immortal sect. This immortal sect was even more desperate, built directly on the sinking moon valley. The sinking moon valley is named Valley, but in fact it is a huge deep lake that you can't see the edge of at a glance. Legend has it that there is also a mysterious demon lord entrenched in the lake. Not to mention whether the matter of the demon dignity is true or not. Just those ferocious water attribute demonic beasts in the lake are not something that ordinary people can cope with. The diffuse moon immortal sect, on the other hand, happened to be on a small island in the center of this lake. Trying to get to the island without expert protection? Try and die. So, who would dare to run directly to where the mountain gate is located to seek immortality in such a situation? Of course, for this kind of situation, the senior management of the several great immortal sect forces themselves had a forced number in their hearts, which was why they decided to send out their sect elders every once in a while to recruit disciples all over the immortal region after discussing the matter. Even the process of recruiting disciples was fully open to the public in order to avoid the discovery of good seedlings competing with each other. Pick a good day, have the mundane dynasty issue a notice, and then the many immortal sect elders will sit in rows, and the converging celestial pride will stand in the line of whichever immortal sect power they want to go to. Then the elders would screen them once more, and the ones who stayed at the end would get the chance to enter the immortal sect for cultivation, and go up to their respective immortal mountains for the final examination. Hey, Samuel, so, are you nervous? I'm nervous, my ass. Also, you're strong and gifted. Not true. Chow-Yi lowered her voice. Su Huai, your talent doesn't seem to quite meet the diffractive moon immortal sect's recruitment standards. They require new disciples to have at least a third-grade advanced spiritual root, but it seems like you're only a second grade. Afraid of nothing. Chow-Yi gulped and said, You don't really intend to directly drag that elder to the alley and beat him up, do you? Su Huai looked at Chow-Yi with wide eyes. How can you be so rude? I'm a sunny and cheerful young man with 3 good qualities. How come I'm a thug who bullies old people in your mouth? Chow-Yi twisted her head. Sunny and cheerful, but you just buried a septuagenarian outside Lock City half a month ago. Su Huai sneered. Oh, the pit is what you planed. The soil is what you filled. When did it become what I buried? Chow-Yi was shocked to hear. Think carefully actually really is so. That night's work seems to be their own work. Su Samuel has been tucked hand in the side of the rotten touch fish. Looking at her, a girl sweating like a pig. He actually did not move at all. Really? Inappropriate human son. The most important thing is that Chow-Yi, actually inexplicably took a monstrous cauldron. She gritted her teeth. I buried it. I admit it. But it's always undeniable that you killed the man. Bull. That old man has mushrooms growing on his face. He died suddenly after staying up all night. It has nothing to do with me. Say, are you the old man's family member, trying to deliberately plant evidence on me, and then blackmail me for money? Samuel Su, you're shameless. Thanks for the compliment. The two are shrinking in the last row of the team, whispering dislike each other. Su Huai's shoulder was suddenly tapped. Out of reflex, he subconsciously as a backdrop. Immediately afterward, he saw Luo Yuanhe, who was lying on the ground in a daze, his right hand already dislocated. His eyes were bleak, looking at the empty sky, seemingly contemplating life's deepest secrets, but in reality, he was wandering between life and death, seeing it all go by. His grandfather, who died not long ago after a long illness, is smiling and waving at him from heaven. Huh? Luo Yuanhe, why are you here? Chowie blinked and pulled out a twig from somewhere and stabbed Luo Yuanhe's stiff face. The corner of Luo Yuanhe's mouth twitched. A glimmer of light returned to the bottom of his eyes as pain flooded into his brain, and he reached up to cover his dislocated arm, finally realizing what it had felt like when Yen Shu had received that slap in the face. It's sour beyond belief. He inclined his head and looked at Su Huai with a sly look in his eyes. I say hello to you and you throw a backhanded slam? Is this appropriate? Thanks to your girl did not hold a knife in the hand. Su Huai also knew that the aftereffects left by his previous life of fumbling for so long were too sensitive, and could only give him an apologetic smile before bending down to help him up. Sorry, Brother Locke. I didn't realize it was you. After Luo Yuanhe woke up, Chowie resumed her dignified and gentle appearance, as if the girl who had just poked someone's face with a tree branch was not her. Big Brother Luo, shouldn't you be with the third prince and the others? Where are the third prince and the others? They went back to the sky-cold palace. Luo Yuanhe pinched his dislocated arm, clicked and twisted it to reset himself, then moved it around twice more before continuing. Brother Yen is originally a disciple of the Heavenly Cold Palace, and is still the personal heir of a certain peak master. Miss Sito was again internalized and did not need to take this tedious test at all. That's why half a month ago, they already departed back to the sky-cold palace. Then you should also go to the Heavenly Cold Palace's queue. Why did you come to the diffractive moon immortal sex queue? Luo Yuanhe sighed. To be honest, there is always a layer of status gap between Brother Yen and I. He is a prince, I am a subject. If he really went to the Heavenly Cold Palace, he is a pro-transmitter, I am only an outsider. This layer of separation will be even greater, cannot do what true friends. Instead of being favored to go there and serve as a junior to someone else, I'd rather pick another power and try to work on it myself. The fact that Luo Yuanhe was able to say these words made Su Huaihe think highly of him for a few points. Of course, do not rule out the suspicion that this pussy is making things up, the reason why he abandoned the cold cast moon, but also may be because of listening to the words of Su Samuel, through the access to information and found that diffraction of the moon immortal sect more beautiful. But either way, Samuel Su felt that he should be given credit. No matter who you are, from now on we will be good brothers of the same sect with blessings I enjoy and difficulties you face. There was a line for about half an hour. Just when Samuel Su was on the verge of convincing Luo Yuanhe that he was a super scion from planet Cybertron with his great fooling technique, it was finally their turn to interview with the elders. Chapter 22. Seeds of the Light Expanding Flower. The Royal Plaza of the Great Yen Kingdom. The seats at the very front were lined up, 22 seats with 22 elders sent by different forces. The exalted Heavenly God Dynasty was a family power that did not accept outsiders. The Sword Graveyard, on the other hand, is personally traveled into the world by the Protector Elder to search for children with the talent of the Sword Dao, and never accepts mediocre people. Therefore, of these 22 seats, other than the diffractive moon immortal sect and the Heavenly Cold Palace, the rest were some first-class forces that were closer to the Dian Dynasty, or some other even smaller immortal sect Dao clans. Sect power is inferior, in this kind of recruitment of disciples is destined to be pressed head. Pick up some other people do not want seedlings. Then the big clans are getting stronger because of the strong juniors, and the small clans are still struggling because of the lack of successors. This is an unsolvable cycle. 4th grade upper spiritual root. No attributes. The elder of the diffractive moon immortal sect looked up at Su Huai, hesitating for a split second before still raising his hand and stamping a red seal on his profile indicating that he was qualified. The attributeless spiritual roots have not produced any strong people. But looking at this teenager with a confident look around but a test qualification, give. Examiner Su Samuel, congratulations on passing the preliminary selection and having the qualifications to travel to the diffractive moon immortal sect. And wait aside for a moment. Well, thanks a lot, Elder. Samuel Su tucked his hand in and stepped aside. Before him, Chowie had already passed the examination by virtue of her 4th grade water attribute spiritual root, and the only one left was Luo Yuanhe, who had later mutinied from the Heavenly Cold Palace team and was at the end of the line. Luo Yuanhe. 4th grade upper spiritual root, wind attribute. Not bad, congratulations, you passed the preliminary round. Putting away the last piece of information on the desktop, This nearly 60-year-old elder took a sip of water, looked towards the 11 disciples left behind in the diffractive moon immortal sect's enrollment office, cleared his throat and said aloud, "Gentlemen, my surname is Hao, and I am an outer elder of the diffractive moon immortal sect. First of all, congratulations again to all of you for passing the pre-screening. For this pre-selection meeting, there are more than 5,400 people of the right age from within the Great Yen country who have submitted their information to our clan and have come to take part in this preliminary election. In the end, there are only 11 contenders left for you. I know that all of you are little known in your hometowns as Heaven's pride and talent, and you have your own pride in your hearts. Of course, being selected from over 5,000 teenagers of your age is proof that you are not mediocre. But as a senior, as a man who has been there, I would like to remind you all. The fairy realm is huge. The Great Yen dynasty is ultimately just a small, bullet-ridden country that lives in a remote area, and there aren't many mundane dynasties like this in the entire immortal domain. It can even be said that there are as many as there are. Based on past experience, the number of talented children who have passed the pre-selection and traveled to participate in the immortal sex examination, just like all of you, will be more than 100,000 in number. And among these 100,000 heavenly talents, those who can truly enter the cultivation will not exceed 500. Most of the 11 teenagers pursed their lips and bowed their heads. Even Chao Yi had a rare flash of gravity on her face. The third-grade spiritual root is considered eligible to participate in the examination, but according to the diffractive moon immortal sex examination data from previous years, the fourth-grade spiritual root is actually only up to the average standard of the immortal sex formal examination. Her cultivation is not high and the chances of passing the formal examination are very small. She was not the only one who had this concern in mind. Elder Hao let these 11 teenagers think for a while on their own before raising his voice and speaking again. He said, "Opportunity has always existed alongside risk, and there were not many people who participated in our sex examinations in previous years who ended up failing miserably. And because of some special reasons, the rule of our clan is that those who are with the test, even if they fail, have to stay within the sunken moon valley for enough 3 years before they are allowed to return to their hometowns. The pros and cons of the examination have been explained to you in advance. With your talents, if you were to give up the immortal sect examination now, I'm sure that other immortal sect forces with more lenient requirements for disciples would sweep you off your feet. However, if you choose to participate in our sex examination, there will be no turning back after you hit the road." The 11 teenagers stood still, the rules of the diffractive moon immortal sect they had known for a long time and had long been mentally prepared for. Risky indeed. But life is short, so why not give it a try? Elder Hao waited for a while longer, and when he saw that no one had exited, he let out a light laugh. Softly, he said, "Since no one has withdrawn, then disperse and say goodbye to your parents and relatives at home, and gather here tomorrow at 3 o'clock at dawn, and do not wait until it is too late." The teenagers all dispersed. Regardless of whether they succeeded or failed in the final examination, they would not be able to go home to see their parents for a long time to come. Daughter can pass the pre-selection. Chao Yang heart is very happy, but the face of the reluctance cannot be hidden. After all, their own heart treasure since childhood has never left the city of Locke. This first time far away is at least 3 years to see again. Chao Yi's heart was also a bit reluctant. On this last day, she decided to spend some quality time with her unflattering old man. Thus, Su Huai, who had no friends or relatives to see him off, could only join Luo Yuanhe and wander blindly around the royal capital of Dian Kingdom. Luo Yuanhe proposed to go to the greenhouse to relax. After all, in the diffractive moon immortal sect cannot have this kind of entertainment industry. Once into the immortal door deep like the sea, from now on the singer is a passer by na. This decision was vetoed by Samuel Su. Perhaps for Luo Yuanhe the diffractive moon immortal sect was the beginning of his abstinence. But to Su Huai, Su someone, the diffractive moon immortal sect was a veritable paradise. It was a sacred place for him to let himself go and metamorphose from a boy into a man. At the same time, Samuel Su wasn't the kind of dictator who used his power to oppress others. So he offered to rock paper scissors with Luo Yuanhe, and whoever won would listen to him. "Brother Locke, what are you coming out with?" Luo Yuanhe froze, his eyes wide. Can I not say yes, but I want to get out the scissors." "Come on. Get ready, 1, 2, 3, rock, paper, scissors." Su Huai was indeed a man of his word, and when he said scissors, he produced scissors, but he glanced down at Luo Yuanhe's hand before raising his sight to gaze into his eyes. Luo Yuanhe trembled, and his clenched fists unclenched one by one, turning from stone to cloth. "Good buddy. I won." Go on, follow me. Luo Yuanhe looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Su Samuel. Him really, I cried to death. He could have just dictated and had to engage me in a democratic guessing game. This pussy is simply too gentle. One day, the two big men drilled into the middle of the Imperial City Chamber of Commerce and bought several years' worth of seasonings under the leadership of Su Samuel, and the spatial ring was piled up with all kinds of living supplies. Luo Yuanhe suspects that Su Huai is not going to cultivate at all. He clearly intends to go to diffuse Moon Immortal Sect to enjoy life. The strangest thing was that this pussy ended up taking him all over half of the imperial capital just to buy a few bags of light-driving flower seeds. The light-expelling flower was not a spiritual medicine, it was just an ordinary ornamental flower, and even this kind of flower was considered to be of low rank in the ornamental flowers. Because the vitality is too tenacious, there is sunlight can live, lack of the rest of the flowers of the kind of delicate. By the light of the flower has always been the rich and the aristocrats regarded as lowly weeds. So why did Samuel sow buy such a bunch of weed seeds? Luo Yuanhe was curious, but he didn't dare to ask. After running all day, when he went back, Su Huai did not have a problem, but Luo Yuanhe was holding his waist. With a shocked look on Chao Yi's face, he didn't even eat the farewell dinner that Chao Yang had hired someone to make at great expense and went back to his room to fall asleep. One night without words. Chapter 23. 3 minutes past dawning, which on Earth is 5:45 a.m. It was just getting light at this hour, and the chickens that chimed in were in high spirits, standing on the fence and letting out their cries into the sun, while those who had been forced by life were still wrapped up in their quilts and exhausted. No one is late for a long trip, naturally. After Elder Hao counted the number of people, he led them onto a small flying boat that was about 10 meters long. The flying boat has no sails but only extends a huge wingspan on both sides like an airplane, and is probably also a flying tool inspired by the flight of birds. Well, it looks like it's still an outboard engine kind of thing. A strong fifth-order flying dragon with thick reins draped over its body snorted at the front of the flying boat. Luo Yuanhe lay down for the night. Yesterday's back pain has been relieved, at this time leaning on the deck of the flying boat, looking at the flying dragon. TSK. A great power is a great power. A fifth-order powerhouse is already a king of a country in the Great Yen country, but in the diffractive Moon Immortal Sect it can only be used to pull a cart. Chao Yi slowly lowered her hand to wave goodbye to her old man and twisted her head to send him a blank stare. His Majesty, the Yen Emperor, will be so happy to hear your sentiments that he will be so happy that he will ask your father for a one-on-one fight on the spot. Ahem. I just said nothing. At Elder Hao's command, the flying dragon let out a low roar and lifted its wings. The raging air currents blew the ground in all directions with sand and dust. The reins were taut, and the flying boat slowly lifted into the air under the dragon's pull. The buildings on the ground soon became small, the beautiful river and mountains, and the magnificent imperial city were all in sight. Chao Yi's expression became downcast again, compared to the boy who transformed into a runaway wild horse once he left home. A girl's home-loving complex is always a bit more serious. Luo Yuanhe opened his mouth, not knowing how to comfort. He gently touched Su Huai next to him, but only received a faintly imperceptible pretense in return. Su Samuel rummaged through his space ring and pulled out a few sheets of thin, soft tissue paper and snapped it to paste on Chao Yi's head. Cry if you want to. Cry louder. Chao Yi glared back at him with a confused face, rather gritting her teeth. I'm just a little sad. Who told you I was crying? Su Huai blinked and reached out toward Luo Yuanhe. Luo Yuanhe people are numb again. After a short time of looking at the scenery, a fellow teenager ran onto the deck and invited them to join him in the cabin for a drink. In addition to Su Huai, 3 people, the companion teenagers and Hao Elder are drinking in the cabin. The type of wine is different, but just based on the aroma you can tell that they are all good wine. The long table they were sitting around was filled with food and specialty fruits and vegetables from various regions of the Great Yen country. It seemed that all these teenagers had come prepared, and Samuel Su, a shameless self-starter, quickly blended in and mingled with the teenagers who had just been strangers. Chao Yi, the highly emotional one, also took out the specialties of Luo City that had been prepared long ago from her storage bracelet and took a seat at the end of the table. Only Luo Yuanhe stood in the doorway, gas, shaking, cold, thanks to the blessing of Su Samuel. Right now, in his storage ring, apart from his family's martial arts techniques, he had all sorts of seasonings and necessities, and there wasn't anything that he could take out. You can't just take out a bottle of soy sauce and buy Elder Hao a drink. Can you? If he really did that, He was worried that he would be thrown off the flying boat by Elder Hao before he even flew out of the great Yen country. Elder Hao's cultivation was as high as the 6th rank, an uncompromising Earth Immortal Realm powerhouse. His status in the Diffractive Moon Immortal sect was not too high or too low, and he was a gentle person with not much of a stance. Slightly intoxicated at the moment, and unable to resist the softening of the teenagers, he spoke about some initiation matters at the top of the long table. The Diffractive Moon Immortal sect, as one of the 4 transcendent forces in the immortal domain, has its own underpinnings. There's nothing fancy about the official test. After passing the knocking heart gate and confirming that there are no heartbreakers, you'll be dropped into a secret realm en masse. Kill with the demons in the secret realm to get points, and the 500 people with the highest points after the time is over will be considered initiated. The words were intermittent, seemingly drunk, but Su Samuel was very sure that this elder was not drunk, and the seemingly cloudy old eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. These messages were deliberately revealed by him. After all, it wasn't just the disciples who competed within the Diffractive Moon Immortal sect. The elders were also secretly competing for the top spot. If a few more of these 11 teenagers from the Great Yen country who were personally extradited back to the Immortal sect by Elder Hao could pass the examination, it would be beneficial and not detrimental to Elder Hao. Elder Hao. The young man opposite Su Huai raised his wine cup and asked again, Diffractive Moon Immortal sect, what cultivation level is considered accomplished? What cultivation level is considered accomplished? Haha, there's no measure for that. Elder Hao shook his head and shook his head. Cultivation together. The long road is long. How many withered bones of inaction. Cultivation not only to repair the body but also the heart. The great Emperor Diffractive Moon had set up a disciplinary rule that when an immortal sect disciple's cultivation level caught up with his or her spiritual root grade, he or she would have the qualification to go down the mountain and out of the valley. But that doesn't mean it's cultivated. Those who go down the mountain to cause trouble for a party will be dismissed from the clan, and will also be targeted by the clan to clean up their house. If you go down the mountain to help the weak and cut down the demons, and protect a party, even if you are only at the 3rd or 4th level, the clan recognizes that you have accomplished your cultivation. Those who go down the mountain and do nothing, those who are hidden in the downtown area, even if they become kings and become honored, in the eyes of the great emperor, they are only ordinary disciples of the immortal sect and cannot be counted as truly accomplished. The group of teenagers were silent and thoughtful. Su Huai sat on the sidelines, staring out the window at the soft white clouds, lost in thought. For that Diffractive Moon Emperor, he didn't have any ill feelings in his heart. It was more of a heartfelt respect. For no other reason than the bottomless ghost cry abyss beside the sunken moon valley. The weeping ghost abyss, as the first of the 3 forbidden places, had more than once seen the aura of a ghost emperor, yet in terms of popularity it was far inferior to the Burial Star Mountain Range and the Meteor Devil Cave. That was because no ghost race had ever been able to pass through the Diffractive Moon Immortal sect's defenses and leave the weeping ghost abyss alive. Immortal Emperor Diffractive Moon, the only Immortal Emperor realm powerhouse who had a friendship with Su Huai in his previous life, had more than once killed escaped ghost kings for him when Su Huai was still in the Immortal King realm. But the Emperor kills ghosts for the sake of the people. Su Samuel beheads ghosts, but it's to trade resources with the great Emperor to make himself stronger. He couldn't understand the selflessness of the great Emperor, but respected such a top-notch person. The flying boat traveled smoothly, and the teenagers on board soon became acquainted with each other, and spent their free days talking, except that most of the content was blowing awesome. Samuel So has certainly blown a few times. In particular, once the crowd chatted about whether or not there was any hope of breaking through to the 9th grade Immortal Exaltation if they could pull off a full spiritual root grade, Samuel So snorted and shouted, "What's impossible for an immortal dignitary, such as you mundanes? The end of your dreams is only the beginning of mine. My son. Ahem, I, Su Samuel, have the qualifications of a great emperor." The crowd laughed into a ball, and some even got up and laughed and said, "Samuel Su is going to brag again," said what the 9th grade Dan Master rich woman package, all the way to the immortal respect. Su Huai glared. "How do you so out of thin air defile people innocence, cultivation, Dao couples of the matter, can call the package?" The next is somewhat 30 years east of the river what mutual vigilance to eliminate demons, Snow Knight Whitehead and other difficult to understand words, attracted the crowd are laughing. Inside and outside the flying boat is full of happy air. They laughed, and so did Samuel So. Only what they laughed at was Su Huai's bragging, while what Su Huai laughed at was that in this life, He finally had enough ability to repay the rich woman for everything she had paid for him in his previous life. This relaxed and happy days passed day by day. The flying boat flew over countless valleys and straits, and finally arrived at a lake as wide as the sea. Sinking Moon Valley, here it is. Chapter 24. The one you've been thinking about for so long. The sky in watercolor, clouds and things are fresh, gulls and herons sleep idly. Sinking Moon Valley is indeed like a fairyland. The small island in the center of the lake is said to be an island, in fact, covers an area not much smaller than a large city. The center of the lake towers a 1,000-foot stone mountain, and on the mountain there are all kinds of temples and buildings. Below the mountains surrounds a densely populated town. The town is built on the shore of the lake, and there are a lot of demonic beasts in the lake, so naturally there can't be any mundane families in the town, and all the people who live there are geniuses of the small countries who failed the examination in the past years. Those who do not pass the test need to stay in the Sunken Moon Valley for 3 years. Some people stay in the residence will have feelings and do not want to leave. Of course, there are also like Sue Samuel's previous life, charm burst, hooked up with a certain diffractive moon immortal sect disciple of the opposite sex, and then simply settled down in the town. When you get to town, you can rest for a few days. Elder Howe stood at the front of the flying boat, looked at the buildings on the immortal sect, and then looked down at the cultivators at the bottom of the mountain who had failed in pursuing their dreams and were now running for their lives, and sighed softly. The rest of the region's examiners have not yet arrived, and the start of the examination will probably take 4 or 5 more days. So this leisure time can be freely arranged by you. When the official examination begins, I will notify you using your identity tags, so just go up the mountain on your own at that time. Yes, Elder. The flying boat landed at the port of Sinking Moon Valley, and after putting down Su Huai and the others, Elder Howe went back to the sect to resume his orders. 11 teenagers, manually a 2-inch jade plate. The back of the jade plate is engraved with a long series of numbers. This is Elder Howe in the flying boat when the identity card issued to them. As soon as Elder Howe left, the teenagers gathered together to wish each other well and left in 2s and 3s with those they knew well after making a promise to see each other again in the coming day. Su Huai, Chao Yi, and Luo Yuanhe were naturally together again. For thousands of years, the Sunken Moon Valley has accumulated generations of lost geniuses. The number of people is getting bigger and bigger, and over time, a complete industry chain has been formed under the mountain. Not only are there restaurants and stores, but there are also many inns dedicated to the temporary residence of the newly arrived examiners. It was said to be a small town, but in fact, except for the lack of walls, a large circle of towns connected together had been comparable to those large, densely populated cities. After all, every session of the examiners were more than 100,000 people. Even if most of them would leave after 3 years, those who stayed behind had also accumulated and were already not a small number. After choosing a good place to stay and the night was gradually approaching, after having dinner with the 2 of them, Su Huai left alone. He wandered down the long streets of the town to a corner of the downtown area and sneaked up to the roof of a store. This store was directly opposite an inn, and Su Huai sat on the roof, staring blankly at one of the inn's windows, not moving a muscle. Candlelight reflected a petite silhouette on the window paper. Even if it was already a lifetime apart, even if it was just a silhouette, Su Huai still recognized her at once. Oh, the one who had been unfailingly faithful, who had been with him for hundreds of years, who had made him long for.
Teng Yuan In.
Chuziyu hugged her knees and curled up on the raw plank bed in the corner. Her eyes lowered as she let the door to her room crackle with a tap. Siyu, open the door, will you? Listen to Auntie's advice. Come with me to meet the Grand Prince. Auntie won't harm you. That Grand Imperial Prince has the looks to have the looks, the family lineage to have the family lineage, and the talent is also top-notch. Follow him, no offense. And he's still the first eldest son. If you can please him, maybe you can even be the imperial consort of our great desolate dynasty in the future. After speaking for a good while, the person in the room never responded half-heartedly. Neither promised nor opened the door. The middle-aged man who tapped on the door of the room was finally a little annoyed. Zhu Xiu, don't you give your face away. Your parents entrusted you to us, and I raised you for 10 years. 10 years. Don't think that just because you know how to refine some first-rate pills that you can turn the tables. Still want to join the diffractive moon immortal sect to get rid of us. I'm telling you, no way. Be sensible and open the door for me now. Or wait for me to come in later. Wait, what do you want to do in there? His own words were suddenly interrupted, and the middle-aged man twisted his head, realizing that a stranger shadow had appeared beside him at some point. This was a teenager wearing a black robe, and at the moment, there was a gentle smile on his face, but there was not a trace of warmth to be seen from those eyes, which were terrifyingly cold. The moment his eyes touched, the middle-aged man shivered, and a chill rose in his heart for no reason. What are you always rapping on people's doors for? Su Huai tucked his hand, his face still smiling. The middle-aged man hemmed and hawed a few times. He wanted to say it's none of your business. But when the words came out of his mouth, he changed his mind. That one inside is my niece. Kids don't know any better. They're messing with us. Yeah. Really? I won't lie to you. Her name is Chuziu? Well. Samuel Su smiled and nodded. Very nice name. My name is Samuel So, and you remember that name. Huh? Why should I remember? Because I'm your future niece-in-law. Come on. How about I buy you a drink and go to the best tavern in town? But I have things to do. You won't give me face? Feeling the teenager's increasingly cold gaze, the middle-aged man shrunk his head and froze, not daring to utter any more words of refusal. Go. Okay. Okay. The noise outside the door subsided as the man seemed to actually be led away by the teenager, and silence returned to the room as the pair's footsteps grew further and further away. The girl in the room cowered in the corner for a long time before a small, pale face emerged from her wide hood. The girl was thin, her eyes were lifeless. Her face bore some not-so-obvious tear marks, and her lips were bloodied from her own biting. Her name is Chuziu. After confirming that the person outside the door had left, she slowly pulled over the bedding that had been placed in the corner of the bed, and without crying or hissing, she drifted off to sleep in the corner of the wall, cuddled up against the quilt. In a trance, Chuziu had a dream. She was young then, only 6 years old. The mother did not suddenly disappear, and the father did not become depressed, becoming muddled and drinking all the time, losing his footing one night and falling into the river, where he was parted by the river's demonic beasts. If her parents were still alive, she wouldn't be an orphan. An aunt she had never met would not have appropriated everything that was rightfully hers in the name of caring for and raising her because she coveted the property her parents left behind. But the dream didn't last long. The parents disappeared and were replaced by one of my aunt's faces with a fake smile, hypocritical in the extreme. Her face was thickly powdered with fat, and she held her hand and said to everyone, Chu Siu's parents had an accident, and since this child is so young, I, as an aunt, will definitely take the responsibility to bring her up. Everyone was praising her for being responsible and a good person. So, from that day on, her aunt and uncle lived in her home, but they didn't really take care of her. The one who raised her was the old maid who watched her being born. All the spending money in the mansion is also property left by her parents. But what could she do as a 6-year-old girl? What she said would only be taken as childish jokes. And if she said too much, no one would believe her. But she would also be secretly scolded for being heartless. People's words can be feared. Aunt in front of outsiders will always be gentle and dignified and noble swan. Only back to the house, will remove the disguise, change back to the two toads. Slowly, she stopped saying anything to people. She began to refuse contact with everyone and began to keep everything to herself. She longed to be free of that prison, the family fortune or the fame. She could give it to her aunt, if only she would let her go, if only she would be free. But even freedom is just a luxury. One day, her aunt suddenly told her that she had made a marriage for her, and the man was a great prince of the great desolate dynasty, a talented and handsome man. As far as she knew, that grand prince was indeed outstanding, having become the first disciple of the heavenly cold palace's grand elder at such a young age, and his cultivation had already surpassed that of the emperor of the great desolate kingdom, reaching the 6th level of earth immortal. But the great prince has long been married. His royal residence is to raise hundreds of princesses, as long as the posture in the great wasteland country ranked, whether it is a young girl in the boudoir or a good woman, cannot escape his clutches, was collected into the government collection. Chu Siu was terrified. The great prince's status in the immortal domain was very high, and if she wanted to escape his clutches, she could only worship the diffractive moon immortal sect, which was also a transcendent power in the immortal domain. After all, the diffractive moon immortal sect ignored the mundane world. Ignoring the mundane world meant that there was no need to give face to anyone, and whoever dared to persecute the immortal sect's disciples would face endless retaliation from the immortal sect. Such a clan might not have much of a righteous demeanor to speak of, but it was loved by its disciples and had strong cohesion. So after some careful planning, she, who had inherited her mother's talent, learned to make pills, and with the certainty of worshipping the immortal sect, she secretly participated in the preliminary examination test. The plan went well, but I did not expect that my aunt did not know what kind of doorway, actually able to chase from the great wasteland dynasty to the sinking moon valley. A cloudy tear slid down, and Chu Siyu suddenly dreamed of her long-lost mother again. Her mother took a handkerchief and gently wiped away the tear tracks on her face. Then, as she had done when she was a little girl, she placed a blooming by the numbers flower in a vase at the foot of her bed. Her mother smiled at her and said, "Siyu, if one day mommy isn't around anymore, you too must be as tenacious and happy as the light-by-light flower." Chu Siyu bit her lips and nodded heavily, tears falling like rain. Chapter 25. I saved, but it didn't work. I don't know how long it took, but the morning sunlight reflected on Chu Siyu's face through the thin window paper. Eyelashes fluttering lightly, the plain-faced woman finally awoke from her dream and stared blankly at the ceiling of her room. Her aunt hadn't returned since she was called away last night, and thanks to her mother, who appeared at the end of the dream, she had slept well for the rest of the night, arguably the only deep sleep she'd had in a decade. The feeling, even after having awakened, still lingered with a faint warm scent that reassured her. Only, after crying all night, she woke up, her face actually did not feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, she felt unusually dry, as if she had already washed her face right in her dream. After fuming for a while, Chu Siyu decided to get up and then find a new inn to live in. Saying so, she lifted the bedding covering her body and was just about to get out of bed when her eyes were suddenly attracted to an object at the foot of the bed, and her whole body fell into a prolonged stupor. It was a large handful of pale blue light by night flowers. Small town downtown. Su Huai returned to the inn where he was staying with a yawn, and just after pulling open the door of his room, he met Chao Yi and Luo Yunhe, who were sitting on the tea table in the small hall eating breakfast. He pounded his leg, smoothed a bun from Chao Yi's dinner plate, and snatched the chicken leg from Luo Yunhe's bowl that he hadn't had time to eat yet, and took a hard bite. Luo Yunhe showed his teeth. The chicken leg was gone. He could only lower his head and drink the bland and tasteless white porridge. Luckily, he still had a meat bun in front of him to eat. Chao Yi, on the other hand, looked at Su Huai with an inexplicable meaning. "Where did you go last night to steal chickens and dogs? And you actually didn't come back for the whole night?" Samuel Su was slightly stunned. "How did you know I wasn't coming back?" "Hiss. Could it be that you girl wants to attack me at night?" Hear that, Luo Yunhe. Boys should protect themselves even when they go out. Beware of female hooligans like Chao Yi. Chao Yi became furious and snatched the meat bun from Luo Yunhe's plate and smashed it at Su Huai's head with a swoosh. "The hell with night attacks on you." Su Huai reached out to catch the meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth. "That's right. It's female ghosts like you. Luo Yunhe. You two are flirting. Why the hell are you stealing my breakfast? Who the hell am I kidding? Forget it, don't eat, I'm full of gas." He put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Huai with a smile on his face. "Brother Su, in the great Yen dynasty, when I said together to go to the green, to go to the elegant place to relax, you said that kind of place dogs do not go. Then last night Brother Su stayed out at night is..." The corner of Su Samuel's mouth twitched. "Don't spit blood. I was on a rescue mission last night." Luo Yunhe and Chao Yi spoke in unison. "Saving people?"
Samuel Su nodded.
"Yeah, save the day. Last night I went out for a walk and saw a middle-aged man in the water by the lake, screaming for help in the water. I, Samuel So, am a good young man. Can I stand by and watch him drown? That's bound to be impossible. So I immediately jumped into the lake to hold down a shucks to fish him out." Chao Yi blinked. "What about the people you saved?" "Didn't save it." Samuel Su tilted his head and squeezed out a crocodile tear. "That lake is too barren and dangerous. You guys didn't see it at that time. A group of aquatic demonic beasts saw someone fall into the water and wailed and pounced on them. It's too dangerous and I'm scared. So people I did save, but it didn't work." Luo Yunhe sighed. "Alas. Su brother has done his best. That person has this calamity in his destiny. It is not your fault, and there is no need for you to blame yourself for a night. I didn't beat myself up all night." "Then why did Brother Su not return all night?" "Oh, the dude who fell into the water said he had a young niece who was all alone and quite miserable, and entrusted his niece to me before he died." "A young niece? How young?" "Or a 8-year-old wailing baby girl." Luo Yunhe stopped talking. Chao Yi despised Su Huai and twisted her head to curse the beast in a low voice. "Animal? That's a misunderstanding."
Samuel Su said.
"Is he an animal?" "Of course not. Have you ever seen an animal go into a girl's room and do nothing but squat on the end of the bed and carefully wipe her tears all night? He, Samuel So, is the embodiment of truth, goodness, and beauty. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you guys. I'm a little sleepy after a night of no sleep. I'm gonna take a nap first. Don't sleep. We are all cultivators. It won't kill us if we don't sleep for a night. Get up and cultivate the immortals. Fix a hammer. Good night. Samuel So snapped the door to his room shut. Cultivation of high practitioners can indeed not sleep, but except for those who are in seclusion, basically no one will not really sleep because sleep and eat is belong to the human pleasure. There was an immortal emperor in the ancient times of the immortal realm who said that those who don't touch grains, don't touch meat, don't crave for rest, and don't touch all emotions, can attain immortality. The words of this immortal emperor did lead the way for a while in history. It's just a shame that later on, the cultivators realized that the more they cultivated themselves, the less human they became. No interest in anything, no food, no drink, abandoned his wife and children, no parents, no friends, no sleep, just nifty day after day in the secret room closed cultivation. And the result? Cultivation is up, but slowly lost the sense of existence, purely for the sake of cultivation and cultivation, with no difference between the stones on the ground. Later, another immortal emperor couldn't stand it anymore and directly notified the entire immortal region. The great emperor of Mada is the spirit of the jade embryo who realized the way and ascended to immortality. Why should you and other mortals of flesh follow suit? It means he is a stone that became immortal, he has no emotional ties, and he doesn't need to eat or sleep. Are you guys sick? What are you learning from a rock? The crowd then realized that a mistake had been made and came to their senses. By the latter days, no one would intentionally skip meals or sleep anymore. Retaining these habits of being human and retaining the 7 emotions and 6 desires may indeed breed demons, but it does allow one to find the meaning of one's existence in the world. Sunrise. Su Huai huffed and puffed in the inn, but the town's lake surprised a floating corpse thing is making a lot of noise. Witnesses said the victim was taken to the lake by a man in black and kicked into the lake. The victim was in a panic, but was very good at water and swam back to the shore several times alone. But each time he would be kicked off by the man in black who lifted his foot and fell into the water again. Later, he finally got desperate and yelled at the top of his voice for help. Some onlookers felt that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda, so they were ready to go into the water to save him. Who knows that the arrogance of the man in black, hanging in mid-air, only out of a finger will be in the lake chopped open 100 meters of water waves, but also loudly drinking. Water as a boundary, trespassers die. Everyone was shocked, and those who went into the water silently climbed onto the shore, no one daring to mention the rescue again. So that middle-aged man and everyone surrounded by sinking and floating, and finally the man in black was impatient, but directly in the void condensed giant hand, a palm will be pressed into the bottom of the lake. It's a bit of a heartbreaker. Chao Yi and Luo Yuanhe mingled in the crowd, and both fell silent after hearing the words of this eyewitness. This is the rescue that Samuel So was talking about. Buddha would have to cry and beg you not to save it. Chu Siyu, who was looking for a new place to live, also fell silent after hearing this. She didn't feel sadness in her heart, but rather a few moments of relief. Whether it was last night's good quality of sleep, or the bouquet of light by light flowers that inexplicably appeared at the bedside when he got up in the morning, it all made Chu Siyu a little reluctant to give up on that inn. Though her heart was curious, even fearful, and reason told her to get out of there, sensibility couldn't cut it. Who would want to be uprooted again if they could sleep peacefully every day without worry? I just don't know who my aunt had offended to be killed so brutally, and I don't know if that heartless murderer will take it out on her. Chapter 26 Knocking on the Door of the Heart. Nightfall. The sinking moon valley was once again lit up with 10,000 lights. The door to Chu Siyu's room was closed tightly, and she was tugging tightly at the cupped light by light flowers in her hand. Her mind was in turmoil now, both curious about the mysterious man who had sneaked into her room last night to deliver flowers, and afraid that the other party was really some kind of homicidal maniac. 1 hour, 2 hours, until the moon rose above his brow and the whole town was quiet. The mysterious man who had delivered the flowers was still nowhere to be seen. But Chu Siyu was already dozing off. She huddled in the corner of the plank bed with her blanket, her eyes closed, her little head little by little, living like an ostrich digging for food in the desert. As he plowed on, his head snapped against the bed, and he didn't wake up from the pain, the whole thing just fell asleep. Su Huai sat on the roof opposite her room and couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth as he watched this scene. Well, rich women sure are still so dumb. Sociopathic? timid, and possibly more severely depressed, rejecting all outside information. Like the whale named Alicini's old world. Since the beginning, the whales have been communicating by song. The normal whale's voice frequency is 15 to 25 Hz, but Alice's voice frequency is 45 Hz. So among the pack, she was destined to be mute, and no one could hear her. The crowds are huge, but there's no one to turn to. It's an eternal solitude. Loneliness becomes a habit after a long time, living without existence and then dying silently. Surely Samuel so could rush into her room right now and shake her awake and tell her viciously, "I'm the shark off your aunt's shark hand. If you know what's good for you, you can honestly go back with me as a suppressed wife, or I'll open your ass up." But that would surely scare her, and according to the stubborn and obstinate character of the rich woman, the result would be none other than to either die with him or just kill yourself. There was a prohibition under the spiritual mountain where the diffractive moon immortal sect was located, and only the current examiners holding identity tokens could pass through the large formation and worship at the mountain gate. The first step is the knocking gate that stands at the entrance to the mountain. The name sounds very high, but in fact it is just a tall stone door engraved with countless runes, and those who are not in the right mind or have a weak mind cannot pass through the door. Not sure how it works either. When the three of them arrived at the bottom of the mountain, there were already many teenagers who had passed the test and stepped onto the stone steps for climbing. Of course, there is a very small percentage of people who are kept away, with faces of anger, loss, or resentment. Who's first? Luo Yuanhe rubbed his hands together, a little nervous in his heart. Chao Yi was no better, fearing that she would be ostracized by the stone door if she saw too much of the worst of humanity. Seeing them in this state, Su Huai shook his head with some amusement and took the lead in stepping towards the stone door. "You guys, doesn't hesitating at this time make you look like you have something in your heart and are not confident? Look at me. A good and decent person like me wouldn't be nervous at all. It's a sure thing anyway." Bang! Su Huai's foot seemed to have kicked an invisible iron plate, and the whole person was blocked by the knocking door, not allowed to advance an inch. The smile on his face disappeared instantly. "What do you mean? This knocking door is broken, isn't it? Old man's heart is not in the right place. You've got to be kidding me." Chao Yi and Luo Yuanhe, who were following Su Huai, also froze, looking at Su Huai with a hint of skepticism and probing in their gazes. "Is that what you call a sure thing?" Su Samuel's old face reddened, snapped and called out on the stone door, and the articulated snake ring in the middle finger of his right hand raised the head of the snake, and the vertical pupil lit up with a bizarre red aura. Samuel Su stayed close to the stone door and pressed in a small voice, "Knocking on the door of the heart, right? Don't you give a damn? If you don't let me in, I'll hire 100 men to come here tomorrow and on you and paint the walls." Lifting his foot again, the barrier remained in place, verbal threats ineffective. Annoyed, Su Huai secretly gathered his spiritual energy in his fingertips and poked a small hole in the barrier that was blocking him with a single finger over. Immediately after that, spiderweb-like cracks centered on the small hole, crackling and spreading in all directions, shattering all over the place. A large hole appeared in front of several people. Samuel Su passed through the knocking door with a calm face. "He told you, he's innocent, kind, handsome, and his favorite thing to do is to help his 18-year-old grandma cross the street. How could he possibly have a bad heart?" Chao Yi, who witnessed this, covered her face and didn't want to speak. Luo Yuanhe, people are stupid. Really did not expect to knock heart door and the simple and rough way to open. In fact, when you think about it, it is not strange. Knocking heart door in the end is just a formation used to test the disciple's heart. Naturally, it can't be any 10th order grand formation. It was more than enough to block a 5th or 6th ranked cultivator. But Su Huai's strength was more than just 5 or 6 orders. It is estimated that the predecessor who laid down the array in the past could not have imagined to death that there would be an immortal father who was too idle to participate in the diffractive moon immortal sex entrance examination. Luckily, the formation was not a one-time thing, and the barrier quickly turned into points of light after shattering, converging and re-mending itself completely. There were other examiners whose gazes were attracted by the movement on Su Huai's side, especially those who were also blocked from knocking at the heart door. All of them looked at Su Huai motionlessly. That gaze is the same as those small punks who love to fight in the class when they go to school look at their bosses. The corner of Su Huai's eyes jumped, and he didn't know out of what kind of mentality, but he actually still had a face and nodded to them. This nod of the head shall not be. Those who failed the examination as if by a great encouragement. ow on again to the knocking door launched a charge. Take the head hit, take the leg kick, and even more people took out dozens of pounds of sledgehammer. In front of the knocking door danced Tiger Wind, like to play a set of chaotic cloak whacking method on the spot. Su Hui man is numb. The commotion here will definitely attract the attention of the elders on the mountain. And at that time he, the cheater, will definitely be eliminated on the spot and thrown out of the door. Although those elders definitely couldn't defeat him, but damn it, the great Emperor Yen, you could carry him out and punish him with one hand. So also do not care what together or not together. Su Samuel to just through the knocking heart door Chow Yi and still outside the door to dawdle Luo Yuan her greetings, pulling legs and ran to the mountain. The wind is tight, pulling and whistling. It's not like those who witnessed him cheating knew him anyway, so if he ran fast enough, no one could catch him. Chapter 27. Wailing and refusing to get up. Diffractive Moon Immortal Sex Square. Chu Siyu's entire body was wrapped in a wide robe, and the hood covered her entire plain little face. Sociopathy is a mental illness that also has a physical impact on the sufferer. Right now, for example, the crowded square, with the clamor of strangers everywhere, made Chu Siyu's forehead covered with tiny beads of sweat, and she was a bit out of breath. So she had to tighten her robes around her body, keep her head down, and try to find an area with relatively few people. Su Hui flew all the way until he was far away from the knocking door and merged into the crowded crowd. Then he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't caught red-handed, those elders would definitely not believe that someone could force their way into the immortal sex great formation. And someone just poked a big hole in the knockout gate barrier with a raised finger? Are you kidding me? This formation was set up by an 8th Order Immortal King Realm intersect elder, and even if a strong person of the same 8th Order wanted to break the formation, it would take some time. If someone could really break a formation with a single finger, what realm of cultivation would that have to be? There were only a handful of exalted immortal emperors in the entire immortal region. This kind of person needs to worship their immortal sect to cultivate. As for the other side is what sobbing ghost abyss ran out of the ghost race, want to mix into the immortal clan to mess up. That's even more unlikely. The immortal sex square has a big formation laid down by Emperor Yen Yu himself, and those who are not of my race or who are hostile to the immortal sect will surely die if they touch it. Whether or not there was any hostility towards the immortal sect was unknown, but it would be true to say that there was hostility towards a certain disciple of the immortal sect. As soon as Su Hui arrived at the square, he found Chong Wei calling, "Bah!" It's some examiner cursing his family's rich wife. The whole paragraph did not contain a single dirty word, but every sentence mentioned words like parents and upbringing, poking at the rich woman's heart like countless sharp knives. She could only keep apologizing to the man with a white little face. Meow. Such can pass the knocking door, and as a result I have to cheat myself to get in. That broken door was really broken. As a future part of the immortal sect, one must find time to fix it properly. Su Hui black face, the heart for his own Jair, not moving to plan a pit to bury people's dark persona does not have half a point of force. He even stood in the high point of quality civilization to criticize a slightly with a little mouth stink attribute of ordinary teenagers. Shut up! The sudden bellowing voice caused all the examiners in that small area to faintly freeze. Chu Siyu, who was already having trouble breathing and was about to suffocate, was also startled by the roar, and was even hiccuped by the shock. She quietly raised her head and saw a teenager in full black robes aggressively walking in front of her. That aura, but with a sword in his hand, was Diffractive Moon Immortal Sex Chen Haonan. "What's your name?" Samuel Su asked loudly, really loudly, in a deafening sort of way at the teenager who kept rebuking his rich wife. He was already desperately trying to control his anger and could only release it in this way. "How dare you bully your own rich girl? But wherever there is a different place, but wherever this is not the square of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect." In less than a quarter of an hour, Su Hui will have to call Chow Yi to come over to plan the pit to bury people. After all, Chow Yi planed the pit is big and deep. Fill in the soil is also thick enough, even if the buried people are still alive but also do not want to live again to climb out. What? Be reasonable? There's no reasoning. There can't really be anyone who thinks it's cool for you to stand up and talk sense when your girlfriend gets into an argument with a stranger. Can there? No way. No way. At this time, even if you know she is wrong, as long as it is not a matter of principle, you have to stand on her side unconditionally, and the issue of right and wrong can be discussed quietly in private under the covers. Criticizing your subject in front of outsiders. Oh, and this can't have an object. That scolding teenager was also frightened by Su Hui's aura. His lips trembled and he weakly spat out a few words. "My name is Sima Liang. I am the 4th prince of the great desolate dynasty." Sima Liang. Su Hui froze. Of the great desolate dynasty? Well, great. Su Huai raised his hand and snapped it. Sima Liang's entire body was dumbfounded as he covered his face and raised his head, disbelief written in his eyes. What are you looking at? This is what the grand prince of your great desolate dynasty, that is, your elder brother, he owes me. Do you understand that a brother's debt is paid by a brother? Also, I just heard you cursing this girl. What are you afraid of bullying people? Girls? Sima Liang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced at Chu Siyu. He said to himself that this person is wrapped tightly. Whether she is a human or not, how can you conclude that she is a girl? Fire eyes. Huh? What are you looking at? I'm asking you. Sima Liang shrunk his head. She's the one who stepped on my foot. So did she apologize? Nope. Didn't hear that. Samuel Su opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The rich woman in her own house spoke in a very small voice indeed in the presence of strangers, so small that she might not win an argument with a mosquito. It was because of his immortal cultivation that he was able to accurately capture what she said, knowing that she had just kept her head down and kept apologizing. But this Sima Liang didn't know. The square is so noisy. It's understandable that he couldn't hear the rich woman's apology. After all, a rich woman apologizes without bowing or any other physical gestures. She just stares at it dumbly. This behavior does look to outsiders like making a mistake and not admitting it and confronting the victim. TSK. Thinking about it, Su Huai suddenly bowed her head slightly to Sima Liang. Then I'll apologize to you on her behalf. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Sima Liang waved his hand, just wanting to leave in a hurry. After all, the commotion just now attracted quite a few people to gather around, and he, a royal prince who wanted to have a face, didn't want to be treated like a monkey. But just as he turned around, his shoulder was suddenly held down. I've already apologized to you about her accidentally stepping on your foot. Then shouldn't you do some math for all the nasty things you just said to her on purpose? Sima Liang's body trembled. The love of a foul mouth was something he knew in his own heart. He is a concubine, and above him there is an excellent to the point of bursting big brother. From a young age, he knew that the throne is hopeless, so he simply began to swing, every day to spend the day to drink. Fox and dogs have more friends, and naturally they are also stained with a bad habit. He was used to having a foul mouth in the imperial city. After all, no matter how unpopular he was still a royal son, and no one would risk offending the royal family by ing him just because he was scolded a few times. But this is not the imperial city. This black-clothed man in front of him even gave him a slap on the face as soon as he came up, knowing that he was the prince of the great desolate dynasty. If you want to say that he would be afraid of the great desolate dynasty's royal family, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Sima Liang was not stupid, so he had to bend his head to Su Huai.
I'm sorry.
Samuel Su raised his foot and tried to give him a kick. What are you apologizing to me for? Give her the road. So Sima Liang changed direction again. I'm sorry, but Chu Siyu still didn't move. Su Huai frowned and seemed to think of something, striding over to Chu Siyu and lifting his hand to lift the wide hood. The girl's face was pale, covered with fine sweat, breathing heavily, and her lips were still trembling, but she could not speak. Damn this ing social terrorism. It's a pain in the ass. Su Huai had to take her hand and lead her through the crowded square, running all the way to the dense forest next to her. Only the many examiners with shocked faces were left behind. That girl is so beautiful. And the other side. Su Huai did not know how many people's eyes had been stunned by the unintentional display of beauty by his own rich wife, who was currently standing in the middle of the dense forest, puzzled. Everyone converged in the square, fearing that they would miss the start of the second test, so there wasn't even a ghost in this dense forest. But why is this girl still shaking? Su Huai raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Chu Siyu trembled and suddenly raised her foot and took a step back. Rub, are you serious about the half-step back move? Little actions hurt so much. Su Huai's entire body was bad. Dare I say it's not the raging crowds she's afraid of. It's me she's afraid of. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Su Huai simply transformed into a vicious wolf in the forest and approached Chu Siyu step by step. He advances, she retreats, she flees, he pursues, she wings, blah blah blah. Chu Siyu kept retreating until her back touched the trunk of a huge ancient tree, and there was no way to retreat. Bang! Samuel Su throws his hands up in a tree thud. Afraid of me? Like a rabbit that had been cornered. Chu Siyu shivered as much as she could as she scrunched her body together. When Su Huai saw this, The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Heh. Not when you're stuck in my arms wailing and refusing to get up? Chu Siyu's eyes widened and she even forgot to be afraid.
No. No.
Chapter 28. The lover sent to you from heaven. Chu Siyu stared, her two faces close together. She had thought that the man in front of her must still have to say some very excessive words to bully her, or even make a move on her with a face of evil sycophancy. The sister who took care of her when she was growing up had said that this kind of behavior would be called molesting a good woman and that she would be arrested and imprisoned. Even if she accidentally kills him now, it's still justifiable to make a scene to the authorities. It's called self-defense. But he just helped himself. The pale hand in Chu Siyu's sleeve was holding a small knife tightly, but it didn't have the courage to stab it out, and it could only be shrunk in the fat sleeve trembling. Wait a little longer. If he touches me, I will. Here we go. He's reaching out. Chu Siyu's small hands tightened, and the cuffs of her sleeves had already revealed a small silver-white tip of the blade. But the imaginary hand that should have landed on her face, or on her body, didn't really fall. Su Huai sighed, picking the messy strands of hair from her face and gathering them behind her ear. Put your knife away. Chu Siyu raised her head and suddenly realized that the frivolous smile on the teenager's face had disappeared without a trace, and he quietly looked into her eyes. The bottom of his eyes seemed to reflect the stars in the sky. Chu Siyu, do you believe in destiny? Chu Siyu lowered her head and didn't say anything. Su Huai did not care. He took back the hand that was thumping her, casually grabbed a leaf and held it in his mouth, then leaned on her side and raised his finger to point to the sky. To walk in the way of heaven, all things are balanced, to make up for loss and fold in surplus, to establish order and then cut. A spirit left on earth by the heavens, destined to seem out of place in this earthly world. God knows that you have suffered in this life, so in the year you turn 16, a knight will be sent to watch over you, to keep you safe, to listen to your heart, to give you joy, and to bring you happiness. Chu Siyu, I am the same knight that heaven has sent you. Chu Siyu pursed her lips, her eyelashes flickering gently. Her eyes were crystal clear, with a well-behaved look that I won't refute whatever you say, but you won't try to fool me either. Su Samuel helplessly closed his eyes and said softly, I know you don't believe. I have proof. What? What evidence? Samuel Su spat out the leaves in his mouth and smiled. You like spicy food but are mildly allergic to chili peppers, and when you eat anything too spicy you become red all over and talk nonsense like a drunk. You like blue because blue is the color of the sky and the sea, and you don't love sweets, but you have a habit of adding honey when you refine your own elixirs. Because you feel that life is already bitter enough, you hope that others will get a hint of sweetness, even if it's just a little bit, when they eat the elixir you've concocted. You're extremely insecure and must cuddle up with something when you sleep, but even then you still sleep very shallowly, so you always look uninspired. You have a habit of bathing from the top down, washing your body before your head, and you like to tilt your head back and gurgle when you gargle, so you often swallow your rinsing saliva. Chu Siyu's small mouth was slightly open as her heart began to waver. This person knows her too well. It was like living with her for ages. Still don't believe it? Also, I actually know that you have a small mole on your left inner thigh. Chu Siyu suddenly fluttered to his feet, stumbling 2 steps forward with his stalking neck. Then pulled his legs and ran. That speed is comparable to a rabbit that has seen an eagle and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Su Huai's smile froze on his face. It was a long time before he shook his head helplessly. Still scared her, but at least it had left a deep enough impression in her heart, and when she had slowed down, she would definitely be curious about Samuel Su because of those words. And curiosity is exactly where love begins. Samuel Su reached out and grabbed his hand in the direction the rich woman had left. Chu Siyu, you can't escape. Jiji Jaiji. Noticing that he was somewhat trending towards a greasy overlord, Su Huai suddenly reached out and gently gave himself a slap. Damn, can't get carried away again. What if I don't hold back from popping out a line about wanting your liquids one day? It was nearing noon, and those who could pass the knocking gate and were qualified to participate in the next level of the examination had basically all arrived. Can't be helped if he's not here. If he can be late for an important exam like this, he can't even catch up with the hot, so what's the point of waiting for him? Silence! The loud and clear drinking voice spread throughout the square, and Su Huai, who had just returned from the grove, raised his head to look at the sky above the square, just like most people. 3 old men appeared on the suspended high platform at some point. The one on the left was dressed in a gray robe, with a white beard and hair, protruding cheekbones, and a half-meter-long beard tied into a fluffy twisted braid on his chin, full of personality. Upon closer inspection, a shiny badge hung from his chest. The badge was engraved with a Dan furnace pattern, with 8 small orbs shining in it. This old man was called Chun Tai-ru, an 8th grade alchemy master, the peak master of the diffractive moon immortal sex Pill Spirit Peak, and the master of that girl Chu Siyu in her previous life. Looking at the one on the right, he was dressed in a black robe with short fiery red hair, a generous face, and an expressionless face, as if the whole world owed him $1,000,000 or $800,000. His name was Shangguan Xiu. He was the battle hall master of the diffractive moon immortal sect, 8th stage immortal king realm, specialized in close combat, had the legendary experience of fighting a demon king for 3 days and 3 nights without losing a fight. And the old man in the very center on crutches is awesome. Huang Yuan, a 9th-ranked immortal exalt, a supreme powerhouse that ranked 9th on the immortal ranking, and one of the very few existences in the entire diffractive moon immortal sect that could make Su Huai scornful, can be fought and won, but a win is a bad win. It was he who had just opened his mouth to call for silence. After almost everyone had quieted down, Huang Yuan pestled the high platform at his feet with his walking stick and slowly opened his mouth. "Gentlemen, my name is Huang Yuan, and I am the steward in charge of all affairs within and outside the diffractive moon immortal sect. I am grateful for the patriarch's favor and call him a great elder. The fact that all of you have passed the screening process to be here proves that you are all talented people from your respective home countries and homelands. I'm sure you've heard many of those inspiring words since you were young, so I won't repeat them. Let's state the rules of the test directly." Huang Yuan's eyes looked cloudy, but in reality, they contained a dark light, his sight sweeping over Tang Sang and a few other disciples who possessed high-grade spiritual roots. It finally rested on Samuel So, who was looking around. A 4th-grade spirit root with a weak and seemingly mediocre body. But only Huang Yuan could see that this teenager's aura was out of place with the group of energetic young people in the square. More like a playful bystander. Although he was unable to see through his opponent's cultivation before striking, with his years of combat experience, Huang Yuan nevertheless detected a hint of threat from him. The dead take over, or old monsters returning to childhood. Huang Yuan averted his gaze and lowered his eyes. That's all. To be able to both pass through the knocking heart gate and the mountain climbing path laid out by the great emperor meant that the other party's heart wasn't bad, that they were at least a human race, and that they didn't have any malicious intent towards the immortal sect. The other side wants to play, Huang Yuan let him play, and if he really became a disciple of the immortal clan, he can also find a way to fool him to go to the front line of the Weeping Ghost Abyss in the future to fight for the guardian of the human race. For this examination, the rules are as follows. Chapter 29. The beginning of the examination. Place of assessment. The secret realm of the barren forest. Scoring rules. Final ranking is based on the number of points earned. There are 3 ways to get points. 1. Hunting and killing demons and ghosts, 1 point for the first rank, 5 points for the second rank, 20 points for the third rank, 1,000 points for the fourth rank, and 10,000 points for the fifth rank. After hunting the ghost race demons, the identity tokens on your bodies will automatically record points. And this point cannot be transferred or plundered. You can only obtain it yourself. Secondly, the search for spirit beads. The old man had his disciples hide 20 green-colored spirit beads in various corners of the secret realm. At the end of the examination, when settling the points, each spirit pearl held can add 1,000 points to one's score. Spirit beads can be plundered or transferred to each other. When 2 people fight each other, the loser, if he or she is carrying a spirit bead, is required to hand it over to the winner without deception. The entire examination process is supervised by the immortal sect, so I hope that you will behave yourselves and not lose your character due to momentary greed. Thirdly, the immortal sect gives preferential treatment to some disciples who are not good at fighting and are skilled in refining weapons and alchemy. The secret territory is rich in produce and spiritual materials, so if you are a disciple who specializes in refining weapons or alchemy, you can find a safe place to utilize your own specialties and gain points in this way. 5 points are accumulated for a first-grade elixir, 50 points for a second-grade elixir, 1,000 points for a third-grade elixir, and so on. If a disciple was adept at refining artifacts, he only needed to refine 7 first-grade spiritual artifacts, or 3 second-grade spiritual artifacts, or 1 third-grade spiritual artifact, and then he could directly pass the examination. Of course, in order to prevent everyone from cheating, there are special prohibitions within the secret realm that can detect whether your pills or spirit weapons were refined in the secret realm or originated from the outside world. The examination will last for 7 days, and those with the top 500 points after 7 days will be allowed to enter the immortal sect's outer door for cultivation. Huang Yuan's words were not difficult to understand. The core idea was to survive in the wilderness, and then by hunting demons and ghosts they competed in battle, and the distribution of points was reasonable. Most of those who could come here had the ability to hunt first and second rank demons, and by accumulating points in this way those who were stronger had an advantage, but it was not a big advantage. The 4th and 5th order demon ghosts point rewards looked unusually generous. However, it should be realized that even the very few disciples among the examiners who had 4th order cultivation actually had a high probability of not being able to defeat a 4th order demonic creature. There was no other reason, it was mainly a gap in combat experience, physical fitness, martial arts, and many other aspects. After all, not everyone is Su Huai. Teenage age can have the 4th level of cultivation is very impressive, but also want to be proficient in all martial arts, combat experience. Dream on. So the examiners hold up to find 3rd order magical beasts to kill. If lazy, the 4th order examiners will even be strength only 2nd order liver emperor counter. You killed 5 3rd order demons. That's awesome, but I stayed up all night yesterday and killed 52nd order ones. Hey. If hunting demons is the home of the liver emperor, then seeking spirit beads is the exclusive activity of the emperor of Europe. A secret realm of that size and putting 20 spirit beads in it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. There may be people who have been searching hard for 7 days and have found nothing, but the OU can accidentally fall and knock on the spirit beads. What does this lootable mean though? Took the spirit beads to the body a carry, ghosts know whether I have cannot run into a psychopath to see people to challenge it? As for the refinery alchemy, that is a skilled labor, nothing to say, belong to the pure talent, God rewarded the kind of food. An ordinary 1st grade elixir master would refine a 1st grade elixir, a furnace would take 1 or 2 hours, and the finished elixir would be about 3 to 5 pills. Alchemy is time-consuming, laborious, and mentally draining. So it's enough to hold out if you can make 5 pots a day. Equivalent to hunting around 22nd order magical creatures, there would be roughly 700 points in 7 days, and if we go by the past sessions, passing the examination would be no problem. Don't think that the average 100 points a day is very little. Killing a 1st order demon only gives 1 point, not to mention the demons, ordinary people just can't kill 100 pigs a day. Alchemy points are indeed high, but they are influenced by the metaphysical factor of success rate. Even 2nd grade Dan masters who came to refine 1st grade pills occasionally made mistakes, let alone 1st grade Dan masters. Therefore, those who could pass the examination through alchemy had to be at least 2nd grade Dan masters. Or like his own rich wife, he belongs to the kind of open player that God himself feeds, with a dozen pills in a furnace. Su Huai remembers that in his previous life, the highest record of a rich woman refining a 1st order rejuvenating elixir was 481 in 1 furnace, but that was after she became a 6th grade Dan master. Refining is similar to alchemy, except that it takes much longer, and in general you have to be at least a 2nd grade refiner to have a greater certainty of passing the test. Su Samuel tucked his hand. The rich woman sighed. He is not worried, will pass. Luo Yuanhe, as the son of Luo City Lord, his strength was also not bad, and having grown up mixing with the outskirts of the buried Star Mountain range, hunting and killing demons shouldn't be difficult for him. Samuel Su is worried about Chao Ia, the deep-rooted young lady. Her cultivation level was only just at the 2nd stage of foundation building, and her combat experience was almost 0. This kind of high-end players who play with emotional intelligence and mind tricks can be placed in the backyard to strategize and have great potential, but when they are thrown into the secret realm, they are proper cannon fodder. Demons of the same level didn't even need a 2nd move to kill her. But helplessly, the rules of the examination do not allow the transfer of points, and the entire process of the examination is being supervised, which also isolates the cheating method of Su Samuel striking out and then letting Chao Yi make up for it. And the test location is randomly transmitted, not giving the test taker a chance to exploit the loopholes and hug the thighs at all. He couldn't help her even if he wanted to, so he had to fend for himself. The square was filled with the sound of whispered exchanges, chattering noisily. We all know what the pass line is roughly in the position, for the content of the examination has also known by heart. The large square of more than 100,000 people, at least 50,000 people feel that they can pass, before being blasted and hammered by a true great emperor, who couldn't still shout with a shy pussy face that they had the qualifications of a great emperor. And so, in the midst of this clamor, everyone noticed that the people around them began to disappear in pieces. Huang Yuan, that old man, does not talk about martial arts, also do not shout a sentence to start, directly waved his hand, opened the group teleportation. Su Huai lowered his head and looked at the identity token in his hand. The small jade token emitted a faint blue light, gradually wrapping Su Huai's body into it. The silver ring in his right hand suddenly raised its serpentine head and stared stupidly at the identity token. Samuel Su was shocked and hurriedly held down its head. Little ancestor, make no mistake. Make no mistake. This can't be eaten, at least not now. The little snake seemed to be very upset at Su Huai's behavior of holding down its dog's head, and opened its mouth and bit hard on his finger. But at the same time, it didn't stare at that token and salivate anymore. Finally, the blue light completely wrapped around Su Samuel, and the space around him began to distort, tearing his body. When the blue light dissipated, Su Samuel had already appeared on top of a cold and windy snowy plain. Not far away was a patch of ramshackle log cabins. He looked around, other than the other 7 examiners. There were no other creatures in this snowy plain. Chapter 30 Snow Plains Lodge Snow Grudge Spirit. Where is this? This? A teenager rubbed his hands together, 2 stages of the Foundation establishment realm. His physical quality was already not low, but he could still feel the piercing coldness in this snowy plain. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the teenager bristled and took the lead towards the row of ramshackle wooden houses. He wanted to at least find a place to keep out the cold first. There were many cabins, at least 30 by rough count, but without exception, all the doors were closed. I wouldn't go in there if I were you. Hearing someone speak, the teenager turned back to his head, followed by the corners of his mouth twitching madly, only to see Su Samuel unhurriedly pull out a large cotton jacket from his space ring, and within 2 minutes, he wrapped himself up so tightly that he looked warm. Damn, the unusual space ring volume is only 2 or 3 cubic meters, can carry a limited number of things, of course, is tight to those precious and important things to bring. How can anyone carry around something like a big cotton jacket that takes up bulk and is useless? Looking at Su Huai tucked his hand in a cozy look, it was impossible to say that he didn't envy. So the teenager ignored Su Huai's admonition, took out a long sword, and kicked open the wooden door in front of him. Poking around carefully, the room was empty except for a small bed. The teenager sighed in relief. What is so dangerous about that? He carried his sword and lowered his head into the house, but for some reason it felt as if the house was colder than the outside. It must have been because it was left open. Well, let's close the door and warm up, and then I'll go out and sit back and enjoy it when the others have explored the surrounding area. What is this called? It's called intelligence. The ones out there are slowly freezing. He snapped the door of the house shut, and the hut darkened considerably, but the chill was not dispelled. You came to keep me company. Who? The young man sheathed his long sword in his hand, and dozens of biting cold lights bloomed out between the shaking arms, instantly slicing the silhouette that quietly appeared behind him into a dozen or so sections. I have to say, there are indeed a couple of tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he is so bold to be the first one to enter the cabin. Pity. Before the corners of his mouth could raise in a confident smile, the dozen or so fragments of the shadow were once again connected together, reforming into a blurred humanoid shadow. The teenager finally got a good look at the shadowy figure. Bean eyebrows, thin lips, pale face, no pupils, long hair trailing to the ground, a long snow-white dress. He panicked. First, he chopped out a dozen blades again to break up the shadow, and then he frantically pickpocketed that wooden door, kicking it with his feet and slashing it with his sword, but unfortunately he couldn't open it no matter what. A pair of cold hands suddenly reached out from behind him and covered his face. Tide! Demon, eat my sword. The sword light flashed again, but this time the blade skimmed straight through the shadow, not causing it any more half damage. Outside the cabin, Su Huai and the other 6 teenagers watched as the man entered the house and closed the door, followed by crackling and sword chants several times inside. No one knows what's going on in the house. The gate trembled for half a day. A roar came to mind in the house, and then it wasn't long before the gate opened and a horrified, nearly half-naked ice sculpture was thrown out with a horrified face. The ice sculpture slowly dissipated, obviously because it had received a fatal injury, thus triggering the protection mechanism of the identity plate, and the entire person was transported outside the secret boundaries. Although he saved his life, the feeling of death could not be faked, and the despair and palpitations would become a lifelong nightmare, and if his cultivation level was high, he might also turn into a heart demon. Don't listen to good people. Su Huai watched the ice sculpture dissipate and sighed as he looked at the row of wooden houses. The Snow Grudge is also known as the Snow Maiden in some places. although later generations have made many adaptations to the story of the Snow Maiden, calling her a beautiful snow spirit who would fall in love with her favorite humans and give them children. But in reality, that's really just otaku YA. Snow grudge spirits are evil and merciless ghosts and monsters, both in the ancient book Zangi Jwaku Monogatari, where it is first mentioned, and in Weird Tales, where the creatures are first formally described. They appear during heavy snowfalls, build warm cabins, attract passers-by to rest, have sex with them and take their lives. In the Weeping Ghost Abyss, the snow grudge spirit belonged to one of the lowest types of ghost creatures. Although immunity to physical attacks was buggy, it was yet inherently fearful and afraid of flames, not to mention the fire attribute's spiritual power, and even the constant burning with mortal fire could kill it. But if you look at it another way, in a situation like the current one where you can save your life, those teenagers who are not enough to pass the test would not be a benefit if they die at the hands of the legendary Snow Maiden. Sure. It's also possible that the Snow Maiden disliked it and didn't go through the intermediate process, skipping straight to the final step of being frozen into an ice sculpture and taking her life. After all, the interval between that unlucky person just now, from the time he let out a roar to the time he was finally thrown out, was only 30 seconds. What can you do in 30 seconds? Anyway, Samuel can't do anything. He needs at least half an hour, half a day, half a month, half a year. Exactly how long will depend on the play of the rich woman. Knowing what was in the wooden huts, Samuel naturally took a big step towards the biggest one. The 6 teenagers, on the other hand, looked at each other in disbelief as they stated that they could still resist freezing and decided to wait and see for another wave. Pushing open the door of the house, a coldness came. Samuel's tiger shook, lowered his head and drilled into the house. Without saying anything, the immortal dignity breath instantly filled the entire hut. The body of the snow woman hiding under the bed crawled halfway out and retracted silently. Mess with it. But she didn't want to provoke Su Huai. But Su Huai didn't want to let her go. A big hand reached under the bed, grabbed her collar and carried her out. Snow Maiden tears. Damn, I'm a ghost. And this cabin is still my home. You just carry me out from under the bed with your bare hands. I don't want to lose face. It is impossible to give face to face. Su Huai looked at the skinny snow girl in his hand and felt tasteless. Maybe to some strange people, Yukito's looks are considered exotic and in the range of barely punchable according to normal aesthetics. But what a man Samuel So is. Hundreds of years in his previous life, every day he looked at the kind of face that his own rich wife had fallen in love with, especially because she was so well behaved that she never refused his strange requests. Like what JK, Lolita, princess dress, evening gown, Christmas dress, nurse stewardess female secretary blah 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 and so on. Even those secondary wives from the original world that Samuel remembered, but wherever he could get clothes, the rich woman would grunt and wear them to him. With a wife like that, how can those mediocre girls get into Samuel So's eyes? For example, Chao Yi is also considered to be a little good-looking, at least considered to be a goddess of that class. But if one day Chao Yi imploringly told Su Huai that she liked him, Su Huai would only sneer and pat her on the shoulder. Good brother, you're a good man. Therefore, this snow maiden could not be seen by the eyes in Samuel's view, and even felt a bit ugly after looking at it for a long time. He looked at it with a look of disgust. You've got 2 minutes to get all those companions of yours hiding in the other houses, or I'll destroy your entire clan in a fire later. Don't question me. Killing, you're a pro. Setting fires, I'm a pro. Chapter 31 Su Air Dog's Salted Fish Life. Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect Hall of Elders. Unlike conference rooms in the general sense, the Elder Hall of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect was not as lofty as one would imagine. In fact, it was just a small room encrusted with moonstones. It was so small that only a dozen chairs could be put down, so perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a small dark room than an Elder's Hall. In the small black room, at this time, filled with elders of the Immortal Sect, all motionless staring at the front of the big screen, it was a shadow transmission stone. Through some small formations, it could reveal most of the places in the secret realm, and it could also choose a specific perspective to view through the identity token on the examiner. With tens of thousands of examiners, it was naturally impossible to see everything, and many of the images were flickering, and unless the performance was outstanding, no elder would notice. At this moment, the image was then fixed on Chu Siyu, who was on Su Huai's mind. She was lucky, almost too lucky to explode. The randomly teleported location was not only not as environmentally harsh as Su Huai's place, there were also no horrible demons and ghosts, counting it as a real Tian Hu opening. What's even more frightening is that when she familiarized herself with the environment once again and dug up an herb, She actually plowed out a crystal-clear, green-colored bead. If it had been Samuel so, he probably would have sighed to the heavens and then waved his hand with a Versailles face. This test is also too damn meaningless. Just started on the end. Life is really lonely as snow. Chu Siyu certainly wasn't that shameless. After digging out the spirit bead, she only froze slightly for a short while before putting it into her small bag and continuing to lower her head to dig up the medicinal herbs. Wisteria root? This is something that can only be used to refine second-grade pills. Pill Spirit Peak Master Chantiru flicked his large beard, an undisguised look of appreciation flowing from the bottom of his eyes. Chu Siyu's profile was on the side, including age, biography, family background, and even a detailed record of the current predicament she had encountered, and her grudge against the great Wasteland Dynasty's Grand Imperial Prince. Chantai-ru looked at the picture of Chu Siyu picking herbs along the way, and then finding a natural rock cave. After making sure it was safe, he took out his danmaku. It was a very inferior dan furnace, probably the practicing work of some alchemist's apprentice, not even a spiritual weapon, much less one that could have any enchanting effect on alchemy. Fire satin stove. Spirit flames tumbled. Seriousness was written all over Chu Siyu's small face, and her pair of black eyes shone like stars. The movements were smooth and flowing, as one after another of the medicinal herbs were thrown into the furnace, getting rid of the impurities under the roasting, and transforming into a pure medicinal liquid. There was almost no lag, and when all the medicinal herbs were quenched, Chu Siyu used her spiritual energy to knead them all together, constantly compressing and condensing them. Unlike ordinary alchemists who carefully warmed and kneaded, her method was more like that of a smith, with the flames acting as a sledgehammer that constantly struck the unformed dan embryo. 80. Hammer after hammer, it was mind-blowing. This method is simple and crude, but effective. This seems to be a very new way of alchemy? One of the elders laughed out loud at Chu Siyu's actions. In fact, it wasn't his fault, and the other elder's eye color was also a bit strange. Although most of them did not know how to make pills, they had never eaten pork and had always seen a pig run, and they still knew the basic steps of making pills. Satin furnace, purification, embryo coagulation, warming medicine, polytype. 5 steps. Chu Siyu only did the purification stage step by step. Then he directly combined the latter steps into 3 using fire as a hammer, snapping and banging. It's like doing a math problem where someone else pushes through the argument step by step, only to have an oddball come out of nowhere, write the word solve, and then just write the answer. As a rule, a big question is 10 points, and this oddball gets 3 at the most, and step points are 1 point. But alchemy is not a question after all. Alchemy only needs results and never looks at the process. And as an alchemy master, Chantiru could analyze whether the elixir in the furnace was formed or not just by looking at the picture. When she saw Chu Siyu extinguish the furnace fire and use her spiritual energy to draw out 3 round and full pills from the furnace, the elder who had just opened his mouth to flirt with her stopped speaking, or rather all the elders in the small dark room were silent. Chantai-ru took a deep breath and raised his hand to point at Chu Siyu in the picture. This girl child, Pill Spirit Peak, take it. It is directly designated as an inner disciple, and if she is willing to formally worship the old man as her master, it will immediately be changed to a personal disciple. Then first, congratulations to Elder Chan for being blessed with a beloved disciple. The faces of all the elders showed envy, a 16-year-old second-grade elixir master, and refining second-grade elixirs effortlessly, taking more than twice as long as other second-grade elixir masters. It wasn't too much to say that she had the ability to refine third-grade pills. A 16-year-old third-grade alchemist. Medicine Spirit Peak. This is picking up the treasure. No one cared about Chu Siyu's grudge against that great desolate dynasty's prince, even if that prince was still the first disciple under the seat of the Heavenly Cold Palace's Grand Elder. What? Sky Cold Palace is great? The diffractive Moon Emperor, who had been passionately fighting with the Ghost Emperor in the Weeping Ghost Abyss for years, stated that he could let the Heavenly Cold Immortal Emperor have one hand. Not to mention the fact that that Grand Prince was still just a tiny protege. Let him come to the diffractive Moon Immortal sect to take people if he has the ability. Chantai-ru stated, dare to bully the disciple of the old man, you are considered to have clean if you don't beat the out of you. The picture can't always stay with one person. After the disciple in charge of recording the contents of the meeting in the small dark room had jotted down Chu Siyu's name, Grand Elder Huang Yuan raised his hand and waved it, continuing to switch the screen rapidly and continuously. Tens of thousands of people, all different in life. There were true liver emperors whose talent and cultivation were not considered good, but they hunted and killed demons like crazy, and in less than 2 hours after the start of the examination, they had already accumulated nearly 100 points. But most of the elders didn't think much of him. High-intensity killing is extremely consuming physical strength and mind, so regardless of this, it will easily be followed by a lack of strength, and there is also the possibility of overkilling because of excessive killing to contract a heart demon. Of course, there were crazy demons, and naturally, there were also tricksters who felt that hunting demons for points was too hard and tiring, so they were bent on rummaging around in all corners, attempting to become one of the owners of those 20 spirit beads. However, the size of this secret realm was almost comparable to the size of a country in the mundane world, and searching for 20 fist-sized spirit beads in it was like finding a needle in a haystack. The spirit bead not only was the egg of this examination, but it was also another assessment of the examiner's heart. Is it down to earth and hard-working, or are you easily tempted to take shortcuts and stray from your heart? The screen kept flickering, with several pauses in it, which also brought up a few more names on the sheet of paper that had been used to record the contents of the meeting.
Chu Xiu, Tang Sang, Yuo Li Gema, Bai Yan Nai, Li Feng, Luo Yuan.
Among them, Luo Yuanhe could be said to be a standard template, similar to the reference answer for this examination, with a talent that wasn't very high and a cultivation that wasn't very strong. But on the contrary, the combat experience is good, the heart is also resolute, knows the combination of work and rest, will also carry out a simple reconnaissance before hunting demons, and even knows how to set up traps. What a standard good student. And look at the man in the picture now. Damn, if we don't get rid of this son, he will become a big problem. Several elders were speechless at that teenager in the picture, and even a few elders whose sense of justice was overwhelming and whose eyes couldn't rub sand were filled with anger. The teenager in the picture was none other than Su Huai. He built a fire by the snow, got a recliner out of nowhere and a bunch of pots and pans. The two snow maidens trembled as they fiddled with their food by the fire, snow dripping from their bodies from the scorching heat, but they dared not speak out in anger. When you can't hold out any longer, you run out into the snow and freeze for a while, recover and continue to run to the fire to cook. In addition to the cooking, there were a dozen or so snow girls dancing for him. On a snowy day, a dozen or so fabulous snow ladies danced in short skirts and made all kinds of provocative moves. The strongest snow woman was still massaging him. Rub. It's hurtful. It's hurtful. The elders revealed gazes of indignation, cynicism, and anger, jealousy, wishing to directly carry Su Huai out and beat him violently. I asked you to take the test, and you came on a vacation. The examination began a few hours, points you are not a point, but also with a group of snow grudge spirit hang out. How, from now on the king does not mourning, right? Damn you. Chapter 32, The Snow Maidens. Snow 2, Snow 3. Remember to put more chili. Shweta. Use more force? How the hell are you like Chung Xiaohe? You can't even press a shoulder? And you guys, Snow 4 and Snow 5, you can't even dance the polar pure land? And you have the nerve to call yourselves qualified snow maidens? Lower back, right? Lower it a little more. Snow 11, you don't lift your broken skirt. If you do, you won't be able to pass the trial later. The 6 teenagers hunkered down in a small cabin and watched the big man wield his power as he was waited on by 24 snow girls. And then look at themselves, icy weather, not to mention points, it's hard to even survive. Even this wooden hut to shelter from the wind and snow is still big brother pity them. Especially since they had already been hungry all day. Tears of envy couldn't help but flow from the corners of their mouths as they looked at those fragrant stir-fries under the snow maiden's spatula. The gap between man and man is sometimes greater than even man and dog. What do we do? A teenager sits paralyzed on a cot and lets out a soul-torturing question. If we go on like this, we won't be able to get a single point. How can we pass the examination? The other teenager sighed. What else can we do? Let's slow down for a while and then figure out how to get out of this snowy plain. Out of the snowfields? That's going to be a long time, isn't it? So what if it's long? Staying here is just a waste of time anyway. It's impossible to get points. You can't go killing those snow girls, can you? Those snow maidens are now Big Brother's minions. If you dare to kill them, aren't you afraid Big Brother will take you for a drink? Fair enough. Friendly reminder, even if Big Brother doesn't care, we can't beat those snow girls. The teenager sitting by the window withdrew his gaze, wiped the tears from the corners of his mouth, and spoke. The snow woman who pressed her shoulder to the big guy was a fourth-order one, and she didn't even need to make a second move to kill us. Pack up and leave later. Pick a direction and walk on. You can always come across other demons to hunt. The teenagers cheered each other on and strengthened their faith. But soon their eyes were surreptitiously focused on the group of dancing snow women again. That action, hiss worthy of being a big brother, really ing will play with this ability to cultivate what bird immortal go to open a greenhouse to make a lot of money is not fragrant? Of course, if it really opens a greenhouse, a righteous teenager like me will certainly be the first to run a card. With the wine and the food, Sue Samuel squinted in his chair for a little while longer and didn't wake up leisurely until near evening. At this point, almost 4 hours had passed since the start of the examination, and he stretched his back, finally ready to start moving. Yuck, Ida, come here. The fourth-ranked snow maiden that was nestled in the snow and piling up a snowman bumbled her way to Su Huai. What can I do for you, my lord? A shoulder squeeze? Pinch my ass. The butt. How do you pinch a butt? All right, don't play around. Let me ask you, are there any other demonic groups in this neighborhood besides you guys? The snow woman cocked her head and reached out to point toward the south. There's a snow devil fortress over there, inhabited by over 40 snow devils. They are our mortal enemies. My sister was captured and eaten by that snow demon leader. Your sister? What is your sister's strength? Fifth order. Su Huai glanced at Shweta in surprise. Even the fifth rank can be eaten. What's the origin of that snow demon? I don't know. The ones surviving in this secret realm are all captives who were brought in by your human powers a long time ago, and there are all kinds of creatures. Our Snow Grudge Spirit Clan is the ghost clan of the Weeping Ghost Abyss, while that group of snow devils is the demon clan of the Meteor Demon Cave. We've only fought them a couple of times in turf battles. I'm not sure of the rest of the information. Ok. Samuel Su smacked his lips. That's them, then, let's smash it. Ha! What the hell, yell man? Oh! With a shrill whistle from Shweta, all those snow women who were heckling in the snow plains came out from all corners and stood in a line in front of Su Huai and Shweta. A demonic creature that could have a fixed territory in the secret realm would naturally not be too weak. Counting Shweta, there were a total of 22 snow maidens, 1 4th rank, 2 3rd rank, and the remaining clear 2nd rank, which was all the battle power contained in this small group. If the secret realm was compared to a fairy realm, the snow maiden cluster was already considered a first-class power. Not strong, but capable of drawing out the situation. Said to do, when the snow big point all the troops and horses, Su Samuel will lead a group of snow women ran straight to the south. The snow maidens were all thrilled to learn that they were going to go and fight the snow demon, and they reverted to their hideous and terrifying grudge true forms on the spot. Pale skin covered with silvery white veins, sharp teeth and claws, white dresses and capes. If the short skirt version of the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss can attract millions of fans overnight, then after such a makeup removal live, millions of fans can instantly fall clean. And maybe some unscrupulous ones will have to hit the blackout button before they leave. Snow Devil Castle, a manor-type castle with a long history. The four-limbed, simple-minded snow demon naturally could not have the ability to build a residence that could be considered a work of art like this. So this old castle actually belonged to a blood demon viscount in its earliest days. Shweta told Su Samuel that the Blood Devils, also known as the Blood Clan, were not strictly speaking the Demon Clan, but belonged to the Ghost Clan. Although both the Weeping Ghost Abyss and the Meteor Devil Cave had blood clans, it was known that the strongest one was in the Weeping Ghost Abyss, and the largest Blood Clan colony was also in the Weeping Ghost Abyss. So it's okay that the Weeping Ghost Abyss is the birthplace of the Bloods, right? There's nothing wrong with the Bloods being part of the Ghosts, is there? Back to the point. That Blood Viscount and Yukida's sister were good friends who had known each other for hundreds of years. Later, the Viscount of Blood fell in love with a young girl who came into this place to train. That young girl, perennially clutching an unsheathed longsword, was extremely good at fighting, and after entering the secret realm, she had beaten up the leaders of all the creature groups. In particular, that Blood Viscount was challenged the most because it had 6th rank strength and was the king of this area. Over time, the battle between the young girl and the Blood Viscount turned from initially falling into a disadvantage into an even match, and then finally into a near crush. Slowly, after realizing that fighting the Blood Viscount no longer gave her a boost, the young girl stopped coming. However, the Bloods are hypocritical and sentimental creatures. They can accept the killing of their loved ones, and even male Bloods will use their appearance to attract human women, creating an emotional bond with them before killing them themselves in their best years and collecting the bodies. They can accept the painful loss of my love, but not the coldness of the woman they love. So after the maiden left, the Viscount began to suffer, and when he learned that the maiden had not yet left the secret realm, he stood guard at the exit of the secret realm and waited bitterly. Finally, the young girl at the end of her adventures is about to return. Facing the Viscount's questioning and confession, the maiden drew the long sword in her hand. That battle was uneventful, and the young girl left in style, leaving behind only a corpse that had been penetrated by sword energy. Ida sighed a little. When the Viscount died, my sister led us to live in that old castle and became its second owner. Until the Snow Demon tribe was captured in the Meteor Devil Cave and thrown into this secret realm, it looked at the towering old castle with anger in its eyes. That Snow Demon had the strength of the 6th rank. We couldn't resist it. We could only flee under the cover of our sister and build a wooden hut in the snowy plains to live on. My lord, if you can let me take revenge, I am willing to take you as my lord and be your contracted spirit. Samuel Sue glanced at it. No, you're too weak. Not only is it weak, it's ugly. It would be better to have you than a cat. 3 words that warmed her to tears. Snowy Big Bungalow lived. She's the head of the Snow Maidens, a 4th-order demon ghost, offered to work for someone else and was actually disliked. Who are you two? Well, the one who dislikes me is a big brother who can't see through the cultivation. Then it's all right, dislikes are dislikes. She blinked, weak and pathetic and helpless. If I can let me eat that snow demon, I can immediately break through to the 5th rank of... And I have a 3rd form. Snow Big shifted into a small furry ball with short arms and legs, comparable to the ultimate Mo-Pure from a certain game in the previous life. Seeing Shweta in this form, Sue Samuel was somewhat moved. Of course, it's not because all fierce men are girly or because the snow girl is well behaved. Rather, it was that his rich wife's birthday was approaching, and he just happened to be short of a present that he could hold. This form of the Munchkin Yukido fits the bill perfectly female. Okay, strength, furry, cute, obedient, can be a wingman, and most importantly, won't be rejected. If you and a girl is still just a friend, then send some very expensive things is actually very inappropriate. The average girl will not accept. After all, the face is written all over the word gold worship, the kind of ultimately still a minority. But it would be appropriate to replace it with a budgie, especially one that is not good at establishing value. What girl can resist a cute kitty cat? These are all relationship tips for chasing girls. Did you guys learn to scrap? Chapter 33 Not Good. He's gonna crook his mouth. The Blood Demon ancient castle was built on a cliff, at the bottom of which was a dark green pine needle forest, and a little further out, a large sparkling lake. Samuel Sue stood by the lake, inevitably thinking of some magic school built in a remote valley in England. Unfortunately, there was no bearded Dumbledore in the ancient castle before him. Only a group of vicious demons who drank blood. Call the battle. Yes. Snow Big resumed his body and let out a shrill howl at the castle. A true ghostly howl that sent those critters in the jungle running in all directions in terror. Soon, a hiss came from inside the castle. A group of monsters like red apes leapt down from the cliffs, across that lake from the Snow Women. Shevnith, are you here to die? The Blood Demon leader was more than 10 feet tall, with a hideous scar on his face and 2 rough fangs that were black and yellow. It looked like a scruffy demon that didn't clean its mouth for years. Of course, it can't be ruled out that it retains bad breath on purpose. This way, when you fight with other demons, you can also surprise each other with a breath of air and biochemical attacks, which can't be defended against. Yukafunes is Yukida's real name. For the Blood Demon leader's hissing, she didn't have the slightest intention of responding, but only took a step forward after receiving Su Huai's hint, and the temperature around her body dropped drastically, freezing the small half of the lake. Immediately after that, a large group of snow maidens stepped onto the ice in a brazen manner and pounced on the blood demons on the opposite bank. Seek death! Roar! Seeing that the other party ignored him, the blood demon leader pounded the ground in annoyance, before leaping high into the air and pouncing on Shweta. Those blood demons hissed and pounced when they saw their own boss leading the charge. When 2 armies met, it was since the strongest were the first to make contact. 4th order. The blood demon leader sensed that Shweta's strength had not increased, and his scarlet tongue licked his yellowed fangs. It had to be said that the taste of the snow grudge spirit was indeed top-notch. The meat was tender and crisp. Even the blood was crystal clear. It tasted comparable to the finest sashimi. The last time I tasted one, it kept it in my thoughts until now. Unfortunately, the 5th-ranked snow grudge spirit that he had chewed up used its soul to place a curse on it, confining it to a 10-mile radius of the ancient castle and preventing it from leaving this place. Otherwise, These snow grudge spirits would have long ago been captured and captive raised by all of it as the finest delicacies. However, it is not too late now, since Snow Furnace seeks death on its own. It will definitely seize this opportunity, and one will not be able to escape. Seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, the blood demon leader became abnormally excited, tearing and ravaging. It could already imagine the despair and wailing that Zufunes was about to present. However, Shweta, who was transformed into a spiteful spirit, rushed halfway, but suddenly curved her mouth at him with mockery written in her eyes, and she, who had been prepared for this, dodged to avoid it, revealing Su Huai, who had been following her all along. "Hey! Human!" The blood demon leader didn't think much about it. Over the years it had eaten quite a few humans who had run to the secret realm from various forces to practice. It wasn't like all humans were as fierce as the woman holding the sword. An ordinary human can be whacked into pulp with a single punch. Jejia, all go to hell. Both claws formed fists and raised them high above his head before slamming them down. Su Hui felt the sense of oppression brought about by the blood demon leader. He lifted his foot and drew a semicircle on the ground, then took a deep breath, built up strength in his right arm, and violently blasted out. Boo! The ice exploded, and shock was written all over the blood demon leader's face as his tall body staggered back, his arms tingling as he felt like he had blasted into a wall of molten steel. Scratch that. So fierce. The human race has produced another demon. Then, it saw Su Huai also face shocked. The body is directly flying out. Samuel So is acting. Although he feels that pretending to be a pig is very important, and he has never hidden his power along the way. But this is the diffractive moon immortal sex entrance examination. It is also highly likely that the test will be live. He is a 17-year-old teenager. Collecting the 4th Order Snow Maiden can still be described as a genius, and fighting with the 6th Order Blood Demon can also be explained by the talent near the demon. But a ing move that seconds someone, what do you make those elders who are potentially watching him think? Good boy. Stronger than the elders. What do you want to do by sneaking into my immortal sect? Quickly shiver. Are you a spy? Can Samuel So say he's here to pick up girls? I can't. That's a hell of a reason. There was no way to explain. The consequence of exposing all of his strength was that it would definitely cause suspicion from the elders of the diffractive moon immortal sect. At that time, not to mention passing the examination, stay in the immortal sect to pick up girls. Not to be arrested and sliced up for research is already considered the diffractive moon emperor upright and kind-hearted. So Samuel So had to act. He had to play the positive role of a man who was good at holding back, and it was best if he had to fall into a disadvantage when he fought with the blood demon later on, and then break through on the verge of a fight. A hard-fought win at the end, and then a mouthful, and it's a done deal. No one knows the Dragon King better than Samuel So. Saying that he would do it, Su Huai wanted to spray a large mouthful of blood to the sky, but bit the tip of his tongue and found that it hurt a little. So, in a different way, he pretended to forcefully swallow the blood in his throat, and then suffocated his red face, his right hand shaking slightly again as he gritted his teeth and looked at the blood demon. The blood demon is good. Is strong. Question mark. The blood demon leader gulped, his expression in shock and disbelief. Just then, Samuel So suddenly yelled, "Demon, take your life," followed by a stomping step towards it. The blood demon leader was furious. Its brain capacity couldn't support overly complex thinking, and it only felt insulted to see the human hiss and lunge. So it too hissed and pounced. Immediately afterward, one man and one devil engaged in a seemingly even-keeled, fist-to-flesh real man's bloody melee. 5 minutes had passed, the blood demon leader was lightly injured, and Su Huai was seriously injured and on the verge of death, staggering. 10 minutes passed, the blood demon leader was seriously injured, and Samuel So was seriously injured and on the verge of death, staggering. Half an hour had passed. The blood demon leader was near death, and Su Samuel was seriously injured and on the verge of death, staggering. Nima, referee, there's a hang-up. This pussy opened up the blood lock. The blood demon leader was just as stupid as he was, and at this moment, he could also see that this human in front of him was not right. It sprang back and began to withdraw as it fought. Who knows, just at this moment, Su Huai seems to also see its thoughts, but the tiger's body shook, tilted up to the sky and let out a long whistle, and the breath of his body violently rose by a cut. He broke through. Up. Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, I managed to break through to the 5th rank strength at this last moment. The heavens will not fail me. Blood demon, Today is the day you die. Tired, destroy it. The blood demon twisted his head and ran, not even greeting his own little brother, and ran into the dense forest at the bottom of the cliff in a puff of smoke. It is sort of see out that human is a psychopath, take it to find fun, but also finally broke through to the fifth order. What is the meaning? I'm not sure what I mean, but I'm not sure what I mean. Don't you know how strong you are? Seeing that the blood demon leader started to run away, Su Samuel hurriedly followed and rushed into the forest to catch up. The blood demon minions on the ice had originally fought back and forth with the snow maidens led by Shweta by virtue of their numbers and their own magic resistance. Now that the boss had run away, his morale was scattered, and he also began to fall into a disadvantage, being broken by the Shweta girls one by one. It wasn't until sunset when Su Samuel came out of the dense forest with the corpse of the blood demon leader in his hand that the snow grudge spirits were already cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, the blood demon clan was completely annihilated. On the snow maiden side, in addition to the leader, Su Samuel, who was in a state of breath disorder and on the verge of death, Shwe 18, Shwe 19 and Shwe 22 were also killed by the blood demon's deathbed counterattack. However, except for the snow great, who was approaching the 5th rank and had a more complete mind, the rest of the snow grudge spirits were still only instinctive, and they didn't mourn the withering away of their companions. Instead, they were unusually joyful for having won the battle. Flock after flock drifted over the frozen lake like a group of white ghosts, their playful laughter seeping in. Su Huai threw the corpse of the blood demon leader to the ground, adhering to the professional spirit of acting to the end. He raised his head and showed a cheap, crooked-mouthed smile to the sky. Chapter 34 Spirit Pearl Scramble. Bang! Inside the little dark room, an elder slammed the table and gritted his teeth. This Su Samuel, talent is good, but this smile is simply a mouthful. Seconded. The old man wants to rip his mouth off. All right, elderly, take it easy. Don't be so harsh on the youngsters. Isn't it time for us to talk about this Samuel so next? It's really time to talk about. I don't see this son as a good person, nah. The elders were talking, each analyzing Su Huai's profile, as well as his performance in the examination just now. Su Huai's acting skills, which he thought were perfect, were simply full of mistakes and omissions in the eyes of this group of old men. They could tell at a glance that the proximity breakthrough in the back was fake, and that the 5th rank cultivation was also fake. After discussing and analyzing the situation, the elders finally came to the conclusion that Su Hui was a treacherous person who was jumpy, liked to enjoy himself, and was happy to hide his strength. Strength, well. The elders unanimously felt that it was the 6th order. Couldn't be higher. After all, Su Huai that only 4 products of the spiritual root cannot be false. The spiritual root does not enhance. The cultivation of the death is the 6th order. This life do not want to have a breakthrough. Well, that makes sense. When the elders finished their discussion, it was only when Grand Elder Huang Yuan, who had watched Su Huai's performance from the side the entire time but had never said a word and had a numb face, rubbed his forehead and opened his mouth. No matter how much strength he's hiding, it's not a bad thing for the immortal sect or for the human race. The elders froze in unison. Why is the Grand Elder so sure? Huang Yuan reached out and pointed to Su Huai's profile next to the screen. He's from the Su family in Black Iron City. It's Su Chang's grandson. Battle Hall Master Shangguan Xiu suddenly sat up straight as he touched the short, fiery red hair on top of his head and laughed out loud. If it's really Su Chang's grandson, then this brat, I'll take it for the Battle Hall. It's just that the fight between him and that blood demon just now was full of mistakes. Several times the blood demon revealed its breaks and he failed to seize the opportunity. That's why the fight was so tough. Just in time for me to hone my skills. Huang Yuan bristled. You're the one who's honing him? If you two fight one-on-one, I am afraid that in less than a minute, he will have to kneel on the ground and beg you not to die. However, he did not say these things in his heart. Su Huai's identity and origin completely dispelled the last trace of concern in Huang Yuan's heart. Although I don't know how Su Huai has this kind of strength, and I don't know what he is trying to do by bothering to sneak into Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, but just by the fact that the other party is Su Chang's grandson, he must then be trustworthy. Even if Su Huai was really some kind of unforgivable person, the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect couldn't possibly kill him. Instead, it could only use gentle means to guide and correct him. Because the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, as well as the entire lower immortal region owed Su Chang'e too much. So much that there is no longer any way to pay it back. There's no need to discuss him too much. Huang Yuan hammered away. Shangguan Xiu, don't interfere with his choices either. Let him do whatever he wants. Shangguan Xiu frowned slightly. But, no buts, that's what I mean. Huang Yuan sipped his tea. It was also the great emperor's intention. Well then. Okay. The great emperor must have his intentions in doing so, and we shall obey. Shangguan Xiu sighed. In his opinion, such a good seedling should first invest a large amount of resources to pile up his spiritual roots, and then directly throw it into the battlefield to grind. In the end, Su Huai's name was also recorded in the small book. This list was a secret list that was first determined by the Elder Observation Examination. If those on the list passed the examination, they could directly become inner disciples of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. It is important to realize that the difference between the outer and inner sects is just one word, but the treatment they enjoy in terms of resource supply and other aspects is vastly different. Inside the secret, Samuel So was unaware that an argument had just taken place in the small dark room with him at the center. After a fierce battle, he lay on a chaise longue, carried by 2 snow maidens into the Blood Demon Castle. The number of points on the identity token had changed from 0 an hour ago to 100,000. Those blood demons killed by the snow grudge spirits were not on his head, though he didn't really care. 100,000 points, already enough to sit at the top of this examination, and according to the practice of previous years, the top of the examination was rewarded, and it was also very generous. In the next 2 days, Samuel Su recuperated in the castle, and officially renamed the Blood Devil's Castle as Hogwarts Castle. Don't ask. Asking is sentimental. There were some collections within the ancient castle, and the ones that were worth money were put into his storage ring. Of course, the ex-girlfriends that were killed and treasured by the first owner of the castle, the Blood Viscount, have long since been eaten by the Blood Demon. The 3rd day of the assessment, Shweta successfully devoured all of the Blood Demon leader's essence and flesh, breaking through to the mid-5th stage, and with the help of Su Samuel, he set up a boundary around the ancient fortress, becoming the new lord of the Snow Plains. Day 4. While most of the snow grunts stayed at Hogwarts, Samuel Su took a few of the strongest ones out of the castle and across the tundra to the vast wilderness. The wasteland in the middle of the secret area is very warm. The 4 snow women carried the recliner, and Su Huai quietly lay on it, while the 5th order snow big blew cold air on the side, acting as an intelligent inverter air conditioner with no energy consumption. This look is both like the Black Mountain Old Demon leading a tour of the mountain, and like the empty Duke waving through the market. Su Samuel had asked Shweta about this secret realm. Shweta told him that this secret realm was divided into 5 large areas, each of which was occupied by a 6th order demon. The Lord of the Snowy Tundra was originally a Blood Viscount, and then when the Viscount was killed, he became that blood demon. The most productive territory in the secret world is the south. The terrain there is varied, with patches of valleys, a temperate climate, plenty of light, and an abundance of spiritual qi, making it a very suitable environment for the growth of spiritual medicines. Moreover, the lord that occupied there was a peak 6th ranked augur snake that slept all year round. Su Hui presumed that those examiners who possessed the talent of refining pills or refining weapons should have all been centrally placed in the southern part of the secret realm, so next, he was going to set off to find the rich woman. The secret world is too barren and dangerous. Without his protection, the rich woman must be trembling with fear. As a matter of fact, Chuziu wasn't shaking at all. Not only did she ooze with energy and save up enough points to pass the test early on, she also made her first friend in life when she went out to pick herbs one time. It was an unlucky person with a cultivation level of only the 2nd rank. When his strength failed, he planned to set up traps to hunt the demons, but he underestimated their resistance and was bitten by a poisonous snake, stumbling and escaping into the valley. Then passed out and was lucky enough to be picked up by a rich woman when she was about to be eliminated and brought back to the small cave where she was temporarily living. That's right, the unlucky guy is Chao Yi. She belonged to the kind of examiners who were the most miserable in the secret realm, and was the 2 extremes of Su Huai. For this kind of girl whose combat power was even lower than her own, and who had little ability to survive, Chu Siyu would naturally drop her guard a little. She can even proudly say that, like Chao Yi, she can beat 1.5 even if she lets one hand do so. After Chao Yi woke up, she could be said to be grateful to Chu Siyu, and was close to having nothing to show for it and being an ox in the next life. After learning that Chu Siyu was an alchemist, she even took it upon herself to act as her guard. Though the only purpose of this guard might be to rush up to the demons when they attack and then hold up the other side on the spot. Thanks to Chao Yi's strong social attributes and the super high emotional intelligence that she sacrificed her strength for, she quickly made friends with Chu Siyu, or at least got a response when she spoke to her. Chancing to meet the line of sight, Chu Siyu's eyes were no longer filled with panic and discomfort. For a sociopath so severe that he can't breathe when talking to strangers, this is an almost impossible miracle. Everything is age-old. Until on the evening of the fourth day their identity token suddenly blinked more than once and conveyed a message, as well as a map encompassing the entire secret realm. Attention all examiners. Halfway through the examination, we are now announcing the exact location of the 20 integral spirit pearls, or the owners of the spirit pearls. Please invite those interested in the spirit beads to engage in friendly competition. Friendship first, points second. Maps have been distributed. Please click to view. As the prompting tone fell, the small bag on Chu Siyu's body suddenly bloomed with a dazzling greenish-colored light. Chao Yi's entire body instantly froze. Her first thought was that it was going to be over. It wasn't that she had any thoughts about Chu Siyu's spirit bead. With Chao Yi's family teachings, this kind of enmity would never be done. Even for this examination, she has long held the idea of completely swinging for the fences. The big deal is to go back to inherit the Chamber of Commerce. Be a rich woman in the truest sense of the word. She is worried about the location being exposed. How are they two weak women going to be able to guard the spirit pearl? Chapter 35 Template of the Daughter of Heaven's Destiny. See you, let's run. This valley wasn't exactly hidden, and the cave where the two of them were hiding wasn't accessible in all directions. If the exit was blocked, it would really be hard to fly. Chu Siyu pursed her lips. Her nature has always been soft. A lot of things are able to back off, such as the property left behind by her parents. The aunt wants it, she will go by herself. She knew it was bad, but after trying for a long time, there was no way to become the kind of spunky chick she wanted to be. After all, she's sociopathic and afraid of everything. So if she was the only one, after learning that the spirit beads were hot potatoes, she might have chosen to break the bank and just find a place to throw them away. After all, the spirit beads' 1,000 points were dispensable to her, but it was only the points for refining a third-grade spirit medicine. But now there's still Chao Yi. She knew that the girl she had saved had little ability to pass the examination, and in her heart, she wanted to give her that spirit pearl. However, she was not good at socializing and didn't know how to give someone a gift, worrying that Chao Yi would take her kindness as a kind of charity. So she had been looking for a reasonable opportunity. Chu Siyu for the first time in 16 years to make friends, do what is careful, afraid that because of their own reasons to end this good hard to build up the bond. Without the spirit beads, Chao Yi couldn't pass the examination. Chu Siyu looked down at her right hand that was being pulled by Chao Yi, and after thinking for 3 seconds, she decided to do her best to keep the spirit bead on her body. She looked up and whispered, I know a place. Siyu, what did you say? You're coming with me. Packing up the Dan furnace placed in the cave in 3 or 2 tries, as well as those medicinal herbs on display, Chu Siyu led Chao Yi out of the cave with quick steps, heading deeper into the valley. Most of the valley was grassy, with spiritual medicines growing in a staggered manner, and it was indeed considered a good and blessed land. The two women walked along a clear stream, circling east and west, and soon came to a pool of water that was about 10 meters wide and so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Siyu, what are we doing here? Get help. Getting help? Who's going to help us? Chu Siyu squatted down at the edge of the water pool, took out an elixir from her small bag, crushed it, and then sprinkled it on the surface of the water. In less than a tea's worth of work, the water churned and purple-black scales loomed horrifyingly beneath the surface. Chao Yi felt her hands and feet cold, and hurriedly reached out to pull Chu Siyu. Siyu, quick, run, there are demonic beasts. Fear not, Blackie won't hurt us. Blackie! The object in the puddle finally surfaced. It was a large snake that was as thick as a bucket, with a grayish belly and scales on its back that flashed with a cold black-purple light, and those turquoise vertical pupils instantly locked onto Chao Yi. Gray-bellied purple-scaled boa. Chao Yi's legs and feet were weak and she couldn't run even if she wanted to now. She had read in the book that there was a description of this kind of demonic beast. The gray-bellied purple-scaled boa belonged to solitary demonic beasts with a strong sense of territory and possessed the bloodline of the earth dragon. Dragon is the supreme of the demon race. The legendary pure-blooded dragons are even one of the demon hegemony, as long as the adult will be able to have at least the 7th level of cultivation of the super-strong existence. All the demonic beasts that were connected to the word dragon, there was not a single one that was simple. Dragon-blooded creatures, even if their bloodline was thin, must be truly great demons. The gray-bellied purple-scaled boa was one of them, and it was still the type with a relatively strong bloodline. According to the iconography, this kind of snake, as long as it successfully reaches adulthood, will be able to reach the strength of the sixth order, with a length of 100 meters and a unicorn horn that will dominate the area. Although the size of this purple-scaled boa in front of him had not reached the adult standard, there was already a very obvious bulge on his head, so I'm afraid that it wasn't far from adulthood, and at least it had the strength of the fifth order. Why would Chu Siyu know a great demon of this level, and look quite familiar with it? Chu Siyu seemed to be able to see her doubts, and while reaching out to touch the head of that purple-scaled boa and placing a few second-grade elixirs into its mouth, she explained in a low voice, "I came here the day before yesterday to pick herbs. Xiao Hei was injured and couldn't move, so I fed it some healing medicine." The corner of Chao Yi's eyes jumped. Well, it turned out that this big snake was the same as herself, a little poor thing that had been saved by Chu Siyu. But why did this silly girl always pick up some strange things? First the spirit bead, then a seriously injured fifth-order demonic beast, then his poisoned and fainted self. It's not too much to call Chu Siyu the daughter of heaven's destiny, is it? If she were a man, this wave would have taken off. Good luck with alchemy. Went out to pick herbs and saved a big demon, contracted spirit there. Then go out to pick medicine and pick up a rich woman, wife and soft rice also have
Protagoniste template.
Chao Yi's image of the last one to have a protagonist template is still Su Hui, but as her relationship with Su Hui gets better and better, she realizes that she was the one who looked away in the first place. That pussy wasn't even taking the protagonist template, he was taking the script of the divine destiny villain. The first day of acquaintance took her as a good girl in the late night digging pits to bury people, even if, after getting acquainted, but also especially like white whoring, never pay for dinner together. Sometimes when a few people were walking along the road, even the dog's tail grass on the side of the road he had to pull two down and chew a few times. It's really a wild goose with a black belly. Ahem, staying with a little angel on earth like Chu Siyu, why would I want to think about that loser Su Hui? Dating isn't easy, Chao Yi sighed. However, since Chu Siyu was able to manage to make the gray-bellied purple-scaled snake act as a helper, then the two of them should be considered safe for the time being next, right? This is a fifth-order demon. That group of examiners took their heads to grab Chu Siyu's spirit bead. After putting her heart down, Chao Yi looked at Chu Siyu and fumed. To be honest, this girl was very good-looking, better looking than any girl Chao Yi had ever seen. The most appealing thing was those bright, clear eyes and the unassuming air about them. Chu Siyu suffers from social phobia. Anything can cause her fear and scare her like a silly rabbit. But this character is precisely the most likely to cause the boy's protective desire. Of course, girls with this personality are also the hardest to chase, because she subconsciously rejects all socialization, unless a rogue barges in with a forcefulness that can't be denied and becomes a part of her little world. That's nice. Chao Yi sighed softly, but the gray-bellied purple-scaled boa suddenly raised its head and looked towards the dense forest not far away. A figure appeared in the forest. Yuan Zhanfei, 18 years old, 4th rank cultivation, one of the absolute geniuses who possessed a 7th grade fire spirit root. He was also the only examiner in this examination who possessed a 4th order cultivation, and his only competitor was that Tang Sang who possessed a thunder attribute spiritual root. Yuan Zhanfei is the only son of his family, and has been highly favored since childhood. After testing his powerful talent, he has been noticed by millions of people, and has been referred to by countless parents as other people's children. But Yuan Chuanfei has never been proud. It wasn't that he was so mature in heart, but he had a sister at home who was 100 times more demonic than he was. Yuan Zhanfei's father is the royal lord of a certain secular dynasty, the dynasty that is above the existence of the dynasty. His father, Yuan Shu, is the real 7th order heavenly immortal realm powerhouse. The father was powerful, and the mother wasn't bad either, being one of the princesses of the superpower Zun Tian divine dynasty. Although she was only a concubine and not very favored, she was still a princess of the Zun Tian divine dynasty. Therefore, after the father and the mother had given birth to an heir together, there was an agreement that the boy took his father's last name, so he was called Yuan Chuanfei. The girl took her mother's last name, so her sister's name was Li Sideo. Well, it's that absolute heavenly pride who left his name on the top of Tingyun Mountain, started cultivating at the age of 11, was at the age of 18 at the 6th rank, and at the age of 20 at the 7th rank, and who was later taken in by the superpower sword mound as a sword son, and who suppressed an era horizontally Li Sideo. Chapter 36 Mutual Assistance. Yuan Zhanfei's talent was indeed very good, but since his childhood he had been compared to his sister by his family. But people, what they fear most is comparison. He was 18 years old when he broke through the 4th rank. Even if you look at the entire immortal domain is also the top, as strong as the diffractive moon immortal sect, a session of the examination of 100,000 disciples, can be compared to him as only a handful of people. But it was that one person who left him a little breathless. It was because in the sunken moon valley, he had sparred with that Tang Sang once before the test began. The other party's stance was swift, as fast as thunder, restraining a cultivator like him, who was good at wide openings, to death. Yuan Zhaofei was angry, having to live under his sister's shadow at home. Could it be that, when he came to the diffractive moon immortal sect, he would still have to be pressed underneath by a guy playing with blue and silver entanglements as a 10,000-year-old dick? Gas, shaking, cold. Then when on earth will I, Yuan Zhaofei, stand up? Yuan Zhaofei is not convinced, so this examination, from the first day he has been frantically hunting demons, a person chasing a group of demons to kill, for taking first place. Everything was going smoothly, but suddenly, a message came from the identity token. It said that the 20 spirit beads had appeared. Yuan Zhaofei originally did not want to pay attention, but on second thought, a spirit bead is 1,000 points, but kill a 3rd-order demon only give 20 points. Scratch that. I have to work hard to kill 53rd rank demons to compare to someone else finding a single spirit bead. And how could a 3rd rank demonic beast be so easy to find? I can't.
再这样下去，那个唐桑肯定会超过我。我又要当老二了，当一辈子老二，奇耻大辱，奇耻大辱啊！
So Yuan Zhaofei immediately pulled out his identity token.
De va in favor.
There was actually a point of light less than 10 miles away from him. Then what are you waiting for? For the sake of my Yuan Zhaofei's honor. This lucky guy who found the spirit pearl. I'm sorry. Yuan Zhaofei carried his own longsword on his back and ran towards the place where that point of light was. Within a few moments, he realized that the point of light began to move, moving farther and farther towards the depths of the valley. Hey, wanna run? Can you run away? Yuan Zhaofei pursued all the way and finally saw 2 women by a water pool deep in the dense forest. And his arrival alerted the 2 women. The woman in the light green dress drew a long sword and stood up to glare at him. The other girl, wrapped in a gray robe, lifted her hood and covered her face the first time she saw him, so he didn't get a good look at her. But it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as pity in the cultivation world. We're all cultivators. So why should I give you the chance to become stronger just because you're a woman? It's not good enough to look good. Cultivating immortality dharma first style, there is no woman in your heart. Draw your sword and be a natural god. Yuan Zhaofei sheathed his long knife. He knew that the identity token possessed a life-saving effect, and the examiner would be transported out by himself after receiving fatal injuries, and would not really die. So his knife, which was aimed at the necks of those 2 girls, was meant to kill them in one stroke. Yang! The blade trembled as his blade seemed to chop on top of the steel, and large sparks spattered out. When I fixed my eyes on it, it was a purple snake's tail. No wonder he had to cover his face, so he was actually a snake demon, only to see a huge purple-scaled demonic serpent suddenly emerge behind the hooded girl, and the vertical pupils that looked at him were filled with icy killing intent.
Grey bellied purple-scaled boa.
The moment he recognized the identity of the demon snake, Yuan Zhaofei was like falling into an ice cellar, and in the next instant, he stored up his strength to slash violently and frantically fled towards the dense forest. The spirit beads. Don't bother with the 1,000 points. Not afraid of that snake, mainly because of those 2 girls. How poor he Yuan Zhaofei compassionate. This life cannot do rob the girl things this kind of asshole thing. So, sisters, can you control your snake, so that it does not chase me, okay? I have a great future ahead of me waiting for me. Do not want to get out of the game, Yuan Zhaofei felt that he had never run so fast in his life. If he could have the speed at that time when he had a date with Tang Sang, he would still be afraid of his thrilling thunder body technique. Sure enough, there are great opportunities between life and death. There was a snap. Perhaps it was because the purple-scaled boa realized that it couldn't catch up with that slippery human, or maybe it was because it had to protect Chu Siyu so it couldn't chase too far. It raised its snake tail and fiercely lashed at Yuan Zhaofei's back, jerking him out of the valley like a baseball, then lowered its head and slowly retreated back into the pool of water. Yuan Zhaofei fell from the air and slammed into a tree with a snap, feeling that his ribs were broken a few times, and his back was on fire. Surely his skin was broken. He sucked in a few mouthfuls of cold air and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, before sitting honestly under the tree and pulling out bottles and jars from his storage ring to start healing his wounds. Thinking through the sky, He couldn't figure out what made those two girls protected by the gray-bellied purple scale boa. Could it be the contracted spirit of one of the girls? But the two girls a third-order god condensation, one is only a second-order foundation building, by what can make the fifth-order demonic beasts. There is a basic law for harnessing beasts too, okay? Harnessing beasts across two orders of strength. Even the 10,000 Beasts Island, which was famous for harnessing beasts, couldn't do this. Otherwise, the 10,000 Beast Island Islander who only had the strength of an immortal king would have long ago gone to the Burial Star Mountain Range to subdue the Demon Emperor and dominate the immortal region. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out anyway. Yuan Zhanfei sighed, accidentally pulling the wound on his back and grimacing in pain. At that moment, a figure that he had longed for appeared. Huh? Brother Yuan? Brother Tang. Why are you here? Haha. I'm chasing a fourth-ranked demonic beast and just happened to be passing through this place. Bah! Bragging. With you, still chasing and killing a fourth-ranked demonic beast. I think it's more like you're being chased and killed. Cough, Brother Yuan. See through it and don't say anything. Yuan Zhanfei seemed to understand something, suddenly paused, looked at Tang Sang and said with a smile, Brother Tang, you're here for that spirit pearl in the valley, aren't you? This. I did come for that spirit pearl. Just. Brother Yuan, you both arrived before me. Then why don't you go in to find that spirit bead, instead of sitting here withered? Because Yuan Zhanfei's back was leaning against a big tree, Tang Sang didn't notice the injury on his back, but only felt a faint smell of blood in the air. Yuan Zhaofei naturally wouldn't tell him the truth. He smiled at Tang Sang and said, I won't hide it from Brother Tang. That spirit pearl is in the possession of two weak women, and I, Yuan Zhanfei, have never struck out at a woman in my life. Plus, not long ago I was fighting a demonic beast and was accidentally attacked by a sneak attack and suffered some injuries. Yuan Zhaofei revealed the wound on his back to Tang Sang. They were rivals, but with the previous appointment, they were barely half friends. So he wasn't worried that Tang Sang would take advantage of the situation and strike at him. As expected, when Tang Sang saw his injury, he only frowned slightly before speaking. Brother Yuan's injury is on his spine, so it's inconvenient to heal. Do you need me to help you with the medicine? It doesn't have to. At least not right now. What does that mean? Yuan Zhanfei smiled. Brother Tang should go to the valley to get the spirit bead first, lest he be taken first, and then we'll help each other after you come out. Help each other? Ahem, wrong word. You're the one who helped me. Well then. Okay. Tang Sang clasped his fists. Brother Yuan, I'll take my leave first. Hey, I'll see you in a bit. Tang Sang plunged headlong into the dense forest. Yuan Zhaofei began to count in his mind. When he counted to 71, the dense forest flashed with a ray of thunder. And when he counted to 83, Yuan Zhaofei moved towards the back of the count. 3 seconds later, a silhouette was hurled from the sky and smashed into a tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the wound on his back was exactly the same as Yuan Zhanfei's. Yuan Zhaofei smiled and moved next to him. Brother Tang, help each other You! Tang Sang raised her head and glared at him, her eyes filled with shock, indignation, resentment, grief, and finally turned into a touch of helplessness as she took the wound medicine in Yuan Zhaofei's hand. Putting it another way, if he had been taught a lesson first, he would have punked him so much while making sure his life wasn't in danger. After all, only if the strongest competitor is also injured, one has the opportunity to compete for the first place in the examination again. This is really helping each other. Chapter 37 Immortal Emperor's Tomb Unearthed? As a special item that could be possessed to pass the examination, the attraction of spirit beads to the examiners was undoubtedly huge. Especially this is still something that can be fought over and traded explicitly in the examination rules. So every spirit pearl is bound to set off a bloody storm. The one in Chu Siu's hand was naturally no exception. Less than an hour before the identity token sent out the news, nearly 100 examiners with their backs to the trees gathered outside the valley. And they all have extremely similar experiences. First, he came to the valley, and then found Yuan Zhanfei and Tang Sang, who had an inscrutable face at the entrance of the valley and were meditating under a tree. Most people don't know them, even if they feel strange in their hearts, but they won't think much about it, even if there are two people who know them open their mouths and ask. The answer they get is also righteous. Brother Tang and I are already certain that we can pass the examination with the points we've earned, so we won't compete with you for that chance. So go for it. Look at that. This is the way of a strong man, this is the way of a strong man. This is the arrogance of a proud man. So the examiners believed, and one by one they burrowed into the valley, and then one by one they threw themselves out and sat down under the trees to heal. That gray-bellied purple-scaled boa seemed as if some strange switch had been flipped, and at first it would lay a heavy hand to eliminate a few humans who didn't know how to die. When it came to it, they were deliberately let off the hook and then whipped off at a fixed spot with a tail. None of the people who were jerked away showed an indignant gaze at the Yuan Zhanfei duo. These two know that there is a pit, but actually do not remind them, fart strong man style. But dare to be angry, fight and cannot be beaten, can only bite the teeth, in the heart of the silent recitation of the word stoicism. As it turns out, stoicism turns into psychopathy after a long time. And so, whenever a new examiner comes to the valley, the previous victim becomes a new evil dragon. Damn it, we all came here to grab the spirit pearls. I can't be the only one to be cheated, right? I'm hurt and you want to get away with it? On what grounds? Over time, the people who fell for it became accomplices and then went on to cheat the newcomers, 1 cheating 10, 10 cheating 100, comparable to the earliest embryonic form of pyramid schemes in the cultivation world. Only half a day had passed, and the entrance to the valley had already developed into a small bazaar, where everyone set up stalls and traded the various types of harvests they had made in the secret realm. Or they are discussing to form a team later to hunt the demon that they couldn't deal with before. As for how the demoness head is distributed, that is of course each according to his own ability. At the same time, the mysterious legends about this valley began to spread to the 4 directions of the secret realm after some guy with a wilting heart made an artistic process. The broad strokes are as follows. Hey, have you heard? There's a valley in the southern part of the secret realm, in which a spirit pearl fell in a demonic beast's nest, and that nest is full of treasures. Hiss! This is a big chance. Brother Huang, let me tell you a secret. What? Ancient ruins have been discovered in the south of the secret realm? There are demonic beasts guarding it and spirit beads as markers to show the way. Strong. It's so strong. I must see it. Brother, have you heard? I've heard that where the spirit pearl shines in the south, there are tombs of immortal emperors unearthed, and those who enter the tombs can fly up in the daytime and go straight to the realm of the immortal emperors and dominate the immortal realm. The rumors are definitely exaggerated, but the matter of the immortal emperor's mausoleum may also be true. Go! Let's set off now. Haha. I knew it. Zhang will be a great emperor. Legends about the valley are becoming more and more esoteric. That water pool became the entrance to the immortal emperor's tomb, and the gray-bellied purple-scaled boa became the spirit beast that guarded the entrance. As for Chu Siyu and Chao Yi, that goes without saying, it must be the spokesperson chosen by the immortal emperor's tomb. Why else would they be protected by spirit beasts? The number of people gathered outside the valley grew. Those who had saved enough points wanted to come and see if they could get a big chance, and those who felt that they hadn't saved enough points simply gave up on the examination and ran to catch a glimpse of the great emperor's tomb. Those who don't know the truth are ambitious and fist-pumping, while those who know the truth tacitly keep quiet about it. Then sneak out of the valley, while others are attracted by the rumors, frantically hunting demons, to sneak on the score. Things are going in a strange direction. Not far from the valley, for cold-faced snow women with their feet off the ground, carrying a chaise lounge suspended in the air. Nestled in the chaise lounge was a lazy, cozy black-robed teenager. Wherever the young man passes, the demons are all retreating, and the spiritual materials and precious medicines are being scraped up. Some of the examiners who witnessed this scene and happened to know the snow grudge spirit affectionately called him Snowman. As for what the Snowman is, hell knows. Either he was a special variant of the Snow Maiden or an airborne to the queen of the Snow Grudge spirit clan. In any case, it would be right to treat him as an overwhelmingly great demon. There are absolute great demons going in the direction of the valley, again making true the rumor that the valley hides the tomb of the immortal emperor. After all, what about even such superpowers being attracted to the city? However, someone who was known as an absolute great demon was looking at the worn-out jade slip handed over by Snow Maiden with a speechless expression. That jade brief also do not know where Shweta plowed out, bubbling with black gas visible to the naked eye, and it is also stained with blood. At a glance, it is known that it is not a good thing. Samuel sighed and spoke at length. It's snowing big time. I asked you to collect the nearby spiritual medicines, so as to subsidize the family, but did not ask you to dig up any strange things to bring back. This jade slip is cursed at a glance. Why did you bring it back? Hurry up and throw it away. Shweta commiserated and had to hold the jade slip, and then casually found a bush and threw it in. Seeing this, Su Huai shook his head and glanced at the green on the map before signaling the snow maidens to move on. Samuel Su knew from a young age that you can't just take anything you find, and that curiosity will kill the cat. Back when he was still in junior high school in the original world, he had picked up a mysterious USB flash drive with a label that was blurred, with only the last word vaguely legible. That's a titty word. Su Samuel was so happy. He thought it was some new study material, and he hurriedly pulled his roommate to run to the internet cafe near the school, and then found a corner where no one was. Insert the USB flash drive, unzip it, and open the folder. Thus, a magical advertisement for Osok fruit milk began to flash frantically on the big screens of all the computers in the entire internet cafe. I want to bubble, I want to bubble. That day was windy, and he and his messy-faced roommate became the prettiest cubs in the entire internet cafe. It wasn't until years later that he realized there was something called a virus plugin, and since then he hadn't been curious about anything he picked up outside, except for the time when he had just crossed over and was reckless in order to become stronger. He had been very meticulous in the later lifetimes, and would plan and be careful in everything he did. There was no need to even look at a jade slip like this one that was bubbling with black gas. He wasn't good at cursing and didn't want to make trouble for himself. Even if the curse on it couldn't hurt him, being nauseated for a while was a certainty. Of course, it can't be ruled out that the curse on the jade brief really doesn't affect him at all, but then wouldn't that just prove that this thing is very low grade, and that the things recorded in it aren't useful to him either? Chapter 38 Sixth Order Jiao Snake. Samuel Su was not an immortal, nor could he foretell the future. He didn't know that the spokesperson chosen by the immortal emperor's tomb to be the spokesperson in the spirit bead rumor that had been circulating lately was his own rich wife. Even he didn't believe that rumor. Having the allegiance of the Snow Maiden, he knew more about the secret realm than the average person. The demons in the entire secret realm are all prisoners taken by the human race from various battlefields, and the strongest is only a sixth-order earth demon. So how could the tomb of an immortal emperor appear? So why did he head for the valley knowing it was fake? Of course, it wasn't because of coveting the 1,000 points of that spirit bead, but the fact that there were too many people gathered outside of the valley, making it convenient for him to spy on the news. Like him, those who don't believe in rumors, there are also those high-level demonic beasts that snail around the secret realm, such as the overlord of the southern region of the secret realm, the Thorn-Blood Jiao. The Thorn-Blood Jiao slept for years in order to accumulate strength to break through to the 7th stage heavenly demon and take human form, then find a way to escape from the secret cage. But with closed-door slumber, that didn't mean it wasn't aware of what was happening outside. Many of the demonic beasts in the southern region of the secret realm were its eyes and ears, and every once in a while they would inform it of the things that happened in the secret realm, so that it wouldn't be derailed from the outside world. Rumor had it that the valley where the immortal emperor's tomb was located was known to the Thorn-Blood Jiao. After all, the gray-bellied purple-scaled boa hidden inside was the same as it, both harboring a dragon bloodline, with so much as a hint of the possibility of metamorphosing into a dragon. When the rumor reached its ears, the thorny blood-scale Jiao at first denied the possibility of the immortal emperor's tomb being unearthed, and the great chance that those human beings said, in the blood-scale Jiao's view, was most likely a precursor to the transformation of the gray-bellied purple-scale boa. So it decided to come out of the gate. Of course, it was certainly not to congratulate the purple-scaled boa on its metamorphosis, but rather to hunt it, draw on its bloodline power, and use it as a base to charge up to the 7th rank in one wave. And with the same mindset, there were also some other 5th-ranked great demons in the southern region. This rumor that had been fabricated in the beginning to pit people against each other had thus gone through layers of fermentation and turned into a big lie that triggered turmoil in the entire southern region of the mysterious realm. Human trialists from the immortal region, hidden great demons from the southern region, and demonic ghosts and monsters secretly spying. Chu Siyu and Chao Yi didn't realize how dangerous and horrible images they were going to face next just because of the lies of the two pitbulls. Chu Siyu was still mindlessly refining pills, and when she was done, she took out a drawing board and stood by the water pool to draw. She drew a dense forest with water, her Chao Yi, and a purple-scaled boa. Only the picture was in black and white, just like her world, obviously so colorful, yet it seemed so monotonous and simple that it didn't make waves. Kill! The examination is almost over anyway. Gentlemen, instead of continuing to harbor here and hesitate, why don't we all put up a fight together? Charge in and seek the opportunity. No, that's a 5th-rank demonic beast. Although we are outnumbered, we don't even have a 4th-rank one. rushing in and sending it to its death? Why no? Where are Tang Sang and Yuan Zhanfei? The two of them left a long time ago, saying that they were disheartened by the blow and completely gave up on this opportunity, running off to hunt demons elsewhere. Heh, how dare you call yourself Heaven's Pride with that kind of heart? Just two cowards. You're not a coward, so you'll be the first one up later? What makes me first? Bah, aren't you a coward too, just wanting to encourage everyone to be cannon fodder for you, and then hide in the back to reap the benefits, right? That's disgusting. There's one thing to be said for it, it does get nasty ow. Gon Lin Liang, try cursing again. What's wrong with scolding you? Come out and fight one-on-one. Grass, you think I'm afraid of you? The temporary camp was in chaos. The teenagers at this age were already impulsive and arrogant, and everyone was an ordinary person with similar cultivation, so naturally no one would obey anyone. Su Huai hid in the crowd, knocking on the melon seeds that he had bought in the capital of Dian at the beginning, and watched the half-day of the big show with great interest. Especially when someone fights alone, he always hides in the crowd to make a fuss. One time shouting "beat his balls," and the other time scolding others for not eating and fighting like a woman. The only thing that is not in chaos is the world in chaos. The 4 snow women carrying the sedan chair had already been repatriated by him, and only Yuki Dai, clad in a large black robe he had given him, didn't look too different from a normal human just by their size. The commotion within the camp lasted for quite a while before the crowd finally reached an agreement to rush into the canyon together, in no particular order, to besiege the purple-scaled boa, and attack that purple-scaled boa. As for who can successfully sneak into the water pool, who will be smoked to death by the purple-scaled boa with a tail, that is of course each to their own fate. Su Huai continued to blend in with the large group. He searched the campground and did not find the figure of his rich wife. Asked many people and didn't get any useful information. After all, early into the valley, have seen the rich woman basically know the truth, early slipped to other places to sneak crazy on the score, only the unknown truth of the melon masses still stay in the valley wasted years. And the rich woman always wears a big hood when she goes out, so others probably wouldn't recognize her even if they had seen her. What else can Samuel Su do? He can only guess that the rich woman is still nestled in which nooks and crannies of the sneaky alchemy, so that after eating the so-called immortal Emperor Tomb melon in the valley, then go to find her is not too late. However, when the horde swarmed into the dense forest, they realized that the waterhole had long been visited by other uninvited guests while they were arguing. One by one count, there are 6 heads of different forms. The strength of the lowest have 5 steps of the demon respectively occupies each direction, will be surrounded by the water pool of the water. In the open space next to the water pool, a purple-scaled serpent was entangled with a blood-colored scaly snake, tearing and twisting. The gray-bellied purple-scaled boa was clearly unable to defeat the thorny blood scaly jiao with spikes all over its body, and blood continued to ooze out of its carapace, staining a large portion of the soil red. Purple snake scales were also scattered all over the place, reflecting a brilliant and cruel shimmer in the sunlight. It is indeed rare for snakes and scaly scales to fight each other. Samuel Su watched with great interest and pulled out another melon. With a bang, the purple-scaled boa was flung out, its body knocking against the boulder and letting out a painful hiss. Blackie! With a cry of alarm, the hooded girl ran to the purple-scaled boa and with a sobbing voice stuffed healing pills into its mouth. Thorny blood jiao naturally will not talk about what martial virtues. It knows the importance of multiplying the victory and eliminating the root and branch. The jiao tail with poisonous thorns fiercely pumped to the fallen purple-scaled boa, as well as that human girl who does not know the sky and the earth. At the critical moment, the purple-scaled boa suddenly shrunk into a circle, protecting Chu Siyu within. The poisonous stinger pierced into the snake's body, causing it to roar in pain once again, and the strength it had managed to muster was completely dispersed, causing it to fall to the ground, no longer able to move. Su Huai suddenly felt that the melon in his hand didn't smell good anymore. That cry he didn't hear, because in centuries of his previous life, he had never once made a rich woman shed a tear, not to mention listening to her raspy voice that tore at her heart so much. But in that moment just now, he caught a glimpse of the girl that the purple-scaled boa was desperately protecting. Familiar bloated robes and a corner of the hood lifted by the gusts of wind caused by the battle. Su Hui's entire face instantly went cold, and the sudden chill made the snow maiden beside him couldn't help but tug at the robe on her body. The thorn blood jiao let out a revealing cruel and sharp hiss, and the snake tail danced once again, sweeping out residual shadows in the air and lashing at the purple snake and the human girl who was in the way. District 5th Order. Not yet, adult little snake. What are you going to fight me with? I'll swallow you inch by inch, whole, and then digest you into scraps. Bang! The serpent's tail with barbs didn't tear through the body of the purple scale boa as expected. It lashed against an arm, sticky, poisonous blood dripping down between the elbows. But the face of the teenager who had blocked the blow hard had no expression on it. He raised his other hand, and the void condensed inch by inch at his fingertips, the power resembling red lightning, condensing into a slender single-edged straight blade. The overwhelming pressure emanated, and those examiners on the ground who ran to crusade against the demonic beasts suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe, and every one of them felt as if they were deep in the mud, making it difficult to move. The thorn blood Jiao sensed the fatal crisis and hastily threw it with force, trying to retrieve the snake's tail. But, with a poof, a cold light flashed through the void, bringing up a brilliant red residual shadow, and a severed tail fell in response. The furious Su Huai slowly stepped into the air. Countless tiny ripples surfaced behind him. Thousands of blood-colored arrows appeared and disappeared, locking onto the madly fleeing thorn blood Jiao in an instant. Between heaven and earth, the gusty winds and falling leaves came to an abrupt end. It was as if the running and sweeping snake's body was being held down by a hand, motionless, with only panicked hisses ringing out. Let me go and let me go. I can be a contracted spirit for you, and I'll break through the 7th rank right away. Go break in hell. The cold voice spread throughout the entire southern region, causing all the demons to stifle a cold shiver. Immediately afterward, the teenagers gathered around the periphery of the valley saw a treacherous sight they had never seen before in their lives. Shoo shoo shoo. The sound of breaking wind was incessant. The blood-red arrows flashed away. They tilted down like a torrential rain, sliding and cutting through the ancient trees and boulders around them, leaving behind ditch marks. Without any stagnation, each arrow ended up piercing through the body of the thorn blood Jiao one after another before nailing it to the ground. It was hissing, howling miserably, playing a desperate dirge in the last moments of its life. How long does it take for a 9th-ranked immortal sovereign to kill a 6th-ranked demonic beast? Takes less than a second. But the wail of the thorn blood Jiao lasted for a full 5 minutes before it gradually weakened and subsided into silence. Su Huai was like a fierce and ferocious god in the world, cruelly torturing the mundane ants that dared to provoke the divine might. 36,000 blood-colored arrows nailed every scale on the thorn blood Jiao's entire body to pieces. A blood stain on the ground. Even the complete snake bones could not even think of piecing together a single one. It was only then that the blockade of space was finally lifted. The examiners all raised their heads to look at that scene, their bodies trembling and horror written all over their dull faces. It turns out that this is the real heavenly pride. When they were still childishly shouting about single combat, complacent about their ability to slice a 2 or 3 meter sword blade, there were already people who could leap up in the air and, with only their own strength, use the most magnificent and shocking way to abuse and kill the 6th-rank earth demons. In the golden sunlight, the teenager slowly fell from the air. Chu Siyu gazed at that figure in fascination. Even if she suffered from a severe social disorder, she had to admit that at that moment, the heart inside her chest was beating frantically. There is no girl who can resist that light that appears in times of despair. He dispersed everything, shielding her from the wind and rain with his not-so-stout back, standing before all the darkness and danger. Not to mention, this is the 2nd time. Chapter 39. Look, isn't my wife cute? Is everything okay? Chu Siyu shook her head, and seeing Su Huai's arm that was still dripping blood, she hurriedly rummaged around in her own small bag before handing her hand to him. There was a turquoise dan pill lying quietly in her hand, no more than the size of a thumb, on which some tiny grid-like veins could still be seen. 3rd-grade elixir healing spirit pill. This was the only type of 3rd-grade elixir that Chu Siyu could refine so far, and there were a total of 4 of them, 3 of which had just been fed to the purple-scaled boa that was desperately trying to protect her. The remaining one was meant to be a voucher she intended to use to pass the examination. Not afraid of me now? Chu Siyu lowered her head and refused to speak. Su Huai smiled faintly and turned around. The thorn blood Jiao was dead, but the 6 minions it brought with it were still coiled around, neither daring to launch an attack nor leave without permission. After all, even their boss, a 6th-ranked earth demon, hadn't managed to escape, so heaven knows if they dared to run. The next moment they would also be greeted with the end of 10,000 arrows piercing through their hearts. Su Huai raised his hand, and was about to go on a killing spree and cut down the roots, but he realized that his sleeve was being pulled by someone. Chu Siyu bit her lip. You eat it. Still bleeding. I'm really fine, this small injury. It will heal by itself later. No need to waste one of your pills. Keep it to yourself, good boy. However, although Chu Siyu was soft-natured, she was incredibly stubborn at certain moments. When Su Huai refused to eat her elixir, she pulled his sleeve and refused to let go. And she didn't know where to get the courage, so she just stood there and didn't move and looked at him. Su Huai was the one who couldn't stand this kind of look the most, and could only forcefully resist the urge to reach out and pinch her face, accepting the elixir and throwing it into his mouth and chewing it fiercely. Chu Siyu's eyes widened. No, you can't chew it, the potion is swallowed directly. What do you care? I'm going to chew. Any more whining and chewing and I'll chew you out too.
No.
Can't chew me out. Humph, sooner or later I'll smother you in one bite. Now get behind me and I'll clean you up later. Oh! Chu Siyu shrunk her head and honestly retreated to the edge of the water pool, where a clueless girl with a broken right leg and a face of shock and numbness was still lying Chao Yi. She was the first to realize that the valley was surrounded by several 5th-rank demons, and even fought with one of its 5th-rank henchmen long before the blood augur came to attack. Losing, well, it was a crushing defeat and she was almost second-guessed, but luckily the purple scale boa came just in time for her to not be eliminated outright. However, he was still injured, and could only lie motionless and half-lying at the edge of the water pool, watching the purple-scaled boa battle the blood Jiao. Chao Yi is not as optimistic as Chu Siyu. She is very clear in her heart. She and Chu Siyu have identity tokens to protect their lives, certainly not to death, but that head of purple-scale boa, certain death. Having been protected by this vicious serpent for a whole day, it was impossible to say that there wasn't some gratitude in one's heart. But Chao Yi could not do much about it. Chu Siyu was of the 3rd rank, and she herself was even a weakling of only 2 ranks, and could not affect this kind of battle between great demons at all. When the purple-scaled boa was torn by the blood Jiao and let out a miserable howl, Chao Yi had never been so eager for Su Huai to appear by her side. Even secretly wish in my heart, willing to lose 10 years of life, in exchange for the timely appearance of Su Samuel. Then Samuel so really showed up, in an absolutely shocking appearance. He killed that ugly and vicious blood augur in an almost crushing manner. What do you mean by Gaijin? It's called Gaijin. Chao Yi was touched badly, thinking that the other party must have found out that she, her dear friend, was injured and that's why she was so furious, right? So should I reward him myself? She began to brainstorm, from serving tea to brainstorming to pressing the shoulders and pounding the legs. Really cannot be a night of spring. Cough, this is even, or pounding the legs. Then, she saw Su Huai running to Chu Siyu to shush her. Good guy. Not even noticing her dear friend with a broken leg. It was clear that he was looking at Chu Siyu's good looks. And then he saw the color and ran out to heroically save her. You want to beat your legs? I'll whack you in the head. Touched for nothing for so long. Chao Yi cried. She now wants to ask God. Just made a wish to sacrifice 10 years of young life, cannot forget. In the end, Su Huai didn't kill those 6 5th-rank demonic beasts. After calming down, the killing intent wasn't as strong. Partly because he didn't want his rich wife to see too much blood and think of him as a bloodthirsty fiend. On the other hand, this secret realm is used to train the descendants of the human race, and the demons in the secret realm are also the human race's great predecessors from all over the world to specially capture in the trainer. Even the female human celestial pride that Shweta had said was practicing in the secret realm a few years ago had only fought those demon overlords and did not injure their lives. Oh, with the exception of that Viscount of the Blood or whatever, who got himself killed and has no one else to blame. Su Huai came in once, in just a few days has killed 5 secret realm overlord in 2. If now and then the southern region of these stalwarts all killed, the secret realm is also almost half of the abolition of. The monsters are all killed and can't be refreshed like the game, so the next disciple comes in and still tries his ass off. But a mortal sin can be avoided, but a living sin cannot be escaped. Samuel Su promised to spare the shivering demonic beasts, but as compensation for rounding up his rich woman. What? You didn't do it? You didn't do it? Then I don't care. Anyway, my rich lady is scared. Look at her little white face. She's about to be scared and cry. Scratch that. What, just call me scared? How can I scare her? And then force lie to kill you? Ah, dogs. If you say it's your fault, it's your fault. Be a good boy and bring all those elixirs you've collected over the years to buy your lives. If you don't satisfy me, I'll kill you anytime. The fifth-ranked demons nodded frantically and hurriedly twisted their heads and ran back to their respective territories to go through their own collections. Dismissing the demonic beasts, Su Huai and coldly looked at the group of examiners. The group of teenagers are also very understanding. People, this is obviously in the drive. Damn it, you don't own the valley. What makes you so bossy? Why do we have to leave when you tell us to? I won't. I'm not going to walk. I'm going to run. Hundreds of examiners huffed and puffed as they poured out of the canyon. And no one mentioned anything about the immortal emperor's tomb again. Even if there is really a big chance, so what? The sixth-ranked demonic beasts have all gone to the streets, so it's not their turn to fight and grab for them. Why don't they just hunt and kill demons and save up points? The bustle came and went quickly, and after the examiners poured out of the valley, the waterhole side resumed its previous tranquil and peaceful appearance. Su Huai walked to the side of the purple scale boa, and after inspecting it, he concluded that it was indeed injured quite heavily, but with the elixir fed by the rich woman, it was only a matter of time before it healed. It was also not until then that he saw the non-existent Chao Yi by the water pool, and his eyes widened instantly. Holy! Chao Yi, why are you here? Cut it out, Samuel So. I've been lying here for half a day, and you don't even want to look at me first when you're going to ing care about that snake. Do you? Ahem. I'm sorry. Who told you to wear all that green and lie still on the ground? Hiss. Do you want to see what you're talking about? How do I move? I have a crushed right leg and you tell me how I'm going to move it? But isn't your left leg still fine? You could learn from the three-legged golden toad and use a hop. Chao Yi did not want to speak. She gritted her teeth. Glaring at Su Samuel began to gas. Shaking, cold. Either you can't beat it or you can't. I put up with it. Chu Siu took a small bottle of medicinal powder and poured it onto the wound of the purple scale boa while secretly watching these two bicker. After getting along for a few days, she had already figured out Chao Yi's nature. A girl who was very good at judging the situation and talking, but was also very kind at heart. But after witnessing Su Huai's brutality just now, Chao Yi can still gnash her teeth at him, and she doesn't have so many scruples when talking to him, so she must be a very good friend, right? Since he could be very good friends with Chao Yi, I guess Samuel Su wasn't a psychopathic murderer like he thought. Chu Siu lowered her head and rubbed her face, and somehow rubbing it, she suddenly let out a boing sound, and a bubble came out of her mouth. The bickering over there came to an abrupt end, and both Samuel Su and Chao Yi turned their heads and looked at her with an inexplicable look. Chu Siu instantly small face red, in a panic to cover the hood, head low very low, like a small ostrich that could not wait to bury its head in the sand. Su Huai almost laughed out loud at this scene. Lameo, rich girl, this is so dumb and cute. He grinned and reached out to point at Chuziu, showing off to Chao Yi. Look, my wife. Cute, right? Gao Yi. Chu Siu couldn't care less about being shy, and when she heard these words she hurriedly raised her head, shivering and waving her hands. No. Not wife. Don't you bully me, okay? Chapter 40, End of examination. It was impossible not to bully Chuziu. Respect each other and take what you want. Love is exclusive to adults. Dealing with a chick like Chu Siu, you have to be more domineering. Otherwise you will only get rusty forever and go further and further away. But bullying is bullying, but also have to score a degree. Appropriate bullying is called flirting. If excessive, that is bullying, is to be hung on the city wall hanging scum. Su Huai was not a scum. He just wanted to see Chu Siu talk more and interact with people. After learning that the stupid Chu Siu had made friends with Chao Yi, Su Huai's heart was overjoyed, even happier than if he had picked up a ton of spirit stones while walking along the road. It was important to realize that in his previous life for hundreds of years, Chu Siu had never had a friend in the true sense of the word. She was socially terrified, not talkative, rebellious, not a pleasant personality, and on the contrary, she had a scourge face, and her alchemy talent was top-notch. As we all know, it's hard to make friends with a school bully, and it's even harder to make friends with a school bully with a high face value. Not to mention the fact that the school bully was born with a character flaw. Therefore, most of the female disciples who practiced at Medicine Spirit Peak with Chu Siu in her previous life hated her. Occasionally, if someone spoke ill of her, they would still be reprimanded when the elders of Pill Spirit Peak found out. So everyone knew that the elders favored Chu Siu and hated her even more. Fortunately, Chu Siu still has Su Samuel, and when she is aggrieved, or if she has something happy, she will hide under the covers and tell him about it. Sometimes they would throw little tantrums in an attempt to provoke Su Huai's family status as the head of the family, and then nestle in his arms and wooing after the provocation. Chuziyu in hot love is incredibly clingy. But after all, the Su Huai of his previous life was not a disciple of the immortal sect, and could not easily enter the diffractive moon immortal sect if he was not invited. So they bought a small courtyard in the sinking moon valley, and since then Chu Siyu has had less time to return to the mountain gate, and the opportunity to expand her social circle was even more directly stifled by herself. In his previous life and throughout his life, Chu Siyu's world had Su Huai, but only Su Huai. Although this was a very vanity-satisfying thing, Su Huai still felt in his heart that this kind of life was too monotonous and monstrous, and that it was a kind of lack for Chu Siyu. After all, in his eyes, she was always a living, breathing person, not an appendage of his Su Huai. Fortunately, in this life, Su Huai's rebirth flapped the butterfly wings, and Chao Yi, who should have gone to the heavenly cold palace in her previous life, was abducted by him to the diffractive moon immortal sect, and became Chu Siyu's first friend by mistake. When Chao Yi, who has full social skills, meets Chu Siyu, the little quail of social terrorism, luckily Chao Yi is a woman. Time passes by. Soon night fell. The purple-scaled boa had already regained its consciousness, with most of its body soaking in the water pool to heal its wounds, only to raise its head from time to time and roar a few times at Shweta, who had revealed Ah Piao's true form. Snow grudge spirit, what are you doing on my turf? Isn't it a fight you want to have? When Shweta raised his head and glanced at it, the purple-scaled boa immediately wimped out again and shrunk his head behind Chu Siyu. Then Chu Siyu was scared and shivering by the snow big again. Finally, Su Hui glared at Shweta one more time, telling it to stay away from his rich wife. Meow, the word snake fighting is kind of what the purple-scaled boa learned. Shweta also aggrieved looking at Su Samuel's eyes like looking at a scum. Need to call me a little sweet, do not need to call me to get away. Of course, the way it looked at Chu Siyu was quite sultry. Shweta has already learned from Su Samuel's mouth that he is going to be given to his future wife as a contracted spirit. Shweta does not mind, and there are even a few points of joy in his heart. Now that he looked at it, that timid girl was clearly the future wife, its future owner, in Su Huai's words. But why would Master be mesmerized by a green tea snake spirit? I admit, I'm not very good looking in my original form, but how can I not be uglier than that snake? If it is not Suai Lord said that the time has not yet come, I now turn into the third form of Mo out of your face blood, believe it or not. Hey. Pissed off. Yuck Ito snapped his head up and hit the tree with a thud, venting his emotions. And Samuel Su now grilling meat in misery, because he had just said that Chu Siyu was his wife. This cheapot was now not talking to him again, holding a large handful of medicinal herbs and hiding by the water pool to refine pills. Before Su Huai came, chores like roasting meat were all done by Chao Yi, who grabbed the initiative to do it. But now this little roasting master was pillowing her hands and counting stars with a cozy face. People have a reason to be lazy. Right leg crushing fracture. Even if there is Chu Siyu as an alchemist to help regulate, it is not a moment to get well. We can't have a handicapped person cooking, can we? Although Su Huai had never stopped saying things like, you don't need your feet to cook, and you haven't broken your hand. In the end, he still took the initiative to take over the work. After all, when he rolled up his sleeves and tried to find an excuse to be lazy, he realized that the wounds on his arms that had been smashed by the tail of the blood auger had all healed. Blame it on the rich woman. What's the point of making the potion so well? Sooner or later, I'll give you a crooked ass. Feeling the malicious sight behind her, Chu Siyu's small hands shook, and a furnace of herbs was almost scrapped. It wasn't long before a sizzling sound suddenly came from the forest, and Snow Big and Purple-Scaled Boa raised their heads at the same time, looking at the shrugging shrubs with a guarded face. A large gray bear burrowed out of the bushes. This bear was one of the Thorn Blood Jiao's subordinates, and was the last fifth-ranked demon to send the money to buy life. The few big demons in front of it were all very sincere. Most of the medicinal herbs they sent were spirit plants of the 4th rank or above, and there was even a cat demon that wanted to pack itself up and give it to Su Samuel as well. Samuel Su, of course, righteously refused. He wasn't this kind of person, of course. If that cat demon's fur wasn't orange, Su Huai wouldn't mind taking it in. It didn't have too much to do with whether it was a cat girl or not. The main thing was that Su Huai wanted to have a cat. Orange won't work. Orange is a pig, not a cat. For the next few days, all three of Su Samuel lived an unusually peaceful life, with no one, and no beasts disturbing their peace. 7 days had passed, and the examination was finally coming to an end. Chapter 41. Coach, I want to learn alchemy. This examination is over. Please ask the trialists to take out their identity tokens and get ready for the teleportation transmission. Immortal Sect Grand Elder Huang Yuan's voice echoed over the secret realm. In 7 days' time, more than 100,000 examiners, excluding those rash people who had been eliminated from the game by their identity tokens beforehand, there were less than 20,000 people left in the entire secret realm. In the mountains and rivers, in the dense forests, and even in the swamps and rivers, a turquoise light began to flash, and the identity tokens once again blossomed with a blinding light, wrapping up one examiner after another. The medicinal herbs and demon cores obtained in the trial could be taken out, but not the living demonic beasts, so Snowbig and Purple-Scaled Boa could only wait by the water pool for the time being. Only after Su Huai or Chu Siyu became official disciples of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect could they privately apply to enter the secret realm again and have the contract concluded with the elders as witnesses. Then they can be brought out successfully. This is a necessary formality, used to prevent any trialists from being compelled by demons or coerced by demons. The Moon Immortal Sect, the Grand Plaza, when the trialists were teleported back, the empty square turned into a crowed mass again. The best friends who had been separated in the secret realm gathered again and kept talking about everything that had happened to them in the secret realm. The most bizarre of these is naturally the rumor of the immortal emperor's tomb. Although the teenagers were impulsive, they were not as stupid as they imagined. Before they were confused completely because of the lack of information. Now that they were out of the secret realm, they were no longer in competition, and those who knew the truth naturally held back their laughter and explained. Upon learning the truth, most of the teenagers who had rushed to the valley had their cheeks red with anger. Tang Sang and Yuan Zhanfei were the ones they wouldn't dare offend. Not to mention that they weren't the ones who spread the rumors. After the teenagers explored angrily, they realized that the real mastermind had long ago been eliminated due to an accident and fled to the valley of the sinking moon with his luggage rolled up in the night. It is not to be repaired. Sooner or later, we'll find him and beat him to death. Silence! The big old man with a serious face once again appeared on top of the high platform. But this time, he didn't just have Shangguan Xiu and Chun Tai Ru behind him. 21 actual elders lined up in a row, all clear 8th Order Immortal Kings. Enough to fully highlight the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect's formidable strength and deep heritage. Huang Yuan cleared his throat and said aloud, "This examination, successfully concluded. The results of the examination have also come out. You can check your points and rankings on the identity token yourselves. If your token remains green, you have passed the examination. Please stand still and do not move. If the token turns red, it means that it has been eliminated and will be ostracized from the Immortal SEC. In a quarter of an hour, entering the sunken moon valley below the mountain for intensive training." Before the Grand Elder could finish his words, a large number of teenagers had already pulled out their identity tokens, or ecstatic or heartbroken. Some even burst into tears and broke down inside. Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect is like a dream to these teenagers. Some wake up and can see the morning sun. Some open their eyes, but the eye is still dark. Thousands of troops crossing a one-wood bridge. The lucky ones are only a few after all. As soon as the trial ended, Su Hui took Chu Siyu's hand and led her to run to the edge corner of the square. The tokens in all 3 hands were green. In the end, Chu Siyu still gave that spirit pearl to Chao Yi. Chao Yi wasn't the type of person who pretended to be squirming. She knew that the spirit pearls were precious to herself, but to Chu Siyu, a 3rd-grade alchemist, they were something dispensable. In return, she directly gave most of the spirit stones on her body to Chu Siyu. So now Chu Siyu is really a rich woman. Siyu, let's see how many names you have? The 2 girls were sticking to one side. Chu Siyu's face was a little red, aggravated and on the verge of crying out. It certainly wasn't because Chao Yi was too close to her, nor was it because her own ranking was too low. Rather, it was because this dog, Su Huai, was still holding her hand as if nothing had happened until now, and he was damn near counting how many hand lines were on her hand. 69. See you. For 1,300 points, alas, if it weren't for the fact that the first furnace of the 3rd-grade elixir you refined was used up, the settlement points would have doubled again, and maybe it would have ranked in the top 10. Chao Yi sighed and patted Su Huai's arm again. "Hey, where do you rank, Samuel So? It should be number 1, right?" Chao Yi also realized that this dog Su Huai was taking advantage of Chu Siyu, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she was trying to find a topic to ease Chu Siyu's tension. "What do you mean, good brother? It's ing called being a good brother. If you have a friend like this, why don't you have a wife?" Su Huai nodded with a profound expression. "It's not bad. The ranking is sloppy." "Where does sloppy come in? You said it was first." Su Samuel flashed the identity token in his hand. It was plainly marked with a 6-digit number, 200,000 whole dollars. Chowie sucked in a breath of cool air, and even the originally nervous Chu Siyu froze a bit. 200,000. Although the two women had both watched Su Samuel II, a sixth-order demonic beast, with their own eyes, they had also been psychologically prepared for him to gain 100,000 points to rank first. But when such a long list of numbers is laid out in front of you, it still gives you an inexplicable sense of shock. The cacophony in the square was slowly diminishing. The disillusioned ones who had been eliminated walked in dismay towards the surroundings of the immortal sect, wanting to remember the place they had fought for in their youth in the only time they had left. No elders opened their mouths to stop it. This short quarter of an hour was meant to allow the teenagers with shattered dreams to make up for some of their regrets. At least, let them have a good look around. A quarter of an hour passed in a flash, and soon, there were only 500 lucky teenagers left in the entire large square who had passed the examination. Yuan Zhanfei was happy because he had just 5 more points than Tang Sang and ranked ahead of Tang Sang. Yuan Zhaofei is sad again, because his ranking column has a 2 clearly written on it. He who had left the valley early and frantically hunted the demons was not aware of what happened later, and at the moment, there was only a thinly veiled anger and resentment in his heart that he had worked so hard to defeat his competitors, only to have his home accidentally stolen. Tang Sang didn't feel much, but he also had some curiosity in his heart about the one who took first place. Well, first of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the examination. From now on, you are part of the immortal sect. Keep the identity token in your hand. From now on, it will be your credentials to enter and exit the immortal sect. Huang Yuan looked at the remaining 500 teenagers in the square with a kind face, waved his hand, and the shadows of 13 small mountains appeared in the sky above the square. Then, let's talk about the specifics of the immortal sect. He tapped his fingers, and those small mountain silhouettes slowly rotated overhead to ensure that every teenager could see clearly. The diffractive moon immortal sect, divided into 13 main peaks. Blade and Sword Peak, majoring in swords and proficient in killing. Fist Intent Peak, majoring in physical body, proficient in physical combat. Technique Peak, majoring in technique, long-range attack and kill. Hidden Shield Peak, majoring in heavy weapons, the way of defense. Spirit Formation Peak, majoring in the Tao of formation, arranging troops. Lastly, there is the Artifact Spirit Peak and Medicine Spirit Peak, which teach the arts of weapon refining and alchemy respectively. Of course, through your performance in the secret realm, we have already preliminarily chosen a place for you to go, and now that we are showing you these, we want to ask for your opinions. Objections can be raised and timely adjustments made after inspecting the belongings behind the identity token. The teenagers hurriedly turned over the tokens in their hands, and different patterns were indeed drawn on them. Chao Yi's token was followed by a formation map, and she was assigned to the Spirit Formation Peak, while Chu Siyu was unsurprisingly assigned to the Pill Spirit Peak. As for Samuel So, there were 2 icons on the back of his token, a flame pattern that represented a spell, and a simple, crude little fist. The corner of Su Huai's mouth twitched, a little speechless.
杀血魔时，他确实是近身搏杀，不过那是为了藏拙啊。杀血礁石倒是用来最擅长的方式，所以分到术法风是最合理的。
But if he had to choose, Elder, I have an objection. Su Hui's objection, in fact, is within the expectations of a group of elders. After all, the 2 main peaks have no way this kind of genius who do not want to miss. Especially after witnessing him kill the Blood Jiao in a single move, the elders had already treated him in their hearts as a heavenly pride on the same level as that demonic sword son of the sword mound, Li Sideo. Who wouldn't want this kind of disciple? Several peak masters almost rolled up their sleeves and fought in the small dark room over his belonging. Huang Yuan had no choice but to classify Su Samuel into the artistic peak based on his strong performance of killing the Blood Jiao in seconds in the secret realm. But then the fistful of ideas peak master wouldn't do it. Man, Su Huai is obviously practicing boxing. Didn't you see when he fought with that 6th order blood demon? Fist to fist, that is the romance of a man. You guys from the artistic peak are all a bunch of mages, skinny arms and legs, and you're a bunch of pussies, so who are you to compete with us? Hearing these words, the artistic technique peak master almost didn't pinch the thunder law to directly strike the fist intent peak master to death. The 2 wouldn't let anyone get to them and ran off to fight in another secret area. In the end, both of them lost, and they had no choice but to carve 2 tattoos for Su Samuel, letting him choose. No, Samuel So spoke up to decide where to go. The peak master of the technique peak was an immortal-looking old man who revealed an incomparably amiable smile to Su Huai. Samuel Su, what is your objection? Su Samuel positive color. Disciples found that I have two patterns behind this token, but manpower will have the end of time. Cultivating the Tao is more precious than precious. And with limited energy, disciples do not want to be distracted by practicing two paths at the same time. The artistic peak master nodded. I think you're right, so your choice is? Su Huai replied. Boxing together wide open, although the disciple has dabbled in, when but not proficient. Compared to that, the art of arts is more suitable for me. The artistic peak master was already laughing. You have a point. Fart's got a point. The fist intent peak master was about to die of anger, glaring at Su Huai with wide eyes, itching to rush up and beat him up so that he could learn the charm of close combat. So, Elder, I want to learn alchemy. Technique peak master. Haha. Alchemy is good, you should learn from me. Wait, what did you say? The artistic peak master's voice pulled up steeply. You're going to learn alchemy. Chapter 42 Medicine Spirit Peak Su Huai. The artistic peak master was numb, or rather, all the elders present except Huang Yuan were numb. Almost all of the elders were urging Su Huai, even including Pill Spirit Peak Master Chen Tai Ru. Did you, Su Huai, come to my Pill Spirit Peak to learn alchemy? You're ING trying to pick up my future protege. I can't even bear to poke you. Sima Zhaoji's heart belongs to yes. But Su Huai thick skin, he did not care how others look at him. After all, really say, this pile of elders did not beat their own. Why worship them as a teacher, The only person who could convince him to call him master was probably only this old man, Chen Tai Ru. After all, in his previous life, he also shamelessly called with the rich woman. This old man is a bit stingy, but to the disciple that is extremely good, treating the rich woman as his own granddaughter. Love the house, although on the surface he was dissatisfied with this granddaughter-in-law of his. But Su Samuel understood in his heart that this old man often sent him cultivation resources through his rich wife, especially after Su Samuel broke through to the 8th rank in his previous life. From time to time, Chantiru would give Chu Siyu some 8th grade spirit medicines that could only be used by immortal king-level cultivators. You have to know that the rich woman's cultivation level was only at the 6th rank at that time. A 6th-ranked cultivator using an 8th grade elixir without authorization would be at risk of exploding and dying, so who were those elixirs for need to be told? Chun Tairu's knife mouth and tofu heart can already be said to be undisguised. In order to persuade Su Huai, the elder's lips were worn out. But no matter how they tried to persuade them, Su Huai bit the bullet. Elder, I want to learn alchemy. No listen, I'm going to learn alchemy. I feel like I'm a 1 in a million alchemy wizard. Trust me, Elder. I am the man who swore to become a 9th grade alchemist. No one can stop me from learning alchemy. Huang Yuan felt his brain ache as he watched this farce. He was aware of Su Huai's bottom line. This pussy could make himself feel a sense of crisis, and his cultivation level was at least the 9th rank. This kind of strength could no longer learn anything in the diffractive moon immortal sect. He wanted to play, so let him be. So Huang Yuan waved his hand and sealed the deal. Samuel So was eventually led away by Chun Tai Ru. Before he left, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and after looking around, he ran to Chao Yi and said something, and Chao Yi also suddenly froze and then began to look around. Fortunately, found a speechless face, squeezed at the very end of the line Luoanha. At the same time, Yuan Zhanfei, who had witnessed the elders scrambling for Su Huai, finally realized who had taken away his first place. He narrowed his eyes and struck a cool pose at Samuel Su, but then suddenly winced when he saw the girl beside Samuel Su, and his back ached. The initiation of new disciples came to an end. Alchemy is, after all, a high-end profession, and the number of people with this talent is even less than pitiful, plus Su Huai. This time, the total number of people assigned to the Medicine Spirit Peak is only 4 males and 3 females, a mere 7 disciples. Although Pill Spirit Peak is named after the peak, it is actually a whole cloudy mountain, where countless spirit gathering arrays are constructed, and medicinal fields full of low-grade spirit medicines can be seen everywhere. The residences of the alchemists were located halfway up the mountain, where a long string of pavilions had been constructed, and each disciple was allotted a separate courtyard. Without hesitation, Su Huai chose the yard adjacent to her own rich woman, and showed her a big gray wolf smile that scared her. Witnessing everything, Chon Tiru took a deep breath, forcibly resisting the urge to throw this dog off the mountain, and opened his mouth darkly to threaten. The old man's place is not far from here. If there is anyone who does not rest properly in the middle of the night, running to other people's yards to do some chicken stealing and dog behavior, old man must personally break all 3 of his legs together. Samuel Su nodded with a serious face. Elder Gao Yi, I, Su Huai, hate people who steal chickens and dogs in my life. If there really is such a shameless one, I will join you in breaking his 3 legs. Throw him off the mountain. Terry Chun. All right. Next you guys go around and familiarize yourself, and if you have any questions, you can ask the senior brothers and sisters you meet on the road, and they'll clear up the confusion for you. Oh yeah, by the way, the Immortal Sect will regularly distribute some cultivation resources every month, when the amount is very small. If you want more resources, you need to go to the sect treasury and exchange them with points, including your residence, and the use of the cultivation grounds, all of which require points. As for the method of obtaining points, everyone can go to the battle hall to receive alchemy quests. It's still very easy for alchemists to obtain points. Afternoon, come to the Dan room to test the alchemist grade, so that I can confirm your progress. The crowd bowed their heads in unison. Yes, Elder. After Chun Tai Ru left, the new disciples familiarized themselves with each other and dispersed in all directions. Those 3 male disciples did want to accost Chu Siyu. After all, this girl had already taken off her hood, revealing that small, beautiful face. But after seeing the smiling Su Huai next to her, this idea of hitting on her immediately dissipated. Anyone could see that this man, who was being fought over by Fist Intent Peak and Artistic Peak, was interested in Chu Siyu. Hitting on him to his face? On their little body of this refiner, Su Samuel a punch-down estimates that they Dan also do not need to refine, directly contact the kitchen to open the table. Smiling as he watched the others walk away, Su Huai pulled Chu Siyu, who was planning to silently go back to the house, by the hand. Don't stay cooped up inside, walk outside more. It's good for your social terrorism, you know? Chu Siyu lowered her head and thought, gave a faintly unnoticeable still held by Su Huai, and did not struggle. She silently consoled herself in her mind that she wouldn't be able to break free even if she struggled with all her might anyway, and rounding up, it would be as good as if she had already struggled. As a matter of fact, Chu Siyu didn't hate this feeling. Before she met Su Huai, she was afraid of everything, suffocated when there were too many people, and felt that everywhere was dangerous. After getting to know Su Huai, she only needed to be afraid of Su Huai, and other things were less intimidating in turn. Chu Siyu secretly raised his head to look at the side of Su Huai's face. The sunlight reflected the tiny fluffy hairs of his face. His eyes were bright, just don't know why. He smiled as if he was very happy. Su Huai didn't know what Chu Siyu was thinking. He pulled Chu Siyu and ran to the side of an acre of unoccupied medicinal field, then pointed to the young seedlings of the field in a serious manner and spouted nonsense. Look, this kind of elixir is called shiki mushroom. It's a precious 9th-grade medicinal herb, alias gong grass, and gong grass that's in its last year is also called old gong. Here, read after me, old gong. Chu Siyu blinked her eyes. But this is the seedling of the 2nd-grade spirit medicine Chu Shan Jua. You're mistaken. No, I'm not mistaken. You're wrong when I say you're wrong. Suai was annoyed. I'll spank your ass if you try to weasel out of it.
No.
Then read after me, old gong. Chu Siyu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She didn't know what the old gong meant, but the 2 words husband were understood. Su Huai was taking advantage of her. Chapter 43 Elder Chun blew up. After fooling around for half a day, Su Huai didn't succeed in taking advantage of Chu Siyu, so he could only sigh and hold the scared chick for half a day of strolling around Pill Spirit Peak. One moment he was calculating how to catch the spirit cranes raised by that old man Chun Tai Ru to eat, and the other moment he was muttering about taking Chu Siyu to the top of the mountain to steal the high-grade spirit medicine planted by the old man, which scared Chu Siyu. So he had to tug on his sleeve and deliberately slow his pace, slogging up the mountainside, telling him in a silent way that this was not good. Su Hui is happy. He is just a habitual mouth-high, wanna scare Chu Siyu, this cute chick. It is not really lack of morality to bully Chintiru, that old man. So he couldn't wait for Chu Siyu to walk slower and have more time alone. 2 people wandering, the girl is not as panic when we first met. Listening to Su Huai pulled a morning, from time to time will also be a small rebuttal of 2 sentences. Without realizing it, it was past noon. After the 2 had lunch on the mountainside, they walked together into the Dan room that Chun Tai Ru had mentioned. The alchemy room was large, and there were many past initiated alchemists who were refining pills in separate small rooms. Chun Tai So was lecturing some students in the hall at that time, and the students of the same class had already arrived, taking notes with a serious face, not knowing how much they had understood. Gee, just getting started and starting to roll. Chu Siyu was even more rolled up than them, when most of his fellow disciples could still only memorize all the alchemy techniques that Chan Tiru had said, and then slowly perceive them. She's just about almost done digesting it and trying to extrapolate the feasibility in her brain. Anyway, looking at her eyes shining brightly and nodding her head gently every now and then, Su Huai felt his teeth ache. He doesn't know how to make pills. To be precise, his alchemy talent is much worse than his cultivation talent. So the things that Chan Tiru spoke were a very new language to his ears. Every word could be heard, but not a single word could be understood in conjunction with it. Anyway, after listening for a quarter or two, when he was about to fall asleep standing up, the old man finally waved his hand and dismissed those alchemists, and then looked at Su Huai and their group of clueless newcomers. Looks like everyone's here? Then all come in with the old man. Chan Tai Ru led them into a room that was roughly 20 to 30 square meters in size. There were 7 tables set up in the room beforehand, and each table near the left held a piece of white paper, as well as a brush and an ink stone. On the right side, there were a few medicinal herbs and a bronze furnace. Each take a seat. When Su Huai and the others were seated, Chan Tai Ru clapped his hands. Today's test is simple. Except for a very few disciples, everyone has a foundation in alchemy. Speaking of this, Chan Tiru unabashedly glanced at Su Huai, just short of holding his ID card and reading the number. But Su Huai thick-skin not only did not have half the self-consciousness of a poor student, but also grinned at Chan Tiru. The old man was angry enough, and could only clear his throat to move away from the line of sight. But wherever there is competition, there is competition. My pill spirit peak is just like any other main peak. There is an inner sect and an outer sect. And this small test today will determine your future allocation of resources within the peak, as well as your implicit status. So, please take this seriously and don't be careless and jeopardize your future. That's all. You need to take care of yourself. First, complete the theory test on the left-hand side. Limit half an hour. To start answering. Su Huai opened his mouth, and the man was dumbfounded. What the hell? I've been mixing with the immortal dignity in the other world. How can I still not escape the fate of being dominated by the exams? He picked up the paper on the table and looked at the small, neat letters on it. Analyzed the main components and effects of goat stone. Briefly described the steps and precautions for refining the second-grade basic elixir, Spirit Recovery Elixir. 3. Describe your understanding of alchemy. There were 3 questions in total, which seemed simple and actually should really not be too difficult. Anyway, Su Huai realized that the other fellow disciples were already holding their brushes and answering. Samuel Su gulped, his head full of questions. What's a goat rock? Why is it that I've never heard of a herb like goat stone after all the times I've laid hands on rich women in my previous life? Back to the spirit of Dan, I am familiar with the previous life as sugar beans knock, not to mention the second product. 8 products are not less knock, but how do you know how to refine it? Forget it, just peek directly, just with my Su Huai Tang's immortal dignity level eyesight. Take a look at a billion eyes. He secretly glanced towards the rich woman in the seat next to him, but found his view blocked by a gray robe, and raised his head just in time to meet Chan Tai Ru's old face filled with disgust. Su Huai withdrew his attempted cheating gaze, picked up a pen and began to scribble in a serious and blind chicken. The main ingredients of sheepstone are sheep and stone. The sheep should be alpine sheep, and the stone should be top-grade spirit stone. The effect is to fill up the stomach and perhaps a small amount of restoration of spiritual energy. Returning Spirit Dan refining steps. Open the lid, put the herbs into the furnace, make a fire to purify, then condense the Dan, and then open the lid to take out the Dan. Note: watch the heat, don't burn it. Alchemy is the most magnificent art in the world, the most addictive profession, and I love alchemists. Write and close, put the pen down and just lay it out to rot. Chan Tai Ru, who was on the side, watched Su Hui quickly finish answering the questions, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch, and he almost laughed in exasperation. If it wasn't for the fact that the great elder had explained that he had to take special care of Su Huai, he would have been able to directly carry this dilettante who was only interested in picking up chicks and throw him down the mountainside right now. He snorted coldly, not wanting to bother with Samuel Su, and looked his gaze towards Chu Siyu on the other side. Compared to Su Huai's few words, Chu Siyu's paper is filled with densely written small, elegant characters. Yangshi is originally called Yangshi, and its main ingredient is the crystallization of the juice of the 4th grade elixir Zongshan Yangxia, which is mainly classified into the following efficacies. The refining method of the 2nd grade rejuvenation elixir is mainly divided into 3 kinds, the first of which is, each question was sprawled out in hundreds of words and was pleasing to look at, with standard full answers. After about 3/4 of an hour, all the disciples had finished answering the questions, and Chen Tiru had roughly seen all the answers, and had a general understanding of this group of new disciples. The next step is the real battle alchemy. Chen Tiru seemed to be on a collision course with Su Huai, and after circling around the room a few times he stood directly behind Su Huai, announcing the start of the 2nd mini-test. Refining a 2nd grade elixir, the clear heart pill. This step has come after all. Looking at the disciples around him who were all orderly putting their herbs into the Dan furnace, Su Huai could only sigh silently and follow the gourd. It is impossible to learn from a rich woman. He knows that she is gifted with a handful of stewing and purification skills. But this kind of exclusive talent cannot be learned, not to mention that Su Samuel understands in his heart that his theoretical knowledge is not expected to score very high. So this time the actual battle he has to perform well and not mess around. He wouldn't believe it. In his previous life, he was even a 9th grade alchemist man. How could he not even be able to refine a 2nd grade elixir? Believe in yourself, you can do it. Samuel so. Put in the herbs, input the spiritual energy, contain out the Dan fire and gently calcine the herbs. Su Huai felt that he came to feel it, especially after the first herb was successfully purified. He had confidence. His movements became more and more fluid, and the fire burned more and more vigorously. Chen Tai-ru seemed to have noticed his abnormality as well. After all, the other disciples were still purifying the 2nd herb, and Su Huai had already burned his way to the 5th. Is this kid really some kind of alchemy wizard? Chen Tiru raised an eyebrow and brought his head closer to the Dan furnace, looking in through the cracks in the furnace, only to see the scorching furnace fire, a mass of ebony black stuff tossing, contracting, expanding. Boom! There was a loud bang. The lid of the Dan furnace was lifted out and flew out, smashing into the ceiling and bouncing back to the ground, thumping a few times and rolling out a long way. Although Chen Tiru also has Immortal King cultivation, but after all a handful of years old, reflexes are not fast, not to mention, he never dreamed that he would be attacked in the Dan room. Thus, caught off guard, he was directly lifted down by the explosion's air wave, sitting on his butt on the ground, and a crisp clicking sound came from his old waist. He shivered, his mouth shivering, his face white, his beard mostly blazed, reaching out and pointing at Samuel Su, trembling. You! Samuel Su swallowed his saliva and smiled sarcastically. An accident. Ahem. Elder, it was an accident. You asshole. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 44. Someone from the Sky Cold Palace. Samuel Su was kicked out. He stood in the doorway of the den, angry, shaking, cold. After shaking it off, he headed towards the foot of Pill Spirit Peak. Of course, he hadn't been expelled from Pill Spirit Peak, and Chen Tai-ru had personally sent him out of the Dan room, and stood in the doorway and said to him, Su Huia, old man, what virtue and what ability can meet in the later years of your kind of 1 in a million alchemy wizards. If I go out and say that I have a disciple like you, I'm afraid that this 8th grade alchemist of mine is going to be a late bloomer. I'm really not talented enough to teach you. How about this? Let's not make things difficult for each other. I'll give you a 1st grade alchemist's license and allow you to retain your status as a disciple of Pill Spirit Peak. You go back and teach yourself. Okay? What else could Su Huai do? He could only say yes. Alas, the good ones are always alone, and it's not uncommon for them to be unappreciated. Su Huai long sighed, slowly through a large area of medicinal fields. In the diffractive moon immortal sect half a day, ran to the center of the immortal sect's Hall of War. The Battle Hall, also known as the Task Hall, was where immortal sect disciples received their tasks and gained points. Samuel Su walked over to a vacant counter and tapped on the dark red wooden desktop. Hello! Sitting behind the counter was an unsmiling middle-aged man who raised his head and glanced at Samuel Su. Anything? It's like this. I'm a new disciple who was just initiated this morning, and I would like to ask, how can I enter that secret realm that I entered during the examination again? The secret realm for the test? Let's see. The middle-aged man raised his hand and scratched a few times on the stone slab in front of him before projecting a large number of secret realm entrance projections in front of Su Huai. He zoomed in on one of them. Found it? Trial Secret Realm 04? Grade C secret realm. Want to re-enter, need to pay 100,000 points. Samuel Su's eyes widened at once. Scratch that. 100,000 points? Why don't you guys go grab it? The man glanced at him. What's robbing or not robbing? That secret realm is covered with special boundaries by the human race's great powers, and after suffering a fatal attack it can be directly teleported back without any injuries. It's one of the absolutely safe places to try out. Do you think that one of your lives is still not as good as that measly 100,000 points? 100,000 in the district? Su Huai really wanted to paste the identity token in his hand directly on this man's face, and then grabbed his collar and told him, I killed a 6th order demon to give 100,000 points. 6th order. Do you know what the concept of the 6th level is? Unfortunately, he can't. All he could do was grit his teeth and ask the next question. So, what if I want to bring a contracted spirit out of the secret realm? Do I need any formalities? Of course I need to. First you need to seek the consent of at least one intersect elder, then prepare 100,000 points. Scratch that. How come it's another 100,000 points? Every demon in the secret realm was painstakingly captured by the human seniors. It's only reasonable that if you want to take it away, you'll of course have to pay an adoption fee. Half a quarter of an hour ago, Su Huai thought that he had 200,000 points and was a veritable tycoon, and did not care about the expenses that needed to be deducted for food and lodging within the immortal sect. Half a quarter of an hour later, he had plopped down on the counter and looked through the miscellaneous small-point tasks within the immortal sect. After flipping through the pages for a while, he suddenly pointed to a task of cleaning the bathhouse and asked the middle-aged man, Is this bathhouse a men's or women's bathhouse? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and sneered, Hey, of course it's a male bathhouse. Cleaning the women's bathhouse. You think it's your turn if it's really that good. Ahem. Also ha. Then please register me. I'm going to take this quest of fishing for spirit-striped fish. Ok. This task doesn't need to be handed over. You can go fishing in the Sunken Moon Lake at any time, and bring it directly to me when you catch it. 100 points apiece. No ceiling. Thanks. After exiting the Hall of Tasks, Su Samuel wandered back to the location of the sword and sword peak. He came to snub Ayuk is to invite Luo Yuanhe to come down the mountain with him to talk. Blade and Sword Peak was a large peak, and this time the entrance examination was divided into more than 200 new disciples, which almost accounted for half of the number of qualified people. But that cannot be helped. Practitioners most have a sword flight dream, that is, longing for 10 steps to kill a person, thousands of miles without leaving the line of free and easy, but also desire to the sword across 30,000 miles, a sword cold 19 continents of the hegemony of the overwhelming. Sword cultivation, originally, was a popular specialty in the cultivation world. At the same time, the large number of people meant that it was impossible for Blade and Sword Peak to follow the same elite route as Pill Spirit Peak, where every single person was taught by the Peak Master himself. They respected the principle of raising compulsion. In a nutshell, that is, in addition to the fixed weekly sermon, Sword Peak disciples' cultivation can only rely on their own out of the head. Is the inner disciple did not get out of the head, continue to simmer on their own practice is simply a group of free. So Luo Yuanhe, a loafer, was easily invited out by Samuel Su. Su Huai called it fishing to cultivate sentiment, and took Luo Yuanhe to run to the bottom of the mountain and went fishing. The sinking moon lake was all-encompassing, and legend had it that it was the eye of the sea left behind after a certain sea dried up, harboring a large number of treasured demonic beasts within. Spirit-striped fish, this third-grade demonic beast, was naturally available. Samuel Su's fishing skills are superb. After coming to the lake for just half an hour, he had already caught more than a dozen half-meter-long spirit-striped fish. Of course, it could also be because the fish bait he used was a 5th-grade spirit medicine. The elixir was a very special kind of small fruit, with its epidermis wrapped in a thick shell. Only the medicinal fragrance flowed out, but it was impossible to eat the fruit flesh under the shell wrapping. Spirit-striped fish intelligence is not high, biting the fruit and refused to let go, and then was raised to the surface of the water by Su Samuel. The fish caught, the bait is still unharmed, can be called the first person in the white whoring world. Luo Yuanhe also had a harvest, not much, only 3, and because he wasn't sure of the value of the spirit-striped fish, he gave it to Su Huaihe without a care in the world. The drift was shaking again, but Samuel Su didn't pay attention to it this time, because he was listening to the conversation of the 2 fishing buddies who were packing up their stuff and planning to go home. Angler 1. Ugh. Nothing again today. Angler 2. Be content. A week ago a man drowned in this lake. Angler 1. Oh, that man I know, he choked to death on water alive. His body was soaked and swollen. I was there when he died. His killer was old and scary. Angler 2. Scary indeed. But either way, that killer is going to be in trouble. Angler 1. What's the trouble? Angler 2. The one who drowned was the holy son of the heavenly cold palace, sent to catch his fiancée who had run away from marriage. But I've heard that now that that person has been killed, the holy son of the heavenly cold palace is very angry and has sent another person to investigate. Chapter 45 Green Feather. The angler finished packing up and gradually walked away. What are you going to do? Samuel So. Luo Yuanhe, who had also heard the chat, was no longer in the mood for fishing. He gripped the dry rod. His brow furrowed like a pickpocket who buys cigarettes on the street, but suddenly realizes that he's wanted printed on the box. Samuel Su lifted the stupid fish that had greedily taken the bait and looked at the circling ripples that swirled on the surface of the water. What does the Sky Cold Palace's investigation have to do with me? Hiss. Aren't you afraid? What are you afraid of, Luo Yuanhe? You're too lacking in life experience.
Su Wei said.
There's no such thing as a man without a knife, so I disguised myself that night, using a face that wasn't my own. Besides, don't forget where this is. People from the Heavenly Cold Palace, trying to bully me, a diffractive moon disciple on the territory of the diffractive moon immortal sect. He has such a big official authority. Luo Yuanhe nodded with seeming understanding, then opened his mouth and asked, Then whose face did you use at that time? Naturally, it's my best friend. Yen forgiveness. Hands shaking, Luo Yuanhe opened his mouth, wondering if it was too late for him to cut off Su Huai. Sinking Moon Lake has always had a touching legend. Legend has it that in the ancient times, a monk who was hidden in the mountains and wilds passed by the lake and came across a broken-winged green bird in its first human form. The monk wanted to kill the demon, but the woman in the form of a green bird suddenly knelt down to him, stating that she was hiding in the mountains and the sea, and had never done any harm, nor would she dare to do any harm. If the monk is willing to spare her life, it is willing to turn into a little servant girl and follow the monk around forever. I don't know whether the monk was moved to compassion or not, but he didn't end up swinging the pestle and mortar in his hand. As a slave and a servant girl is just a joke. At that time, human beings and demons were so hostile to each other that they would meet each other to the death, and it was impossible to talk about the contract of symbiosis. If you dare to be in the company of demons, you are evil and should be executed. What's more, he was a Buddhist cultivator who was pure of heart and untainted by the world. So how could he travel with a female demon? The monk did not dare to risk the world, so he simply said to the green bird, I wish to rest here for a few days, and if during that time you do not do evil and behave well, I will spare you. When they were together, the green bird was always a good boy, like an awkward young girl in a deep room, insisting on doing the monk's laundry and cooking for him. After a few days of this, the monk finally let go of his guard, intending to eat the last meal of fasting with the green bird. He left at dawn and set sail for the next mountain and sea. But that night, the green bird revealed its sharp claws and poisonous beak. She laced the porridge with a poison that inhibited her immortal powers and put down the monks who were lax in their defenses. That night, the monk broke 4 precepts in a row. When he regained consciousness the next day, the demoness had already disappeared into the mountains and vanished without a trace. The monk's eyes weeping blood. The heart of the Tao is scattered. The cultivation continues to fall, overnight from the immortal down to the mortal. In the end, he sat by the lake for 7 days, his body decaying, while his soul transformed into a large snake and sank to the bottom of the lake, never seeing the light of day. The truth of the story has long been untested. However, Su Huai, who was planning to close his pole and return to the mountain, intending to settle his dinner at the restaurant under the mountain, only revealed a contemptuous smile when he heard the storyteller finish his tale. He dared to conclude that this bizarre to the extreme rumor must have been deliberately released by the diffractive moon immortal sect. Mediocre little spots make up a random bedtime story, and they instantly become popular Netflix hit mechas. He, Mr. Su, had seen this kind of tactic many times. However, this contempt turned into a face full of astonishment when the tavern boss took out a green-colored scale feather. Especially when he felt that the silver snake ring on his hand, which had not appeared to move for a long time, suddenly shrunk. This kind of consternation was especially obvious. Green feather. Divona. Find it. Find it. Kill it. The little snake's hissing echoed in the depths of his mind, and Samuel Su gently stroked his finger ring. He didn't know what the identity of the green bird in the story was, nor did he know who Divona was in the mouth of the little snake, but it was possible to make the little snake, who had always been calm and indifferent, tear her heart out so. It is thought that the entanglement between a snake and a bird must be nothing less than the hatred of killing one's father and taking one's wife. I promise I'll help you find it. I swear. The little snake finally slowly quieted down, its ruby eyes growing scarlet and demonic. Paw. Su Huai fixed his eyes on the restaurant owner who was cooperating with the storyteller's display of the green feathers, revealing a gentle smile. This feather of yours, is it for sale? Not for sale. The restaurant owner shook his head. If the guest wants to see it, just go ahead and look. But this green feather is, after all, handed down from my humble ancestors, and I wouldn't dare to go against my ancestors' teachings just for the sake of some meager benefits. I'll offer 10,000 spirit stones. The tavern keeper's tiger body shook, and instantly made a decision that went against his ancestors. 10,000 spirit stones. It's already enough to buy him this restaurant. Consider it, boss. And if I don't think it's enough, I can add more. No, enough already. This customer, you collect. Wait. Just as the deal was about to be made, a warrior covered in ice-blue heavy armor suddenly appeared at the entrance of the tavern. The heavy helmet visor covered his entire face, revealing only a pair of gray eyes. The samurai dragged a blood-stained tiger's head greatsword, and before he even entered the door, the rich smell of blood had already spread out, causing some diners to wrinkle their brows and show displeasure. Sixth Order Earth Immortal Realm Powerhouse. The diners all saw the big man's background, and after whispering and cursing a few times, they moved their eyes away. No one would really offend an Earth Immortal for a small matter. Thanks to the intimidation brought about by his cultivation, the samurai dragged his sword all the way into the tavern and reached out towards the green-colored feather in the shopkeeper's hand. There was a snap and his wrist was grabbed. He raised his head and looked at the grim-faced Samuel Su. Let go. Hey. You sick. I'm warning you for the last time, let go. Samuel Su was on the verge of being pissed off, and his grip on the samurai not only didn't let go, but also slowly tightened, squeezing the wrist guard on the samurai's arm until it was deformed. Robbing me and you still think you're quite justified? Are you that bullish? The samurai narrowed his eyes and finally twisted his head to look squarely at Samuel Su. He said word for word, I'm from the Heavenly Cold Palace Enforcement Team. This heavenly green feather involves a secret story of my Heavenly Cold Palace. Before you go out and intervene with me, I advise you to better weigh whether or not you can withstand the wrath of the Heavenly Cold Palace. How dare you threaten me? Gah. Su Huai's palm tightened violently. However, the samurai seemed to have already seen through his intentions, and with a twist of his arm, the entire wrist guard was unlocked in a golden move. In the moment when he was out of Su Huai's control, the tiger head blade in his hand had already cut a string of sparks on the ground, chopping through Su Huai's chest and abdomen. At the same time, his body violently shot backwards, avoiding all counterattacks that he was likely to receive. Boom! Scarlet-colored waves of chi surged up, chopping the counter of the restaurant into ruins. However, Su Huai's body was not visible in the smoke. Am I giving you too much face? Cold sweat instantly seeped down the samurai's back as a sudden whisper came from his ear. He chopped backward with his backhand, but the tiger head blade was pinched with one hand, unable to move an inch. Chapter 46: The Snake and the Bird. Bang! A punch that smashed directly into the samurai's heavily armored visor, along with his heavy helmet, smashing a crater in the floor of the tavern. I'm Sky Cold Palace. I'm your dad. The height of pretending to get in your face is to just go ahead and someone to pieces before they even have a chance to open their mouth to threaten or taunt you. Bang! With another punch, cracks appeared throughout the mask, and Samuel Su's fist wore out, oozing out a trace of blood. But instead of caring in the slightest, he flashed an even crazier grin and threw punch after punch, smashing the samurai's helmet into the floor tiles over and over again. The noise of the entire restaurant disappeared, and only the sound of fist bones clashing with metal kept echoing. A quarter of an hour later, the samurai had gone silent. The restaurant was silent. Samuel Su wiped away the blood from his own fist and snorted as he kicked the helmet, which had been smashed into shape, away from him. Heavenly Cold Palace Law Enforcement Team. Heh. Cross-border law enforcement. Really think of yourself as a scallion. Paw. In. In the restaurant owner's legs and stomach were trembling as he held onto the pillar of the restaurant and handed out the piece of green-colored feather. Guest! Guest! Don't worry. There's not a penny less of the spirit stones that are due to you. Su Huai took out some of the spirit stones in his storage ring and set up a small mountain pile in the lobby of the restaurant. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. The green feather was warm and cool to the touch, and the moment it made contact, the energy in the feather was crudely crushed and devoured by the little snake, becoming dull. At the same time, more detailed information surfaced in Su Samuel's mind. Divona Green Feather, Demon Clan Exile Betrayer. The secret place at the bottom of the lake. The secret place at the bottom of the lake? Samuel Su rubbed his chin. To be honest, the fact that the Heavenly Cold Palace would send someone to the Sunken Moon Valley to investigate the cause of Chu Siyu's aunt's death would have been a strange thing. The Heavenly Cold Palace's Saint Sun, that is, that great desolate dynasty's Grand Emperor Sima Candle, did not look like a fool who would easily offend the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect for a woman he had never met. Especially in the case where Chu Siyu had already passed the examination and become an official disciple of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. Sending someone to investigate and search for Chu Siyu, and not being able to enter the mountain gate of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, was destined to be a fruitless search, just a formality. What's more, the one who sent out was also a member of the Heavenly Cold Palace's elite, a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, which was well known in the entire Immortal region. But combined with what that samurai just said, I'm afraid that Sima Candle sending someone to investigate the death of Chu Siyu's aunt was just a cover. His real goal is the green feather in Su Huai's hand, or to put it in a bigger way, he is coveting the secret realm at the bottom of the Sunken Moon Lake. The Heavenly Chill Palace Law Enforcement Team. There are people everywhere who sell their face. But unfortunately, this time he ran into Su Huai, who already didn't have a good image of the Heavenly Cold Palace. He grabbed one of the samurai's feet and dragged him out of the tavern and all the way to the lake. He suddenly broke off the samurai's misshapen helmet, then plucked a mushroom from the back of his head. This was followed by another snap, dropping the body into the lake. Mushrooms again. So damn tasteless. Luo Yuanhe had been following Su Huai, watching the warrior's body hit the surface of the lake and then slowly sink to the bottom. He suddenly felt that Su Huai was a little evil. Meow, so unapologetic. And why was there a mushroom on that guy's head? What a chicken to be scared of. After disposing of the warrior's corpse, Su Huai did not continue to loiter under the mountain, but went straight back inside the immortal sect with Luo Yuanhe. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. The Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect had stood in the Sinking Moon Valley for thousands of years, and some of the stories and legends circulating in the folklore might be able to be found in the Immortal Sect's collection of books and true historical records. After returning to Medicine Spirit Peak, Su Huai looked into the next yard a few times and realized that Chu Siyu hadn't returned yet. This is a real roll. In desperation, Su Huai had no choice but to take a few slow turns outside the mountain gate by himself and walk to the door of the book depository. Elder. The entire elder in charge of guarding the book collection pavilion was cowering in a corner, unable to see his face. Seeing Su Huai enter the pavilion, he also just opened his eyes and surveyed a few times before explaining in a low voice, outer disciples can enter the first and second floors, inner disciples can ascend to the third and fourth floors, only true disciples can go up to the top floor. Thanks for the reminder, Elder. Aha! Su Huai took out his identity token. It was also unknown for what reason. Although Chuntai Ru disliked this not-so-reliable new disciple, he still gave him the status of inner disciple at the last minute. As a matter of fact, most of those accounts of oddities were centered on the widest first level. Su Samuel quickly found an account of the legend of the green bird on the shores of Sinking Moon Lake. Only unlike that folktale, the part about the monks was omitted from the account and replaced by countless mortals and hillbillies. Cygnus is like a strengthened version of Yuk-Ito, shifting into various forms to confuse mundane humans lost in the mountains and forests. Monks weren't the only ones who fell for it before monks. There were Taoists, mortals, and even immortals. They were all drained of their essence, and in just a few days their cultivation was dissipated and they were turned into withered bones. Thousands of years ago, the Diffractive Moon Emperor was the last victim chosen by the Green Bird. In the end, the great emperor recognized the Green Bird's scheme, killed her flesh, and sunk her soul into the secret realm at the bottom of the lake, imprisoning her for eternity. Su Huai flipped through the ancient book in his hand and found a sketchy map at the end, which recorded the rough location of the secret realm at the bottom of the lake. with a road map attached to it. And for spooky pictures, the first sheet is coated with endless lava, blackened chains and shackles, a closed cage holding a snake, a bird, and a red-skirted maiden wearing bells. The second panel shows the young girl stealing a key from somewhere, opening a gap in the cage, and surreptitiously undoing the chains wrapped around herself. However, the bird suddenly let out a piercing yell, waking the guards who were watching the cage. In the third panel, the young girl is once again locked in a cage, and the snake, seemingly annoyed at the bird's betrayal, tears into it, chipping one of its sharp teeth. The bird didn't fare so well either, having one side of its feathers torn off by the snake, never to fly again. In the last picture, the cage is devoid of the bird and the barefoot girl with the bell tied to it, except for a snake with one tooth curled up in the cage, motionless. Su Huai was already able to roughly guess the relationship between the silver snake ring and the green bird in its mouth. He took the book, registered it with the elder guarding the pavilion, and took it back to his small courtyard. By this time, the moon was already over the horizon. The small courtyard next door was lit up with a candle flame, so it was thought that Chu Siyu had already returned from the Dan room and was ready to rest. Su Samuel took out a food box from his storage ring and knocked on the door of the small courtyard next door. "Who?" "I open the door." Hearing Su Huai's voice, Chu Siyu pulled the door open a small crack, her bright eyes looking clear in the dark night. The air wafted a faint scent of gardenias. Su Huai could tell that Chu Siyu had just taken a bath. Her wet hair draped over her head, and the whole person was stupidly adorable. "Hurry up and open the door." "Oh!" The gate opened, and Su Huai walked to the small table in the courtyard, put the food box down, and then waved at Chu Siyu. "Come here." After waiting for her to come over, Su Samuel held her down and sat on the stool, while he himself stood behind her, constructing a small formation between his dancing fingers. It didn't take long before hot air was whistling out of the formation. While using his hand to break up Chu Siyu's hair and speed up the blow-drying process, Su Huai pondered about the next part of his journey, how he would be able to dive into the bottom of the sinking moon lake. The buried star mountain range hides the small snake between Su Huai's fingers. So what could be hidden in the secret place at the bottom of the lake? The bluebird? Or maybe it's the guy in the picture who was caged together? Samuel Su's thoughts were racing. As the moonlight poured down, Chu Siyu sat on a stool, wrinkling her nose, her eyes like water, and her ears red. Chapter 47 Lord Saint Son of the Yaya Immortal Sect. Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect Elder Room. It was still the same small, dimly lit room, with a row of white candles lit on the long table in the center of the room. The actual elders sat around the two sides of the long table. White walls reflecting the miserable white candlelight. Just look at this formation. Thought it was some kind of cult party. Unlike the last cacophony, the small dark room was silent at the moment. All eyes focused on the old man at the top of the long table. The old man is hunched over. His eyes are deep in the eye sockets, but his eyes are ethereal and godlike, as if he can peer into the long river of space and time from the delusion and witness the future that has not yet happened. "Lu Qinghai, how is what I asked you to do going?" "Greetings, great emperor." The elder called Lu Qinghai stood up and bent over to the old man. If Su Huai was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this Lu Qinghai, the very same task hall-sitting elder that he had defined as a traitor. His gaze was full of reverence and devotion. "I have induced the Holy Sun to come down from the mountain, and have also arranged for the feathers of the sinful animal at the bottom of the lake to be deliberately displayed before him and handed over to him." That book depository elder also stood up. "The ancient scroll that the great emperor asked me to give to him has also been taken by him in the evening, so I think that he must have already read it and discovered the book's secrets." "So be it." The old man nodded gently. "Great emperor." There is still one thing that the old man does not know, but there's no harm in saying it. Everyone's gazes were focused on the pavilion-keeping elder, who straightened his body and bowed his head as he asked, "Since the establishment of our clan, there has never been a precedent of appointing a holy son, so why is this?" The old immortal admitted that Su Huai was indeed amazingly talented and had 6th rank strength at a young age, but the grand elder had only secretly looked at him for a few moments after all. This son's character as a human being is not clear enough. Is the matter of the holy son still up for debate? The old man was silent for a moment and replied, "It wasn't Huang Yuan's intention to make him the holy son. It was my decision." "In that case, the old man has no objections." "Gentlemen," The old man in the first seat had his hands hidden under his wide-sleeve robes, and a soft ice blue light seemed to emanate from the bottom of his eyes. In the matter of the saint's son, you all can rest assured. Doubting people is not a good idea, Su Huai. This person's mind is cautious, and what he hides is far more than you can imagine. The situation in the Weeping Ghost Abyss is getting grimmer by the day, and 6 years ago, Su Chang'e killed a ghost emperor to the death. But he himself was irreparably injured. I am, after all, just an old man with a windfall. We who hold the fire and pass on the payroll have long been like white candles on the table, peaceful, frail, able to bring some light, but long past the ability to start a fire. The old man raised his head, his gaze seeming to penetrate the stone wall and see the rest of his old friends in the distance. My situation, as you know, has long been a remnant of a candle, and it may be that at some time I will be met with an accident and suddenly extinguished. The future, after all, is the future of the young. The Great One. The elders all bowed their heads, and an air of pathos filled the small dark room. Instead, the old man withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Well, they're all a bunch of hundreds or thousands of years old. We're all half a catty. Maybe you can't survive me? Who are you putting on that weepy, stinking face for? The pathos weakened considerably. The diffractive moon immortal emperor let out a light laugh as his body quietly faded away, turning into a wisp of light smoke that drifted away without a trace. After immortal emperor diffractive moon left, the elders in the small dark room then all bet their gazes on Grand Elder Huang Yuan. After all, the great emperor is stationed in the Weeping Ghost Abyss all year round. Even if there is something to notify, it is only to condense a split shadow just like the party. All the specific things of the sect are adjudicated by the Grand Elder. Gentlemen, Huang Yuan cleared his throat, his eyes narrowing into small slits. I know that in your hearts, you and others are quite critical of the immortal sect's ruling of a saint's son. His gaze swept over all the elders, some mingled with disinterest, some bowed their heads in silence, and a few raised their heads and locked eyes with him. Huang Yuan sighed and continued. In the entire immortal realm, there are 4 forces with the deepest heritage, and the Zun Tian divine dynasty is the strongest. But in fact, in terms of heritage, in terms of strength, my diffuse moon immortal sect is not weaker than it. The immortal sect has been sitting at the top of the immortal realm for hundreds, thousands of years, and has never been surpassed, replaced. Especially with the great emperor in place, the diffractive moon is free from worry, so most of you have long since lost the awareness of being at peace, and even before learning of the great emperor's injuries, some of you were still thinking of securing 2 to fight for 1. Claiming the immortal realm. So you guys are used to being strong and high and mighty, and it's understandable that you can't accept the sudden appearance of an extra holy sun on your head for a while, right? The elders were silent and refused to speak. And who wouldn't want to be the strongest if they could? Everyone is an old man with gray temples, and the slightly younger ones are all just outer sect elders, still mixing up their seniority, and are not even qualified to enter this small dark room. As a result, suddenly one day the clan has an additional saint's son position, the rights and status is even higher than them, the inner sect elders, second only to the great emperor. Especially since this holy son was a new disciple, although his strength seemed to be strong, it was difficult to convince the public. Huang Yuan looked at the group of elders, remained silent for a moment, and raised his hand to extinguish the white candle on the table. A man dies like a lamp. The great emperor has guarded the diffractive moon immortal sect for more than 2,300 years, and more than 1,000 of those years have been spent in the depths of the Weeping Ghost Abyss battling with the alien ghost emperors. Immortal emperor powerhouses don't get old, but they do get tired, they get injured, and they get killed. Emperor realm powerhouses are not immortal. Hasn't the barge tiger immortal emperor Su Chang'e, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death at the Weeping Ghost Abyss 6 years ago, woken you up and made you give up that little bit of pride in your hearts? Who among you dares to guarantee to everyone that our diffractive moon emperor won't be the next Su Chang'e? Elder Lu, do you dare to guarantee it? Or do you dare to guarantee it, Elder Li? No one said anything. The few elders who were named were the ones who had the most opinions before, and at this moment, they could only bow their heads and remain silent. Huang Yuan knocked on the table and continued. Since this issue has come up today, let's all just get it out of the way. The Zun Tian divine dynasty had crowned Prince Li Ao, who had entered the 7th stage heavenly immortal realm at the age of 27 and could fight with demon kings. The heavenly cold palace had Sima Candle, a 6th-ranked saint's son who drew mountains and broke water and possessed the 9 yang divine body. sword mound that one sword across the sky, suppress an era of amazing swordsmanly Sadeo, but also has already broken through to the 8th rank some time ago. The strength is even more above you. So gentlemen, now please tell me, what does my diffused moon immortal sect have? There is no one to follow. To put it mildly, 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, if the great emperor unfortunately falls, who in the diffractive moon immortal sect will be able to carry the load again? Is it me, the grand elder who has been stuck in the middle stage of immortal dignity for a lifetime? Or you intersect elders who have long ago had no hope of breaking through and can only hold onto the immortal sect? Think about it all. Gentlemen, Huang Yuan's voice echoed in the small dark room. The words were hard to hear, but they were all true. After a few words, there was a long dead silence. Huang Yuan didn't medium to disturb these elders, but sat in his seat and closed his door to recuperate. After half an hour, it was still that elder Fong, who was guarding the book collection pavilion, who took the lead in opening his mouth to break the disturbing silence. Grand Elder, there is one more thing. Say, the scouts sent by the Sky Cold Palace to Sinking Moon Valley were killed at the bottom of the mountain by our sect's Saint's son, Su Samuel. The Heavenly Cold Palace's side learned of the death of the scout and has just sent a communication to our clan asking for the cause. Huang Yuan's hand shook imperceptibly. Do you know what the quarrel was about? Scouts from the Sky Cold Palace, trying to rob the Holy Sun. That. Kill then kill. Just reply to them for any reason you want. Yes. Chapter 48. The unfortunate drowning of a disciple of your clan, Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect Notice. For the unfortunate death of your law enforcer, all the disciples of our sect express their sorrow. After investigation, the cause of your law enforcer's death is accidental drowning in the water. Please express your condolences. Heavenly Cold Palace. Our clan's law enforcer is a 6th Order Earth Immortal Realm cultivator. It is impossible that he fell into the water and drowned, and I would like to ask your clan to reopen the investigation. Thank you. Notice from the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. Our sect's investigation is absolutely true and reliable, so please do not be unreasonable with your sect. Heavenly Cold Palace. Sky Cold Palace. For the sake of the long-lasting friendship between the two sects, our sect has decided to send a law enforcement squad to conduct an investigation in the area of the Sunken Moon Valley on its own, and we ask for your sect's cooperation. Notice from Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. Don't make a fuss. If a large number of people from the Heavenly Cold Palace enter our sect's territory without authorization, we have reason to suspect that your sect's actions are suspected of stealing our sect's secrets. Tenkyo. The category of large number refers to Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect Notice. More than one person is a large number of. A friendly reminder. Our clan's eldest elder has just been lamenting that the spirit-striped fish in the Sunken Moon Lake is getting thinner and thinner. Notice from the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. If your sect insists on sending a law enforcement team into the Sinking Moon Valley, our sect does not guarantee that they will not also accidentally fall into the water and drown.
Gato.
Inside the Heavenly Cold Palace, the elder in charge of communication with the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect crushed the communication crystals in his hand, and even his back teeth were about to be clenched. Threat. This was a naked threat from the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. Goddamn accidentally fell in the water and drowned. The body's face was whacked. Is your lake that? Drowning a person and using the lake water to whack his face? Besides, that was a 6th Order Earth Immortal, or a 6th Order Earth Immortal wearing a 6th grade spiritual weapon, armed to the teeth. It wasn't some cat or dog. How could it be drowned by water? Find a reason not to find some reliable, even if you tell me that he is not careful to provoke the passing of the strong, was killed at the bottom of the lake or What did the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect say? A calm and hoarse voice rang in the ears of the communication elder. The elder turned back to the youth who had walked behind him at an unknown time and bent his body, replying in a low voice. The Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect's attitude is very perfunctory and forbids us to send our own people to conduct an investigation. May. Expected. The youth leaned on the back of a soft and gorgeous chair, crossing his legs and playing with a 7th-rank demonic beast's crystal core in his hand. Do you think it's possible that those old guys from the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect killed them? Holy Sun, be careful with your words. The communication elder hastily made a gesture of silence, and he looked at the crystals on the counter that were in contact with the various sects to ensure that they were all closed before he breathed a sigh of relief. The Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect is, after all, a righteous force, and it's unlikely that it will strike at our people. Of course, even if this matter was really done by someone from the diffractive moon immortal sect, there is no way for us to pursue it. After all, that's just an ordinary enforcer or a... In short, it's not cost-effective to cross swords with the diffractive moon immortal sect for him. In the future, this kind of conjecture, I also hope that the Holy Son of the Lord never mention it with the bystanders. I know. The corners of the youth's mouth rose slightly as he got up and patted the communication elder's shoulder before shrinking his hand and walking slowly towards the inner chamber of the heavenly cold palace's elder hall.
Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect.
Sima Candle remembered that the woman he had taken a fancy to in the Great Desolate Dynasty had fled there. The woman's aunt assured himself that he would bring her back to him. So Sima Candle used his connections to send that dog-like middle-aged man to Sinking Moon Valley. But her aunt died the next day, killed in an unexplained manner, her body dumped in Sunken Moon Lake. The enforcer sent out this time, in addition to the task of probing about the secret realm of the Sunken Moon Lake, were also commissioned by him to investigate the woman's recent situation in the meantime. But he was also dead, again, exterminated in an unexplained manner, his body thrown into the Sunken Moon Lake as it were. Sima Candle smacked his lips, and a shimmering light flashed under his eyes. He had long since departed from the lowly pleasures of physical pleasure, and it was the process of those women going from defiance to humiliation, from weeping to despair, that was the main factor in his spiritual pleasure. Therefore, only the prey who looks at the prey struggles. Sima Candle can be more and more excited when he gets her. Su Huai, of course, wasn't as perverted as Sima Candle. But really, he wasn't much of a good guy either, relying on Chu Siyu's small courtyard in the middle of the night, using the gap between blow-drying her hair to madly rub the rich woman's dog's head. Chu Siyu was coy. After getting acquainted with Su Hui, or being saved twice, and later finding out that being held by his hand would feel inexplicably at ease, Chu Siyu no longer had the courage to hold the knife to die with this hooligan in the first place. Now being bullied didn't dare to resist, could only stare and still let him mess up his hair and braid it in a strangely ugly braid. Chu Village Flower Siyu. You lighten up. Humph, Chu Siyu, say such words to me later. It's not appropriate to say them now. Why? Because right now you don't recognize yourself as my wife, and I can't call you boing boing yet. No, don't say it. Chu Siyu lowered her head, her two small hands covering her burning face. She realized that the rogue in front of her had a really thick skin. At night, in the girl's yard, to say these frivolous words actually do not blush. I don't know how to be ashamed. The unashamed Su someone finally let go of his rich woman's hair as he took the food box he had brought from the table. The food box was full of little treats. The reason he had to make a big detour to the town down the hill for dinner in the evening was to find the small restaurant that he had frequented in his previous life with his rich wife. His family's spicy chicken is a masterpiece, spicy and crunchy, and it's the rich woman's favorite dish. In his previous life, when he made the rich woman angry, he would slam the door and run to that restaurant to buy a plate full of spicy chicken. Then he goes home and does nothing, just sits at the dinner table, and in less than a minute, the rich woman will appear beside him. Crispy, spicy chicken. Chuziu traps. But spicy chicken also has a fatal disadvantage, that is, it has a strong flavor or an irritating flavor. As we all know, there are many parts of the human body that are fragile and can't stand this kind of stimulation. If it's hard to irritate, it gets red and swollen. Those who get it get it. For example, lips. Chu Siyu is addicted to human food, like a Cantonese who loves perverted spiciness, and every time he eats it, his mouth will be red and swollen. Ahem. Facepalm yourself if you're thinking the wrong way. The other pastries Su Huai brought back were all the same snacks that rich women loved in their previous lives. Sure enough, as soon as the food box was opened and the spicy flavor filled the air, Chu Siyu was immediately attracted by what was in the food box. Samuel Su saw her secretly gulping. What is this? Crispy, spicy chicken. Well, do you want some? Chu Siyu nodded. Call your husband and I'll give you a treat. Chu Siyu shrunk her head back and forced her eyes away from the bare sapling in the courtyard. No call. Scream or you don't get to eat. I have the money and will get it myself. You can't find it for sale. There's Chow E. Hiss. Samuel so miscalculated. I didn't realize that coaxing a rich woman to call him a husband in advance would be so difficult that I couldn't even do it with crispy chili chicken. What could he do? Did he really take this big box of pastries back to eat himself? He could only sigh a long way to go, then casually found an excuse to push the food box in front of Chu Siyu. Chu Siyu is the kind of Very peculiar chick. She was reserved at first, just taking small bites before she grew into it, shoving the whole thing in her mouth. Within 3 minutes she had tears in her eyes from the spice and was hissing with her little mouth open. But even then she still hadn't put down the chicken in her hand. Maybe it's all about pain and pleasure? In fact, the gate to the small courtyard was always open. After all, a lone man and a woman, although in Suhuai's view, the two of them had already been a couple who had been together for hundreds of years, in Chu Siyu's perspective, they were still just friends for the time being. Leave the door open for her peace of mind. Therefore, Huang Yuan, who had come to look for Suhuai, had just walked to the front of the small courtyard when he saw such a scene. Samuel Su stood, staring lustfully at a girl with a demented grin on his face. The mouth also said from time to time, "This chicken is good," all swallowed, slowly. "Do you want to rest first rest? Is it too big to swallow? The first time is like this?" And so on and so forth is not very healthy words. What about the girl in front of him? Her cheeks were red, tear-stained, pearly, her forehead covered with a fine sweat, and she made a stammering noise. This Nima. As the Grand Elder of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, Huang Yuan was furious on the spot. Nai, Su Chang'a's one life of wisdom. How could he have such a lewd and nasty grandson like you? Running into the yard of a fellow female cultivator in the middle of the night, making her face full of tears, and still having the nerve to ask if it's good to eat. I have to teach you a lesson for Su Chang'a today. Huang Yuan raised his hand, and it was a spiritual power pipeline that fiercely swiped at Su Huai's back. When it was too late, it was too soon. When the sneak attack was about to succeed, Su Huai suddenly twisted his head, and with a single palm, he dispersed the pike. In the next instant, his figure had appeared behind Huang Yuan and he threw a punch at the back of his heart. As a fellow Ninth Order Immortal Exalt, Huang Yuan certainly reacted. He raised his hand and it was a spirit shield protecting his heart. But I did not expect Su Samuel but suddenly changed formation, blasted to the heart of the iron fist hard in the middle of the way to change the original trajectory. A fist smashed in his dry, thin old face. Bang! Cracks appeared on the walls of the small courtyard. Huang Yuan was embedded in the wall, his eyes showing horror. That bizarre punch just now, which was impossible to avoid, had in a way already violated the most basic rules of heaven and earth, and barely had a trace of the divinity of an emperor's grade martial art. Moreover, it did not belong to any of the imperial grade martial skills that already existed in the world. Luckily, Su Samuel withdrew his hand in time and did not have any immortal power attached to it, but simply attacked with his physical strength, or else he was caught off guard, and at least ended up with a serious injury. This son is as horrible as this. It's just a little unmartial. Come to cheat. Come to sneak up on me. A 1,000+ awful old man. Chapter 49 The Grand Elder. Huang Yuan until he was gouged down from the wall by Su Samuel and assisted to the small courtyard. His whole body was still confused. The gaze that looked at Su Huai also changed from the disgust of looking at perverts in the beginning to the disgust of looking at demonic perverts. And although they were both disgusting, the latter carried the former without marveling. Great Elder, how did you get here? Su Huaihua was cheeky and didn't feel half as guilty as if he had just bullied the old man. After all, to be honest, it was not him who made the first move, and his punch, at most, could only be regarded as self-defense, and could not even be regarded as an over-defense. The reason why now holding this old man is afraid that he directly to the ground a lie, without a few million spirit stones will not get up. Su Huai was pitched like this by an old man in his previous life. At that time, he was still a small loose cultivator at the foundation stage, and had not yet met a rich woman, and happened to come across an old man on the street, saying that he was the 980th generation of the heir of some hard qigong. Claiming to be invincible, he also stated on the spot that he was invincible below the third order condensation realm. Whoever could break his hard qigong would reward that person with 1,000 spirit stones. Samuel So was poor at the time. His heart was moved, so he rushed into the ring and punched the old man. Hard qigong is true or not he does not know. Anyway, the old man on the spot vomited 3 big bowls of blood, sitting on the ground hugging Su Samuel's legs and crying, saying that he hit the old man for no reason. Finally, not only pit away the only dozen or so spirit stones on Su Huai, but also want him to give the old man that a few hundred pounds of slim daughter as a son-in-law, make Su Huai overnight over the city wall to run away. Almost lost both people and money. Ouch! It hurts too much. This Sainji ruse is too deep. Of course, after all, not everyone was as shameless as that old man, and it was impossible for Huang Yuan to blackmail someone with his high moral standing. He was helped to sit down at the stone table before realizing that Chu Siyu was really just eating the chicken, and the reason why his face was red and hissing was because he was also being spiced. Awkward. Beyond awkward. Blame it on that Yakuza Samuel. So, why did you say those misleading things when a little girl was eating a spicy chicken? Huang Yuan glared at Su Huai and put his hand into his sleeve robe. Samuel Su, hand over your identity token. Samuel Su's eyes widened. No way, Arthur. I've worked 9 times over to pass the test, and just because I accidentally punched you, you're going to fire me for a sake? I bet that punch didn't hit you in the face, did it? Huang Yuan squinted his eyes. The bruise on his left eye socket clearly visible. 9th grade immortal dignitaries are already searching for their own Tao, seeking the opportunity to break through to immortal emperors. The Tao of Huang Yuan is to return to the basics and nature. Hungry to eat, sleepy to sleep, catching the road with walking, and transmission of letters are also all face-to-face to say, rather than the sound transmission through the air. Also often disguised as immortal to run to the bottom of the mountain to realize life. If not necessary, never easily with people hands, usually always together, you do not force him to hurry, never know he has strong. There is an extremely affectionate name for this kind of person in the Jianghu sweeping old ground in monk pussy. Of course, there were pros and cons to this method, the benefit being that after decades of precipitation, his cultivation became more and more condensed, vaguely groping for the threshold of the late immortal dignity stage. As for the drawbacks, is having to try to adapt to mortal life, like the fist mark on his face, something that could obviously be restored with a bit of immortal power dredging. He preferred to apply some cream and wait for it to heal naturally. It's suffocating. It's got that flavor of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. An old man and a young man stared at each other in silence. Huang Yuan was thinking about how to take out the Saint Sun token without arousing Su Huai's suspicion and resentment, and then completely transform Su Huai into the shape of the diffractive moon immortal sect. What about Su Huai, this forced evil to the bile side? Thinking about their own driven down the mountain before to beat this old man a meal out of anger, the best to beat the other eye is also swollen. Then take advantage of the diffractive moon immortal emperor before he has the time to strike, and put down a harsh sentence 30 years of river. Pooh! It should be that this diffractive moon immortal sect has eyes but no eyes, so don't treat it. These two people each had their own agenda, and Chu Siyu, a simple silly girl, sat on the side with her head down and didn't dare to speak. With Huang Yuan, an outsider, present, her sociopathic attribute activated again, and in an effort to lower her presence, she only sneaked a piece of pastry into her mouth from time to time. Her cheeks were bulging like a hamster that was cowering in a corner to sneak a meal. As I nibbled, I couldn't resist pinching up another piece of spicy chicken and tossing it into my mouth. Burp! The hiccup was soft, but unusually clear in an occasion like this where everyone was silent. Feeling Su Huai turn her head to look at herself, Chu Siyu's ear tips quickly with a touch of red, her head lowered even lower, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Huang Yuan, on the other hand, quietly sighed in relief. He was panicked in his heart when he was just silent, and he had an old feeling of foreboding, but with Chu Siyu's belch, that feeling of panic dissipated. At the same time, he figured something out. Su Huai might not have much of a sense of belonging to the immortal sect, but this little girl he liked did. I heard that this little girl was also taken in as a closed disciple by Chun Tai Ru in the afternoon, becoming a Pill Spirit Peak's personal disciple. Good lord, so it's your own bullseye. Previously, he had always regarded Su Huai as an immortal dignitary who was equal to himself, but when he thought about it carefully, which of those things that this forced to do could be related to the status of an immortal dignitary? It seems as if he has always lived as an ordinary disciple, and the purpose of coming to the immortal sect couldn't be more obvious. It's not too shabby to pick up girls. Since you're here to pick up chicks, you have the nerve to still be a tiny outsider when the chick you like has become a personal disciple of my diffuse moon immortal sect. What a terrible thing to say. When you two get together, your family status will go down the drain. You'll be crushed by this little girl? So the organization, after deliberation and looking at you in pity, decided to give you a sainthood. Is that reasonable? It couldn't be more reasonable. Thinking of this, Huang Yuan's hand in his sleeve robe finally reached out, holding a small silver-colored plaque. Noticing Huang Yuan's movements, Su Huai instantly came back to his senses, fixed his eyes towards him. Good guy, still holding something in his hand, cold light. At first glance, it is a concealed weapon. Meow, the old thing doesn't talk about martial arts. I have to get a head start. Su Huai raised his hand and punched, leaving a purple-black punch mark on Huang Yuan's other eye as well. Huang Yuan tilted his head and trembled. It has been hundreds of years since he broke through the 9th rank and became an immortal father. He has not suffered this kind of aggravation for hundreds of years. I came to you in the middle of the night to get you promoted and rich, and this is how you repay me. Is this a ing payback or a brutal beating? If I don't let you know how powerful I am today, how can I manage the immortal sect as the Grand Elder in the future? He took a deep breath and his robes moved without wind.
Junior Su.
Do you dare to follow me into the secret realm to fight? Why not? Come on. Huang Yuan made a seal with both hands, opening a gap at the entrance of the small courtyard to enter the secret realm, and took the lead. Su Huai laughed coldly and was about to follow when his sleeve was pulled by Chu Siyu. She blinked her big watery eyes and didn't say anything, although she didn't know why Su Huai was always bullying the old man. But that old man's identity she knew. She had seen it yesterday when she participated in the examination. The diffractive moon immortal sect's Grand Elder. The Great Elders must all be very strong. Su Huai raised his hand and rubbed her head. It's okay. It's just a bad old man. If you can't eat it, put it away first, don't hold it up. If you love it, I'll buy it back for you tomorrow. Well, if I don't come back later, you go back to bed first. Remember to close the doors and windows. Good boy. Chu Siyu pursed her lips and didn't care about Su Huai touching her head, but tried to meet his eyes. Her voice was very soft. You have to be careful, ah. Chapter 50 The Battle of the Immortal Masters. How strong is the Grand Elder of the Moon Immortal Sect? 60 years ago, when the war in the Weeping Ghost Abyss was tight, most of the elders of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect went out with the Diffractive Moon Emperor. A demon sovereign learned of the news and tried to sneak into the sunken Moon Valley to steal the family, but ended up never returning. No one knew what happened in the valley, except that after that year, Grand Elder Huang Yuan had been playing with a red 9th rank demon core in his hand at times. Inside the secret of trials. With a loud bang, the dark night was illuminated by green and silver light, and the two huge spirit discs were thousands of miles apart, like two clear moons of different colors. Samuel, so, you're not pretending anymore. I've been expelled. So what's the point of pretending? Su Samuel stood in the air, and for the first time since he was reborn, he struck out with all his might, feeling that the blood in his entire body was boiling. Only the colorless immortal power of his previous life was somehow tinted with a hint of silver and white. When it was declared, there was both the lightness of the wind attribute and the metallic sharpness, and it was unknown exactly what the attribute was. Compared to him, Huang Yuan's attributes were instantly recognizable, lifting his hand to shoot wind blades indiscriminately, as if he knew the truth that firepower was greater than accuracy, directly covering where Su Huai was. Su Huai advances and he retreats, obviously a turret-type player. Favoring this is still a wind attribute cultivator with a strange speed, and it is impossible to get close. Chasing was impossible, although Su Huai was proficient in physical combat, and catching up was a sure win, but the chase would be difficult and would look like a stupid ratio being kite. It's just a date, it's not a fight to the death, just have fun. So in the moment that Huang Yuan formed a formation, Su Samuel set up a stance, and he wanted to fight Huang Yuan against the wave, only to see his hands spread out. Thousands of silver vortexes appeared behind him. Silver light with blood-colored patterns. Countless blood-colored arrows soared out, colliding with the wind blades and annihilating them together. This move had been used before when he had killed that 6th-order auger snake, only this time the range was wider, the arrow was thicker, and the power was incomparable. The light emanating from the collision of immortal power constantly erupted between the two, and the aftermath swept over the mountains, grass and trees, tearing the land in a 100-mile radius into a desert. Countless captive low-ranked demons died in the aftermath, while the more powerful ones frantically fled into the distance. Huang Yuan, what do you think of this king's treasury of mine? Not bad. Another one of your self-created martial arts. Where's all the self-creation? This is something I stole from someone else. Oh? Who created such a stunt? A dirtbag named Gold Flash. A round of sparring waves ended. Su Huai twisted his neck, his bones clicking as he raised his right hand, his immortal energy compressing continuously, condensing a large silver bow. Take another arrow from me. Silver light converges, and thundering strings startle. Huang Yuan's body flashed violently, and the silver vector brushed past his ears and landed on a large hill behind him. There was a rumbling sound. The peak of the mountain issued a roar, was but a thumb-thin silver vector blasted out a diameter close to the size of 100 meters of the cavity, and the arrow went unabated until nailed to the edge of the secret realm of the barriers above. The entire secret realm trembled. "Good boy, are you for real?" Huang Yuan Whitebeard trembled, hands upward false lift. The ground of the mountains, rocks, grass and trees rose up in the air, condensed into a row of more than 10 meters long cones, towards Su Samuel rapid shooting. 13 rounds were fired in unison, and the sound broke through the air. Su Samuel let out a light laugh, hands together, and then pulled outward. A huge round of silver array plate appeared, standing horizontally in front of his body, blocking all those stone cones. The array disc was sturdy and incomparable, but it couldn't stop the continuous bombardment. Huang Yuan flicked his wrist, and a fierce wind rose up in all directions. No one is convinced of anything. Both of them were venting their immortal power without any scruples, and all kinds of means were coming out of the woodwork. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. There are no mortals in the secret realm, but there are shivering demons. The Sixth Order overlord entrenched in the western part of the secret realm was a four-winged demon wolf, which was lying behind a huge boulder and was planning to run away, but a blood-colored arrow shot in and pierced through its feathered wings. A piercing pain surged to his brain, and his entire wolf was even directly knocked over by an arrow and nailed to the ground. It didn't dare to howl out, but could only struggle hard, pulling at the feather that it usually regarded as its pride through gritted teeth. But before it could breathe a sigh of relief, it saw the teenager draped in silver aura lifting a mountain peak and smashing it towards the green-colored old man. The old man laughed loudly and swung out a huge wind blade, only to see that the small mountain of several hundred meters, from top to bottom, was smoothly cut open like jelly, and there were constantly crushed rocks rolling down, shaking up dust all over the ground. It's horrible. Since being captured by the human race from the battlefield of the Meteor Devil Cave, the four-winged demon wolf had not seen a battle of this formation for decades. What's it like to be hit by a mountain? The four-winged demon wolf didn't know, nor did he want to know. But the splintered mountain peak flew towards it, which was pinned to the ground, as if it was equipped with location tracking. "No! I can't die. I'm still young. I've only just broken through, and I haven't even taken form." It hissed and growled, tearing at its wounded feathers as it raced wildly through the shadows of the mountain. It wants to escape. It's going to break through the Seventh Order heavenly devil. It wants to escape from here and make a name for itself. It wants to... Snap. The mountains and rocks buried everything. Perhaps 500 years from now, a man named Longevity Monk will pass by the foot of the mountain and then rescue the demonic wolf that has been suppressed by the great mountain and take it with him to the Western Paradise to seek the true scriptures. Or maybe a pangolin unintentionally punched a hole and released a demon wolf that was sealed by a large mountain before accompanying an old grandfather chopping wood to plant a gourd seed. Unfortunately, this is not Journey to the West and there are no huckleberries. The demon wolf roared and died, crushed into a pile of meat sauce. Miserable. The rest of the demons who witnessed everything had their livers cracked, and they didn't even dare to take care of their long accumulated possessions anymore, desperately running towards the remaining areas that hadn't been affected. Grass eaters, meat eaters, demonic sheep and demonic wolves, ghost rats and cat demons, all made a concerted effort to desperately run away. Natural enemies? No kidding. Natural enemies are a brother before natural disasters. Let's talk about natural enemies when everyone can survive. An act of God indeed. Su Huai and Huang Yuan had fought for the whole night, and the immortal power in their bodies had fallen into depletion due to releasing great moves one after another. In order to suppress the level of the demons, the heaven and earth aura within the secret area was also pitifully thin. Not being able to replenish it and squandering it without restraint led to the duo skills getting weaker and weaker at the back of the fight, and when it was almost dawn, they simply each took their cohesive weapons and began to physically fight. Unexpectedly, Huang Yuan this actually has a good hand of sword. If he didn't know that the other party had already mixed up with the actual person in charge of the immortal sect, Su Huai must have seriously suspected that this pussy was an undercover agent sent by the Sword Mound to the Diffractive Moon immortal sect. At the same time, Su Huai realized that he had miscalculated, and the idea that he could win by getting close was very wrong. Huang Yuan's physical body was indeed weak, but he, Su Huai, was even weaker. People again pull across is also the body of immortal honor, Su Huai. Cultivation followed the rebirth, but the body is still 17-year-old boy. Although younger, more energetic, more durable, but damn, not as hard as the original. Although there was cultivation there, not so much that it would shatter at the touch, It could only barely hold on painstakingly with its rich experience in physical combat. Kid, how about closing up together? Haha. Old man Huang, you're afraid you can't make it, right? Tied. You say who can't. Old me can still fight with you for 3 more days and nights. Count your blessings. No more fighting, stop. Su Hui dispersed the long knife in his hand. Huang Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. The two landed on the ground. Also do not care about what image. Lying on the ground together to breathe heavily. Hundreds of miles around. Rubble covered the ground. A ruin. Yes. Su Hui looked at the gray sky and suddenly shouted. This battle reminded him of the hundreds of years of hard cultivation in his previous life, and confirming that all of his cultivation was really still there, his heart was clear. All those sufferings and pains were not in vain. Huang Yuan also laughed out loud. Taking up the position of the immortal sect's Grand Elder, he had to take care of a lot more things. As the great emperor conquered the Weeping Ghost Abyss, he, the second in command, had to stay behind in the immortal sect. After decades of holding back, once released, but also feel the body through the Pacific, soothing and refreshing. After all, his Tao is to follow nature, not unable to strike. Boy, take that. Su Hui found Huang Yuan throwing over a silver token. Holding up a piece, there were 13 different patterns engraved on it, each corresponding to the 13 main peaks of the diffractive moon immortal sect. Turning it over, it was engraved with the 2 big words. Yenyu. Old man Huang, what is this? Diffractive moon immortal sect holy sun order. Huang Yuan also looked at the gray sky. From now on, you are the immortal sect's saint sun. Within you can resolve important matters on behalf of the great emperor, while outside you can represent the immortal sect with full authority and command all of the immortal sect's elder disciples. Hiss. Is it really appropriate to give me this? It is the decision of the great emperor. Su Hui put down the token and didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, Huang Yuan asked, what do you feel at this moment? No feelings. Old man Huang, let me ask you something. Say, since I have so much power as a holy sun, can I move to the Chuziyu courtyard? Su Hui smacked his lips. It's quite reasonable for me, a holy sun, to go and instruct the Pill Spirit Peak disciples in alchemy in the middle of the night. Isn't it? Was that your trip to instruct in alchemy? I don't even want to poke you. Chapter 51 there. Are ghosts. An old man and a young man seemed to have put down their respective stigmas, and chatted a lot in the secret realm as if they were old friends. From the duties and obligations of the sun, and then the power and goals he controls. During this time, Su Hui also mentioned about the sinking Moon Lake Green Bird, but Huang Yuan just told him that he did not need to worry too much about it, and that there would naturally be someone to report back to him at the elders' meeting 7 days later. The duo finally left the secret realm as the morning sunlight spilled over the land. With the strength of Su Hui in his heart, Huang Yuan planned to leave the immortal sect for 2 days and go to the Weeping Ghost Abyss to catch some ghosts back. After all, the trial's secret realm was destroyed by nearly 1/3 because of their battle, a large number of low-level demons were affected, and even the 6th-level overlord died. Plus, Su Hui this forced to leave also secretly took away the 5th-ranked gray-bellied purple-scaled boa, as well as that new overlord snow grudge spirit in the northern part of the secret realm. The already traumatized secret realm snowballed. If we don't replenish some demons into it, this trial mystery realm will probably be really ruined by the next immortal sect examination. What about Samuel So? He naturally returned to Chu Siyu's small courtyard. The little girl was holding the packed food box, her head lying on the stone table in the courtyard, sleeping soundly. Su Hui took out a robe from his storage ring and covered her, then sat down across from her, quietly looking at her sleeping face. This girl from time to time also barred to mouth. I do not know, last night ate so much spicy and sweet, have not rinsed mouth. Su Hui couldn't help but come forward, debating whether to steal a kiss while she was still sleeping. But nay, the little girl was a light sleeper, and just as he tried to get down he fluttered his eyelashes and opened his misty eyes. The corner of Su Hui's mouth twitched and he smiled awkwardly. Ahem. So what? I just saw something dirty on your face and wanted to take it off for you. Chu Siyu shrunk her neck. You're back, ah? Well, just got back. Why don't you go inside and get some sleep? Good. Chu Siyu confused, holding Su Hui's jacket to the house. Into the house after the door is not closed. To the bed a flop, rubbing 2 pillows and fell asleep.
Samuel Susaid.
After much hesitation, he gave up on the idea of sneaking in and sharing the same bed, and helped her close the door. This girl's defenses against him were getting lower and lower now, and he didn't know when he wouldn't be able to resist turning into an animal. So he could only tell himself over and over again that it wasn't time yet. Chu Siyu was only 16 years old, and there was still close to a month before her 17th birthday. Don't look at the surface of this chick's stupidity, but because of the lack of parental care since childhood, and ran into a relative who coveted her family's property. In fact, her heart is sensitive to death. Samuel so can initiate intimate gestures that aren't too over the top, like holding hands and touching heads. But for the last step, he wanted to wait until she was willing. After all, Chu Siyu wasn't some NPC that could be casually raided and pushed back in some romance game, but rather his future partner that he was going to spend his entire life with. It's not called dog licking, it's a form of respect. Just like in Su Huai's previous life, Chu Siyu hallowed 9th grade alchemist, specializing in all the pills used to enhance the grade of the spirit root, running in both directions is the real love. After closing the doors and windows, Su Samuel fished out a large packet of sesame-sized plant seeds from his storage ring and evenly spread them in every corner of the yard. This was followed by a haphazard shove of the shrunken purple, scaled boa into a tank of water in the corner. Only then did he clap his hands, roll over the courtyard wall, and go back to his room to wash up and go to bed. It was only when he slept until late in the evening that Samuel Su was awakened by knock after knock on the door. He rubbed his messy hair and pulled open the gate to the yard. Outside the room was a fresh-faced elder, who first bowed his head at him and called out to the Holy Sun before handing him a storage ring. "What is it?" "Back to Saint Sun. This is the cultivation resources that the Grand Elder explained me to send you before his departure." "Ha!" Su Huai received the ownerless ring, and a wisp of his mind sank into it. The ring was the smallest capacity storage ring with not much space, only about a cubic meter, but in it were 2 white jade boxes as well as a whole bunch of bottles and jars. The box was a 7th grade treasure pill used to enhance the spiritual root qualification, and those bottles and jars were filled with elixirs that cleansed the meridians and marrow and enhanced the strength of the body. Sure enough, it's not always your friends who know you best. It could be the opponents you fought with. It was only last night that the flaw of lack of physical strength was exposed during the battle, and this afternoon old man Huang sent someone to send pills to warm up the flesh and meridians. Those 2 7th grade spirit medicines with mild medicinal properties were even just stuck at the limit of what his 4th grade spirit roots could bear. Is this the treatment of a great power's holy son? Love it, love it.
Olisson.
Su Huai grinned, almost writing the word happy on his face. What else does the elder have to do? The sky-cold palace has sent people to the sinking moon valley again. Before the Grand Elder left the clan, he told us to listen to the Holy Sun's command. How does the Holy Sun think that this matter should be resolved? Su Huai raised an eyebrow. What kind of people are here? Is it a disciple of the sky-cold palace, or? It's true that there are some disciples, but the one leading the way is Heavenly Cold Palace's sword-washing peak, Zhentian. This elder paused and then added, he is an 8th stage Immortal King realm powerhouse. 8th Order Immortal King? Samuel Su narrowed his eyes. What are they doing here? The elder replied. He said he was bringing new disciples to exchange and learn. Exchange and learning, ah. This is good. You organize their itinerary to send me, the next thing you do not have to care. I will bring people with them, good exchange. Su Samuel color dark, do not know in thinking somewhat. Yes, right, you find someone to spread some news in Sunken Moon Valley later. May I ask the Holy Sun what news to spread? Su Huai came close to the elder's ear and told him a story. That elder gulped after hearing this and hurried down the mountain. When the moon fell over her eyebrows, the diligent Chu Siyu returned to the small courtyard from the Dan room, and her master, Chan Tai Ru, told her that she could practice without going to the Dan room tomorrow. The reason for this was that the Heavenly Cold Palace had brought its disciples to exchange, and as a personal disciple, she needed to represent the Pill Spirit Peak to go down the mountain and participate in this exchange. Chu Siyu had originally refused. What was she going to do to communicate with people, a social terrorist who only knew how to make a dry meal of alchemy? Compare to who has a hotter fire in the stove? But Master had also said that the rogue next door to her, Su Huai, and Chao Yi from Spirit Formation Peak were also on the exchange list. Then Chu Siyu is not afraid. Just down the mountain can also stop by to find the store that sells spicy chicken and pastries. This kind of important information must be inquired clearly, lest Su Huai later use this to threaten her again. After all, Master was right. Su Huai was a rogue, and he thought he didn't know that in the morning he had put his face so close to her, trying to sneak a light touch. Too much spice. After sitting in the small courtyard for a while, Chu Siyu hugged her knees again and looked at the courtyard wall. She felt that she might have been poisoned, and tonight when Su Huai didn't come to bully herself, she actually had that little bit of unaccustomed feeling of boredom that she didn't know what to do. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully moved the stone bench to the wall, then stood on it, realizing it wasn't high enough, so she patted it upward again. Finally able to get there. And the other side, Samuel So is drawing a ghostly face onto a wooden mask. Blood-red undertones, hideous scars, creepy smiles, and empty eyes. This was the most crucial step in the plan to be fulfilled next, and the weirder this mask was, the better. After drawing the last stroke, Su Huai put the mask over his face and lowered his voice, letting out a jia 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 calendar ghostly gloomy laugh. This acting, this voice, Oscar owes him Samuel So a small gold medal. He smiled and laughed, but his gaze suddenly met a pair of wide, frightened eyes. Chu Siyu stepped on the wall, revealing half of her head, originally wanting to sneak a peek at what Su Huai was doing, but found that there was actually a hot and scary horror creature in his yard. She was not very bold by such a fright, directly forgot to breathe, subconsciously backed up, but a foot stepped on the air, snapped and fell on all fours. There are ghosts. Hearing Chu Siyu's trembling voice, Su Huai hurriedly lifted the black cloth draped over his body, and that ghost face was also stuffed into the storage ring, and directly went over the courtyard wall to protect the rich woman. Where are the ghosts? Don't be afraid, rich woman. I'm here to protect you. Chapter 52. Once the ghost face is worn, no one will love it. Some people are naturally bold and not afraid of anything. Some people are naturally timid and afraid of everything. Chu Siyu's courage, on the other hand, was somewhere in between, belonging to the kind of Schrodinger's courage. After all, she, a sociopath, was short of breath and nervous whenever she entered a crowded place. But on the contrary, it was such an individual who dared to sneak out of the Great Wasteland dynasty alone, and followed the unfamiliar elder to run to the diffractive moon immortal sect to learn from his master. He also dared to run in the secret realm to save a 5th-ranked serpent, the gray-bellied purple-scaled boa, which was hideous and incomparable to outsiders. Suddenly seeing such a red-faced monster, Chu Siyu was indeed dumbfounded. But after falling down from the stone bench, she then suddenly remembered that this place was in the diffractive moon immortal sect. This was one of the safest places in the entire immortal region now. How could that kind of horrible ghost appear? But when he saw Su Huai rolled over from the next door, the courage that he had managed to muster up disappeared again without a trace. The strength that had welled up in his body also quietly dissipated. Fear not. Fear not. There are no ghosts, it was an illusion. Not caring to be shy about Su Huai picking her up without authorization, Chu Siyu's small hands clutched his clothes tightly. I saw. No, really. You lied to me. Su Huai froze, took a deep breath, and took out the ghost face that he had drawn from his storage ring. You see, that ghost is actually me in disguise. Chu Siyu couldn't help but tremble the moment she saw the ghost face. Then she bit her lip and looked at Su Huai. Why are you scaring me? I didn't mean to scare you. You're the one who wanted to peek at me.
No peek.
So what are you doing picking at the yard wall? Chu Siyu stammered and didn't say anything. Samuel Su carried her inside and placed her on her cot, then reached out and stroked her head. Just freaked out, didn't you? Is it any better now? Chu Siyu wanted to tell him out loud. I'm not afraid at all. I'm a super brave chick. But she couldn't open her mouth, because just now, her not-so-smart little brain suddenly realized something that she couldn't accept. Su Huai, this rogue seems to have become a very peculiar existence in her life without her realizing it. Especially when it comes to danger. Samuel Su is in Chu Siyu social attributes plus 99, courage 99, an ostrich chick who is not afraid of people, but afraid of danger. Su Huai is not here. Chu Siyu social attributes 99, courage plus 100, is a quail chick who is not afraid of hardships, but is very afraid of people. This man was so strange. He must have used some kind of mesmerizing technique on himself that made it hard to notice. Chu Siyu, are you broken? She lay down on the cot, her small hands slowly moving to the covers. Then with a quick tug, she covered herself whole. Oh God of the Comforter, protect me. Su Huai stood by the bedside, eyeing his rich wife making this set of self-movements and drew the corners of his mouth. He originally did not want to tell Chu Siyu about the ghost face, after all. She also has to participate in the next exchange with the Sky Cold Palace. The rich woman is stupid, in case of leakage of the mouth. then the plan would have failed, though the plan was just to satisfy his own bad taste, and it wouldn't matter if it failed. But after all, it's your own source of joy. Forget it. Who made himself swear that he would never lie to a rich woman when he married her in his previous life. Su Huai reached out and gestured twice at the location of Chu Siyu's buttocks, but in the end, his hand didn't really fall. He turned his head and began to survey the rich woman's boudoir. Simple, neat, with a few paintings and some dyes in the window seat. Painting was considered the rich woman's biggest pastime after alchemy, although her painting style was strange, and her painting skills were sparse in the opinion of Su Huai, a person who had been educated in modern art. Samuel Su walked over to the canvas and looked at the latest one. It is outlined in black lines with a pool of water, a large snake, and 3 small figures. The overall image is monotonous, with only a few sparse dyes applied to the 2 villains. The little man sitting at the edge of the waterhole was green, and at first glance it was Chao Yi, the woman who liked to wear green. Oh, so this is the one who unfolded his arms and shielded Orochi and the other villain, right? Sure enough, I am handsome and forced, and even the crooked lines can't stop my Samuel Su's absolute handsomeness. It's why the clothes are painted in black and favor the head to be filled with yellow. Slander. Judge. She defamed me. I didn't realize that Chu Siyu. This chick's surface is dumb and silly, but she's actually so dark. She's secretly scolding me for having a head full of yellow waste. Isn't she? Su Huai secretly picked up the paintbrush and pounded it in front of the canvas for a while, and only then did he return to the bed, reaching out and tapping on the edge. Rich girl. Take your time to sleep then. I'll go first. Aha! Muffled voices came from under the covers, along with a small hand reaching out, clutching a small porcelain vial. Here. What? It's not some kind of poison, is it? The small hand slowly retracted, looking like it didn't want to give it. Su Samuel hated to give himself an ear. Meow. The mouth is used to being cheap, and did not react for a moment. He hastily took the small hand, plucked the porcelain vial from her grasp, and poured one into his mouth on the spot. Sweet. 3rd-grade rejuvenating elixir, high quality. The rich woman was worthy of being an alchemy wizard, and after only 2 days of worshipping Pill Spirit Peak, she had mastered the refining method of another 3rd-grade elixir. Chewing the elixir and swallowing it, Su Samuel deliberately made a swallowing sound. There's no taking back what's been given away. I'll eat it even if it's poison. Humph. Come on, rich women learn to hum in bed so quickly. Would that be far from lying down and humming? Samuel Su gestured twice more at the quilt. I'm really going back. I'll call for you in the morning. Well. The door to the room was gently closed. A few moments later, a small head emerged from the covers. Chu Siyu tiptoed out of bed, opened the doorway and glanced at the empty yard, then relocked the door and ran to her canvas. The little man representing Su Samuel was still ugly, except that there was a small light blue flower in his hand. While the original villain representing Chu Siyu herself has been painted with a light blue dress, delicate features, and a pair of colorful wings behind her, the painting shows her with a sweet smile, gazing unblinkingly at the ugly, yellow-faced man in front of her. Chu Siyu reached out and poked the yellow-faced man in the head, and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Sunken Moon Valley. Of course Su Huai could not sleep obediently. He was only 17, how could he sleep at his age? What's more, the people from the Heavenly Cold Palace had already arrived at the Sinking Moon Valley, and as the sacred Sun Lord of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, it was his duty to receive the honored guests who had come from afar. Left-hand chain, right-hand steel hook. When Ghostface wears it, no one loves it. Su Huai found an unoccupied corner, leaped towards the sinking moon lake, dived under the water, and began to wait for the prey to come to his door. Chapter 53 Ghosts of Blood Harbor. Hey! Did you hear? Heard what? Ah, the ghost of Sunken Moon Lake. You don't know. Got a melon? Quickly and carefully. 3 years ago at our South Lane Pier, you remember the fisherman hunter who was killed and sunk to the bottom of the lake, don't you? Of course I remember. Ghostfoot, right? He is the best fisherman hunter in our Sinking Moon Valley, and there are 800 aquatic demonic beasts that have died under his iron hook, if not 1,000. It's a shame that it's being victimized. Yeah, I remember that the person who harmed him at that time was a Heavenly Cold Palace outcast, who was later caught by the law enforcement team sent by our Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect and executed in public. Ha! What? What? Am I wrong? I don't know if it's right or not. but I know that the ghost of Ghostfoot Seven's wronged spirit has returned to claim his life. Hiss. He specializes in hunting people from the sky-cold palace. Shut up. In a restaurant at the foot of the mountain. A certain accompanying elder of the heavenly cold palace finally couldn't stand the gossip in his ears and fiercely slapped the table in front of him, interrupting the conversation of these valley folk. The chastised Guming glared at him for a few moments, noticing that they were wearing the clothes of the heavenly cold palace, and opened his mouth to taunt. Hey, who did I think it was? It turns out to be from the sky cold palace. It's just prey for Ghostfoot. What's the big deal? This isn't your heavenly cold mountain. This is the sinking moon valley, the territory of the diffractive moon immortal sect. That's it. That heavenly cold palace elder was trembling with anger. How could he, an old man who only ate and slept and knocked down pills, say anything about these dust folk who had been crawling around in the sinking moon valley, preferring to be scolded and not daring to do anything about it? Sky cold palace's elders, killing people in the diffractive moon immortal sect's territory, might turn into a trigger for a full-scale war between the two great immortal sects in a couple of days. Therefore, the elder could only silently recite the word patience. After all, it wasn't as if they were coming for a simple reason. It's ostensibly for the purpose of exchanging ideas and learning, but in reality it's for the purpose of investigating the disappearance of a previous law enforcement officer. It is reasonable to say that an ordinary law enforcement member, death is also dead, Tianhan Palace is not diffractive moon immortal sect. The life and death of the disciples do not look at it so seriously. But the key that law enforcement member also has an identity that is secretly cultivated by the great elder medicine man. It's not a big deal to be found out as a medicine man. They can shrug it off and say they're not sure why that person would be a medicine man. One could even bite back and say that someone else had intentionally killed someone from the heavenly cold palace, then used the corpse to plant the medicine, and finally threw it out to defame the heavenly cold palace. After all, if my heavenly cold palace was truly cultivating a medicine man, how could I have let him run amok and purposely sent him before the diffractive moon immortal sect to expose him? My heavenly cold palace is not stupid. It is obvious that someone is planting evidence to frame, want to deliberately stir up the conflict of our powers, affecting the unity of it. Do you think so? If you don't believe me, you can come to my heavenly palace to check it out. Check, surely you can't find out. The matter of the medicine man was only known to a few of the great elders' inner circle, even in the sky-cold palace. Everyone else still felt that their clan was great and righteous, loved the clan, and was willing to die for the glory of the clan. This belongs to the category of people who have fooled even themselves, so how can they not fool others? And the medicine man breeding base had been buried deep under the heavenly cold palace's mountain protection formation by that grand elder by some unknown method, and only he could open the entrance. If others wanted to discover the base, they would have to destroy the heavenly cold palace and completely destroy the mountain protection array. And these medicine men walking around the world were originally released by the heavenly cold palace's grand elder to confuse the public. He couldn't wait for others to discover one or two, then go to the heavenly cold palace to check once, and after checking and failing to find out, the cauldron could be logically dumped on the demons. In the future, if you make a big effort to cultivate medicine people, and if the population of whichever place suddenly disappears in large numbers, you can say that it is the work of a demon. After all, the heavenly chill palace has been proven to be the good guys well. So, the exposure of the identity of the medicine man really isn't a thing. Or rather, from the moment that medicine man's body was discovered, the sky-cold palace had already determined that he had been exposed. What they were afraid of was why the identity of the medicine man had been exposed. But the diffractive moon immortal sect, which had always had sand in its eyes, was silent and didn't react at all. The heavenly cold palace's grand elder was even prepared to accuse the diffractive moon immortal sect of spilling blood and then claiming for moral damages. As a result, after waiting for so long, the diffractive moon immortal sect had instead sent them an obituary first, asking the heavenly cold palace to express their condolences. The cat found out about the mouse's handle and not only didn't try to catch the mouse for it, but reached out to touch the mouse's head for comfort. This is frightening. So the sky-cold palace had to figure out why. If the survey doesn't work, then I'll do the exchange, right? Therefore, they sent a peak master with 4 outstanding disciples under his seat, as well as an accompanying elder, to visit the diffractive moon immortal sect together. But who knew? When their group landed at the lakeshore and hadn't even entered the sunken moon valley yet, they heard the rumor that there were people hunting heavenly cold palace disciples at the sunken moon lake. And also listened to the whole way. Some elders can damn well recite the story backwards and forwards. After rebuking the gossip and being barraged with a few words, the faces of the Heavenly Cold Palace's group were all a bit ugly. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. Rumors spread so much that what isn't true is almost true. A female disciple of the Heavenly Cold Palace was shaken inwardly and secretly opened her mouth to ask the elder in a whisper. Elder who, 3 years ago, did our Heavenly Cold Palace really have an outcast who killed someone here? There's an ass. Elder who shook his beard. My Heavenly Cold Palace has never expelled any disciple in decades. So where did the outcast come from? Indeed, the Heavenly Cold Palace only has no outcasts. After all those disobedient disciples had inexplicably disappeared and been captured for alchemy. That female disciple was yelled at twice by Elder Hu and lowered her head, not daring to ask again. At this moment, the leader of the group, Heavenly Cold Palace's sword-washing Peak Master Jintian, opened his mouth to speak. Elder Hu, calm down, don't get angry. A little gossip, just break it. He picked up his teacup and took a compassionate sip of bitter tea, squinting out the window at the endless night. But know that rumors have their source. It's obvious that someone is trying to fish with stories to lure us to the lake. Elder Hu came to a realization after a little thought. He lowered his head and asked in a respectful voice, Peak Master, may I need the old immortal to go to the lake to investigate? Zhang Jintian nodded gently. The Grand Elder informed me that Huang Yuan had appeared at the Weeping Ghost Abyss battlefield around noon today. That means that the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect doesn't have an immortal exalt sitting in their midst today, and the strongest person is only on par with me. Those elders, surely, must also be concerned about my strength and won't provoke me at a time like this. So, you are definitely safe to go here. You can take forgiveness and Ji Ruo for a long time. Yes, Peak Master. Elder who led the 2 disciples with the lowest status in the group to salute and leave. A man and a woman, which happened to be Yen Ju and Situ Jiruo. Yen Shu is fine. It had been more than a month since he had parted ways with Samuel Su. After returning to the Heavenly Cold Palace, he regained his resolve and rose to the occasion, successfully breaking through to the 4th rank after receiving a mysterious elixir gifted by his master. This trip to come may not be without the idea of looking for Su Huai's shame. Even if you can't beat, you should be able to at least get through a few moves not to be directly KO'd by a casual slap from him again, right? However, Situ Jiruo was in a mixed mood. When she arrived at the Heavenly Cold Palace, she realized that the talent she was so proud of was nothing. Previously, he had thought that Yenju, who had 3rd order strength at the age of 18 and had been established as a personal disciple, would be very strong, and that his status in the Heavenly Cold Palace should be very high as well. However, after worshipping the Mountain Gate, she realized that Yenju was the junior apprentice brother who was at the bottom of the pro transmission. A man of few words, 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 a man of few words. Oh no! Now that Yanju is second to last, the bottom has become her. Senior sister Jiruo, don't think too much. One step at a time, at least I think, for now you're doing a good job. Seeing Situ Jiruo's head lowered, Yenju hesitated again and again before deciding to open his mouth to comfort her. Elder Hu, who was walking in front, also heard Yenju's words. He twisted his head to lock at Situ Jiruo, for this personal disciple that the sword washer Peak Master had personally opened his mouth to specially recruit. He had also had a certain degree of understanding. Knowing that she had a wasted fiancé who had already shed his bones, he had already worshipped in the mountain sect of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect at this time. Elder Hu laughed lightly twice and opened his mouth. Situ Jiruo, there's no need to be presumptuous. Since you have been accepted by Peak Master Zhang as a personal disciple, you definitely have your merits. So what if your ex-fiancé has suddenly awakened? A boy from the mountainous and wild land. When he enters a great sect and learns how high the sky is, he is bound to be obliterated. Not everyone has the same good fortune as you, to be able to skip straight through the outer sect and the inner sect and become a progenitor. This exchange, if you have the fate to meet each other, certainly also he shrinks in the corner no one cares about, secretly envy you on the stage blooming gorgeous light. Situ Jiruo pursed her lips and nodded heavily. Yes, the Heavenly Cold Palace was big. But the diffuse Moon Immortal Sect was also big. As strong as Su Huai was, he was only strong in the Great Yen Dynasty. When they arrived at the Great Immortal Sect, they also had to start from the outer gate. Even if there was some heaven-defying chance, he would at most be a pro-disciple like himself on an equal footing, so why should he feel inferior? Chapter 54 Gollum. With her heart figured out, Situ Jirua was relieved and no longer kept her head down and depressed. The trio did not make much of a stopover, so they soon arrived at the South Lane Pier, as the valley folk called it. Yenju and Situ Jirua were both a bit cautious. Elder Hu, on the other hand, was not very concerned after sweeping the calm lake with his spiritual power. In his exploration, there were only a few spirit fish in the lake, as well as a handful of aquatic demonic beasts of 2 or 3 ranks. One must know that he was a 7th-order cultivator, and if one wanted to completely avoid his probing, one would have to be at least an 8th-order immortal king, but that kind of powerhouse was invariably a high and revered person. How can you hide in a lake and sneak up on someone? Elder Hu smiled and stroked his beard as he looked towards Yenju and Situ Jirua. You two don't have to be so nervous. Rumors and only rumors. After we sit safe and sound on the shore for a night, that rumor of some kind of severe ghost hunting the disciples of the Sky-Cold Palace will soon go unanswered. Guru, guru, guru. Before Elder Hu's words fell, the lake's surface suddenly gushed out a large number of bubbles, and a few people could vaguely hear the sound of chain friction if anything. Who? Elder Hu. Don't be afraid. Pretenders. Right now. Swish. A steel hook the size of a man's head broke through the water. Elder Hu snorted and raised his hand to form a seal, constructing a round of turquoise array disc in a flash of lightning, completely covering himself. He turned back and was just about to put on a show with the Yen-Shu duo when he heard the array disc click with a crunch and the large hook turned around next to his neck. The chain attached to the hook wrapped around several times in a deadly fashion. It was followed by a hard poof on his shoulder. Ah! Elder Hu roared in pain and reached out to pull out the hook, but found that the chain suddenly shrunk with a boom. It seemed that a demon king was hiding underwater, pulling Elder Hu into the lake bit by bit. Situ Jirua and Yen Forgiveness watched Elder Hu struggle, hissing, despair. To the end of all the voices were drowned out by the lake. Saving? How? One of them was at the 4th level and the other was less than the 3rd level, so what could they do to save them? Yenju would like to go up and help pull out the hook, but unfortunately, after spending a long time in the sword-washing peak, he had long ago been instilled by his senior brothers and sisters with the exquisite self-interested thoughts of dying a friend of the road. So much hesitation, so much missed resuscitation. What will you say if you're asked? Don't ask. To ask is to save. It didn't work. What about Sito? She was barely able to retain her sympathy and sincerely wanted to save Elder Hu. After all, this elder had just opened his mouth to comfort her. But you can't help being scared. She, a pampered little girl, has done the most cruel thing is to kill a 3rd-order demonic beast together. Which damn have seen the calendar ghosts to claim their lives. The person whose life was being claimed was still a 7th-order elder who had just talked and laughed with himself.
I'm sorry, Elder Hu.
I've got weak legs. I can't save you.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
The elder sank to the bottom of the lake and was nowhere to be seen, but a large bubble surged up on the surface of the lake once again, and a bizarre to the core head emerged. Can't really see it under the cover of the night. Only vaguely recognizable red skin. Eyes are large and dark. Face seems to have scars, still smiling. Su Huai looked at Yenju and Situ Jirua on the shore through the holes in the ghost face, deliberately making his voice hoarse and hideous. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. The silt at the bottom of the lake will swallow all of you. Jiji Jaiji. He flung out a steel spike and stuck it in a boulder on the lake's shore, then sank to the bottom with a sardonic grin. As for why not kill? Realize that sometimes the living convey fear far better than the dead. And it is true. When the Yen-Shu duo, who had slowed down in the latter part of the night, returned to the inn with the steel nail, even Zhang Zhentian had a few moments of disbelief in the legend of the valley. Elder who had stayed at the 7th Order heavenly immortal realm for decades, with a deep foundation, and had eaten so many pills provided by the Grand Elder. Even his own self, who possessed the strength of an immortal king, couldn't possibly say that he had seconded him with a single casual move. If the Yen-Shu duo hadn't exaggerated, how strong should the thing in the lake be? It can't be that old thing Huang Yuan sneaking back to the diffractive moon immortal sect and then pretending to be a god to pull a stunt like this. Can it? What's he after? What's in it for him? Just to kill a 7th-ranked elder? And then scare them as guests of the moon immortal sect? Huang Yuan doesn't seem like the kind of person who'd be happy with this kind of fun. Does he? In particular, that steel hook that Yen Zhou brought back still had his name, Zhang Zhentian, engraved on it, with a handful of paintings in tainted blood. Miao, messing with Zhang Jintian was a bit of a panic. He was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth and asked all 4 disciples he had brought with him not to approach the lake again. In the middle of the night, Zhang Jintian sat cross-legged on his bed, recalling all the strange things he had encountered along the way in an attempt to discover the clues of the so-called Ghosts of Blood Alley from the clues. Thinking about it, a gale suddenly kicked up in the street. The doors and windows shook with a gurgling sound. The sound of metal scraping against the ground began to echo down the street. Zhang Jintian snapped his eyes open, and at that exact moment, the window of his room was suddenly blown open with a bang. An eerie, blood-colored face appeared in the window. The ghostly face let out an oozing low laugh and did not speak, just staring straight at Zhang Jintian. Grass. It's really dirty. Zhang Jintian reacted strangely fast, condensing the immortal power in his body and slapping his palm towards the window. The sound of water gushing echoed through the street as his attack fell short. The wind stopped and the street slowly returned to silence, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. But Zhang Jintian found a pool of blood on the wall with his name written crookedly next to it. Can't play. That ghostly thing's aura was indeed not Huang Yuan, but it was certainly much stronger than himself. Zhang Jintian gulped. There was a feeling of wanting to hit the road right away. You've got something dirty in the Moon Immortal sect. What's the point of communicating? I suggest we hurry up and drain the sunken moon lake. But hitting the road is not an option. If they were scared off before the exchange with the diffractive Moon Immortal sect even started, this would spread out and the Sky Cold Palace would become a complete joke of the Immortal region. In the future, all the disciples will be disgraced when they go out. Therefore, Zhang Jintian could only forcefully comfort himself by treating that thing as a ghost race that ran out of the Weeping Ghost Abyss, only that it had been hiding undetected in Sunken Moon Lake. Now that Huang Yuan was gone, the diffractive Moon Immortal sect's high-end battle force was empty, and it had only come out to stir up the wind and rain. It makes sense when you think about it that way. So you're just bumping into a gun and suffering from an unwarranted injury? Hiss. Good point. No, my Heavenly Cold Palace helped the Moon Immortal sect to prevent a disaster, and an elder died, so you have to give some pension or something. After some logical and meticulous reasoning, the fear in Zhang Jintian's heart was finally weakened by a few points, but he didn't dare to walk around freely anymore, and could only obediently wait at the inn for the diffractive Moon Immortal sect's people to come and pick them up on the mountain. Chapter 55. Throw him down. At the moment of the rising sun, Su Huai returned to his small courtyard. He was a little less than happy, because the elder who dragged him down yesterday didn't have anything of value on him except for a few pills. Those pills he did not eat with his toes to think. Know that the probability is with human material refined. LOL. It's kind of an alternative to the angler's Air Force, isn't it? After stowing that outfit away in his spatial ring and storing it, he ran to the bathroom and took a shower, rinsing off the mud and dirt from his body, and finally changed into the Saint's Sun costume that Huang Yuan had prepared for him. A plain white robe, the only thing tattooed on his waist and stomach were scales, and the cuffs of his sleeves were embroidered with tiny curved moons. Wearing it on the body, it does have the look of a few strangers like Jade, a male world without peer. Of course, it would be better if you didn't wear this to go over the walls of someone's girl's yard. Leaping down from the wall, Su Samuel realized that quite a few people had actually gathered in his rich wife's yard. Those people all watched with shocked faces as he flicked over from the next door, before turning their heads in unison with shocked faces to look at the red-faced and scowling Chu Siu. Scratch that. Is being a saint so happy? Su Huai wanted to tell them loudly. Don't misunderstand. You guys can't even imagine the joy of a holy son. But he doesn't want face, Chu Siu does. In order not to let his rich wife shy away to the point of suffocating on the spot, he still silently swallowed his mouth full of flirty words into his stomach. Chu Siu, Chao Yi, Yuan Zhanfei, and Tang Sang, with the exception of an elder who was in charge of assisting Su Hui, were the best of the best in this class of disciples. Chu Siu is on the Dandao, Yuan Zhanfei and Tang Sang are on the combat side, and Chao Yi is in charge of socializing. Well, she is the one that Su Samuel piggybacked on, by the way, in order to take care of his own rich wife. No past disciples were brought because very few past disciples were resident within the sect. Most of them were practicing in the Weeping Ghost Abyss, fighting with the ghost clans. Elder surnamed Su is the one who sent something to Su Huai yesterday, the rumor of Blood Alley Ghost Shadow under the mountain. He sent people to spread out. At this moment, this Elder Su was also filled with speechlessness, thinking for half a day before spitting out a greeting. The Holy Sun is really out of the ordinary. Ahem. The elder is laughing, I just did it to save time. In the past, I used to come here to walk through the door. It was indeed a walk through the door, for every time he came back he went back to the rich woman's yard, and he tumbled back to his own house when the rich woman was asleep. However, this phrase, when I came here in the past, exposed the shameless crime of the Holy Son's frequent harassment of female disciples. Realizing that the gazes of several disciples became increasingly strange, Su Huai also knew in his heart that he had said the wrong thing again, so he had to rush to find an excuse to diverge from the topic. Several of you? Why are you all gathered here? Elder Su looked at Su Huai with an expressionless face. We wanted to go to the Saint Sun's compound to wait, but it seems that the Saint Sun has not returned from his outing. That's why I can only borrow Senior Nephew Chu's compound to take a nap. Su Huai nodded. Since we are ready, let's go down the mountain together to greet our honored guests. So be it. Elder Su raised his hand and whistled, and a few eagle cries suddenly sounded in the sky. 6 figures several meters in size weaved through the clouds, circling a few times before swooping down and gathering their wings outside the compound. 5th rank demonic beast divine rune eagle. In the past, the downhill rely on walking is also even if anyway we are not lazy people, more exercise can also exercise physical strength. But today, Tianhan Palace has a visitor, naturally how the grandeur how to come. As for why there is only a 5th order, because a 6th order demonic beast will be able to try to transform into a form, and that kind of strength demon, even if it is willing to submit, will only submit to one person. How is it possible to give people public transportation? One by one, Elder Su was teaching a few disciples how to simply harness these talismanic eagles, but Su Huai ran to the leader of the talismanic eagles with his hand tucked in his pocket and secretly slipped it a pill. The rune eagle leader cocked his head and swallowed the elixir into his stomach. Su Huai patted its head and fed it 2 more. Then suddenly he turned back to Elder Su and shouted at him. Elder Su, old Su, come over here and take a look. This eagle seems to have a stomach upset. What? Elder Su hurriedly ran out from amongst those few disciples and came forward to check the condition of the divine rune eagle. Su Huai gave that chief a wink, as a 5th order demonic beast whose spiritual wisdom had opened up and was not far from transforming into a form. It immediately understood it in seconds, and with a snap, it laid down on the ground. Then stomped his claws and hissed at Elder Su. The general idea is, oops, oh my Bollinger cover, my crotch shaft, it hurts everywhere. Head, I'm not going to make it today. I can't go to work today. Love whoever you want. I can't fly anyway. Elder Su was instantly baffled. These divine rune eagles were the treasures raised by the Grand Elder. They usually ate spiritual meat and immortal grains, and drank mountain springs and morning dew. So how did they suddenly get an upset stomach? Elder Su sighed, and just as he was about to whistle to recruit another one over, he was tapped on the shoulder by Samuel Su. Old Su, don't go to so much trouble either. I'll just squeeze in with the others. What? Elder Su subconsciously glanced in Chu Siyu's direction. That girl child was holding a bottle of 3rd order spirit elixir and feeding it to the talismanic eagle as if she didn't need the money, with a serene smile on her face. That eagle bent down and took the initiative to give its head to Chu Siyu to touch, and it looked like it was going to be abducted. The other eagles beside them were even more envious and jealous, aggressively chirping low at the favored eagle, itching to headbutt it and take its place. Su Samuel naturally also saw this scene, and spoke in a low voice and asked, Lao Su, these eagles are female, right? Well, the talismanic eagle tribe except for the chief, who is a male, the rest are all females. That's good. What does the Holy Sun want? It's nothing. I was going to say that if that eagle was a male, it could just be used to entertain the honored guests of the Sky Cold Palace. Since it's a female, forget it. Elder Su opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The head of the talismanic eagle leader on the ground that had wanted to move over to mingle with his concubine. Even more so, he winced and honestly lay on the ground pretending to be dead, not moving. When the sky was completely bright, several disciples were all finally able to skillfully ride the divine rune eagles as well, and the 5 giant eagles lined up and soared across the sky. Su Huai declined Elder Su's invitation to share an eagle, and used the reason that he was worried about fellow disciple Chu Siyu's low strength and her 3rd order cultivation not being able to fully harness a 5th order demonic beast to run behind her and teach her closely. Chao Yi, who only had 2nd order strength, cursed. Tang Sang and Yuan Zhanfei looked at each other with their eyes on the nose and their noses on the heart, disguised as good babies, saying that we don't know anything. If it was said that at the time of the examination, the two of them still had the idea of competing with Samuel Su. Then, after learning that he had fought a 6th-ranked blood augur and bamboozled it to dry the Mew sharks, this kind of goodwill disappeared completely. Can't beat that. It's no match at all. The two of them tacitly classified Su Huai as a demon at the same level as Li Sadeo, and then sensationally started the fight for the second place in the rankings of this diffractive moon immortal sect. Elder Su flew at the front, out of sight, out of mind. Chu Siu's breathing was a bit disorganized, because the deadbeat man behind her was shouting that he was afraid of heights while holding her waist in a death grip, and one hand was quietly groping at her stomach. Chu Siu, come on, you can do it. Throw the rascal out of the sky now. Chapter 56. Same name as that fiancé that you broke up with, eh? Of course, throwing is not really possible, because this rascal knows too much about moderation, too much about gradualism. He didn't even touch her at first, and only held hands without realizing it after he got acquainted. And when she got used to holding hands, he ran over to blow dry her hair and bring her food. Is Chu Ziyu unsuspecting? There are, but not many, because each of Su Huai's intimate movements were stuck at the perfect timing, and also happened to break just a little bit forward on her mental tolerance limit. For example, holding hands, when there were so many people around her that she couldn't breathe. Samuel so naturally took her hand and led her to a less crowded place. For example, blow-drying her hair, it was just when her hair was wet and she couldn't yet do anything to change her spiritual attributes to blow a hot breeze, so he ran over to blow-dry her hair. And then now, for example, he shouted fear of heights so tearful. How can one bear to blame him for lightness again? To say it was abrupt, it wasn't abrupt. After all, under the silent erosion of Su the rascal, Chu Siu's emotions were more of shyness than revulsion. Can't top that. This man knew her too well, from every aspect of her life, to her hobbies, her personality. He was always able to indulge Chu Siu in some details and enjoy himself. It's like they've been living together for a long time. It's a flat-out warm feeling of happiness. But you'd be lying if you said he rules, right? People say that time breeds love. Chu Siu thinks it makes sense. But how long have you known Su Huai? Even counting from the day he secretly gave himself flowers before the test, it was only 10 days full. 10 days. He dared to hug his waist after only knowing him for 10 days. If this were a month, half a year, wouldn't he even be pregnant with a child? It's horrible. No way.
Chu Siu,
You're still young. Be reserved. At least. Resist a few more times. Chu Siu gritted her teeth and reached out to pick at Su Huai's hand, trying to get him to stop holding her. But who knew that before he touched him, he was held first, and his small hand was wrapped in his palm. Chu Siu's heart trembled. Forget it. Let it be held. It's not the first time anyway. It's better than having his waist touched. And Samuel so? He didn't know what was going on in the rich woman's mind. All he knew was that he was scared now. The corners of his mouth were grinning to the back of his head in fear. So he couldn't help burying his face in the rich woman's hair, attempting to use this method to hide the joy, coughing fear inside. Chao Yi's entire body went numb as she watched this set of tawdry maneuvers of his from a short distance away. LMAO, back in the day when I traveled with my old lady, I was a straight guy who watched girls freeze and then wrapped himself in a coat. Now that he was with Chu Siu, he was instantly transformed into a lover's saint, with one move being more bullish than the other, and one move being more provocative than the other. This is only a few days to see people Chu Siu a social terrorism actually took the initiative to hold your hand? Got it. I'm the one who doesn't deserve it. Chao Yi gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Su Huai, who sensed her sight and gave her a damn smug as hell smile. Bitch. Too. Chao Yi was trembling with anger. But people are the holy sun, their own estimate or he deliberately care, only in this morning rose to the inner door, so this pussy is still on their own grace. Really angry. Even more angry than Chao Yi was Zhang Jintian. Early in the morning, Elder whose body was fished out by the people at the South Lane Pier. The whole body was soaked white, and all the valuable things on his body were gone. This was the second Sky Cold Palace disciple to die in the sunken Moon Lake, or an elder with a 7th order cultivation. His death completely confirmed the rumor about Ghost Foot 7, and the rumor of Heavenly Cold Palace Outcast was changed to Heavenly Cold Palace Elder. Now everyone is saying that 3 years ago there was a Sky Cold Palace Elder who had a crush on Ghost Foot 7's wife, killed Ghost Foot 7 on the basis of his high cultivation, and sank Ghost Foot 7's body at the bottom of the lake overnight. That's why he's now being claimed by his wrongful spirit. It's a fake as soon as it ing sounds. Also, the elders of the Heavenly Cold Palace are killing people in the sinking Moon Valley, Do you think that the diffractive moon immortal sect above is a dry meal? If I really dared to kill, I would have killed all of you fools long ago. All of you would have been captured and turned into low-grade pills and fed to the dogs. How can I be treated like a monkey by you guys here? You sinking Moon Valley people are too unqualified. All of you deserve to die. Damn it, I should have known not to come. I, Zhang Jintian, am an immortal king. When have I ever suffered this kind of aggravation? If this isn't the Valley of the Sunken Moon, if diffractive moon immortal sect, I'm never coming back. So those valley folk don't know it's fake? Of course they know, they're not stupid. But that didn't stop them from heckling and pointing their fingers at the people from the heavenly cold palace. After all, when it really came down to it, the people from these two great sects had never been on good terms. It's one of those intangible grudges. So what if the rumor is false, we are all topless people, and the things in the lake don't hurt the innocent, so it's right for everyone to eat your Tianhan Palace melon together. In short, the people of the Sky Cold Palace were isolated. Zhang Jintian was ready to go up the diffractive moon immortal mountain early in the morning, but after leading a few disciples to wait at the agreed location for half an hour, the people from the diffractive moon immortal sect were late in showing up. He was getting more and more impatient, and the anger in his heart was growing. It was only then that an eagle cry slowly sounded. Su Huai, who was still shivering with his arm around Chu Siyu a minute ago and shouting that he was afraid of heights, suddenly laughed out loud and leapt off the back of the divine rune eagle. I've long admired the mighty name of Heavenly Cold Palace's sword-washing Peak's Peak Master Zhang. Late generation diffractive moon, Saint Sun Su Samuel, here to receive some instruction. Before the person landed, the wind of the fist had already arrived. Silver-colored spiritual energy converged in mid-air, and Su Samuel blasted down a fist in Zhang Jintian's direction. Boom! Smoke and dust rose and the earth cracked. Zhang Jintian shook off his numb arm, his qi and blood surging around his body, and looked with a shocked face at the young man not far away who was dressed in a white robe with a spirited look on his face. Eighth Order! He gulped. At this age, with this kind of cultivation, diffractive moon immortal sect, where to find such a peerless demon who is not inferior to Li Sideo? Su Huai also politely smiled faintly at Zhang Jintian. Dismissing a horse is something that all forces would do when receiving visitors, especially when the diffractive moon immortal sect's relationship with the heavenly cold palace wasn't exactly good in the first place. Zhang Jintian had long anticipated that there would be a dismount, but he didn't expect that this dismount would be so astonishing, and at this moment, within the heavenly cold palace camp, Yanju and Situ Jiruo's reaction was even greater than his. These two had been too stunned to speak, especially after hearing Su Huai's cultivation in his own master's mouth. Eighth Order. Yanju recalled the act of pulling the knife on Su Huai, and suddenly felt so powerful. Several years later, he can also pat his chest and say to others, I yen forgiveness that year with the strength of the Third Order to draw the sword to fight with the Eighth Order of power, and finally returned in one piece. Just a harmless slap on the wrist. Yanju let out a bitter laugh, full of dishevelment. Situ Jiruo, on the other hand, covered her mouth and her entire body was trembling. Olisson. Eighth Order. Elder who? Didn't you say he would be in the corner where no one was watching, looking at me blossoming on the stage in all my splendor?
Diffractive moon immortal sectoli sonna.
So strong. Situ Jiruo's senior brothers and sisters let out a gasp from the side. Eighth rank cultivation, much stronger than our heavenly cold palace's sacred sun, right? Indeed. Our holy Sun Lord is still preparing to impact the 7th rank. I think I've heard the name Samuel somewhere before. That female disciple suddenly slapped her head and turned her head to look at the silent Situjiro. Junior sister, I remember that the fiancé that you retired is also called Su Huai. They actually share the same name. Yeah. It's the same name. Such a celestial pride happens to be a candidate for this exchange trip. Why don't we go together later to make some acquaintances? The male disciple on the side snorted and said, Befriend? People are true dragons soaring above the 9 heavens, which is something you mediocre fans can be acquainted with just by saying you are acquainted with them. Die while you're ahead. The female disciple glared at him. What do you care? Maybe he likes my type? Pushing girl, steamed shrimp head, pissed. These words were like one sharp arrow after another, ruthlessly piercing Situ Jiruo's heart. She suddenly crouched down and began to whimper. Chapter 57. Practicing chivalry with a small number. Is Sito pitiful? It's pathetic. At least that's how it seemed to Yen Shu. Young and impetuous, he felt that he had gotten into a top clan. So he resolutely disobeyed his own grandfather's last wish and ran off to withdraw from the neighboring village chief's foolish son. After all, she's gonna get ahead. How can a Luan bird that is about to fly up a branch and become a phoenix still be willing to huddle on what used to be a telephone pole and chatter with other sparrows? So when Situ Jirua went to withdraw from the marriage, she had already done all the etiquette on the surface, but in her heart, she was still condescending. Although the withdrawal is euphemistic, between the lines there is still an inevitable sense of superiority. You are no longer worthy of me. But then, she walks. But on the train to the big city, she finds out that the stupid son of the neighboring village's mayor is going to study with a master, and seems to be quite strong. TSK. Sito Jiru was thinking at that time. He's not as bad as he thinks he is he? It's not impossible to be with him reluctantly. So again, she decides to put her pride aside and give him a chance to break the ice with her. In the future, both of them will be transformed, talented and beautiful, and it will be a beautiful story to spread out. On top of that, she doesn't have to go against her grandfather's wishes, killing two birds with one stone. But who knows, just when she reveals between the lines that she can make peace, the village chief's stupid son actually can't look at her anymore, and is determined to marry a rich woman from the city. To be honest, at that time, she was annoyed and angry, and she wanted to tell him with the truth that not all sparrows can turn into phoenixes. The me of today you love and ignore. The me of tomorrow you can't reach. There's nothing wrong with what she's thinking. After arriving in the big city, she realized that she had indeed entered the top clan, but she was only the bottom of the existence inside. The sparrow didn't become a phoenix when it flew to the branch, it just changed its skin and became a mountain chicken. The man who was once returned by himself, however, soared all the way up, directly bailed out, and is now on a par with his own master, and is regarded as an idol by his own senior brothers and sisters. It's really true to the old saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Ouch! It hurts like hell. She was just an 18-year-old girl. Why did she have to suffer this kind of life affliction? The more Situ Jirua thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and she couldn't help but hug her knees and cry out. Zhang Jintian, who was shocked by Su Huai's strength, couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead when he suddenly heard his little disciple's cries. I'm not dead yet, why are you crying? Who thee is going to cry for you? Being yelled at by her own master, Situ Jirua's heart became even more aggrieved. But after all, Zhang Jintian was known for his fierce reputation, so she huffed and puffed twice, but she didn't dare to cry anymore. LOL. That man must be very pleased to see himself like this, right? She raised her hazel, tearful eyes to the man who had caused her so much grief, only to find that he didn't seem to notice her at all, and instead bumbled over to a talismanic eagle that had just landed on the ground. He smiled and held out his arms as if he were going to take the girl with her head down on the eagle's back. Pissed. Another arrow pierced her heart, and Sito Jiro deflated her mouth. He really is so honest. He came to the diffuse moon immortal sect, he really came to pick up girls, and it seems that he has already picked up. After Su Huai gave Zhang Jintian a downward spiral, he ran off on his own to find Chu Siyu. His role and purpose has been fulfilled. Huang Yuan was not in the sect, and the diffractive moon immortal sect had to shock Zhang Jintian and take the initiative of this exchange, so Su Huai, the Holy Sun, had to appear and use his demonic strength to tell the Sky Cold Palace that the future of the diffractive moon immortal sect was bright. The subtext is that our diffractive moon immortal sect is no longer the same as your heavenly cold palace. After all, my family's Holy Sun could make another breakthrough at any time and become the top of the world's small rubble. It's not the same as your family's sixth-order stinky fish and shrimp. By then, in case we all fall out, we can just hang you guys and beat you up. So just be honest on this exchange. Okay? But at the same time, it's not like Samuel Su could have too much contact with Zhang Jintian. The plan of Blood Alley Ghosts and Shadows is not yet over, and the revenge of Su Huai's sixth life being practiced as a potion by the heavenly cold palace has not yet been avenged. So Zhang Jintian must die. If he had too much contact with Zhang Jintian, a man who was several hundred years old, it would be easy for him to find out the common ground between Samuel Su and Ghostfoot 7. Furthermore, Su Samuel is also afraid that if he contacts Zhang Jintian again, he will not be able to hold back and make a move to kill this pussy on the spot. At that time, the diffractive moon immortal sect's Holy Sun openly killed the heavenly cold palace peak masters. News is bound to spread all over the world, and the two great immortal sects will also surely start a direct war. In fact, there was one thing that Sky Cold Palace had guessed correctly. In the Diffractive Moon Immortal sect, there are indeed a few senior members who already know about their dirty business of using human materials to make pills. After all, Su Huai is not a fool. Have to engage in what my revenge can only be their own hands to report. The operation of the tawdry. Yesterday morning in the secret realm of trials, after Grand Elder Huang Yuan handed over the Saint Sun token to Su Samuel revealed this hidden information to him, and he told Huang Yuan most of his guesses about the Heavenly Cold Palace. In his opinion, as long as this matter is disclosed to Immortal Emperor Diffractive Moon, and then Immortal Emperor Diffractive Moon informs Immortal Emperor Tianhan, Immortal Emperor Tianhan will definitely pay attention to it and take precautions, so that the Great Elder who secretly concocted the human pill will not be able to make any waves. But Huang Yuan denied the offer at the time. The old man looked at the night that had not yet been completely dispersed by the morning sun, and uttered a few words that made Su Samuel's scalp tingle. The Great One had spoken to me. The sky-cold immortal emperor who has stagnated for nearly 1,000 years. Recently the breath has suddenly started to rise and the pressure is getting stronger. It was just a few words that suddenly woke up Samuel Su. He had previously viewed the heavenly cold immortal emperor, who had been set up by the heavenly cold palace's grand elder to the point where his divine soul had burned out and he had fallen in disgrace, as a mere victim. But now that he thought about it, the heavenly cold immortal emperor might not be unaware of what his good brother was doing. It is even possible that he is the real initiator of the Human Dan program. Just, the executor of the plan had greater ambitions in mind, and by certain methods unknown to him, gradually set traps that turned the initiator into an elixir as well. The immortal realm. It's horrible. That morning Huang Yuan hurried to the Weeping Ghost Abyss, ostensibly to capture the demonic ghosts to fill the vacancies in the secret realm, but in reality, he went to find Immortal Emperor Yen Yu to discuss the matter. Before leaving, Huang Yuan remembered the previous case of the Heavenly Cold Palace enforcer who had been sunk to the bottom of the lake, and purposely explained to Su Samuel regarding the fact that the Heavenly Cold Palace had sent someone to visit. The people of the Sky Cold Palace can die, but for the time being, they can't die at the hands of our Diffractive Moon Immortal sect, not in the Sinking Moon Valley. So the moment he learned that Zhang Jintian was leading the team, he had already thought about it. It was impossible for Zhang Jintian to return to the Sky Cold Palace alive. The best thing is to leave the Diffractive Moon Immortal sect and die at the hands of Ghost Foot 7, on the way back to the Heavenly Cold Palace. By the way, you can also raise a Ghost Foot 7 this vest, for the future murder and arson. Cough, for the future chivalry, violence, and peace accumulation of prestige. Rich girl, be careful. Just jump straight down. I can catch you. Su Hui didn't pay too much attention to the people from the Heavenly Cold Palace anymore, but continued to act in character, playing the image of a straw saint's son who had empty cultivation but didn't do the right thing, and liked to flirt with the female disciples in the door. Chu Siyu blinked at him, but ignored his open embrace, instead patting the talismanic eagle's neck and following its spread feathers down. Samuel Su raised his hand and rubbed his chin. This eagle should not stay long. Noticing his gaze, that divine rune eagle suddenly trembled and subconsciously retracted its feathers. Chu Siyu, who hadn't yet stepped off the plume, stumbled and ended up falling into Su Huai's arms. Immediately, Great Sage Sun Su changed his face at the speed of light and smiled joyfully, secretly giving a thumbs up to that divine rune eagle. There's an eye for the future. Go back and ask your chief to make you the Rune Eagle Queen. Chapter 58. Taking the blame. Since the two sects were under the guise of friendly exchanges, naturally, they couldn't just come up and dance around. In theory, after meeting, the four disciples each brought should introduce themselves, get to know each other first, and then talk about cultivation tips and such together. However, those two past disciples of the Heavenly Cold Palace realized that there was something not quite right about this exchange. Junior brother Yen forgiveness is quite normal. Usually gentle and courteous junior sister is a lost soul. Then look at those four from the Diffractive Moon Immortal sect. The female disciple named Chu Siyu kept her head down, not even bringing a glance at them as guests, only saying a few words to the girl next to her from time to time. The girl next to her, Chao Yi, would respond politely to their questions from time to time, but the content was mostly, yes, 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 and so on, with no nutritional content. Nutritious content. Perfunctory. Too perfunctory. Meow. Before the trip, the master also explained that he had to make good relations with the disciples of the Diffractive Moon Immortal sect to make it easier to set up a conversation. Now look at it. It's still a ed-up relationship. People don't even pay attention to me. Bro. It's understandable for a girl to be a little high-strung with strangers, so the two teenagers in the back can't just ignore people anymore. Can they? The two of us are no longer the heavenly cold palace's own heirlooms. As senior brothers and sisters who embarked on the path of cultivation a few years earlier than you, our cultivation level has also reached the 5th rank. Taking the initiative to talk to you newbies and share some experience in cultivation, how can you still give up not listening? Therefore, the heavenly cold palace's sword-washing peak's eldest senior brother revealed a smile that he thought was sunny and warm, and quickly walked over to those two male disciples of the diffractive moon immortal sect. He. I'm Chan He, the pro-great disciple of the heavenly cold palace's sword-washing peak. I wonder how the two senior brothers are addressed? My name is Tang Sang, Yuan Zhanfei. So it's senior brother Tang and senior brother Yuan? I wonder which peak master of the diffractive moon immortal sect you two are senior disciples of? Can't we talk about it? The topic of his own search was greeted with a silence, and the smile on Chan He's face stiffened a bit. He gave his second senior sister a look, but unfortunately, that nymphomaniac of his own second senior sister was surreptitiously sizing up the diffractive moon saint's sun, and didn't pay any attention to him at all. The Chinha people went numb. Smile. I'm a Tianhan Palace pro. I'm a big disciple of sword-washing peak. I can't be angry. It was only when his eyes inadvertently glanced at the sword behind Yuan Zhanfei that he rediscovered the topic. Master Yuan is a sword cultivator? Aha! Haha! I'm also a sword cultivator. If senior brother Yuan has any questions in the path of the sword Dao, you and I can open our hearts and exchange ideas. Yuan Zhanfei glanced at Chan He. No need. Thank you for the senior brother's kindness. But if I am confused about the Tao of the sword, I will ask my sister. Chan He smiled. One of the Tao of the sword, touching the same thing. More exchanges are always good well. My sword Tao may not necessarily be weaker than Master Yuan's sister. Yuan Zhaofei stopped and looked at Chan He with a serious face. It was silent for 3 seconds before slowly speaking. Family sister Kenshu Li Sadeo. Excuse me. Chan He covered his face and accelerated his steps away from these two young masters of the diffractive moon immortal sect, thoroughly not wanting to talk. MMP, your sister Li Sadeo is the sacred son of the sword graveyard. Why don't you go to the sword graveyard to embrace the thighs of your pussy, instead of running to the diffuse moon immortal sect to be a little newcomer? Your sister's name is Li. Why is your name Yuan? Come to cheat and bully me as a 20-something-year-old. There are a few others. Are all the disciples of the moon sect so unqualified? As an older brother than you, I took the initiative to chat with you to build a relationship, and you all ignored me. Are you guys polite? Also exchange. Exchange a load of exchanges. Look again at the front of the line. Zhang Jintian and Elder Su walked at the front, and Elder Su, as Su Huai's assistant, shouldered the heavy responsibility of chatting with Zhang Jintian and maintaining the friendly relationship between the two clans. Because of certain special reasons, if one wanted to enter the place where the diffractive moon immortal sect was located, one had to go through the climbing stone steps up the mountain, and one could not directly take a flying demonic beast as one did when going down the mountain. So the line was climbing honestly. But the more he climbed, the more vain Su Huai's heart became. Until everyone reached the end of the stone steps, Elder Su was still smiling as he introduced Zhang Jintian to the infrastructure of the diffractive moon immortal sect. Peak Master Zhang, please look. Ahead is the first safety barrier set up by our clan to kowtow to the heart, the knocking heart gate. Zhang Jintian looked up and sighed. Worthy of being a diffractive moon immortal sect, such grand formations are truly exquisite. Just left a big hole on purpose for some reason? Haha. That's certainly for. Wait, a big hole? What big hole? Elder Su froze and looked in the direction of Zhang Jintian's finger, and his face instantly turned white, howling miserably as he stumbled and flung himself at the large hole in the knocking heart gate barrier that had shattered. That hole was more than 2 meters high, and it was obvious at a glance that it had been vandalized. How is it possible? How is it possible? Master! Old man! Sorry for you. Elder Su was originally an elder of the Spirit Formation Peak, and the one who had laid the knocking heart formation was his master, the former Spirit Formation Peak master, who had died in battle at the Weeping Ghost Abyss battlefield. At this time, to see their own master left the array actually broke such a big hole. For fear of not having a 3 or 5 years do not want to heal themselves, of course, feel sad and angry. Su Huai also felt sad and grieved. As the diffractive moon saint's son, he didn't want to destroy his family's spirit formation, but he couldn't do it without breaking it. This forced formation stopped him outside the mountain gate every time on the grounds that his heart was not in the right place. It was 100% out of order and should have been taken down and repaired long ago. How is he going to get in the door without making a big fixed hole? I don't care if you stopped me during the examination. I've become the holy son of the diffractive moon immortal sect. Why are you still stopping me? How in heaven can there be a holy son who cannot enter the mountain gate? Su Huai aggrieved, and could not yet voice his aggrievement. After all, putting aside overturning the courtyard wall of the female disciples within the gate, in just 10 days have thrown 3 corpses to the sunken moon lake, and now even he himself is not sure that his heart is not right. So at times like this, he could only show a face full of regret and go up to comfort Elder Su. Old Su, don't feel too bad. This hole looks fresh. The thief who broke it must not have gotten far. We can investigate. Only then did Elder Su wipe his old tears and said through gritted teeth, "The Holy Son is right. Investigate. It must be investigated. I will make that thief's life worse than death. That's right. This saint's son also wants him to live a life worse than death. So, Old Su, have any suspicious-looking people appeared around our clan recently? The person with suspicious appearance. Could it be the work of certain valley people whose obsession has become demonic and who want to go up to the mountain in the valley of the sinking moon under the mountain?" Su Samuel shook his head. "It's impossible. If you want to break this grand formation without realizing it, you have to have at least 8th rank strength to do it. 8th order. To say that a strange 8th order powerhouse has recently appeared outside the clan, it would be..." Elder Su twisted his head around and looked at Zhang Jintian dead in the face. Zhang Jintian, who had just been gloating and eating melons with gusto, stopped laughing all of a sudden. He felt like his back was suddenly a few pounds heavier, as if he was carrying an invisible black pot. MMP, it's none of my business. Chapter 59, The Secret World at the Bottom of the Lake. Elder Su certainly knew that Zhang Jintian's suspicions were minimal. After all, he has no motive. Knocking heart formation is not a mountain protection formation. Its only function is to be used for discretionary selection of disciples. Not to mention just making a hole. Even if it was all destroyed, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the diffuse moon immortal sect. Zhang Jintian risked so much just so that the diffractive moon immortal sect would have one less hurdle to overcome the next time they open the mountain to accept disciples? It doesn't make sense. But besides him, Elder Su really couldn't think of anyone else to suspect. Sinking Moon Valley remaining capable of breaking the knocking heart formation are their own peak masters, elders. Recently in and out of the immortal sect is even more only one of the Holy Sun. Will the Holy Sun break the great formation? Of course not. It's not like he's a psychopath. The grief-stricken Elder Su did not notice that their Holy Sun Lord had skillfully walked through the hole into the mountain gate under the false pretense of checking out the cracks in the big hole. In the end, Elder Su could only force his spirits to rise and step through the knocking heart gate to enter the immortal sect. Several disciples followed in turn, and among the crowd, Chao Yi, the only one who knew the truth, lowered her head and marveled once again at Su Huai's shamelessness. Zhang Jintian landed at the end, and instead of going through the main entrance like his own disciples, he stole from Su Hui and slipped in under the pretense of observing the crack. In fact, when he had just heard Elder Su introduce the efficacy of the knocking gate, he was a little panicked in his heart. After all, for someone like him who could even take his own disciples to refine medicines, it would be strange if his heart could be right. In the past, the Sky Cold Palace elders who came to the diffuse moon immortal sect for exchanges didn't say that such a thing as the knocking heart gate would be open all the time. He thought that it would be closed after the examination. Oh, the elders responsible for exchanges with the diffuse moon immortal sect in the past weren't from the same faction as those of them who were engaged in human resources research. People are normal monks, that's fine. It's okay. Although I didn't make this hole, I have to thank the person who made it so that I don't die a social death by being blocked out by this laborious knocking door. Thank you, stranger. Zhang Jintian thought that no one had noticed his small movements, but he was unaware that Su Huai had been looking this way intentionally or unintentionally. Those who are blocked by the knocking gate are not necessarily purely bad people, but may also be due to a short temper, selfishness, or too much lust, too much money, etc. Samuel Su wasn't sure which category he fell into, but he was pretty sure that he had a conscience, though probably not much. And when he participated in the examination in his 8th life, he didn't lose at the knocking heart gate, but in the secret realm because he was too weak at that time, and he was unfortunately eliminated by a passing 4th-rank demonic beast on the first day of the examination. That's why the first time he entered the knocking door in this life, he didn't just physically enter the door, but instead swore and ran headlong into it, Facts. Whatever it is, it changes. That's right, it must have knocked on the door of the heart to change. So it rejected him as a still innocent, still kind sunny boy. There's no shame in being stopped by a door, but there must be something in your heart if you're afraid to even enter the door and go straight to the hole. The moment he withdrew his gaze, Su Huai also determined the hunting list in his heart. The 4 disciples that Zhang Jintian brought with him could all live. The others didn't care how Zhang Jintian had gotten in, especially Elder Su, who was a talkative technical geek who had cultivated in the immortal sect for his entire life and didn't have many tricks up his sleeve. At this time, he only wanted to hurry back to Spirit Formation Peak to ask someone to repair the knocking heart formation. So he really didn't have much heart to continue to entertain the guests. So after entering the sect, he arranged a place for Zhang Jintian's few people to stay, said some more general notes, and then left in a hurry. He was sure that His Holiness would arrange everything. As a matter of fact, Su Huai did not let him down. And not even 5 minutes after Elder Su left, Su Huai pointed at the big sun in the sky and said to Zhang Jintian, "It's getting late, Peak Master Zhang. I will have someone bring you lunch later. That's it for today's exchange?" "Oh yes. There are many places within the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect that are top secret, so please don't wander around. Otherwise, if it causes any misunderstandings and hurts everyone's peace, it won't be good." What does Peak Master Zhang think? What else could Zhang Jintian say? He could only nod his head. If it was in the past, he could have hardened his heart and accused the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect of treating its guests perfunctorily, and then with a fling of his sleeve robes, he would have directly crossed the lake and left, hitting the road back to his home. But this is not the same time. The sinking moon lake at the bottom of the mountain hid something that could only kill him, and he had stayed up all night last night waiting to be able to go into the Diffuse Moon Immortal Sect to ensure his safety. What's more, the primary goal of the exchange on this trip, as well as the covert investigative mission, had yet to be accomplished. Can he go? He can't. He wants to lie down and taste the courage, want frost and snow to bloom the plum, want the rain to pass, want to break the cauldron. Break the cauldron even if, stay in the mountains, not afraid of no firewood. Su Huai didn't care what Zhang Zhentian thought. He led Chu Siyu and the others out of the guest house, walked to the corner, and patted Yuan Zhanfei and Tang Sang's shoulders. "Senior brother Yuan, senior brother Tang, I'll give you a task." Yuan Zhaofei and Tang Sang puffed out their chests and raised their heads. "Just do as you please, Lord Saint Sun. Very good. Very spirited. Then next, I'll trouble the 2 of you to spare 1 or 2 hours each day from tomorrow onwards to take those 4 disciples of the Heavenly Cold Palace around. Just go anywhere except the secret place of the clan, or maybe the sleeping quarters of the female disciples. Eat, drink, or go to the secret realm of trials to kill demons as you please, and all spending will be reimbursed by the sect. After all, this is a friendly exchange between the 2 clans. We can't be too perfunctory." Yuan Zhanfei and Tang Sang nodded in understanding. "Then you guys should go back and rest today." "Yes, Holy Sun. Then we will leave first. Well, in the future, if there is any confusion in your cultivation, you can seek me out in my courtyard before sunset, and if I am free, I can answer some of your doubts." Tang Sang and Yuan Zhanfei were both a bit impressed. They knew about Su Huai's strength, at least the 8th rank. The teachings of such a strong person could not be the same as Chun He's kind of rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs. Even Yuan Zhanfei, who could shout "my sisterly Sadeo" at the top of his voice, also valued Su Huai's promise. The 2 of them left in pairs, and when they were still on the road, they opened their mouths to discuss where they should take the guests from the Heavenly Cold Palace tomorrow. Tang Sang proposed to go to Fist-E Peak to watch boxing, and then pull a few Fist-E Peak disciples together to go down the mountain together to eat, drink, and have fun. The Fist-E Peak senior sister was Tang Sang's fiancée, and there weren't many opportunities like this to pull the wool over the clan's eyes and have fun at public expense. Yuan Zhanfei snorted and said in a cold voice, "If there is no woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally." He also said that he had earlier picked up a book of supreme swordsmanship called The Script of the Sword of Wisdom, which was very suitable for Tang Sang's cultivation, and that he would sell it to him at a price of 5,000 spirit stones. The duo talked and started arguing, and before they were even halfway home they diverted to the ring to go one-on-one. Su Huai looked at their backs of their love for each other, and the more he looked at them, the more he looked like a happy couple, and a mysterious symbol full of philosophical meaning somehow appeared in his mind. He hurriedly shook his head. This kind of thinking is not good. People Tang Sang is a normal man with a fiancée. But this Yuan Zhanfei, Li Sadeo's brother? In his previous life, did Lee Sedeo have such a brother? Forget it. It's none of my business. Su Huai twisted his head to look at his own rich wife, and suddenly there was a trace of imperceptible tenderness in his eyes. Take this opportunity for you two to go down to the mountains for a few days as well. Reimbursement too? Chow Yi licked the corner of her mouth. I heard that there's an auction in Sunken Moon Valley in 2 days. Samuel, so if you're not afraid that the elders in charge of dispatching the clan spirit stones will kill you, go ahead and buy them. I don't have any money anyway. TSH, how petty. Wipe, surname Chow. I'm not the kind of business tycoon your father is. If you want to spend money, ask your father for it. Chow Yi's eyes rolled, seemingly somewhat moved by Su Huai's proposal, and immediately began to calculate how to pit her father. Su Samuel silently mourned for Chow Yong in his heart for 2 seconds, then pulled Chu Siyu to the side. Rich girl, let me tell you something. What? That mask last night? Do you remember? Well, it's red. Just remember, no matter what you hear at the bottom of the mountain, don't tell anyone about the mask and keep it as a little secret between us. Okay? Chu Siyu looked up at Su Huai and nodded lightly. She wasn't going to tell anyone in the first place. Su Huai raised the corners of her mouth and reached out to touch the rich woman's head, asking her softly. The auction that Chow Yi was talking about, do you want to go? Chu Siyu hesitated for 2 seconds. Never been. If you've never been there, go with Chow Yi and check it out. Anyway, the location is in Sunken Moon Valley, and it's safe. Rich girl, give me your storage bracelet. Oh! Chu Siyu took off her own bracelet and handed it to Samuel Su. It was just an ordinary storage spirit artifact that didn't have the function of recording soul imprints. But Su Huai didn't mean to pry into Chu Siyu's privacy. He just transferred a large pile of spirit stones into it, and then he helped her put it back on her hand. Take these spirit stones for now, and if there's something you think is good, buy it for me. Of course, if you have anything you like, you can buy that too. Consider it my bride price in advance. Chu Siyu immediately panicked, waving her hands repeatedly. No, don't want a bride price. Yes. How can you marry someone without a bride price? Chu Siyu panicked even more. Don't marry. Marry when I say so. I'm the holy son, you have to listen to me, understand? Or else I'll spank you. You're a rogue. You're the rascal. Samuel Su rolled his eyes and patted the rich woman's head. Okay. Just kidding with you. Don't marry now, marry later. Nor later. Chu Siyu suddenly stopped talking. She felt that according to the development of the situation now, if she said these words of not marrying in the future, it was very likely that she would be hit in the face. Then it's better not to talk about it. Su Huai discovered the rich woman's small mind. Her heart suddenly became happy and tried to reach out to pinch the rich woman's face, and she only trembled, but did not avoid it. Big improvement. The face is pinched on, so can it be far from checking out the legs? It took 2 squeezes before Samuel Su removed his hand with fondness. Ahem. I'll go first, you go play with Chow Yi. Well, you have to be careful. Will do. All the way from the diffuse moon guest house to the Elder's Hall, Su Huai's face was filled with a joyful smile. It was only when he reached out and knocked on the door of the Hall of Elders and sat down in the seat belonging to the Holy Sun in the little dark room that smile slowly tightened. The diffractive moon immortal sex powerful elders, as well as all the peak masters, were gathered here, and Huang Yuan, the great elder who was rumored by the outside world to be still at the Weeping Ghost Abyss this morning, was clearly sitting at the head seat. The people are here. He knocked on the empty table. At this elders' meeting, there are 2 main things that need to be discussed and deliberated. First things first. The secret realm at the bottom of Sunken Moon Lake is about to open. The Sword Mound and the Zun Heavenly Divine Dynasty have both given their responses and will be sending Immortal King-level warriors. On the side of the Heavenly Cold Palace, it is estimated that the candidate to participate in the exploration of the secret realm is Zhang Jintian. Do you all have anything to say? Chapter 60. Meeting in a small dark room. It has been more than 70 years since the last time the secret realm under the lake was opened, and that time, the entire Zun Tian Divine Dynasty was wiped out. My clan and the Sky Cold Palace suffered heavy losses, and the Sword Graveyard had an immortal king fall as well. However, apart from some insignificant spiritual plants, the great clans have gained nothing. Fist Intent Peak Master Gu Hanshan rubbed the back of his head and continued, Grand Elder, is it really still necessary for us to explore that secret realm? Yes. Huang Yuan tucked his hands into his sleeves, his voice firm. The last exploration only covered a third of the area of the secret realm and didn't get to the bottom of it. However, Pill Spirit Peak Master Chen Tiru, who had always been a man of few words, gently shook his head at this moment and said, "Old me agrees with Peak Master Gu. On the last quest, our sect sent out a total of 34 disciples, all of whom were the backbone of each peak's proximity. Cultivation are all above the 5th rank, and there are even 7th rank elders leading the team a peak master personally escorted, but only 7 came out alive. The former blade and sword peak master who was responsible for the escort disappeared within the secret realm, and until the secret realm was closed, no half-news was transmitted, and his life or death was unknown. The disciples who managed to survive are also mostly injured and disabled. Great Elder, the experience is not a flat sacrifice. I thought that the matter of the secret realm at the bottom of the lake needs to be discussed in the long run." Chun Tai-ru's voice was not tight and slow, but all the elders and peak masters present were silent. Many of those disciples who had fallen 100 years ago were the close disciples who had spent time with these old men, the celestial pride that had converged from all corners of the immortal region. They were young, energetic, and the path of cultivation was bright. As long as they practiced diligently, their future breakthrough to the 6th Order and 7th Order would be a nail in the coffin. What they lacked was only life and death experience and the accumulation of immortal power. And the original secret realm at the bottom of the lake wasn't exactly deadly. It could only be described as a riskier place to practice. Before sending out the disciples to practice, the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect had already had the elders explore the situation outside the secret boundaries, which happened to be a suitable place for those disciples to practice. But that time, I don't know which powers people touched something deep in the secret realm, and the entire secret realm suddenly began to riot. Entrances and exits are closed, demons fall into mania, the earth trembles and cracks, and all kinds of natural disasters wreak havoc in turn. Most of those teenage celestial pride had fallen into eternal sleep in the secret realm due to the sudden riot in the secret realm. And it wasn't just the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. The other 3 top-tier forces that had also sent their disciples inside for training also suffered heavy losses. Terry Chen is right. The path of cultivation is to fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and fight with everything, but it doesn't mean that you should wear a raggedy outfit and top your LV20 level to solo a full-level boss. That's not a life and death experience. That's rushing to reincarnation. It is also since then that the great powers of the major forces have intentionally captured some demons to jointly maintain the secret realm of trials as a safer place to practice. Huang Yuan closed his eyes and sighed for a long time. "I'll take a walk." Samuel Su, who had been listening to the meeting for a little over half a day, finally spoke up. But before the others could react, Chun Tai-ru was the first to speak against it. "No way!" Chun Tiru shook his beard in a fierce reaction. "You are the sacred son of our sect. How can you risk your life? Elder Chun, please still be calm." Su Huai leaned on the back of his chair and met the peak master elders who were looking at him one by one, then crossed his fingers and smiled. "The great elder is aware of my strength. There will be no life and death crisis when entering this secret realm." Chan Tiru still objected. "I still say that you are noble as the holy son of my clan if you have an accident in the secret realm." Su Samuel looked at Huang Yuan and opened his mouth to ask, "Grand Elder, may I ask, which immortal king powerhouse was sent by the sword mound?" "The odds are that it's a contemporary swordsman." Su Samuel raised his eyebrows and looked at Chun Tiru. "This risk? Li Sideo can risk. I cannot risk. Am I less powerful than her? It's not the same. Sword graveyard, that person are all crazy people who don't want to die. As long as there is a sword in their hands, there is no risk under the sky that they don't dare to take." "All right, Elder Chun. The 4 great sects are all interested in sending people into the secret realm. Can I, the Diffuse Moon Immortal Sect, as the host, really send no one at all? It will be a disgrace to the world if it gets out." Chun Tiru bowed his head and pondered for a moment, and could only fall silent. The Fist Intent Peak Master, Guhan Shan, who had first raised an objection, however, spoke again at this moment. "In that case, I'll just accompany the Holy Sun. Thank you, Elder Gu, for your kind words, but please allow me to decline." "HM? Could it be that the Saint Sun is thinking that I, someone Gu, will drag you down? It's good that Elder Gu knows it in his heart. There's no need to say it out loud. Gull Hansen. Carrot carrot?" Huang Yuan tucked his hand in and opened his mouth to end the topic. "All right, the matter of the secret realm is settled. The second thing I'm going to say is Sky Cold Palace. The candle flame in the small dark room flickered and dimmed until late in the evening when it was blown out by Huang Yuan. Regarding the matter of the heavenly cold palace, the elders were either shocked or angry, and deliberated over it for an entire afternoon. Drunkenness alchemy as a faith Chintairu. Even after learning of the Tianhan Palace human Dan incident, the whole person instantly transformed into a super sprayer, enough to scold the Tianhan Palace Grand Elder for half an hour. Words such as his mother, who gave birth to a closed child, was widowed at birth, abound. Over and over again, he just greeted the two parents of the heavenly cold palace's Grand Elder, calling him an orphan who gave birth to a son without an asshole. Only after sending off all the elders and extinguishing the candle flame did Huang Yuan breathe a sigh of relief, as if he was relieved, and looked towards Su Huai, who was still sitting in his seat. How does it feel? Su Huai shook his head. There is some trouble. Oh, it does bother. All the small and large matters within the clan, all the trivialities are piled up in this tiny conference hall. With the great emperor guarding the weeping ghost abyss, all of these burdens have been placed on me. In the future, these burdens will also be handed over to you. Samuel Su's tiger shook. No answer. You are the holy son of my clan. Hee, old man Huang, who do you think will break through to immortal emperor first between the two of us? The corner of Huang Yuan's mouth twitched. Naturally, it's you. Then who do you think will be doing the chores of the diffuse moon immortal sect when I'm an immortal emperor and you're still an immortal exalt?
Samuel Su patted Huang Yuan's shoulder.
Not to mention that after I break through to immortal emperor, I'll probably go to the weeping ghost abyss for a while, replacing the diffractive moon emperor, or at least letting him rest for a while. You can leave all this to him then. After all, this is the diffractive moon immortal sect, not the Su Huai immortal sect. Huang Yuan was filled with speechlessness. However, he soon revealed a smile of relief and pulled out a black crystal from his sleeve robe, throwing it to Su Huai. What's this? A gift the Great One asked me to bring you. Chapter 61, The Great Emperor's Gift. Extremely heavy in the hand and cool to the touch, Su Huai stayed in his small courtyard, studying the strange stone in front of him that he had never seen before. Asked Huang Yuan, he said he didn't know what it was, only that it must be a heavy treasure. The finger ring between his fingers suddenly made a tiny sound and transformed into a small silver snake, raising his head to meet Su Samuel's eyes. You awake. This is a trick stone. Samuel Su was slightly stunned. What is the trickster stone? A key. A key? How does it work? In mouth. Rub. So unsanitary. Su Samuel swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The ghost knows that this thing has not been used by the old man of Yenyu, but also ing contain mouth. This life is impossible to contain. It's okay to put it on your forehead. Told you so. Su Huai breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes, holding up the trick stone in his palm and gently pressing it to his head. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Just when Su Samuel couldn't help but want to open his eyes and ask the little snake if it was playing a trick on him, his head suddenly sank, as if his soul was suddenly being pulled wildly by something, and his consciousness went blank. When he woke up again, Su Huai's entire body was in a daze. There were 2 blood moons hanging in the sky, and the surrounding area was so dark that it was vaguely recognizable as a wilderness. One is in the middle of the wilderness proper, a white holy sun's uniform, unusually conspicuous under the moonlight. Out of the instincts of the old six, Su Huai subconsciously wanted to change into black clothes, but after touching his hand, the storage ring that was supposed to be worn on his index finger could not be used. What's the situation? Sha sha sha. There was a sudden gust of wind in the wilderness, and a large, oddly shaped butterfly appeared in the night sky. Samuel Su narrowed his eyes, and a sudden chill ran down his spine. That's not a butterfly. It was a ing sky full of living skins. Sticky bone spirit? This is the ing abyss of sobbing ghosts. Numb. Emperor Diffractive Moon is unethical. Throwing me, a small holy child who has only been initiated for a few days, into the weeping ghost abyss to kill monsters. Capitalists would have to kneel and kowtow when they see me. Forget it, let's fight first. Su Huai's hands spread out, but the immortal power that was imagined to be rushing out did not appear. He's like a fake Sohoi, posing for half a day without any power coming out of his body. If I were you, I'd run first. The storage ring doesn't work, but this fake ring of yours does? Without the need for Little Snake to remind him, Samuel Su was already running away. Unfortunately, he had just exposed his position with his big attack stance, and being dressed in white made it impossible to sneak through the night. Like bats chasing moths, the mountains of skins all swarmed towards him. Within 10 minutes, he was drowning in skin. Sephora sending. Oh! In the small courtyard of the diffractive moon immortal sect, Su Huai suddenly stumbled physically, stared wide-eyed, and breathed heavily. Just now, he got a new way to die. Flooded by ghost creatures called bone spirits, countless sharp straws stuck into his body, instantly sucking him into a shriveled human skin. The guile stone in his hand emitted an oozing ebony light, and Su Huai squatted on the ground and slowed down for a while before he gritted his teeth and reached out to press down on the gloating little snake on his wearer's hand. What the hell is this? I told you it's a key. What forced the key? Just now that place is the sobbing ghost abyss. How come I do not look like it? It's a haunted area. What the hell? You can understand the depths of the abyss of weeping ghosts. The function of the trick stone is the key. Allows you to explore the haunted lands with a pure body. Bull pure body. I don't want that pure. I want strength. Strength that can kill that patch of bone spirit in seconds. Then you can just go in through the ghastly abyss. Pretend I didn't say that. Samuel Su casually threw the trickster stone on the table. To hell with the ghost domain. If I don't properly work in the immortal domain as an immortal father, I'll run to someone else's territory to be a weakling? I'm not a jitterbug. That's terrible. Strength rating 9.7. Potential rating 4.99. No, what do you mean? Through the guile stone, you can hone the strength of your soul, and the chances your conscious body gains in the ghost realm can be fed back to your body to enhance your strength and talent. It's okay to have different cultivation systems? Cultivation systems are not different. First to 10th order power control. Thinking about it this way was also correct. The weeping ghost abyss hadn't appeared above the ghost emperor either. Everyone was half a caddy, and the division of strength was about the same. Samuel Su silently picked up the trickster stone from the table. What a good thing. I was wrong about Emperor Yen Yu, diffractive moon emperor, good brother forever. It was still evening, not completely dark, and the rich woman was still in the Dan room trying to learn how to make pills. Samuel Su took a deep breath and decided to have another go. He took out the blood-colored ghost face from his storage ring and changed into a black robe. And then the trickster stone was close to his forehead, and consciousness was once again pulled. Exhaling a breath of cloudy air, he lowered his stance, picking a direction and moving slowly through the cover of the night. Starting to blow again. But this time, the plastered bone spirits roaming the sky didn't discover Su Huai, who was wrapped in a black robe and didn't move a muscle. They drifted with the wind and soon disappeared in the sky. Su Huai breathed a sigh of relief as he tightened the robe around him, and Shadow followed suit, shaking the robe around him. Something doesn't seem right? He looked down at his shadow, only to see it suddenly open its hands and cup its head, twisting it off with a click and holding it in its arms. Samuel Bang! Su Huai overturned the stone table in front of himself. Can't play. Too much dirt to play. First was the first order of sticking the skin on the bone, then the second order of shadow attaching the spirit, since he, Su Huai, succeeded in transforming into the mortal world and entering the immortal world. When had he ever suffered from this kind of aggravation? In less than 10 minutes, it was mailed twice in quick succession. It's going to be a mental problem to keep mailing it. He honestly put away the guile stone, pushed open the courtyard door, and stood in front of Chuziyu's door with his hand tucked in, thinking about life. Only a rich woman could give him a hint of warmth now. But after a long wait, the sun was slow to set. Thinking about it, Su Samuel decided to go to see the noble guest of the heavenly cold palace. I can't kill him now, so I can always scare him, right? Because I'm upset. Let the one from the heavenly cold palace also be upset together, so that we can empathize. This is an alternative communication. Well, that makes sense. Wearing a ghost face and a black robe, Su Huai hid his breath and swept into the diffuse moon immortal sect's guest house from the shadows. At that time, Zhang Jintian was drinking tea in the small courtyard. The apricot tree in the yard dropped a few golden leaves in the breeze, which was a unique experience. Zhang Jintian soothed his mind and was just about to recite a poem when he suddenly glimpsed a blood-red head emerging from the wall. Grass. He shuddered, thinking he was hallucinating, and wiped his eyes. But the red head on the wall did not disappear. The ghostly thing gave him a wry, wrinkled smile, and in the next instant, it disappeared into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. It was as if he had come to see him on purpose. But Zhang Jintian, the whole person is not good. His hands are trembling. Tea is not in the mood to drink. Ghosts know when that thing will leap out to give him a knife. I didn't expect that even the diffuse moon immortal sect's big formation couldn't stop that thing. That's right, the diffractive moon immortal sect. I have to tell the diffractive moon immortal sect about this. There's something dirty in your mountain gate. Hurry up and search. Chapter 62 Self-Created Pills. The Pill Spirit Peak's main elixir room wasn't exactly small. In order to try to take care of the new disciples who had just recently joined every day at sundown, there would be an alchemist of at least the 6th grade in the hall of the main elixir room, demonstrating the method of refining a commonly used elixir in public. Those 3rd grade pills of Chu Siu's were all learned through this general observation. As for her master, Chun Tai-Ru has not yet started teaching her alchemy. On the first day of her initiation, when she formally worshipped Chun Tai-Ru as her master, Chun Tai-Ru gave her a fire seed. The fire is light blue in color with an internal temperature. When Su Huai first saw it, he thought it was some kind of heaven and earth foreign fire, and then asked to know that the fire was only Old Man Chen took from the bottom of the volcano mountain, and used the immortal power to contain the spiritual fire, and it was far from being as powerful as the foreign fire in the legend. These days, Chun Tai-Ru was teaching this young disciple to control the spirit fire, passing on some insights along the way. When Su Huai slipped into the hall with his hand in his pocket, the Pill Spirit Peak Elder on the central elevated platform was refining the 4th grade heart cleansing pill. This was a life-preserving type of elixir that could get rid of most of the ordinary toxins in the immortal domain, and the selling price of a clear heart elixir on the market was around 1,000 or so spirit stones. Hiss! Alchemist, it really is a money profession. The key to refining the pure heart pill lies in the final step. At the time of congealing the Dan, you need to add a petal of the clear water lotus, so that the medicinal effect of the clear heart Dan can be stimulated. But my Pill Spirit Peak Master, Elder Chun, will add an additional strain of purple yumgrass when refining this kind of elixir. Although this will make the taste of the elixir bitter, it will be able to increase the potency by another additional 10%. That elder's hand gestures changed continuously, and the spiritual energy in his palm continuously fed into the Dan furnace, quenching the prototype of the pill within. Chu Siu was not yet capable of refining a 4th grade elixir, but that didn't stop her from taking a small notebook and hunkering down on the front, empty edge and writing down, word for word, those things the elder had said. However, she drew a small circle next to it when documenting the addition of the purple yummy grass. Every alchemist has his own pet peeves. For example, the current world's #1 alchemist, Li Zhongquan, the state master of the Zun Tian divine dynasty, liked to purposely add some bitter herbs without affecting the effectiveness of the medicine. The so-called reminiscence, according to the man himself, was meant to inspire the younger generations of the divine dynasty to understand that getting high was not a good thing, thus fostering the notion of prudence in the world. Whether it worked or not was unknown, but I heard that every disciple of the Zuntian divine dynasty loved him. Every year during the annual celebration, there were disciples of the divine dynasty with gauze, gritting their teeth and polishing the statue of the state master in front of the palace gate with tile light and clarity. Over time, the statue's hair was worn away, and that master of the country, too, seemed to have been cursed by a mysterious curse, and it was not long before he lost his hair and became a kind, baldy. Chu Siu, on the other hand, was just the opposite of him, preferring to refine pills into various fruit flavors. It's like ing candy. Drawing a small mark after the purple yum-yum herb proves that she will think of some way to get rid of the side effect that makes the potion bitter. She's really so gentle. I'm crying my eyes out. Su Huai secretly pushed his way in from the crowd and stood behind Chu Siu. It made quite a few disciples look a bit sideways. In particular, some of the past disciples who hadn't met Su Huai yet had cast angry gazes at him. It's not so much about being jealous. Rather, after spending a few days together, Chu Siu's fearful nature had already spread. This little senior sister is gentle, never relying on the identity of the pro-transmission bullying. Instead, every day then the vast majority of disciples come early, every day to stay until dark before leaving. Talented and hard-working people. Who could not love this kind of little sister? In just a few days, Chu Siu had already become the recognized precious mascot of Pill Spirit Peak, especially after learning that staying in close proximity to strangers would make her feel uncomfortable. Every time they came to observe the elders' public alchemy, everyone purposely set aside a small open area. It started out in the very center, only to be quickly noticed by senior sister Chu, who thanked them and then hurriedly moved her position to the corner. And now, There was actually an unfamiliar male disciple who deliberately got so close to Senior Sister Chu. He even stretched out his dog's head to peek at Senior Sister Chu's notes. Why is that sight of yours wandering? Why are your ing eyes glowing? Ing. Is it reading notes? How dare you laugh? Shameless. Shameless. What bad thoughts could Samuel so have? At first he did look at the rich woman's notes, but he couldn't quite read it. The rich woman's notes were so well illustrated that he could only barely recognize the large circle drawn as a Dan furnace. The chicken claw as representing a hand, and the leaf as representing some kind of elixir. Contemporary Picasso. Scary as hell. Can't read the painting, so he'll have to look at something else. He is 6 meters tall, the rich woman is 6 meters 7. He just happens to be one head taller than the rich woman, and condescending, inevitably sees a trace of the scenery that is covered by the collar. It starts with a delicate clavicle. Further in, there was a small curve, amazingly snow-white, as if it were agate. Su Huai felt his nose getting a little hot. This student, the elder on the stage who had finished refining pills, finally couldn't help himself. He was only an outer sect elder, and although he knew that there was an additional saint's son in the sect, his rank was not high enough to participate in the small dark room meeting. Therefore, he had also never seen the saint's son's true appearance. All he knew was that he had finished practicing pills, and with a glance, he discovered this lewd male disciple spying on the youngest pro-disciple of Pill Spirit Peak. Outrageous. How did this kind of nasty person pass my diffuse moon immortal sex entrance examination? This elder immediately became furious and directly reached out to point at Su Huai, who raised his head with a dumbfounded expression. What are you looking at, talking about you? With a wandering gaze and no serious observation. I guess it's because this measly 4th grade elixir of Lao Fu's is already too difficult for you to defeat. Isn't it? Ahem, elder, No need to excuse yourself. You come up here and demonstrate the method of refining the clear heart pill. If it fails, don't blame me for writing down your name and putting a big bad on your end of the year assessment, so that you won't be able to become an inner disciple for the rest of your life. So Samuel Man went numb. The surrounding Pill Spirit Peak disciples were looking at him with gloating gazes. It seemed like it was only at this point that Chu Siu finally realized that someone had appeared beside her. She was a little annoyed in her heart, the physiological reaction that would normally make her feel uncomfortable if she was approached by someone seemed to have completely failed in the face of Su Huai. I don't know if it's because I'm used to it or what. Hearing that the elder was forcing Su Huai to practice pills, she broke into a silky gloating smile, and it was as if the fearful little rabbit had unconsciously learned a hint of the fox's cunning. Su Huai opened his mouth, he touched his ring. He wanted to pull out the Holy Sun token to put on a show, but after touching Chu Siu's line of sight, he withdrew his hand to take the token. Striding up the steps, he stood beside the elder. Elder, do you really want me to refine pills? What, you don't dare? What dare I do? It's just the quality of this Dan furnace. That elder reached out and knocked on the Dan furnace on the stage. This furnace is called Purple Haze. It is a 6th grade spiritual artifact that I purposely asked the Weaponry Spirit Peak Elder to make, so it definitely won't hold you back. 6 products, Then I am relieved. Samuel Su touched the corner of his mouth to hide a smile. Elder, the clear heart pill is too simple. Why don't I show you some original pills? Self-created elixir? The elder abruptly rose and put away his contempt. Alchemists, the vast majority of them, are just picking up the tips of others and learning from the recipes that have been handed down by their predecessors. If someone was able to create a new elixir, even if the medicine created was only a first-rate one, they should still be honored. Please. The elder reached out and respectfully stepped aside. Su Huai grinned and pulled out a large handful of herbs from his storage ring. These medicinal herbs were all things that those 5th-order demons in the trial mystic realm used to buy their lives during the examination, and the worst one had the quality of a 4th grade. Now, not only that elder, even those alchemist disciples on the stage who didn't know Su Huai, all felt that Su Huai was an unknown high-level person. After all, those that could use so many high-grade herbs were at least 5th, or even 6th or 7th grade immortal pills. Open the furnace and refine the pills. Chapter 63. You dare to injure my sex saint's son. The flames are blazing. Su Huai took a deep breath and slammed the stone platform. Several medicinal herbs were catapulted up and sent into the Dan furnace with the wind of Su Samuel's palm. Tongues of fire swept across the room, and all the onlooker disciples were shocked, with the exception of the elder who was closer, who watched as those medicinal herbs were instantly charred in half. Elder, This. Samuel Su glanced at him. Elder, don't worry. This is all in my plan. Well. Burning for a few moments, Su Samuel repeated the same technique, will be a batch and batch of medicinal materials into the furnace, during the period of several times to change the gesture, calm and unhurried, quite a gentleman style. The disciples were shocked by this master. Their teacher taught that alchemy should never be anxious, and that it must be done step by step, with meticulous care, or else the slightest mishap will result in a disorder of the pharmacology. If it is light, it will destroy the pills, and if it is heavy, it will blow up the furnace. But in front of this master, a set of actions in line with the clouds and water, seemingly chaotic, but in fact, organized, just a moment, a burst of medicinal aroma will be filled out. This purification technique is actually a few points faster than the peak master. That pill spirit peak elder's lips trembled slightly, his heart aching immensely. He watched those herbs melting and drying up in the furnace, losing their medicinal power like crazy, just like burning firewood. Can there be no medicinal fragrance? This is making pills? This is spoiling herbs. The elder was about to open his mouth again, but Su Samuel shouted at that moment, scaring the words out of his mouth. Then, only to see Su Samuel take out a bottle of pure mountain spring from his storage ring, reach out and open the lid of the Dan furnace, and pour it all in from above. Elders, disciples, does the original alchemy still need to add water? Those disciples finally regained their senses from the initial shock and began to wonder if Su Huai was fooling around. At this point, that elder did not intend to stop it, because after adding water, the medicinal herbs in the furnace would be considered completely ruined, and there was absolutely no possibility of saving them in the slightest. It's just a matter of letting him be and being a contrarian. Su Huai didn't care what the elders thought in their hearts. He squinted slightly as he watched the medicinal clay in the furnace risk burning once more, and couldn't help but fetch another bottle of mountain spring, uncapping it and adding water. After repeating the process 4 times, the medicinal mud was finally burned into an unknown paste, and he quietly probed his immortal energy into the Dan furnace, condensing a pair of illusory palms. Then hold the medicinal clay and start kneading. Medicine spirit peak elder's forehead shed a few cold sweats, so it turns out that the reason why the elixir is round is that the alchemist rubbed his hands with his hands. He couldn't hold back any longer. Live! Dan Cheng! Su Huai again interrupted his words, and forcefully patted the furnace. A fist-sized, round, and incomparable pill from the furnace mouth flew out, quietly suspended in Su Huai palm above. It's actually really refined. But why is this elixir so big? How is this going to be swallowed? Chew it up and swallow it. But aren't potions not to be chewed? You have a point. Those disciples are far away, the cultivation is not enough, failed to notice Su Samuel's tart operation. Thought that this person a pass fooling around, really refined a very new pills. They couldn't help but whisper. The corners of that elder's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to open his mouth to reveal the truth, his shoulder was tapped from behind. Chan Tiru didn't know when he appeared in the hall and witnessed a series of tawdry maneuvers by Su Huai. His head was now full of black lines and his gaze was complicated. The Holy Sun from the Medicine Spirit Peak, this is of course the pride of the Medicine Spirit Peak. He is the Peak Master, is considered half of the Master of Su Huai, say out how Faisa, but the ING Saint Sun doesn't know how to make pills. What's wrong with not knowing how to make pills? The Sacred Sun is so gifted that he can hang on to an 8th order immortal king at such a young age. How dare you say he can't? That was the great emperor's appointed successor to the immortal sect. It's the face of the diffractive moon immortal sect. How could he be wrong? So the fault for not knowing how to make elixir is not with the Holy Sun, but with his incompetence as the master who taught the Holy Sun how to make elixir. Samuel Su had long ago realized that Chun Tiru had come down. At this moment, when he saw this old man looking at himself with tears in his eyes, the hand that was covered by the wide sleeve robe shaking like a Parkinson's, Su Huai sighed. Elder Chun, your hand? No problem. Old me, this is just alchemy Dan accidentally scalded. Ugh. Why don't you old man know how to be careful? It just so happens that this ingenious great mending pill of mine has just come out of the oven. So Elder Chun can take it to make up for it. Chen Tiru resisted the urge to slap Su Huai, revealing a smile that was worse than crying. Thank you, Holy Sun, for your kind words. But the old man wants to live a few more years. Who dares to eat this medicine? So big more than a dozen kinds of high-grade medicinal herbs blended together. Afraid to eat now, the night will be able to see the deceased long-time master. When the benefactor asks him how he died, will he have the nerve to say that he was poisoned by the elixir made by his own disciple? I'm afraid that his benefactor, who regarded alchemy as his life, could jump straight out of his coffin and expel him from the division overnight. Su Samuel also knows that he is a bit difficult, so he can only touch his nose awkwardly and put the elixir into the storage ring. Chun Tiru took a deep breath. Lord Saint Sun, Elder Su is looking for you all over the mountain gate. It says that there's a problem there with the noble guest from the Heavenly Cold Palace, and he wants to discuss it with you, the person in charge of the exchange program. Ahem. Then I will take my leave first? Holy Sun, go quickly. Don't keep your guest waiting. Su Huai slowly walked down the steps, took Chu Siu's hand and quickly walked out of the Dan room. When Su Huai walked away, Chun Tai Ru sighed heavily and looked at the disciples on the stage, who were filled with dumbfounded and confused faces, and said aloud, "The one just now is my diffuse moon immortal sex Saint Sun. He is, ahem, he is a 1 in a million alchemy wizard, and his alchemy method is only suitable for himself. You must not follow suit." Those disciples breathed a sigh of relief in unison.
Holy Son.
So it's Holy Sun Sama. No wonder it's so unconventional. But he seems to have taken little sister? So what if they take it away? The youngest sister didn't reject it either. Maybe they were originally Dao couples who adored each other? Hiss. Damn it. I'm against this marriage. Paw, people are talented and beautiful. It's not your turn for a demon like you to object. Ooh-hoo. My first love ended before it even started. Ignoring the whispers of those disciples, Chun Tai Ru reached out and patted that elder's shoulder. Kobayashi, are you confused in your mind? The elder hurriedly bowed his head. Don't dare. Chun Tiru gently shook his head and lowered his voice. I know you have a straight character and don't like to lie, but he is after all the holy son of my clan, so you have to give some face. But. No buts. Even the grand elder had to give him face, and those who didn't have to give him face have now settled at the bottom of the sinking moon lake. Hiss. The alchemy elder surnamed Lin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he associated it with those heavenly cold palace disciples who had died in the sunken moon lake in recent days. But he had heard that another one died last night, and the one who died was a full-fledged elder with a 7th order cultivation. Thanks for the reminder, Peak Master. Ahem, there's no need to be so afraid. The Holy Sun won't lay a hand on his own family. But it's a sure thing to offend him and get some crooked pranks to fix you up. Not to mention. Chun Tai Ru shook his head. It was a success if we didn't blow up the furnace this time. Though I don't know whether the heap of stuff that was refined is really a tonic or a poison. Su Huai didn't know that this old man Chun Tai Ru was actually slandering him secretly. Otherwise he would have shouted slander and stated that he was a sunny and generous 5 good youth. Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, ask Zhang Jintian of the Sky Cold Palace. Su Huai brought Chu Siu and just walked to the door of the guest courtyard, when he heard Zhang Jintian's arguing voice coming from inside. Elder Su, I Zhang, swear that I really didn't lie to you. That's the spot, blood red head. Exactly the same as the image of Ghost Foot 7 rumored to be at the bottom of the mountain. Must be a ghost race that ran out from the Weeping Ghost Abyss. Elder Su was unyielding. Peak Master Zhang, don't find a reason to make things difficult for the old immortal. Our clan's grand formation is always in operation. It's impossible for a high-level demon to sneak in without a sound. Zhang Jintian. Really? You believe me? Your immortal sect really isn't safe. And isn't the fact that the knockout formation at the mountain gate was broken the best evidence of that? Elder Su, don't be irrational, Peak Master Zhang. The knocking heart formation is only a 7th grade spirit formation, and you have the ability to break it, Peak Master Zhang, don't you? Zhang Jintian. You guys doubt me? Elder Su. This is just a reasonable inference. Zhang Jintian. Old man didn't do it. Didn't do it means I didn't do it. Snap. Su Huai walked out from the corner, his spiritual energy rising around him as he looked at Zhang Jintian with an angry expression. Peak Master Zhang is trying to make a move to murder an elder of my diffuse moon immortal sect? Zhang Jintian. Question mark.
Elder Su.
Su Huai narrowed his eyes and pointed at Elder Su's leg. Elder Su instantly understood in seconds, snapped his butt on the ground, covered his thighs and started wailing. Agu, Zhang Jintian, I see that you have traveled a long way to treat you with sincerity, and the matter of the broken heart knocking formation has also stated that it is only a suspicion. How can you be so annoyed as to lay such a heavy hand on me? Zhang Jintian's entire body was dumbfounded, and in the next instant, Su Hui killed him from the corner and blasted his face with a fist. Zhang Jintian was furious. He was genuinely angry. The diffractive moon immortal sect bullied people too much. He finally stopped hiding his cultivation and gritted his teeth to fight Su Hui. Su Hui grinned and quietly used his immortal power to lay down a boundary to protect Chu Siyu and Elder Su, then deliberately suppress his own realm at about the 8th order, and begin to guide the furious Zhang Jintian, madly, destroying the surrounding buildings. The two of them fought for less than 10 seconds, and the area where the outside of the guest house was located was mostly destroyed. Su Hui suddenly grinned and took a hard slap from him, and his entire body was smashed into the ruins. It was also at this moment that Zhang Jintian suddenly didn't dare to move. 1, 2, 3, 4. 13. 13 Immortal King-level auras locked onto him. The 13 peak masters of the diffractive moon immortal sect who resided in the sect sealed off all of his paths of retreat. At the back of the immortal sect, a 9th stage immortal exalts aura rose up. Huang Yuan stepped into the air, his beard and hair flaring, countless green-colored fronts looming behind him. Zhang Zhentian, dare to injure our clan's holy son within the diffractive moon territory. Are you tired of living? Zhang Zhentian took a deep breath as he landed on the ground, holding his head with both hands as he slowly crouched down. In the hinterland of someone else's clan, you can't run away. The mountain protection array is not a joke. That thing can't even be resisted by an immortal father, let alone an immortal king like him. Surrender or die, die without a crumb. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. The impulse is the devil. His mind was a jumbled mess, the clues in his mind connecting bit by bit, and he even began to suspect that the whole thing was a huge conspiracy. I just don't know where that red-faced Ghostfoot 7 came from. Can it be that the diffractive moon immortal sect is also like them, engaging in some forbidden things? They took people to refine pills while the diffractive moon immortal sect was secretly keeping demons in captivity, and the ones they were keeping were 9th order demons? Zhang Jintian felt that he must have discovered the secret of the dark side of the diffractive moon immortal sect, and that's why he was set up in this trap to kill and exterminate. Chapter 64 Notice from the Moon Immortal Sect. Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect to Sky Cold Palace Notice. Zun Tian Divine Dynasty Calendar 2023. Emperor Diffractive Moon certified as an emperor in Sinking Moon Valley, and in the 6th month of the same year, he established the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. So far, our clan has endured more than 14,000 years, and after the fall of the Weeping Ghost Abyss, our clan even more resolutely took over the heavy burden of defending the town. Thousands of years, countless elders and disciples before and after, the blood of foreign lands and other places, the 6th order of the immortal level of the theoretical lifespan of 3,600 years, but my 6 disciples, the average life expectancy of less than 500 years. When foreign enemies invade, someone has to take up arms to defend against them, and when foreigners are brutal, someone will always be sacrificed. Tens of thousands of people up and down our clan have never complained about this. Ran. Yesterday at 3 minutes past the hour. The Heavenly Cold Palace's sword-washing peak master Jintian, who had offered to come to our clan as a guest for an exchange, had beaten and scolded our clan's elders for no reason due to his own reasons. My clan's holy son, Su Hui, to his kind words. But I never thought that the evil thief Zhang Jintian suddenly stormed up to the 8th order of the immortal king of the power of my clan's holy son to strike. Saint Sun Su Hui Young, simple-minded, failed to think that Zhang Jintian will be malicious to this. A moment of inattention was sent flying 100 meters, serious injuries dying. The Holy Sun is the future foundation of the sect, the hope in the hearts of all the elders of the sect. Our clan has reason to suspect that Zhang Jintian's move was intentionally made under the secret order of the Heavenly Cold Palace, with the purpose of destroying the future of my diffuse moon immortal sect. When all the elders and disciples of our sect in Weeping Ghost Abyss learned about this, they were all furious. The matter of the immortal sect's survival, the great emperor is already handing over the matters of the war, and will return to the sect soon to launch a crusade against the Heavenly Cold Palace. Notice is hereby given. This announcement was like dropping a huge stone into a pond, creating waves that were enough to stir up the entire immortal realm. Countless people were in an agitated mood. The diffractive moon immortal sect was stationed at the Weeping Ghost Abyss, the Sword Mound suppressed the Meteor Devil Cave, and the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty set up countless dynasties to govern the order of the world's mundane world and monitor the Burial Star Mountain Range. These three powers had long been admired by all cultivators in the immortal region for the duties they each carried. Only the heavenly cold palace, as the transcendent power with the shallowest history and the latest establishment, the heavenly cold palace was strong, and had the depth, and at certain times it would send some of its disciples to kill in the forbidden land. But many people look at things will not care about the details, they will only look at the big picture, and in terms of the big picture, the Sky Cold Palace really lacks feats that can be taken. Therefore, everyone took it for granted with regards to the diffractive moon immortal sect's sudden outburst, and placed the diffractive moon immortal sect in the position of a victim at the first opportunity. In particular, certain forces that were on good terms with the immortal sect even sent out announcements shortly afterward as well. Sword Mound Notice. Emperor Huaifeng has said that the murder of his clan's holy son is a way to break one's inheritance and extinguish one's children, and this act can never be condoned. The great emperor thinks of himself and others. If our clan's sword son was so assassinated, he would certainly be so enraged that he would slaughter each and every one of the higher-ups of the mountain gate where the murderer was located. Great Emperor Huaifeng is willing to detach a Dharma body to temporarily guard the Weeping Ghost Abyss on behalf of Great Emperor Diffractive Moon, so that Great Emperor Diffractive Moon can go all out to seek justice. Zun Tianshin Dynasty Edict. First of all, please ask a certain sword-playing Yuzong not to arch the fire and focus on the big picture. If the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect went to war with the Sky Cold Palace, it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. With regard to the serious injuries of Saint Diffractive Moon's son, the State Master of our dynasty is willing to give a 9th grade healing spirit pill free of charge to help Saint Diffractive Moon's son heal and recover. And I, the God Emperor, would like to mediate. I believe that the Heavenly Cold Palace is also willing to make the appropriate compensation. Please, gentlemen, take care of the living. Inside the Heavenly Cold Palace, a middle-aged man with a slightly chubby figure of roughly 200 pounds stood with a numb face, sweating profusely, his robe soaked with sweat and plastered to his back. He was the chief bookkeeper in charge of communications within the Heavenly Cold Palace, mainly responsible for liaising with the remaining 3 transcendent powers, and there wasn't much to do on weekdays. But how he did not expect, this afternoon is still good, eat a dinner back, people Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect suddenly sent a bulletin. Between the lines are crying about the Sky Cold Palace bullying them. Finally, it even launched a direct war announcement. Before he could react, very quickly snapped, the people from the Sword Mound jumped out and said that they were willing to help the Diffuse Moon Immortal Sect guard the Weeping Ghost Abyss so that they could feel free to attack the Heavenly Cold Palace. That Zun Tian God dynasty in the back wasn't any good either. Claiming that the greater good was important, he looked like a peacemaker, but in reality, he directly and secretly confirmed the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect's identity as a victim. This damn thing hasn't even been investigated yet, and you guys are in a hurry to convict my Heavenly Cold Palace and make me pay compensation. What is this if not targeting? Just because I, Heavenly Cold Palace, am small in age and light in responsibility, I have to be ostracized and isolated by your united efforts, and even a single notice wants us to pay compensation. Last time, our clan lost an elder and asked you to help us investigate, but you used the reason of accidentally falling into the water to perfunctorily dismiss us. Now, he has inexplicably said that my Heavenly Cold Palace Peak Master murdered your family's saint son, and he has directly threatened us with starting a war. This is a ING workplace PUA. It's disgusting. Communication Master Book Gas. Shaking, cold. As a Heavenly Cold Palace sect member, he wanted to directly send out a notice to tough it out, telling the entire immortal region that their Heavenly Cold Palace was not some soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. But he wouldn't dare, nor does he have the right. Great Elder, what should we do? The chief communications officer bowed his head, and before him was a dilapidated wooden house of no more than 20 or 30 square feet in area. Every now and then a violent cough came out of the cabin, making people a little worried that the people inside would not suddenly cough their lungs out and die. Send a notice to apologize first, then ask the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect what they want. Cough, cough. Don't we need to contact Peak Master Zhang first and ask about the situation? Not necessary. A subtle sound of drinking came from the house, and a beautiful maid opened the door of the cabin from within, revealing the image of the old man in the house. He had short gray hair, neatly combed, and was casually draped in an azure robe, with an incredibly pale face, deep-set eyes, and a deadly aura. The old man sat in a wooden wheelchair and raised his head, looking out of the room at the head bookkeeper who stood with his head hanging down. Since the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect dared to issue a notice, just proves they're not afraid of us investigating. Zhang Jintian, must have really moved against that diffractive moon Saint Sun and left evidence behind. He's also definitely under control now. Even if you summoned him to ask him, you won't be able to get a response. Do as I say, and try to fulfill whatever the diffractive moon immortal sect wants. The ones that are compensated for, have Sima Candle bring them over. What does the Grand Elder mean? Is that we have the Holy Sun? Go and fetch Peak Master Zhang back? No, Zhang Jintian doesn't need to come back. The opening of the secret realm at the bottom of the lake absolutely could not be missed. Zhang Jintian had returned, and with Sima Candle's cultivation, he could not go far. I will write an oracle and have him follow Sima Candle next and act at Sima Candle's command. Well, the old man is physically inconvenienced. There's nothing to do, so you can go back first. Yes, Grand Elder. My subordinate will retire. The short, fat-head bookkeeper hunched over and backed his way out of this secluded valley. There was a small pool within the valley, and the heavenly cold palace's Grand Elder was sitting in the house, looking at the calm water out of his mind. His hand rested on his chest and abdomen. The skin covered by his gray robe was pitch black, and a hideous scar nearly 30 centimeters long on his upper abdomen was exceptionally lurid. His pale hand trembled slightly as he felt the powerful heartbeat that passed out from the inhuman heart within him for a long time. Chapter 65. Compensation at an exorbitant price. Notice from the heavenly cold palace to the diffractive moon immortal sect. The Grand Elder of our clan apologizes profusely for the injury to your clan's holy son. We are well aware of how much contribution the diffractive moon immortal sect has made to the entire immortal region, and have always retained 120% respect for your sect, and do not intend to offend your sect. Upon investigation, our clan's sword-cleansing peak advocate Jintian was recently ordered by the Grand Elder to go deep into the Burial Star mountain range to kill an 8th Order demon fox that specializes in bewitching people. The reason why the sudden upsurge, or by the demon fox dying counterattack left behind the dark wound, a moment by the compulsion of the mind. Our clan is willing to compensate for the unintentional consequences that resulted when he went off the deep end, and I ask your clan to spare Zhang Fengmaster's life on the basis of his work in decapitating the demons for the human race. Heavenly Chill Palace to thank you.
Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect Announcement.
Since your sect has the intention to repent and things do happen for a reason, then my sect is willing to make concessions for the sake of the world's people. Just my clan's holy son Su Samuel was seriously injured, the meridian inch broken, the foundation is damaged, it is not easy to promote, has not yet been stabilized cultivation is in this blow unfortunately fell. After deliberation among the elders, we ask your clan to make the following compensation. 1. 1/9 grade vein renewal pill required to repair the meridians. 2. 2/9 grade solid source pills required to repair the foundation. 3. 5 of the 9th grade immortal ascension pills required to restore cultivation. 4th, my clan's holy son has been damaged by this blow, so please make compensation for the spiritual loss of your clan. 10 million top grade spirit stones. On the other hand, when Zhang Jintian abused the saint's son, he destroyed a large number of buildings. Those buildings were built by the forefathers' hands at the beginning of the establishment of our clan, and the historical atmosphere is strong. Our clan's finances are strained, and we still need your clan to contribute an additional 10 million top-grade spirit stones for repairs. Notice is hereby given. Hiss! The heavenly cold palace's main book sucked in a breath of cool air. Opening his mouth was 8 9th grade pills. You think that's a cabbage? The entire immortal region doesn't have enough 9th grade alchemists to add up to a handful, and I don't have any orthodox 9th grade danmasters in the heavenly cold palace. You dare to take the human elixir made by the Grand Elder? And 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. Top grade. Converted over is 2 billion lower-grade spirit stones. Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, you're ing poor and crazy. Why don't you just go ahead and grab it? The whole world knew that the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect was asking for a lion's share of the money. But the world finds it reasonable. Who let you want to go to murder people's holy son? Did not hear that people's roots are damaged, root damage that will affect the potential of the more you want a little compensation how? But no one in the world could have imagined it. Su Huai, who had been sympathized by them, was sitting in the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect's small attic at this moment, crossing his legs and posting announcements through the transmission crystals with a smirk on his face. That's right, he sent those announcements himself. Zhang Jintian's full-force palm didn't break his defense at all, only leaving a red mark on his chest, which had pretty much faded by now as well. The play was put on for blatant blackmail. In the future, Tianhan Palace things are exposed. Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect certainly cannot eat this piece of fat meat alone. Tianhan Palace is not really a soft persimmon, not so good to pinch. When the time comes, the probability is to gather all the benevolent people in the world and crusade against the traitors together. The spoils of war were naturally shared by all. If you don't sneak in a solitary bite now, when will you do it? Huang Yuan, who was sitting across from Su Huai, silently chawed a mouthful of tea and sighed softly. Black ah. Even he, the diffractive moon immortal sex grand elder, felt that Su Huai was black. So it seemed that the immortal sex affairs really couldn't be handed over to Su Huai in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid that, in a few years, the diffractive moon immortal sect will become the diffractive moon demon sect. But it doesn't hurt to come like this once in a while. The immortal sect was strong, but there was also a lot of money to spend. There weren't many spirit stones in stock at all, and 10 million upper-grade spirit stones was definitely not a small amount for a transcendent power either. What's more, Samuel Su just said it. The 5 immortal ascension pills compensated by the heavenly cold palace, he only needed 2 for himself and the remaining 3, 2 for the great emperor and 1 for him, the great elder. The 9th grade elixir. Huang Yuan has not eaten much. Who let their diffractive moon immortal sex medicine spirit peak master old mansion is only an 8 product. Really chicken shame. Huang Yuan was reminiscing about what the 9th grade elixir he had eaten decades ago tasted like when he turned his head and saw Su Huai suddenly covering his chest and lying on the cot with a pale face. What the hell? A few seconds later, Huang Yuan realized that a small head had suddenly peeked out from the doorway of the small attic. Got it. Chu Siyu hid outside the door. She was simple-minded and couldn't understand the twists and turns in that incident just now. Just as he was being held by Su Huai, he suddenly let go of her hand and then rushed towards that heavenly cold palace elder who had come to the diffuse moon immortal sect for an exchange. Before she could regain her senses, her body was protected by a wave of immortal power around her. And then, it was to witness Su Huai being knocked down from the sky by that elder with a palm, splashing dust all over the ground. At that moment her whole body was dumbfounded, standing frozen in place, her mouth open, her mind blank. Tears welled up somehow, and subconsciously headed for the place where Samuel Su had fallen, only to crash headfirst into the protective shield. It wasn't until a few elders dug Su Huai out of the rubble and carried her away on a stretcher with no expression on her face that her own master, Chan Tai Ru, found her. And after trying to break the protective shield to no avail, she was told with a black face that Samuel Su was fine. Therefore, the first time the protective shield disappeared, she found the small building dedicated to Su Huai's healing through inquiring from her master. Just after learning that Su Huai was not seriously hurt and not so worried, and in the way of the presence of the Grand Elder, she only dared to hide in the doorway to sneak a peek. Cough! Cough! Su Huai let out the same cough as the heavenly cold palace's Grand Elder. Then, in a hoarse voice, he said to Huang Yuan, Grand Elder, I am no longer in any serious trouble. You have a lot of work to do day in and day out, so there is no need to waste time guarding your disciple. Huang Yuan looked down at the top-grade immortal tea that had just been brewed in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched. There's something about the Grand Elder and nothing about old man Huang. Got it. Feelings faded. Got tired of my old man being in the way. You want to drive the old man away? That must not be possible. Chu Siyu is only 16 years old. Who knows lonely men and women share a room? You beast will not take advantage of the disease to make any excessive demands. Samuel Su, you are the holy son of our clan, and you are so seriously injured, whatever is going on in the diffractive moon immortal sect right now isn't as important as you, so I think it's better for me to watch over you here. Samuel, since the Grand Elder cares so much about the disciple, why don't your 9th grade immortal ascension pill? Little pussy threatened me. The corners of Huang Yuan's eyes twitched as he burst into a rage and slapped his hands. Excuse me, I'm leaving. Huang Yuan silently gathered his sleeve robes and didn't even bother to say goodbye to Su Huai, only revealing a kind smile towards Chu Siyu as he walked out the door. Chu Siyu bowed her head and saluted. She waited for Huang Yuan to walk away before she slipped into the room and looked at Su Huai's pale face. Are you okay? I'm not good at all. Samuel Su was breathless and full of weakness. Rich bitch. They all say I'm not in any serious trouble, but I'm in so much pain. Chu Siyu opened her mouth and suddenly bit her lip as she began to frantically pull out pills from her storage bracelet. First class, second class, third class. It didn't take long for the bed to be littered with bottles and jars. Instead, Chu Siyu held a piece of fruit candy in her hand. You eat candy, it won't hurt if you eat candy. Chapter 66 Two Deceitful Men. Seeing that the rich woman was on the verge of crying out, Su Samuel couldn't tease her anymore. So he took the candy in her hand and peeled off the candy paper and stuffed it into his mouth. The orange flavor is just plain candy. Chu Siu stood by the bed and peeked at him. Rich girl, where did you get this candy? Chu Siu lowered her head. Chowie gave it to? Oh, don't just stand there. Sit down. Su Huai patted his crib, and Chu Siu pursed her lips and looked at the crib for a few seconds of hesitation. In the end, he still didn't sit down directly on it, but ran to the tea table where Huang Yuan had just drank tea and moved a small stool in front of the bed. As long as you're not in that bed, then it's not co-sleeping. Then Chu Siu was still a reserved chick. The corner of Su Huai's eyes jumped, quietly watching his rich wife deceive herself. She waited until she was seated on the small stool before taking a bite out of the hard candy in her mouth with a crisp click. Didn't I just ask Chow Yi to take you for a walk down the mountain at noon? Why did you run to the den again? Gone. I ate with Chow Yi at noon in Sinking Moon Valley. What's for dinner? There's crispy spicy chicken, white burnt prawns, silver ear and lotus seed soup, 8 treasures of blood duck, braised spirit striped fish, hot and sour shredded potatoes, Chinese cabbage and spicy rabbit head. Holy, so scrumptious. Chow Yi said you would reimburse. Bull, it's the immortal sect that reimburses. Not me reimbursement. Rich woman, you have to remember that collective property and personal property must be calculated separately. It's best to make sure that the clan's things are mine, and my things are still mine. Got it. No, that's not good. I am the Holy Sun, and I say yes. Seeing Chu Siu's well-behaved face that wanted to retort but didn't dare to retort him, Su Huai couldn't help but want to bully her again. Rich girl. Rabbits are so cute. Why do you eat them? Chu Siu. Rabbits have parents, family, and friends too. And if you ate the rabbit, how sad its family would have to be. Chu Siu opened her mouth and answered in a small voice. The rabbits used to make the spicy rabbit head were caught by Chow Yi in a farmhouse under the mountain, where rabbits are plentiful and steal food, and his whole family has been arrested. So no family will be sad. Samuel Su suddenly stopped talking. Got it, meow, no family sad. Chow Yi, a vicious woman, was able to make the extermination so refreshingly simple. No wonder she was able to dig a hole and bury someone with herself without changing her face when they first met. Su Huai was just mulling over how to say something bad about Chow Yi when the door to the room was pushed open again. The corner of Su Huai's eye jumped as she looked at Chow Yi and Luo Yuanhe who walked into the room. What brings you here? Chow Yi placed the fruit in her hand on the tea table and froze. Pill Spirit Peak's Peak Master Chan sent us here. He said you were badly injured and lying in bed unable to move, and asked us to come and visit and see you. Hiss. Damn old man Chun. I managed to sidetrack the Grand Elder with great difficulty, and you actually played this trick with me, calling in 2 bigger light bulbs. Don't you trust my character that much? Do I look like the kind of person who would take advantage of his illness to make excessive requests of your little protege, and then eat him dry in this Thai room? Samuel Su's face was ashen. Chow Yi came forward and looked at him twice. I knew you were no big deal. I'm in big trouble. I almost died. Tsh, you can only fool the simple Siu. Chow Yi smacked her lips and pulled out an orange from the fruit basket and peeled it for herself. The Holy Sun is seriously injured and dying. If something like this really happened, the group from Pill Spirit Peak would definitely have to stay by your side to think of ways to save you and try to save your life by all means. And where else would the Pill Spirit Peak Master possibly personally come looking for me and Luo Yuanhe, 2 ordinary disciples? And asked us to bring you something for him when we come to visit. Mumble. A bottle of clear heart. Rub. The clear heart pill, what's the old man implying? Su Huai sighed. Chow Yi is really smart, but it doesn't matter, this whole bureau was done originally very Thai. Clear-eyed people understand that the play is a Yang conspiracy. The secret realm at the bottom of the lake was about to open, and even if the exalted heavenly divine dynasty and the sword mound had suspicions about this extortion, there was simply no way that they would send someone to the diffractive moon immortal sect to investigate for this reason. Everyone was not familiar with the heavenly cold palace, and the heavenly cold immortal emperor was always in seclusion, and he hadn't seen a few times with the other few immortal emperors. Su Samuel even some doubt the sword mound and Zun Tianga dynasty are acting so cooperative. Is not the diffractive moon emperor in advance through the air with them? As for the extorted sky cold palace, they were now certain of at least one thing, and that was that the diffractive moon immortal sect had probably discovered their medicine man plan. This time, the extortion was the first encounter between the two sects. Will you give what the diffractive moon immortal sect wants? Give, and everyone moves on to the next round of sparring. If you don't give it, what if the diffractive moon immortal sect really lifts the table directly and screws you even at the risk of losing both sides? People have a name for what they do. The diffractive moon emperor personally took action, and even if he couldn't destroy the heavenly cold palace, he would definitely force that heavenly cold immortal emperor, who had been in submerged cultivation for hundreds of years, to come out early. In time, all of the arrangements that the heavenly cold palace grand elder had secretly made against the heavenly cold immortal emperor might be discovered by the heavenly cold immortal emperor, and all of his work would be undone. After all, how difficult it is to try to murder an immortal emperor. In short, by agreeing to the diffractive moon immortal sex extortion, the heavenly cold palace would lose a lot of things, but the plan could still be carried out, and while the heavenly cold palace lost, the grand elder did not. If you do not agree, the two sects will go to war, and the heavenly cold immortal emperor will come out of the gate. Then the heavenly cold palace may not be overthrown, but the great elder will definitely lose a lot of money. If you were the grand elder of the sky cold palace, what would you choose? Anyway, Su Huai was certain that that great elder didn't want to lose. This is a tacit understanding that belongs between two treacherous people. Luo Yuanhe is a bit formal. He was not considered too familiar with Su Huai, neither like Chao Yi, a close friend who could speak freely, nor like Chu Siyu, a member of the opposite sex who was loved by Su Huai. At best, it's a hometown. It is said that the hometown to see the hometown, 2 tiers, but Luo Yuanhe bias and witnessed how Su Huai Su Pit Yen Ju that hometown. When Su Huai became the Holy Sun, he was instead even more afraid, and had absolutely no idea of hugging his thigh. Ghosts know that one day when Su Huai has done something unethical outside, will he suddenly open his mouth and yell out, "My humble self-diffractive moon Luo Yuanhe, if you have the guts, come to the immortal sect to chop me up." He was afraid that, before he even left the mountain gate, the world began to spread the legend of Luo Yuanhe. Samuel Su noticed his constriction and smiled at him. "Brother Locke, long time no see, how have you been?" "Pretty good." Brother Su is truly worthy of being a dragon and phoenix among men. After only a few days, he has already become a diffractive moon saint's son. When the news spreads back to the great Yen dynasty, I'm afraid that Brother Su is going to become a poster child for everyone to sing about. Ahem. Fluke. Fluke. However, Brother Locke, in a few days there is still a need to ask you to do me a small favor. Chapter 67. Lord Saint's son's surname is Su. First name is Samuel Su. The strife between the two immortal clans ended with the announcement that the heavenly cold palace had conceded and taken the initiative to cut off its land and pay for damages, and the storm that seemed to be sweeping through the entire immortal realm gradually subsided. The seriously injured and dying diffractive moon saint's son also seemed to be like a flash in the pan, completely disappearing from the immortal region's field of vision, with no more news coming out. 5 days later, Sima Candle, the holy son of the heavenly cold palace, traveled alone to the diffractive moon immortal sect, bringing with him all the things of compensation. There is news that the heavenly cold palace paid a big price and asked the state master of the heavenly divine dynasty to help them to collect the 9th grade pills demanded by the diffractive moon immortal sect. But when the holy son of the heavenly cold palace went to visit the holy son of the diffractive moon, he was turned away by the resident elders on the grounds that the holy son was seriously injured and was not in a position to see the guests. The immortal region gradually returned to calm. Large and small clans, unsupported casual cultivators still struggling at the bottom of the immortal cultivation world. Day after day, hunting demons, cultivation, dreaming of the day when they can mix the head. Dian Dynasty Black Iron City. The Su family residence was bustling with activity today. Following Situ Jirua's withdrawal at the door, but in just over a month's time, the Su family's elders gathered once again to receive an honored guest who had traveled all the way from the diffuse moon immortal sect. This honored guest was no one else but the son of Luo City's city lord Luo Yuanhe, who had only recently been admitted to the diffractive moon immortal sect. He carried the task set by Samuel Su and was personally escorted back to the great Yen dynasty by a 7th-ranked elder. He had thought that he was just an escort on this trip, and that the main affairs would be done by the elder. However, he never expected that the elder would stop when he reached the outskirts of Black Iron City. He opened his mouth to inquire, but the elder told him, "Above the 4th order, those who enter the city die. This is the iron law of the Black Iron City." That was why he, a new disciple who had just broken through to the 3rd rank, was needed to make this trip from afar. Now that he had arrived at the Su mansion alone and was surrounded by the Su family's elders, he had that slight feeling of trepidation. Although Su Huai explained before the trip, do not have to give face to these old undead Su Fu. But he is not his sister Luo Kor, that low emotional intelligence of the stupid treasure. How can really believe High disciple diffractive moon. What is the reason for coming to my Su clan? The man in the main seat of the hall opened his mouth to break the awkward atmosphere. Luo Yunhe looked up at him and arched his hand. City Lord Su, I am here on the order of the sacred son of the diffuse moon immortal sect to forward something on his behalf. The holy son of the diffractive moon immortal sect? Su Zhengheng raised an eyebrow. My Su family has no connection with the diffractive moon immortal sect. Why did your sect's saint son bestow the item? And what is the treasure of the item given? The corner of Luo Yuanhe's eye twitched. Black Iron City is rooted in the Funeral Star mountain range. He can understand that some of the news is closed, but Su Samuel, the biological son of the matter Su Zhengheng, do not bring to inquire about the inquiry. The son has been mixed up on the second hand of the immortal sect. Even the immortal sect great elder authority are only with his level. This when the father of the special Miao actually can say Su family and diffraction of the moon immortal sect have nothing to do with this kind of pussy words too. No wonder Su Samuel explained to send so many good things back. Just not your own father's. Oh no, there is still your share. I've given away a 4th grade heart-clearing elixir. But since the other party himself didn't care about his son, Luo Yuanhe certainly wouldn't say much. He took out a wooden box from his storage ring. City Lord Su, this is something the Holy Sun gave you. The wooden box was picked up by the maid on the side and presented to Su Zhengheng in the main seat. Su Zhengheng frowned, and upon opening the wooden box, he saw the heart-cleansing pill. 4th grade elixir to clear the heart. Su Zhengheng's head was full of questions. Occupying a large area of black iron or veins, the Su family was considered to be rich, and he hadn't eaten a lot of 4th grade pills, so he recognized the type of pills at a glance. However, the holy son of the diffractive moon immortal sect went out of his way to send someone to the Su clan just to give me, the little city lord, an elixir to get rid of the poison? What do you mean? Curse me for being poisoned? Samuel Su wasn't that vicious. He just happened to remember he had a dad when he was delivering something to the old man. Su Zhengheng this when the father of the unkind. He did this son cannot be unrighteous but send a few 9 pills to the old man he did not hurt. Give Su Zhengheng. Simply can't afford to part with it. It just so happened that Chen Tai Ru asked Chao Yi to send him a bottle of heart-cleansing pill, so he poured one out in response, and specially asked Luo Yuan He to go to the bottom of the mountain to find a box that looked forced. Su Zhengheng regarded him as a sinner, but he gave Su Zhengheng precious and incomparable 4th grade pills to return the favor. He so hoi is too filial and hot. While Su Zhengheng was puzzled, Luo Yuanhe on the guest seat once again rose and performed a junior salute to Su Zhengheng. City Lord Su, on this trip, I still need to pass something to Su Chang'e, Elder Su, on behalf of him. May I ask where Elder Su's bedchamber residence is? And my father's share? Su Zhengheng felt that he had caught a hint of a clue. His father, Su Chang'e, had traveled out for a while, but that experience was like a blank slate. No one knew about it, and he couldn't ask about it. Now the diffractive moon immortal sect suddenly sends a gift. Could it be that this diffractive moon saint son has a relationship with his father? Since it was a holy son, the age must not be too old, and it should not be possible for it to be a category of old friends. So is a descendant of an old friend or... Su Huai's appearance flickered in Su Zhengheng's mind, but he quickly shook his head to dismiss the idea. Though that sinister obstacle seemed to have shown no weakness a month or so ago, which surprised him a bit as well. But he had only been away from home for less than 2 months. So how could he have transformed into the holy son of the diffractive moon immortal sect? No mundane marketplace book would dare to write that. After eliminating these options, a terrifying and shocking speculation slowly surfaced in Su Zhengheng's mind. It was well known that the old man and he were both considered young widows, so was there a possibility that the old man, like him, had been widowed and then found another woman and had another son? Doing the math, it's entirely possible. Su Zhengheng swallowed his saliva. No wonder the old man suddenly found some inexplicable reason to beat him up these days. Yesterday, he even broke the rules and asked him to drink with him, but halfway through the drink, the old man suddenly pointed to the dark clouds in the sky and said that the sun was so big today that the sun was bothering him, and then beat him up. Aggrieved. Now that I think about it, it must be that the old man's illegitimate son has made a fortune, so he is looking at him, the orthodox son, more and more unpleasant, which is why he is looking for a reason to beat him up every day. Rub. This one he knows all too well. I was so to Su Huai that sinful. Did not expect. A Bibaka? Lord Su City? Seeing that Su Zhengheng did not respond to his words and was still dazed with his eyes open, Luo Yuanhe could not help but remind him again. Only then did Su Zhengheng return to his senses, waving his hand to beckon a maid to lead him to Su Chang's small courtyard. Only, as Luo Yuanhe was about to walk out of the door of the waiting parlor, he still stood up and asked with great trepidation, "Dare I ask the name of the holy son of your clan?" Luo Yuanhe gave him another strange look. Lord Saint's son, surname Su. Sephora. The acacia of the acacia tree. Bang! Su Zhengheng fell into a chair with a dumbfounded look on his face. This answer, more exaggerated than the old man having an illegitimate child outside. Su Zhengheng's heart was complicated, not knowing whether he should be proud of his eldest son. Still saddened by my own passing. The hall full of elders were all silent. Stay in the living room, you can hear a pin drop. Only Luo Yuanhe's distant footsteps sounded one after another, which seemed to be imprinted on their hearts and stepped on their faces. Chapter 68, The Fledgling Feeder. Da-da-da-da. There was a knock on the old gate, and a hoarse old voice came from the courtyard. "Come in, little doll. Then I'll disturb Senior." Crunch. Despite the careful movements, the wooden door let out a wail, causing Luo Yuanhe some embarrassment. A chaise longue was set up under an old tree in the yard. The dry and thin-faced Su Chang'e reclined on a chair, seemingly having just woken up from a nap, half squinting his eyes as he revealed a kind smile to Luo Yuanhe. "It's an old thing. Let it ring. It's not in the way." Latecomer Luo Yuanhe of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. Greetings to Elder Senior Su. Hey, no need to be polite. Su Chang'e waved his hand, and the kettle on the table then made a gurgling sound and began to bubble hot air upwards. "Little doll, did that boy Su Huai send you here?" "Exactly." Luo Yuanhe raised his hand to salute, but Su Chang'e pointed towards the stone bench beside him. "Sit down. Old man doesn't like tea. I think you're too young to drink old man's wine, so I can only entertain you with some plain water. Please don't be offended." "The late generation wouldn't dare." Elder Senior Su, the late generation's trip is entrusted by someone to deliver something to you. "A delivery? Hey, what's the delivery?" Luo Yuanhe sat upright next to the edge of the point stool, then began to pull things out of his storage ring. First, there were 3 head-sized, nearly transparent crystal jars. Through the outer wall of the jar, it could be seen that it was filled with some crystal-clear liquid that was on the thicker side. This is the Immortal Sect's Pill Spirit Peak's secret Pill Spirit Brew, a precious and fine brew that Lord Saint's son spent a great deal of money to beg the Pill Spirit Peak Master for. The price is too big. Su Huai was in front of Luo Yuanhe. Face Chen Feng Master begged. If Chen Tai Ru does not give, Su Samuel will have to use the identity of the Holy Sun, forcibly move into the courtyard of Chen Tai Ru's young disciple, and share the same bed. In the middle of the day, the angry Peak Master Chen shivered. His hands and feet were cold, and he gritted his teeth and carried out 3 altars of Pill Spirit Brew. However, Su Chang'e was smiling without saying anything, and there was more of a sense of relief and compassion in her eyes. "Huh? Didn't the Holy Sun say that Elder Su was addicted to wine?" With a hint of doubt in his heart, Luo Yuanhe carried out 10 more red sealed wine altars made of clay one after another. "This is what my clan's grand elder asked me to pass on to Elder Su. It is brewed by the Sinking Moon Valley Winery. The great elder specially asked the late generation to bring a message. It says that the price of Sinking Moon Valley's crappy wine has risen again, and now it has risen to 2 spirit stones for 5 jars, and delivering these wines cost the grand elder 4 spirit stones. And he's heartbroken." Luo Yuanhe stuttered a bit, seemingly at a loss for words, but Su Chang'e laughed out loud when he heard it. "Haha, old man Huang is still so stingy. But in terms of wine, it's still him who understands old man." Seeing Luo Yuanhe's confused face, Su Chang'e shook his recliner and smiled as he opened his mouth to explain. "Doll, you're too young to understand. Back then, when the old man was fighting with people in the Weeping Ghost Abyss, your grand elder was in charge of logistics, and whenever there was a big victory, everyone would split into 2 waves and take turns having a celebration banquet. This Sinking Moon wine is inexpensive and strong enough. If there is an emergency, it is the use of immortal power to dispel the wine will not make people feel heartbroken because of the waste of good wine, so it is most loved by the generals in the army. Everyone gathered together to defend the Ghost Abyss, and every time they celebrated their achievements, The expenses used were credited to the diffractive moon immortal sect. At that time, the battlefield was immense, with more than 800,000 warriors stationed there. This expense cannot be considered a small number. Over time, more and more expenses were saved up, and old man Huang, the one who did the logistics, was naturally heartbroken. While yelling that alcohol should be banned in the military, he ordered people to quietly expand the size of the liquor store at the bottom of the hill. Dang it! Su Chang's cloudy eyes were filled with memories, and when he took one of the wine altars, he unsealed the red seal and took a big gulp. After taking a few sips, Su Changa looked at the 3 precious medicinal spirit brews again and shook his head with a smile. But in his heart, he was even more satisfied with this grandson of Su Huai. The two of them had been together for 6 or 7 years. So how could that little brat not know that he liked to drink spicy spirits? The reason why they still engage in these actually the degree is not too high agar jelly, just simply want to let him, the old man, more taste the good stuff. The heart of the grandson sending wine is different from the heart of the comrade in arms sending wine. But both have been sent to Su Changa's heart. So he's happy. Luo Yuanhe, on the other hand, had his butt next to the edge of the stool, his surface coy, his heart numb. No wonder there is such a strange rule that forbids the entry of the 4th Order and above into the Black Iron City. So it turns out that this old-timer of the Su family was actually a hero who had been stationed at the Weeping Ghost Abyss. And dare to call the big elder called Yellow Old Man. Must be cultivation should be at least with the big elder flush. This small Black Iron City hides the dragon and tiger. Does the Holy Sun know that Elder Su is so powerful? No, the Holy Sun must know. 9th grade pills, at least one must have a cultivation of the 8th rank or above to take them, or else the only thing that would happen is that they would not be able to replenish their deficiency and would be burst by the huge medicinal power. However, the Holy Sun sent back 3 in a row, a vein renewal pill to repair the meridians, and 2 solid source pills to repair the foundation. Daring to send it like this proved that even if the Holy Sun didn't know before, at least he had already known about Elder Senior Su's cultivation when he asked him to send the elixir back. It was even highly likely that these few 9th grade elixirs that could only be used if they had suffered great injuries. In itself, it is the Holy Sun Lord who deliberately went to rob, to ask for it for the sake of Su Elder. Otherwise, he could have asked Pill Spirit Peak to refine some other grades of pills and send them back. Luo Yuanhe went numb. Why is it that these bigwigs seem to do every step with a plan, and even before the results come out, ordinary people like him can't even see what the bigwigs are doing? Don't be so curly, grass. He honestly took out 3 small porcelain vials and carefully and cautiously placed them on the table for fear of bumping into them. Don't look at these bottles on the surface ordinary, but in terms of what's inside, the value has thrown off the wooden box that was given to Su Zhengheng 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Su Changa also raised an eyebrow and looked at the 3 jade bottles. This is... Back to senior, the one on the left is the vein renewal pill, and the remaining 2 are the source fixing pills. And this is what the Holy Sun has specially asked me to make a trip to send back as soon as possible as well. Su Changa's hand carrying the wine altar trembled slightly. Tilting his head back, the old man wept. Unlike Su Zhengheng, he had been using his network of connections to probe for news of Su Huai since he left home. After all, 9 is an extreme number. When he learned about the list of those pills that Su Huai had demanded from the Heavenly Cold Palace, Su Changa had already vaguely had a few guesses. Today, the aged and withered eagle is powerless to pave the way to the sky, but the winged fledgling has begun to feed. P.S. So don't scold why the first aid old man did not save Su Samuel. This thing is an ambush. Su Samuel, get the little snake of that cave has been ambush. I explain in advance with you guys will dramatize too much. Do not explain and scolded me. I really cry to death, and then scolded me on the hanging of the purple sand carrot. Chapter 69 Crown Prince of Zun Tian Divine Dynasty Li Ao. Late fall. The sky was a clear blue sky, and the haze clouds reflected the thousands of miles. A few sparse, withered leaves fell from the treetops into the sunken moon lake, causing ripples. The valley folk who used to make a living by hunting and fishing were all evacuated, and on the empty lakeshore, there were only 2 columns of diffractive moon disciples who served in uniform, as well as a handful of Heavenly Cold Palace-honored guests who were isolated to the side. At the forefront of the crowd, a young man in a black robe yawned and patted the shoulder of the old man beside him. People, haven't they arrived yet? The appointment was this morning, so it should be soon. TCH, it's early in the morning and I want to sleep. Lord Holy Sun, according to our realm today, we should not overly crave for the inert desire for sleep. HM? So old, so you're teaching me how to do things. Dare not. Elder Su lowered his head with an aggrieved expression. Receiving guests from the friendship sect was originally the duty of the Holy Sun, and he, the elder, was only assisting from the sidelines. But since the Zhang Jintian Fuss Diffraction Moon Immortal clan that file of things, Su Huai on the name of serious injuries every day to shrink in the small building, froze did not go out half a step room door. In the morning, it is directly asleep to noontime, Tianhan Palace that the son of the saint visited 5 times in a row, each time were turned away. Froze a little face did not give people a, but the other heavenly cold saint's son was also miraculous. Being treated like this was actually not angry. No, now it was hard to see Samuel Su still smiling. Samuel Su tucked his hands in and closed his eyes. It wasn't so much that I was really sleepy, but I was mentally exhausted. During these few days of recuperating from his injuries, apart from flirting with the rich woman who came to bring him food at regular intervals, he had been constantly exploring the ghost domain using the Guile Stone in his spare time. It's like playing a horror game. Only this game is a bit of a torture. He had lost count of how many times he had died in the ghost realm. In short, he got used to dying. And he also realized that the spiritual honing seemed to have improved his potential as well. In just a few days, not only had his 4th grade perfect spiritual root been raised to 5th grade and thicker, it had also been additionally tinted with a hint of silver aura. The cultivation level was also vaguely loose. But the trick stone thing is good, that is, there are some unavoidable aftereffects of using it too much, and the prolonged mental exertion made Su Samuel feel a little tired. Noticing the gaze of the heavenly cold Saint Sun Sima candle, Su Huai turned back and grinned an incomparably sunny smile at him, as well as at Zhang Jintian, who had kept his head lowered beside him. Sima Candle saw that this person finally paid attention to himself and was just about to open his mouth to say something. But he saw Su Huai suddenly skimming his head again and whispering to the elder beside him in a low voice. Old Su, Zhang Jintian was just released? Elder Su also twisted his head and glanced at Zhang Jintian, softly saying back, "It won't work if we don't release it." The heavenly cold palace even paid the ransom and sent their saint son to negotiate. The etiquette was sufficient and the apology was sincere. It's a bit unorthodox to hold Zhang Jintian back any longer. Su Huai smacked his lips. Indeed. But why is that Zhang Jintian so honest? I would have thought that he would have hated us, right? Elder Su swallowed his saliva, and then this lowered his voice and returned, "The Holy Sun does not know." After Zhang Jintian injured the Holy Sun that day, he was quickly taken down by the Grand Elder who had heard of the incident and sealed his cultivation. Later, it was even taken away by the ancient peak master of the Fisti Peak, and was a sandbag for a few days and nights. That wailing sound, the old man heard it in the Spirit Formation Peak. Ancient Peak Master Ruthless specially went to the Medicine Spirit Peak to take a large pile of healing hanging life elixir, hit the cure, and then continue to hit, so the cycle is repeated. Zhang Jintian, even the heart of the Tao is almost beaten out. Now cannot be honest it. Hiss. Samuel Su sucked in a breath of cool air. Ancient Peak Master. Truly a model for our generation. What about those few young disciples from the Sky Cold Palace? Still under house arrest in the guest house for now. Then let's hold them for now, and no one shall privately release them back to the Sky Cold Palace without my approval. Yes, Holy Sun. In the middle of the conversation, the clouds in the sky suddenly began to roll in. Facing the rising sun, 6 fiery Pegasus with snow-white fur and orange-red stripes appeared in the crowd's line of sight. This horse has 2 wings on its back, for hooves on fire, and its neighing is also vaguely mixed with a dragon's roar. Instead, such divine beasts were harnessed and pulled together in a carriage made of immortal gold. Awesome! Seeing the meaningful light flickering in his own Saint Sun's eyes, Elder Su hurriedly opened his mouth to introduce himself. The Son of Heaven drove 6, the Lords drove 5, the Ministers drove 4, the Great Physicians 3, the Scholars 2, and the Common People 1. Judging by the orthodox travel specifications of the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty, the person sitting in the car is either that Divine Emperor or the Crown Prince who has already begun to take over the imperial power of the Divine Dynasty. Holy Sun, this horse, we can't rob it. By any means. The corner of Su Huai's mouth twitched as he glared at Elder Su. Elder Su, don't falsely accuse me. Is this Saint Sun not the type to rob and pillage? Elder Su silently glanced at the people from the Sky Cold Palace. Su Huai gritted his teeth and could do nothing about it. The carriage descended from the clouds and was about to dive headfirst into the lake, but the 6 fiery flying horses closed their wings in unison, slowly leaning towards each other and converging. The flaming hooves of the horses flicked on the surface of the lake, and they continued to gallop and sweep as if they were on the ground. Only a circle of ripples was left behind, and that slight movement was not much bigger than a falling leaf into water. Su Huai is a bit sour again. What is this? This is the top sports car in the immortal cultivation world. It's handsome and stable, so he couldn't help but let out another exclamation. It's still land, sea and air. Your Holiness, we really can't. Shut the hell up. Old Sui. Of course Samuel Su knew that he couldn't rob it. Flaming Pegasus, a unique demonic beast of the Zun Tian divine dynasty, is said to be the descendant of the White Dragon and the Pegasus. As for the specifics of how to be born, we do not know, we do not dare to ask. Su Samuel in his previous life most of the time are stationed in the Valley of the Sunken Moon. From time to time travel is to rely on their own flight. There is no trick. The immortal father's family also does not have spare food. His previous life as a casual cultivator, even if there is really something good, is also used with his own rich woman. How can he go to get a ride? It's no fun to be too low ranked, and you can't afford to keep a high ranked one. Not like this flaming Pegasus. High potential and handsome, the only drawback is that the spiritual intelligence is not high, and the bloodline seems to have some defects. Even if it breaks through to the 6th and 7th orders, cannot be transformed. The Pegasus stepped onto the shore of the lake and snorted, and the carriage came to a steady stop in front of the crowd.
Ga.
The carriage door was opened from the inside, and a young man with a purple and gold crown on his head and wearing dark silver dragon-patterned armor was the first to step out of the carriage. He was followed by 2 tall generals, all bloodthirsty and unruffled, giving the first impression that they were reckless men who spent their days on the battlefield. But these 2 generals, both of them are of the 8th order. Haha. Sorry guys. Met some accidents on the way. Came a bit late. The purple-crowned youth motionlessly scanned around the lakeshore and quickly guessed the identities of the people present, walking straight towards Su Huai. This is the diffractive moon Saint's son, Su Samuel, brother Su, right? It is exactly me. I have heard of Prince Li's great name for a long time. Su Huai smiled and stretched out his hand, but he didn't expect this youth to directly open his arms and give Su Huai a hug. Self-explanatory, the armor was cold, and a touch was all it took. My name is Li Ao, Prince of the Zun Tian divine dynasty. Samuel Su, the sacred son of the diffractive moon. Su Huai pulled the corners of his mouth, noticing that Sima Candle, the holy son of the heavenly cold palace, had walked over without moving. He stood still and arched his hand at Li Ao. Brother Li, it's been a long time. When Li Ao saw him, he raised his eyebrows. Yo, isn't this the famous heavenly cold palace Saint's son? Sima Candle, we are all transcendent forces. Your heavenly cold palace can't favor one over the other. When will you also send people to my Zun Tian imperial city to exchange ideas? I think the one called Zhang Jintian is good. Send him, and my divine dynasty will certainly treat him with respect. Sima Candle's eyes flashed, knowing that this Li Ao was mocking himself. The smile on his face was unabated, and he returned softly. Brother Li is joking. The matter of the exchange between the 2 clans, Candle, has no right to decide. However, I will mention Brother Li's proposal to the Grand Elder, so that the Elder Council can give it some thought. Don't pretend, Sima Candle. Do you know that what this prince hates the most under the sky is this smiling hypocritical face of yours? Li Ao suddenly laughed and reached out to pat Sima Candle's face. Lord Sacred Son of the Heavenly Cold Palace, the matter of the Great Wasteland Dynasty. This hall has no intention of letting it go. This extremely insulting move caused Zhang Jintian behind Sima Candle to raise his head. Only before he could make his next move, the 2 generals brought by Li Ao silently took out their weapons. Zhang Jintian hesitated for a second and lowered his head again. If it were in the past, he said anything to fight for a fight anyway, 1 against 2, even if you can't beat it, you can still go, it's impossible to die here. However, after experiencing the diffractive moon immortal sex conspiracy, Zhang Jintian was afraid that the moment he made a move, those 2 seemingly formidable martial arts generals would be lying on the ground the next moment. And then you can't get up without a few 9th grade elixirs. Seeing Zhang Jintian concede, Li Ao let out a snort and took it upon himself to straighten Sima Candle's collar. Sima Candle, let's play slowly later. Candle, can't understand what the prince is saying. Su Huai was not clear about what conflicts there were between these 2 great heirs of power, and just watched Li Ao suddenly open his mouth to curse, and then launch humiliating actions one after another, with a dumbfounded look on his face. But that didn't stop him from silently chogwang. especially when he saw that Sima Candle was still breezy and calmly talking to Liao. He also had to give this heavenly cold palace's Saint Sun some praise. With that kind of endurance, you have to be at least at the level of a divine turtle. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Scary as hell. Sima Candle continued to play dumb, and Liao was not angry. He clapped his hands and saw a general behind him suddenly twist his head into the carriage and lead a short horse out.
Chapter 70 Sword Moon Lisidau.
The horse was incredibly short, with a messy fur color and not much demonic beast bloodline. It looked like a mundane inferior horse. The general led it over to Sima Candle. Liao pointed at it and said to Sima Candle, "Sima Candle, I haven't seen you for so long, and I don't have anything to give you. This horse matches your temperament. Now can I give it to you?" "Then thank you, Prince." Pissed. Before Sima Candle could finish his words, a few strands of sticky blood splashed up and stained his face. When he inclined his head, he saw Liao pull out the short blade that had stabbed into the dwarf horse's neck, looked Sima Candle in the eye, and said in a joking manner, "Look, your horse is dead." After witnessing Liao's tawdry operation in its entirety, Su Samuel was instantly shocked. How is this prince even more ruthless than him, the diffractive moon Saint Sun? Too disgusting. How could the hallowed Zun Tian divine dynasty, which ruled the world, have such an unqualified heir? The most crucial thing is that Sima Candle has not gotten angry and lashed out until now. Only the smile on his face is gone, silently lifting his sleeve to dry the blood on his face. This meow stoicism skill is already full. Haha, Sima Candle. Dead horse candle? You're pretending. Why don't you keep pretending? Sima Candle glanced at Liao, his face expressionless, then tucked his hand and turned to leave without speaking. Seeing Sima Candle directly twisting his head and walking away, Liao instead laughed happily, twisting his head and wrapping his arm around Su Huai's shoulder, pulling Su Huai a little farther away as if Sima Candle was some kind of dirty thing. But Samuel Su silently raised his hand and moved Liao's arm away from his shoulder. The smile on Liao's face froze, and when he raised his head, he met Su Huai's eyes that were filled with dislike, a look that was like looking at an arrogant and brainless villainous minion. "Brother Su, don't look at me with those eyes." "Prince Li, what is the reason for treating the heavenly cold sage like this?" "Needless to say, the heavenly cold palace is our friendly sect. If you do this, aren't you afraid of stirring up conflict between the two sects, leading to chaotic battles in the immortal sect and the destruction of life and limb?" "I, Samuel So, condemn you by your real name." Liao Man was instantly dumbfounded. "Holy, this isn't the time for you diffractive moon immortal sect to clamor for war? Isn't it time for you to extort the heavenly cold palace with a lion's share of the money on the grounds that the Saint Sun is seriously injured? Now you know that the heavenly cold palace is a friendly clan? How dare you, a living, breathing, dying son of God, condemn me?" Liao gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to explain. "Brother Su doesn't know. This is a personal grudge between me and that hypocritical villain Sima Candle." "Private grudge? What personal grudge?" "Our Zun Tian divine dynasty has an extremely cruel and strict process for the selection of crown princes. Every firstborn descendant of the royal family will be secretly sent to a secular dynasty at the age of 5 to conceal their origins and secretly entrusted to an ordinary family in the secular world to raise them. It wasn't until the year I turned 16 that I was taken back to the palace. And in these 11 years, the life and death of the royal descendants all depend on themselves and their adoptive parents. Even if the royal children and grandchildren starve to death and freeze to death, the divine dynasty is only responsible for observing and recording and will not interfere in half." Samuel Su sighed. "That's harsh." Liao sighed along with him. "Tough indeed. But our dynasty, after all, is responsible for overseeing the world, and those who grew up in the deep palace and imperial city, and grew up in fine clothes and food, know the world, but do not know the world. Such royal children may be generals, may be princes, and may be sons and daughters of waiting burghers. Alone you cannot be a king, you cannot be a king. This is a rule set by His Majesty the God Emperor." Su Huai nodded. "So, how did you make a grudge against Sima Candle?" Liao lowered his eyes. "Back then, the place I was sent to was the kingdom of the great desolate dynasty that Sima Candle's father ruled. The couple who raised me had given birth to a daughter when I was 9 years old. She was 7 when I left at 16. Su Huai shuddered. "You damn! Shouldn't be so beastly." Liao froze and immediately stared with wide eyes after understanding what Su Huai meant. Harpies! How dare you insult me? Ahem, you go on, you go on. Liao gritted his teeth and continued. After being picked up in the imperial city, I was cut off from all outside contact and sent to a secret place for cultivation. So with that girl child, there wasn't much to do. Even her voice has long since faded. Samuel Su. Holy! The royal family is ruthless. What ruthlessness? It's not like all siblings have to like each other. That girl doesn't like me either. Ahem, you're right, go on. 2 years ago, I was established as the Divine Dynasty's crown prince through my own efforts. According to the law, the family that had raised me will be taken by the Divine Dynasty and incorporated into the imperial city for support. But when people from the imperial dynasty secretly arrived at the Great Wasteland Dynasty, they only picked up a middle-aged man with an emaciated face. The girl who was once a baby girl was taken at the age of 15 and lived and died, and my foster mother was so broken-hearted that she fell ill and died not long afterward. I later secretly sent people to investigate. What clues are not found, go to the Tianji Pavilion to ask someone to divine. That pavilion elder but closed his mouth, only handed me a white candle. Until later, for some reason, I learned that the year the girl disappeared, the heavenly cold Saint Sun Sima candle had returned to the Great Wasteland Dynasty, by way of that small city. Liao narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Sima candle. The white candle given by the Tianji Pavilion, the young and beautiful beanpole girl, and the disappearance. These 3 factors are linked to the lustful and perverted Sima candle. And the answer couldn't be more obvious. Pity. Tianji Pavilion doesn't dare to annoy Sky Cold Palace and is unwilling to testify, and I can't find any evidence of clues. It's impossible for the Imperial Dynasty to start a war with Sky Cold Palace for an ordinary woman from the Great Desolate Dynasty, so this matter can only be put to rest. But the dynasty can ignore it. I can't. After all, I'm only a crown prince, and I can't be as selfless and merciless as His Majesty is today. If I have the opportunity, I will personally exterminate that scum Sima candle and shatter his body into pieces. Su Huai sighed and reached out to pat Liao's shoulder for comfort. Then suddenly he turned his head and shouted, Sima candle. Liao said he will kill you in the future. Wash your neck and wait. Liao froze, but he wasn't of a squirming nature, so he licked his lips as well and made a neck-slicing gesture at Sima candle. Sima candle narrowed his eyes and looked over coldly. When the 2 sides looked at each other, Su Huai tucked in her small hands and laughed heartily from the sidelines. Soon, however, he couldn't stop laughing, because just then, a cold aura quietly filled the air. A white dress appeared in the sinking moon lake. The woman with a cold face held an ancient sword, and with every step she took, a thick layer of cold ice formed on the surface of the calm lake. The woman is not beautiful, but this mood is like a fairy in the mortal world, so that people can't afford to blaspheme. Everyone was in awe of her. Only Su Huai, the waist on both sides was vaguely painful. The Sword Graveyard Lisadeo. Chapter 71, The Unknown Mysteries. The man on the water is like the moon, lifting his feet and condensing the frost and snow. Lisadeo stood in the water with his sword in his arms. His cool eyes swept over the crowd and nodded gently before making another move. However, since she had appeared, Su Huai could clearly feel that Liao's aura beside him had weakened quite a bit. Even Sima Candle, who was not far away, also hung his head slightly, not daring to peer at the woman standing still in the lake. This was the intimidating power of the world's #1 heavenly pride. Unlike Su Hui, who was rumored to have an 8th order cultivation but was seriously injured by Zhang Zhentian's palm, Lisadeo had already made a name for himself in the immortal realm by virtue of an ancient sword. When he first entered the 8th order, he fought with a sword-mound elder who had stayed in the middle of the 8th order for a long time at the top of Huainan Mountain, and won the battle with a sword that shocked the sky. That's a real battle. An immortal emperor who went to observe the ceremony even let out a long sigh on the spot, saying that within 1,000 years, the immortal region would be able to add another supreme immortal emperor. At that time, 1 gate and 2 emperors, the immortal realm will be dominated by the sword mound for the next 10,000 years, standing proudly at the top. It was a time ruled by Lithuania. All the heavenly prides of her contemporaries were pressured by her alone. Of course, this did not include Su Huai. In his previous life, when Su Huai was at this age, he was still struggling with how to improve his talent and break through to the 2nd rank of strength, and the name Lisadeo was no different from the white moon in the sky to him. In the following centuries, he gradually revealed himself in the immortal domain. When Lisadeo had already faded out of the immortal domain crowd's field of vision, stationed in the Meteor Devil's cave all year round. Moreover, the vision of the Sword Mound having two emperors in one gate had not been realized. The old immortal emperor of the Sword Mound, Emperor Huaifeng, went deep into the Meteor Devil cave alone after Li Sideo broke through to Immortal Emperor, and has not been heard from since. The only two impressions Su Huai has of Li Sideo, one is Li Sideo's high ranking in the top 5 of the immortal ranking, and the other is that the two cold and piercing immortal blades, Saint's son, the people have all arrived. Is it time to open the great formation that seals the secret realm at the bottom of the lake? Elder Su asked Su Huai in a low voice. Aha!
Samuel Su answered.
Only then did he rub the side of his waist and take out a dull orb from his bosom, feeding immortal energy into it. When the immortal power was saturated, the orb suddenly bloomed with a brilliant dark blue light, flew up from Su Huai's hand, and swept up into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Buzz. A huge array disk that enveloped the entire sunken moon valley quietly loomed up, and silk golden patterns flowing out from all corners of the sunken moon valley and sinking into the bottom of the lake. There are two gates to the sinking moon lake secret realm. One is the gate to the secret realm itself, which was opened once 100 years ago, during which countless demonic beasts surged out, giving the diffractive moon immortal sect a headache for quite a while. Since then, Huang Yuan had added a new locked door to the secret realm through the help of the great emperor's Dharma body, utilizing the diffractive moon immortal sect's protector formation. A few days ago, the secret world's own door opened. Now that Su Huai utilized the orb to open it, it was the second door established by the immortal sect. Wow! Once the golden pattern dissipated, a huge whirlpool suddenly swirled in the lake. Extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual chi overflowed from the vortex, enveloping the entire sunken moon valley. Those who have been living in the valley for generations, as well as the young cultivators who were eliminated from the entrance examination not long ago and were forced to stay down, all received the news in advance. And at this time, they hurriedly found a place to sit down on their knees in an attempt to seize this heavenly opportunity. The figure of the immortal sect's Grand Elder appeared under the mountain gate, tucking in his hands as the aura of a ninth-order immortal exalt permeated the area. His task was to maintain the operation of the Great Formation during the opening of the secret realm and to deter the many immortal realm Xiao. Gentlemen, you may enter. As soon as Huang Yuan's words fell, Sima Candle took the lead under Zhang Zhentian's leadership to swipe out from the edge of the lake, leaping into the whirlpool at the center of the lake without hesitation. Su Huai smacked his lips. Obviously very goes a person. Why this moment dares to be the first on? Which is the first? What do you think this Goon let Zhang Zhentian jump first for? Garbage is garbage, Li Ao said, spitting viciously on the ground. Then he saw Su Huai suddenly put a hand in front of him, palm facing up. What does Brother Su mean? Spitting on the ground. Fine of 200 top-grade spirit stones. Brother Su, don't joke about this. Do you think I'm kidding you? Speaking of civilization and establishing a new style, this is the iron law of my diffuse moon immortal sect, isn't it, old Su? The corners of Elder Su's mouth twitched as he silently lowered his head. If the Holy Sun says it is, then it is. Seeing Li Ao's head full of black lines as he pulled out his fine, Su Huai patted his shoulder with a smile on his face. Brother Li, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, you are the crown prince of the divine dynasty. It's better to pay more attention to your image when you go out. You can't disgrace the divine dynasty, nah. Then do I still have to thank Brother Su? You're welcome. Hiss. Li Ao sucked in a breath of cold air. Brother Su, after this matter, come to my Zun Tian Divine City as a guest. I'll cover the spending. I can also introduce a few imperial sisters for you to know. 2 8 years old, pouring the country into the city. Exempt. Why? Could it be that Brother Su is not interested in the princess? No, I simply feel that, based on your looks, Brother Li, Shed sister is definitely not too suitable for me. Brother Su, I'm actually much more handsome than you. Ha! I can tolerate people insulting my soul, but I will never allow anyone to insult my face. Su Huai just wanted to turn back and let Li Ao see what is called the wrath of an immortal Zun powerhouse, but he saw him as if he had expected it, taking the 2 imperial dynasty generals to swipe into the vortex first. The mute Li Sideo, who hadn't said a word since the beginning, had even set out before Li Ao. Su Huai sighed and turned his head to look at Elder Su. Old Su, this saint's son has gone on this trip with many perils, and even more so, I don't know when he will be able to return. Would you do me a small favor? The Holy Son is free to do as he pleases. Samuel Su gave Elder Su a key. I circled a valley on the eastern outskirts of Sinking Moon Valley, built a small courtyard, and then planted some mundane flowers and plants. Does the Holy Sun want me to take care of one or two things on his behalf? That's right, those flowers are tenacious as hell and are supposed to grow well without care. But I want them to bloom within a month. Elder Su nodded. Got it, mundane flowers and plants can't withstand too much spirit spring watering at one time, want to ripen instead need to be carefully cultivated, and at the same time also need to remove the weeds that have been catalyzed by the spirit spring, a class of weeds. I will complete this matter on behalf of the Holy Sun. Then thank you, Elder Su. No harm done. It's just a small yard around. Who told you I planted it in the yard? Didn't I tell you? I circled the valley. Elder Su opened his mouth wide. Samuel Su patted him hard on the shoulder. Old Su, don't work for nothing. If I gain anything on this trip, I won't forget your share. Then, I will thank the Holy Sun first. All right, this Holy Sun is departing. Su Huai turned around, his gaze crossing over the numerous buildings, grass and trees in the valley, and exchanged a glance with Huang Yuan, who was standing still under the mountain gate. And then, with a flash of his body, he entered the whirlpool in the lake. Chapter 72, Deadly Soul Shielding Wall. The dome was covered by gloomy, thick clouds, and under the veil of gauzy mist, a ray of sunlight spilled through the gaps in the ancient trees, reflecting dots and dashes. And among the forest shrubs shrouded in green, the dense vines were like tentacles that possessed life, binding a huge unknown skeleton. Squeak. Su Huai stomped on the poisonous insects hiding under the fallen leaves and looked up at this unfamiliar forest. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was a bit denser than the outside world. The trees and plants in the forest, and even the poisonous insects that had just been trampled to death, were all of a much larger size than the outside world. The landing points for entering the secret realm were not very different, and they were all in the outermost area. However, Su Huai did not find any trace of Liao and the others. Certainly didn't intend to find out. He pulled out a formation disc from his storage ring and let out a soft laugh as he looked at the small green dot representing himself on the disc, and then at the small red that was fading away. The fist intent peak master's beating was not simply to vent his anger, but rather, through this method, to leave an undetectable mark within Zhang Zhentian's body. Once in the secret realm, this mark will become a signpost for Samuel Su to find him. But right now, Samuel Su wasn't going to make a move. Pigs have to be fattened up before they're killed. Besides, killing a pig is just a small thing. The main goal of his trip was still to explore deeper into the secret realm and try to bring back some clues about the secret realm to the Diffractive Moon Immortal sect. And give a hint, huh? What's next? Hiss, hiss, hiss. A cold touch came between his fingers, and the small snake painted by the articulated snake ring crawled up his arm and over his shoulder. Core orientation first. Don't use your power or your soul. For what? Su Huai, who was just about to release his soul perception, frowned lightly. This is its territory. It's very perceptive. Your strength is a threat to it. Finds your scent, it'll just run away. Su Huai raised his head to look at the gloomy sky. He was pretty sure that the entire secret realm was shrouded in a large mist. If we don't use our senses, how can we confirm which direction the core of the secret realm is in? Can you lower your cultivation and probe again? Su Huai quickly denied this idea since the little snake said that it has a very strong perception and specifically reminded him not to use his soul to probe. It means that that thing has the ability to see through the essence of the soul. Rub. I should have known that I would have agreed to bring along Ancient Hand Mountain in the first place. Nope. I almost forgot. Even though I don't have Gu Han Shan right now, I have Zhang Zhentian. Immediately, Su Hui took out the array disc once again. Then, follow the red dot all the way. Unexpectedly, this tiny Zhang Zhentian had not only become the beacon that the Diffractive Moon Immortal sect had planted beside Sima Candle, but now he was also able to guide Su Huai in the direction he was heading. Aurora Maps. Continually navigating for you? That's a real ing good brother. As a token of my appreciation, I'll be sure to give you a hard time when the time comes. For some reason, Zhang Zhentian, who was running and skimming through the dense forest, suddenly shivered coldly, and his steps could not help but pause. He gave a start, and Sima Candle, who was following behind, immediately stopped as well. Peak Master Zhang, what's wrong? No. Just suddenly feeling a little uneasy. Upon hearing Zhang Zhentian's reply, Sima Candle immediately condensed his immortal energy and carefully looked around. But after waiting for a while and not seeing any danger, he couldn't help but frown. Peak Master Zhang, you were here on that quest 100 years ago. How far away are we from where the Grand Elder said? It's far. Zhang Jintian reached out and pointed towards the northwest. Last time, when our group traveled to the center of the secret realm according to the Grand Elder's instructions, it took us 3 days just to catch the road. And you can't fly here, there are countless strange birds hidden in the mists. 100 years ago their leader had the strength of the top of the 8th order. The spiritual chi of the earth and sky here is so rich, who knows if that leader of the strange birds has made another breakthrough nowadays. When you get to the deeper levels of the secret realm, you even have to be careful when you walk. The stuff in there is too weird. Sima Candle took a deep breath. Although the secret realm at the bottom of the lake was on the diffractive moon immortal sect's territory, there was no other sect that knew more about this secret realm than their heavenly cold palace. Because the things in the secret realm have a very deep bond with their great elder who has not come out for a long time. And that exploration 100 years ago, it was also the heavenly cold palace that took something away from the core of the secret realm, which triggered a riot in the secret realm, implicating those young disciples outside the perimeter of the secret realm. Zhang Jintian stood still and searched with his soul power for a while before speaking again. It, in the core of the land, has set up 3 levels of barriers, and only those who have made it to the temple alive are eligible to present their claims to it. Holy Sun, although we are still a long way from our destination, we are very close to the first level of the barrier laid out by it. Then hurry up and get going. I don't know why, but I just heard you say that, and I suddenly got a hairy feeling inside me too. The duo hit the road again. After a small half-day, a huge barrier as black as ink appeared in front of them. The barrier stretched across 100 miles and could not be seen at a glance, rigidly separating the inner layer of the secret realm from the outer layer. Zhang Jintian stopped and gulped. Here it is, Holy Sun. This is the first level. Sima Candle stood beside Zhang Jintian, squinting his eyes as he scrutinized the black wall. Is this the soul-covering wall that the Grand Elder was talking about? Well, 100 years ago, when I was still just a 7th Order Elder, the clan sent out a total of 2 immortal kings, and one of them died here. Then we realized that we all experience different things in the Soul Shade Wall, and it's not predictable at all, but it seems to have something to do with heart demons. Holy Sun, you, be careful. Sima Candle smiled. Care more about yourself. Get in there together. Yes. The 2 raised their hands and printed on the black wall. The pitch-black wall instantly surged with ripples, and countless pitch-black arms stretched out from the wall, pulling their bodies and drowning them completely. A dark stone room with a grim iron grate. Zhang Jintian suddenly winced. He recognized this place, the diffractive moon immortal sect, the dungeon used by the Fist Intent Peak to practice boxing techniques. Lifting his hand, sure enough, his cultivation was sealed. I can't believe it just happened a while ago. Zhang Jintian quietly breathed a sigh of relief, although he had to suffer a new insult and some fleshly pain. Since he, Zhang Jintian, had survived the first time, he would definitely be able to survive the second. Wow! The sound of chains rubbing against the ground suddenly rang out. Zhang Jintian raised his head and looked at the red-faced, ghostly figure not far away with a chain wrapped around his left hand and a hook in his right hand, and his body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Why? Why not fistful of ideas, Peak Master? Gee. The red-faced, ghostly shadow let out a sardonic laugh, and the steel hook in his hand suddenly began to fling, and then, 5 or 6 meters away, the iron hook the size of a man's head poofed and hooked his head. Snap! Zhang Jintian realized that his entire body was flying. Then he was carried in the ghostly shadow's hand, accompanied by the sound of chains towards the next cell. Not kill me! Zhang Jintian was confused for a moment in his heart. At the entrance of the next cell, the ghostly figure suddenly let out a sardonic laugh, fished out a pink-colored elixir from somewhere, and stuffed it into Zhang Jintian's mouth. Zhang Jintian struggled, trying to spit out the elixir. Instead, the ghostly shadow broke his mouth open and dropped a sour, soul-sucking fairy fruit into his mouth. Gollum. He subconsciously gulped, and with this gulp, he swallowed the pink elixir. The blood boiled instantly and a wicked fire flared in his belly. Then he saw the ghostly figure laugh and throw him into the middle of the second cell as soon as he could. Zhang Jintian shook his head as his consciousness began to be disoriented. He found a figure tied up in this cell that was incredibly familiar to him. Heavenly Cold Palace, Sacred Sun Sima Candle. But How come the Saint Sun Lord is getting more and more clean-looking? Zhang Jintian subconsciously walked towards Sima Candle. Well. Sima Candle had a large ball of cloth stuffed in his mouth, and when he had just entered the soul-shading wall, he realized that the arrangement of this cell was similar to the dark room he had built in the Great Desolate Dynasty. He has destroyed I don't know how many mortal maidens in this dark room. Big and small, tall and short, lowly royalty. The maidens, the disobedient ones died afterward, and the obedient ones were kept in captivity in his private mansion. He had thought that the soul-covering wall would, at most, allow him to experience being bullied by a woman in turn, until the cell was suddenly shoved in a big-bladed, red-faced Zhang Jintian. Chapter 73, The Eighth Life. Soul-covering walls? A heart demon? The secret realm at the bottom of the lake appeared for the first time 100 years ago, but listening to them, that grand elder of the Sky-Cold Palace seemed to be involved with this secret realm before that. Su Huai stood by the soul-shielding wall, pondering. He trailed along and caught up with the Zhang Jintian duo half a day ago. It was just that although these two sensed a hint of danger, they were unable to discover his hiding place, thus allowing him to successfully probe some information about the secret realm. Su Huai squinted his eyes and surveyed the soul-shielding wall for a while, and called in a trace of immortal power to test it out, before taking a deep breath and stifling his head in. The thing called a heart demon, he hadn't seen it yet. Pay back grace and revenge as you wish. Su Samuel's measure of good and evil with his own understanding. In his eyes the world is not black and white, but the two mixed with gray. With 9 successive lifetimes so far, adding up to nearly 700 years in all, he was largely blameless. Even after experiencing death many times, it didn't really leave much of a shadow in his heart. After all, if you die a lot, you slowly get used to it. So, what could his demons be? Pure white, indistinct as a dream. Su Huai opened his eyes and realized that he appeared outside the diffractive moon immortal sex mountain gate, surrounded by drooping young men and women, and a mountain gate that divided the sinking moon valley into two. Outside the door is the hustle and bustle of life and reality. Inside the door is the ambition and dreams of the spirited. This is the scene where I failed the test in my last life? A demon of the heart. That's it? Su Huai raised his hand, indeed only a late first-order strength cultivation, weak like a vegetable chicken that only flaps its wings. He didn't panic and didn't deliberately change anything, exactly the same way he had gone in his previous life. In Samuel Su's opinion, if the ability is not enough to change too much, what he has traveled in his previous life is the best path. At first he thought that this piece of illusory mirror would work on the rich woman, such as making her disappear from his world completely. After all, thinking about it, it did manage to break his defenses. But no, after struggling in the valley for most of the year, he still meets the rich woman who sneaks down the mountain to paint for a break because of her failure in alchemy in the back of the sunken moon valley. The rich woman stood at the edge of a riverbank, seeing the appearance of strangers in this off-the-beaten-path valley, and immediately wimped out, but the painting in front of her was only halfway done, and she couldn't just roll up her stuff and leave. Fortunately, the two were separated by a shallow riverbank more than 10 meters wide. The water was not deep and clear, but it gave Chu Siyu some real security. Samuel So stopped on the other side of the riverbank. When the young girl across from him had relaxed a little, he suddenly shouted at her, "Are you painting?" Chu Siyu's body trembled and nodded. "Can you draw one for me?" Seeing that Chu Siyu didn't speak, Su Samuel shouted again with a smile. "My home is far away from here. I was eliminated by the immortal sect more than half a year ago, and I have no place to go, so I can only take the risk of hunting some low-ranked demonic beasts to feed myself, and I don't know how much longer I can still hold out. Can you draw me a picture to prove that I really existed in this world?" Chu Siyu looked up at the teenager's bright, smiling face and ghostly nodded. And then, an outline of a human figure was sketched on that impressionistic canvas. Neither of them communicated again until dark. Chu Siyu silently left the riverbank without even saying goodbye, leaving behind only a messy black and white canvas, which could barely be seen from the outline that the painting was of this valley. After she left, Su Huai dripped across the creek, saw the contents of the canvas, and suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. It is true that those who love painting do not necessarily like Da Vinci and Van Gogh, but certainly have been Picasso's disciples. This is the first encounter of Su Samuel with a rich woman in his previous life. Even the words spoken are verbatim. That day was Su Huai's 18th birthday, and he officially became a loose cultivator. There were some small chances in his mind that he could take that he had written down in his previous lives, but at least as of that day he was still bummed out and still mediocre. There is nothing but a big heart tempered by 7 deaths and a spontaneity that is increasingly indulgent, despite being used to seeing the evils of the human heart, but instead becoming optimistic and cheerful. The 4th day of the first encounter with the rich woman. Chu Siyu once again failed to impact a 4th-grade alchemist. Carrying her drawing pad on her back, she once again ran off to wander the valley that was so similar to the one she had once called home. Nailed quietly to the riverbank was a wooden pitchfork with a twine tied to the top, hanging the panel she had left behind. The colors up there are brilliant, the mountains are mountains, the water is water, the sky is pristine, and the sky is endless. Only the little man remained crooked, only humanoid, but not humanoid. Chu Siyu clenched her teeth, rarely getting a little angry. You're so good at drawing yourself, and you're asking me to draw for you, shiver. Are you trying to mock me on purpose? At this point, the teenager rolled up his pant legs and speared fish along the riverbank. The girl who had seen the painting reappeared, smoothing the river out of her hair as she held up the bare fork in her hand and grinned at her. Thanks for helping me paint last time. It just so happens that I've successfully developed my hot pot base, so I'll treat you to hot pot later. No, it's not necessary. Come on, my house isn't far. It's right there. Chu Siyu looked in the direction of the teenager's finger. A few large logs were nailed in the valley, and a rough framework for a cabin was built. But when you look at it at the moment, it's just a hayloft that's windy on all sides and barely sheltered from the rain. In the center of the hayloft stood a cauldron, with large piles of seasonings and vegetables piled up beside it, and animal flesh. Is he going to stay here? Chu Siyu silently squeezed her hand. The valley, the cabin, except for the absence of the light by night flowers that roamed the hills, it really did seem like the home she had once called home. Ever since her mother disappeared when she was 6 years old and her father brought her back to the Chu family's ancestral home, that memorable valley, that cozy home, has been forever stuck in memory. Chu Siyu looked at the grass hut and gently nodded. Thanks. The cabin was indeed simple, with only an earthen stove built in the center, and a large pot set up to start the fire. Su Hui holding a kitchen knife, Chu Siyu caught up the fish open, scraped the scales to remove the bones, cut into a slice of crystal-clear, thin slices. Chu Siyu was too embarrassed to sit still, so she held a small wooden pier and smothered her head in front of the earthen stove to add firewood to the fire. The pot of red broth began to boil. Samuel Su sliced up the fish, ran over and dumped a large pile of the beast into the pot, and within seconds he was fishing out 2 slices, blowing on them a couple times and shoving them into his mouth. Chu Siyu opened her mouth, unable to speak. Stop the fire and come eat. How does this? Just pour whatever you want into the pot, and then just fish it out and eat it when it's cooked. It's easy. Seeing that Chu Siyu still didn't make any moves, Su Hui took a small bowl, scalded a few pieces of fish, and clamped on a few pieces of meat and served it to Chu Siyu's face. Mumble, try it. It's delicious. The fish was fresh and fragrant with a strong spicy flavor. Chu Siyu took the small bowl, lowered her head and ate a slice, and immediately fell in love with the unique flavor. The temptation of food temporarily overcame the mental timidity, and before long Chu Siyu was uninitiated and began to take the initiative to add vegetables to the pot. All the additions were still meat, and those vegetables she didn't even look at. Sometimes she watched as Su Hui fished away the pieces of meat she had laid down, and she would stare at Su Hui with a look of disbelief on her face, then silently add more meat to the pan. Su Hui couldn't help but touch his nose, using his hand to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. In a previous life, the rich woman's fall from grace began here. A hodgepodge and a picture of a hodgepodge. 2 travelers adrift in a foreign land gradually develop a friendship, which then deepens and slowly deteriorates. On a dark and windy night, the 2 quietly mingled with each other and became an ordinary Taoist couple. Everything in the illusion was the same as in her previous life. Hundreds of years had passed and the rich woman had slowly grown from a 3rd-grade alchemist to a 9th grade. Samuel Su also used some of the chances he remembered from his previous lives to lay a foundation, breaking through to immortal dignity with the help of the rich woman. And by magically altering the skills in those anime in his mind, he became a true hexagonal warrior with unpredictable means, and was named the first person under the immortal emperor by the heavenly pavilion. All of this without a single change. Until that night, Su Hui was invited by a friend to go out for a small gathering, and ran into the assassin on the way back. The illusion has changed since then. Chapter 74, 10,000 Years of Solitude. That assassin was an immortal dignitary who specialized in stealthy assassination, covering his form and masking his face, wrapping his body in black mist, unable to detect any clues through his soul. As the night moon traveled through the sky, a pitch-black sharp blade sliced out from the shadows, stabbing at Su Samuel's throat with a weird and dark immortal power. Ding! The sharp blade was stuck by the silver ring. The assassin failed to land a single blow and quickly drew back. However, Su Hui was grinning. His hands violently spread out flat, and a furious cry resounded through the heavens and earth. The lock of the devil's statue. Behind Su Samuel, a huge phantom hundreds of meters tall with a hideous face appeared. It opened its mouth covered in sharp teeth, and 19 chains burst out from it, coincidentally sealing off the assassin's landing point where he had wanted to dodge. Click! The assassin was entangled in the chains and his body instantly stiffened. Lock of the demon image, the same skill that Samuel Su had stolen from a certain anime, only the effect was not as dominating as the original. His demon image's lock shot 19 chains at once, but the chains couldn't track the locked enemy. When going up against an enemy of the same rank, everyone was not a motionless cutie. So although this move was powerful, it could easily fall short. However, at this time, used to deal with the assassin whose escape route had been prejudged in advance and whose bottoms had been seen through, it was a true must-kill technique. Wow! The chains of fairy power shot out by the magic statue were dragged back little by little. Su Hui squatted in front of the assassin without the slightest bit of nonsense, and directly reached out and pulled off his mask. It was followed by a slight shrinkage of the pupils.
No.
Face. He reached out and probed the assassin's skull and found it to be a pure oval, with no mandibles, no eye sockets, not even holes for breathing. This thing, it's not human? Demon race? The ghost race? Or the demon race? Or, because I haven't seen the assassin, the illusion can't restore the assassin's real appearance. If that's really the case, then this soul-shading wall is also too trashy. Listening to Zhang Jintian blowing so powerful, the result is a world's first blowing hook 8, lousy white with it to play so long. Samuel Su stood up and sighed heavily. He snatched the pitch-black dagger and backhanded it into the assassin's heart, then took out a bottle of 8th grade bone transformation water from his storage ring and evenly sprinkled it over his body, then replenished with a shot of fairy fire, so that his sinful life was burned out in the flames. The illusion, however, still did not dissipate. Samuel Su tucked his hand in and looked at the moon in the sky. So far, he hadn't even realized that this illusion had any intention of testing him, but instead had the feeling that it was trying to make up for his regrets in his previous life. This life did not drink the old friend's collection of that altar of immortal wine. The assassin's scheme was recognized in advance. Su Hui was not lured to that bamboo forest, and it is more unlikely to be karma waste. Again, so what kind of demon is this? But he didn't know that the test of the soul-covering wall had just begun. After returning to the valley that he had circled in the sinking moon valley, the scene before him caused him to lose his concentration for a while. Home, gone. The area where the original cabin had stood was covered with lush green grass, and there was no trace of any building ever having existed on it. Huang Yuan, the grand elder of the diffractive moon immortal sect, appeared not far away and loudly asked who he was, and why he had set foot in diffractive moon territory. He opened his mouth to ask Chuziyu for information. Huang Yuan, however, frowned and said that the diffuse moon immortal sect had never had such a female disciple. Su Samuel instantly reacted. The real test of the soul-covering wall began. First, let him comfortably experience a still good life once, and then come to an abrupt end at a certain point. This means, Goa. After walking out of the sinking moon valley under Huang Yuan's vigilant gaze, Su Hui sighed heavily. You were right not to go to the bamboo forest. Don't die. The little snake at his fingertips sent a hint into Su Hui's mind. He nodded without moving and rose up into the air, tucking his hands and traveling in the direction of the Dayan dynasty. In just half a day's time, he crossed the outskirts of the Burial Star mountain range and arrived at his hometown. He asked people for news about the Su family in Black Iron City. The answer was that the Su family's eldest young man, Su Samuel, died early at the age of 17, and the Su family's old master, Su Chang'e, had a recurrence of old injuries hundreds of years ago and fell in disgrace. The corner of Su Hui's mouth twitched. Dare I say that he no longer has anyone in this fantasy world who is sincere with him? Even he himself died at the age of 17. Why don't you go offer yourself some incense later? Su Hui smiled, and has been traveling the world ever since. His cultivation seemed to have been fixed year after year, day after day with no growth at all. Weeping Ghost Abyss, Meteor Devil Cave, Funeral Star Mountain Range, every forbidden place had his footprints, but he himself was like a ghost. No matter how many people he befriended, no matter how much he did, the next day he would be cleanly forgotten. This is the highest level of loneliness. Forgotten by the world, in a crowd, with no family in sight. In this way for 100 years, 1,000 years, Su Samuel spent more and more time sitting alone and withered. However, whenever the soul-shading wall thought that he was about to give birth to a heart demon and doubted the existence of his self, Samuel Su was always able to pull off some tawdry maneuvers again. End of the first millennium. He ran off to participate in the Immortal Domain Alchemist Extravaganza, performing the refining of a 9th-grade elixir at the competition site and then blowing up the furnace on the spot. When running away, he also rolled away the next-door alchemy master's 9th-grade furnace, and then found a place to hide and practiced hard alchemy for hundreds of years, and finally achieved a small success. Became an honorable 1st-grade alchemist. Gee, there are some things that will be or won't be. Su Huai felt that he must have been cursed by the heavens. Other immortal dignitaries are even less talented. Practicing for a few years can at least burn a few 3rd or 4th grade pills. Only he, the process is standard, the soul power is enough, the Dan furnace also used the 9th grade, but the dam just will inexplicably blow up the furnace. End of the 2nd millennium. He wrote a letter to Huang Yuan, the great elder of the diffractive moon, in the private name of Li Sideo, and agreed to fight at the top of the immortal domain 3 days later, and the loser left his waist. Old man Huang would be skeptical. In his opinion, no one in the entire immortal region should be unafraid of death and dare to risk being hunted down by Li Sideo to make this kind of joke. So he sent someone to verify it while announcing that he was in seclusion and would not come out of seclusion for 100 years if there were no major events. End of the 3rd millennium. Su Huai wrote another letter to the Divine Emperor of the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty. The general content was more or less: Hello, I'm Qian Sihai, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Cold Palace. In fact, I faked my death when the Heavenly Cold Palace was overthrown a few thousand years ago. Now that I've taken over my body and rebuilt it, I'll soon be able to break through to Immortal Emperor with the divine pills I refined in my previous life. You are restricted to gather 10 billion top-grade spirit stones within 2 days and send them to the Purple Bamboo Forest on the western outskirts of Jian Yuan City, or else I won't be blamed for unleashing my army after my breakthrough and destroying your divine dynasty. In order to increase the credibility of the letter, Su Samuel also went out of his way to kowtow a 9th-grade elixir that temporarily boosted his cultivation level, purposely leaving the breath of a late immortal dignity at the end. The content of the letter was fake, but the scent was real, and the God Emperor decided to go to the Purple Bamboo Forest to see for himself, or at least to apprehend the person who wrote the letter. He took one step into the Purple Bamboo Forest, but accidentally triggered a trap that Su Huai had spent hundreds of years carefully setting up, starting a fire. The God Emperor hadn't forgotten the painful lesson from the heavenly cold immortal emperor thousands of years ago, and at the first moment, he stood tightly on guard to prevent any other shocking killing formations around him. There is naturally no such thing as a shocking killing formation. But the burning fire spread to the depths of the Purple Bamboo Forest. Not long after, the bamboo forest out of a white dress, face like frost, but also do not listen to the explanation of the absolute sword emperor. On that day, Su Huai, who was watching the show from afar while kowtowing to a melon, finally figured out a portion of the rankings between immortal emperors. Well, Li Sideo is greater than the honorable heavenly god emperor. Unfortunately, the immortal emperor is after all the immortal emperor, cannot fight but can still run. The god emperor actually kept his waist. Every 1,000 years from now on, there would always be an event big enough to shake the entire immortal realm. But inexplicably, no one can recall who started this incident, so Samuel just barreled against the soul-covering wall. Say he's crazy with loneliness, but he's a happy batch whenever he's screwed up. Say he's not crazy, but he sits in the valley all day long, planting flowers and fidgeting. It's always in a state of guess if I'm crazy. Schrodinger's crazy. 10,000 years. With a dog's tail grass in his mouth, Su Huai lay down in the endless sea of light by light flowers, planning what kind of fun he should go to at the end of the upcoming 10th millennium. But just as an idea came to mind, everything around him suddenly began to break and dissolve. Soulshade said he didn't want to play with him. Chapter 75. Zhang Zhentian. I am the holy son of the diffractive moon. Yuck. The blackened soul-shielding wall squirmed for a moment as if it had eaten something dirty, and spat a man out. Su Huai stumbled. His vicissitude eyes scanned over the surroundings, finally sighed and silently closed his eyes. As one grows older, the way one looks at things changes in two ways. One is more and more calm, introverted, as if a wise man who can see through everything. Everything in the world in his eyes will become a passing cloud. Such people are in the vast majority. 300 or 400 years is fine, but the longer they live and the more they see down the road, the more they will find it pointless to live. That's why there is the saying that eternal life is not a gift, but a curse. The other kind of people also through the vicissitudes of life, but the more they live they will be more open-minded, the same look at some things, but at the same time will be more love something. With more experience, their character will become spontaneous and easygoing, gradually becoming what people call an old codger. Samuel so belonged to the second category, but he did not grow old, nor did he become an urchin. He's a top.
Letziemann.
Upon reopening his eyes, the loneliness buried deep in his eyes slowly faded as he tugged at the corners of his mouth and turned to give a middle finger to the soul-shielding wall. The soul-shielding wall surged and looked like it was about to spit some more filth out. Su Hui's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly pulled away, concealing his form. Two thuds, two thuds. Zhang Jintian and Sima Candle were spat out at the same time, one on each side, neatly. Sima Candle glanced down at the intact clothes on his body and finally sighed as if he was relieved, twisting his head and giving Zhang Jintian a hard look. Though I knew it was an illusion, the touch, the tearing, and the pain were so real. He was like a flat boat, drifting under Zhang Jintian's raging storm for 3 days and 3 nights, with a deep sense of powerlessness and extreme humiliation invading his fragile heart at all times. Good thing, he endured the humiliation and hung in there. It was also a good thing that everyone's visions were separate, and even if they experienced this biting humiliation, it would never be known by a second person. Otherwise, it is necessary to let Zhang Fengmaster also taste that kind of life is worse than death. On the other hand, Zhang Jintian was also confused. 3 days and 3 nights, the one wearing a red ghost face ran to fill him with a pink elixir every 5 hours. His sanity was alive and well, but he was unable to control the rising evil fire, much less his body. He couldn't remember exactly what he'd done, and didn't even want to remember. I just remember my own back near the time I came out, and it hurt. Zhang Jintian glanced at Sima Candle and suddenly had the feeling of wanting to vomit. Fortunately, the illusion is separate, otherwise experienced such a crop, according to Sima Candle character, certainly will not let him this difficult brother alive. Then he himself will have to make the first move at that time, and find a way to get this holy son of the Lord. Ahem. Holy son. Next. Peak Master Zhang. Don't talk to me for now. Sima Candle's voice was a bit hoarse. Where to next? Just lead the way directly, you go in front, I'll be behind. Then, ask the holy son to follow well. Zhang Jintian slowed his breath and once again ran and swept into the distance. Only after the two of them ran some distance away did Su Hui emerge from the shadows. He rubbed his chin in thought. Little snake, how much time has passed in the outside world during the time I've been in the soul-shading wall? A moment. A moment. Well, the soul-shielding wall is a purely illusory cohesion that creates unique illusions through the mind of the person it touches. As long as you haven't lost your mind, no matter how long you stay inside, in reality it's just a moment, equivalent to the time it takes you to take a step. Samuel Su nodded, then opened his mouth to ask. Then what's the situation between Zhang Jintian and Sima Candle? They were so far ahead of me. Why did they come out later than me instead? Because they've shown signs of being lost. But in the end, they all got out of it. The more you get lost, the longer you stay in there, until finally you are completely lost, and you end up in the realm of illusion, and you can never get out. After Su Hui listened to Little Snake's explanation, he couldn't help but glance at the soul-shielding wall again. Insidious. Su Hui withdrew his gaze, took out the Zhang Jintian brand navigator, and continued to follow the pace of the heavenly cold palace duo, moving towards the center of the secret realm. At the same time, the core place of the secret realm. Li Sadeo held the blood-stained ancient sword and kept running away. Behind him, a 9th-ranked 3-headed demonic bear was in hot pursuit. The huge body of the devil bear did not know how many ancient trees were broken. Wherever it passes, it raises a piece of yellow sand, and from time to time, it also opens its mouth and spits out a channel of pitch-black light columns towards the provocateur in front of it. Li Sadeo gritted his teeth and could only abort his exploration, turning his head in the direction of the soul-shading wall. In fact, the time she passed through the soul-covering wall was a bit earlier than Su Hui. She has been practicing the sword since she was a child, her life experience is clean, and those who disturb her cultivation are all chopped off by the sword. The heart of the sword is immaculate, and the matter of the devil in the heart is also impossible to talk about. Everything was going well until she broke into a cliff where a group of demonic bears were stationed. That's the second gateway to the core. The pass is also simple. Leave one item designated by the demon bear and you will pass through the valley. Aside from the white dress on her body and the few emergency pills she had with her, Lisadeo only had the sword in her hand. As a pure sword cultivator, could she bear it when others wanted her sword? Of course it can't be tolerated. Conventional methods of passing don't work. So go hard. Lisadeo immediately sheathed his longsword and decapitated the 7th-ranked demonic bear that had demanded the longsword. And then, it was then chased all the way here by the overlord of the core area of the valley. That is, the real father of the slain demonic bear. It wasn't like he hadn't tried to turn back and counterattack, but what seemed like a step away between Immortal King and Immortal Emperor was like a heavenly rift. The same order invincible Lisadeo is able to do it, but crossing the order to fight, which is so simple. The 3-headed demon bear had thick skin and flesh, and belonged to the lineage of physical cultivation if calculated according to human cultivation. Lisadeo's set of sword moves hit out to break the defense, as if scraping. But how could someone slap with magic power directly kill her? It's pretty impressive to get out in one piece. Soon, the movement on Lisadeo's side caught the attention of Sima Candle and Zhang Zhentian. After the two of them scoped out the situation and learned that Lisadeo was being chased by a 9th-ranked demon, Sima Candle immediately picked the corners of his mouth and whispered a few words to Zhang Zhentian. After hearing this, Zhang Zhentian pursed his lips and took a gray robe from Sima Candle, wrapping his entire body around it before suddenly flying high into the air, wantonly declaring his power. The corpses of countless strange birds suddenly fell from the sky. Immediately afterward, an angry chirping cry came from the cloudy mists, and a giant shadow that covered the sky passed through the clouds and shot towards Zhang Zhentian like a sharp sword. Zhang Zhentian just hurriedly descended to the ground, picked up a strange bird corpse, and then used the cover of the ancient tree to furiously run in the direction of Lisadeo. The two behemoths were about to collide when Zhang Zhentian had already seen Lisadeo's figure, and he raised his hand, using the corpse of the monstrous bird as a concealed weapon and threw it at Lisadeo's heart. Lisadeo also found a strange movement in the clouds, but in the face of sudden, hidden weapons, her body reaction subconsciously is a sword. The body of that strange bird split in two. Zhang Zhentian gathered the black robes on his body, let out a strange laugh, and shouted with a hoarse voice,
Lisadeo.
I am the holy son of the diffuse moon, Samuel Su. You died today at the hands of a demon, and from now on, the title of the world's #1 genius belongs to me. Su Huai, who was hiding in a big tree to watch the show, heard the words shouted by Zhang Zhentian, the dog, and his little hand trembled, and he was instantly unhappy, and even the melon seeds in his hand fell to the ground. Zhang Zhentian, I eliminate your mother. And Sima Candle, it seems that you can't stay. Su Huai gritted his teeth, flung his wrist, and condensed a silver-colored lightsaber, running towards Sima Candle's hiding place. Chapter 76 Cunning and Cautious Sima Candle. Zhang Zhentian did not notice a certain saint's son not far away who was furious because he was being impersonated, and after he shouted, he leapt into the forest in a flash. I don't know what I ate, but my entire breath was instantly hidden. The leader of the strange birds in the sky lost its tracking target, and its pitch-black pupils turned in a circle, staring at Lisadeo in the process. Lisadeo's eyes flashed with anger, and the path to the soul-shading wall was blocked by the monstrous bird leader, so he had no choice but to change direction once again, fleeing towards another area at the core of the secret realm. Being hunted down by a 9th order, plus another 8th order top demon, she was afraid that her trip would be in dire straits. Looking at her running figure, Zhang Zhentian pulled the corner of his mouth, and after a few flashes in the forest, he returned to where Sima Candle was hiding. At this moment, Sima Candle sat under a tree with his head lowered, unable to see his expression.
Olisson.
The mission is complete. Sima Candle didn't respond.
Olisson.
Don't yell, I got it. Sima Candle was motionless, his voice weak and incomparable, and Zhang Zhentian suddenly developed a trace of ominous foreboding within his heart, wrinkling his nose as he smelled a subtle scent of blood. He squinted his eyes to take a closer look, and only then did he realize that the dirt underneath his saintly son had been dyed red with blood. The steps in that direction came to a halt. Hello! A shadow suddenly appeared behind it. The cold hairs on Zhang Jintian's body stood up, and with a jolt, he turned back and slapped. With a click, the ancient tree behind him snapped with a sound, and the thick trunk smashed to the ground, splashing up a large amount of dust. However, before Zhang Jintian could make his next attack, his face was suddenly covered and gripped by a hand. Immediately afterward, majestic immortal energy instantly poured out from the palm of that hand. Boom! The air waves tumble. Zhang Jintian's body shook violently for a few moments, his bones crackling, and his skin seeping out large swathes of crimson as he became a bloody man. Gee! Peak Master Zhang. Long time no see. Zhang Jintian's eyeballs had already ruptured due to overcongestion, but that tone with a crumb-filled flavor was just too biting. It's you. It's me, Peak Master Zhang. Weren't you chanting my name just now? Since you wanted me so much, of course a polite and qualified person like me had to come out and meet you, didn't I? Samuel Su cocked his head. Oh yeah. I have to thank you for showing me the way all this way. When Sima Candle, who was sitting withered over there, heard those words, he instantly bent his sight over and looked at Zhang Jintian dead on. His eyes filled with monstrous killing intent. He had just been pondering why he had been careful all the way, but his hiding place could be found so easily by Samuel Su. It's all clear now. There's a traitor out of the two of them. Su Huai dragged Zhang Jintian's half-dead body and walked slowly to Sima Candle. He tossed Zhang Jintian aside and wiped his hands. Then he joined his fingers as a knife and used his immortal power to chop off the fallen tree, chipping out 2 stumps, sitting on one himself and placing the other next to Sima Candle.
Avant l'école de Saint-Son, chat.
Sima Candle lifted her head and sat up, using her hands to strongly support her badly injured body. Only soon, the stump was reddened by the blood that dripped from his body. Hee, Brother Sima really has good blood. Sima Candle ignored Su Huai's flirting, and as he looked at the somewhat excessively young face in front of him and combined it with the fact that he was able to waste Zhang Jintian's strength with a single blow, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He was incomparably eager to know the secrets on Su Huai. Unfortunately, today he was not a knife and chopper, but a fish. So Samuel, what do you want to know? Sima Candle took a deep breath, not going to look at the horrifying slash between his chest and abdomen, but instead condensing all of his sight on Su Huai's eyes. Su Huai met his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. What I want to know, will you say? There's nothing we can't talk about, it's just a deal. And as long as there's enough leverage, there are no absolute secrets under the sky. Su Huai couldn't help but applaud Sima Candle's realization. Then let's talk about your heavenly cold palace's secret alchemy technique first. May. The diffractive moon immortal sect, indeed, already knows. Sima Candle narrowed her eyes. The place of alchemy, only the Grand Elder knows exactly where it is, and those Dan masters responsible for alchemy have also long since been cut off from the outside world, leaving no leverage. I, along with the rest of the several peak masters who are loyal to the Grand Elder, will only be responsible for identifying those cultivators who can be cultivated into medicine men, and will then have specialists go out and create accidents before secretly bringing the people to the place designated by the Grand Elder for the handover. The one who was in charge of the strike before was Zhang Jintian. In return, on the 12th day of every month, someone will secretly deliver some pills to our mansion. I'm not so sure about the other secrets hiding behind this incident. Su Samuel rested his chin. Then, which other peak masters in the heavenly cold palace are specifically like you, people of the Grand Elder? All of them. All of them. Well, very few people can resist the temptation brought about by that kind of elixir. Not to mention the fact that most of the 8th Order peak masters in the palace today are trained by the Grand Elder from the 7th Order. You didn't lie to me? I can swear to heaven. Su Samuel nodded and then asked, then next, tell us what you know about this secret realm? Sima Candle, however, kept his mouth shut. This instead can't be said? Samuel Su asked. You can say that, but... Chips, I've already said it just now. If you want to exchange secrets, you need enough chips. Sima Candle's eyes were shadowy. As a matter of good faith, I've told you a lot, and you, as yet, haven't said what bargaining chips you're willing to give. Samuel Su raised an eyebrow. You want me to spare your life? Yes. That's impossible. Su Huai smiled and shook his head. For some reason, you were on my must-kill list early on. Even if this is just a bilocation of mine? Sima Candle dropped his hands, But he didn't see any surprise on Su Huai's face. This deeply hidden diffractive moon Saint Sun seemed to always wear that other annoying smile. Yes, even if you're just a doppelganger. The silver-white blade of the sword swept through Sima Candle's neck in an instant, and the head slipped off, the expressionless face facing Zhang Jintian, who was lying dead on the ground. Su Huai got up, tucked his hands in his sleeves, hummed an unknown ditty in his mouth, and drifted away towards the depths of the secret realm. Without the breath deterrent, the rich smell of blood soon attracted the core circle of demons lurking in the two bodies that once sat in the high position of the sky-cold palace to gnaw away. Zhang Jintian was considered to have completely fallen. But Sima Candle, however, is still alive and well. When Su Samuel found his hiding place and slashed open his chest and abdomen, he realized that his soul was not complete. Sima Candle had practiced a strange split body method, and the split body was also different from the normal out-of-body incarnation. Not only did it possess a more independent mind, but even the weekday cultivation was carried out separately. It was rather like splitting oneself into two, performing double cultivation, and then finally merging into one, invincible in the world. No wonder Sima Candle, as the holy son of the heavenly cold palace, also possessed the legendary 9-yang divine body, yet his cultivation was less than the 7th rank. So it's a diversion. I'm guessing the main body is still languishing somewhere right now, right? When you think about it, this approach does fit his Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles persona pretty well. Genuine is giving him awesome bad. Chapter 77. Saving My Life. After dealing with Sima Candle and the two of them, Su Huai, who had already roughly mapped out the center of the core area's location, then went all the way leisurely and successfully arrived at the second level of the valley where the demonic bears were stationed. God Seeker, leave your arms behind. Hearing the human words spewing from the mouth of the 7th-ranked demonic bear not far away, Su Huai sighed. He had sort of figured out the nature of the so-called 3 levels of assessment. The first level planted a heart demon, the second level weakened the strength, and it was expected that the third level would have a similar effect. The god at the center of the world obviously wants someone to find it, but is also afraid that the person who finds it will be too strong. But
Comme ça.
your parents aren't here, and you're just a 7th-order demon. How dare you ask for my arms? Have you always been so brave? Su Huai flung his arm. The silver sword in his hand transformed into a longbow. He pulled the bowstring with all his might. Immortal power gathered at his fingertips, forming a silver arrow. Shoo! Rainbow through the sun. With a loud boom, the head of the 10-meter-tall demonic bear exploded, splattering broken meat and blood all over the place. The remaining giant bears on the cliff began to hiss, and the few remaining 7th-ranked demonic bears with a large number of 5th and 6th-ranked bear cubs charged towards Su Huai. Oh ho! Almost sane already and still so unafraid of death. With a snap of his fingers, the king's treasure trove reappeared. The arrows in the sky constantly flashed in the void, and in the face of a demon bear, a nearly pure defense and strength-type demon, the covering spell bombardment was like a natural disaster of doom. The scene was like a medieval battlefield where thousands of gatlings with unlimited bullets suddenly appeared in a bloody, lopsided massacre. In a short moment, the hissing in the valley completely disappeared, leaving a ground of bear corpses in silence. Su Hui gathered his hands and followed the break in the cliff, feeling his way into the lair of the Demon Bear Clan. The Devil Bear Clan does not belong to the demons, but with the Meteor Devil Cave's demons in general, even if their strength breaks through to the 7th and 8th stages, few demons can take on human form. That's why their caves are huge. Traveling deeper, Su Huai found a large amount of crystals on a huge slab of stone, as well as some bits and pieces of miscellaneous items, the bones of other demons. There is no spirit medicine category. Think it should be the case that the Demon Bear Clan does not store food, and found something good to eat on the spot. Su Huai stooped down and picked up a piece of purple crystal stone and measured it with his immortal power. Looking at the hardness, it should be an 8th-order material. And there were hundreds of crystals like this. Hey! I didn't realize there was a windfall. Plagiarizing is really the fastest way to get money. After collecting all the crystals, Su Samuel looked at the pile of miscellaneous items again, most of which were items of low value, but a storage ring, as well as 2 swords were exceptionally bright. Both of those swords were chillingly bright, and with just one glance, Su Samuel recognized that they were 8th-grade treasure weapons. Only the sword master holding them should have had a battle of such overwhelming strength and ferocity that even the 8th-grade treasure weapon had cracks visible to the naked eye. Looking at the storage ring again, it has a light gray appearance. Only a small amount of cold pills were stored inside, as well as some clothing and robes and other necessities, and it was thought that the rest of the things should have been consumed in the battle.
Suwai suddenly sighed softly.
In that ring, he found the diffractive moon immortal sex elder's robes with 8 rounds of curved moons embroidered on the cuffs. Recalling the former peak master of the blade and sword peak who had disappeared during the secret realm exploration 100 years ago, as mentioned by Chan Tiru during the previous elders meeting, the identity of the ring's owner was self-evident. Su Huai turned to rummage through the pile of skeletons, as many of the bones were broken and not complete. He only pieced together 2 rough skeletons and put them away in that storage ring. As a diffractive moon saint's son, since he had encountered it, it was his duty to bring the remains of the elders in the sect back to the clan for burial. As for the other, there were 2 swords in the clutter pile, but the previous sword and sword peak master of the diffuse moon immortal sect was not a dual sword streamer. Then the other sword is most likely the weapon the other skeleton used in life. Someone who could use an 8th grade treasure weapon, and only people from the 4 transcendent forces had come in the secret realm, so how bad could that skeleton's strength and status have been in its lifetime? Helping to bring out a skeleton, a show of hands, but in exchange for a not-so-small favor it was blood money. Only after sweeping away all the remaining valuable things did Su Samuel leave that giant cave with satisfaction and leapt towards the cliff. The location where the cliff stood was high, but since it was the territory of the Demon Bear clan, there were no strange birds entrenched, and the mists that shrouded the sky within the core circle had dispersed quite a bit. Su Huai stood at the top of the mountain and looked to the southwest. There were still ancient trees that covered the sky and endless mountains. It's a long way to go, yo. No wonder Zhang Jintian said he'd be gone for 3 days. After determining the direction, he leapt down from the 3 cliffs and dug into the dense jungle. The center of the secret realm is indeed treacherous. Forest clearings littered with cannibalistic flowers, twisted thorns dripping with deadly venom, and meter-long venomous insects, vines that silently roam the ground. Plants of the 6th and 7th orders, demons and devils were everywhere. 2 days, when a fiery red sycamore that was 1,000 feet tall and more than 100 meters in diameter appeared in Su Samuel's line of sight. His hands were already drenched in the blood of 5 8th order, as well as dozens of 7th order demons. Finally, it's almost here. Su Huai stretched out, looking toward the column crane of the old sycamore tree. If there is a place where the so-called God is most likely to reside in the core of the land, that ancient tree is the most likely place. After all, a fine bird chooses a tree of integrity. However, if you want to meet the God, you must pass 3 hurdles. The soul shielding wall and the demon bear cliff have already been passed, so where is the 3rd hurdle? Wow! A crunching sound suddenly emanated from the crown of the ancient tree, resounding throughout the entire sky. In the mountains and forests, the great demons hiding everywhere hissed in unison, as if responding to the edict of the gods. 1, 2, 3. In just a few minutes, including that 3-headed demonic bear, Su Samuel had already detected the aura of 3 9th order demons in the forest. He was instantly cold in the hands and feet. It's hard to believe that himself has been exposed. Don't move. Keep your breath. It's nothing personal. Someone took something from it. This is an order for a manhunt. Holy, a shortcut. This is the secret realm rioting again. Samuel Su shrank into the canopy of an ancient tree, his brow furrowed. The person from the heavenly cold palace was sent out of the game by his own hand, so the one who angered it this time is Lisadeo, who was hunted down by the 3-headed demon bear and the strange bird, and whose life and death are unknown. Or does that dog Liao look naive on the surface, but in fact he is the big man who pretends to be a pig in a poke and carries a tent? Su Huai was frantically brainstorming, but the big tree where he was hiding suddenly drilled in another sneaky figure. The visitor was dressed in a blood-stained white dress. The ancient sword in his left hand was only half left, and his right hand was even more powerless and drooping at his side, limp, or at least crushed and fractured. Grass! Litho? Lisadeo's icy gaze poured over Su Huai, and he suddenly pulled out an azure-colored crystal from his pocket. Save my life, and this to you. Rub. I'll save your ass. With a whoosh, Samuel Su ran away from the canopy of the ancient tree. Lisadeo was slightly stunned, and when he looked down towards his hand, his whole body was bad. This mother or diffractive moon saint's son didn't agree to save her even if it's not enough. Before he left, he actually took away that green-colored crystal that she risked her life to get. Chapter 78 Power Crystals. Lisadeo narrowed his eyes and after hesitating for a moment, He chased after Su Huai with that broken sword. She was heavily injured, and now a random encounter with a 7th-rank demon could kill her little life. Before setting out for the secret realm, Great Emperor Huaifeng had told her that if she encountered a life-and-death crisis, she might as well seek help from the people of the diffuse Moon Immortal sect or the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty. Li Sideo was arrogant but not stupid. No one wants to die when there's hope to live. And now that she wanted to live, she could only hope that Samuel Su would fish for her for the sake of the sword mound. Originally, people were not willing to save, so she couldn't force them. But that crystal stone was something she had risked her life for. How could she just let it be taken away for nothing? Su Huai, who was running in front, naturally discovered her movements, and a few black lines immediately surfaced on his forehead. Meow, if we don't have a grudge, it's not a bad idea to fish for you now. But the damn karma waste of hatred, although ordered your house is indeed I have a mistake in the first. But Yu He Meow in his previous life is not listened to a word of explanation, on the basis of their own is an immortal emperor, poof 2 slashes on my karma. I'm lucky I didn't mop up in this life. Really want to save you? What face do I have in the ing future to use those 2 loins in my own body? Su Huai turned left and right in the forest, and he didn't dare to use too much power in order to prevent being discovered and suffering from the siege of those 3 9th-rank demons. After running for half a quarter of an hour, seeing that he really couldn't get rid of it, he simply drilled into a hidden cave. Risto followed on his hind feet. But just as she entered the cave, a slate with immortal power was tigerishly slapped on the back of her head with a swift snap. Li Sideo's eyes went black. His body shook and swayed a few times. But he froze and didn't pass out. Instead, he twisted his head and looked at Su Samuel with a dumbfounded face. It's not even dizzy? Why did sneak up on me? This is your punishment for not listening to someone's explanation. Samuel Su was righteous. Li Sideo was even more confused. What didn't listen to other people's explanations? What did he explain? She stared into Samuel Su's eyes and said word for word, "The sword graveyard retains my soul tag, which was made by Emperor Huaifeng himself. If you kill me, your body will definitely be tainted with karma, and the soul tag will give birth to sensations. The diffractive Moon Immortal sect has already offended the Heavenly Cold Palace, and as the diffractive Moon Saint Sun, you wouldn't want to invite another powerful enemy of the same level to the sect, would you?" Samuel Su sighed and threw the brick to the ground, patting the dust on his hands. Just hide in this hole by yourself." Su Hui pulled out a bottle of astringent elixir seized from Zhang Zhentian's storage ring and casually threw it to Li Sideo. "It's kind of a trade item for that stone. I have my own business to attend to, and there's no way I'm staying here to be a bodyguard for a stranger like you. The function of this bottle of elixir is to astringe the breath. The effect is very strong. Later, when I go out, I will seal the cave entrance. Next, you will live or die, depending on the fate. How about it?" Li Sideo pondered a little, never able to figure out why the diffractive Moon Immortal sect was close to the sword graveyard. Yet the diffractive Moon Saint Sun seemed to hate her as the sword son of the sword graveyard. But in this situation, a top-quality astringent elixir could indeed be of no small use. She had no choice but to nod. "Could be. Li Sideo, today's matter ends here for now. But please remember, we have a grudge. See that brick on the ground? Don't let me run into you again, or I'll shoot you every time I see you. What is it that you and I have against each other?" Su Huai was silent for 3 seconds. "The grudge was started by me, the hatred was made by you. Arson burns the forest, kills people, GA waste. Both of us are not good people, only I am a little more bad than you." Before Li Sideo could react, Su Samuel walked out of the cave and shook down the rocks with a palm, sealing the cave entrance. He let out a long sigh and turned over his palm. The green-colored crystal stone was lying quietly on it. It's no more than the size of a pigeon's egg, yet it contained a shocking amount of energy inside. Hiss! The little silver snake climbed up into his palm, opened his mouth to hold the crystal, and swallowed it into his stomach. "Well, it's okay. Go straight to it. Wait, what in the world is this stone? And why did you react so strongly when you just saw it?" Snake paused for a moment. "Crystallization of power. You know part of my grudge against it. When it betrayed me, I fought with it, and we were both defeated, and our origins were damaged. It escaped, and I couldn't catch up with it, so I had to find another secret place to recuperate. And the part of our origin that shattered out was recollected and diffused by the rules of the immortal realm, forming power crystals. Devouring the power crystals will allow one to directly advance to the early immortal emperor stage. Rub. Samuel Su had a shocked look on his face. This kind of good stuff, you actually smothered it in one ng mouthful? And didn't leave half of it for me? It's not good for you. Helicopter Immortal Emperor ahoy! If you can rise to the level of Immortal Emperor, you'll be stuck at the beginning of the Immortal Emperor stage for the rest of your life, and when it wakes up, you'll even become a puppet under its control. Decades ago, my crystallization was devoured, creating an Immortal Emperor in just 10 years. Who?
Su Chang'e.
Su Huai was instantly stunned. Gramps. Pair. From the present day of your first life and several decades back, Su Chang'e entered the cave where I was resting, and he was the first person from the immortal realm to discover me. Only, at that time, he had already solidified his chi and blood, and his soul power had also aged, and, as judged by me, could not withstand the operation of my power. So I made a deal with him. I guide him to find the crystallization of my power and become an immortal emperor in this world. In exchange, after he breaks through to become an immortal emperor, he has to protect the path of the person I choose in the future for life. It's a pity that Su Chang'e has been out for 13 years. When he came back, his cultivation was dissipated, his foundation was destroyed, and he was barely able to survive with some medication. He went back to the cave, told me what happened, and brought back a ghost emperor's head. Although I was angry that he took the initiative and ruined my plan, I couldn't be too hard on the old man who was already dead in his mind. I had to let him go. And then 6 years of change. Su Chang'e secretly guided the first you to my shelter. At that time, your soul was a bit strange, vaguely rejected by the rules of the immortal realm, so I could tell at a glance that you, like me, were not purely native to the immortal realm. Su Huai pursed her lips and was silent. Your condition meets my requirements, but the strength of your soul is a hair short of that, and while it's enough to withstand my power, it's destined to be a wasted cycle in the process. Wait, loop? Yes, the black-bellied snake in the cave is my power incarnation, the key to unlocking the cycle. Cycling, that's rebirth? You can read it that way. Scratch that. That's your authority? Does that mean I can start over if I die now? It's best not to. I already have a damaged origin, and in this life I've used up most of my remaining power in order to preserve your cultivation and avoid the corrections of the immortal realm's rules. Su Huai collected his breath, leaped up a large tree, borrowed the leaves to hide his figure, squatted on the branches of the tree, and organized his chaotic thoughts. If everything Little Snake said is true, then it is, without a doubt, the real golden finger of Su Huai, and Su Chang'e, as Little Snake's first spokesman, has actually always known that he can be reborn. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was, so he asked, Little Snake, can I understand it this way? The old man is actually considered half of your men, then he is actually different from the rest. He possesses the memories of my rebirth, right? Wrong. Snake opened his mouth to deny it. You underestimate the realm of the immortals. The immortal realm's bits are actually not that low. My power can only act on individuals who are not watched by the rules of the world, and only on one individual. In short, for someone like Lisadeo who carries the chi of the immortal realm, if an extraterrestrial like me were to board her, I would soon attract the attention of the immortal realm and be obliterated by the rules. This also destined Su Chang'e to not allow anyone to step in and help you before you fully integrate into the rules of the immortal realm. Otherwise, if your soul converges too much chi before it is recognized by the rules of the immortal realm, and even affects the pattern of the immortal realm, you can easily be treated as a heretic who steals chi and be wiped out by the rules. Like the illusion you experienced, you and I were outsiders in the eyes of the immortal realm's rules in our first 7 lives, and we can't leave too many traces of our cycles. In other words, Su Chang'e only knows of my existence and that you can be reborn, but has no way of knowing that this is your first rebirth, much less any memory of your previous life. That's why he begged me to place a dead thing alone, unaffected by authority, in the cave where I was hiding. Each time you die, he'll go to the cave and leave a mark before the next cycle opens. Straight to the 8th life, you fought for the immortal realm in the Weeping Ghost Abyss for more than 100 years before you were barely recognized by the rules and became a true immortal realmite. That's why in the 9th life, I was able to come out of the secret place with honor and host you. At the same time, Su Chang'e was finally able to utilize some of the contacts he had once accumulated to pave the way for you. Otherwise, what makes you think that you, an immortal Zun who came out of nowhere, could gain the trust of the diffractive moon immortal sect so quickly and become their holy son in just a few days? With your self-appointed title of handsome?
Samuel Sugulped.
He remembered the strange stone pillar he had seen when he had traveled to the Little Snake cave in his own life, with 8 deep marks carved into it, one more powerful than the other. Turns out that's the mark the old man left behind. That dying old man, barely relying on pills to hang on to his life, is really a mountain of grace to him. Otherwise, if there is no small snake cycle, he a foreigner who is rejected by the rules of the world, I am afraid that the best end is a mediocre life and he will die of old age in the Black Iron City. Even from all the inexplicable disasters he encountered in his previous lives, a black man like him, who was loathed by the rules, would not even live to die of old age. Maybe that's where the traveler really ends up. Chapter 79. The Bear Who Read the Art of War. Su Huai sat on the tree branch for a long time before he sighed heavily and raised his head to look at the 1,000-foot sycamore in the distance. Can the old man's injury be cured? It's hard, unless you can find out who owns the authority on resurrection and such. What is the authority of that green bird? Unreal. Can a great emperor realm control authority? Only the prototype can be controlled. Then why didn't you tell me all this before, and then suddenly tell me all of it when you got there? Because of you right here. About to step into the realm of the great emperor. Burning up, good buddy. Say, do you have a name? She keeps calling me Silver. Her? It's your former companion, isn't it? The woman in the picture book with you and Sybil. Do you have any other questions? Ahem. Nope, old Silver, let's go. Sue Samuel coughed lightly, no longer prying into the gossip of the little snake, but directly leapt down from the tree, recognizing the direction where the ancient tree was located, diving all the way, running and skimming. In the mountains and forests, a large number of high-level demons continued to spread out towards the secret perimeter, and the sky was filled with ugly and hideous strange birds, searching for the thief who stole their god. This happened once before 100 years ago. That time they killed many outsiders entering the secret realm, but still let the thieves, who pretended to be god-seekers, take away the molted heart of a god. And this time they vowed to exterminate all the outsiders and definitely one T miss again. However, this group of demons would never have thought that for 100 years, in order to cope with the searches and hunts of the demons, and in order to be able to steal more things from the secret realm, the Heavenly Cold Palace's Grand Elder had developed a special astringent elixir. Now, this kind of elixir has fallen into the hands of the Godslayer, Samuel Su, for some delightful reasons. Winding east and west, Su Huai dodged one batch of searching demonic beasts after another, getting closer and closer to the location of the sycamore tree. When he was less than 2 miles away from the sycamore tree, Su Huai stopped his advance. With his current cultivation level, from this position, he could already see the sycamore tree in its entirety with just his naked eyes. A 5-meter-sized doorway had been cut into the trunk of the tree, which was hundreds of meters thick in diameter. The 3-headed demon bear, who chased Lisadeo unsuccessfully, lost the favor of the gods, and was ordered to guard the old sycamore tree next to the doorway. It swept around with a fierce face, not yet knowing that it had been stolen from its home by some human who did not speak of martial virtue, and not only was it swept away from all of its possessions, but the entire pack was also slaughtered, leaving it with such a bare head of a commander. Old Silver, what's the deal? Charge right in. Don't be impulsive. The power crystals have been stolen, and it will surely unleash its power at any cost to protect itself now. It's highly likely that the doorway will be an illusion. I'll be responsible for taking care of its main body then, but those 9th Order demons, as well as the rest of the 8th Order demons, will have to rely on you to stop them. You have to find a way to divide them first. Su Huaihua was a little headstrong, although he claims to be invincible under the Emperor realm, but the premise has to be one-on-one. Being surrounded by such a number of demons at the same time, with 3 of them at the same level as him, it was impossible to say that he wasn't terrified. Otherwise, if you really have that ability, everyone still guards a fart of the Forbidden Land, and directly let the Diffractive Moon Emperor stop the Ghost Emperor of the Weeping Ghost Abyss, and then close the door and let Su Samuel kill the Weeping Ghost Abyss in one day cleanly. Divide. Meow, I should have known that I wouldn't have killed those 2 goods from the Heavenly Cold Palace in the first place, or else I would still be able to let them attract a wave of firepower first now. Samuel Su slapped his head in chagrin. However, as he was racking his brain for a solution, a wave of unexpected unfolding suddenly appeared before his eyes. An 8th-ranked general of the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty drilled out from nowhere, suddenly roared angrily, and chopped out a blade in the air, slashing at the 3-headed demonic bear's face. Scratch that. Where did this come from? Su Huai froze for a moment, but quickly figured it out. Like the diffuse moon immortal sect, the 4 transcendent forces were not little darlings. All of them had caught a whiff of that quest 100 years ago. This time, everyone tacitly agreed not to send out young disciples, but only elites, and it was for the secret or great opportunity in the core area of the secret realm. Thinking about it this way, it couldn't be more normal for someone from the exalted heavenly god dynasty to touch this place unknowingly. Are all their generals that fierce? An 8th order cultivation and they dare to jump out, and a 9th order demon. The generals of the exalted celestial god dynasty certainly weren't that fierce. But since they dared to jump out, it proved that people had at least some skills, not to say that they had returned in one piece. Only to see that general slashing out a blade before frantically running towards the forest. That's a ing distraction. That devil bear got up violently and hissed all over, looking like it was summoning its companions. But it didn't go after that general itself. Instead, it looked more and more cautious. This is actually a bear that has read the art of war. Although it doesn't know how to be poor, it understands how to transfer a tiger to a mountain. Samuel Su opened his mouth. The divine dynasty crown Prince Li Ao, who was hiding in another place, also sucked in a breath of cold air. He pointed at the demonic bear and gritted his teeth. Damn. Didn't they say that the demon bear clan are all powerful and brainless? The sword mound has been guarding the meteor devil cave for 10,000 years. So why haven't we encountered such a cocky devil bear? The general beside him was also twitching at the corners of his mouth. Excluding some special kinds such as phantom demons, wisdom demons, and so on, the demon race as a whole really does not have a high level of spiritual intelligence. Especially when it's a power demon like a demon bear, they generally don't think too much. Otherwise, it would be impossible for that group of lunatics from the sword mound to steadily defend the devil's cave and not lose an inch of their position for 10,000 years. Li Ao reached up and scratched his scalp. Boring. What should we do now? The treasure mountain is right in front of us, but we simply can't get in. The general suddenly took a deep breath. It can't be helped, Your Highness. Having already startled the snakes, we can't delay any longer, or else those demons will all converge over, and it will be really hard for us to succeed again. Later, I will try to stop that for a while. You take the opportunity to sneak in. Li Bo gritted his teeth and pulled out a few pieces of talisman paper from his pocket, shoving half of them into that general's hand. Take it. Tear one in a critical situation. It can teleport 1,000 miles. At least it will add a ray of life to you. That general froze. Your Highness, but this is something the God Emperor gave you to use to save your life. If you really use it, it's fine if you succeed in getting the chance. If you don't get it, there will surely be a minister who will report that you are not thinking well, and that you have to rely on the things given by the Divine Emperor to run away when you go out, and that your prestige in the Divine Kingdom will surely be affected at that time, and it is even possible that possibly my ass, life-preserving things are just for use. This crown prince position is nothing rare. A bunch of old curmudgeons fighting over and over. The life of a general of the divine dynasty is still no match for a few broken talismans? That position doesn't have much attraction for me. If I'm really deposed, I'll go to the border of the Burial Star Mountain Range to be a king of the plug without worrying about anything else. Your Highness, this trip to act at the command of Your Highness. Escorting Your Highness is the duty of the end of the general. This god-traveling talisman. The end of the general cannot want. Daring. This palace is still the crown prince now. Li Qi, are you going to disobey orders? I wouldn't dare. Then why are you still inking? Hurry up and help this palace create opportunities. My lord. That general suddenly knelt down on one knee towards Li Ao, and after he got up, he drew out a halberd and fiercely launched an attack towards the 3-headed demon bear. Li Ao followed it obediently. When the 8th-rank king realm gave up its life, even if the demon bear had thick skin and flesh, it did not dare to say that it could completely ignore it. It hissed and slammed out a palm. As for Li Ao, he also took advantage of this gap to touch the front door of the wooden cave, and a hint of a smile finally appeared on his face. However, the duo had ultimately underestimated the demon bear's intelligence, and just as he was about to open the gate, the general suddenly let out a roar. Your Highness, look out! The shadow of the bear's paw loomed over him, and Li Ao was sweating all of a sudden, immediately about to tear the divine traveling talisman he was pinching in his hand. Don't be afraid. HM? Who? Boom! Su Huai, who had secretly followed behind Li Ao, swung his fist at the bear's paw. The two fists and palms connected. A wave of air erupted and opened. Will be within a radius of 1,000 meters of the grass all rolled bald. The giant bear was shaken back a few steps one after another. Su Samuel also body trembled, the blood fluttered.
Sue.
Brother Su. Su my ass. Don't you dare sneak out. He slapped a backhanded blow on the gate, and the small snake between his fingers spat out a silver aura, shattering the prohibition on the gate. The gate was cracked and shattered into a large hole 2 meters square. Samuel Su lifted his foot and kicked Li Ao into the door, while he himself quickly burrowed inside. Chapter 80 The Old Sycamore Tree. As Little Snake had predicted, the theft of the power crystals had led to layers of protection now being placed inside the ancient tree where the green bird was perched. After breaking through the gate's prohibition, Su Samuel and Li Ao directly fell into a mirror world. In all directions, there were manifestations of the duo everywhere, no passages and few portals to the next place. What's the situation? Li Ao was no more than 2 steps away from Su Huai, and after observing the surroundings, he gulped. Fong! Thanks, Brother Su, for saving his life. A show of hands is not enough. A blade of light condensed in Su Samuel's hand, and the pupils of the small snake at his fingertips flickered with a subtle red light as he was trying to crack the mirror world. Brother Su, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid from the spring. I, Li Ao, have always been a person who will repay any favor. There's really no need for.
Samuel Susaid.
Saving you was only in passing. How can I be so kind as to ask for Brother Li's carriage? The corner of Li Ao's mouth twitched and said, That carriage is the seat of the Son of Heaven, the Crown Princess honor. The property of the divine dynasty, the right of attribution does not lie with me. What? Even if I don't accept your carriage, you must still send me a flaming Pegasus, or else I'll have a damaged Taoist heart and have trouble sleeping and eating when I go back. Alas, since Brother Li insists on giving it away, then I can't afford to make more excuses. Su Huai patted Li Ao's shoulder, sincerity written all over his face. Good brother, for life. Li Ao. The flaming Pegasus, unique to the divine dynasty, had never been gifted to another person in history. But Su Huai has said so, what else can Li Ao do? Samuel Su had just saved his life. When the benefactor of his life opened his mouth, how could he, Li Ao, the crown prince of the divine dynasty, not even give up a 5th-order mount? LMAO, this guy is so real.
Samuel Sugrin.
He didn't have to get a mount, after all, although that flaming Pegasus looked quite handsome, but in terms of flying speed, it couldn't catch up with 1/10 of his own airborne speed. Still mostly for the collection. Didn't you hear what Little Snake said? He's about to break through to Immortal Emperor. How can he not have a single mount? What? Did you say Snow Big? Snow Big looks good is good looking. If you really want to ride it is not impossible, but damn. That word ride, it can be serious. The other world's strongest people are riding on dragons and tigers, and can also get a few eagles to sit on like Huang Yuan. But he, Su Wuai, get a female ghost and let Shweta fly all over the world with him on his back. Scratch that. It's hurtful. It's really hurtful. What's more, Shweta was his birthday gift for Chu Siyu. Some work would not be for it a small pet to do. If it was done, what about Chu Siyu? Samuel Su couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth. At that exact moment, the little snake tipped him off. Left hand side, 3rd mirror. That's the weakest point. Breaking it, Su Huai nodded without moving, then raised his left hand in Li Ao's puzzled gaze, palm facing the piece of mirror that the little snake had designated. Boom! Silver light exploded, and a crack appeared on that realm surface with a click. Ready to fight. Aha! The cracks continued to spread and soon diffused to the other mirrors. Crisp clicking sounds ceaselessly, eventually reaching a certain critical point. The entire mirror world shattered with a loud bang. The real scene within the sycamore tree was finally presented to the duo. Twisted vines hung all over the inner walls, and there were stars of luminescence all over the place, as if it was a temple where the gods resided, gorgeous and noble. An ancient stone platform stood at each of the 4 corners of the hall. The stone platforms to the west and north were empty, the tops having been removed and the bases left empty. On the stone platform in the east lay a turquoise longbow, the light on it staying on. It was at least a 10th-ranked emperor weapon, and a scroll was placed on the southern stone platform. Su Samuel and Li Ao's gazes were instantly on fire. Li Ao looked back at Samuel Su and retracted the foot that he had subconsciously stepped out. He is very clear, the opportunity to treasure the strongest. Don't look at the 2 of them just called brother and brother, but this kind of weak friendship that is easily established is not worth mentioning in the absolute chance. Who is serious, who is serious? At least he had just had the idea in his own mind of quickly seizing the treasure and later using the divine walking talisman to run away, only to quickly suppress the greed. After all, with the fighting strength that Su Huai had just shown, if he really wanted to force a share of the pie, the biggest possibility was that the ashes would have been raised by Su Huai before he could touch the treasure. Brother Su. Su Huai glanced at him with a smirk before taking a step towards the stone platform in the east. He didn't rush to fetch the things on the stage, but instead looked down and surveyed those divine patterns on the base. After gazing at it for not long, those lines seemed to suddenly come to life, constantly twisting and changing, turning into a passage of text that Su Huai could understand. The green bird is on the branch, crossing the broad sea. Store up its heart's energy and shed it to become a Luan. When I obtained the method of ascending to the gods, I asked myself if my old body was ashamed of the dirt. My heart was ashamed, my law was broken, and my bones were damaged. After long deliberation, he finally digs up his old heart, disperses his old method, and draws out his old bones. Unsheathed, the heart, dharma, and bones are divided and refined into a demonic heart, a dharma record, and a divine bow each. Burn the old fire and mold the new body. Su Samuel stroked his chin. The passage was quite understandable. The green bird, originally a spirit bird, which crosses a long distance just to accumulate its own heritage, dreaming that one day it will be transformed into a Luan. After obtaining the means to metamorphose and ascend to godhood, it realized that its body was flawed and not qualified to become a god. Because of the guilt in its heart, the flaws in its kung fu, and the defects in its bones, after hesitating for a long time, it dug out its heart, dispersed its kung fu, and drew out its bones. A heart tinged with guilt is refined into a demonic heart. Abandoned and unused feats were recorded on a scroll. The missing bone was also made into a sacred bow. Finally, he let go of his obsession and went to the fire. Anyway, Su Huai can't understand the brain circuit of this blue bird. There is a shame in the heart. Digging out the heart will be no shame? Flawed kung fu recorded as a treasure even if, but also with their own bones to refine a bow. What a pervert. The little snake on his finger let out a sneer as well. Self-deception. Of course, spitting was spitting. It didn't stop Su Huai from taking that bow. It wasn't made from his bones anyway, so he didn't feel diaphragmatic when using it. An imperial weapon. He's lived so long. He's never even touched such a good thing, let alone used it. On the contrary, it was the scroll that Su Samuel picked up and flipped through it before losing interest. It is indeed defective and not even fully documented. The method of cultivation was recorded up to the 9th order, and the content of the latter began to go by the sword, and it was assumed that the problem of flaws also appeared after the 9th order. Moreover, this was the cultivation technique of the green bird, and if the human race went to learn it, there was no telling if anything would go wrong. Samuel Su twisted his head to look at Liao. Brother Li, are you interested in this scroll of Gongfu? There. Brother Su is willing to part with it. Liao's eyes instantly lit up. He had also seen the things on the stone platform, and that imperial artifact was undoubtedly the most precious thing. But the feats aren't bad, although the fact that Su Huai was willing to give it to him meant that there should be some problems with it, but he was just a divine dynasty prince who only cared about bringing the item back to deliver. As for what is wrong with the stuff, that is something that those ministers who are responsible for codifying the Gongfa should be concerned about. Here you go then. But before practicing, it's best to let that god emperor of yours go through it first. I'll make a note of it. Thanks for reminding Brother Su. That volume of Gongfu was just thrown to Liao, and Liao solemnly accepted it. This time, he did not mention the matter of thank you gifts, for fear that Su Samuel will open his mouth again to ask for something that he can't decide. As for how to return, it is better to wait for going out and let the god emperor lord rule. After delivering the scroll, Su Samuel withdrew his gaze. Anyway, he had already read that scroll, and the contents inside could be mimeographed down at any time, a useless scroll in exchange for a favor from Azun Tian God Emperor, blood money. And also set up a not cha solo food. See the personage, this meow is the human condition only. Su Huai raised his head and looked toward where the 4 stone platforms met. Cyan streams of light outlined countless tiny patterns on the ground, intersecting at the center point and maintaining a translucent energy shield. In the center of the shroud, there is a egg lying quietly. Chapter 81, The Bird of the Celestial Green. The egg was greenish in color, the case was covered with fine scales, it was no more than 5 or 6 centimeters tall, and it was no bigger than an ordinary egg, so if you didn't look at it carefully, it would easily be overlooked. The egg wasn't there to begin with. It was only after Su Huai took away the scroll and the light patterns on the stone platform all lit up that it suddenly appeared. And the moment it appeared, the little snake's gaze was dead set on the shield as monstrous killing intent filled the air. Not far away, Liao suddenly hit a cold shiver. He thought that the murderous aura originated from Su Samuel at this time. It is inevitable that a face of confusion, a second before this person is still smiling, how suddenly feel like killing. This scroll should be given to him by Samuel So himself, right? I don't think he's messed with Samuel So. Meow, is it because I didn't thank you? It's said that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. How come this pussy's face changes faster than the emperor's? Should I return the scroll to him now? Brother Li, get out of here. Huh? Oh, well, I'm on my way. Liao swept headlong toward the exit of the sycamore tree.
Quatre.
Suddenly, a slight rattling sound came. Liao's body, which was running and skimming, suddenly gave a start, and then he tilted his head and did not move, his face filled with confusion. The same confusion appeared in the bottom of Su Huai's eyes. Only soon, a cold touch came from between his fingers, bringing him back to reality. Samuel Su shook his head, his eyes slightly grateful. He looked to the center of the stone platform. The egg had quietly cracked at some point, and a sparrow-sized bird stood on the ground, its sharp eyes staring straight at Su Huai's fingers. Silver. Hee. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Unlike the little snake that couldn't tell the difference between male and female, that little green bird was an old loli as soon as she opened her mouth. Snake tilted his head. Divona, I, for one, have come for your life. I've come to marry you. What a touching phrase, and combined with the fact that Snake and Sybil have traveled all the way before, maybe even as childhood sweethearts, a proper romantic fandango. But when the word life is added in the middle of this phrase, the romance suddenly changes and is instantly labeled as revenge, blood, battle, etc. and so on. The green bird's brain circuits were not as peculiar as Su Samuel's, and when it heard the little snake's cold words, not only did it not get angry, it also cocked its head and sized up Su Samuel. Silver, is this human? Your new master. Hee, little brother. I can follow you too. What about the many things that Silver can't do, or won't do for you, that I can do? Cygnus shifted and suddenly literally transformed into a green-haired, double ponytailed loli. She is about 1.5 meters or so, barefoot in the air, a mat of azure plumage hanging down to the waist and hips, white thighs shaking the eyes of Su Samuel Payne. I do not know, in addition to the plumage outside, there is nowhere something else. Then look at the face, the skin is glowing with snow, the eyes are soulful. There is a green mark drawn on the brow, and a few lines of green scales are outlined in the corners of the eyes. His eyes ran over Su Huai's body, especially lingering at a certain place, and he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Holy, who the hell can handle this? Su Hui looked at it a few more times with a critical gaze on the spot. Maybe in the future, if he doesn't want to mix with the cultivation world, he can still anonymously write a book of interracial demoness reviews too and make it famous for the rest of the world. The green-haired loli smiled faintly at Su Samuel, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. It really understands men too well. Su Hui swallowed his saliva and strengthened his Taoist heart, before ruthlessly twisting his head away and raising his hand to fling out a small snake. I've decided it's you, go on. Little silver snake. Scarlet light burst out from the snake's pupils, but a few inches long. The small snake suddenly hissed in midair, its size instantly expanding 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The little loli that was transformed into a green bird also didn't expect Su Samuel to be so decisive and merciless, and could only hastily spread her wings and shake them to avoid the silver snake the moment it lunged at her. It also began to expand infinitely in size. In the end, a snake and a bird both grew to 1,000 meters and fought around that ancient sycamore tree. Ancient trees broke and dust flew. The scene appeared to be immense, rather like a feeling of crumbling heaven and earth. But the more Su Samuel looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Too weak. Whether it was the little snake or that green bird, they were all weak to the point of bursting in Su Huai's eyes. The green bird is okay at least when fighting, can also occasionally perform a skill similar to multiple shadow split. To the small snake shines some trouble, but the damn small snake that is purely physical killing. That feeling, like in the zoo to see 2 big tigers fight, the picture is quite exciting, but does not match our style. You at least put a skill or something. No wonder little snake had said before that the green bird would be afraid of the 9th-ranked Su Samuel. Su Samuel reckoned that he should indeed have the ability to finish off the green bird. No, I'm just wondering how a weakling like this can command 3 ninth order demons. Of course, if Snake was still in his hands now, he would have told him with a look of disgust that there was a profession in the world called assisting. The body of the little snake is an articulated snake. When you gain one thing, you lose something. The articulated snake has an unbelievable cycle ability, but is a pure support player himself. Not to mention that it wasn't at its full strength, and most of its remaining power was used to fight against the rules of the immortal realm and help Su Huai cycle rebirth. That's all, and Samuel Su still thinks it's weak. What a ing scumbag. On the other side of the coin, Cygnus wasn't doing so well either. It does have some output ability, but it can't help that hundreds of years ago because of a certain thing with the small snake antagonism, the heyday of the small snake horrifying a batch of a snake and a bird to fight in the dark, to the end of the 2 losses, until it panicked and fled into the fairy realm. And after entering the immortal realm, the green bird was targeted by the rules of the immortal realm again, his realm fell, and he was also encountered by immortal Emperor Diffractive Moon, who hammered him severely. Finally dragging a lousy life to hide in the secret realm, trying to survive and then develop in silence. Thankfully, the thing that Cygnus was trying to get at the expense of devouring his master wasn't lost. And again, to its sorrow, because the body is stained with the taint of devouring the Lord, that thing has always refused to recognize it, and the road to the gods is broken. Even if it cuts out your heart, draws your bones, and nirvana, no matter how much it repents, it is not recognized. That's not even the most desperate. Most desperately, it found that its power was being assimilated by the immortal domain, and this assimilation didn't mean that the immortal domain was accepting it, but rather that the immortal domain was depriving it of its power. The whole world is targeting its cute little green bird. Chapter 82. A snake and a bird fought for a long time, and Su Samuel also saw some other doors. For example, after a small snake is magnified to 1,000 meters, it is obvious that one tooth is smaller than the other. Immediately, Su Huai thought of the 4 pictures he had once seen in the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. It was recorded there that the first battle between the serpent and the bird was fought, with the serpent's scales torn and one of its teeth broken, while the green bird had one of its feathers broken and fell to a low point. The anomaly of the green bird exactly corresponded to the content of the painting, always hovering at a low altitude, like a green chicken that couldn't fly, without the advantage of the air. It could only use its claws with its beak to attack the snake scales of the silver snake. And the little snake that had swallowed the green bird's power crystals beforehand, instead of being controlled by the green bird like normal people, it also possessed a resistance to the power of illusion. So the two can be evenly matched at the beginning, but fight. The green bird realized that the silver snake body wounds more and more, but the fighting force is more and more fierce. Crazy. Ruthless, afraid of rash afraid of life-threatening. In the face of the silver snake's posture of wanting to die with it, it finally couldn't top it. Wow! A crunching sound resounded through the heavens and earth. 10,000 demons rushed among the mountains and forests, and the demons that had originally knelt on the ground, not daring to disturb the snake bird's battle, received the imperial order and surged to the center from all sides of the secret realm. Su Huai finally realized where the green bird's anticlimax lay. The injured one might not have the strength to fight a 9th order demon, but having operated in the secret realm for at least hundreds of years, its illusory power had long since eroded into every corner of the secret realm. All the demons in the secret realm have been living in the illusory world for hundreds of years, and have been subconsciously ingrained with memories and ideas about gods, and have no doubt about the god status of the blue bird. In the hearts of those demons, it was the only master. If one had to professionalize the 2 goods, the snake and the bird, the little snake's occupation would be an anticlimactic auxiliary, while the green bird would be a natural-born imperial beast master and hypnosis expert. Now that the snakes and birds were fighting, the green bird began to summon its little brother, but the little snake only had such a helper as Samuel Su. It's just kinda sudden.
Samuel Su Said.
Although the other party was crowded and the chances of winning the fight were not high, but Little Snake had the grace of living for 8 lifetimes to him, Su Samuel. Even if he couldn't win the fight, Su Samuel could only harden his head to the top. I just hope Snake can give it some power and make it quick. He, on the other hand, had to find a way to clear a wave of stragglers first. Su Hui calmed down the distracting thoughts in his heart. The whole person suddenly stood still. His face was ancient wells, colored with a trace of a tragic white like a dead person. This was one of the few forbidden spells he could skillfully master, and like the lock of the demonic statue that had been used in the soul-shielding wall, it belonged to the type of stance that was incredibly exhausting and terrifyingly powerful. Carls's some game's death chanter. Hear my call. A wisp of black aura haloed from his pupils as he rose up into the air, the immortal energy that was rushing around his body all retracting into his body in a split second, brewing some sort of forbidden secret method. A blurry shadow condensed behind him. It was a dark warlock whose body was shrouded in black mist and whose face could not be seen. But unlike normal warlocks, it was clad in metal armor instead of vestments. As Su Huai slowly closed his eyes, the dark warlock raised the staff in his left hand high, and the ghostly green codex in his right hand was windless. The sky was suddenly plunged into gloom. The fearless low-level demons were still running furiously with their heads buried in the ground and roaring. But the demons whose spiritual wisdom had been opened suddenly felt a hint of palpitations, and their movements quietly slowed down. The movements of those 3 9th-rank demons were especially obvious. The Bloodthorn Dragon, the 8-armed ape demon, and the 3-headed demon bear stopped in their tracks and looked at Su Huai, who was hanging high in the air, and behind him, the bizarre shadow. They smelled the strong scent of death from the vapors. Requiem. Su Huai closed his eyes and spat out 3 words softly. Behind it, 2 pale green shimmering lights suddenly blossomed from the location of the dark warlock's eyes. A hoarse, flat, eerie musical sound crept in. Agony, ecstasy, peace. Each passing has its own unique beauty. Hear the revelry in death. A hoarse whisper came out from the black mist. In an instant, darkness obscured the entire sky, and countless eerie pillars of light rose to the sky from the running demons as the aura of death brewed. At the end of the song, tens of thousands of demons stopped in unison, and the light pillars on their bodies exploded, and the entire core land was filled with blood mist and corpses. 7th-order demons and below, all destroyed. The 8th-rank demon was muddled and seriously injured. Only the 3 9th-order demons, just a burst of blood-churning soul shock, although also affected, the impact is not too large, just the bottom of the heart inevitably born a trace of fear. Even the green bird that was fighting in the distance was filled with shock and scorn in its eyes as it looked at Su Samuel at this moment. The sky regained its light, the death warlock's shadow had dissipated, and Su Huai stumbled, his face pale and his body incomparably empty. He hurriedly stuffed an elixir into his mouth. 9th-order Immortal Ascension Pill. This kind of 9-order cultivator in the past will only bear the pain to prepare a pill when closing the big gate to impact the small realm. At this time, extremely extravagant by Su Samuel, was used to restore the consumed immortal power in the body. As soon as the elixir went down, his face instantly flushed quite a bit, but the expression was rather grim. Damn, it's ing. Bitter. Is that from the Zun Tian God Dynasty sick? Even the Nima 9th-order pills are so bitter in the whole place. Don't even think about it. Old me is at the 9th rank? Do I still need to reminisce? Su Huai at this time incomparably missed the rich woman in his previous life to refine back to the spirit of the Dan, eat up with the same as eating candy. Every time he went out in his previous life, Chu Siu will prepare a small bottle for him. There's no harm without comparison. Su Samuel has no doubt that if these 2 9th-grade alchemists open a store in the same street, the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty, that the State Master refining pills is estimated to be only self-produced and self-marketed. When the elixir went down, before the medicinal power was completely dissolved, Su Huai heard a cry from the distance again. Sybil really can't hold out much longer. It finally realized that the little snake had swallowed the power crystals that belonged to it and had developed a certain resistance to its illusory power. If we keep fighting, it won't even make it to the same place. When the 3 9th-order demons heard the god's order, they could only suppress their inner fear and forcefully came towards Su Huai. Although Su Samuel's move had amazing coverage and truly terrifying power, it was after all a ranged killing move, and it was not very useful for them, who were also at the 9th rank and had amazing defenses. The reason for the hesitation just now was that he also wanted to wait for the other 2 colleagues to go first. After all, who knows if that tiny human has a similar single-kill move. As the saying goes, dead friends do not die poor. This crisis of course have to wait for teammates first. Rush to be the head of the head is no good end drops. But now that the boss has ordered it, it's just a matter of luck. Samuel Su took a deep breath. Instantaneous seconds of the same order of skills he certainly did not have. What do you think can cultivate to the 9th order of the living beings which still do not have 2 brushes? To this strength really can't beat the heart wants to run, the same level of cultivators generally can't stop. Although Su Huai had the ability to single-handedly kill people of the same rank by virtue of his many bizarre skills, that also required a certain amount of time to calculate and pave the way. Want to front a move second unless you have the 10th order Great Emperor realm strength, forcibly stripped of the immortal power around the 9th order cultivator, and then used the emperor potential to block off all the way back. No one in this world knew how a great emperor could kill a venerable than Samuel Su. After all, he had experienced it firsthand in his previous life. With a snap, the emperor's power was locked, and the venerable could only be at the mercy of the great emperor like a toy. Roar! The three-headed devil bear opened its bloody mouth, and a pillar of light with a diameter of 3 meters wide shot out from its mouth, blasting towards Su Huai's shaky body. Su Huai's immortal power condensed his shield and crossed his arms to block, but his eyes quietly converged on the kind of 8-armed ape devil beside the 3-headed devil bear. The period of time he had been lurking before wasn't waiting in vain, and while trying to find a way to break into the sycamore tree, he was also observing the characteristics of these 3 9th-rank demons. That blood dragon was needless to say. Dragon breath was a mandatory subject for all dragons, and the 3-headed demon bear had learned a handful of long-range mouth cannons from who knows where. Only that 8-armed ape devil would only hit, smash, and grab a purely violent player, the most thick-skinned physical cultivator. This kind of stupid pussy has a strong life force to die for, a defense that can make people despair, and is the hardest to kill. Yet it is easiest if it is only limited. As soon as Su Huai moved, blocking the devil bear's mouth cannon, a blade of immortal power light was viciously thrown into the ape devil's face. Chapter 83 Stop them all.
Humans.
Seek death. The ape demon hissed, spittle shooting out in all directions. That bear hit you and you threw a skill at me instead of fighting back? What do you mean? That I look like the best bully? The thick-skinned ape devil said that he could not endure. It is the 3 devils of the existence of the least scruples against Su Huai. Focus on body refining thousands of years. Its strength is only in the god below. Even the magic bear is very difficult to break its defense. Even if Su Samuel really hid any killing moves, it would at most seriously injure it, and it would never be possible to kill it in seconds. So after being provoked, it accelerated its speed, instantly pulling away from the distance between the demon bear and the blood dragon, and slapped its 8 large hands together at Su Huai, vowing to slap it into mush. However, just as its attack was about to fall, Su Samuel slowly sketched an evil smile. You fell for it. Soul binding. The palms of Su Huai's hands slammed together. Buzz. Space stagnated and a large formation rose up. Since the little snake and the green bird have been fighting for some time, how can a treacherous person like Su Samuel, who has been at the bottom for so long, just stand around and watch others fight? From the time the green bird summoned the demons, to releasing the requiem to clear the monsters, to condensing his shield to harden himself to receive the demon bear's mouth cannon, he had not moved half a step from the beginning to the end, except for pulling up his stance. Is it that he can't dodge? Of course not. Staying motionless for so long was for the purpose of setting up this earth-binding formation. Speaking of which, he still had to thank the heavenly cold palace and the 3-headed demon bear. If he hadn't extorted so many top-grade spirit stones from the heavenly cold palace and searched for so many high-grade ores full of energy from the demon bear's lair, it would have been impossible for him to set up this large formation. 10,000 years of solitude within the soul-shielding wall was a disaster and a hidden opportunity for him. He took the opportunity to go to many places and peek at many books, dabbling in the many knowledge within the immortal realm. Among them, he was particularly good at the Tao of Formation, which had the highest degree of suitability with treacherous people. Of course, alchemy also continues to play steadily. The 3-headed demonic bear continuously hissed, growled, and pounded against the golden wall of light that trapped it. As a disposable 9th-grade formation, the only function of the earth-binding formation was to lock the form of the trespasser. When something with a single function and a plain name has a rank that doesn't match its role, it's often outrageously strong. Ground-binding formations are such things. The thing that is locked by it, unless the strength exceeds the 9th order too much, otherwise it is bound to be bound, and the binding time ranges from a T to a lifetime. Su Huai even suspected that in that series of shocking killing formations laid down by the Heavenly Cold Palace's Grand Elder against the Heavenly Cold Emperor in his previous life, there was the existence of the earth-binding formation. According to Su Huai's calculations, although the materials used in the earth-binding formation he had laid down were not top-notch, it was still possible to trap the 9th-ranked 8-armed ape demon for a few days and nights. If the little snake can't solve the battle for such a long time, then Su Samuel will definitely have to consider forcibly running away with it. Now one of the 3 major 9th-order demons has gone. With 2 heads left, it comes down to pure hard power. Su Huai looked back at the small snake that was going crazy and flung his arm, condensing a wide blade and a light shield. Gladiator. Samuel so. Meow, there's no way, 1 against 2, the opponent isn't even a brittle skin. He only has one immortal ascension pill left in his pocket. He has to choose a method of fighting that saves the most immortal power. Come on, battle! The blood dragon and the demonic bear exchanged glances and also understood his intention to stall for time, and even split into two paths, wanting to bypass him and run directly towards where the little snake was. Without even thinking about it, Su Huai directly rose into the air, raised his shield to block the oncoming dragon's breath, and slashed at the blood dragon's head with a backhanded slash. Jab! Sparks spattered. A shallow blood scar appeared on the blood dragon's head. It flipped in the air, once again sparring with Su Samuel with a knife, shocking each other back by more than 10 meters. Roar! Human, you have failed. The three heads have already rushed to the battlefield, and you want to stop us? With your own strength to dream, it'll come back on its own. Jie, self-deception. Unbelievable. Su Hui suddenly smiled, and with a flip of his right hand holding the knife, a large bear's head tumbled out and was inserted on top of the blade. Su Hui held a large breath in his chest, and suddenly turned his back toward the demonic bear, raised his long sword high, and shouted, "Three-headed demon bear! Look! What's this?" The three-headed devil bear subconsciously twisted its head to glance, and when it saw the large bear head on Su Huai's knife, it suddenly slowed down. It recognized it was its seventh son. Not long ago, I passed a cliff. There's a group of seventh-ranked demonic bears there, insisting that I remove my own arms.
I'm scared.
Samuel supposed.
So, I took all the demon bears and killed them all. Su Huai's voice echoed in the sky, clear as day. Cygnus watched as the demon bear, who was about to run into the battlefield to help relieve his own pressure, stopped running and skimming. Three-headed demon bear. Don't listen to his nonsense. Some devil descendants only after this battle. I promise you 3,000 devil concubines. Let you reproduce freely. The demon bear stood up, his broad chest heaving. It was originally a seventh-order lord on the side of the demonic domain. About 4,000 years ago, a great emperor battle broke out in the Meteor Devil Cave. The aftermath raged, and some extremely unstable spatial gaps appeared between the demon realm and the immortal realm as a result. After the devil bear stumbled upon it, he asked some other devils to bypass the fallen devil cave and quietly feel their way into the immortal realm through the cracks. At first, they disguised themselves as demons and went on a killing spree in the mundane world, even slaughtering a small clan that guarded a mountain range, feasting on the flesh and blood of human cultivators. The human race is weak, nourishing, plentiful, and reproduces incredibly fast. It's simply inexhaustible.
No wonder.
Lord Demon Emperor wants to attack the immortal domain. Those days were some of the happiest times for the three-headed demon bear. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. The news of a great demon scourge on the border quickly spread back to the Zuni heavenly god dynasty. The divine dynasties that were guarding the mundane realm and keeping an eye on the demon race quickly came to an agreement, sending 4 eighth-order elders in a row to exterminate them. Undoubtedly, the demons that didn't know how to restrain themselves were killed in pieces, and most of them drank their hatred on the spot. The devil bear took advantage of the gap between those few cultivators slaughtering the other devils, and quietly left with his dependents, frantically running away along the route he came from. But that gap has long since been fully mended. The human cultivators would soon clear the main battlefield of the demons and then go after them, the ones who had missed the net. The demonic bear could only grit its teeth and continue to run away. And then, by mistake, he fell into the secret realm through another gap. For 1,000 years of time, the magic bear from the 7th order to break through to the 8th order, and then rely on the majestic energy in the secret realm, after 9 deaths to break through to the 9th order. It had been with the favored head that had followed it. Slowly, a small colony multiplied. For 1,000 years of uneventful years, had worn away most of the memories of the magic realm. Like a captive prisoner, it can only sit in this narrow secret place that can be traveled to the head in 2 or 3 days' time, longing for freedom day after day. And the dependents and those descendants born over the past 4,000 years are its only spiritual support, even more than faith. Boom! The green bird watched with a look of despair as the 3-headed demonic bear twisted its head and ran wildly, pouncing on Su Huai with monstrous killing intent. Chapter 84. Piggybacks. Sometimes emotions are like a knife. Su Huai did not know what kind of unbreakable emotion the 3-headed demon bear had for its own pack. For overlord-class creatures, the division of class was extremely obvious, and even for mates who conceived heirs together, The resting place could not be too close to the overlord. How can we allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? But in that three-headed demon bear roosting cave, Su Samuel found a large number of traces of other demon bears resting, and the location is very close to the nest of the three-headed demon bear. Combine this with the fact that it would rather abandon the demon bear cliff and go after Lisadeo. It was enough to deduce that this was a demonic bear that had a deep affection for its own pack. Slaughtering its tribe and bringing the heads of its heirs to provoke it is really not the right thing to do. But the human race and the demon race have the hatred of destroying the race. During the time when the Meteor Devil's Cave first appeared, a large number of devils flooded into the immortal region and attacked in all directions, treating human mortals as pigs and dogs, slaughtering and devouring them regardless of whether they were men, women, old, or young. The enmity between humans and devils was not over territory or resources. Rather, it's purely a racial battle to the death. And the demons are still the ones invading, enslaving each other and killing each other. Both sides would have had no morals to speak of. Therefore, Su Samuel expressed a strong self-condemnation and deep introspection of this sinister practice of his own. But if he is given another opportunity, he will still choose to direct a big move to wash the ground. Boom! The three-headed demonic bear's anger-laden strike shattered the shield that Su Hui had condensed with his immortal power, sending him flying hundreds of meters. Su Hui shook off his numb arm and once again condensed a new light shield and flung his long sword, but he still swept towards the blood-spine dragon. After pulling the hatred of the three-headed demon bear, he now only needed to stall the bloodthorn dragon again, and when Little Snake freed his hands, he could spread the pressure and break them one by one. The three-headed demon bear was now a madman, sometimes sending out attacks that not only encompassed Su Hui, but would also cover the bloodthorn dragon that was being tailed by Su Hui, quite a bit of the feeling of not being able to distinguish between enemy and self. This was out of Samuel Su's expectation. On second thought, he suddenly dissolved the long knife in his hand, turned his hand and pulled out a chain, forcibly carrying a few rounds of attacks from the bloodthorn dragon and managed to wrap the chain around its neck. With that, he did a cartwheel and pinned himself dead center on the neck of the bloodthorn dragon. Gladiator Evolution Dragon Knight Samuel So. The bloodthorn dragon didn't have the disadvantage of not being able to touch its own spine, and it felt a huge insult from So Hui's behavior of using it as a mount, and twisted its head to fire a dragon's breath. Su Hui grinned, erecting his shield to block, completely giving up on attacking and converting all the spiritual energy in his body into a defensive shield. The bloodthorn dragon was filled with doubt at first. What is the point of this human shrinking into the back of his neck as an iron turtle? To simply insult my dragon's character? Until... boom! The red-eyed, three-headed demonic bear fired a beak shot, hitting the bloodthorn dragon with a stagger and a fiery pain in the back of his neck. Su Hui's shield was hit by the shockwave, and immediately dimmed a few points. It was estimated that after a few dozen or 100 more rounds, this shield that he had condensed would be broken on the spot. But when his shield is broken, the bloodthorn dragon is probably not far from death. Therefore, when the three-headed demonic bear's second beak shot came, the bloodthorn dragon twisted on the spot with a tremor of its dragon wings. Bloodthorn, why are you yelling so loud? You can't tell the difference between me and you hit me and I can't hide, can I? The bloodthorn dragon was also not used to the three-headed demon bear, and immediately responded with a dragon roar, spitting on the demon bear's face. Mishao, calm down. Forget about this human for now. Go help the god Sama. The deity is no more. Dead. All dead. There are no gods. The three heads had scarlet eyes and hissed at the sky. Sometimes it takes a long time to build up a fanatical belief, but only a moment to let it crumble. It had served the gods for hundreds of years, and if the gods had truly blessed it, how could the pack have been slaughtered? After the massacre of the tribe, the deity half mentioned its hatred and suffering and opened its mouth to make amends. 3,000 devil consorts. Where can they compare to the dependents who have accompanied them since they were first born with spiritual intelligence, and have been jointly exiled to the otherworldly prison, and are dependent on each other for their lives? For 1,000 years of captivity and hope, all gone. It's all gone. The pain and anger in the bear's pupils grew thicker, and the three-headed demonic bear landed on all fours, shook the hair on its neck, and charged at the bloodthorn dragon. Crazy. You're really crazy. The bloodthorn dragon spread its wings and rose into the air. But just as it had climbed dozens of meters in height, the demon bear leapt high into the air, and its arms violently grabbed its wings, yanking it back down to the ground. and opened his bear's mouth and bit down on the bloodthorn dragon's neck. Su Huai was enveloped by the great bear's bloody mouth, and witnessed a pillar of light with a destructive aura brewing in its throat, ruthlessly striking down on the shield he had constructed.
Quatre.
A few tiny cracks appeared on the shield, and the corner of Su Huai's mouth twitched as he hastily transported his immortal power to repair it. But the bloodthirsty dragon wasn't so nice. Compared to the many techniques of the human cultivators, the power of the demon race was generally reflected in their bodies. But even if his body was strong, the bloodthorn dragon couldn't stand up to the demon bear's tossing and turning. A few meters thick column of energy light, Su Huai at most took less than a quarter of the catharsis, the rest of the damage hit on top of its dragon scales. Not to mention that the damage brought about by the tearing Opha power-oriented demonic creature like the Demon Bear Clan is far above that of a mouth cannon. It let out a roar, and seeing that the demonic bear would not let go of its mouth in death, it could only twist its head and spit out a round of dragon breath towards the demonic bear's head. Dragon flame scorched the fur of the demonic bear. The devil bear emptied one of his arms and slapped his palm towards the head of the blood-spiny dragon that was spewing out dragon flame. With a bang, Su Huai felt the tremor from the bones of the bloodthorn dragon even on its neck. He sucked in a breath of cold air, mentally anticipating the concussion level of the bloodthorn dragon. The bloodthorn dragon was dumbfounded by the slap, and a large mouthful of pink liquid flowed down the corners of its mouth, and it was not known if it was dragon saliva mixed with blood. Being bullied like this, it could no longer suppress the anger in its heart, and began to fight back against the demonic bear. "Sanju, I'll kill you!" Roar! The two behemoths were soon completely twisted together. The demon bear always bit the bloodthorn dragon's neck and just kept attacking its head with its huge paws and tearing its wings. Bloodthorn, on the other hand, was like a lizard that had been bitten by a puppy, and having lost its advantage in the sky, it could only whip the demonic bear's head with its tail and tear its flesh and blood with its dragon claws. Dragon's breath can't be used. The distance is too close and the movement is too big. Just open your mouth and you'll get a slap on the wrist. Blood splattered and stained the earth without realizing it. Fighting from day to night, the defensive barrier constructed by Su Huai was already shaky, and even in order to maintain the barrier, he had already swallowed the last of the Immortal Ascension pill into his stomach. In these few hours, Su Huai had already lost count of how many rounds of mouth cannons the demonic bear had spewed out. Anyway, the dragon scales of the bloodthorn dragon and the flesh and blood had all been scorched in a large area, tastes full of mush. After a few more quarters of an hour, half of the blackened and charred bones could already be seen on the bloodthorn dragon's neck. If it was an unusual low-level demonic beast, it would have died an unknown number of times by now. Of course, Su Huai estimated that if it continued to fight like this, it wouldn't be too far from death. Both wings were torn apart. His head endured countless large slaps from the demonic bears, and one of the dragon's horns was broken. Su Huai is incredibly fortunate that he had previously pitched the Heavenly Cold Palace a hand. There are 2 ninth-grade immortal pills in his pocket. Otherwise it would surely be himself who would be dead now. As the attacking party, the 3-headed demon bear wasn't doing well either, as it was covered in blood-dripping wounds. With its 3 large heads, the rightmost one had been lashed thousands of times by the blood-spine dragon's dragon tail, and its skull must have cracked. After all, the shape of the head has changed. The battle was grueling. The bound 8-armed demonic ape was growing impatient in his heart, and his 8 long arms kept pounding on the barrier formed by the earth-binding formation. Felt like it had been duped. A sure win in the innings, but met 2 pig teammates. What? You mean itself? It would be trapped solely because the humans were so devious. What a despicable human being. Let my father out for a single fight if you can. Wow! Where the ancient sycamore tree was, a mournful cry suddenly rang out. Chapter 85. It's better to kill. Through the gap between the bears' mouths, Samuel Su glimpsed the green bird letting out one last wail as its newborn right wing was once again torn apart by the small snake. The battlefield over there was even more tragic than Su Huai here. The azure feathers mixed with the silver snake scales and scattered all over the ground. Green bird, a gorgeous Luan feather, bald a lot. Long tail feathers are already clean, if not look closely. Really, with a chicken, not much difference. The small snake scales had also shed quite a bit, and underneath the silvery white skin were large patches of poisonous blood. But in the end, it won the battle. The green Luan was deadlocked and let out a mournful cry of defeat. That chirp contained a strong sense of resentment, resignation, and chagrin. Even before it was swallowed into the belly by the small snake, it glanced at the bloodthorn dragon, which was bent on coming to the rescue of its master but was held down by its peers for a fierce beating and was dying of serious injuries, with a look of waste. Sybil hated to kill those 3 piggyback teammates. Can you play when you get countered by 1 on 3 hits? Cygnus' defeat blew the counterattack out of the water. Little Snake dragged his wounds and broke into the battlefield between the demon bear and the bloodthorn dragon, and Su Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He lifted the remaining immortal power in his body, taking advantage of the gap between the silver snake wrapping around the demonic bear to disperse his protection and break away from the bear's mouth. The field was suddenly 2 for 2. Moreover, 3 of the 4 of them were all greatly disabled, and although Su Huai was full-blooded, there wasn't much immortal energy left in his body. After all, he is not a great emperor. There is no way to do the body of heaven and earth, immortal power inexhaustible. Su Huai realized that he had just somewhat underestimated the strength of the little snake and the green bird. The demon bear's mouth cannon blasted at the unsuspecting little snake, actually leaving behind only a faint layer of black ash. Only pure power rips and slaps can do some minor damage. Magic resistance that high? Without much careful thought, taking advantage of the fact that the demon bear was being held back by the little snake, Su Huai didn't take long to decapitate the bloodthorn dragon, which was already seriously injured and dying. Then he began to eliminate the demonic bears with the little snakes. When the stars were dense within the secret area, the crazed demonic bear finally let out its last hiss. Its only remaining bear head was nailed into a silver arrow by Su Samuel, and its huge body collapsed. Phew! It's finally over. Su Huai dispersed the longbow condensed with immortal power in his hand and collapsed to the ground. He hadn't dared to take out and use the imperial artifact he had gotten earlier in front of the green bird. That was, after all, it had personally condensed it with its own bones. Hell, I don't know if there's any backstabbing left up there. Anyway, thinking about himself and others, if Su Huai was a green bird, he would definitely tinker with the longbow. Like it'll explode or something when you pull it apart, or whoever uses that bow becomes their slave or something. Old silver. Su Huai breathed in a large breath of air filled with the smell of blood, his eyes reflecting the stars, the corners of his mouth slightly raised upwards. What does it feel like to have your revenge avenged? The silver snake looked at him with scarlet eyes and shrunk its size to a meter long, suddenly opening its mouth and spitting out the green bird in its stomach. The green bird's power seemed to have been sealed by the little snake in some special way, and it was well behaved when it landed. It first glanced at the little snake before looking at Su Huai, reshaping into that double ponytailed lowly look. Only the dress made of feathers was mostly torn, and it was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional, revealing a large area of snow white. Samuel Su lay on the ground and looked at her. You didn't kill it, did you? You decide. What? The little snake coiled in a circle on the rock. I and it are both auxiliary creatures. We are a special kind of existence that generally chooses to cling to the strong. It holds a lot of secrets and knowledge. Keep it, it'll be of some use to you. Samuel Su braced himself and looked at the little snake. Don't you hate it? The little snake dropped its head and didn't say a word. Samuel Su twisted his head again to look at the lowly transformed by the green bird. The body is soft and easy to push down, or just a double ponytail lowly. A good mount, it's really not bad. Cygnus lowered his head, quietly relieved. When she was almost killed just now, she frantically indicated to the little snake that leaving herself alive would be of great use to it, or perhaps to Su Huai. Not only did it swear with its true name that it wouldn't betray it again, it also said that it could let Su Huai leave a soul mark on it. Maybe it was a stroke of luck that the little snake really didn't kill it, allowing it to save a life. As for Samuel So, a horny humanoid monk. Well handled. Is Samuel so horny? Of course he's horny. Even just looking with his eyes wasn't enough. Someone also took out an ancient book, a pen, and then flipped to a blank page and started sketching at the lowly transformed by the green bird. The secret realm was quiet, except for the sound of the 8-armed ape demon frantically pounding the formation. There was only the tiny rustling sound of the pen tip scratching across the yellow paper. After a quarter of an hour, Su Huai stopped writing with satisfaction, then crouched down in front of the lowly under Snake's griefless gaze. There are 4 stone tables in the sycamore tree where you are perched. It holds a bow, a scroll of kung fu, an energy crystal, and a heart, respectively, right? The lowly in the form of a green bird nodded. Well, Then can you tell me exactly what that demon heart of yours does? It contains most of my knowledge. Good boy. Then there is another question. It is written on the stone table that you have been given the method to ascend to God. What is that method? Qing Bird looked at the kindly-faced Su Huai and suddenly felt that the tone of this person in front of him was very wrong. It tried, I can slowly tell you all of these questions later. Tonight, we can do something else. Samuel Su blinked. What is it? It's what you men like to do. Oh, but I want to know the way to ascend to God now. Cygnus affirmed his inner guess, suddenly a little incredulous. If you kill me, you'll never be able to know the secret about the law of ascending God. I'm the only one in the world who knows where it is. Samuel Su sighed. So this is where you've already decided not to tell me? I'll tell you later if you let me live. But you don't have a future. The green bird's body trembled. Don't kill me. I can serve you. I can serve you as my lord, not only as I am now, but I have transformed into something else, whichever you prefer. You've changed, and either way, I don't like it. Samuel Su got up and turned his back. Better kill it, Silver. There was a short, mournful cry from behind him, followed by the cracking of bones and the subtle sound of swallowing. Su Huai sat on the ground, and a moment later, a sudden coldness came from the middle finger of his right hand. He raised his hand and rubbed the brain of the articulated snake ring. Why don't you keep it? Being human, nah. There's always a trade-off. But in your previous life, you always said that children make choices. Adults make them all. That's all youthful ignorance. It's only when you're really grown up that you realize that it's the kids who want everything, and the adults know that they can't top it. People, they can be shameless, they can be calculating, they can saber rattle, but no matter what you do, no matter how you lie to people, you always have to live up to your conscience. Just like you said, in my previous lives I accomplished nothing, and I still always feel in my head that if I have traveled across the world and don't have 3 wives and 4 concubines to start a harem, how meaningless it would be to live. Then I met Chuziyu. Samuel Su lay down against a broken log and looked into the night sky. The senior disciple of the diffractive moon immortal sex pill spirit peak master, at such a young age, he has a handful of amazing alchemy skills. Such a proud daughter of heaven has been tricked out of her heart by me, a penniless and unlucky casual cultivator. Samuel Su was silent for a moment. On a more pretentious note, she gave me everything she could. How can I bear to let her lose? Samuel Su smiled and raised his hand, gazing through the moonlight at the articulated serpent ring with clear lines on his middle finger. As is love, so is friendship. We've been together for 9 lifetimes in a row, so how could I possibly let you hold back the hatred in your heart and leave that bird behind for my own selfish reasons? If it did, I shouldn't have a little silver snake wrapped around my middle finger anymore. Should I? Chapter 86. The Saint's Son has not returned. The moonlight is clear and cold, and the surviving demons in the forest have long since quietly retreated, each nesting in their hidden lairs, not daring to make any noise. The pair of jeweled snake eyes on the finger ring flickered slightly with scarlet light. Little Snake didn't deny Su Huai's words. You really don't want to know how to get to the top. Think. Samuel So lowered his raised right hand. Don't know what it means, but this thing sounds awesome. But just because you want to know, doesn't mean you have to. That bird tried to use the law of ascension as bait to get me to let it go. But what happened after I let it go? It's still going to hold me on this. Why don't we just kill and get it over with? What with the method of ascending to the gods? I'll pretend I've never heard of that word. Be content with what you have. You're smart. You who? That's the first time you've ever complimented me. Don't lie down, get up. What for? Go to the old sycamore tree, where the aura of heaven and earth is the most intense in this secret realm. What I promised you. This matter is now closed, helping you to become an emperor. When Su Huai heard the little snake's words, he slightly froze, and immediately afterward, his entire body immediately branched out, and his heart began to flutter and beat violently. Just in the secret realm? This is the place to be. I know. Right into the sycamore tree. With a slap of his hands on the ground, Su Samuel's entire body instantly transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the hole of the ancient sycamore tree. Li Ao, the crown prince of the Zun Tian divine dynasty, was lying quietly at the entrance of the tree hole. He first went to be affected by the wave of the green bird's illusory power and fell into a boundless illusion, and it was only after the green bird's death that he was able to detach himself from that mesmerizing feeling. But the whole person remained muddled and disoriented. Samuel Su stopped in front of him and raised his hand in front of his face. Old Silver, is he? All right, it's just a false world experience. If your mind is strong, you'll be fine. I'll send out all the humans in the realm later and seal off the whole realm. You can break through without worrying.
Okowo.
Su Huai looked at Liao's godless eyes, pursed his lips, and suddenly raised his hand to give him a big ear. With a snap, Liao's head tilted, and there was something in his eyes. Still not awake? There were 2 more snapping sounds, and between blinking, Liao finally came back from the illusion that had ended, looking at Su Huai in front of him with a dumbfounded face.
Sue.
Brother Su. Good brother, you're finally awake. What's wrong with me? Samuel So reached out and put his hand on his shoulder. You've just been hit by an illusion. Brotherly, to make a long story short, this exploration of the secret realm has ended, and you will be sent out of the secret realm together later, but I still have to stay behind to deal with some follow-up matters. So can I trouble you to report my safety to the diffractive moon immortal sect for me when you go out? Liao was still a bit confused, but when he heard Su Samuel's request, he still subconsciously nodded. Such a small matter, since there is nothing to... Good buddy. Su Huai pulled out an 8th Order Demon Core and stuffed it into Liao's hand. Here's the payoff.
No.
I can't take Brother Su's. Take it if you're told to. Don't ink it. When we go out, perhaps there are some other things that need Brother Li's help. Samuel Su patted him on the shoulder. Brother Li, take care. Brother Su is also... Liao watched in a daze as Su Samuel walked inside the sycamore ancient tree, and immediately after that, a layer of silver-colored protection was reconstructed on the periphery of the ancient tree. At the same time, a layer of silver light swept across the entire secret realm with the ancient tree at the center. Liao outside the tree, Li Sideo who was meditating inside the cave to heal his wounds, and even the 2 generals of the Divine Dynasty who used the Divine Traveling Talisman to run away to the periphery and survived, were all wrapped in this layer of silver light and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Calm was slowly restored within the secret territory. Only the old sycamore tree, which used to be the dwelling place of the gods, quietly absorbed the aura of the entire secret realm and seemed to be regenerating the new gods. Immortal Domain. The greater part of the month slipped by. 3 full weeks had passed since the day when the exploration of the secret realm at the bottom of Sunken Moon Lake had ended. A lot had happened in the immortal realm in 3 weeks. First, the immortal region's number 1 heavenly pride, Li Sideo, almost died in the secret realm, and after returning from his serious injuries, he returned to the Sword Mound and announced that he was in seclusion. Then there is the heavenly cold palace peak advocate Jintian's soul lamp extinguished, fell in the secret realm. The holy sun of Sima candle traces of nothing. The heavenly cold palace was furious, and combined with some fragmented messages, it was discovered that Liao, the crown prince of the Zuntian Divine Dynasty, had openly stated that he would kill Sima Candle before entering the secret realm. So the score was settled on Liao. The Divine Dynasty prince didn't spoil the Heavenly Cold Palace either, openly stating that it was the people of the Heavenly Cold Palace themselves who were too good, and that before he, Liao, had a chance to make a move, the people of the Heavenly Cold Palace had already died in the secret realm Beasttide. Want to put the blame on him, Liao can, provided that the Heavenly Cold Palace must come up with evidence. If there is no evidence, do not blindly force. Because Liao had brought back a mysterious technique from the secret realm, and because the 3 people who had been sent out by the Divine Dynasty on this trip had all returned safely, there was a high level of clamor within the Divine Dynasty for a while, sort of temporarily stabilized the position of the Crown Prince. His attitude infuriated the people of the Sky Cold Palace to no end, but they were unable to refute it. 2 other major events occurred during the period. 1. The Great Elder of the Heavenly Cold Palace suddenly became very ill, and now his condition is unknown, and his life and death are uncertain. 2nd, a large-scale beast tide broke out in the Burial Star Mountain Range. The Zuntian Divine Dynasty sent a large number of cultivators to pacify it, and then issued the Immortal Domain Demon Suppression order to mobilize the cultivators of the world to go to the place where the beast tide broke out to behead the demons. The Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect also sent a group of elder disciples to provide support after deliberation. But all of this had nothing to do with Chu Siyu, who only knew how to refine pills, and Chao Yi, whose cultivation level was still only at the 2nd rank. Chu Siyu was a bit flustered this time. The yard next door to her has been empty for almost a month. Those who had entered the secret realm under the lake together, as long as they were still alive, had all come out safely. Only Samuel So is still alive or dead. Although as early as after the people from the Zuntian divine dynasty had come out, her master Chen Tai Ru had privately told her that Su Huai was fine, so that she didn't have to worry too much. Still, she felt uneasy inside and panicked whenever she didn't see him come out alive. And this uneasiness is also getting worse as time passes. Siu, don't look. Didn't the elder say that Su Huai is still alive, and that he stayed in the secret realm just to take care of some things? Chow Yi paused. There's an old saying in the immortal domain that good people don't live long, and misfortune lasts 1,000 years. A scourge at the level of great sage Sun Tzu would have to live for tens of thousands of years anyways, and wouldn't be able to die. Let's eat first. That Sha Ki restaurant has developed a new way to make spicy chicken. Why don't we go and try it together? Chu Siu stood by the lake and stared at the calm lake surface. This has been going on for over 10 days. In these 10 days or so, the role king Chu Siu, who used to stay in the Dan room until late at night, had turned into a swinging player who punched the clock and left at the right time. A large number of disciples of the medicine spirit peak called Master Green Not Straight. The senior brothers and sisters were worried about Chu Siu's state, but when they asked her what had happened, she refused to say. The truth didn't come out until someone stumbled upon her running down the mountain to stand by the lake in her free time and stare. Some disciples who liked to kowtow to CP and knew about Chu Siu's relationship with the Saint Sun began to frantically brainstorm love short stories. For a while, the sacred sun's fall, little sister Chu Siu's grief and martyrdom, began to spread in Pill Spirit Peak, and after being reprimanded by the elders who discovered it, it was not only not curbed, but also became more and more intense. After all, according to the first rule of melon eating, the more an elder denies something, the more likely it is true. By not letting people talk about it, you're covering up the truth. When she heard her friend from Spirit Formation Peak talk about the story, it scared Chow Yi, who was reading a book, enough. She was also aware of the fact that Su Huai entered the secret realm and did not return, but she was extremely good at guessing the hearts of people. It's been so long. Those higher-ups of the diffractive moon immortal sect don't have the slightest hint of sadness, and are at peace. Especially since she had seen the Grand Elder in charge of guarding the secret realm secretly drinking with an old man she didn't know some time ago. That proved that Su Huai was truly fine. But these things Chu Siu may not necessarily be able to figure out, get along for so long. She is considered to have already recognized Su Huai's ability to pick up girls. Her own best friend has obviously been taken down. Now Su Huai out of the matter. This is the inner sensitive Chu Siu in case you really cannot think for a moment. Hiss. Then Su Huai came back, must not peel off her skin. Maybe the skin of the Grand Elder will also be peeled off, and then hung with her on the city wall to dry and flutter in the wind.
Cao Yi Winset.
Siu ah. Su Samuel, he really is fine, you see. If the Holy Sun died, how can the great elders they all still leisurely well? Let's go eat. That's your favorite spicy chicken. How about my treat? I don't want to eat. Chu Siu lowered her head, still letting the evening breeze raise the hair on her forehead. Chapter 87. The Valley of the Light-Catching Flowers. The mind of a young girl is most difficult to understand. Being coy when bullied, but choosing to go against the grain is an endorsement in itself. Unbeknownst to those senior brothers of Spirit Pill Peak, none of them had been able to come within 3 meters of her so far. Only Samuel So, and sometimes when Samuel So doesn't come to her, she can't help but send him to the door to be bullied. It's broken. It's really broken. Chu Siu stood by the lake, her heart in turmoil. The night is as cold as water. However, at a certain moment, Huang Yuan, the diffractive moon Grand Elder who was meditating outside the mountain gate, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. He rose abruptly and stared out over the calm lake. However, in a moment, the bottom of the lake suddenly flashed a bright silver aura, and a large piece of fish maw surfaced. A figure silently appeared over the sinking moon lake, his gaze passing through the 10,000 lights and facing Huang Yuan, who was standing still at the mountain gate. Huang Yuan's body trembled as his pupils suddenly tightened. Dewey, the matter of the secret realm has been settled, so please return, Grand Elder. Tomorrow at the 11th hour, a meeting of the elders will be held. A subtle voice came straight into his mind, and Huang Yuan nodded without moving. His inner excitement was incomparable, and his old body trembled slightly as he stepped into the mountain gate one step at a time, facing the starlight in the sky. 2 great emperors in one door. In this era, Lee Sedeo was still just a future to be reckoned with, and the sword mound was still running towards a bright future. However, they, the diffractive moon immortal sect, had already stood at the end of the line and reached this heaven-defying achievement. It was only waiting to be made known to the world, so that he, the immortal sect's grand elder, could announce it to the entire immortal region. My diffuse moon immortal sect is the #1 sect in the immortal domain. Which one of you is in favor of it, and which one of you is against it? The vision in the lake naturally caught the attention of the Chusiyu duo as well. However, their cultivation level was too low, so they only focused on looking into the lake and did not notice the silhouettes that suddenly appeared in the sky above Sunken Moon Lake. Until 2 hands reached out from behind Chusiyu and silently encircled her waist. Tisk, tsk. Chick, not bad looking. It's so late in the day and you're still wandering around outside. Why don't you find a remote alley and accompany this lord to have some fun? Chusiyu's body trembled, and just as she wanted to unleash a fatal chicken beating on the person behind her, a familiar scent surged into the tip of her nose, calming her down instantly. Su Huai could feel the person in his arms tremble for a moment, and then the whole person froze there, not moving. He thought that he had gone a little too far and scared Chusiyu, so he subconsciously wanted to let go of her first. But who knows, just after retracting his evil salty pig hand, Chusiyu, a scared chick, turned around violently and took the initiative to hug him. Poof! Poof! Samuel Su, an old man with a soul age of over 700 years, stayed at the edge of the lake motionless, with the sound of a fast and powerful heartbeat coming from his chest. This was the first time in this life that Chusiyu had taken the initiative to respond to his feelings. He re-hugged Chusiyu tightly. The moonlight sprinkled down and the two embraced each other, forming a cozy and serene, beautiful picture. The corner of Chao Yi's mouth, who was standing on the side and had just wanted to greet Su Huai, suddenly felt as if she was shining brightly at the moment, more piercing than the white moon in the sky. Don't they have a basic law for killing dogs nowadays? Chao Yi stood cheekily in place and didn't move a muscle, stating that as long as she wasn't embarrassed, the ones who would be embarrassed would be the others. It was only the gaze that looked at Chusiyu that was more or less envious. Not that she liked Samuel so much. After all, this is a real world, not some Mary Sue harem talk book where everyone somehow suddenly falls in love with someone and loves them to death. And to be honest, although Su Samuel thinks he is very handsome, his face value really hasn't he reached the point where he can make Chao Yi fall in love at first sight. Getting along all the way, Chao Yi did consider getting together with Su Huai, but that was more just out of a kind of investment mentality of the heir of a merchant family. To meet a man who speaks on the ground, whose strength and potential are unimaginably high, and who is also the same age, is like discovering a surefire deal in the middle of a business trip, and any businessman would want to try to get on the bus or not. But unfortunately, she later found out that this good deal had long been monopolized by a certain person with good fortune, and those thoughts in her heart naturally dispersed. Her feelings towards Su Huai only similar to the school days together cheeky back and forth table. Stuck in the comradeship of he cares about killing, she cares about burying. Not to mention love, not even like yet. Where in the world is love without a reason? Including Situ Jiruo, who was still being held in the diffractive moon immortal sect for no reason. That woman was now full of regret. But could one say that she had love for Su Huai? Love, my ass, is just resentment. As for envy, what a human being. You should know that even his father, Chao Yang, that man who was afraid of his wife, had times when he cheated on his mother behind her back. 3 wives and 4 concubines were actually quite normal in the immortal realm, especially for the strong. But the foolish Chusiyu, on the contrary, was able to monopolize a man like Su Huai. How is it possible to not be envious of this TMG? After hugging for a while, Chusiyu's courage was finally all used up, but she still didn't dare to let go, because she suddenly remembered that Chao Yi was right next to her, and she might have to welcome Chao Yi's teasing when she looked up later. Solely not moving at all, just pretending to be dead. Su Huai also noticed this point with a look signaling Chao Yi, "Is a good brother, quickly climb away. Do not delay me to pick up girls." Chao Yi grinned and pointed her left hand to her stomach, then raised her right hand and compared it to a 3. "If you want me to leave, you can. It's on the house. 3 meals." The corner of Su Huai's mouth twitched, and casually touched a piece of magic core from his storage ring and threw it over. Chao Yi panicked and reached out to receive it, and when she received the physical object and brought it to her eyes, she instantly stared straight into her eyes. Scratch that. 8th order magic core. Boss atmosphere. Chao Yi gave a thumbs up to Su Huai, who glanced at her with a face full of disgust and made a mouthful. "Koi on." Just roll with it and wish the boss an early birthday. That's an 8th order magic core. It's more than her father earned in his whole life. It can't be spent. I can't spend it all. Chao Yi ran away with the magic core in her pocket. Su Huai saw that there was no one around, and only then gently patted on Chu Siyu's back. Richie, Chao Yi has left. Well, you close your eyes and I'll take you somewhere. Well, Su Huai released Chu Siyu, then held her hand, a wisp of immortal power quietly wrapping the two of them. The breeze brushed by, and the two of them disappeared without a trace. It didn't take long before Su Huai first confirmed that his plan hadn't gone awry, and then he squeezed Chu Siyu's hand. You can open your eyes. Eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a large fluorescent light reflected in her eyes. It was a silent valley, and the duo stood on the second-floor terrace of an exquisite wooden house, surrounded by an endless sea of pale blue flowers. The light-dependent flower, which goes by the sun in the daytime, gives off a faint fluorescent light at night. Chu Siyu loved light by light flowers, but she had never seen such a vast sea of flowers. The stars are all over the place. The sea of flowers was reflected under her eyes, and her whole body seemed like an elf in the free world, carefree. Like it. Su Huai stood beside her, and his heart was also filled with fulfillment. Although the second half of the flower sea relied on the hardworking elder Su to carefully cultivate it, the seeds were bought by him from the imperial capital of the great Yan dynasty, and it was also he who personally sprinkled them into the soil to nurture the buds. This plan has been in the works since a long time and has finally blossomed today. It will be extinction for Chu Siyu. Happy birthday, Richie Rich. Chu Siyu looked back at him in a daze. The sea of flowers in his eyes quickly faded away, and in its place was Su Huai, who had a gentle smile on his face under the moonlight. She once again took the initiative to jump into Su Huai's arms, burying her head and unwilling to look up. Samuel Su blinked, and evil came to him. Quickly cupping her face, she lowers her head and delivers a flat shot. Chapter 88. The Chalet. The blue sea of flowers ripples in the breeze. Chu Siyu was embraced by Su Huai's forceful embrace, and could only stand slightly on her tiptoes, staring wide-eyed, and it didn't take long before she felt a few moments of warmth coming from her lips. With a distance of just a few centimeters, she could clearly see Su Huai's eyebrows and even the tiny fluffy hairs on her face. A strange feeling that could not be expressed in words surged out from her heart and ran to her limbs. It made her feel a bit parched, and she couldn't help but twist her body. Noticing the difference in the person in his arms, Su Huai also quietly opened his eyes, and then he met with a pair of big watery eyes. As his lips parted, Su Huai couldn't help but blush with his old face. How come you don't close your eyes? Does one have to close his eyes? I don't know, but everyone closes their eyes at times like this. So, then I'll close my eyes and try again. Chu Siyu finished and closed her eyes, which gave Su Huai completely whole will not. Perhaps it was because she had no experience in this area, the social terrorism chick. Why at this time, on the contrary, she did not feel shy and was much bolder than the average girl. Since this was the case, Su Huai was also not polite, lowering his head again. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. When he quietly opened his eyes again, he met those big watery eyes again. Why are you? Again? Sorry, I forgot. So we'll try again? Good. The little snake between Su Huai's fingers smelled the sweet and greasy scent of dog food, glanced at Su Huai with a disgusted face, and then quietly detached itself from the palm of his hand, and swam down the terrace into the sea of light by light flowers. According to its judgment, there is a great probability that these two will continue to develop next, and may even take a step to the stomach for an uninteresting reproduction. Especially Samuel So, the pushover. Just now this dog has been plucking it with his left hand. The little snake is aware of the situation. Rather than being plucked down and thrown out by Su Samuel, it would be better to moisten himself first. What is there to be hoity-toity about? Without the little snake as a light bulb, Su Huai moved much more boldly. This time it lasted longer than even before. It lasted for more than a quarter of an hour. Su Huai did not open his eyes again for fear of meeting those big innocent and ignorant eyes again. Don't ask. To ask is to feel guilty. In the end, he was pushed away by Chu Siyu. The little girl's cheeks were red as if they were dripping blood, and she clutched her collar in a death grip. Just now, her neckline had been affected by force majeure, and her good dress had been ripped off its threads. Ahem. It's not my fault. It's my hand. It always has a mind of its own. Chu Siyu lowered her head and refused to speak. Su Huai smacked his lips, knowing that the time had not yet come. He could only coax her in a gentle voice and promise to keep his hands to himself. He pulled Chu Siyu and told her that this terrace was built for her, and that the center of the terrace was used to put the alchemy furnace, and said that he would carve spirit formations around it to protect it from the wind and rain. Inside the cabin was the sleeping quarters, which were temporarily set up as a two-bedroom, so that if Chu Siyu would be afraid at night, he could remove the center partition and merge it into one large room. There is a separate kennel outside the house, which can be used to keep some cute little animals such as flaming Pegasus, purple-scaled boa, snow grumpy spirit, etc. Mention of snow grudge. Su Hui drilled into the wooden house, carried out the shweda that had shrunk into a large shwe meinyang, and stuffed the dumbfounded face into the arms of the equally dumbfounded Chu Siyu. This is birthday present. Chu Siyu blinked and cupped her hands around the soft, snowy grate and raised it up. It's cold to the touch, but not so cold that it freezes your hands. This was the third form of the snow grates, and the most initial form of their clan. The oldest snow grievance spirit was born on the snowy plains, a munchkin that feeds on snow and ice, with almost negligible combat power, and when it encounters a natural enemy, it can only bury itself in the snow and camouflage itself to avoid it. It was only later that they slowly evolved into their second form, the Snow Grudge Spirit's original form, in order to survive. Then, the Snow Grievance Spirit clan was sent by the Ghost Emperor to the Weeping Ghost Abyss battlefield as cannon fodder, and then slowly through the mimicry learning, there is a third Snow Woman form, and through the Snow Maiden form, she seduces humans in an attempt to blend into the lower ranks of the human race as a spy. It was only ineffective and easily recognized. The Snow Grudge Spirit can really be called the shame of the ghost race. With such an ancient history of the community, the highest ranking Snow Grudge Spirit is only 8 ranking the entire community, not even a 9 ranking honored one. Snow Big is even more shame in the shame. The community evolved for hundreds of thousands of years to have the power of war. It finally turned into the initial form again, rely on cute for a living. But Shweta was not ashamed but honored, and when she was picked up by Chu Siyu, she even stuck out her pink tongue to lick her hand. Chu Siyu was amused by it and giggled, and couldn't care less about grabbing her neckline again, which instantly made Su Samuel's eyes small and full. He coughed lightly. Like it? Well, thank you, Samuel. So, stay here at night from now on, and you can bring that purple-scaled boa of yours over as well. Chu Siyu slightly froze. What purple-scale boa? That snake you took in at the secret place. Blackie. But isn't Blackie still in the secret realm? Samuel Su suddenly stopped talking. When he first brought out the purple-scaled boa, he casually stuffed it into the large water tank in the corner of Chu Siyu's small courtyard, only explaining it to be honest when he put the lid on it, but never expected it to be that honest. Fifth-stage demonic beasts, which had yet to pass through the metamorphosis stage, were unable to sustain their consumption purely through heaven and earth auras. Plus, the purple-scaled boa was at a critical juncture of metamorphosis, and the energy it needed was huge. Didn't eat or drink for over a month. Not sure if it died in the tank either. Ahem. I know it's in the secret realm, and I'll help you bring it out in the morning. Chu Siyu lowered her head and walked slowly towards Su Huai, then put his head on Samuel So's chest. Nearly a month time has not seen, Su Samuel found that she has become much more clingy, a little bit of the flavor of a little girl in the period of passionate love. There was no talk all night. It was only when the evening sun spread across the sky that Samuel Su stretched and sat up. For him, sleeping is a pleasure. Looking at the familiar environment and arrangement around him, he had a feeling that it was like his past life. The only beautiful thing was that in the wee hours of the morning, when he stated that he had a big bed and invited Chu Siyu to experience it with him, he was rejected mercilessly. Chu Siyu, no matter how stupid, also know that just simply sleep, promise not to do anything else. This kind of bull cannot be believed. She had read a lot of romance books on Chao Yi's recommendation, and knew that promise not to do anything else would soon turn into rub it in, and then into wail. Despite acquiescing to her direct relationship with Samuel So, a direct step to the stomach was still too difficult for a sociopathic chick with a mental illness like her. Sitting on the bed and fuming for a while, Su Samuel glanced at the small snake that had returned to the middle finger of his right hand at an unknown time before he pulled out a jar of spirit spring from his storage ring. It was only after it was brought to his mouth that he suddenly reacted to the fact that he had already entered the Emperor realm. His flesh was dustless and unblemished, and all those little habits he used to keep up with the rituals of his life could not be used anymore. Stretching and pushing open the door to his room, the next room was already empty, the bedding neatly folded. Have you already gone to the sex Dan room to learn alchemy? He tucked his hands into his sleeves, and with a thought, he appeared in front of the diffractive moon immortal sex mountain gate. Reaching out and poking at the already repaired knocking heart gate, it was unobstructed, and it wasn't clear whether it had been beaten up or was simply ineffective for Emperor Realm cultivators. Bah, bully, knocking on the door of the heart. Upon entering the mountain gate, he could clearly feel a subtle fluctuation sweeping over his body before slowly dissolving into nothingness. This fluctuation was the strongest protection of the immortal sect, the Mountain Protection Formation. Wandering all the way, Su Huai returned to his own small courtyard at Pill Spirit Peak. The excitement and freshness brought about by breaking through the Emperor Realm had been pretty much squandered in the Secret Realm, and thanks to the blessing of that 8-armed ape demon, he had also been able to control his power very well. A leap and a handsome landing with one hand propped up over the courtyard wall. This hand is a masterpiece in scaling the walls of a female disciple's yard. Samuel Su ran to the corner with a big grin and lifted the lid of the big water tank. Inside lay a skinny, bony snake. As it turns out, some things won't even leave themselves alone when they're hungry. For example, the purple scale boa is holding its own tail. Rather like to imitate the tail snake, performing a hand I eat my own meaning. When Su Huai opened the lid of the water tank, it saw the long-lost sunlight, and for a moment it burst into tears and let out a hiss of accusation full of grievances. The corners of Su Huai's mouth twitched, so he could only reach out and carry it out, while taking 2 low-rank pills and stuffing them into its mouth. Chapter 89 Elder Chun, you don't want to refine the pills either. 100 days. The setting sun in the sky was down to its last glimmer. The diffractive moon immortal sect's small dark room lit up another row of white candles, reflecting those old faces on both sides of the long table in an oozing light. Huang Yuan stood at the door of the small dark room along with Su Huai, looking at him with an unspeakable expression. Have the female disciples of my immortal sect and that humanoid snow grudge spirit already failed to satisfy you? Or is it that even your tastes have changed after the breakthrough, and now you won't even let go of a snake, and such a slim one at that? Question mark. The small snake ring between Su Huai's fingers instantly looked over at Huang Yuan, his scarlet pupils flickering. Samuel Su's eyes widened as well. Old man Huang, this emperor advises you to be careful with your words. Huang Yuan coughed lightly and hurriedly reached out to push open the door of the small dark room, taking the lead and drilling in. The elders in the room stood up from their seats in unison when they saw Samuel Su enter and bowed their heads to him as a sign of respect. There have been numerous changes to the seating in the house. The seat of the Holy Sun where Su Huai sat last time had already been removed, and the seat at the top that was always empty was now occupied by a kindly-looking old man. An identical cross chair was set up beside him. Su Huai sat on that chair under Huang Yuan's guidance, and then twisted his head, showing a hint of a smile to the old man beside him. This was the first time in this life that Su Huai had met with the diffractive moon emperor. He could tell that the diffractive moon emperor in front of him was only a dharma body.
Em Sari, fellow Daoists.
There's been some chaos in the immortal realm lately. The weeping ghost abyss might have noticed it as well, and the mountain vault ghost emperor is watching intently. So I can't get out of my way, so I can only meet with my dharma body. I also ask for your understanding. Su Samuel arched his hand at the diffuse moon emperor. Great emperor is overstating things. Although Su Samuel made a lucky breakthrough, he is still a diffractive moon saint's son. You can just call me by my name. Great Emperor Diffractive Moon smiled as he stroked his beard. In any case, congratulations to you, fellow Taoist, on your ascension to the Emperor realm. As soon as the diffractive moon emperor's words fell, the dozen or so elders in the room also shouted in unison. Congratulations to the Holy Sun on his ascension to the imperial realm. Su Huai pulled the corners of his mouth and thanked them one by one. Only now that his cultivation had changed, Su Huai's own status and power of speech had also risen to an absolute height. Those elders who were not acquainted with each other in the past were somewhat flattered, and only Chun Tiru from Pill Spirit Peak had a tangle written all over his face. Chun Tiru was an old man of the diffractive moon immortal sect, the kind that truly cared for the sect. With the Saint Sun's breakthrough and 2 emperors in one clan, it was impossible to say that he wasn't proud of Su Huai. But this Holy Sun character is really... He was aware of his own young disciple's perversity these days. Shut in disciple. How could he not be concerned? Yesterday Chu Siu went down the mountain late at night and did not return to the mountain gate. He was then a thump in his heart and hurriedly had to go down the mountain to find. However, he did not expect that just after he left the Pill Spirit Peak, Huang Yuan stopped him and told him about Su Huai's situation, as well as the fact that Chu Siyu was with Su Huai. Chun Tiru was both happy and angry in his heart. Chu Siyu, that girl, is only 16 or 17. Jasper years This morning when that girl came to the den to hear herself lecture, even her mouth was swollen. The red marks on his neck stood out. It took a lot of suffering at first glance. Samuel, so you're going to jail for this, you know. Su Huai could feel the resentment coming from Chun Tai-ru's body, and knew that this old man must have already known that he had completely abducted his precious disciple, and he didn't know out of what kind of mentality. He not only smiled at Chun Tai-ru, but also raised an eyebrow. Pissed off, Chun Tiru nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ahem. Seeing his old buddy's face red with anger, Huang Yuan couldn't help but open up for him. Today's council, which was convened under the auspices of the Holy Sun, should have other important matters to discuss in addition to announcing the Holy Sun's breakthrough. Only then did Su Huai withdraw his gaze. Indeed. The main purpose of this gathering is to discuss with everyone how to deal with the heavenly cold palace. Fist Intent Peak Elder Gu Hanshan was the first to react. What does the Holy Sun mean? Is to go to war directly?
No.
Samuel Su banged the table. In the matter of the medicine man, for the time being, we can only determine that Tianhan Palace's Grand Elder Qian Sihai is the first offender. As for what role the heavenly cold immortal emperor played in it, is still unknown. If the heavenly cold immortal emperor wasn't involved, naturally all would be happy, and Qian Sihai could not avoid it. But if he is involved, there will be a second solution to this matter, and we can be fishers of men for once. Huang Yuan frowned and asked, snipes and clams, fishermen gain, but the snipes are there. Where do the clams find them?
Samuel Susaid.
Grand Elder, Qian Sihai is not you. Not everyone is willing to be ordinary. Regardless of whether or not the sky-cold immortal emperor is the true mastermind behind this, the snipes and clams have long since come together. The elders here are not stupid, and with a brief reminder from Su Huai, they all figured out the key points. For a while, the sound of inhalation sounded one after another in the small dark room, and even the white candle burning on the table fluttered. Samuel Su knocked on the tabletop again, focusing everyone's attention on himself. Therefore, the first thing we need to do now is to first determine the position of the heavenly cold immortal emperor. And after that, decide if you want to be that fisherman. As it happens, I already have some not-so-sophisticated plans in mind regarding this matter. The diffractive moon emperor, who had been silent beside him, nodded and sealed the deal. It's enough for you to state your words. The diffractive moon immortal sect will unconditionally cooperate with your actions. Samuel Su nodded and continued. First of all, the immortal sect needs to send a request for friendly exchange to the Sky Cold Palace. Chun Tiru interrupted. If the heavenly cold palace states that the clan is in turmoil and refuses to exchange, what is taken as an explanation? Su Huai pulled the corner of his mouth. I have prepared for this matter, Great Elder. Those disciples of the Sky Cold Palace should all still be detained within the immortal sect, right? Huang Yuan nodded his head and responded. At your request? They have been under house arrest within the clan's guest residence on the grounds that Zhang Zhentian fell, and no one was there to protect them back in the clan. That won't do. This time I'll escort those Heavenly Cold Palace disciples back to the sect, and go to the Heavenly Cold Palace to exchange one or two things in the meantime. As the four great clans, it's impossible for them to stop their own disciples from returning to the mountain. Otherwise, who else would be willing to go to Heavenly Cold Palace to practice in the future? I've worked so hard to escort their disciples back to the mountain, so you have to invite me in for a cup of tea no matter what, right? Chun Tai-ru asked again. Then what if they refuse our escort and take the initiative to send someone to pick them up? It won't. The immortal region is so dangerous, sending someone to pick it up? It's not unusual for that sent person to accidentally die halfway through the journey. It's like alchemy. Sometimes the furnace blows up when you're refining. Don't you think so, old man Chen? Chun Tiru shrunk his head. He was extraordinarily active today, knowing full well that the plan proposed by Su Huai, a treacherous person, would definitely not have so many loopholes, but he still barred it. Now that Su Huai had uttered this, the potential meaning was, Old man Chun, if you damn well bar me again, be careful when refining pills in front of your disciples in the future. How dare this be another bar? In case he really blew up the furnace one day while demonstrating alchemy to his disciples, then this old face would be disgraced. Seeing that old man Chun was finally honest, Su Huai then tucked in his hand and glanced at him. If there are no comments, the announcement can be made later. 7 days later, this saint's son departs for the heavenly cold palace. Yes. Chapter 90 Teng Yun Mountain 2. For 7 days, Su Huai was stuck with Chu Siyu almost every night, and he also ran to Pill Spirit Peak from time to time to observe Chen Tai Ru's alchemy course. Unfortunately, this old man seemed to be really afraid of Su Huai screwing him during his alchemy, and even talked about the theoretical knowledge for several days in a row, just refusing to demonstrate on his hands.
Samuel Susaid.
He understood all of this theoretical knowledge. His theoretical knowledge was already deeper than the average 8th grade alchemist. It was just that his brain would be able to do it, but his hands wouldn't be able to do it yet. So after listening to it for a few days, he found it uninteresting and took advantage of the gap between Chu Siyu going to the Dan room to study, and continued to run off to the immortal realm to roam around. That day's meeting in the small dark room also discussed the situation in the immortal region after finalizing the plan against the Sky Cold Palace. There was one item that made Samuel Su couldn't help but frown. That is a wave of beasts. He didn't know if it was because his rebirth in this life had brought too much influence on the immortal region, and the beast tide that was supposed to break out after 5 years had actually broken out earlier. To the west of the buried Star Mountain Range, where it bordered a small secular country, a large number of demonic beasts suddenly surged out. Most of the demonic beasts participating in the beast tide had red eyes and were violent. Even the 6th-ranked demonic beasts among them seemed to have lost their spirit, charging towards the human race's territory based on their instincts. Although the exalted heavenly divine dynasty had already dispatched a large number of cultivators to maintain the defense line at the first opportunity, several small mundane countries were still dealt devastating blows. Su Hui immediately proposed that he could secretly make a move to resolve this disaster initiated by the Burial Star Mountain Range. But it was stopped by the diffractive Moon Emperor. Because of the buried Star Mountain Range, there are demon emperors. Before Su Huai stepped into the Emperor realm, there were a total of 5 emperors in the immortal domain: the diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty, the Heavenly Cold Palace, and the Sword Graveyard, each of which was occupied by one of the 4 transcendent powers. The last one was in the Burial Star Mountain Range. It was very difficult to surround and kill an Emperor realm, not to mention that the buried Star Mountain Range was the territory of that demon emperor. That demon emperor was ancient and incomparable. His time of becoming an emperor was much older than the rest of the several great emperors, and he was a true desolate ancient fae. After living for so long, no one knew how strong it was and how many backstops it had inside the buried Star Mountain Range. And as early as thousands of years ago, that divine emperor of the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty had a battle with that demon emperor. After returning from that battle, the divine emperor ordered that a defense line be set up on the outskirts of the buried Star Mountain Range, and that the buried Star Mountain Range be demarcated from the buried Star Mountain Range. The world rumor is that that battle ended in a draw. However, only a few of the human race executives who were also great emperors knew that the divine emperor had escaped from the center of the mountain range after losing the battle, and had recuperated for hundreds of years before fully recovering. And before he closed down to heal his wounds, he passed on a message to a few of his old friends. There is also a difference between the emperor realms. To completely kill that demon emperor, it would require at least 3 or more human immortal emperors to work together. As for immortal emperor Diffuse Moon and Swordmound's great emperor Huaifeng, they were guarding the 2 forbidden places of Weeping Ghost Abyss and Meteor Devil Cave, so it was impossible for them to spare their hands to besiege the Burial Star Mountain Range. As for the Sky Cold Palace, this power is hard to define. When major disasters occurred in the immortal realm, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Cold Palace chose to play dead. But at the same time, they would send a large number of disciples down the mountain to quell the disaster. Say they have no sense of responsibility but also really involved in the peace, say they are concerned about the people, but the help is really too limited. This was the reason why the remaining 3 top-tier forces didn't treat the Heavenly Cold Palace very well. Because of all these reasons, the human race can only maintain a more peaceful coexistence with the demon race. As long as the 9th Order demonic beasts didn't set foot into the human race's territory to go on a killing spree, the human race's side couldn't send cultivators above the Zunshur realm to slaughter the demon race and interfere in the battlefield between the 2 races. As for the 9th Order and below, to each his own. Suai felt a little bit of egg pain. He privately asked Little Snake if he knew about that demon emperor in the Burial Star Mountain Range, and Little Snake only said one word. Dragon. Samuel Su asked again. Between me and it, which is stronger or weaker? The rest of the place, indistinguishable. In the Buried Star Mountain Range, you will surely lose. I know what you're trying to do, but I'd like to remind you not to interfere in the matter of the beast tide. You can't protect everyone when the real disaster comes. What do you mean? The demon race and the human race are potential allies. Good lord. All killed like this and still alive? Don't tease. Have you humans killed fewer demons? In fact, most loose cultivators rely on hunting demons for a living, and a surviving loose cultivator will have to kill nearly 50 demonic beasts of the same rank in an average year. But the demon race hides in the buried Star Mountain range, and those who die at their hands are demon hunters and medicine pickers. You're a human, so it's normal to look at things from a human standpoint, but from my neutral point of view, it's the demon race that's the victim, right? The beast tide is indeed cruel, but this is that demon emperor practicing, and you, the human race, are practicing in disguise. Otherwise, not just a few small countries would have fallen. Don't underestimate the Funeral Star Mountain range. They are actually very strong. If you exclude the Emperor realm, the combined combat power they possess will not be much worse than your human race. And the Funeral Star Mountain range does not have natural barriers like the Meteor Devil Cave or the Weeping Ghost Abyss. If the demon race fights with all its might, the human race's territory will shrink by at least 1/3. Even according to my judgment, when that Zuantian God Emperor was able to escape from the Burial Star Mountain range, it was also probable that the Dragon Emperor was merciful. If you make a move at this time, you can easily solve this beast tide and save some people. But what about later? It is indeed a virtue to harbor racial righteousness. But without experiencing some storms, whoever it is will only become more and more petulant, even arrogant. Again, do you know why the ghost race and the demon race have been trying to take over the immortal realm? Why? Because the ghost realm and the demon realm, are experiencing a real catastrophe, including me and the blue bird, who fled from their fallen homeland to this place. Samuel Su remembered the metal cast door in the cave where the little snake had inhabited in the beginning. When Snake first mentioned the boat, the key, and the escape. Now that he thought about it, behind that metal door, it was most likely the boat that Snake had fled to here with his companions in the first place. Samuel Su didn't ask for more information. His cultivation was now at the Emperor realm, and his spiritual root had been upgraded to the 9th grade in one go in the secret realm. Have reached Snake as far as keys. Samuel Su remembers clearly that the only thing that looked like a keyhole hole in the metal door was a recess for the armature's finger ring. He had reached the condition to open the metal gate and had a vague guess as to what would be behind it, but was in no hurry to verify it. If there really was something behind the door that could ward off disaster and save the world, Little Snake wouldn't have had to flee in the first place. Su Samuel had no other advantage along the way. That is, he never disturbed his plans easily. Behind the door, there are a few secrets at best. But at this stage, knowing too much will only make him indecisive and add to his troubles. The only thing he was certain he had to do now was to solve the problem of the Heavenly Cold Palace first, so that no matter what else happened subsequently, everyone would be able to work together. Not to be stabbed in the back by your own family. On the last day of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect's announcement to the Heavenly Cold Palace, Su Samuel tucked his hand and arrived under a large mountain. The human race was struck by a great disaster, and most of the loose cultivators in Tangyun Mountain ran to the front line to chop down the demons and go to practice. Thus the climbing stairs were quite empty and appeared a bit cold. 32,000 steps. Holding a stack of yellow paper, the little boy sat on the steps and gazed into the distance, his mind echoing the words that the Tangyun Mountain Master had said to him more than 10 days ago. Apprentice, Master just did a fortune-telling for himself. This trip down the mountain to cut down the demons, I'm afraid it's going to be a bad one. Well then, stinky old man, wouldn't it be better if you didn't go?
此言差矣.
A gentleman is born in the world and established in heaven. There is something to do and something not to do. The foundation of my Tangyun Mountain is the remnants of the monument at the top of the mountain. Protecting the living and daring to die for others is the only implication that I can read from the remnants of the monument. Don't say so much, old man, you're just stupid. When the sky collapses, there is a taller one to hold the roof, with the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, the Sword Mound, and the Sky Cold Palace. So many top-level forces in place. There's no shortage of you, an 8th-ranked little immortal king. Besides, if you just go, you won't affect the battle much at all. I think you're just dejected, wanting to lead everyone to their deaths, so you can fulfill your own bull reputation. Tangyun Mountain Master is not annoyed, still smiling, not slow, said, Taller have taller need to do, we also have what we should do. Apprentice. Look at that mountain. What do you think it is? It wasn't just a mountain. The mountain lord smiled and looked up to rub the little boy's head, but was quickly slapped away by the boy with a disgusted look on his face. He had to retract his hand, clutching his slightly yellowed duster, still smiling kindly. When you see that it's not a mountain anymore, you'll be able to understand what Master and your elder brothers and sisters are doing. I understand it so well now. You guys are just stupid. The Master has left with all the disciples of the mountain. 11 days and no word. In the entire mountain gate, other than those scattered cultivators who came here to seek their chance. He was the only one left, a young boy of less than 9 years old. Have a copy of the hiking manual. Chapter 91. Seeing a mountain is a mountain, seeing a mountain is not a mountain. The boy raised his head and glanced at the youth who had gathered his robes and sat beside himself with his hands tucked in. He clutched the wad of yellow paper and shook his head. I'm too upset to sell today. What's the reason for the upset? The boy reached out and pointed to the large mountain in the distance. What do you think that is? Samuel Su raised his eyes. It's the mountain. The boy shook his head. No, that's not a mountain. If it's not a mountain, what is it? I don't know, but my master said it's not a mountain, so it must not be a mountain. You believe your master's words so much? Because, master, he is always right. And where is he now? Mostly dead. The little child pursed his lips and only stared blankly at the distant peaks. Not the slightest bit of sadness visible on his face. Su Huai also fell silent for a while. When he first borrowed Tangyun Mountain to improve his qualifications, he decided to step in and shelter Tangyun Mountain in the future when it was in trouble. It was just that he didn't expect that his sudden rise seemed to have quietly triggered a butterfly effect, causing many things to deviate from the established trajectory of his previous life. The beast tide that should have erupted 5 years later erupted west of the buried Star Mountain range ahead of schedule. Although separated by more than 1,000 miles, not affected by the Tangyun Mountain even still lifted the whole clan's strength. Down the mountain to cut down the demon. By the time Su Huai came out of the secret realm, the beast tide had already erupted for several days, the human front had stabilized, and even the elders that the diffractive moon immortal sect had sent to provide support had returned for the most part. Some, however, are literally not coming back. A small group of people, sitting on a step ladder, looking through a gauzy white mist at the big mountains in the distance. Only after a long time did Su Huai speak again. Your master is a great man. At least, is much greater than I am. Why do you say that? The boy looked back at Samuel Su. For when he looked at that mountain, he saw the world, the mortal families that lived underneath it. But all I see is a mountain. The little child followed Su Huai's line of sight and indeed found something that he had previously overlooked. At the foot of the mountain there are a few scattered thatched huts, a few chickens and ducks kept in the simple fence. The man carrying a large bundle of firewood pushed open the yard, smiling and yelling something to the house. Soon a woman emerged from the low door, handing the man a bowl of water and wiping the sweat from his forehead before finally taking the dry firewood he was carrying. Of course, these things could not be seen by the boy's eyes alone. There were only a few dots in his sight, and a wisp of smoke rising up from a cooking fire. The youngest child suddenly lowered her head, biting her bottom lip tightly.
Samuel Susaid.
Come back to the diffuse moon immortal sect with me. You are the next saint son of the diffractive moon immortal sect. The boy shook his head. No go. Su Huai raised his head to look at the sky. Is it in your heart that the immortal sect failed to fulfill its duty and killed your master?
No.
Master said that taller people have taller things to deal with, and sometimes the more capable they are, the more they need to endure. The strong don't owe the weak anything. I have no position or qualification to blame you. Then why don't you come with me? I'm going to be here, waiting for my master to return. You just said they've. But I'm still alive. If I'm still around, Tangyun Mountain has not perished. At least master, and the souls of the elder brothers and sisters, still have a place to go. Su Samuel twisted his head to look at the little child, silent for a long time, and suddenly smiled. So do you still sell your hiking manuals? Selling the last one, you want it? 2. Sung Hui, 2 spirit stones. The mountain path is vast. Su Huai did not climb further up. He was like an ordinary casual cultivator, step by step from the mountainside down until the clouds dispersed and the wind cleared. The last of the hiking manuals was placed cherishingly on the shelf mezzanine of the storage ring. The handwriting on it was crooked and filled with the future of Tangyun Mountain. When Su Huai returned to the valley where he lived, it was nearly dusk. Su Samuel had a lot of feelings in his heart. But still, he admired all the great ones but couldn't be that. Samuel So has a strong sense of himself. Selfish, or rather, in this precarious world, almost everyone who has worked their way up from the bottom on their own and survived to this point is selfish. It was only after staying in the diffractive moon immortal sect for a long time and receiving some help and spiritual baptism that he would occasionally think from the standpoint of the entire human race. But if one day a great disaster came, the first thing that came to his mind was never the world's living beings, but Elder Chu Siyu plus some friends, and that stupid younger brother who had been pitted by himself since he was a child, and who was now practicing at the sword mound. At most, for the sake of the old master and Yuganji, I will piggyback on Su Zhenghenga's sinful. Father, by the way, Holy Son, the traveling party is ready. Elder Su led Situ Jirua and several others to stand in front of the door of the wooden house, reporting to Su Huai on the second-floor terrace. Su Huai walked to the edge of the terrace and nodded gently at Elder Su. A flaming Pegasus, as well as 5 divine rune eagles, stood neatly beside Elder Su. Zhang Jintian's eldest apprentice and second apprentice were lost in thought at the side. These two had yet to fully come out from the grief and panic of their dead master. On the contrary, Yen Ju should eat and drink, and this more than a month's time has also gained a circle of weight which is really filial. Situ Jirua didn't have much affection for Zhang Jintian either, and the reason why she lost her mind was still because of Samuel Su. Regret, in a word, a lot of regret. With the status and position, as well as the strength, Su Huai's face was more and more durable in her eyes. Over the past month, she would often dream in the night back to the beginning. In the dream, she didn't go to the Su family to withdraw from the marriage, but as Su Huai said when he mocked her at first, she was there to hasten the marriage. Later also did not go to the Sky Cold Palace, but followed Su Samuel to the diffractive moon immortal sect, all the way to each other. This time, I heard that Su Samuel will take the initiative to escort them back to the heavenly cold palace, but also thought of easing the relationship between the two. Even if they cannot do a couple, do a friend is also good. She then saw a small head pop up next to Samuel Su. Knowing that Su Huai was going out today, Chu Siyu returned home from the Dan room early and brought back a large pile of the 4th-grade spirit recovery pills that she had learned to refine only a short while ago. Su Huai saw her hiding behind herself to sneak a look down, a cute and lovable look without a head. Immediately skimmed his face as barfing. Chu Siyu froze, immediately turned red, shrunk her head back, and ran back to her room in a puff of smoke. When Elder Su witnessed this scene, he could only move his eyes away and silently cursed the Holy Sun in his heart for indulging in wine, indulging in shibori and hurting the wind and customs. The Holy Sun is still too young. Why doesn't he understand? Women will only affect the speed of his sword drawing. The rest of the few people had their heads down, but they didn't notice this scene. Only Situ Jirua felt another arrow stabbed in her heart. If that day, say what needs to be said properly and don't insist on what needs to be understood. Ahem. Since we're all ready, let's go. Old Su, are you going to accompany us this time? Yes, Holy Sun. When 2 clans exchange, there has to be someone who is responsible for the handover and understands etiquette in. How dare you, Elder Su? Are you insinuating that this saint's son doesn't understand etiquette? Ahem. Don't dare. What I mean is that the Holy Sun shouldn't focus on these trivial matters. And Chen Tiru, Peak Master Chan, asked me to help his disciple to watch some of you, in case you are mesmerized by a demoness and go over the wall of someone else's clan's female disciple in the middle of the night. Chapter 92 Qian Si Hai. After such a long time, the name Su Huai had completely spread in the top circles of the immortal domain. To be seriously injured by a slap from Zhang Jintian out of the road. And then they entered the secret realm together. Zhang Jintian died. But Su Hui got a great chance. The diffractive moon immortal sect, which had always kept a low profile, suddenly announced that its own saint's son had had an epiphany in the secret realm and had been in seclusion for more than 20 days, breaking through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and stepping into the 9th order exalted realm. This naked bragging, some people believed it and some people didn't, but no matter what, it was like a deep water bomb that set off a huge ripple in the immortal domain that had been silent for a long time. Like Liao, he had personally seen Su Huai repel the 9th order demon 3-headed demon bear with one palm. If he said that the cultivation of Su Huai at that time was only 8th order, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. If Su Huai really had an epiphany and was in seclusion for a month, how could his cultivation not step forward? Diffractive moon immortal sect, you're lying. Su Huai has clearly broken through to the middle stage of the exalted realm. Liao felt that all the forces were standing on the 1st level, and only himself and the diffuse moon immortal sect were standing on the 5th level. He secretly told the higher-ups of the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty about this news and asked the Zun Tian Divine Dynasty to cooperate with the diffractive moon immortal sect in acting together, taking the lead in sending the congratulatory message. Subsequently, the sword mound and other first-class forces followed the pace. After all, we have no grievances or enemies, and it is a real good thing for the human race to have an extra strong person. Only the heavenly cold palace was disrupted. Inside the heavenly cold palace in the valley next to the frozen lake, the elders responsible for receiving foreign guests stood beside the lake with their heads hanging down, listening to the coughing of the old man inside the cabin and feeling some fear in their hearts. The short and fat chief bookkeeper beside him was even sweating profusely. Cough up! Cough up! Elder Han, is the matter of the diffractive moon Saint's son all investigated clearly? Elder Han responded respectfully. Back to the Grand Elder, most of the messages have been found out. Su Huai is the personal grandson of that barge tiger emperor Su Chang'e who suddenly appeared more than 10 years ago.
Su Chang'e.
Yes, it is said that this son was mediocre until he was 17 years old, a wastrel who was completely unable to cultivate. More than 2 months ago, sword-cleansing peak advocate Jintian had secretly traveled to the Dian dynasty on a mission and stumbled upon a woman born to a small family with good natural talent, so he moved to take on a disciple. The old man in the room coughed again. Elder Han had to stop his mouth, waiting for the old man to finish coughing before continuing. That woman is the newly accepted pro-transmitter of the sword-washing peak Situ Jirua. The Situ family and the Black Iron Su family have a baby marriage between none other than Situ Jirua and Su Huai. After Zhang Jintian clarified the key points, Situ Jirua decided to go to the Black Iron City to withdraw from the marriage. Withdrawal? The Grand Elder in the room raised his voice in a rare manner. Who gave Zhang Jintian the face? Doesn't he know that the Black Iron Su family is Su Chang'e's family? Su Chang'e's grandson, even if he's an invalid, is more than enough to match his Zhang Jintian's disciple. A thing that is not good enough to accomplish anything, but is good enough to fail. Elder Han swallowed his saliva and explained. Su Chang'e had some friction with Zhang Jintian when he hadn't grown up, and it is said that on the day of Su Chang'e's accident, Zhang Jintian was drunk. The old man in the cabin let out a sigh. And then what? Then Situ Jirua withdrew from the Su family's marriage contract in public, accompanied by her senior brother Yen Shuji. Who knows that the next day, that Su Huai walked out of the Black Iron City alone, and still had a not-so-weak strength on him. First, I befriended Chao Yi, the daughter of a merchant in Lock City, and traveled with her to Tangyun Mountain, climbing more than 60,000 steps of the mountain climbing ladder path by virtue of a second-grade spiritual route. And after passing the great Yen dynasty's immortal sect's preliminary examination, he entered the diffractive moon immortal sect to cultivate. As for why this son, Su Huai, can have such a cultivation, Black Iron City has a ban issued by the 4 major sects together, as well as the diffractive moon immortal sect's secretly arranged spirit formation guards, and our people cannot enter to investigate. There was a long silence in the cabin. How's it going with Sima Candle? Elder Han still lowered his head. The Holy Son's bilocation was killed, and his soul suffered a backlash. So far it has not been healed, and it is still recuperating in the secret room in the back of the mountain. According to the Holy Son, it is very likely that Su Huai's strength today has really reached the 9th rank. All right, I know all about it, so back off. The Great Elder. You got something else? Elder Han's body trembled, but he still gritted his teeth and asked. This time, Su Huai came to exchange. How should we respond? Just go along with him. People are highly powerful, and announcing the Zunshur realm cultivation before coming to the Heavenly Cold Palace is a blatant threat to us. Not to engage in any unnecessary small moves. Belanger understands. Elder Han bent down and retreated with the short and fat chief bookkeeper. Only when these 2 people had gone far away did the old man sitting in the house walk out with the help of his maid. The old man stood at the edge of the lake, staring at the calm surface. Chen Sihai, the old man's real name. He was the younger brother of the Heavenly Cold Emperor, a mother and a son. A brother in the true sense of the word. The 2 brothers were born in a broken-down secular dynasty, and on the day of their birth, they were born with a vision of purple energy coming from the east. Both have outstanding cultivation talent. It was a pity that perhaps the chi in them was too strong, and their mother, who was just an ordinary person, died from hemorrhaging on the day she gave birth to them. Even the extreme healing pills prepared by her father failed to save her life. When the brothers were 6 years old, their dynasty suffered an unmitigated disaster and was cleanly destroyed by a sudden wave of beasts. As the father of the imperial lord, he also died in the mouth of a demonic beast. After that, Qian Sihai followed his brother and started wandering. The immortal realm in his time was in chaos. Through his alertness and cleverness, the two brothers barely survived that most difficult of times. When they were 22 years old, the two brothers met a woman surnamed Mu while they were hunting demons. That woman treats people as gentle as water, after learning of the two people's life, has been to the identity of the sister of the self, the three people traveling together, that period of time to also be considered peaceful. But after a few years together, like most dog and pony shows, both brothers develop a crush on him. Only, that woman seemed to only have a crush on his big brother. And after some deep thought, Qian Sihai chose to fulfill them and withdrew sadly. For the next 1,000 years, he had been drunk on cultivation. Unfortunately, it was as if my brother had turned on the charm, and it was just a matter of being happy in love. Even his strength had gone all the way up. When he was over 600 years old, Qian Sihai's older brother, Qian Qinghan, took a step into the heavens and stepped into the emperor realm, becoming the 5th great emperor of the world. No, heavenly cold emperor. And at that time, Qian Sihai could barely reach the late 8th stage. There is envy and there is jealousy, and maybe a little bit of hate. In Qian Sihai's opinion, the days should have passed so uneventfully. Until the age of 670. An old woman who claimed to be a deacon of the god's domain, Pill dynasty, found the two brothers. She said that the woman surnamed Mu is the Medicine dynasty female emperor blood, bearing the sacred duty of succeeding the Medicine dynasty, and now the Medicine dynasty suffered a great disaster, need her to go back to preside over the situation. It's like suddenly one day an alien robot appears in front of you and says that some family member of yours is the savior of their planet Cybertron and then wants to take her back to save the world. Believe it or not, but as long as there are still feelings with your own family, there is no way you would agree to such a thing. Your planet is going to be destroyed. What do I care? What the divine realm was and how it was related to the immortal realm, Qian Sihai didn't know anything about it. He only knew that the old crone's cultivation was only in the middle of the 9th order, and his own brother only needed one finger to hold her down on the ground. The old crone talked to Qian Qinghan alone for a long time. He didn't know exactly what they talked about. He only knew that in the end, his brother pushed his wife to the old crone's side with a stony face. He made a move to stop it, and was suppressed by his brother himself. Cough up! Cough up! The old man by the lake reached for the square handkerchief handed to him by his maid and wiped the blood stains from the corners of his mouth. Nearly 8,000 years had passed since that Mu woman was taken away. Qian Sihai had long ago been unable to remember her voice and smile. The only thing I remember is a silhouette that was always warm to the core, and my own deep sense of powerlessness at the time, and the indifference on his brother's face. All of this is like an obsession that cannot be erased, completely sealing his path to the emperor realm. Chapter 93. The Holy Sun Lord likes. Over the wall. Grand Elder. It's cool outside. Let's go inside. I'd like to be. Ahem. Alone for a while. You go in first. Yes. The maid lowered her head and walked into the wooden house, leaving Qian Sihai alone, letting the icy cold wind pour into his mouth and nose. After the maid left, Qian Sihai suddenly smiled at the empty lake. Soon. It's going to work soon. The heavenly cold palace, the foot of the mountain. As the flaming Pegasus stepped down with one hoof, the snow at the foot of the snowy mountain quickly melted, forming a small puddle 10 meters square. Su Huai tucked his hand, and an aura of 9th order strength filled the air, causing the surrounding demonic beasts that inhabited the snowy plains to tremble in unison and flee. This is the heavenly cold palace? Yes, Lord Saint's son. Elder Su patted the divine rune eagle's neck and fed it a few low-grade pills before jumping off of it. It's all because of Su Huai and Chu Siyu. These two cubs, last time they both fed the elixir so that the talisman eagle opened the door to the new world, and now they refuse to fly without feeding the elixir. Favor these several eagles or the great elder raised from childhood to big baby. Cannot hit, cannot be scolded. It is good that there are many low-ranking alchemists in Pill Spirit Peak, and there are many poor-quality pills produced by practicing on weekdays. Seeing that Su Samuel was about to charge up to the heavenly cold palace mountain gate on his flaming Pegasus, Elder Su hurriedly stopped him. Holy Son, be at ease, wait first. What's wrong? Samuel Su asked, twisting his head. The Holy Sun is unaware that there is a 9th-ranked demon perched on the mountainside of the heavenly cold palace, which is said to be a mountain protection beast left behind by the Taoist couple of the heavenly cold emperor thousands of years ago. If there is no one from the heavenly cold palace to meet them, Anyone who trespasses inside will be attacked. Holy! They still have the mountain protector god beast. Why doesn't our diffractive moon immortal sect have any? Huh? This is actually our immortal sect has 3 9th-ranked honored ones. Only that apart from the Great Elder, the rest of those 2 are stationed at the Weeping Ghost Abyss following the Great Emperor. It's not like the Heavenly Cold Palace has a forbidden land to guard, so it's normal for the clan to have 2 Zunas. Samuel Su slowly shook his head. Old Su, of course I know that the immortal sect still has 2 reverends guarding the Weeping Ghost Abyss, but I'm talking about the mountain protector divine beasts now. Do you know about the divine beasts? The old man doesn't quite understand. Divine beasts, that's a clan's heritage. If Sky Cold Palace has it and we don't, it will always feel like it's missing the point and being compared to it, understand? But 9th order demons are not easy to succumb to. Nothing. Old Su, just pretend you didn't remind me just now. Su Huai patted the neck of the flaming Pegasus, and the Pegasus understood and charged at the snowy mountain where the Sky Cold Palace was located. The one sent by the Heavenly Cold Palace to receive the duo was none other than that Elder Han, as well as that short and fat communication master. When the chief official saw Su Huai start to charge mindlessly, his face changed and he immediately went to stop him. But just as he took a step, he was pulled back by Elder Han. Elder Han, what are you pulling me for? The Frost Snow King Bear doesn't know that's a guest from the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect. What's your hurry? Elder Han narrowed his eyes. The other party also has the cultivation of the Zunshur realm, so they can't die. At best, lose the mount underneath you. That Diffractive Moon Saint's son is so arrogant. Let him suffer a bit, preferably with some injuries or something, so that he can be honest in the next exchange. This? The chief bookkeeper thought about it. It seemed to be this rationale anyway. It was the Diffractive Moon Saint's son himself who recklessly rushed about. Even if he really suffered any injuries, he couldn't rely on the Heavenly Cold Palace's head. So the 2 just stood still and waited for the show. As expected, just as the flaming Pegasus was about to step onto the mountainside, the entire mountain suddenly began to vibrate violently. Large tracts of snow slide down the mountain in avalanches, and a huge cave suddenly appeared at the mountainside location. Roar! A roar rang out, and a bear claw that was 3 or 4 meters in size pressed down on the mountain wall, and the tremendous force caused a large crack like a spider web to appear on the mountain wall. The pure white Frost Snow King Bear poked out a large part of its body from the cave, a pair of deep blue bear eyes focusing on Su Samuel. Su Huai immediately panicked and yelled, "How could there be such a big demon here?" Witnessing the Diffractive Moon Saint's son's wretched posture with their own eyes, Elder Han and that chief bookkeeper both grinned. However, in the next moment, they saw a shocking blade light flash by, and the Frost Snow King Bear let out a roar of pain as that huge paw was cut down by a blade and landed on the ground with a bang. The short and fat chief bookkeeper burst out immediately. Elder Han reacted even faster than him, frantically running wildly towards the mountain while letting out a loud shout. "Mercy under the blade! Please have mercy under the blade of Saint Son of the Diffuse Moon." At this time, Su Hui's face was white, a look of overconsumption, and it looked like he still wanted to fight for his life to chop out the second knife, and the Frost Snow King Bear was immortal. Seeing Elder Han running towards him, Su Huai even shouted at him with his voice, "This Heavenly Cold Palace fellow Taoist, be careful. This evil animal came from nowhere. I think it must have been lurking here for a long time, and is going to be detrimental to the Heavenly Cold Palace. I, Su Huai, will remove the scourge for you today. No need to thank me. Rub. Holy Sun, be merciful. This is my Heavenly Cold Palace's mountain protector god beast. It's not some kind of scourge. Mountain protector god beast." Elder Han could not cry. He could tell at a glance that Su Huai was acting, although the existence of the Frost Snow King Bear is a secret to the general public of the Immortal Realm, but the senior management of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect could not be unaware of it. Although you are young and have joined the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect for a short period of time, it is normal that you do not understand some of the secret things. But you are damn well going to come to the Heavenly Cold Palace to exchange. My Heavenly Cold Palace has such an important matter as the Mountain Protection God Beast. I don't believe that those elders of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect haven't reminded you of it. Actually haven't really been warned. Those elders basically know that Su Samuel has already broken through the Emperor realm, and that this time he went to the Heavenly Cold Palace is rushing towards the Heavenly Cold Emperor, and how could they specifically advise him to be careful of a 9th order demonic beast? It's like a math teacher who never goes into detail about the first multiple choice question on a test paper because it's not even that difficult. It was only Elder Su, an honest man who was kept in the dark, who thought that Su Huai had just broken through the 9th rank, that stopped him during his first charge. But whether or not Su Huai was truly unaware, Elder Han could only cry and explain again. Who made the two of them, the Heavenly Cold Palace sect members who were responsible for the reception, not stop Su Huai directly just now. Su Huai still pinched the handle of the lightsaber, while listening to Elder Han's explanation with a serious face, while quietly moving his feet. When Elder Han finished speaking, Su Huai had already moved to the side of that bear paw, and in front of Elder Han and the Frost Snow King Bear, he put it into his storage ring. When the Frost Snow Demon Bear saw this scene, it stifled a grunt, turned back and redug into its cave. That sword just now was very strong. It had at least late Zunshur realm power, 2 small realms higher than itself, and it was very sure that it couldn't beat Su Huai. Elder Han couldn't say anything more. Su Huai's face was pale. It looked like that shocking sword just now should have utilized some secret method that consumed a great deal. It might even be the stance that this diffractive moon Saint Sun used to save his life. No wonder it has such a terrifying power. Then he was justified in taking away that bear paw. After all, even the Frost King Bear himself didn't stop it. It wasn't until then that Elder Su and the others at the foot of the mountain finally ran up the mountainside. Elder Su was also shocked. He was only at the 7th rank. He couldn't tell if the Saint Sun was really overconsumed, and just as soon as he came up, he frantically handed bottles and cans to Su Samuel, looking very worried about the Saint Sun's body. This scene made Elder Han more and more certain of what he had in mind, that Su Huai was bound to have overexerted himself. After making sure that Su Huai was not injured, Elder Su remembered that he still had to act, and turned around and bowed to Elder Han. "I'm sorry, this fellow Taoist. My sect's holy son is young and vigorous, and knows very little about some information. He did not know that the Heavenly Cold Palace has such a divinely handsome beast. Heard that your clan's female disciple is as beautiful as a flower, and couldn't wait to rush up, and the old monarch just didn't have time to remind him." Samuel Su's eyes widened at once. "Old Sui, you're ruining my reputation, aren't you?" Elder Han was also dumbfounded. "I've never heard of the sacred son of the diffracted moon having a lustful attribute." However, on second thought, most of the information about Su Huai came from the diffractive moon immortal sex circulars, and it was understandable that the family scandal would not be publicized, and it was also understandable that this shortcoming would be deliberately concealed. It's like their Heavenly Cold Palace. The Heavenly Cold Palace Saint Sun had no inhibitions, had a large harem, and even liked to use force. But in the image that Tianhan Palace shows to the outside world, Sima Candle is a proper inspirational young man who has risen from a small dynasty and relied on his own efforts all the way to the present. Now that Elder Su said it, Elder Han immediately understood. He smiled at Samuel Su. "Diffractive Moon Saint Sun has this kind of pleasure. You can go and make friends with the female cultivators of my clan. If you can really get married, it's not a bad thing to talk about." Elder Su spoke again. "No, the Lord Saint Sun does not like to go off the beaten path. He likes to go over the wall." Samuel So? Chapter 94 Stew A Bear's Paw. Su Samuel never thought that when he came to the Heavenly Cold Palace, before he even entered the door, his bottom was exploded by Elder Su. But he dared to swear on his own father's character that all those words spoken by Elder Su were slanderous. "I think he Su Huai Jade Tree Wind, Instrument, the declining sun in the west, all righteousness. How can you go for that kind of lewdness? What you mean Chuziu? Turning over Chuziu's wall can't be considered a turnover.
Chu Shu.
Can you call two love affairs lewd? That's called eroticism." Therefore, Su Huai immediately glared fiercely at Elder Su, and even laughed as he raised his hand to pat his shoulder. Elder Su thought that he had something to explain, and quietly came next to him and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, holy son?" "Nothing. Just wanted to remind you, old Su. You'd better go to bed early tonight and don't open your eyes no matter what happens." Elder Su looked solemn. "What does the holy sun mean by this?" Su Huai sighed. "I'm afraid that you won't be able to die in peace when the time comes." Elder Su immediately shrunk his head back. He doesn't want to blow Samuel Su's cover either. Truly, before he went out, he ran to ask the Immortal Sect's Grand Elder Huang Yuan for advice on what precautions could be taken on this mission to the Heavenly Cold Palace. The Great Elder told him that apart from normal communication, he only needed to bring out the truest side of Samuel Su on a regular basis and go with the flow, and instructed him if there is any big change in the Tianhan Palace, do not need to care about the Holy Sun, the first time to run can be. Elder Su thought about it all night. The most real side of the Holy Sun's weekdays is nothing more than the daytime pitfalls, and then at night, he went to turn over the courtyard wall of the female disciple of the medicine spirit Peak. Chan Tiru, Peak Master Chan, also mentioned that Su Huai also used his Saint Sun status to take over the mountain somewhere in the sinking moon valley, and forcibly took the youngest of the Pill Spirit Peak's personal disciples down the mountain to be the pressurized wife. It's true that occupying a mountain is a good thing. The flowers in that valley were still raised by his old Su, and this trip all the way around. Elder Su also noticed that the one called Situ Jirua from the Heavenly Cold Palace was looking at the Saint Sun in a very wrong way. She tried to strike up a conversation with Saint Sun along the way, and all she got in return was a yes, 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 or love. The biased girl is still not angry and humble as hell, like a disgruntled girl abandoned by a negative man. Elder Su, whether it is strength or seniority, is not up to the standard of joining the small black room meeting. He is not qualified to go through the information of Su Samuel. Naturally, he knew nothing about his past with Situ Jirua. Therefore, after seeing Situ Jirua's attitude towards Su Huai, the first thing he suspected was whether the Saint Sun Lord had gone over her courtyard wall and abandoned people after playing. Combining all of the above, Elder Su felt that their diffractive moon immortal sex, Holy Sun, is quite a non-starter indeed. It didn't take long for Elder Han to apologize and leave. He had to bring Yen Fu and the other four back to Sword Washing Peak to settle down properly, and he also had to report what had just happened to the Grand Elder. Thus, the short, fat master guide surnamed Tang became the new tour guide. He led a few people on a general stroll and finally came to a gilded hall. Both of you, this is where my heavenly cold palace elders, as well as my personal disciples, have their meals. Today, when I learned that you two are coming, I have specially prepared some special cooking food, and I would like to invite you to taste it. There were quite a few people in the hall, and when they saw Elder Su and Su Huai, who were dressed in the diffractive moon immortal sex attire, they all revealed searching gazes. Su Huai surveyed the surroundings with some lack of interest. Your personal disciples here even have a separate place to eat and drink from the ordinary disciples? The class is pretty clear. Huh. Master Tang nodded with a smile. That's right. A clearer hierarchy would also be good to stimulate the potential of the disciples, so that they have the motivation to cultivate hard and move up the ladder. In fact, Master Tang also felt embarrassed. People came to exchange, but as the host he racked his brain to figure out which aspect to exchange. Take them to the ring? The highest cultivation disciple within the Heavenly Cold Palace was only at the 6th rank, and the remaining peak masters were only at the 8th rank. Who's gonna fight Samuel so? Should we call out the Grand Elder? Garlic, right? Although the Tang chief was afraid of the eldest elder, but he felt in his heart that the eldest elder could not beat Su Huai. After all, the terror of the Grand Elder was in his scheming. Really want him to drag that pair of coughing non-stop body to fight with a young and strong guy like Su Samuel one-on-one. It is estimated that it will not take a few minutes, and the Heavenly Cold Palace can directly open the table. If you can't compete in a fight, then how about a formation? It doesn't work either. That accompanying Elder Su of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect was a genuine 7th grade spirit formation master in his profile, and all of the famous array masters in their Heavenly Cold Palace had been secretly drawn by the Grand Elder in preparation for the great event that was soon to come. The rest of the minnows are a disgrace when they get on stage. That's more than alchemy? It's even more bull. Diffractive Moon Saint Sun that was a high disciple of Pill Spirit Peak, having received the recognition of the 8th grade alchemy patriarch Chen Tairu. I'm sure his alchemy skills are out of this world. The reason is as above, the alchemists of the Heavenly Cold Palace who are above the 6th grade are also hidden by the Great Elder to refine. Mystical Cupcakes Dawn, and the rest of those are not necessary to compare at all. You can't beat anything, so you'll have to bring your guests to show off your meal. At least Master Tang had confidence in the cook of the Heavenly Cold Palace, or else how could he be so fat? Master Tang ordered 18 dishes in one go. Dao Dao is all spiritual plants and demon meat, even the rice is carefully cultivated immortal grain, a mouthful of mouth and teeth. But Samuel so did smack his lips. This? Tang Master Book. Hehe. Saint Sun Su just call me Old Tang. Okay BA. That old Don. Can you ask your back kitchen to add a dish for me? Whatever Saint Sun Su wants to eat. Just say it. Then I'm welcome. Su Samuel tucked his hand and threw it to the window of the hall, and with a wave of his right hand, he threw out a huge palm 3 meters wide with a snap. Here, make a braised bear paw. This gave the chef in charge of hospitality a whole lot of trouble. Master Tang also had the corners of his eyes jumping. Nice one. Nice one. You just chopped off the claws of my heavenly cold palace's mountain protection beast at the bottom of the mountain. And now you're letting my heavenly cold palace's chef cook it for you. You don't bully people like that. The holy son of the diffracted moon is simply inappropriate. Seeing the chef in front of him fuming, Samuel Su frowned slightly. Can't do it. Do is doable. But that chef twisted his head to look at Master Tang and waited for Master Tang to nod at him before he finally sighed in relief. Your Honor, please wait. I'll take care of it. The chef dragged the bear's paw toward the back kitchen. When Su Huai returned to his seat, Elder Su secretly pinched a soundproofing spell and lowered his voice to tell him. In fact, such divine things, the Holy Sun could have brought back to the sect and then asked the immortal chef to cook them carefully. Now leave it to the people of the heavenly cold palace to make it. They may not be willing to use good auxiliary materials. It's a great waste for that bear paw. Su Huai glanced at Elder Su and lowered his voice as well. This bear paw is a left paw. What does the Holy Sun mean? He who eats a bear's paw should take the right and cook it. Just now at the bottom of the mountain, I intentionally cut the left palm. Firstly, to show part of my strength, and secondly, I really want to taste the flavor of this ninth-order bear paw. If it's delicious, let's sneakily slaughter that bear and remove its right paw when we leave the heavenly cold palace, and then we'll treat everyone to a nice meal when we return to the immortal sect. Elder Su winced and quietly stuck out his thumb. Hi, Holy Sun. Really hi. Or else I'm a Holy Sun. Old Su, I won't hide it from you. This trip to the heavenly cold palace is more or less dangerous. Now you say less and do less, despite following me to eat and drink. Once something strange happens in the heavenly cold palace, you don't need to care about anything either. Just run. Don't let me be distracted in order to protect you. I know that, Holy Sun, and the great elder explained as much to me before I came. Well, it's good that you understand we're here to communicate, but we're definitely going to be watched. It's not convenient for me to show my face for the next few days. So I'll have to trouble you to slow down their line of sight and buy me some private time. Yes, by order of the Holy Sun. Chapter 95. I'm going shopping. The cooks at the Heavenly Chill Palace are really good at what they do. Snow plain mushroom, ice bamboo shoots, plus some 4th and 5th grade spiritual plant ingredients, supplemented by immortal fire stew. In a short while, the forepaw of their own mountain guardian beast was cooked by them to be soft and tasty, with a tantalizing color that was full of collagen in one bite. As Master Tang watched these two guests of the diffractive moon immortal sect gnawing on the bear paws with gusto, he suddenly felt that those mountain delicacies in front of him were somewhat tasteless. But eating with Samuel Su and the others was something I would never dare to do. That is, after all, the heavenly cold palace's mountain protection beast. 9th grade demon meat. Elder Su didn't dare to eat too much of it, so almost 90% of the portion went into Su Huai's stomach. After the wine and dinner, Master Tang was again in a dilemma. We've had lunch. What's next? How about fast-forwarding straight to afternoon tea? He can't let Su Samuel run around. After all, many places in the Heavenly Cold Palace are now quietly arranging formations, in case of accidentally being Su Samuel crashed through the. Consequences are unimaginable. Luckily, Su Huai seemed to have seen his difficulty and actually stretched his back, taking the initiative to give him a step. I say, Old Tang, where is the residence that your Heavenly Cold Palace has arranged for the two of us? I'm a bit lackluster once I've had my fill. Time for a nap. This. Master Tang clenched his fists, and his brain began to work frantically. Sky Cold Palace initially arranged for the guest house to be at the outermost part of the sect, and at that time, the idea was to be able to make the Frost Snow King Bear not far away to play some deterrent effect. But look at this situation today. Diffractive Moon Holy Sun came up and chopped a claw of Wang Xiong. Now in the end, who shocked who is really hard to say. It would be better to put him in normal living quarters. There are a large number of immortal sect disciples living there, and they can also arrange for some disciples to find some reasons to pester Su Hui and distract him in the meantime. It is better to use the beauty plan again. Su Samuel is more or less influenced since he is so colorful. Not seeking to make him happy, as long as in his side arrange a female disciple at all times to follow him even if successful. I'm so damn smart. The fat on Master Tang's face trembled, and his mouth grinned like a Maitreya Buddha. Also good. Naps? I have that habit. A midday nap really clears the air. Then Saint Sun Su and Elder Su, please follow me. Master Tang moved his chair and led the way in front. The heavenly cold palace was different from the diffuse moon immortal sect. Although the disciples of the heavenly cold palace would also be assigned to various mountains to cultivate different contents, except for the pro-disciples, the inner disciples and the outer disciples did not have the qualifications to stay on the mountains. They would be uniformly arranged in the bedding town on the west side of the heavenly cold palace. The inner disciples were better off, at least having separate courtyards, while the outer disciples could only share a room with others. 4 to a yard or even 6 to a yard, comparable to a college dorm room on Earth. Tianhan Palace covers an area that is not small, and it is impossible to say that there is no money to repair the courtyard. They are only arranging this way to differentiate between the disciple levels within the sect. Sort of plays with the concept of class to a T. The two of them, Su Huai, were brought to a small 3-story building. Saint Sun Su. This is a small, solitary building that only my heavenly cold palace's personal disciples can live in. So how come it seems like there aren't many people living in this neighborhood? Hearing Su Samuel ask about it, Master Tang coughed lightly and said, "Many of the pro-transmission have gone down the mountain to resist the beast tide, and most of the remaining pro-transmission disciples are also diligent in their cultivation, wasting time and sleep, and very few of them have returned to their residences. Oh, letting disciples go to resist the beast tide, ah." Master Tang hurriedly pulled away from the topic and pointed at the small building. Saint Sun Su, this small building is the one closest to the female cultivator's residence, and the rest of the small buildings around it have been assigned to the rest of the female protégés as much as possible. Just 10 meters to the west is the female cultivator's bedchamber. If the Saint Sun has a good match in his sights, he might as well go after it. My heavenly cold palace has always been more enlightened on this matter, and won't impede the disciples under its doors from finding a Taoist couple. Of course. In his spare time, Saint Sun Su can also look east on the 3rd floor to relax and unwind.
Samuel Susmail Skindep.
Dog Days really sent himself to the female repair bedrooms next to the ing in their own clan have not enjoyed this treatment. No wonder the Sky Cold Palace does not have a good reputation, but there are still so many cultivators who want to come in. After a careful introduction, Master Tang saw Su Huai yawning. So he knew that the other party was in disguise to drive himself away, and sought an excuse to leave. Su Huai and Elder Su exchanged a glance and walked into the small building one after the other. A layer of invisible soul perception swept through the entire small building, making sure that this place hadn't been set up with some strange things before Su Samuel leaned back and sat paralyzed in the kind of soft chair in the living room. Holy Sun. Next. Later. I'll take a stroll to their female disciples' bedchamber. Elder Su's mouth twitched. This? Su Huai sighed and pulled out a few 7th-ranked demon cores from his storage ring and threw them on the tabletop. Today, you stay in the house and digest the piece of bear poi you just ate. Take these magic cores and try to see if you can impact the realm. Also, although I don't care what you think of me when we return to the diffractive moon immortal sect, what should be said and what shouldn't be said, I hope that you yourself, Old Su, will have an idea in your heart. Figure out who's the king of size between me and Old Man Chin. Got it? Elder Su nodded his head frantically. Understand. Okay. I'll go first then. Su Hui hands a carry. The chair are not yet covered hot out of the small building's door, toward the female cultivator bedchamber and go. Not far away, in another small building, Elder Han, who had just returned from outside Chen Sihai's wooden house, let out a snort. The Grand Elder didn't seem surprised by the fight between Su Huai and Wang Xiong, nor did he comment on Su Huai's lustful attributes. He only asked Elder Han to try to keep an eye on Su Huai. Upon learning that Su Huai was arranged to reside in this building, Elder Han even gave a nod to Master Tang. Now take a look. Su Huai's horny attribute should be real. Just said he wanted to take a nap, but as a result, not 2 minutes after Master Tang left, he slipped into the female cultivator's bedchamber. TSK. If something scandalous really happens when Su Samuel leaves, the Sky Cold Palace can still use this as an article to throw dirty water on the diffractive moon immortal sect. Samuel Su, who was tucking his hand in, noticed the gaze from afar the first time, and he grinned as he tumbled into a compound with a closed gate without moving. It was a courtyard of 4, and the owners of the courtyard seemed to be on good terms, actually nestling in the same room at high noon to meditate and retreat. Since Su Huai had hidden his breath in advance, until he opened the door and went in, and then closed the door behind him, those 4 female cultivators didn't notice anything. On a high building in the distance, Elder Han's smile grew more pronounced at the corner of his mouth as he saw the gate close. However, what he didn't know was that the moment Su Huai closed the door, He immediately collected all the breath around him, and then by using the shadows in the house, he tumbled out of the window. In his previous life, after Su Huai cultivated to the Zunshe realm, the Sky-Cold Palace had already been destroyed for more than 100 years, and he was fortunate enough to visit the ruins of the Sky-Cold Palace and had a rough roadmap in his mind. Following the shadows forward, and then avoiding hundreds of large and small spirit formations with different effects, Su Huai quietly arrived in a gloomy valley. The Heavenly Cold Palace was located in the land of extreme cold, and there was ice and snow everywhere, but there was a bay of water in the very center of the valley, a small lake with crystal clear water. Next to the small lake, there stood a low wooden house. Chapter 96, Meeting Chen Sihai for the first time. Chen Sihai leaned back in his cold, hard, worn-out wheelchair. Suddenly at one point his eyes widened and his dry, thin right hand was pressed dead center on his chest. The demonic heart inside the chest cavity was beating violently, as if it had encountered some natural enemy. Moo! Push me out. Crunch. The wooden door opened lightly. The cold wind outside pierced the bones. Chen Sihai glanced at the youth sitting quietly by the lake. He reached out and patted the maid's arm, signaling her to be at ease before slowly pushing the wheelchair to the youth with the maid's help. The young man had a fishing rod in his hand and a barrel he had fished out of nowhere beside him. In the wooden barrel were several ice spirit fish that Chen Sihai had carefully raised in the lake. I didn't expect that the diffractive moon saint's son, who is rumored in the outside world, actually has a preference for stealing other people's spirit fish. Samuel So shook the fishing rod in his hand. I also didn't expect that the Heavenly Cold Palace's prestigious Grand Elder was actually an old cripple nestled in a wheelchair. Chen Sihai glanced down at the swimming fish in the bucket. How long has it been here? Half a quarter of an hour. In half a quarter of an hour, you caught me 6 fish? When he was talking, Su Samuel flicked his wrist again, and the fishing rod was violently lifted, pulling up a big fish more than half a meter long. It's 7 now. Su Huai removed the ice spirit fish and threw it into the barrel. There's no way out. The fish in this lake are too stupid. Give some bait and they themselves will run forward to bite the hook. Is it really that stupid? Try it yourself if you don't believe me. Chen Sihai laughed and suddenly started coughing violently. The cold wind is bitterly cold. Su Huai and Chen Sihai are like a pair of long-parted forgotten friends. Although in their hearts they are thinking about how to get each other killed in a legitimate way, but on the surface they are in harmony. Chen Sihai took the handkerchief handed to him by the maid and wiped the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, smiling as he asked Su Huai, I heard from the elders in my sect that you are a womanizer. Nowadays you don't stay well in the gentle land. Why did you come to find me, an old man who is about to enter the earth? The mediocre ones are hard on the eyes. Chen Sihai shook his head. Hehe, your words are biased. There are many female cultivators in my Heavenly Cold Palace, and even if we can't talk about the best colors on earth, there are not a few who have the looks of a country. If they can't even get into your eyes, it's really hard to imagine what kind of woman can make you fall for her. Su Huai twisted his head, sizing up the black-clothed attendant, pushing the wheelchair behind Chen Sihai, and grinned. I think you're just fine as a maid of honor. Give her up to me? The atmosphere suddenly froze for a moment. Chen Sihai knocked on the armrest of his wheelchair. If you like it, there's no harm in giving it to you. The is just a shell anyway. Carapace. Samuel Su's head cocked. However, he only saw Chen Sihai wave his hand, and that beautiful maid lowered her head and walked to stand next to Su Huai. Su Huai carefully measured some, only to find that the woman in front of the eyes without focus, the soul is like a pool of dead water. Chen Sihai didn't avoid it and said frankly, this woman is an ordinary disciple recruited by the Sky-Cold Palace thousands of years ago. Because the silhouette resembled that of a deceased person of mine, he was favored by me, and so he stayed by my side. Then why did you grind away her divine sense? Because all I need is a shell. TSK. Chen Sihai, you're really a scum. Many thanks to the diffractive moon saint's son for the compliment. Su Huai sighed. That little scum Sima Candle wouldn't be your illegitimate son, would he? No. For some special reasons, the lower half of my body has been abandoned for a long time, and certain functions and desires, too, have long been smoothed out by time. Chen Sihai's face did not have the slightest ripple, as if he was narrating a stranger who had nothing to do with it. So, at least that shell beside you is clean. There's no need to feel like you'll be tainting the old man's bad luck if you use it. Dispense with it. I don't have a fetish for playing with dolls. Su Huai threw the fishing rod in his hand aside, while then flexing his fingers. A bonfire was created between the two of them. The 7 ice spirit fish in the bucket were mostly put away, leaving only the 2 fattest ones, which were opened up and molted under the manipulation of spiritual power. Then Su Huai pulled out a bunch of bottles and jars as if no one else was around, and personally salted the ice spirit fish. During this time, Qian Sihai had been sitting quietly in his wheelchair, not uttering a word except for 2 occasional mild coughs. It didn't take long for the 2 ice spirit fish to be roasted until they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The oil smelled fragrant, and the translucent fish meat was sprinkled with seasonings, tantalizing. Qian Sihai didn't have a hint of the appearance of a 9th-order powerhouse, completely resembling a mortal old man on the verge of dying. Without a maid to call on, he pushed the wheelchair himself, first dragging out a small desk table from the cabin, then going back for a bench. Su Hui was not polite and sat on the bench, taking out an altar of inferior fire spirit brew. A specialty of my hometown. My old man loves this wine. Let's have some together? Qian Sihai waved his hand. Forget it. I've kept this body out of alcohol for a long time. You're dying anyway. Have a drink. In the end, Qian Sihai still had a bowl of wine in front of him. Wine and rice. Su Huai, crossing his legs, tilted his head, casually spit the fish bones on the ground, just like I just do not have the quality of the seniority of the state. Qian Sihai had unknowingly been poured most of the fire spirit brew by him, but he was still smiling without changing his face. With a snap, Samuel Su clapped his hand on the old man's shoulder. Is the human elixir you made as good as this fish of mine? Qian Sihai froze, although he had long been certain that the diffractive moon immortal sect knew that he was secretly refining human pills. He obviously didn't expect that Su Huai would suddenly poke through that layer of window paper and bring this matter out into the open. But after all, he had seen a great deal, and he quickly raised his head and looked as normal. The flavor is not as good, but it is better because it is more potent. How does it compare to ordinary pills? Human Dan, slightly better. Aren't you afraid that everyone will be killed if something goes wrong? To achieve great things, there are risks. Su Huai glanced at him. As the Heavenly Cold Palace's Grand Elder, you've been sneaking around mutilating your own disciples, so you don't feel guilty. Ask your heart. Qian Sihai raised his hand to his heart. The immortal realm is vast and boundless, just like this small lake next to you and me. The beings of the immortal realm are the fish swimming in the lake. Without my input of spiritual power to maintain, sooner or later, the lake will be all frozen. Swimming fish, naturally, will no longer exist. Saint Sun Tzu, in fact, you and I are the same. You have caught my fish today, and since I cannot stop you, I can only sit down with you and enjoy it. After today, I'll be thinking that since I can't stop others from catching my fish, why not just catch and eat it myself first?
Samuel Su Snorted. Bull.
Been pretending to be crippled for so long that you really think you're crippled? I am of the 9th rank, you are also of the 9th rank. If we fight to the death with all our might, the victory or defeat is not yet known. You let me prey on the fish you keep, and ask for your maids, simply because you weigh the pros and cons and decide they're not worth the trouble. Am I right? Qian Sihai looked into Su Huai's eyes. Right? That's why I say, we're the same people. Because you sat down to eat and drink with me after you knew my secret. Su Saint Sun's heart also has no pale ear. Otherwise, if it had been Huang Yuan, or the rest of the so-called righteous people here, they would have already made a move with me. Samuel Su couldn't help but applaud. You're right. I'm a mediocre person, no better than my clan's great emperor, and no better than Grand Elder Huang Yuan. But I'm not like you. Qian Sihai. What's the difference? Samuel Su got up and walked over to Qian Sihai, helping him up from his wheelchair. If anyone dares to touch my fish and rob me, even if I die, I will definitely drag the other party into hell with me. Bang! That wheelchair was kicked into the lake and sank in the cold water. And you, whatever you can give up. Chapter 97. Why don't you close the curtains? Qian Sihai sat trembling on the desk and looked at the kicked wheelchair in the water. It was not until the sun was gradually sinking in the west that the maid, who had stayed not far away, came up to him as usual. Grand Elder, it's cool outside. Let's go inside. He twisted his head to look at the maid's clean and gentle face, and suddenly couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently stroke her brow. It was a long time before he sighed softly. Come on, help me in. The maid came up behind him as usual, froze when she realized there was no wheelchair, turned her head and looked into the lake, then jumped without hesitation. Heavenly Cold Palace, female cultivator's bedchamber. Elder Han remained in that high building, only to look at that four-person mansion with increasing astonishment. Meow, the diffractive moon Saint Sun had already sneaked in for almost 3 hours. Why don't you come out? Although it is a pair of 4, it can last for 3 hours. Nowadays, the waist strength of young people is so horrible. Why don't I ask him if he has any kidney remedies? Ahem, don't get me wrong. It's not that I, old Han, want to use it myself. I'm asking this on behalf of my clan's holy son, Sima Candle. After all, their heavenly cold palace Saint Sun had the same fetish as the diffractive moon Saint Sun. Only Sima Holy Sun even one-on-one, but also at most adhere to half an incense burner work, which does not include undressing and bathing. It's too vague. Finally, as Elder Han wondered if the diffractive moon Saint Sun was going to be immortalized with the 4 female disciples in the room, Su Huai sneakily walked out of the room, tiptoeing to the corner. Then, with a flash of his body, he tumbled out of the yard in the blink of an eye. That action, without a history of dozens or hundreds of times of wall flipping, absolutely can't do so silky smooth. No one knew that Su Samuel had sneaked off to look for the Tianhan Palace Grand Elder, and Chen Sihai naturally wouldn't take the initiative to tell his subordinates that there was a young man who didn't speak of martial virtues and came to steal his own fish and robbed his own maidservant, and finally kicked his wheelchair into the lake. Out of the courtyard, Su Huai then pulled a dog's tail grass from the side of the courtyard wall and held it in his mouth. With a dangling look, he slowly walked towards the small building that Tianhan Palace had arranged for him. When he entered the building, Elder Han, who was in charge of spying on him, ran to another small building to meet up with Master Tang, who was in charge of spying on Elder Su. Master Tang, is the one surnamed Su okay?
No.
Master Tang shook the fat on his stomach. Surname Su has been staying in his room to cultivate. He should be digesting the piece of bear paw he ate at noon. Where's the sacred son of the diffractive moon? What have you been doing all afternoon? Tsk. Elder Han smacked his lips, sneaked into a small courtyard of 4 and didn't come out all afternoon. Master Tang abruptly rose. So strong. Strong indeed. I calculated the time. The endurance of a diffractive moon Saint Sun is equivalent to at least 24 heavenly cold palace Saint Suns.
Dame, totally outclassed.
The two looked at each other and sighed in unison. Is the follow-up program organized? Rest assured. I went to the Bewildering World Peak and brought out the Bewildering World Peak's own great disciple. The Bewildering World Peak's own great disciple is that woman who possesses half of the fox demon bloodline. Right? The key is that she's still a virgin. Her talent is high, and her cultivation isn't low. The Sima Saint Sun couldn't succeed in getting it in his mouth after thinking about it for a long time, and the diffractive moon Saint Sun surely can't top that either. Her status is basically equal to that of a holy child, and the Sky Fox bloodline she possesses is highly valued by the Grand Elder. How did you, a chief bookkeeper, manage to invite her? She was the one who reached out to me. Ha! The half-demon woman that the duo was talking about was lazily leaning against the small building next to Su Huai. Her name was Hu Qingqing, and whether it was that face or her body, it all manifested the ultimate charm. Especially the fox ears on her head and the snow-white fox tail behind her can poke the XP of countless perverts. The body of the heavenly fox, a unique physique of the ancient fox clan, was able to use itself as bait to control a servant that was 3 steps higher than its own rank, a truly heaven-defying physique. But this kind of physique that is placed in the demon race without any disadvantage, is placed in the human race is a bit chicken ribs. First of all, because of her bloodline, although Hu Qingqing had cultivated very quickly and had a peak cultivation of the 6th rank at a young age, she had been stuck here again, unable to break through to the 7th rank. Secondly, although she has practiced the art of charming, together with the body of a celestial fox, she can theoretically use her virginity to control a strong man, but there is no target that can be charmed. One must know that the spiritual intelligence of the human race could be much higher than that of the demon race. Hu Qingqing couldn't look at the 8th order cultivation powerhouses, but those who could cultivate to the 9th order were all old men again or ghostly old men. Why don't you let her try to seduce Huang Yuan with her 6th rank charm technique? Try it and die. 100% will be killed by a single cut and sink to the bottom of the lake. As such, this physique was a bug with a frighteningly high theoretical ceiling and a poor practical effect in her opinion. It's like applying for a job at a company. It ranges from $2,000 to $80,000 a month. in fact into the company only to find that, in addition to the boss's nephew to get 80,000, the other workers are just 2,000. Therefore, before Su Huai appeared, Hu Qingqing's most suitable target was actually Sima Candle, that kidney-weak boy. Of course, Hu Qingqing was reluctant. You said that your cultivation is low on the low point. Anyway, the potential is big, and you can still grow up slowly in the future, but the dam is too weak, cannot be out. Hu Qingqing body can flow with the bloodline of the Fox clan. Take half a column of incense time to kowtow to Hu. She has not yet begun to enter the state of it. Sima Candle is already over? That's too sad for Fox. A slave that could allow her, Hu Qingqing, to use her body as a bargaining chip to capture it must at least be worthy of the name of Heavenly Fox Body, right? Just like the ninth order of Su Samuel. It just so happens that this person is young and lacks experience. Different from those old men whose hearts are like water, the young man has a big desire and is extremely horny, and a pair of 4 can last for 3 hours, which is very suitable for Hu Qingqing's appetite. Therefore, after learning about Samuel Su's situation, Hu Qingqing took the initiative to walk down Confused World Peak and move next door to Samuel Su. She's going to put on a textbook. Woman chasing a man.
Quatre.
After Su Huai left the lake, his mood was really a bit less beautiful. The thought was to provoke Chen Sihai and get some information out of him, preferably sidestepping the position of the heavenly cold immortal emperor. But this old fox is very fine, oil and salt does not enter, not only confess that he is on a bad pussy, but also special meow Su Samuel with him on the same level, attempting to in turn give Su Samuel brainwashing. It is much more difficult to deal with than Sima Candle, the little who was insulted but could not let out half a fart, and would only bear it silently and then smile and stoically. After returning to the small building, he found that Elder Su was still in seclusion, and recalled that the surname Tang said that he could relax on the 3rd floor balcony. So he climbed up to the 3rd floor by himself, took out a recliner from the storage ring and relaxed. 3rd floor looking east. Empty, nothing. Scratch that, Su Samuel thought that he could see the female bathhouse on the east side, and Master Tang did not understand things. Come to cheat. Come to fool me, a simple honest man. Samuel Su smiled and rested his arms to watch the evening sun. Chu, see you now. Should have just finished the study in the Dan room, right? The speed of the flaming Pegasus wasn't particularly fast, and even with him boosting it all the way with 9th order degree spiritual power, it took more than a full night to get from the diffuse moon immortal sect to the heavenly cold palace. Counting the time spent in the heavenly cold palace, the two had been separated for as long as 3 autumns. 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns. Wow! Su Huai was fantasizing about whether his rich wife should be hiding in the bathroom at this hour, when the sound of clattering water came to his ears. He cocked his head to take a look. Scratch that. Someone else lives next door? Lady, why don't you close the curtains in the shower? Chapter 98, come on. I'll teach you. After glancing at the 3rd floor balcony, Su Huai noticed himself. Hu Qingqing deliberately stretched his waist, and his delicate curves were visible. She tilted her head and pretended to inadvertently meet Su Huai's eyes, a bit of crimson quickly flooding her cheeks. Ah! The curtain was finally pulled closed with one hand, and the out-of-bath beauty ran out of the bathroom screaming, and Su Samuel saw the soft, fluffy, snow-white foxtail behind her in a startling glimpse. Gee! Samuel Su smacked his lips and looked calm. He had gone through 10,000 years of reviews of foreign race demonesses in the soul-shading wall illusion, and his heart had long been as cold as Chen Sihai's wheelchair. Wanted when a 1.58 double ponytail soft lowly are not enough to let him flow out of the nosebleed again. The district fox female. His insides were unruffled, and he even wanted to laugh a little. If we catch this fox girl back, can we exchange half of the family fortune with Chao Yi, her father's fox girl control? Retracting his gaze, Su Huai continued to look at the sky. Just as he was about to sigh twice, the balcony on the 3rd floor next door suddenly opened with a bang, and the fox girl quietly stuck out a head and looked at him timidly. You just saw it all, didn't you? My mother said that whoever looks at my naked body will have to marry me later. Su Hui's tiger's body shook and suddenly emptied his eyes. His hands continuously groped around the table, and he didn't know where to feel out a wooden stick and tapped it on the ground a few times. Miss, I'm sorry. I have indirect blindness. May I ask what you just said? Hu Qingqing was immediately embarrassed. Nope. Nothing. Oh, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Seeing Su Huai take that stick and keep groping his way into the house, Hu Qingqing leaned against the wall and sucked in a sharp breath. Something's wrong. Very wrong. It's a little obvious that you're giving yourself away for nothing, but we're all adults who get it, and you're an admittedly colorful batch, so who are you to turn me down? And ing indirect blindness. Blind when you want to be blind, not blind when you want to not be blind, is it? Did I just show you something for nothing? She stood on the upper floor and looked out over the short distance to the small courtyard of for that Samuel Su had patronized only that afternoon. My Hu Qingqing's attraction to you is even worse than for mediocre fans. Hu Qingqing gritted her teeth, her eyes flickering. Looks like we'll have to play a little game. Midnight. Su Huai was lying on the bed, his fingertips outlining an incredibly complex spirit formation model. This was a part of the operating lines of the heavenly cold palace mountain protector formation that he had probed in the afternoon. It was only the surface layer, and he had not touched the deeper formation patterns, or else it would have been easily discovered by the person who was controlling the formation. With a flick of his fingertips, he destroys a node on the model, thinks for a moment, then decides that this method won't work, and raises his hand to refill that node. Like the way everyone does math paper finals. Elder Su remained nestled in his room, cultivating. Right at this moment, Su Samuel's brows furrowed lightly, and a not-so-subtle quarrel came from his ears. Is that the fox girl next door? Happening to be a little distracted by the big formation, Su Samuel waved his hand to disperse the model in front of him and leisurely climbed up to the third-floor balcony. Hu Qingqing was standing on the next balcony at the moment, furious and red in the face, and across from her stood a middle-aged man familiar to Su Samuel, Elder Han. Hu Qingqing, don't give your face away. Elder Han had a scowl on his face as he pointed at Hu Qingqing's nose. Before has been hanging Sima candle that 2-bit self-centered also even if now Sima candle life and death do not know, you will not really think that I cannot rule you. Honestly go back with me if you satisfy me. I might even be able to use my connections to push you, allowing you to sit in the position of Heavenly Cold Palace's holy maiden. Hu Qingqing watered. I don't want to be a holy maiden, and I'm not hanging on to the Sima holy sun. Elder Han, don't you dare slander me. Elder Han droned. Are you really refusing? Hu Qingqing. Unwilling is unwilling. Qingqing categorically cannot use her innocence to exchange for those prospects promised by Elder Han. Elder Han, don't make things difficult for Qingqing. My innocence must be reserved for my future husband. Oh, then don't blame me. Elder Han's gaze was gloomy. His right hand condensed a ball of immortal power while his left hand went to tug at the waistband of his own pants. It looked like he was going to come straight to the hard way. Holy subterfuge. So exciting? Samuel Su was watching from the sidelines. But at this exact moment, Hu Qingqing turned her head and saw him, and immediately, as if she had seen a lifesaver, she panicked and jumped over from the next balcony, and then hid behind Su Samuel. A small hand clutched his sleeve. Elder Han also looked over and glanced at Su Huai, his face obviously a bit ugly. Sacred son of Su. Before Su Huai even opened his mouth, Hu Qingqing behind him took the lead and shouted at Elder Han. Elder Han, this is Qingqing's future husband. If you want to take away my innocence, ask him if he'll agree first. Elder Han looked at Su Huai. Saint Sun Su, what Hu Qingqing said, is it true or false? Hu Qingqing quietly used the tip of her tail to scratch Su Samuel's palm and whispered in his ear. Save me. I don't want to offer my innocence to such an old man. As long as you save me, what do you want to do can be done. Su Hui's tiger's body shook as he gazed intently at Elder Han. False. I don't even know this woman. Qingqing who? And Elder Han, that's not right. Elder Han lowered his head. Diffraction of the moon holy sun is ultimately a juvenile mind, empty cultivation, in front of such a stunning color, is not unable to resist the hero to save the beauty of it. Next he just had to wait to be criticized by Samuel So, and then brush his sleeve away in indignation, but with no alternative. Hu Qingqing was then able to stay by Su Huai's side on the pretext of saving his life and the fear that he, Elder Han, would harass him again. By the time the lone man and woman, just don't know after experiencing the afternoon one pick for. This Yen Yu Saint Sun still have enough energy to feed Hu Qingqing. Elder Han, you disappoint me too much. What Sage Su said is. Su Huai shook his head. Subterfuge. It's an art, you're obviously not ruthless enough that way. Su Holy Sun lesson of. Come on. I'll teach you. Su Hui suddenly turned around and grabbed Hu Qingqing's neck. Lifting her whole body up, he narrowed his eyes with a sardonic smile. Hu Qingqing right. Either serve Elder Han well tonight or D. 2 balconies, 3 people, 4 confused faces. Hu Qingqing's brain was down, Elder Han was dumbfounded, and from afar, Master Tang, who was responsible for continuing to monitor and record Su Huai's habits, even dropped the pen in his hand to the ground. Woken up by the commotion on the balcony, Elder Su, who had just finished his cultivation and walked to the 3rd floor, shivered. I old Su is not accidentally discovered the true face of the Holy Son of the Lord. Elder Su gulped and quietly retreated to his room, pretending that he had never appeared. Hu Qingqing was about to suffocate and began to struggle. Only then did Su Huai release his hand, not bothering with the fox girl who had fallen to the ground. He tucked his hands into his sleeves and turned his head to Elder Han and asked with a smile on his face, Learned?
Elder Han.
Elder Han. Learned. Learned. It's good to learn. There's no shame in doing this kind of thing, Elder Han. When you encounter those who don't listen, directly knock out and tie them down the mountain, or secretly take them captive, and if they don't listen again, then kill them. Su Huai began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. I'm not going to lie. I do this kind of thing all the time. There's a good-looking female disciple in my diffuse moon immortal sect's pill spirit peak. I had my eye on her back when I hadn't even joined the immortal sect yet, but that girl's family had promised her a marriage. Guess what I did? Elder Han felt that something was not quite right, but he still subconsciously picked up on Su Samuel's words. How did Saint Sun Su do it? Su Huai revealed a sardonic smile. I tricked my aunt, who loved her the most, to the lake and threw her into the lake. Her aunt was immortal, and I held his head under water to keep him from breathing, then sank his body to the bottom of the lake, and that night snuck into the girl's room and watched her cry in her bed all night. Su Huai continued. Later on, in order to get rid of me, that woman even worshipped the Pill Spirit Peak Master as her teacher, became an in-law. But was that useful? It's not working. With my high talent and strength, I soon became the Holy Sun and tied her up in front of the Pill Spirit Peak Master to the valley below the mountain, then locked her up in a cabin and bullied her day in and day out. And who dares to say half a word to me? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Samuel so got into the act. The laughter that emanates is creepy. At this point, Chu Siu, who was humming a ditty and refining pills within a certain valley in the sinking moon valley, suddenly sneezed, and the prototype of the pills in the furnace shuddered with it, turning into a mass of waste mud. Exasperated, she gently kicked the Dan furnace, then quickly covered her face and said sorry to the 6th grade Dan furnace that her master had given her. She never used to blame her failures on the Danmaku, but after spending a lot of time with someone, she'd somehow picked up some bad habits of dumping. Turn off the wind and rain protection spells. Chu Siu stood at the edge of the terrace, unfolding her hands and letting a mountain wind blow by, swirling the light blue petals in the sky. Whenever this happens, she misses the man who created all of this so carefully for her beyond measure. What is he doing now in the sky-cold palace? Chapter 99 Maiden, do you crave power? Samuel so teaches people how to be bad guys in the heavenly cold palace. Regardless of whether others heard it or not, Elder Han and Hu Qingqing were really numb anyway. Elder Han had thought that, in terms of scum, Sima Candle was already invincible. However, he didn't expect that such a decent mountain sect as the Diffractive Moon Immortal sect would choose a Saint Sun that was actually even more perverted and scummy than the one they had cultivated in the heavenly cold palace. Hu Qingqing shivered. Although she retained her virginity, but she is not the kind of woman who is as pure as white paper. After all, she is learning the art of charming, and she slightly understands 8 or 9 things about some boudoirs. Theoretically, being with a scumbag like Samuel Su would turn into an ordeal every time the night came. For example, Sima Candle, Hu Qingqing had secretly tailed and investigated Sima Candle in the beginning, and found that he had once tricked a young junior sister who had failed an examination into a hut secretly built under the mountain. Later, that little senior sister entered the mountain gate through Sima Candle's connections. But she wrapped herself up tightly for a long time since then, until Hu Qingqing saw her again a month or so later, and her whole body was already numb. The ears, the nose, the mouth, the tongue, and even the belly were covered with decorative pegs. The word candle was also written on his face. Hu Qingqing doesn't know if there are any other places, but just based on the ones shown outside, she already felt that Sima Candle was disgusting, but it was clear that Sima Candle couldn't even last 10 minutes, but he could still play so flowery, pure and simple human vegetable addiction. This was one of the reasons why Hu Qingqing was so repulsed by Sima Candle. Now that Su Huai had exposed himself, could it be that the diffractive moon Saint Sun was also such a pervert? Hu Qingqing weighed the pros and cons in her mind, and after a short period of thinking, she still felt that the temptation to control a ninth-order powerhouse was far greater than the pain she would feel from enduring a night of humiliation. Especially since this ninth-order powerhouse was still young, there was a probability of at least 80% that he would be able to ascend to the Emperor realm in the future. So, she endured, still cowering behind Samuel Su. Tearfully, she looked at him. "Help me. At least not an old man. Do whatever you want. Please. Not even with a pervert." Although he knew that this was an act, Elder Han's heart was still pierced with an arrow. "And can you not keep mentioning the word old man? I'm only 97 years old and I'm in the prime of my life. Like the big long, shucks, like certain 8th peak masters like hundreds and thousands of years old can only be called an old man." Seeing that Su Huai snorted as if he was about to say something shocking out, Elder Han hurriedly took the lead and snorted coldly. "Humph! I'll spare you once today for the sake of Saint Sun Su. Hu Qingqing, a figure such as Saint Sun Su is not something you, a half-demon fae, can climb up to. It's true that it's not good for me to make a move if you follow him, but there's always a time when Sage Sun Su isn't around, right? TSK. The corner of Su Huai's mouth twitched. "Son of a, why is it that when this comes out of your mouth it always gives me the urge to kick your ass?" Elder Han ran away. Running fast, in the blink of an eye he was 3 or 4 miles out, completely lost in the darkness. Samuel Su shook his head and turned back into the living room. Hu Qingqing followed suit. Then he saw Su Huai sitting on his butt on the soft chair, clearing his fingers, and the tea set on the table began to methodically brew tea by itself as if it had a spirit. Su Huai himself leaned on the back of the chair, took out an ancient book whose page number had been torn, flipped to the page of the fox woman, and began to compare it with the Hu Qingqing in front of him. "The more I look at it, the more I dislike it." Regardless of looks first, Hu Qingqing did have a few looks, but at most it was about the same as that girl Chu Siyu when she first came to the diffractive moon immortal sect. At that time Chu Siyu was very thin, looked woeful, but also always liked to shrink, head down like a quail. Now that Chu Siyu had grown out of it, her life had settled down, and after spending a month in a place like the diffractive moon immortal sect where the aura was abundant, she had completely unlocked her sealed face value. If one stood on an absolutely objective standpoint right now, Hu Qingqing's face value was at best around 91 or 12, which was that much higher than Chao Yi's, while Chu Siyu without a doubt was above 95 points.
Su Huai?
Cough. Although in the eyes of the public in the immortal domain his face value may only be 80-something points, but that's all about other people's aesthetic failures. When it comes to the power of seduction again, the fox women in the illustrated book are all more heartwarming than Hu Qingqing. The real person, human beings at least have 9 tails, you Hu Qingqing only have 1, your fur color is not as smooth as the one in the illustrated book, and your body is not as good as the one in the illustrated book, so what right do you have to tempt me? Do you really think I don't know about your shoddy plan? I am someone who can engage in mutual distribution with your Grand Elder Qian Sihai. I saw through the childish scheming of you few little yakuza with a single glance. It's so hot. It's so out of your league. Hu Qingqing was going to collapse. When Su Huai entered the door, he pulled out an ancient book and began to constantly compare it with her. Then his expression became more and more disgusted, rather like the feeling of looking at plastic in a jade store. When had she, Hu Qingqing, ever suffered this kind of aggravation? Just then, she saw Su Huai take out a jade box from his storage ring. Upon opening it, he found that a fist-sized rounded elixir was lying peacefully inside. It is covered with colorful and mysterious patterns. Maiden, do you crave power? Hu Qingqing. Su Huai pointed at the elixir. I am proficient in alchemy. You should know that, right? Hu Qingqing nodded. Well, this is my Su Samuel's most accomplished work in his life. My original ingenious spiral pill. Yes, you heard right. It's so big because it's a pill of a higher level than a Dan. Those patterns on it, I call them spiral patterns. Eat it, and you're guaranteed to undergo a radical change in your body, awakening your bloodline, replenishing the 9 tails, and becoming your true self, Su Huai said while also showing the page of the fox girl portrait in his hand to Hu Qingqing. This is the extreme of your bloodline evolution. Although I, Su Huai, like beauty, but I am very picky about women, you now look like this. Can't get into my eyes. Fussy, it's not the time for you to just pick a yard 1v4. Su Hui ignored Hu Qingqing's change in color, but sighed softly and said to himself, no man can resist waking up with a stunning beauty in his arms and 9 fluffy, snow-white foxtails wrapped around his body. And now you are so tasteless. Hu Qingqing was indeed attracted to the fox girl in the portrait. She didn't see the name of the book. She only knew that it was old from the paper and must be an ancient book. Combined with the blurred part of the page number, it looked like it had been frequently flipped through, or it was a superb ancient book that had been passed down from the ancient times. But the damn! That so-called spiral pill really can eat? Hu Qingqing was firm after a little thought. She was a 6th-ranked fox girl, and apart from this body, there was nothing else that could make Su Hui look good. Coupled with the fact that she was carrying the body of a heavenly fox, she was immune to all soul control, and was not afraid of Su Hui giving her any pills to confuse her mind. If this is some drug that excites desire, it just so happens that she can still make it work. You can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. This Su Hui looks like he is horny, but he is too wary. The only way to get his trust is to eat that elixir. Hu Qingqing took the spiral pill and cupped it in her hand before taking a bite. Within 5 minutes of eating it, she felt her whole body itching and her head spinning. There were actually real signs that the body was about to undergo a metamorphosis. Samuel Su smiled and nodded at her. Go to sleep, and when you wake up, you'll be the most perfect demon fox in the world. Hu Qingqing subconsciously nodded her head. The strength in her body was drained out little by little. Then her eyes were lax, her body was flaccid, and she fell to the living room floor and fell into a deep sleep. Su Hui glanced at her, stretched and walked back to his room on his own, collapsing into a fitful sleep. A gentleman can't be a gentleman. She sleeps on the floor quite well to be able to feel the earth and be close to nature. After all, it was a fox girl. Does anyone know if you can get bad fox odor from touching? Chapter 100. If you're shameless, you're invincible. There are many manifestations of beauty and ugliness in this world. The spiral pill, made by Su Hui, is indeed a conscientious elixir, capable of temporarily improving one's basic strength and explosive power. But acquiring power always comes at a price. Early morning, when Hu Qingqing woke up leisurely from the cold floor, the first thing she heard was her vigorous and powerful heartbeat. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. She got stronger. With a thud, her thick, strong arms braced on the ground. She sat up, first surveying her new look with a confused look, and then a scream rang out. Hearing the scream, Elder Su, who had been on tenterhooks all night, was the first to rush up from downstairs. He could probably guess a little bit of what happened yesterday, and now he was both afraid that the heavenly cold palace would play fairy jump, and also afraid that his own saint's son would really transform into a beast and do something out of the ordinary. However, as soon as he entered the hall on the 3rd floor, his entire body froze slightly, and then he immediately drew out his own magic sword from his storage ring. Tide. Where did the demon come from? In the center of the living room stood a fox demon dressed in the standard dress of the heavenly cold palace. Sweet, flirtatious face with a pearly look. A halcyon egg-like smooth head flickered with a blinding glow of bling bling bling. Seeing someone barging up the stairs, Hu Qingqing hurriedly stood up from the ground, nearly 3 meters tall and powerful, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, and a pair of arms thicker than Elder Su's thighs, with gnarled muscles.
Elder Su Gunpit.
Quatre.
The door to a side room was pulled open from the inside, and Samuel Su yawned, looking sleepily into the living room. What's going on early in the morning? His gaze also rested on Hu Qingqing, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he couldn't help but stick out his thumb and nod. Hu Qingqing metamorphosed successfully, the ultimate evolution of the soft, charming fox Lady Vajra Barbie Fox. Hu Qingqing crouched down in the center of the living room with a rumble, her tears sliding down continuously like broken beads. It's ruined. It's all ruined. Her life has been turned upside down and ruined by this pervert, Samuel Su. It did evolve into a 9-tailed fox, a snow-white, fluffy foxtail that turned into 9 bare, pink iron rods. Strength +1, face value 99. Don't cry. Samuel Su squatted in front of her, draping a piece of sheet over her, covering the spring light that was leaking out due to the size change and the torn dress. Even though you've gotten bald, you've gotten stronger. Besides, you're not ugly now, but rather have a intensity on beauty. Hu Qingqing's body trembled. The original Su Samuel S. like is actually so peculiar. Why wasn't he as gentle yesterday as he is now? And knew to bring me a sheet to cover my body? Hu Qingqing winced. The same pervert, their heavenly cold palace Saint Sun likes to abuse women. That Yen Yu immortal sect Saint Sun's hobbies are a bit special. It is also understandable, right?
Samuel Susmail Skindep.
The only reason he draped Hu Qingqing in a bedsheet was because her current appearance was too hot for his eyes. Especially those 9 bare tails. The old made him feel a chill. A quarter of an hour later, Su Huai's sudden change in attitude made Hu Qingqing feel much better in her heart. Although becoming ugly filled her heart with resentment towards Su Huai, and she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. But at the same time, Su Huai's sudden gentleness also let her see the hope for the success of her plan. A young slave of the 9th rank, a vast and incomparable future beckoning to her. As for the shape issue, when the plan succeeded and her own cultivation level went up, she could use her spiritual power to forcefully reverse it back, or perhaps find a way to get a shaping dan. Ding! The morning sunlight sprinkled down, firing sunlight through the smooth, mirror-like head, nearly blinding Elder Su. Elder Su pulled Su Huai to the door with a sad face. Your Holiness, that girl in there was the girl who ran from next door last night. Yes. Elder Su closed his eyes.
Sininga.
Su Huai raised his hand to lay down a soundproofing spell formation and tucked his hands into his sleeves, not seeing any semblance of guilt on his face. What sins, if you want to count on others, you have to be prepared to be counted on by others. What's more, I did make her bloodline evolve, and while certain mutations may have occurred, it's indisputable that an evolution is an evolution. And Su Samuel narrowed his eyes, seemingly smiling. Old Su, how do you know she ran over last night? Elder Su's tiger body shook. The old man, this is a guess. Quite an accurate guess. Su Huai raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Elder Su, in my life, Su Huai, hate villains who create rumors and slander others out of nothing. Still, when you return to the immortal sect, you have to have a number in your heart as to what you should say and what you shouldn't say. The old man understands. Oh yeah, I'll take that fox girl out for a walk later, and I'll leave the matter of communicating with the Sky Cold Palace entirely to you. Yes, Lord Saint Sun. Su Huai turned back to the living room and took out a large black robe and threw it to Hu Qingqing. Miss Hu, this Saint Sun is new here and is not familiar with your heavenly cold palace, so he doesn't dare to walk around. More than that, would Miss Hu be so kind as to accompany this Saint Sun out for a walk? Hu Qingqing received the black robe and was silent for a few seconds. It's an honor for green. The two then left the villa together. Hu Qingqing hid under the black robe, feeling that she had discovered Su Huai's secret, because yesterday this man was still treating her with love and care. Today he suddenly became both gentle and attentive, and knowing that she didn't want to meet people in her current appearance, he even gave her a black robe that could cover her whole body. Tastes are indeed peculiar, and there might just happen to be a hobby that is the opposite of Sima candles. Hu Qingqing was brainstorming all the way, walking but suddenly tapped on the arm by Su Huai. Miss Qingqing, this Saint Sun is a bit tired from walking, so let's sit here for a while. Qingqing all listened to the holy sun. As soon as Hu Qingqing turned her head, she realized that Su Huai suddenly pulled out a small bench from her storage ring and sat on the side of the path, propping up her chin with a calm gaze. Following his gaze, Hu Qingqing suddenly twitched. Women's bathhouse. This man took himself for a long stroll and finally sat down in front of the women's bathhouse and brought a little stool on purpose. Gee! Su Samuel suddenly shook his head. Your heavenly cold palace. Food is a bit poor. Huh. Look at these cute little girls. All of them are stunted, and it looks like they haven't taken in enough nutrition. It's far worse than our diffractive moon immortal sect. And too much favoritism. Do you see that fat guy over there? Hu Qingqing subconsciously looked over. Saw. Su Huai whispered. Everyone else is stunted, but she is all fat, at least 300 to 400 pounds. I can tell she's a pro-disciple just by looking with my naked eyes. Hu Qingqing glanced at the sky. She's the Amma in charge of fetching food in the heavenly cold palace's meal hall. Oh, I don't believe it. The female cultivator who was pointed out by Su Huai found Su Huai looking at her muttering, seemed to feel a little shy, draped in a pink bath towel and launched a piggyback, disappearing at the end of the path in less than half a minute. Su Huai led Hu Qingqing to sit in front of the women's bathhouse for the afternoon, and when others are bored, they count mountains, people, and ants, and Su Huai likes to count thighs when he is bored. No hiding his perverted behavior. Elder Han, who was in charge of surveillance from afar, was numb. Heavenly Cold Palace Saint's son to do those dirty things at least know to cover up a bit. You old does not at all care about reputation face do not want. Su Hui's bright and open inspection at the entrance of the female bathhouse also led to the news of the appearance of perverts in the bedrooms of the female cultivators of the Heavenly Cold Palace to start spreading amongst the disciples from the morning onwards. And soon enough, some female disciples began to protest to the higher-ups of the Heavenly Cold Palace, who, after discussing the matter, threw the pot all over Elder Han. Elder Han was helpless to the core. He did use his position to get some benefits within the rules for Samuel Su, but we should all understand, can't we sneak around? You just went straight to the open card? Su Huai further, this will certainly sit on his own perverted good color reputation, but let it do Tianhan Palace. Reputation will also be a drop. Hu Qingqing, where are you? Samuel Su has been sitting in the clan's female bathhouse for an afternoon with an unknown creature. Many female disciples have been frightened. So hurry up and come out and take him elsewhere. As long as he doesn't go into the hideout with the forbidden places, he can go wherever he wants. Don't let him squat in the women's bathhouse again. A cryptic transmission sounded in Hu Qingqing's mind. Su Huai, who was sitting on the sidelines, did not move and pulled the corner of his mouth. He wanted to feel out Chen Sihai's arrangement, but he couldn't bypass the mountain protection formation with only his 9th rank cultivation, and he couldn't go to some places at all. With the Emperor Realm cultivation and 100% will startle the closed Tianhan Emperor, once he and Tianhan Emperor fight, when the fisherman will become Chen Sihai. As a result, last night he had been simulating the cracking method of the Heavenly Cold Palace's mountain protection formation, all of which had failed. The decision to go for the sword was made out of necessity. So what if I can't break your mountain protection formation? So what if I send someone to monitor it and not let me run around? So what if I just let you take me in to observe it? Chapter 101 9th Grade Den Furnace. Sacred Son of Su. Hu Qingqing, who was judged as an unknown creature by Elder Han, was a bit irritated, but she still maintains her apparent gentleness. It's been sitting here all afternoon. Why don't Qingqing take you elsewhere to look around? Samuel Su twisted his head to look at her. Somewhere else. Well, there are still quite a few places in my Sky Cold Palace that are all worth seeing. Okay, bah. Then you lead the way. Seeing that Su Huai finally left the female bathhouse, Elder Han breathed a sigh of relief. He looked down at the token in his hand that could directly isolate the divine sense probing of a 9th-ranked powerhouse, and directly send a voice to the bound object, and some doubts suddenly popped up in his heart. Where's Hu Qingqing? Can it be that last night was too grueling to get out of bed so far? After all, it is the diffractive moon Saint's son who can still hold on for 3 hours after one picks for It is understandable to be a little fierce. As for the 3-meter-tall unknown creature beside Su Huai, it was defined by Elder Han as Su Huai's demonic pet. He measured it from afar with his spiritual power detector, but it was only peak 6th-order strength, not enough to worry about. That can't be Hu Qingqing. Hu Qingqing is only in the middle of the 6th order, and this body type is not too much difference. Elder Han was silent for a while, but he still didn't hold back and sent another message over. Are you following Samuel So now? Hu Qingqing.
Elder Han.
What an animal! A dainty half-demon beauty froze and was tossed into a 3-meter-tall pugilist. Elder Han gritted his teeth and clenched his hands into fists to blast the wall. Hu Qingqing has paid too much for the Sky Cold Palace. She deserves a privilege of never being refined into a human Dan. Whether or not Hu Qingqing would be touched is unknown. But Samuel Su was really touched. This was because Hu Qingqing directly brought him to the most crucial location of the Heavenly Cold Palace's mountain protection formation, the Pill Plantation. Oh, it's a proper meet-the-people kind of medicinal plantation. What was planted inside were some rare spiritual plants and divine herbs of the immortal domain, and there just happened to be someone picking a 1,000-year-old Brahma 9 turns white jade ginseng, filling the garden with the fragrance of medicine. Su Huai looked at Hu Qingqing rather gratifyingly. Then he squatted beside the medicine picker, while tutaying at the divine medicine and using his rich theoretical knowledge to talk to the medicine picker about pharmacology. While carefully separating a strand of divine sense, he probed into the ground. Hu Qingqing had taken Su Huai's status as an alchemist into consideration before bringing him to the medicinal plantation in an attempt to add some common topics. But what she doesn't know, or what everyone else in the entire immortal region except Su Huai and Chen Sihai doesn't know is, at the bottom of this medicinal plant garden, was Qian Sihai's secret elixir room. Therefore, although this place was not the center of the mountain protection formation, it had the most spirit formations and the most dense arrangement of all types of special spirit formations. Su Huai had only crouched down for less than 5 minutes before he perceived more than 230 superimposed spirit formations. There were even some spirit formations that even he had never heard of. Su Samuel remembered the lost demonic heart of the green bird in the secret realm at the bottom of the lake again. The reason why Qian Sihai was able to successfully slaughter the emperor in his previous life, it was estimated that a large portion of the credit had to be attributed to the massive amount of knowledge that was carried in that devil's heart. It's also true that knowledge changes lives. In 10 minutes, Su Samuel had memorized most of the formations at this node, then silently withdrew his divine sense and strolled around the medicinal plant garden under false pretenses for a small half-hour. He also exchanged a 7th-ranked magic core for a rare 7th-ranked spirit herb with the agreement of the medicine picker. Coming out of the pill plantation, Hu Qingqing also took Su Samuel to the Heavenly Cold Palace Points Hall. Like the diffuse Moon Immortal sect, the Heavenly Cold Palace also implemented a point system, and most of the resource cultivation resources could be exchanged for points. Just the method of obtaining points in addition to the mission rewards, there is an additional simple and brutal kryptonite. Points could be exchanged 1-for-1 with inferior spirit stones, as well as with demonic crystal cores. The Hall of Points was large, with 4 floors, and since there was nothing in it that couldn't be seen, this place allowed anyone to come and go as they pleased. I have to say, the quality of the disciples of the Heavenly Cold Palace is still very high, and along the way they didn't encounter the kind of cerebral palsy that jumps out and begs for a punch in the face when they look at Su Samuel's handsome face. Everyone is quietly going about their business. Hu Qingqing softly introduced the situation of the Hall of Points to Su Huai on the side, occasionally saying something vaguely provocative. It's just that Su Huai's heart trembles every time he hears it. The feeling of a soft girl whispering in your ear and telling you that you can go to her room at night to talk about life is crunchy and easy to stir up the fire of a person's heart. But if the soft and cuddly girl is replaced with King Kong Barbie, the feeling instantly changed from a hint from the girl to a threat from King Kong, a strong flavor of subterfuge that could easily evoke anger. Samuel Su had clenched his fists. Luckily, when he wandered to the 4th floor, Su Samuel was caught by 2 glittering Dan furnaces. He stood in front of the Dan furnace, his voice full of surprise. 9th grade Dan furnace. Or 2. Hu Qingqing looked up, but her eyes didn't make much of a ripple. You say they are. They were all refined by the alchemy peak master. There was a hint of pride in Hu Qingqing's tone. One of the only 2 9th grade refiners on the continent is in my sky-cold palace. Samuel Su licked the corner of his mouth, not wanting to speak. The continental pattern of this era he has almost mapped out. The 9th grade alchemist has a total of 3, 2 of which prefer to travel, do not care about fame and fortune, cannot find the whereabouts of perennial. The only one who had entered the world was the state master of the Zuntian divine dynasty, the man who liked to make people reminisce. Oh, Qian Sihai is also barely considered the 9th grade. After all, the human Dan is also Dan well. As for refiners, there were even fewer. There were only 2 of them. One was also in the exalted heavenly divine dynasty, and the other was right in the heavenly cold palace. It goes without saying that the swordmasters are heavily biased. But why doesn't the diffractive Moon Immortal sect have a 9th grade alchemist and a weaponsmith? Old man Chun, you don't compete. While Su Huai was madly disliking Chun Tai Ru in his heart, Hu Qingqing was explaining the origin of these 2 Dan furnaces. Back then, after Elder Qian's alchemist rank had successfully advanced to the 9th grade, he had built 7 9th grade alchemy furnaces in order to collect funds in a short period of time. Because alchemists are the richest profession in the entire immortal region, the casting of the Dan furnace isn't much more complicated than a normal weapon, but the selling price can be more than 1 to 2 times as much, so Elder Qian would like to use this to sell it for a good amount of money, and then exchange it for the materials to build more 9th grade weapons. It's a pity that only 4 Dan furnaces were sold. Samuel Su tucked his hand in and almost laughed out loud. That Elder Qian didn't read much at first glance. Not even the simplest theory of supply over demand. Immortal domain, a total of 3 products. Dan Master, you refine 7 furnaces. People and no problem, buy 2 Dan furnace change to play? The 8th grade alchemist in general is difficult to afford the price of the 9th grade furnace. Even if they can afford it, it is estimated that they cannot afford to buy. After all, the bonus of a high-grade Dan furnace was not as high as everyone thought, and an 8th grade Dan master using an 8th grade Dan furnace was enough. The Dan stove thing is like a tea set. If the tea leaves are not good and the tea art is not good, you can't make a good tea even if you use top-quality purple sand. Which people do not know how to make tea also spend a lot of money to buy top tea sets. That is not well. But as he laughed, Samuel Su stopped laughing. Because he's the who can't make tea. These two Dan furnaces. Name your price. Chapter 102 An Unparalleled Formation. Sitting on the 4th floor of the Hall of Points was a dry old man with triangular eyes and a distinct black mole on his left cheek, giving the first impression of a treacherous businessman. The old man stood behind the counter, sizing up Su Samuel, and spoke with a smile. For 8th rank demon cores, or 6 demon cores of the same rank, ghost cores, can take one away. Demon nuclei, devil nuclei, and ghost nuclei are collectively known as crystal nuclei, and their biggest function is that they can be refined by cultivators of the same level to increase their cultivation. However, since the demon race relied on absorbing heaven and earth aura to cultivate just like the human race, their condensed crystal cores were easier to be absorbed by cultivators, and their value was a bit higher than the latter two. Although the magic core and ghost core could also be refined, there would be some additional energy conversion loss during the refining process, and their value would naturally be lower. Samuel Su didn't bother to haggle. He raised his hand and gestured around the 4th floor counter. Plus these herbs, all wrapped up. That price. With a snap, Su Huai flung out a 9th ranked demon core. This magic core comes from a late 9th stage ape demon. Is that enough? Enough, naturally. The old man carefully picked up the magic core on the table, and after using his own spiritual energy to detect it, he immediately smiled with joy. He personally walked out from behind the counter and packed those medicinal herbs that Su Samuel had just pointed to with 2 Dan furnaces in a row and sent them to Su Samuel. The 2 Dan furnaces were black and green, and because they came from the same person, their quality was not too different. Su Huai picked it up and weighed it, and silently put it into his storage ring. The black one is for Chu Siu, and the green one is too ugly, so give it to Old Man Chin. He hoped that the old man would not fail him as a saintly son, and would break through the bottleneck and become a 9th grade Dan Master at an early date. The 9th grade magic core that was paid for Su Samuel was not heartbroken. Anyway, the probability was that he would be able to get it back before long. The reason why I bought these things is also because I'm afraid that when a great war breaks out, these things will be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. By the time we left the Hall of Points, the sky was red and cloudy. The old man at the 4th level of the Hall of Points watched the two of them leave, slowly collecting the smile on his face and disappearing into the shadows with the magic core. A moment later, he appeared in front of Qian Sihai's door. Grand Elder. Say. Qian Sihai's wheelchair had already been repaired by the maid, and he was now leaning against the window, resting his eyes. Reporting to Great Elder, Su Huai went to the Points Hall today and traded away the 2 remaining Dan furnaces in the clan with a 9th order demon core. My subordinate can't distinguish the specific quality of the magic core, but it looks like it. The old man paused. The owner of the magic core doesn't seem to be at the early 9th stage. Qian Sihai frowned slightly. What about that magic core? The subordinate has brought it. The old man bowed his head and held his hands flat. There was a soft thud from the cabin, and the maid took the grinding kernel from the old man's hand before losing the door. Qian Sihai was silent for a long time as he looked at the magic cores fetched by the maid. The elder outside the room couldn't tell the difference, but he could tell the quality of the magic core at a glance. Late 9th stage. The Weeping Ghost Abyss didn't have a demon race, and the Diffractive Moon Emperor hadn't left the Weeping Ghost Abyss for tens of thousands of years, so the origin of this piece of demon core was obvious. At a young age, you possess the strength to be able to kill a late 9th stage demonic creature.
Su Huai, you really
Make people jealous. There were many 9th grade or materials in this world, and very few 9th rank beings. The value of 2 9th grade Dan furnaces was far less than a late 9th grade demon core. Qian Sihai knew what Su Huai took out this magic core meant. He's showing his strength. In this veiled way, he told Qian Sihai, I, Su Huai, can accompany you to play slowly, but you have to understand that I also have the bottom that can lift the table at any time. Qian Sihai sighed and slowly closed his eyes. Over at the Spirit Melting Formation, how is the setup going? It's nearing the closing stages. Step it up some. Qian Sihai looked up at the empty ceiling. In 3 days, I will awaken the great emperor. The old man outside the room's body trembled and his head bowed even lower. The subordinate complies. There's nothing to do, so stand down. Yes. 3 days is not too long to say, and not too short to say. Ever since Su Huai pulled out that 9th-ranked demon core, the atmosphere within the heavenly cold palace seemed to have suddenly become tense. King Kong Barbie Hu Qingqing still didn't know what had happened, and was urgently recalled to bewildering world peak in the evening of the next day. She had ultimately lost her fortune and failed to succeed in her plan to charm Su Huai. The night she bought the Dan furnace, she was all ready to be favored, but she ended up being mysteriously called out by Su Huai when it was dark. At first, Hu Qingqing thought that Su Samuel was trying to play something exciting, such as drilling the grove together or something, and then realized how disgusting this is in the end. He actually took Hu Qingqing to steal incense in the middle of the night, and ING let Hu Qingqing stand outside the wall to give him a break. The target was again that familiar small courtyard of 4 people, and I don't know what made those 4 vulgar girls so fascinated by Su Huai. In short, Hu Qingqing was almost furious, but she couldn't have a seizure, so she could only squat honestly in the corner for the night. Su Hui repeated the same trick and slipped out of the window as soon as he entered the door, covering his whole body's breadth and wandering around the heavenly cold palace like a ghost. But the more he swayed, the more alarmed he became. The hundreds of legal formations in the medicine plantation are really just the tip of the iceberg in Chen Sihai's arrangement. With the samples recorded during the day, he identified a dozen more places that might serve as important nodes of the formation after deduction. Without exception, stacked with spirit formations. Just from his exploration this night alone, he had discovered a total of tens of thousands of small spirit formations, large and small. These spell formations were again constructed in units of hundreds, forming dozens of incredibly powerful spirit formation combinations. This doesn't even include those important locations that Samuel Su couldn't go to. If these spirit formation groups are used as nodes to fuse into a larger super-large formation, not to mention the heavenly cold emperor, even Su Samuel himself felt a few more drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Su Samuel knew that Chen Sihai had only obtained the Devil's Heart 100 years ago, but such a huge project could never be completed in only 100 years. That is to say, before getting the Demon Heart, this old was already planning to kill the heavenly cold emperor. But why? Before obtaining the Devil's Heart, it was impossible for Chen Sihai to master the method of refining an emperor's pill with a great emperor as the material.
Su Huai looked grave.
He had also watched the changes in the heavenly cold palace in these 3 days, and the entire mountain gate looked like it was shrouded under an invisible cloud that was suffocating. What could be done, Su Samuel had already done, even trying to find a way to subvert that hidden grand formation. Unfortunately, Chen Sihai's arrangement that had taken thousands of years could not be cracked so easily. What's more, during these 100 years of obtaining the Demon Heart, he had also set up some special spell formations unheard of in the immortal domain on top of the original great formations. Su Huai lost half of his initiative, and the only thing he could rely on now was his own strength that hadn't been exposed yet. He also did not dare to expose it. Ghost knows Chen Sihai was forced to be anxious, will not use those means that should be used on the Tianhan Emperor to deal with him. Su Samuel was not familiar with the heavenly cold emperor, so why would he take the initiative to jump out and help him block the disaster? Dead Taoist friends do not die in poverty. Tianhan Taoist friends, whether you are good or evil, go all the way. Shortly after Hu Qingqing left, he found a reason to send Elder Su out of the Sky Cold Palace. And then, quietly in the small building, waiting for the storm that had been brewing for thousands of years to come. Early in the morning of the 4th day, Elder Han brought him a letter. Fellow Taoist Su, could you come to my humble abode for a moment? Chen Sihai. Su Huai looked at Elder Han, who had sent the letter over. Your Grand Elder took the initiative to see me? Yes. Elder Han arched his hand at Su Huai. His face was also covered in cold sweat. Chapter 103 Battle of the Sky Cold Palace Rise. Han Shichuan, early stage of the 8th rank, although he was under the camp of the Grand Elder, he had always been only on the periphery due to his lack of ability and shallow seniority. Even the various changes that occurred within the heavenly cold palace these days, he could not inquire about the reasons. Samuel Su leaned back in his chair, his eyes flickering. That late 9th grade demon core was indeed thrown out by him on purpose. The main thing was that after some probing, it seemed that they were completely unable to find any news related to the heavenly cold emperor within the heavenly cold palace. Chen Sihai's plan was also hidden very securely, and the big formation could not be resolved and destroyed, so there was a stalemate for a while. It was impossible for him to stay in the heavenly cold palace for too long, so he could only throw out a strong dose of medicine to stimulate this pool of stagnant water that was full of toxins. In fact, Chen Sihai did read his meaning. This letter is clearly a Hongmen banquet, but if it's just that cabin, Su Huai has no reason not to go. He couldn't solve the one that enveloped the center of the heavenly cold palace, but he could solve the one hidden under the wooden house. Elder Han, lead the way. Yes. Han Shirchuan lowered his head and led the way in front. He was a little unaccustomed to the fact that Su Huai hadn't messed up in the past 2 days. After all, this Elder Han still does not know that earlier Su Huai only used the name of stealing incense and jade to attract his attention. But in reality, he quietly strolled through all the places he could go to in Tianhan Palace. It took nearly 2/4 of an hour for Elder Han to bring Su Huai to the front of the wooden house. Unlike the last time they met, this time Chen Sihai was sitting by the lake by himself, holding a fishing rod and fishing. It was true what he said at the time. Since he couldn't stop others from catching his fish, he might as well catch and eat it himself first. Elder Han reached the place and retired himself. Su Huai was also not polite, walked straight to the side of Chen Sihai, glanced at the wheelchair that had obvious repair marks, and said in his heart that it was pretentious. At the 9th Order Exalted Realm, even if his legs were really completely wasted, he would still be able to levitate and move with his spiritual energy. This old man favorably engaged in a wheelchair to do was kicked bad to do a new one cannot, but also have to pick up and then use. Make him Su Huai with a bully old man like a bad guy. Twisting his head again to look into the barrel next to the wheelchair, Su Huai was instantly happy. How long has the fishing been going on, old man? Chen Sihai shook his wrist. Half an hour. Half an hour and not a single fish? The joy of fishing is not in the fish, but in the fishing itself. Samuel Su skimmed his lips. What's the point of calling me over here in the middle of the morning? Chen Sihai looked back at him. I admire you. Appreciate it how? Courageous and resourceful, highly talented, powerful, and most importantly, cheeky enough. Su Huai was speechless. Thanks for the compliment. Chen Sihai withdrew his gaze, and this time he finally stopped pushing the wheelchair to move the stools by himself. Instead, he raised his hand and waved his hand, and a table, 2 chairs, as well as a wine stove flew out from the wooden house. A spirit fire was lit in the wine stove, and Chen Sihai took out a set of wine utensils while placing a pot of wine on the stove to sizzle. Samuel Su was a bit confused. What do you mean, cook the wine? Fellow Taoist Su, what do you think? Immortal realm beings, what is right and what is evil? Got it. This treacherous man is trying to brainwash me again. Su Huai tucked his hands into his sleeves and replied without hesitation. I am righteous. You are evil. You for positive? Chen Sihai shook his head. Zhang Zhentian was promoted by me from a certain small village. He practiced diligently all the way, and after he became rich he didn't forget his homeland. He was the hero of that small village. Zhang Zhentian once had a hairdresser, and when his wife fell gravely ill back then, he knelt down and begged me to save his wife, and as a price, he was willing to give up everything to become a sword in my hands. In the eyes of his native townspeople, he was a hero and a role model, and in the eyes of his wife, he was a good husband and an even better father. But you killed him. For those who live under the shelter of Zhang Zhentian's wings, are you still positive? Samuel So blinked. None of my business? Chen Sihai lifted the warm wine pot and filled it for Su Huai. I just want to tell fellow Taoist Su. Every one of us, in one way or another, plays the role of the villain in someone else's world. The history books of the immortal realm have always been written by the winner. Su Samuel was very facetious as he picked up his tea and took a sip, saying, Are you that sure you'll win? Of course. Chen Sihai seemed to smile. Fellow Taoist Su is proficient in formations, and after wandering around my heavenly cold palace for so long, have you ever found a way to defeat me? Su Huai was not surprised that Chen Sihai could guess that he was proficient in formations. After all, on the first night he came here, he had strutted around the layers of formations and ran to this hut. Deliberately revealed his understanding of the formation road, give Chen Sihai some sense of crisis, in order to make this old man heart urgent, until the fear of Su Samuel found that the hidden big formation lost, and early to open the plan to kill the emperor. This is a higher level of heart game. Now that he heard Chen Sihai ask, Su Huai also smiled and replied, There are some eyebrows. If I had been given a few more days, I might have been able to break that joint formation of yours. Chen Sihai smiled slightly. Oh, I don't believe it. Su Huai was choked for a moment. Don't believe it and you're still asking? Ha ha. Chen Sihai stretched and inhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Today, I invited fellow Taoist Su to come here because I want you to be a witness. Want me to be a witness? Witness to what? Witness the dying of an era. The maid outside the room crushed a transparent crystal. Moments later, the entire iceberg was still trembling, and an incomparably cold aura spread out from within the iceberg, as if it was a ferocious beast that had been disturbed from its deep sleep. Su Hui looked at the shaking rocks in the distance, his eyes flickering with a wisp of imperceptible battle intent. Heavenly Cold Emperor. Clang. A glazed portal suddenly appeared above the Heavenly Cold Palace, and the Heavenly Cold Emperor, with a pair of golden feathered wings on his dorsal blade, took a step out of the glazed portal. The huge soul power swept away, and his gaze lingered on the maid in front of Qian Sihai's door for a split second before looking straight at Su Hui. Su Hui grinned, and with the help of the little snake, he collected all of his body's breath. Qian Sihai, what is it that you woke me up for? Su Hui was a bit puzzled. This Tian Han Immortal Emperor's soul power is so watery? He had just swept around and actually didn't find those great formations set up by Qian Sihai? Qian Sihai shook his head and looked at the Heavenly Cold Emperor who was hanging high in the sky, and he did not know whether he was mocking the Emperor or explaining to Su Samuel. For 8,000 years, the Heavenly Cold Emperor has spent almost all of his time delving into the divine artifact that he sold his wife in exchange for, and it is more than normal to not be able to see the spell formations that are roaming the mountains. Su Hui slightly froze. Selling your wife in exchange for a divine object? It's the glazed door. Su Hui condensed his gaze on the glazed gate, and only then did he realize that the gate, which he had initially ignored, was actually vaguely emitting an aura similar to the Tongyun Mountain Enlightenment Monument. The eyes of the small snake in Su Hui's hand also flashed with a hidden red aura. Hearing Qian Sihai's words, the Heavenly Cold Emperor's gaze gradually turned gloomy. Qian Sihai, do you realize what you're saying? Of course I know, elder brother Sama. Qian Sihai shakily stood up from his wheelchair and looked at the Heavenly Cold Emperor with a puzzled smile. Today, I will join the Holy Son of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect to kill the Heavenly Cold Emperor who sold his wife for glory. Samuel Su's drinking motion gave a slight lurch. Did I just promise an alliance with Qian Sihai? Before the Heavenly Cold Emperor could react, the entire Heavenly Cold Palace, and even the thousands of miles stretching outside of the Heavenly Cold Palace, suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Millions of spirit formations lit up at the same time, like a scorching little sun, constructing an unheard of 1,000-mile giant formation. The Heavenly Cold Palace Mountain Protection Formation was as small as a doll in front of it. Su Hui's hands trembled. He had still underestimated Qian Sihai. At the same time, it was also very curious as to how he managed to set up such a monstrous formation under the eyes of the Heavenly Cold Emperor. Could it be that the Heavenly Cold Great Emperor really studied that glazed door all day long, as Qian Sihai had said, and never worried about the changes in the outside world? A dense aura of death enveloped the Heavenly Cold Great Emperor, but he only looked at Qian Sihai on the ground with a calm expression. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Qian Sihai took a step towards the sky. His fur gradually fell off, and two pitch-black demonic horns grew out of the top of his head. At the same time, the height grew taller and taller. The bones of his entire body began to distort. His skin and flesh were torn apart from the inside out, and a single bone spur stabbed out from his spine. Swish! The azure-colored feathered wings spread out violently from the shoulder blades. At this moment, Qian Sihai had just become a half-demon, half-devil monster. There was no longer any trace of humanity to be found on the body. Chapter 104 The Battle of the Sky-Cold Palace. The End. Spirit Melting Formation. The Covenant of Flat Melting. Qian Sihai's voice echoed in the heavens as the massive light formation shot out two invisible chains, one stabbing into his heart and the other toward the Sky-Cold Emperor. The Heavenly Cold Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and formed his hands into claws, and hundreds of layers of glazed barriers immediately appeared in the void, isolating him from the chains. As an Emperor Realm powerhouse, he couldn't see the function of the large formation at his feet, but he could easily determine its level. At least until he killed Qian Sihai, who was the eye of the formation, he would definitely not be able to escape the bonds of the Great Formation. It's useless. The green-colored scales on Qian Sihai's body flashed with an icy luster. A pair of vertical pupils locked onto the Sky-Cold Emperor, and a long scarlet tongue licked across the corner of his mouth. 8,000 years. Qian Qinghan. 8,000 years. I've waited for 8,000 years. I've long since made all the preparations and cut off all the paths of retreat. Today, no one can stop me from killing you. The invisible chains passed through the layers of barriers and plunged into the heart of the sky-cold emperor with an irresistible gesture. Zip! Golden light burst forth as the power in the two of them spread and balanced through the chains. The sky-cold emperor's aura slowly decaying, while Qian Sihai's aura rose step by step. It was only when the breath of the two was maintained to a relatively balanced critical point that the golden light on the chains gradually converged. Su Huai finally figured out the function of the big formation. Qian Sihai is indeed a genius. This big formation does not have any offensive power. So until it is all completed, the heavenly cold emperor will not perceive half a threat. The formation acts more like a ring, and the two people who enter the ring will be corrected by the formation, and their strength and cultivation will be equalized to the same level. Until one side dies, the big formation will collapse. The effect is so counterintuitive that it sounds like a good way to get below the belt, but it's not. Because no higher power would wait for someone to lay 1,000,000 great formations around themselves, and with that amount of time, the person laying the formations would have been killed tens of thousands of times already. In other words, the success of Qian Sihai has taken advantage of the timing, location, and people, and is an unrepeatable model of success. Su Huai moved his gaze to the glazed door. He was really a little curious as to what kind of thing could attract an immortal emperor to be unquestioning and drunkenly study it for 8,000 years. Just as Su Samuel carefully surveyed the glazed gate, the battle in the sky above had already officially started, and had just begun to enter a white heat. The heavenly cold emperor was furious at Qian Sihai's betrayal. He opened his mouth to explain something, but then remembered the servant girl he had just glimpsed when he left the gate. The external profile resembles his own wife's by 8 points. Good you Qian Sihai. After 8,000 years, you're still thinking about your sister-in-law. All the questioning was swallowed into his stomach as the heavenly cold emperor raised his right hand and aimed it in the direction Qian Sihai was flying from. The golden darling rampage. The golden feathered wings behind him was a pseudo-emperor artifact, the material taken from a golden-winged eagle at the peak of the 9th rank, which had been sacrificed for thousands of years, and had a terrifying power that was incomparable. The golden feathers that filled the sky soon appeared in front of Qian Sihai. Qian Sihai paused in his stance, and the cyan wings behind him curved forward, wrapping into a sphere and protecting his entire body in the very center. His greatest reliance came from the demonic heart of the green bird, and after the death of the green bird in the secret realm, the demonic heart lost its original jurisdiction, devouring a large amount of Qian Sihai's essence blood and weakening him for quite a while. Since then, however, he had noticed that the devil's heart had many more functions, and his own body had grown green-colored scales and feathers. The scale and feather protection on his body was very strong, and was no less than a defensive emperor artifact in armor form. The golden rain of arrows kept hitting on top of the azure-colored orb, and the sound of spiritual energy colliding, exploding, and dissolving was endless. Two very different forces converged, and the situation seemed to be in a brief stalemate. The heavenly cold emperor's complexion was vicious as he pulled his arms back and raised his left foot, a bit of golden light converging at the tip of his foot. Su Huai, who was sipping a small drink in front of the wooden house and watching the battle, narrowed his eyes slightly as he detected a hint of a threat from the strike by the sky-cold emperor. Yang! The sky-cold great emperor's right foot stepped down, and the sky erupted with layer after layer of energy aftershocks. As Qian Sihai was hit by the foot, and the green-colored scales on his body began to shatter. With a rumble, he was stepped into the ground. Su Huai couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. Cultivation was never the only measure of combat prowess. The heavenly cold emperor was, after all, a true emperor, having stayed in this realm for thousands of years, and his methods were simply not comparable to that pseudo-imperial Qian Sihai. After all, not everyone was as full of tawdry ideas as Su Samuel, and as early as the Zunshe realm, he had thought of a whole bunch of stunts that only the Emperor realm could fully utilize their power. Qian Sihai lacked imagination and had no experience fighting against an Emperor realm powerhouse. Being held down by the sky-cold Emperor and frantically outputting on the ground was the normal unfolding. There was only one way for him to beat the sky-cold Emperor. This old thing still has a backhand. As expected, the moment Qian Sihai was kicked into the ground, a blood-colored formation once again surfaced within the heavenly cold palace, and hundreds of ice pavilions broke out of the ground. Each ice coffin held a corpse. The corpses were dressed differently. There were demons, devils, and ghosts, which were also mixed with quite a number of human races wearing the costumes of the 4 great clans. These corpses all had one thing in common: their cultivation levels before death were all above the 8th rank. The 4 at the head were most likely even of the 9th rank. Qian Sihai. is digging up the ancestral graves of the 4 great sects. But think about it, this old thing is unscrupulous, and the human race has been at war with the other 3 races with heavy deaths and injuries. 8,000 years of time with his scheming. Getting a few hundred 8th order corpses isn't particularly difficult. Samuel Su let out a gasp. To put it mildly, he had secretly plowed the graves of 2 or 3 powerful people in his previous life for the sake of resources. It's not a shame to be a monk. Only Su Huai is not as heartless as Chen Si-hai. Even the corpses can be plowed out and utilized again. The ice crown exploded, and hundreds of mutilated corpses of various shapes and forms withered in an instant, and all of the remaining power on the corpses was swallowed and inhaled by that blood-colored large formation. A blood-colored spear slowly took shape. The heavenly cold emperor's sweaty hairs stood up all over his body. This blood spear had a locking characteristic. There was no way to avoid it, so he could only receive it forcefully. Buzz. The formed blood spear was more than 2 meters long and did not have monstrous might or shatter the void. It was so smooth, piercing through the illusory giant foot that the heavenly cold emperor had condensed, and gently stabbing towards his head. Overwatch the sky. Mirror. Golden feathers continued to converge in front of the heavenly cold emperor, forming a golden round shield. Click! Cracks appeared in the golden round shield, and the blood spear seemed to be able to pierce through everything, piercing a small hole in the round shield before it suddenly flickered and disappeared without a trace. Qian Qinghan. Go to hell. Chen Si-hai didn't know when he appeared not far behind Qian Qinghan. He held the blood spear in his hand and violently stored his strength to throw it. Blood light exploded in the sky. The sky-cold emperor's head was pierced through, and a terrifying bloody hole exploded at his right eye. One blow seriously injured. Flesh buds wriggled crazily at the blood hole, but it was as if the blood spear carried a special kind of damage, restricting the incomparably powerful recovery power of the Emperor Realm powerhouse. Su Samuel flung his arm. This is the real battle. 2 doomed to die on one side of the strong fighting simply will not hide the strength to play what to test each other. When everyone strikes, it's an immortal killing move. The strong side is afraid of being late, the weak side is afraid of being boiled in warm water. Both sides are anxious to hit the outbreak in the shortest possible time. There is no time to ink. Unless they were really evenly matched, or if it was just a friendly sparring match, the fight wouldn't drag on for long at all. Chen Si-hai. Good tactics. Jie, Qian Qinghan. You should have known. When you and I were born, the heavens gave you a powerful gift of qi, while at the same time endowing me with unparalleled wisdom. Sometimes, Chen Si-hai pointed to his head, wisdom is much more useful than brute force. Yeah? Qian Qinghan let out a sardonic laugh and suddenly raised his hand, flexing his claws into a fist. But I didn't spend these 8,000 years for nothing. Void Gate. Exile. Chen Si-hai's sweaty hairs instantly stood up, but in the next moment, the imagined surefire strike from Qian Qinghan did not come. Qian Qinghan's smile also froze on his face. He turned back and suddenly realized that the glazed gate, which he hadn't yet fully refined and therefore could only keep placed in the high altitude to control the field, had at some point wrapped around a giant snake with a silvery white body. The young man dressed in the diffractive moon immortal sex Saint Sun's robes had a warm smile on his face as he turned to him and drew a large green-colored bow. Heavenly Cold Emperor. First time meeting, more guidance. This Emperor.
Diffractive mon saint son, Suwai.
Shoo. Rainbow through the sun. An arrow exploded into the Heavenly Cold Emperor's chest, and the already severely injured man instantly exploded into a shower of blood. This was not all. After the sharp arrows, countless silver-white grinding discs of various sizes appeared in the void, absorbing all those scattered flesh and blood. The teenager tilted his head to look at the dumbfounded Chen Si-hai and once again pulled the longbow in his hand. The arrow gathered silver-white light and aimed at Chen Si-hai's brow, causing him to feel a coldness that came from the depths of his soul. Grand Elder, didn't you just invite me to join you in killing the Heavenly Cold Emperor? On second thought, I've agreed to ally myself with you. But oh dear ally, you'd better stay put, yo. Chapter 105. Ask if her mother's name is Mu. When the Heavenly Cold Emperor was hit by Chen Si-hai's first grand formation, his own strength dropped from the middle stage of Immortal Emperor to the early stage. And then he was hit by Chen Si-hai's second grand formation. His imperial weapon was temporarily damaged and his body was severely injured. Su Samuel ate so long melon in front of Chen Si-hai's wooden house also did not idle. according to their own thoughts and then combined with the intelligence of the previous life to think about Chen Sihai's next step, accidentally found Chen Sihai's third big formation. That grand formation was an extermination, sacrificing the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators within the heavenly cold palace, using the mountain as a furnace and the people as ingredients to refine the severely injured heavenly cold immortal emperor into a potion. At that time, Chen Sihai would be able to step into the true emperor realm and inherit everything left behind by the heavenly cold emperor in the shortest amount of time. However, Su Huai discovered a fatal loophole in this grand formation. That was the immortal power level of the person in charge of the formation. Both of the latter two great formations required emperor realm cultivation to manipulate them perfectly, so where did Chen Sihai's emperor level strength come from? Of course it comes from the effect of the first big formation. The first great formation bound him to the heavenly cold emperor, and the two of them shared the heavenly cold emperor's cultivation and immortal power equally. Chen Sihai had planned well. The heavenly cold emperor in his severely injured state was unable to block the suppression brought about by the third grand formation and could only be refined alive by him. But what if the sky cold emperor died before that? Then, when Chen Sihai lost his supply, his cultivation would instantly fall back to a ninth order exalt, and there would be no way for him to go back to opening the third grand formation. Step by step, Chen Sihai's every step was on the ground, his plan was seamless, he even had a defense against Su Huai, and had laid down a ninth grade ground binding formation in the hut. That's right, it was the one that Su Samuel had once used to trap the 8-armed ape demon in the secret realm. The materials Chen Sihai used were very advanced, and it was reasonable to say that even if Su Huai was an immortal emperor, he would be trapped for at least a moment. But he couldn't help that he was familiar with the formation. In 3 or 2 tries, he found out the eye of the formation. Su Samuel was also a ruthless person, secretly letting the little snake wrap around that glazed door, while he himself hid behind the door and pulled open the emperor's bow, quietly storing his power against the sky. There was nothing fancy about that arrow, except that it compressed 80% of Su Huai's body's immortal power reserves. Then he lent his imperial weapon to shoot out and exploded his head with an arrow. How could the heavenly cold emperor, who had already had his cultivation suppressed and was also severely injured, not die? Therefore, there was no fault at all with the statement that Chen Sihai and Su Samuel had combined their efforts to kill the heavenly cold emperor, and even Chen Sihai's credit was much greater than that of Su Samuel. Knock knock. The demonic heart inside his chest cavity was beating violently. With the last drop of flesh and blood being ground clean by the silver-white grinding disc, the heavenly cold great emperor was truly considered to have fallen. Chen Sihai's 8,000 years of planning, coupled with the fact that Su Samuel, an emperor realm powerhouse who could beat him in a single fight with him, made a desperate attempt to kill him, and he did not die in a bad way. It just seems a little sloppy, because according to normal plot development, he should have had a spiritual exchange with Chen Sihai before he died. The two brothers to say the words open, Chen Qinghan, and then tell Chen Sihai some secrets that cannot be said, the two ice release former suspicions, and then Chen Qinghan voluntary body into Dan, to help Chen Sihai to complete the future of the conspiracy. Unfortunately, Samuel Su, who loves to eat melons, does not speak of martial virtues and directly reaches out and tears up the script. Chen Sihai's heart was empty and his brain was blank. His power was slipping away, and his 8,000 years of scheming had been undone, and he had been plucked by Samuel Su. He still has a lot of things he wants to ask Chen Qinghan, and wants to trample him under his feet to question why he sold his wife for honor 8,000 years ago. But it's all gone now. He hadn't even regained his senses from the sudden turn of events before Su Huai's arrow was already pointed at his head. Chen Sihai sighed. You can't really blame him for that. He did everything he could and the plan did work seamlessly. But just like Wang Mang's 430,000 strong army couldn't defeat Lu Xiu's 30,000 men, Chen Sihai couldn't figure out why Su Huai was a great emperor no matter what. How can there be a 17-year-old emperor in the world? The opening of the hanging is not like this. Your Su family's genes are so overbearing. 10 years ago, there was only 100 years old on the emperor of the barge tiger emperor Su Chang'e shocked the world. Su Chang'e's remaining power was still there. Now a 17-year-old great emperor Su Huai has emerged. It is a pity that Chen Sihai has never married in his life and does not have an heir. Otherwise he would like to ask Su Hui if he can make a marriage with his descendant female descendant. Or else a one-night affair will do. Modified genes, no shame. Chen Sihai smiled to himself. It was all at this time, the first thing on his mind was actually not how to save his life and turn the tables, but he was as jumpy as he was when he was young, thinking about all these messy things. He looked up at Samuel So. Can we talk more? Su Huai grinned. The arrow direction slightly shifted, and 2 arrows were fired in quick succession, completely destroying those 2 large formations that had already lost their usefulness. And then he glanced at the silver snake that was devouring the glazed gate, this time smiling down at Qian Sihai. You're going to say your last words? Qian Sihai watched Su Huai destroy those 2 large formations and silently sighed in his heart at the other party's caution. Yes, the old man's dying words. It's fine to hear your last words. Give me control of the 3rd great formation. This is an evil formation. Qian Sihai looked up at Su Huai, who remained on guard in the sky above, and suddenly curved the corners of his mouth. Don't you pride yourself on being righteous? Activating this grand formation requires the lives and souls of at least 50,000 cultivators of the 4th rank or higher, and they must be of the human race. If you take over this kind of evil formation, aren't you afraid of being blamed and reviled by the people of the world, and being left in disgrace for years to come? Su Huai gently plucked the bowstring. I can build a prison on top of it, specifically for vicious bad guys like you. Don't you think so? Fellow Taoist Su, I have a question I want to ask you. Ask. Since you have made no secret of your greed, why didn't you wait until I had completely refined Qian Qinghan into a Dan before making your move? Qian Sihai paused. That way, you'd still be able to whore out an emperor-ranked elixir that you can expect to reach the emperor realm if you eat it for nothing. Su Huai snorted. I'm not sure if the 3rd big formation laid down by an old fox like you has included the innocent me. I'm still more inclined to do it ahead of time than risk asking for an extra human elixir that I don't know what the side effects are. It's always right to be on the safe side. After all, villains die from greed and lose from talking too much. Qian Sihai looked at Su Huai's eyes. You admit now that you are not the righteous path? Su Huai laughed. People can't be too rigid. Good people also make mistakes well. As long as the bottom line is not touched, my moral standards are flexible. Qian Sihai bowed his head and remained silent for a moment before taking out a blood-red crystal from his bosom and throwing it at Su Huai. Su Huai reached out and received it, and after sensing it with his spiritual energy, he revealed a smile and took a step out, then appeared beside Qian Sihai. Any last words, say them. Qian Sihai landed at the edge of the lake, his body parts slowly regaining their human form, with only his dry face retaining some of the features of the green bird's scales and feathers. I'd like please to ask you a favor. What favor? Qian Sihai turned his head and walked into the wooden house, and when he came out again, he sat on that worn-out wheelchair again, with a small jade bottle in his hand, gently placing it in front of Su Huai. The jade bottle looked a bit old, the bottle was slightly yellowed, and inside it was sealed a pill that showed some signs of corruption. What is it? A 7th-order spirit melting pill. Spirit melting pill? Well, Qian Sihai leaned back in his chair. I would like to entrust you to transfer this jade bottle to a woman named Mu Hovenheart when you arrive in the divine realm. As payment, I can tell you a secret about the law of ascending God.
Su Huai's pupils suddenly shrank.
The law of becoming a god. There is no god in the world, and the emperor is honored. But this was the 2nd time Su Huai heard the 4 tempting words, the method of becoming a god. The first time was naturally the bargaining chip that the green bird in the secret realm used to buy his life, but unfortunately he didn't accept it. Now he heard it again in Qian Sihai's mouth. But when you think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. Although that green bird claimed that it was the only one in the world that knew where the method of becoming a god was, she didn't know that Qian Sihai had stolen its demonic heart and refined it into herself. Inheriting the magic heart also means inheriting knowledge. Then it made sense that Qian Sihai knew the secret. However, Su Huai frowned and thought for a while, but still shook his head at Qian Sihai. You're dying, and I'm not going to lie to you. Although I have long speculated that there are several parallel continents outside the immortal domain, I don't intend to leave the immortal domain and run off to someone else's territory to ask for trouble. Qian Sihai smiled. There are some things that you can't stop doing just because you don't want to. He pointed to his heart. Through this heart, I have learned many secrets. The immortal realm, the home base of the human and demon races, has many people from the divine realm here who have arranged to come in for refuge and are responsible for the continuation of the heirs of the bloodline. When things go wrong in the divine realm, those people will send people down to the realm to pick up the blood descendants left behind in the immortal realm to inherit the power of their ancestors and fight for them. You can go back and ask your little girlfriend with the name Chu if his mother's name is Mu. Su Huai narrowed his eyes as an invisible pressure slowly spread out. What do you mean? Chapter 106 Samuel Su's Authority. The first half of Qian Sihai's life was largely unfortunate. At the time of birth, his mother could not withstand the qi of the two brothers and died in childbirth. The mountains and rivers were broken at an early age and his father was martyred. And then to growing up, becoming young men, and meeting the woman who changed the lives of both brothers. The relationship between the three has always ended in tragedy, and before Qian Sihai's teenage thoughts can be spoken, the trio's journey comes to an end, and he loses both his brother, as well as the girl he adored. Later, he did not ask questions and buried himself in hard work. But also limited by the talent long stuck in the realm of the Eighth Order, not to mention, but also have to watch a mother's brother step into the sky into the Emperor realm. And then later, when the unexpected comes and the person he secretly pines for is taken away by an alien from the sky, the brother who should have stood up to protect everyone chooses to back down. The first half of Qian Sihai's life has since ended. The remorse, resentment, and hatred in his heart sealed his portal to the Emperor realm. So he began to study the ancient books and touch the taboos, hidden behind the scenes, with the help of the Heavenly Cold Palace's huge palm to execute the chess game. The immortal domain drew nourishment from a steady stream of sources in an attempt to take the final step. In Samuel Su's previous life, he did succeed. When the plan to refine the human pills was completely exposed and the remaining several great immortal sects were empty-handed to surround the Heavenly Cold Palace, the Heavenly Cold Emperor had already fallen. Qian Sihai took the Emperor Dan that had been refined with his brother with him nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a broken wall. Unfortunately, in this life, there was a change of heart. Thousands of years of wear and tear. Qian Sihai had long been unable to tell whether he was jealous of everything his brother possessed, or whether he hated him for being cowardly when he clearly held power. As the sun set, after the battle between the two great emperors, the sky-cold palace was no longer in its former glory. The collapsed buildings, shattered spirit formations, drifting dust, and the surviving, bewildered sky-cold palace disciples are all signaling the demise of this top power. The maid came out of the cabin and stood still behind the old man. "Grand Elder, it's cool outside. Let's go inside. It's just a shame that the small lake outside the cabin is full of solid ice. The wheelchair is a shell of an annihilated soul. Withered, gray, and voiceless. The maid, whose spiritual sense was worn out, could not get a response, so she had to push her wheelchair as usual and walked into the gloomy cabin. Su Huai walked in the middle of an endless snowy plain. The things Qian Sihai said before he died were a bit touchy for him and made him feel disturbed. Especially when the old man looked out over the lake and said, "Sooner or later, you're going to be the next me," before he breathed his last. Boule! Samuel Su flew up and kicked a basketball-sized stone out, breaking a dead tree hundreds of meters away. He didn't completely believe Qian Sihai's words. However, the matter involving Chu Siyu still made it impossible for him to think in an absolutely calm state. Outstanding soul talent, amazing alchemy efficiency, natural affinity for demonic beasts. Chu Siyu's situation was too much of a match for the Mu family's orphan in Qian Sihai's words. Su Samuel had to think about what he should do in the event that one day he was faced with the same choices as the Heavenly Cold Emperor 8,000 years ago. The safest thing to do would be to kill the so-called visitors from the divine realm themselves. The corpse was thrown directly into the secret realm of Sunken Moon Lake. There was no way he would let anyone take Chu Siyu away anyway. The only thing to worry about now is silver. Do you know anything about God's domain? The small snake wrapped around the middle finger of his right hand was bulging, and his abdomen showed a small, obvious square, which was the void gate that he had swallowed into his stomach. Su Huai tried it first. That thing was held by the Heavenly Cold Emperor and played with it for thousands of years, and it had long since turned into the shape of Qian Qinghan, and he couldn't use it at all in a short period of time. Solely directly thrown to the small snake refining, the energy gained 37 split, he 7, small snake 3. Snake burped. "God's domain. Of course I know. I'm not gonna lie, that's where I came from." Samuel Su snapped back, in a wide-open position, and fell straight down onto the thick snow. He stared at the gray sky. "Tell me about it, God's domain." The little snake swam from Su Huai's fingers to the side of his head and followed his example of lying down in the snow. "The divine realm, also known to you as the upper immortal realm. It's the center of the whole world. Legend has it that the world was born as one. As the years went by, various kinds of living beings were born in the world, and they began to cultivate with the help of the aura of heaven and earth, grew in spiritual wisdom, and evolved into countless clans. Among them, the 5 major tribes of spirits, devils, demons, ghosts, and humans were the most powerful. In order to compete for territory and resources, the spirit race was the first to start a war on a certain day, and since then, the 5 major tribes led their respective dependents to start fighting and plundering each other in the divine realm. Later, the strongest of the 5 races made a date to fight at the center of the divine realm. That battle was fought in the darkness of the sky, the void was shattered, the sky dome burned, the earth crumbled, and the ghost race and the demon race were the first to lose, with the strongest person dying on the spot. And then after that, the demon race patriarch was out of the picture, the human race supremacy fell, and the spirit race became the sole master of the divine realm. The power of the 5 greatest supreme beings was too strong, and after that battle, the world, which was already full of holes, couldn't withstand their unbridled energy venting, and crumbled into 4 pieces. As the victor, the spirit race undoubtedly occupies the largest main world, which is 80% of the size of the original god's domain. The remaining 4 major tribes were all expelled. The devil race and the ghost race took the lead in occupying the 2 larger fragments with their strong bodies and bizarre methods, establishing the devil domain as well as the ghost domain respectively. The remaining part of the overall spirit is not high, the internal disunity of the demon race, as well as the weak flesh, heavy losses of the human race, together crowded into the smallest piece of the world debris, which is where we are now. This is the history of the fairy realm? Yes, and this history is not over. Expulsion is only temporary, and being driven to the countryside is not necessarily a bad thing. The splitting of the world has given birth to separate world rules for each of the several crumbling fragments. The 4 major races have benefited from this. For example, in the immortal realm, the rules of the newly born world will subconsciously be biased in favor of the human and demon races, rejecting the rest of the races, and becoming a natural refuge for the human and demon races. With the world fragments as a fallback, the expelled 4 races soon plotted to return to the god's domain. In fact, all 4 tribes succeeded. High-end combatants left almost in a single surge, leaving only a few family branches that disliked fighting to reside in the immortal domain. Of course, to say successful is actually not particularly successful. After all, in today's god's domain, your human race and the demon race is still not mixed very well. Su Samuel was silent for a long time, digesting the news about the divine realm before he opened his mouth again and asked, "So, Silver, have you heard of the Mu family?" Su Samuel repeated the words Chen Sihai said to Little Snake, who immediately reacted after hearing them. "I can't recall when you mentioned the Mu family alone, but I do have some impression when you mentioned the Medicine Dynasty. The Pill Dynasty, also known as the Pill King Immortal Dynasty, is one of the great powers established by your human race in the divine realm. In that case, that woman who often stays with you does fit the characteristics of a first blood descendant of the Medicine Dynasty. She should be the same as the woman with the surname Mu mentioned by Chen Sihai, who is of the Medicine Dynasty bloodline, with the thin bloodline of the first Medicine King Empress flowing in her body." "Yeah?" Little Snake glanced at Su Samuel and added, "I know what you're worried about, but I can tell you very clearly that the Emperor realm, even in the divine realm, is no weakling. Not to mention the fact that with the shelter of the immortal realm's rules, it's impossible for the immortal realm to have any foreign powerhouses above the imperial realm. Just like I was locked as soon as I entered the immortal realm, my realm was directly knocked down to about the 9th order, and the remaining power would still be dissolved and absorbed by the rules of the world. In other words, with your current strength, no one can take away the people around you as long as you don't want to yourself. Even after some time, after I finish disintegrating the door of the void, your cultivation can at least break through to the middle stage of the Great Emperor, and at that time, together with those means of yours, the whole of the immortal region will be at your disposal. So you really don't have to worry too much. It can be seen that the void door in the stomach makes the little snake very happy. The past high-cold snake today with a chatterbox like a question and answer, but also unprecedentedly comforted Su Samuel a few words. Su Huai blinked and suddenly smiled. He did seem a little concerned. In his previous life, until he was 340 years old, there was no so-called divine realm visitor to pick up Chu Siu. Now he's only 17. What's he afraid of? You Chen Sihai, you're almost dead and you want to disgust me, right? Furthermore, even if this life triggered a butterfly effect, he already had the strength to deal with the risk. God's visitor. Come one, kill the other. Samuel Su sat up and exhaled a mouthful of white mist. Silver, you mentioned authority before. What is it? Authority, in fact, is a special ability that can only be obtained after the Great Emperor level. I have detected the beginnings of your authority. Oh, what is it? Fraud. Su Huai raised her hand to cover her face. He felt the world's deep malice towards him, which was the greatest denigration of him. Su. Fraud. This is going to force him, an honest and sunny teenager, to go down the path of fraud. Chapter 107. Fraudulent authority used on a specified target has a certain probability of making the opponent unconditionally believe whatever the hell Su Samuel says. This, with some probability, is very metaphysical. The minimum probability was 5%, which meant that there was a 5% probability that Su Samuel would succeed even if he went to cheat the rules of the world. Of course, unless he had no choice, it was impossible for Su Samuel to lie about the rules of the world, because the price of failure was something he couldn't afford. There is a minimum probability and a maximum probability. However, this probability does not vary with the level of strength. The success rate depends on how determined the designated target is inside. An example: if Samuel so brought a husky to the wolves and pointed to the husky and said it was a wolf, then based on the husky's original appearance, which is similar to that of a wolf, both the wolves and the husky would believe it 100%. Incidentally, according to Little Snake, authority is not necessarily fixed. As Su Huai's strength increases and his understanding of fraud deepens, fraud will likely evolve into a spirit of speech that is similar to a mandatory order. If it continues to be elevated, it will eventually become a soul that fools the minds of all beings. Samuel Su walked alone on the snowy plains for 3 days. The solitude of a pure white world helps to quiet the mind to think about the future and organize all types of information that is stuffed in the mind. During these 3 days, the change in the heavenly cold palace had spread throughout the immortal region. With the collapse of the mountain protection formation, the medicine field underneath the heavenly cold palace was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. Tens of thousands of cultivator bodies that had been used to grow medicine were found, some with grass growing on their heads, some with mushrooms growing on their faces, and others with flowers blooming on their navels. For a while, the crowd was in an uproar. The Zun-Tian Divine Dynasty joined forces with the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect and sent dozens of elders to launch a major purge against the survivors of the Heavenly Cold Palace. And then all the peak masters of the Heavenly Cold Palace, as well as a few of the powerful elders who were complicit, were beheaded and executed in public. The few remaining uninformed elders struggled to support the sect framework, and in just a few days, the Heavenly Cold Palace went from being one of the 4 great transcendent forces to an ordinary second-rate force. But the heat from the fall of the Heavenly Cold Palace didn't last long. People soon learned from the mouths of the survivors who witnessed that disaster that the one who really killed the Heavenly Cold Emperor was the holy son of the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect.
Su Samuel.
Su Huai's reputation once again resounded through the immortal region. Some people expressed disbelief that this is a rumor after all. There is a 17-year-old great emperor in the world. Some people were enthusiastically praising Su Huai, calling him the strongest genius in the earth, and Li Sideo was a scum in front of him. There are also people who say that they are sensible melon eaters, don't believe in rumors and don't spread rumors, and sit back and wait for the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect's official briefing. Official announcements are impossible to send. After all, Su Huai left the Heavenly Cold Palace and also took along all the things in its clan's treasury. Even the book depository was ransacked. Su Hui threw everything he couldn't use to the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect, and the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect added 3 floors of hidden books overnight, and Grand Elder Huang Yuan's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Also laughing crookedly was Chun Tairu. The evil Dan Master Qian Sihai, who had tarnished the sacred alchemy in his heart, hung up, not to mention that Su Huai, the heartless one, actually made an unprecedented gift of a 9th-grade Dan furnace. Double happiness. Chun Tiru announced that night that he would close the door and begin his 132nd impact on the 9th-grade alchemist. It was nearly winter at this point. When Su Huai finished the Diffractive Moon Immortal Sect's small darkroom meeting and returned to the valley's cabin, he caught a glimpse of the human child squatting next to the alchemy furnace on the 2nd-floor terrace. Chu Siu's cultivation talent was far less than her talent in alchemy. She was barely able to refine inferior 5th-grade pills, yet her cultivation still hadn't been able to break through to the 4th rank. In fact, if you really want to say it, this cultivation speed is also quite normal. After all, worshipping in the clan is only 2 short months. With a 3rd-order cultivation, he was still unable to protect himself from the cold, and this valley was ventilated on all sides, so the wind was chilly in the winter. Coupled with outdoor alchemy, the temperature wasn't as high as in the Dan room, so Chu Siu could only wrap herself into a big dumpling. Upon discovering Su Huai's return, she immediately set aside the elixir in the furnace that had just failed to be refined, and shakily jumped into Su Huai's arms, like a lumbering penguin. Why don't you open a formation to avoid the wind? Su Huai raised one hand and touched her head. It's not raining, don't want to drive. Su Huai discovered that every time they reunited after a small goodbye, Chu Siyu would temporarily seal up the attributes of a social terrorist chick in a short period of time, becoming extraordinarily delicate and sticky. Realizing that Su Huai didn't hold himself, Chu Siyu stretched her head to look at his other hand, and then she locked eyes with a stupid fat crane. Yeah. Isn't this the spirit crane that Master raised? Nonsense. I obviously picked this up on my way back to the sect. It has nothing to do with Old Man Chen. Oh. Chu Siyu nodded. But it still has Master's special leg rings on its feet. Samuel Su twisted his head and looked. Rub. Careless. He hurriedly reached down and crushed the reddish-brown leg ring with a click. He himself gave Old Man Chen a 9th-grade den furnace, so what happened to catching him a spirit crane to taste? I don't know how that old man likes cranes so much. He has raised a large flock of them in the Medicine Spirit Peak, and they are almost flooded with them. Chu Siyu in this aspect of the character is very good, although seldom take the initiative to kill, but also not much bodhisattva heart, not to mention the kind of Chun Tairu love crane people. She crouched down and watched while Su Huai cooked that stupid crane. Su Samuel clicked a knife down. She immediately handed a bowl over to load the blood, on Su Samuel's confused gaze. This silly girl also a serious face to explain. I see that when Mrs. Fan at the restaurant down the hill kills a chicken, she serves up the blood for cooking. Samuel, so, are you going to make spicy chicken? It's a crane. Oh, so you're going to make spicy cranes? Su Huai had a helpless look on his face. According to reason, this kind of spiritual chi-abundant ingredients should be matched with the rest of the auxiliary ingredients, simmering a pot of fresh, fragrant and thick tonic soup. But I can't help that Chuziu loves spicy food. So he could only use his aura to clean the feathers off the spirit crane, then carry it into the kitchen and pull out a large handful of chili peppers from his storage ring to dry it quickly. Don't say it. Favors. The big deal is to catch another one tomorrow to make soup. Anyway, there are still so many on the mountain. Even if there are 7 or 8 less, I think Old Man Chin will not care about. Wine and rice. Chu Siyu refused Su Samuel's proposal to use immortal power to brush the dishes with one click, holding the oily dishes and running to the small sink plate built in the kitchen to wash and brush. Chao Yi said couples have to be equal in terms of gender. But as she thought about it, Su Huai had done so much for her. But there was nothing she could do to help Su Huai on the ground. One could only find something to do in life, or else look like a little punk who could only do dry food and alchemy. The practice Dan Sui can't be used yet, then her role would be nothing more than a dry meal. After washing the dishes, Chu Siyu secretly stared at Su Huai. She found that this time she came back, Su Huai heart seems to have something on his mind. Not like in the past days to find all sorts of excuses to take advantage of her, and also do not lie to her to call out her husband. Phew! Su Huai walked to the terrace and sat paralyzed on the lounge chair in the corner, and immediately felt that the whole person was much more relaxed. It's better to be comfortable at home. Chuziu ran next to him, thought for 2 seconds, and reached out to press his shoulder. The movement was stiff and raw, but it made Su Huai's vigorous and powerful heartbeat accelerate slightly. He tilted his head to meet Chuziu's eyes. Chick, come here and give Master a kiss. Oh! Chu Siyu spared to the front and gently leaned into his arms, then tilted her head, pouted and stared at him with wide eyes. Close your eyes now. I don't. I'm about to watch you. Hiss. Not surprisingly. Chu Siyu, after not seeing you for a week, you actually know how to talk back. Chu Siyu shrunk her head. If I listen to you too much, you'll soon lose the novelty and then you won't like me anymore. Who told you that? I don't know. I don't have to tell you, I know it's Chao Yi.
No.
Not. If you dare to lie to me, tomorrow I'll kick out that restaurant that makes spicy chicken, and you'll never have spicy chicken again. Chu Siyu was silent for a split second, hovering hard between her best friend and the hot chicken, and finally raised her head and looked at Su Huai with a pitiful face. Then don't hit Chao Yi, okay? Scratch that. I knew it was her. Don't listen to her. She herself is a 10,000-year-old single dog. All that knowledge about male and female love is all from the neighborhood talking books. It can't be counted. And when did I ever hit her? Then don't cheat her out of her money. Okay? Samuel Su suddenly stopped talking. Has his love of screwing people out of their money reached Chuziyu's ears? Damn it. I'm not behaving like this for the sake of our family, trying to save up more spirit stones for retirement. After all, one person has fought it all. Su-Huai sighed, jerked off the small snake on his finger and threw it towards the light by Light Flower Sea. And in the next moment, Chu Siyu opened her mouth wide. Her face was red, and she grunted and didn't dare to speak again. Chapter 108 Visitors from the Divine Realm Up. The quality of the diffractive moon immortal sex disciples' robes was still too poor. The neckline opens up at the slightest tug. It was freezing cold, and Su Beast hugged Chu Siyu and lay on the bamboo chair with an insatiable face. Chu Siyu, who had just been used as a hand warmer, shrunk into a ball. Her face flushed red, and she stammered, unable to speak for half a day. Su Huai's hand wasn't cold. Instead it was a little hot, and pressing it against her chest made her heart beat frantically. Originally she had already made preparations to escape or not as two words anyway, as long as the escape will be fine, then even if she was caught back to eat dry, then she Chu someone is still a reserve chick. But Samuel Su didn't seem to be making the next move. Chu Siyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Since the day she moved to the cabin, she had been trying to get used to being the mistress of the cabin. But due to her personality, it's hard for her to accept that kind of sudden change in relationship all at once. Chu Siyu expressed her firm opposition to the saying that it was better to have a long pain than a short one, and she liked to boil a frog in warm water. It's a good thing that Samuel So is also a patient person. Is Samuel So patient? Of course they had, even though the two of them had only known each other for about 2 months combined in this life, but had spent hundreds of years together in their last life. It is no exaggeration to say that someone can maintain restraint, from holding hands to touching the head, from hugging to kissing, and then to warming the hand. Line, it can't be washed away. Samuel So is an animal. He hugged Chu Siyu, his mind weighing the future. Chu Siyu was a sociopath, and sociopathy was actually a mental illness, but living a new life, he had never thought of changing Chu Siyu's character or her habits. No one is perfect, just be yourself. What's more, in this life, Su Huai had truly stood at the peak of the immortal domain, and with the behemoth that was the diffractive moon immortal sect standing behind him, he was no longer alone. He could stay in the sect to accompany Chu Siyu for a while before going to the Weeping Ghost Abyss for a while. As for the follow-up, what are you thinking? Hearing Chu Siyu's question, Su Huai smiled and gently caressed her back, answering in a low voice. I'm thinking about whether or not to deepen our relationship later, and by the way, save a little bit of water resources, and let's both take a bath together or something. Chu Siyu's eyes widened as she broke free from Su Huai's arms, then ran into the house without looking back. Buried Star Mountain Range. The heart of the matter. On top of the towering mountain, the black dragon resting with its eyes closed suddenly opened its eyes. It slowly raised its head and gazed at the ancient altar not far from its side. That altar was only 4 meters square, not as big as one of the black dragon's claws, and the main body of the altar was built from some kind of unknown bone, inlaid with 12 strange crystals, looking simple and incomparable. But at that moment, the humble altar suddenly flashed with a pure white blinding light. 7 silhouettes slowly appeared in the center of the altar. 2 Emperor Realms, 5 Zunis. The black dragon let out a contemptuous laugh. Look at that. The noble guests of God's domain have come to suck blood from a country place like ours again. Those 7 figures that had descended through the altar all looked a little less than good when they heard the black dragon's sneer. An Emperor Realm clad in blood-colored robes gave it a cold look and responded stiffly, Demon race sinful animal, do you know what it means for woe to come out of the mouth? Boom! The thick dragon tail swept across, shattering the layers of defense set up by the blood-robed Emperor Realm cultivator, piercing through his chest with the bone spikes on the tip of the tail, and picking him up whole. A pair of vertical pupils were filled with a teasing look. Is that what the trouble is all about? The blood-robed man looked horrified. You! I what me? Jejia. A few losers who only broke through the Emperor Realm by relying on the remaining shade of their ancestors. Do they really think of themselves as some invincible superpower? Be honest, punk. Any Emperor Realm here has the ability to kill a watery bastard like you. The black dragon snorted and drew back its own dragon tail, and the bloody hole in the chest of the blood-robed man who had been thrown to the ground slowly healed. Only his face was green and white with anger. Let's go. He left the core of the mountain range with 4 other blood-robed Zunis and traveled in the direction of the Zun heavenly god dynasty. In the blink of an eye, there was only one green-clothed great emperor left by the altar, as well as the green-clothed venerable one he had brought with him. It could be seen that these two did not belong to the same force as the 5 blood-robed men. The green-clothed emperor made an arching bow to the black dragon. The Zun Tian immortal dynasty has always maintained a prejudice against the demon race. This has nothing to do with the general stance of my human race. Please understand, fellow Taoist. The black dragon licked its teeth. I know. Isn't it the same for the Zun Tian divine dynasty they left behind in the immortal realm? Under the guise of protecting the mortals on earth, they crazily slaughtered my demon race's subjects. If it wasn't for the fact that your human race has been successful in fending off the invasion of the demon domain and the ghost domain, this emperor would have long ago exterminated that whatsoever imperial dynasty.
Yeah.
Tell me, your Pill King immortal dynasty just came down to the realm once 10 years ago. What are you doing here this time? The green-clothed emperor lowered his eyes. Can't tell if it's sad or bland. The holy maiden that was welcomed back 10 years ago only barely awakened half of her ancestral blood, and unfortunately fell in the killing and fighting on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Dead. The green-clothed emperor nodded. Yes. The black dragon grinned. So you guys are planning to find another blood descendant from the lower realms to inherit your ancestors' baptism before sending them to the battlefield of the 10,000 races to seek death? The green-clothed emperor was silent for a moment. This matter concerns the rise and fall of my Pill King immortal dynasty. And the clan has learned through the pulse search mirror that the previous generation of the Holy Maiden had a daughter, and the Medicine King bloodline in her body is much higher than her mother's. As long as we find her, our clan will be able to produce another Holy Maiden, and we can even deduce from the reaction of the vein-seeking mirror that she possesses the qualifications to enter the Emperor realm straight after undergoing bloodline cleansing. TSK. The black dragon scoffed at the bloodline baptism in the mouth of the green-clothed great emperor, and a few more moments of disdain grew in his eyes. The kind of pseudo-emperor that relied on its ancestors' bloodline to elevate, it could single-handedly take on 5 or 6 of them with one dragon. Give it up. That girl, you can't take with you. The green-clothed emperor frowned. What makes you say that? The black dragon exhaled a mouthful of searing dragon breath. That girl is now the Tao partner of an emperor realm. And that imperial realm won't be much weaker than me. The green-clothed emperor frowned. However, he soon restretched and gave a thank you to the black dragon and left the mountain range at a slow pace. The black dragon looked at his departing figure and shook his head. It is responsible for protecting the entrance to the passage between the immortal realm and the divine realm, and it was only because most of the people in the Pill King immortal dynasty are close to the demon race that they open their mouths to offer a few words of advice. As for whether the green-clothed emperor is willing to listen to, it is none of its business. No one can save you if you want to get yourself killed. And the green emperor had his own ideas. Their Pill King immortal dynasty was not having a good time in the divine realm, and the female emperor of the immortal dynasty Mu Jinyu had been assassinated by her rivals tens of thousands of years ago, and had the misfortune of being besieged and killed in the battlefield of the 10,000 races and had fallen. Mu Jinyu is the originator of the Pill King immortal dynasty, the strength of the sky. Her death of the Pill King immortal dynasty is tantamount to a bolt from the blue, such as the days of the immortal dynasty since then began to decline. Luckily, when the clan was organizing Mu Jinyu's belongings, they found a handwritten book. It records a hidden past. The Empress Mu Jinyu, who had been incognito during the dark period when the human race was expelled to the immortal realm, played the red dust, during which there was a love affair that lasted more than 100 years. The subject is a mundane man. Mu Gunyu gave birth to a number of heirs for that mortal. But for some reason, it didn't help him embark on the path to immortality. Even those heirs had never been mentioned, and if it wasn't for this handwritten book, no one would have known that the cold and icy empress of the immortal dynasty would still have such an intriguing past. The ministers of the immortal dynasty have no intention of probing into the female emperor's love life, but the female emperor's heir makes their eyes light up and see the future of the immortal dynasty. Bloodline legacy. As long as the descendants of the Empress Emperor were found and the bloodline in their bodies was awakened, and then allowed to enter the battlefield of the 10,000 races, there would be a chance to find the place where the Empress Emperor had fallen by virtue of the bloodline sensing. At least part of the Empress cultivation and techniques could be inherited. If they could bring back the Empress's remaining body, or if they could bring back some remnants of her soul, they might even have a chance of resurrecting Mu Jinyu. But the battlefield of the 10,000 races was incredibly dangerous. For tens of thousands of years, the immortal dynasty has cultivated more than 100 holy maidens one after another, and some of them failed to awaken their bloodline, while the rest of those who succeeded in awakening died in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, all of them failing. The one that came closest to success was the woman named Mu Hovenheart 8,000 years ago. Mu Hovenheart also came from the immortal realm, and at that time she was also the Taoist of an Emperor realm powerhouse. In the end, after being moved with love and respect, and after being coerced, they managed to get the immortal emperor to agree to take Mu Hovenheart away from them, right? After all, if you really want to talk about it, the female emperor's descendants were all women, so the Pill King immortal dynasty would be considered the mother's family of those women. What's to stop a woman from going back to her mother's house? While pondering how to persuade that great emperor later, the green-clothed emperor followed the guidance of the bloodline token left behind by the previous generation's holy maiden and rushed in the direction of the diffuse moon immortal sect. Chapter 109 Visitors from the Divine Realm next. Early morning. Samuel So is lying down in the cabin. He had the cheek to squeeze into Chu Siyu's bathroom last night, but unfortunately, the white flowery piece hadn't even been seen for real before Chu Siyu beat it out of him. If Chu Siyu was a social terrorist, she could have pulled out her voice right now and said, "Is the great emperor bullish? I was able to hold up a towel and chase the great emperor when I was at the 3rd rank." Samuel Su tugged at the corner of his mouth. The emperor realm couldn't beat the 3rd rank. Shame on you. The ring of the articulated serpent lay silently on the table, its body coalescing with resentment visible to the naked eye. There was a hint of dislike in between. "Can't you tell me when you're about to do a ing job? I'll go myself if you say so. Do you have to pull me down and throw me out? You're making me lose face. Do you understand? And twice you've failed. Think of the time when which is like you. Can you do it?" Fine dog. Su Huai, who was just about to roll over and take a nap, froze slightly. He seemed to have heard the little snake taunting him. "Old Silver, did you just talk? No, you heard wrong. The Emperor realm can still hallucinate? You damn sure mocked me. Puppy. Meh. You a single snake, you know nothing. Who told you I was single? I have a harem of 3,000. I am the dream of 90 million snake girls. You damn sure are a male snake. What's the difference between a male and a female? Can't a female snake stay with a female snake? Scratch that."
Jure so ingenier funny.
Su Samuel gave a thumbs up. The little snake's voice was neutral. Its physique was different from normal snakes. He hadn't figured out what gender the snake was until now. Su Huai licked the corners of his mouth, just wanting to make good use of his newly acquired fraudulent ability to get some gossip out of the little snake to listen to. But he suddenly frowned. In the sinking moon valley, an unfamiliar Emperor realm aura appeared. Inside the diffractive moon immortal sect. Because the green-clothed emperor had not deliberately concealed his aura, Grand Elder Huang Yuan quickly noticed everything and flashed to appear under the diffractive moon immortal sect's mountain gate. At the same time, the mountain protector formation began to operate quietly. He was inwardly a little surprised, but not flustered. It's just a great emperor, a small scene, our holy son just killed one yesterday, what's there to panic about? This is the diffuse moon realm. Fellow Taoists, stop. At the bottom of the mountain gate, the green-clothed great emperor stopped with his accompanying honored one with an easygoing smile on his face. "This Emperor Mu Qingxian. This time to disturb your clan, just for the search for relatives. If there are nuisances, please forgive me." Stretching his hand, a great emperor ran to the door to seek his family and was so polite, Huang Yuan had no reason to stop him. He could only politely welcome the other party into the door of the mountain, and then accompany them all the way. If they were really looking for relatives, naturally all would be happy. But if the other person has other bad intentions, then don't blame me, Mr. Huang, for shutting the door on my holy son. In the valley cabin, Su Huai received Huang Yuan's voice transmission and frowned. A strange Emperor realm powerhouse. Looking for his family? The first thing he thought of was Chuziu. Coming so fast? Why wasn't this in a previous life? Snake wrapped around his finger. What's going on? The divine realm is coming. But at this time in my previous life, I hadn't even heard of a divine realm visitor appearing in the diffractive moon immortal sect. Can the butterfly effect triggered by my rebirth this time still spread beyond the immortal realm? Snake mused for a moment. It's not supposed to be affected. Changes due to other factors cannot be ruled out. Don't think too much, the people coming won't be strong. Gee, I'll check it out. Su Huai put on his clothes and disappeared in a flash. On the other hand, Huang Yuan followed the green-clothed emperor all the way through the Immortal Sex Square and entered the Pill Spirit Peak's Dan room. These days, Chen Tiru was in seclusion, so Chu Siyu and the other group of pro-transmitters could only find their own Dan rooms to practice, or go observe other alchemists making pills. Chu Siyu came to the Dan room mainly to observe. She was very talented but never proud, and wouldn't say that because she was about to become a 5th-grade alchemist. She looked down on these septuagenarian 5th and 6th-grade Dan masters of Pill Spirit Peak. At this moment, she watched intently as a 5th-grade Dan master refined the spirit recovery pill. It was her best and favorite potion. Because the herbs for this kind of elixir were not expensive, the spirit recovery elixir covered all the grades from the 1st to the 9th grade, and even the imperial grade, and the grade of the finished elixir depended on the vintage of the herbs, the combination of the auxiliary ingredients, and the change in the refining technique. Of course, there is also a drop of reasons that she does not want to admit that Su Samuel is obsessed with the spirit return pills. Every time Su Huai went out, she would stuff him with a bunch of pills that she had refined herself. However, most of those pills could not be used except for the spirit recovery pill, which could be consumed every time. Sometimes he idly loves to throw a couple in his mouth and chew on them, just like candy. The management of Medicine Spirit Peak was very strict. This kind of pills that could be displayed on stage in public were usually pills that a certain Dan master was particularly good at. Chu Siyu watched that Dan master collect the pills, and after some slight contemplation, she scribbled on the book that she had brought with her. She didn't notice the sudden appearance of an old man in green at the door, looking at her with a kind face. Huang Yuan noticed the green-clothed emperor's gaze, and without moving, he opened the mountain protection formation and quietly sent a voice message to Samuel Su. "I'm already there." With one hand on Huang Yuan's shoulder, Su Samuel narrowed his eyes at the old man in green not far away. "This Emperor Mu Qingxian, how is this fellow Taoist addressed?" "Samuel So." Mu Qingxian smiled. "Fellow Taoist Su can rest assured that we are not here to find trouble in your clan. This visit is really just to find my family." He raised his hand to point at Chuziu. "That one is the one this emperor seeks. You point at her one more time and I'll kill you." Hearing Su Huai's voice, Huang Yuan subconsciously gulped and quietly moved his feet a little farther away from Mu Qingshuan's position, and also blocked the retreat of the green-clothed venerable behind Mu Qingxian in the process. Just kidding. After knowing each other for so long, he had never seen such a heavy hostility on Su Huai. Now that he was seeing the risk of a fight, no matter what it was for, and no matter whether it was right or wrong, he was definitely on his own Saint Sun's side. Once the Sacred Sun fights with the opposite Great Emperor, then with the addition of the Protector formation, it won't take long for me to kill the opposing Exalted One and then come back to help the Sacred Sun. Well, that makes sense. Chapter 110. Is it anger or real anger? Mu Qingxian frowned when he saw that the atmosphere was a bit off. Then he turned his head to look at Su Samuel and asked with a smile, "Do you know where this emperor comes from? Where are you from?" "Divine Domain." Mu Qingxian raised his head slightly. "That is a place far more vast than the Immortal Domain." "You wait first." Su Huai raised his hand to interrupt Mu Qingxian. He stepped into the hall of the Dan room, patted Chu Siyu's shoulder, whispered a few words to her, and then led her hand back to the door. Chu Siyu hid behind Su Huai, looking at Mu Qingxian with a curious expression. Mu Qingxian also looked at this female child. The 3rd order of cultivation is very low, but it doesn't matter. After the bloodline awakening and then supplemented with some excellent resources, at most 3 or 5 years we'll be able to instill the 9th order of the Zuni. Fill in the blank. Training. The Medicine King Immortal Dynasty is a professional. Well, go ahead. When Mu Qingxian heard Su Hui tell him to continue, he first gave Chu Siyu a kind smile, and his voice softened considerably. "Female doll, old me comes from the divine realm Pill King Immortal Dynasty." "Pill King Immortal Dynasty is your mother clan. All these years straight away. Bitter you this girl. Pill King Immortal Dynasty? The mother clan." Chu Siyu blinked her eyes, and the hand she held with Su Huai tightened. "That's right." Mu Qingxian laughed. 10 years ago, your mother returned to the Pill King Immortal Dynasty, but she never mentioned you, and it was only some time ago that she brought you up. I know your mother very well, and this time I came down to the world. I was also entrusted by her and specially came to pick up." Snap! Mu Qingshuan's head suddenly lolled and blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth as he covered the right side of his face and looked at Su Huai, who was flinging his hands around in a daze. Diffractive Moon Grand Elder Huang Yuan looked like he had finally picked up the signal to attack, and without saying a word, he shook out a weapon that looked like a mace and aimed a great move at the venerable Mu Qingxian had brought with him. That venerable one wanted to immediately draw back and dodge, But with a lift of Huang Yuan's big hand, the long-running mountain protection formation suddenly lit up with a golden glow, locking him in place. Boom! The tidal wave of psi and colored immortal power bombarded that immortal exalt, quickly shattering the protection he had hastily condensed and crazily invading his body. Mu Qingxian finally reacted as he raised his hand and slapped his palm at Huang Yuan. Then, snap! Another slap, and Mu Qingxian froze in place. He couldn't even see the speed of Su Huai's moves, and a sense of crisis had just appeared in his heart, when the next instant the fiery sound of a slap was printed on his face. Gobble! Mu Qingxian gulped and didn't dare to move anymore. It turned out that black dragon demon emperor hadn't lied to him. The gap between the emperor realm and the emperor realm is greater than the gap between even man and dog, so the emperor realms of the immortal realm were all this strong. At least this teenage-looking immortal emperor in front of him really has the strength to abuse him. On the other hand, Su Huai, who had smacked Mu Qingxuan's 2 ears, was also filled with doubt in his heart. How did he feel that this emperor realm from the god realm seemed to be a bit watery? Poor reflexes, low physical defense, vapid cultivation, little combat experience, and even so little guts. When this Mu Qingxian was compared to the heavenly cold immortal emperor, his combined strength was at least 20 Qian Sihai's worse. TSK. Qian Sihai was born in the wrong place. If old man Qian was born in the divine realm, facing such a great emperor, his old man might be able to use his immortal body plus scheming and calculating to kill great emperors as if they were playing. However, Su Huai did not show his contempt, but instead coldly looked at Mu Qingxian. If I hear half a false word come out of your mouth again, I'll make sure you don't walk out of the diffuse moon immortal sex gates. If you don't believe me, you can try. Grand Elder Huang Yuan immediately answered, Try and pass away. Hey, my holy son just single-handedly killed a great emperor yesterday morning, thwarting his bones and burning all his flesh and blood, even his soul to the point of being ground up. Not to mention that my family's patriarch is also a great emperor. If you dare to make a move, you will surely die. Huang Yuan grinned, frantically giving Mu Qingxian a mouthful of face. He had just instantly suppressed and exalted, and had the same doubts as Su Samuel. How come the divine realms exalted were so watery, running into someone else's home turf and still not having the slightest defense mentality? What, superior dog? Think I wouldn't dare touch you? This kind of feeling in the face of other great emperors to personally suppress their men. Other great emperors also dare not put a fart simply. Too good. So that's what it's all about, bullying people. Love it, love it. Huang Yuan looked at the green-clothed venerable not far away with a heavily injured look, condensed a large green-colored spiritual hand in the void, and snapped and flung it over like Su Samuel's. That green-clothed venerable took a slap and violently spat out a mouthful of blood, raising his head to look at Huang Yuan in a daze. I'm a little follower. I kept my head down and didn't say a word. I didn't do anything. Why did you hammer me for no reason? What did I do to you? You're just gonna catch an honest man and bully him, aren't you? Huang Yuan met his gaze without half a hint of embarrassment. Sure enough, those who can be a great elder and a great power are not necessarily strong, but they must be very shady and at the same time have a face that can be thrown away at any time that they don't want. Mu Qingxian held his fire when he saw this scene. He took 2 deep breaths and looked at Samuel Su. Su Huai held Chu Siu's hands that couldn't stop trembling, and glared at Mu Qingxian with an icy face. Where is her mother? Now. Found on. I advise you to think before you speak. Mu Qingxian gulped. I don't know. Mu Ziyun went traveling around in the clouds not long after she was picked up in the divine realm, and I don't know where she is now. Su Huai felt the hand he was holding stiffen a bit. He sighed. Grand Elder, please arrange for these 2 honored guests to stay in Sinking Moon Valley. Siyu is a bit unstable. I'll take her back to rest for a while first. Huang Yuan glanced at Mu Qingxian, wanting to speak. Su Huai understood Huang Yuan's concern. The Emperor Realm was after all the Emperor Realm, and even the weakest Emperor Realm was far from being able to fight head-on against Azuni. It's good that you're relieved. If this honored guest breaks the rules of my diffuse moon immortal sect, I don't mind letting him, and the Pill King immortal dynasty behind him, know how serious the consequences of offending a 17-year-old Emperor Realm to death will be. Mu Qingxuan's pupils shrunk slightly. 17 years old at the Emperor Realm. This person actually wasn't deliberately pretending to be young with this appearance, but was really this young. And this body strength, completely not like with pills and resources piled up, terrible. Su Huai was in no mood to pay attention to Mu Qingxuan's pupil earthquake. He was just regretting it now, Very much so. In his previous life, Chu Siyu had mentioned his parents to him, but the rhetoric was, my mother died when I was 6 years old, and my father followed along not long after. Therefore, Su Huai always thought that Chu Siyu's parents died early. He thought Mu Qingxian met Chu Siyu the most is to lure with the future with the ideal of painting a big cake, promising some cultivation resources, 3 years of Zunshi, 5 years of great emperors, and so on. He knew Chu Siyu, knew that Chu Siyu didn't care about these things. The rich woman's dream was simple as hell: have a home, have flowers, have spicy chicken, have someone to accompany her, nothing more. She was not enamored of the prosperous world, nor was she half interested in the strife of the human world, or in power. Su Hui is not a murderous person, he loves peace at first thought. After all, the two sides are not much of a deadly enemy. Let Chu Siyu face to face to refuse is good. In case the Pill King Immortal Dynasty gave face to it at that time, it would be self-defense for him to strike again, and he would be on the side of justice. But Su Huai never expected that Mu Qingxian would give him a big one as soon as he opened his mouth. This pussy actually brought up Chu Siyu's mother. Mentioned even if mother-in-law alive, Chu Siyu more than a close relative, Su Huai heart is also quite happy. But at the first moment, Su Huai, who had the power of fraud, realized that Mu Qingxian was lying. The lying part is the second half. Chu Siyu's mother Mu Ziyun did return to the Medicine King Immortal Dynasty, and it is also true that she has never mentioned to others that she has a daughter. But later Mu Qingxian said that it was Mu Ziyun who asked him to pick up Chu Siyu, before and after contradictions. Is it Mu Ziyun's sudden enlightenment? Impossible. Hiding this news for 10 years already proved that she didn't want her daughter to get involved in the muddy waters of the Pill King Immortal Dynasty. So how could she suddenly change her mind? Since coming to pick up Chu Siyu was not Mu Ziyun's intention, why would the Pill King Immortal Dynasty suddenly send someone to pick up Chu Siyu? Is it really about welcoming back the descendants of the bloodline? Impossible. Su Huai could see at a glance that the compassion on Mu Qingxuan's face was fake, and there was only indifference in the depths of his eyes. Combined with some of the rest of the clues, Su Samuel's heart quickly had a not-so-good speculation. He sighed and didn't know how to get the words out. Chu Siyu was very well behaved. She listened to every word he said, but it was precisely this kind of well-behavedness that made it impossible for him to lie to her. In his previous life, Su Huai knew that Chu Siyu had a good relationship with her mother, and now that it was hard to know the news about her mother, could he resist not going to look for her? Samuel Su asked himself that he couldn't do it. But the problem is, poof, Su Huai held Chu Siyu and just walked into the house. Chu Siyu then suddenly jumped into his arms, followed by a small cry.
Samuel Su.
My mother, she is dead. That man is lying to me. Samuel Su pursed his lips and hugged her hard. Chu Siyu said as she cried, my mother told the day she left, told me that she was going to a very dangerous place, and would not come back. She said for me to be good alone. If one day someone claiming to be my family comes to me in her name, make sure you don't go with them, because she's long dead. Samuel So, I miss my mother. Samuel So, I don't want to go with them. Okay, we're not going with them. Su Huai let Chu Siyu bury her face in his chest and cry. He could feel that Chu Siyu's emotions contained more thoughts than sadness. In his previous life, Chu Siyu would also occasionally be inexplicably sad and secretly hide in a corner alone. At that time, Samuel So didn't understand, but now he did. Some thoughts do not disappear and fade with the passage of time. It will only accumulate in the deepest part of the heart, becoming a gap forever. One touch and you're in tears. Go ahead and cry it out. Su Huai gently stroked Chu Siyu's back, letting her vent her emotions in her arms. A quarter of an hour. Half an hour. Chu Siyu cried for a long time. Her tears almost dried up, before she finally got tired of crying and slowly fell asleep with a sob. In fact, sometimes it's better to let your emotions out than to keep them pent up inside. In his previous life, Chu Siyu was quiet and only pampered him, and after mentioning his parents, Su Huai was afraid of revealing her scars, so he never asked. Plus, the life of a casual cultivator wasn't as easy and wonderful as one might think. Su Huai in his previous life almost half of the time in order to resources outside the fight with people, and therefore accumulated a large number of combat experience, but also became a calculating, treacherous people. Chu Siyu is not willing to give him an additional burden. So what sadness is silently accumulated in the heart? Show him, always a cute and soft side. The more Su Huai thought about it, the more he felt that he was very unqualified as a husband in his previous life. But in this life, he wanted to qualify. He gently carried Chu Siyu into the bathroom, wrung out a towel and wiped her face, then carefully changed her clothes, carried her into his room and tucked her under the covers. Dazed and confused, Chu Siyu closed her red and swollen eyes and suddenly broke away from Su Huai's embrace, looking a little uneasy. It wasn't until she wrinkled her nose and sniffed at a familiar scent that she rubbed against the pillow and settled down to sleep. Samuel Su sat on the edge of the bed and watched her for a while. Almost 2/4 of an hour later, he removed the small snake ring from his hand and explained that it would protect the cabin later, and then quietly opened the door to the room and walked out. Grand Elder Huang Yuan tucked his hand in and stood in the courtyard. "Did you find out?" Huang Yuan realized that Su Huai's voice was a bit hoarse, but his eyes were calm. "Checked it out. These two haven't covered their tracks along the way. They came from the Buried Star Mountain Range." Su Samuel nodded. "Great Elder, is your immortal ascension Dan still there?" "Still there, why? Lend me one, and when I return, I'll give you 2 back. What's borrowing or not borrowing? It's originally yours. Take it and use it." Huang Yuan pulled out the treasured small porcelain bottle from his storage ring and stuffed it into Su Samuel's hand. "Then, thank the Grand Elder first." Huang Yuan waved his hand and said with a straight face, "What are you thanking for? Don't thank me. You're my diffused moon immortal sex Saint Sun, the second great emperor. This is all what I should do. Just what are you going to do with this next?" Su Huai raised his head and looked at the blazing sun high above his head. "The hour of noon is due for the execution." This was the most arrogant Su Samuel had ever been in this life. He strutted towards the residence that Huang Yuan had arranged for the Mu Qingxian duo. It was off the beaten path and at the same time was within the shelter of the diffractive moon immortal sex mountain protection formation. So as long as the formation was unbroken, it could ensure that the aftermath of the battle wouldn't affect the mortals outside the valley. When he was still about 1,000 meters away from Mu Qingxuan's residence, the power in Su Huai's body began to vaporize. With every step, the aura got stronger. Call it a thirst for killing or anger. Anyway, Su Huai was not a good man or woman in the first place, and he only wanted to get those 2 people from the Pill King Immortal Dynasty killed right now. At the first moment his aura radiated, the hairs on Mu Qingxuan's body stood straight up as a strong sense of crisis surged through his heart. Without saying a word, he left that green-clothed venerable one behind, turned his head, and swept frantically in the other direction. Shoo! A silver arrow with a hint of red aura shot towards him. He tilted his head so violently that the arrow grazed his cheek and tore through flesh, leaving the left side of his face dripping with blood. Yet it was this tiny evasive maneuver that cost him his last chance to escape. Su Hui pulled open his verdant longbow, a blood-colored arrow converging on the bowstring, completely locking onto Mu Qingxian. Mu Qingxian stalled in midair, his heart in turmoil. Logically speaking, the people of the immortal domain wouldn't even know about the situation in the divine domain, and he, Mu Qingxian, had no grievances with this great emperor who had just passed his name. Why is this guy so mean to him? Are all the people of the immortal realm that mean? How on earth did that venerable senior take away Mu Hovenheart from the home of that emperor realm powerhouse called the Sky-Cold Emperor 8,000 years ago? Can you teach it? Waiting online, quite urgent. Unfortunately, no one was able to teach him, and not long after that venerable who brought back Mu Hovenheart returned to the clan, he died in a relic left over from the desolate ancient period. Mu Qingxian could only clench his teeth and shout aloud. "Stop! There's a misunderstanding. I've come a long way to pick up that girl child, to take her on a long journey. The divine realm is rich in resources, aura, and the laws are more complete than here. Not to mention that my Pill King Immortal Dynasty possesses a legacy that will allow that girl child to ascend to heaven in one step. This is a good thing. How can you stop her from running to a greater future for your own selfish reasons? Even if you want to stop it, there's no need to kill me. If I die, the Immortal Dynasty side will definitely conduct an investigation, and there will be a second, third, and countless more of me coming here. Why don't you let me go back? And I can tell those elders in the clan that I can lie to them and say that the girl child is dead. That way no one will ever bother you guys again." Su Huai was very polite. He waited until Mu Qingxian had finished speaking before he loosened the bowstring of the longbow that was drawn into a full moon in his hand. Buzz! This arrow, simple and rough, shattered the void. The arrow contained 90% of Su Huai's body's power, and was even more solid and violent than the arrow that had killed the Sky-Cold Emperor, leaving almost no room for error. Mu Qingxuan's pupils suddenly shrunk as he roared in anger. almost instantly draining all the power from his body and laying down hundreds of shields one after another, blocking them in front of his body. Click, 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 click. The shield melted like ice and snow, shattering in layers. Pest! After passing through the layers of obstruction, the arrow finally slowly lost its energy after piercing a defensive emperor artifact that Mu Qingxian had taken out, and was stuck in the center of his brow bone. Only, he had just breathed a sigh of relief when the rest of his vision was suddenly enveloped by a dark shadow. Suddenly, a bony hand gripped the arrow and stabbed it. The tip of the arrow pierced through his skull, and Mu Qingxuan's eyes widened. He backhanded towards Su Huai, shot out a palm, but helpless in order to block that arrow. His body's immortal power is almost exhausted. This palm, although some power, but still did not break Su Huai's defense. Scarlet eerie flames surged out from the arrow, and soon began to burn from the brain, filling Mu Qingxuan's entire body. Su Huai reached out and choked him, letting him hiss and struggle. Mu Qingxuan's counterattacks in the desperate situation had no use other than to leave some wounds on his body that wouldn't take long to repair. The blood flames burned for a long time, from midday to nearly the unspecified time. Su Huai kept that position and watched Mu Qingxian in his hands go from hissing in anger to wailing in despair. Watching him turn from an immortal, green-clothed great emperor into a black charcoal that emitted a special odor. Su Huai's face had always had that look of no sadness or joy. At the end of the day, he raised his hand and moved a piece of dead wood from the mountains and forests, and whittled it into a wooden coffin in 3 or 2 strokes. He threw the coke into the wooden coffin and closed the lid while he put his own foot on it. Flying in a royal coffin, destination Burial Star Mountain Range. The ascension pill in his mouth slowly melted, emitting a strong bitter flavor in his mouth. He had asked for this elixir in order to regain his strength and go find that demon emperor who was cowering in the core of the mountain range, not knowing whether he was a friend or foe. That would be a really bad fight. Chapter 111, The Divine Realms Plan. Deep within the buried Star Mountain Range, the yellowed leaves kept shaking, and a small jumping mouse scurried in panic on the fallen leaves, hiding from the 20-centimeter long shadow behind it. Fizzle. The shadows swept out of the ground, and the 2 jawed feet were like a pair of sharp scimitars, stabbing straight into the jumping rat's neck. The venom pours down the glands into the body of the prey. The jumping mouse let out a squeak and shuddered violently, struggling in pain. Phew! Suddenly, a dragon's breath rolled through. Before the poor centipede had a chance to enjoy its hard-caught prey, a crackling sound emanated from its body, giving off a strange meaty aroma. Not far away, the murderer of the mutilated centipede shrugged it off. It was a hot spring made of spirit stones. The surface of the water mist vapor floating. Through the mist, you can still vaguely see a huge creature covered with black scales, slowly shrinking in the pool, transformed into a man with a demonic appearance. What a dumbass! The man looked up in the direction of the diffuse moon immortal sect, sensing the aura that raced towards the Burial Star Mountain Range, and couldn't help but sigh. He stepped out of the hot spring. The water vapor on his body quickly evaporated, and a layer of pitch-black scales emerged, transforming into pitch-black armor. Boom! It was like a shooting star falling to the ground. There was a big splash in the hot springs. The demonic man stood at the edge of the water, quietly looking towards the wooden coffin that stood in the center of the hot spring, as well as the teenager who stood on top of it, looking at himself with a hostile face. The young man held a longbow, and silver light surged. Phew! Thundering strings startled, and the arrow vanished into the void. TSK! What hostility! The demonic man raised his hands slightly, and a pitch-black dragon wing unfolded behind him with a clamor, easily blocking the tentative arrow. The black dragon looked into the teenager's eyes, and it knew that an exchange of blows was absolutely unavoidable. Not to the point of deciding between high and low, between life and death. But at least it has to show enough strength. After all, only the strong have the qualification to communicate, and the weak are only worthy of listening, endlessly retreating, or forever dormant. The distance between the two was only 30 meters. The black dragon stood in the air, his hands plated with a layer of bizarre icy cold light. The foggy, steaming water suddenly began to boil. The earth shook violently, and the black gas contaminated the spring water, surging upward furiously and soon submerging the wooden coffin. The black water that climbed upward formed countless sharp claws that clawed at Su Samuel's head in a shocking manner. Knock! Su Huai raised his foot and stepped heavily. A circle of invisible air waves instantly spread out, shaking all the rushing black water away. He narrowed his eyes. Neither of their moves just now were too offensive, but in terms of power levels alone, this Dragon Emperor was stronger than him by more than one level. He was an early immortal emperor and it was a peak demon emperor. How about dropping a big shot to prove the power? The Black Dragon seemed to have read his thoughts inside, taking the initiative to calm the demonic power rushing through his body. Enough! The Black Dragon looked towards the corroded wooden coffin, and he had already guessed most of the identity of the charred one inside. This man, he has nothing to do with me. The reason why he went out from the Burial Star Mountain Range was simply to borrow the road. Seeing the other party take the initiative to show goodwill, Su Huai also temporarily suppressed the hostility in his heart, but still did not put away the longbow in his hand. Here, there's a passageway connecting to the divine realm? There. The Black Dragon raised his hand and pointed to the altar not far away. After most of the day, the altar had long since dispersed its splendor and reverted to that unremarkable appearance. When your human ancestors led almost all of the high-end battle forces back to the divine realm, the immortal realm only left behind a handful of strong people, as well as some old and weak people. In order to prevent accidents and avoid the rekindled flames of war from implicating the immortal realm, a human great power destroyed almost all of the realm passages. This small altar was also left behind so that upstarts like you could have the opportunity to go out and not be trapped here forever. And the altar has always been closed on weekdays, and will only be opened briefly for more than 10 years of light whenever a new great emperor is born in the immortal domain. It's just that because of the invasion of the demon domain and the ghost domain, in the past 20,000 years or so, all the human emperors born in the immortal domain have chosen to stay in the immortal domain and defend their homeland. Instead, there are some fallen gods' domain forces that will take the opportunity to send people down to the immortal domain to look for bloodline descendants left behind in the immortal domain. Su Huai looked at the altar. He had the urge to shoot it with an arrow. I'd advise you not to do that. The Black Dragon shook his head. The future is anyone's guess. If you destroy it now, once the fallen demon domain or the weeping ghost abyss falls, the immortal domain will become a true inferno on Earth, and there will no longer be the slightest way back. Even if you don't think about the human race, you have to think about your beloved family and friends. And with me, you can't destroy it. Samuel Su twisted his head to lock eyes with the Black Dragon. I'm Samuel So, and you? Just call me Blackwing directly. Fellow Taoist Blackwing, may I ask you for something? What is it? From now on, whenever anyone comes from the Pill King Immortal Dynasty, please ask fellow Taoist Blackwing to block and kill them for me. The Black Dragon lowered his eyes. What the hell did that idiot from the Pill King Immortal Dynasty do? Straight up offended someone? After weighing the pros and cons, the Black Dragon still nodded to Su Huai. Anyway, he wasn't familiar with the Pill King Immortal Dynasty, and existences above the Emperor realm couldn't pass through the altar, so as long as it was in the immortal domain Burial Star Mountain Range, it was invincible. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Su Huai bowed towards it before pulling himself up and swept away in the direction from which he had come. Neither one of the men nor the dragon mentioned the matter of payment, but it was known that free was the most expensive, and this favor was already owed by Samuel Su. But it can't be helped. It was impossible for Su Huai to keep guarding that broken altar, and passive defense was not his character. Wait a little longer. When Little Snake finished refining the void door left behind by the heavenly cold emperor and he broke through to the middle stage of the immortal emperor, he would pass through the altar to take a walk in the divine realm. Anyway, according to the demon emperor Blackwing, that altar could be opened for 10 years, and as long as he didn't exceed that period, he could return from the divine realm at any time. The Weeping Ghost Abyss and the Meteor Devil Cave were indeed a big threat. After his last conversation with Little Snake, he had learned that the Devil Domain and Ghost Domain were not smaller than the Immortal Domain. In these two worlds, the number of Demon Emperors and Ghost Emperors would only be greater than the number of human emperors in the Immortal Realm. It was only that they were also experiencing a disaster in their own world, and those Emperor Realm powerhouses were distracted. Mu Qingxuan's matter had sounded an alarm for Su Huai. The gears of fate had begun to turn, gradually deviating from the established track of his previous life. If one day the Devil Domain and the Ghost Domain are completely lost, the Emperor Realm powerhouses of these two worlds will all flock to the perishing Devil Cave and the Weeping Ghost Abyss. Or maybe the disasters of the Demon Realm and the Ghost Realm are also happening in the Immortal Realm. The consequences would be unimaginable. Su Huai was indeed strong, but he wasn't so strong that killing great emperors was the same as killing chickens, unless those great emperors were all the same watery goods as Mu Qingxian. So, like Blackwing said, he had to prepare a way back. At that time, in case the immortal domain fell, the demon race could head to the divine domain and seek refuge from the demon race ancestors in the divine domain. What about the human race? The Medicine King immortal dynasty is already an enemy, not a friend, and after such a long time, who does not know that the other races in the divine domain are still not as united as they were in the ancient legends. After all, the hearts of the people are far more complicated than the demon race. Su Huai must first go to the god's domain to make a layout. It's better to take over a territory. Furthermore, Su Samuel could no longer get much promotion in the immortal domain. The high-end resources of the immortal domain were indeed relatively scarce, and the heavenly cold immortal emperor had only reached the peak of the early stage of the emperor realm since he became an emperor 8,000 years ago as of the time of his fall yesterday. The diffractive moon emperor was a bit better than him, over 14,000 years old and only at the middle stage of the emperor realm. The rest of the emperor realm was estimated to be similar, relying entirely on the accumulation of time, bit by bit. Su Hui didn't have the patience to spend tens of thousands of years to accumulate. He had a strong sense of crisis, and it was clear in his heart that in this world, strength was everything. The strength that makes a difference. Where does that strength come from? You can't go down the old path of Chen Sihai and study the art of human pills for the sake of raising your own cultivation, and then turn the rest of the great emperors into pills and swallow them, can you? Eliminating the miscellaneous options, if one wanted to continue to maintain today's rate of cultivation enhancement, there was only one path left to go to the divine realm to take. Fortunately, with the presence of the little snake that had originally come from the god's domain, he was at least not considered to be alone, and he was not left ignorant and smeared. At the edge of the buried Star Mountain range, the killing between the demon race and the human race still hadn't stopped. Only the human mortals had all migrated to safer places, and the edge of the mountain range had completely turned into a battlefield between cultivators and demonic beasts. This war was like raising a parasite. The dead men and demons lost everything. The living ones stood on their corpses and climbed up the ladder, becoming the true elite under the tempering of blood and fire. When Su Huai returned to the valley, the sky was already tinted with a faint reddish haze. He got into the bathroom and took a shower, then went back to his room and lay beside Chuziu. The little girl opened her eyes in a daze, then rolled over and threw one leg over him, her head resting against his chest as her eyes closed and she drifted back to sleep.